Every person in this world has a chance to refine and bond with a spirit at the age of 18, becoming a spirit master. Some have bonded with the powerful magic bull, becoming a bull-headed person with well-developed limbs. Others have bonded with the enchanting butterfly, becoming contemporary superstars. There are even those who have bonded with the magic dragon, becoming the chosen ones. In the previous life, as a genius, I failed to bond with a spirit, abandoned by the school beauty I grew up with. Despite later crazily cultivating to become a martial artist of the 8th rank, I still couldn't salvage that relationship. It was because the gap between martial artists of the same rank and spirit masters was too great. Reborn in this life, I swear to defy fate, so my goal this time is the nightmare spirit obtained by the genius Yichio from the previous life. This is a 5th-order demon spirit, but it ranks 7th in the list of rare and exotic beasts. If it weren't for a fatal side effect, it could definitely be ranked first. At this moment on the awakening platform, I am looking for the figures of Yichio and the shadow demon spirit. Suddenly, my eyes lit up, and I rushed towards a certain direction. Just as the shadow demon spirit was merging into Yichio's body, I suddenly appeared in front of him and struck a punch at his dantian position. Bang! Yichio, caught off guard, was instantly sent flying by the blow. With this impact, the demon spirit inside him also leaped out, appearing as a ghostly shadow exuding a hint of mystery and coldness. It's him! With joy in my eyes, I leaped forward, grabbed the black demon spirit, and without any hesitation, directly integrated it into my body. Yichio collapsed on the ground, incredulously asking, "How dare you snatch my demonic spirit?" The Awakening Day does not prohibit competition for demonic spirits. If two people are interested in the same demonic spirit, it is normal to fight for it. However, when someone is refining a demonic spirit, almost no one will disturb them. After all, with over 100,000 demonic spirits today, there is bound to be one suitable for oneself, so there is no need to fight over it. With Yichio's strength, even a 9th grade demonic spirit is not worth his attention. What he wants is a demonic spirit on the Earth ranking. However, this particular demonic spirit happened to merge with his body along the path he was taking, so he didn't bother refining it. Seeing that Yichio had not yet noticed the difference in this demonic spirit, I quickly turned and rushed towards the crowd, not letting him see my face. At this moment, I felt somewhat fortunate. If I had waited a few more seconds, perhaps Yichio would have noticed the difference in the nightmare. "Yichio, are you okay? Are you injured? That damn guy." Classmates from Jiangqing First High School noticed this scene and rushed forward to help him up. Yichio was recognized as a prodigy, breaking through to the 9th stage of body cultivation at the age of 15. Now, he was just one step away from becoming a first-grade warrior. He was a key focus of the school's attention and nurturing. Even if he couldn't refine demonic spirits, his achievements would still allow him to enter the top 9 elite academies. If he could refine a demonic spirit of 3rd grade or higher, he could enter the top 3 hero academies. When they saw me slip away, those young men could only glare at me in frustration but did not pursue me. Because there was only 1 hour left in Awakening Day, the most important thing now was to refine demonic spirits. Even Yichio, who had been knocked down, got up and didn't care about chasing me. He turned and went after another demonic spirit. Meanwhile, I fled to a remote corner, sat cross-legged, and quickly guided the nightmare demonic spirit into my dantian. However, during this process, my mind was filled with violent killing intent. I didn't understand the properties and race of the nightmare. In the previous life, only Yichio had refined it. It was through the notes he left behind after his death that people learned about this peculiar demonic spirit. Although it was listed in the rare and exotic beast ranking, the description of this evil spirit on the list only mentioned its ability to bestow exceptional talents on its owner while also depriving them of vitality and soul, without much detail. But as introduced, this nightmare is an evil spirit, an evil and mysterious existence. Even though I have only just received it and have not yet refined it, the evil aura and malevolent energy make my face change, because the nightmare is struggling desperately inside me. Screaming madly, the stabbing pain in my mind makes me feel dizzy. Fortunately, having lived 2 lives, in my past life as a warrior of the 8th rank, I have experienced countless life and death battles, and hundreds of demonic beasts have died at my hands. This interference does not pose a significant threat, no matter how the roaring and killing intent erode, as long as I hold on to my original intention. However, my soul sea is too small, my soul power is too weak, and the speed of refinement is not even enough to match the rejection speed of the nightmare, which is the main reason why I could not become a demon spirit master in my previous life. If Yichio's soul power is compared to a basin of water, my soul power is at most a cup. With my current soul power, I can't even refine the lowest grade demon spirit, let alone the nightmare ranked 7th on the list of exotic beasts. At this moment, I truly admire Yichio. He is indeed the great god who once made the Glory Alliance uproar. He didn't fuse with the demon spirit just now not because of lack of talent, but because he simply didn't care. Soul spirit change. At this moment, I silently recite in my heart, the spiritual energy in my body begins to surge, gradually undergoing a wonderful transformation. In the previous life, my biggest regret was not being able to become a demon spirit master. For this, I spent many years and finally found the possibility of becoming a demon spirit master. Soul spirit transformation. This was a secret skill that transformed the spiritual energy in the body into soul energy in a short period of time. Although Lin Feng in his previous life had obtained this secret skill, he didn't dare to cultivate it, because the process of soul spirit transformation could not be stopped. That is, when running this technique, all the spiritual energy in that sea of qi would be transformed into soul energy. And since Lin Feng already possessed the strength of a Zongshi in his previous life, it was obviously more than worth it to make him give up more than 10 years of hard training and start cultivating from scratch. But right now, he was only at the 7th stage of physical cultivation and was still in the stage of strengthening his qi and blood, so he didn't have much to worry about. The spiritual energy shook slightly, constantly transforming into soul energy and sinking into the Sea of Souls. The soul power in the Sea of Souls continued to accumulate. The nightmare was flushed by the soul power. The originally pitch-black body was quickly stained with a layer of gray, and gradually, the gray color occupied 4/5 of the body. Almost there. So close. Just when Lin Feng felt that he was about to succeed, the nightmare trembled slightly. Its empty pupils flowed, and it steeply blossomed into a blinding light. No good. A feeling of horror passed through his mind. The sensation creeps people out and stirs up goosebumps on their bodies, only to see that demonic spirit, struggling, becoming more and more violent, and a stabbing pain coming from its mind and dantian. Demon spirit revolt. Lin Feng was a little panicked in his heart. If the demonic spirit was out of control, it would be certain death. It's a good thing it didn't work before, or we'd have lost a lot of money. Lin Feng laughed bitterly in his heart. He was currently at the 7th stage of physical cultivation, the qi and blood stage. Physical cultivation is the initial stage of martial arts. Physical cultivation is divided into 9 stages, mainly through physical training, challenging the limits of the body, and with dietary supplements, quenching the body, so that the body is strong, responsive, and full of qi and blood, and laying a good foundation for martial arts. Physical cultivation realm. Each breakthrough segment enhanced the strength of 100 pounds. The 9th stage of physical cultivation, on the other hand, possessed a strength of nearly 1,000 pounds. The physical cultivation realm was unable to cultivate techniques, and the spiritual energy in a martial artist's body was a not-so-minor amount that was passively inhaled into the body by opening the air holes every time he exercised his physique and challenged his limits. Even if there was enough spiritual power to perform the soul-spirit transformation, and the spiritual power was transformed into soul power, this transformed soul power was not pure and would be like a catalyst, causing the demonic spirit to fall into a state of madness. Secret techniques have special effects, but they are not foolproof. It doesn't allow someone who can't refine a demon spirit to directly refine a high-level demon spirit. With Lin Feng's willpower and the help of the secret technique, he should be able to refine a 6th-ranked demon spirit. As for the nightmare, because of its special characteristics, although it wasn't as difficult as refining an 8th and 9th order demonic spirit, it wasn't comparable to a normal 7th order demonic spirit. At this point, if one were to refine it in a hasty manner, one would only end up with their soul flying away. Seal the evil law seal. Although Lin Feng felt pity, he wasn't too surprised. Talent wouldn't be talent if it was that easy to change. Lin Feng slightly arched his back. His hands were hidden in front of his chest, blocking out the gazes of others. As he quickly made a seal, a burst of dry, hot tingling pain slightly came from his limbs, as if he was being roasted by flames. A trace of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, the blood within his body began to boil and converge in his soul sea, coalescing to form a blood-red cage that encased the soul sea. The moment this cage appeared, the rioting nightmare stiffened and instantly disappeared, and the next moment its figure appeared within the cage. The nightmare faintly froze, then let out a piercing scream and kept hitting the cage, but to no avail. The bloody cage probed out a bloody chain and pierced into the nightmare's body, and the pitch-black nightmare was gradually dyed red with the color of blood, which looked demonic and bizarre. Boom! Steeply, there was a roaring sound in his head, and his originally fervent blood gradually cooled down. Lin Feng shivered and felt a little cold. With my current strength I simply can't refine it, so I can only seal it temporarily. Lin Feng opened his eyes and a hint of pity passed through his eyes. He tried to stand up to God, but his legs boiled like lead to explode, and the next moment he was going to be so weak that he couldn't help but collapse to the ground. At this moment, Lin Feng's face was extremely pale and weak. With his current strength, using the sealing evil seal once, not only did he lose a serious amount of blood, but even his internal organs suffered some damage. The most obvious thing was that his muscles were torn, and now his chi and blood were empty, and the foundation of his cultivation was damaged. At this point, he's paying a big price. Good to finally catch this nightmare. The loss is ultimately nothing compared to the gain. Breathing deeply and easing up for a while, Lin Feng then stood up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. If he hadn't prepared an extra hand, he might have really flipped the boat in the gutter. Hey! Sighing slightly, Lin Feng raised his head and motionlessly observed his surroundings. At this time the awakening day was nearing its end. Some teenagers had already celebrated in advance. More people were still desperately chasing after the demonic spirits, and it seemed that no one had noticed him. In the eyes of outsiders, Lin Feng, whose face was pale, sweating profusely, and whose body had not undergone demonization, had failed to awaken. The shadow demon spirit, on the other hand, had already gone up in smoke because it had failed to refine it. When Lin Feng found Gao Hai, the latter was refining the demonic spirit and his body was undergoing a mutation. Lin Feng was guarding the side, preventing anyone from accidentally interfering, only to see Gao Hai's fat face reddened, veins all gushing out, his mouth letting out a hiss of pain, his body's fat flesh slightly trembling, swaying like waves. He saw Lin Feng, but he couldn't even utter a word in pain. Lin Feng's heart trembled slightly. How similar that gaze was. Ah, with the last hiss, the original chubby and rather comical Gao Hai. At this time, the eyes become round and large, the nose swells, the heavenly full forehead on both sides of the growth of two curved and pointed bull horns, pitch black bull horns like two sharp blades. The limbs become thick, the skin becomes dark red, oily, due to the demonic spirit possessing the body. The original overly obese body became a little more robust, but still cannot see that there is a muscular silhouette. Brother Feng, I've refined the powerful demon bull. I've finally succeeded. Gao Hai shouted in excitement, his voice becoming slightly rough with the demonic spirit possessing him. To Gao Hai, being able to become a demon spirit master, this was already not easy. Even though the rank of the vigorous demon bull was not high, the second-ranked demon spirit belonged to the primary demon spirit, and did not have a natural skill and could not attach attribute damage. You finally become a demon spirit master. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Before the cataclysm, getting into a major university and graduating with a good, easy, decent job or making a lot of money in business was the goal of the vast majority of students. But by now, becoming a demon spiritist is the dream that every teenage girl aspires for. Not only Gao Hai, Lin Feng was no exception. Ever since they were young, they had fantasized about growing up quickly and reaching the age of 18, when they would be able to participate in the awakening day, refine their own demon spirits, become powerful demon spirit masters, and change the state of the family's life. The two had discussed more than once what demonic spirit to refine, what demonic spirit was the most powerful, the most handsome and domineering, and what abilities suited them best. Lin Feng clearly remembered that what Gao Hai wanted to refine was a mammoth of the 9th rank. Gao Hai grew fat, which destined him to have great strength but slow attack movement speed, while the mammoth was a metallic demonic spirit with notoriously high defense, high attack and low speed, which was a very suitable demonic spirit for Gao Hai. And what Lin Feng had wanted to fuse at first was a 9th-order green-winged dragon demon spirit. Compared to his strength, his speed and agility were even better, and his future development went in the direction of a blast swordsman, while the green-winged dragon belonged to the sub-dragon demonic spirit, with a dragon bloodline in its body. Not only did it possess the ability to fly, but it could also control thunder and lightning, making it a rare thunder attribute demonic spirit. During the initial discussion, both of them wanted to refine a 9th-order demonic spirit. As for the demonic spirits on the Earth list, of course they wanted to but only fantasize about it in your dreams. There were 100,000 people in Jiangcheng who participated in the Awakening Day every year, but they didn't necessarily refine a single Earth-ranking demon spirit. It was simply unrealistic. In fact, a demon spirit of the 9th order was also very unrealistic. Those were all geniuses picked out of 10,000. If they could refine a demon spirit of the 7th order, or even the 5th order, they would be satisfied. Brother Feng, how are you doing? What demonic spirit have you refined? After the joy had passed, Gao Hai saw that Lin Feng hadn't demonized him and asked in a hurry. No, couldn't find the right one. Lin Feng shook his head. The situation was a bit complicated at this point. If the nightmare was refined, it would be easier to just say so instead, because in the eyes of the others, it was just a shadow demon spirit. However, that nightmare had only been sealed by him and had not been refined. And secret techniques like Seal of Evil were extremely rare. The source of the secret technique Lin Feng couldn't explain it, and using such a secret technique to seal a 5th order demonic spirit seemed to be a bit of a big deal and out of the ordinary. Without being careful, it was easy to guess that this demonic spirit was different. Although, By definition, once a demon spirit was refined, it belonged to the refiner and could not be taken away from them. But the nightmare that was in Lin Feng's body at this moment was only sealed by him with a special secret technique and hadn't been refined. And some rare secret techniques also had the function of absorbing the innate abilities of demon spirits. Although the requirements for the use of these secret techniques were very high and it was impossible to replicate them exactly. With the special effects of nightmares, even 1/10 of them would be enough to make someone desperate. The two truths of a man who carries a jade ring and a man who shows off his wood in the forest are very clear to Lin Feng. How? Gao Hai said incredulously, those round eyes staring like bronze bells. Lin Feng was a physical cultivation 7th stage. His strength was stronger than his physical cultivation 6th stage. Growing up together, as Lin Feng's little brother, in Gao Hai's opinion, Lin Feng would definitely refine a demonic spirit of a higher grade than him to be right. But soon, Gao Hai comforted, it's okay, with your talent, maybe the school will prepare a better demonic spirit for you. Whoa! Right at this moment, an uproar steeply came from the crowd. Look, that person has refined the charming butterfly. At those words, Lin Feng and Gao Hai also looked towards the light screen. In the light screen, a young girl wearing a blue and white school uniform closed her eyes tightly. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly on her innocent and charming little face. Her fists were clenched tightly, and her complexion looked painful. With the passage of time, her body was undergoing a mutation. 7 colored rays of light surged out, and a pair of colorful wings came through her back, which were extremely gorgeous, and under the sunlight flashed with a fascinating halo. Flapping slightly, floating the young girl's body in mid-air, a pair of colorful dangling tentacles appeared on both sides of her forehead. Her originally fair skin glowed with a faint pink color, and 3 fuchsia patterns slowly climbed up her neck and the small half of her small face, like a sultry violet, making it look even more charming. And when her eyes opened, a pair of pink eyes breathed an indescribably seductive aura. Is that Yakko? Blue and white school uniforms. The only school with such earthy colors as ours. No way. She's fused with a flying demon spirit. More than just a flying demon spirit. Telling you to read more books in general. That's an 8th order charming butterfly. Although its combat power isn't strong, but as a rare spirit-based demon spirit, its special role makes it a bit more precious than some 9th order demon spirits. More precious than a 9th order demon spirit. This Yagu is really going to soar. This talent will surely get the school's key cultivation. I'm only afraid that I don't need to take the college entrance exam, and the 9 universities will be specially recruited. It's not just the 9 universities. The 3 major hero academies are fine. Isn't she Lin Feng's girlfriend? Then what kind of demonic spirit did Lin Feng refine? Lin Feng is a waste of space. His talent is too poor. He failed to refine, and he looks like he's injured. The teenagers didn't cover up their arguments too much, and even when they realized that Lin Feng was beside them, they didn't care. Brother Feng, have you seen Yagu? She actually fused the 8th ranked charming butterfly. It's too powerful. Takumi waved his hands and shouted excitedly. The 3 of them had grown up together as neighbors and classmates, and it was natural for Yagu to be happy for her as she transformed into a butterfly. The butterfly effect? Lin Feng said in his heart and was also a bit surprised. He also didn't expect that this time, Yagu would be so lucky as to refine the 8th ranked charming butterfly. And not only was the level of the demon spirit higher, but the natural soul skill was also more powerful. This spirit system demon spirit is not a cabbage. It is extremely rare, even rarer than the thunder attribute demon spirit. Charming butterfly is a spiritual demonic beast. The growth process is divided into 4 stages. Egg, larva, chrysalis, butterfly. Larval stage strength is very weak, more to emit spiritual fluctuations, to control other low-level demonic beasts to survive. After the butterfly has the strength of the 8th order demonic beast, has a pair of colorful wings. Incitement can be released to make a person hallucinogenic pollen. In the hammer-like tentacles can be emitted spiritual attacks, make people dizzy or even deaf. This was the record of the charmed butterfly in the Book of Demonic Beasts. Not only is it rare, but the charmed butterfly is also beautiful to look at. And the demon spirit exudes even more charm when fused with a human. In the top 10 list of demon spirits that women would most like to refine, the charming butterfly ranked 3rd, after the 9-tailed flame fox and the Medusa demon spirit. It is one of the preferred demonic spirits that many young girls dream of. Spirit demonic spirits. Their combat power might not be strong, but they were a good helper to assist in assassination. And that bizarre spirit attack could not be defended against. Many demonic beasts had strong physical bodies and terrifying fighting strength, but they feared mental attacks. So compared to other types of demonic spirits, mental demonic spirits were a bit more precious. Lin Feng observed a circle. Jiangxin Middle School. This time the students above the 5th stage of physical cultivation came to nearly 5,000 people, but only less than 500 could be demonized. Almost all of them were intermediate and elementary demonic spirits, and there were not many of the 7th order, only 7, and there were only 2 of the 8th order, and one of them was Yagu, and there was not even a single one of the 9th order. Flapping her wings and floating in mid-air, Yagu was like a butterfly fairy in the forest, and at this moment, she became the center of attention for 10,000 people, because she had just refined the demon spirit, coupled with the attention of so many people. The young girl was obviously a bit nervous and acted a bit unsteady. The colorful wings quickly stirred, her sense of balance was off balance, and she flew sideways, but after trying for a while, the young girl was able to roughly maneuver her wings to float and move, and her expression gradually calmed down. This little girl is so beautiful. I'm so envious of her. An 8th-ranked charming butterfly. Beautiful and powerful. I'm so envious. She'd look even better in a dress. Amidst a crowd of envy and murmurs, Yagu incited her wings and arrived at the area where Zhang Xian Middle School was located. When she spotted a familiar figure in the crowd, as if she had found her way, she quickly appeared in front of Lin Feng, condescendingly inquiring from mid-air. Lin Feng, what demonic spirit have you refined? I don't know if it was because of the demonic spirit possession, but there was more indifference and condescension in Yaji's originally gentle voice. Congratulations! Lin Feng slightly tilted his head and looked at the girl who was like a butterfly fairy and said, I didn't refine it. Failed. How did it fail? Yagu looked at Lin Feng and muttered, the disappointment in her eyes not hidden in the slightest. Yagu, your soul power is surprisingly so high that you were able to fuse an 8th-ranked demonic spirit. In the future the three grew up together. Gao Hai obviously felt that the atmosphere at this time was a bit awkward, even a bit depressing, so he opened his mouth to ease the atmosphere and said, but somehow the atmosphere was even more oppressive. Under Yaji's condescending gaze, Lin Feng's expression was calm and indifferent. He didn't say a single word more, which made Yaji's expression change slightly. She wanted to then ask, but she couldn't see a trace of envy or inferiority in those dark pupils. They were as calm as a pool of autumn water. Yagu was a little afraid to look directly at Lin Feng's gaze at this time. She gently landed on the ground and landed beside Lin Feng. Only she was no longer as close as before. Knock. The last bell rings to announce that the annual day of awakening has come to an end. The rainbow-like demonic spirits were sucked into the blue moon by a mysterious force and sealed once more. They will appear again on this day next year until the day they are refined. A wonderful event ended with a crowd of onlookers who were slow to disperse. Ooh-hoo! The teenage girls who did not fuse their demonic spirits looked dejected. Their heads hung low, their eyes reddened, and they descended from the altar with sadness and unwillingness. Becoming a demon spiritist is every student's dream. It is every parent's greatest hope for their child. They have been preparing for this day for many years. Dreams were ruthlessly shattered by reality, and a number of mentally fragile students fainted directly on the altar before being assisted and carried away by the staff who had prepared for the event. The teenagers who had become demon spirit masters, on the other hand, held their heads up with happy and proud smiles at the corners of their mouths, enjoying the gazes and envy of the people. From this moment onwards, those who had become demon spirit masters were already above martial artists. It can be said that they are entering a new beginning in their lives. And among these many teenage girls, the 3 figures were the brightest, and the light screen kept cycling through the images of these 3 refining the demonic spirits. These 3 were all teenagers, and the ones they refined were all 9th-order demon spirits. And among these 3, a yellow-haired teenager who was dressed somewhat non-mainstream was the most dazzling. With Lin Feng's knowledge of demonic spirits, even without reading the subtitles hints, he could instantly recognize that the yellow-haired teenager was fusing a 9th-ranked 6-winged fantasy python. On the day of awakening, Lin Feng's dream was to refine the 9th-ranked green-winged dragon, but in terms of preciousness and power, the 6-winged fantasy python was slightly better. It was a demonic spirit that all speed-type martial artists dreamed of, and naturally Lin Feng was no exception. In Lin Feng's curious gaze, the yellow-haired teenager possessed by the demonic spirit had become extremely slender, looking a full 1.5 meters, with a purple scale in the center of his forehead, and vertical rows of green pupils that looked a bit weird, like snake pupils, with a chill that made people shudder. In his back, there are 3 pairs of translucent feathers, slightly incised but extremely fast. The 6-winged phantom python's natural skill, illusion, was even more powerful. With a short period of time, the body of the illusion, ignoring the effect of attacks, which is a god-level soul skill, a 9th-ranked demon spirit possessed the qualifications to be specially recruited by the 3 major hero academies even if they didn't take the college entrance exams. There was no doubt that these 3 were the protagonists of the day, the pride of heaven. But just when everyone thought that this awakening day had come to an end, a figure suddenly appeared in the light curtain. Roar! In the scene, a teenager is hysterically letting out an animalistic roar that doesn't sound like a human voice. A black dark current around the teenager. His body swelled up. His hands continue to expand, veins emerge into a dragon claw, snort sound, a dragon tail from its tailbone, slightly shaking, like a steel whip, black scales spread to the whole body, gradually form the black armor. Armor is densely covered with a root of sharp spikes, perhaps too much pain, the teenage boy mutation at the same time crazy pounding the ground. The marble floor was cracked by the teenager's pounding, striking a small crater hard with his flesh and blood. Even though blood was splattered, it still didn't stop the teenager from hurting himself. Crazy pounding. A pair of black wings with blood from both sides of the teenager's body constantly born. The pair of wings, wingspan of more than 2 meters long, like a black blade, fanning between the ground left a road ditch marks. After a while, the teenager slowly stopped struggling, and when he raised his head, a pair of reddish gold vertical pupils emerged, transmitting a hint of coldness and madness. Thorn Magic Dragon. Everyone looked at this scene in shock as the Thorn Demon Dragon Demon Spirit, which was ranked 17th on the Earth ranking list, was refined by someone. Undoubtedly, this was the most shocking scene of today's Awakening Day, a rare occurrence for decades. A moment of quiet was followed by a tsunami of cheers, and there was no doubt that the teenager was the center of attention at that moment. All of them couldn't suppress their inner excitement. They waved their hands and screamed frantically to release their inner excitement. The original focus of the yellow-haired teenager became a companion in this instant. At the moment, there was no going to focus on him. The demonic spirits of the 9th rank. Every year on the Day of Awakening, there were people who had successfully refined them, but the demonic spirits of the Earth list were rare, sometimes even appearing only once in 10 years, and many people had never seen them with their own eyes in their entire lives. Not to mention that it was also the 17th on the Earth ranking, the Thorn Demon Dragon, which was known for its strong attacks. Such a powerful demonic spirit was also called a god-level demonic spirit. Too perverted. Is the difference between my second rank and the demonic spirits of the Earth ranking so great? On the altar, Gao Hai watched this scene with shock and envy. At the side of Yagu, at this time, she also put away her pride, and her moving eyes were permeated with a hint of complexity. Although her charming butterfly belonged to the 8th rank, it was comparable to a 9th rank demon spirit in terms of preciousness. A demon spirit of the 9th rank and a demon spirit of the Earth ranking appeared to be only one rank apart, but their potential and combat power were worlds apart, and there was even no comparison to a god-ranked demon spirit like the Thorn Demon Dragon. His soul power is only terrifyingly strong. Under the altar, Lin Fang's gaze was surprised. The teenager's appearance was made impossible to easily recognize because of the demonic spirit possessing him, but the pieces of cloth scattered on the ground proved that he belonged to the first middle school. In the first middle school, the only one who could have this talent was that Yi Qiu. This talented young man, even though he had lost his nightmare, had refined the Thorn Demon Dragon of the Earth ranking. This was a dragon demon spirit with strong attack power, and its natural skill, Hell Dragon Flame, was also a rare divine grade soul skill. Such a flying demon spirit, no matter whether it was a long-distance attack or a melee battle, attack power or defense, it had almost no weaknesses and could be called perfect. This kind of demonic spirit, Lin Feng could only fantasize about it in his dreams. He didn't even dare to hope that he could refine it. It really is a supreme genius. Lin Feng could only secretly sigh. The demonic spirits of the Earth rankings were originally extremely rare, and it was simply impossible to refine them if they weren't soul cultivation geniuses. The demon spirits that ranked in the top 30 of the Earth list were also called god-level demon spirits, extremely powerful and precious, and could not be found in the outside world except for the guardian artifacts. A demonic spirit of this level had never appeared on Jiang Cheng's Awakening Day. Not to mention Jiang Cheng, even the whole country has never appeared. Yi Qiu made history. The appearance of the Thorn Demon Dragon caused the scene to boil. Such a valuable demonic spirit that even the great figures on the high platform longed for. The demonic spirits they provided were at the highest level of the 9th rank, and the Earth ranking demon spirits were all left over from the Aurora battle. Looks like Jiang Cheng is going to be lively today. On the high platform, as the guardian of Jiang City, Martial King Jiang Chu was also shocked. Undeniably, even he had some envy in the moment just now. As a demon spirit master, Jiang Chu understood that someone who refined a high-level demon spirit did not mean that they were more powerful than someone who refined a low-level demon spirit. Demon spirits need to be cultivated, and if you don't cultivate them well, it's useless even if you have a high level. The grade of a demon spirit didn't exactly imply combat power, but more mainly implied potential for growth. The higher the level, the faster the growth rate, and the higher the success rate and level of absorbing soul skills. In the initial stages of refining a 5th-order demonic spirit and refining a 7th-order demonic spirit, the demonic spirits both started growing from the 1st order, and there wasn't much of a difference in their combat power. It was just that a 5th-ranked demon spirit could grow to 5th-ranked and could absorb 5 soul skills, while a 7th-ranked demon spirit could absorb 7 soul skills, And that was the significance of the demon spirit's rank. But if the grades are far apart, then they cannot be treated by this standard. For example, Yichio's Thorn Demon Dragon could crush the vast majority of second-order demon spirits when it was initially a first-order demon spirit, and even some third-order demon spirits with lower combat power, and a demon spirit of this rank possessed the strength to fight across the ranks. Line up one by one and take your time. At this time, although the Day of Awakening had already ended, Lin Feng and the others did not leave, but under the command, they were orderly divided into 10 rows and lined up towards a one-person high mirror. The teenagers passed through in an orderly fashion. And there was something magical about that mirror. When an ordinary person passed through, it didn't change in any way. On the contrary, when a demon spiritist appeared, it would reflect the demonic spirit inside the person. This mirror, it has an interesting name, Demon Mirror. The reason the Demon Shining Mirror was first invented was to prevent any top-tier demonic beasts from transforming into human form and mingling on Earth, such as that mysterious white-clothed youth. And now it was mainly to record information and also to prevent people from using some secret techniques to steal demon spirits. I wonder if I'll be discovered. Lin Feng, who was standing in line, was a little uneasy in his heart. Inside him, the nightmare was sealed by the sealing evil Dharma seal and was not refined. If it was detected by the Demon Shining Mirror, it might be forcibly taken away, and even if he gave his reasons, it would reveal the special features of this demon spirit, and it was clear that neither of these outcomes was what he wanted. What's on your mind, Windy? Gao Hai, who was in line behind him, seemed to see that there was something strange about Lin Feng and asked suspiciously. Nothing. Oh, Gao Hai turned to look at Yagu, pointed at Lin Feng and whispered, Brother Feng seems to be in a bad mood? In Gao Hai's opinion, being unable to fuse the demonic spirits, Lin Feng was obviously a little frustrated and sad. Instead, Yagu fused the charming butterfly and soared into the sky. It was better not to compare, but this comparison was even more difficult. Gao Hai wanted to go and comfort Lin Feng, but he didn't know how to speak. Yagu was still in the state of demonic transformation. Her pink pupils flickered slightly, permeated with a seductive aura. She shook her head and didn't say anything. After waiting in line for half an hour, it was finally Lin Feng's turn. He suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and slowly walked up, only to see that the Demon Shining Mirror was empty. Lin Feng, 18 years old, senior at Zhang Middle School, Strength Physical Cultivation 7th Stage. After recording his identity information, Lin Feng was taken away. Inside the sealing evil seal is a special space that seems to have shielded the Demon Shining Mirror's ability to perceive it. After Lin Feng, it was Gao Hai's turn to test. A burly bull demon appeared within the Demon Shining Mirror, and after Gao Hai, there was Yagu. At this time, she still maintained her demonized state, so everyone knew that she had fused an 8th-ranked charming butterfly. Standing in front of the demon mirror, the young girl enjoyed the envious gazes of the crowd, a small smile spreading from the corners of her mouth. In the crowd's line of sight, a gorgeous butterfly demon with 7 colored feathers and a seductive aura slowly appeared. This butterfly demon caused a burst of gasps as it appeared. Yagu, 18 years old, senior at Zhang Middle School, Strength Physical Cultivation 6th Stage, refining 8th Order Charming Butterfly, and after recording the information, Yagu had just left. Waiting in the wings, the heads of the major martial arts schools and clubs all swarmed up and couldn't wait. Ms. Yako, please join us at the Rue Club. We have a contract worth millions of dollars for you. Ms. Ye, our Hurricane Martial Arts School is a veteran martial arts school in Zhangchang. As long as you sign, we can immediately provide you with a residence and a SGD 5 million joining fee. Mr. Yagu, it's better to join our Lightning Club. Our club is an A-class club. We'll prepare an 8-year and 40 million contract for you. And when you graduate from university, we will prepare an endorsement contract worth $10 million for you. Our jazz club has prepared a 10-year SGD 100 million contract for you, and the rest of the 4-6 tier. U6. The conditions are absolutely superior. You'll be treated exactly the same as the superstar Jade Wang back in the day. Major martial arts schools and clubs have thrown down the gauntlet. Yako, who had never had this experience before, was clearly a bit overwhelmed, but having never eaten pork has obviously seen a pig run, and the smart girl obviously knows the truth of waiting for the price. She did not agree to anyone, but politely took the business card of the crowd, and then smiled and said, "Thank you for your favor. I have to go home and talk to my family." This answer naturally didn't satisfy the crowd, so some people started to raise the price, but Yagu didn't let up. Although they didn't get the desired result, the young girl's respectful attitude flattered the crowd. "Student Yagu, I'm the head of the Jiangcheng branch of the Gathering Star Club, and we invite you to join." Just then, a voice rang out, and everyone abruptly quieted down. "Ah, the Gathering of the Stars Club. It doesn't say anything about the conditions, but the name alone is enough. That could be a top 3 club in the Pride League every year. No way. The Gathering Star Club has stepped up. Damn it. The Gathering Star Club has come to get involved in this. So let's all disperse. Although they were rejected by Yagu, the clubs didn't die and were prepared to contact them privately. But now that they heard about the Polystar Club's solicitation, they were instantly dissuaded. This gathering of the Stars Club can be considered the giants of clubs. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's harder to enter the Gathering Club than it is to enter the 3 hero academies. Even the best graduates of the 3 major hero academies would have a hard time joining this club. Although the 8th order charmed butterfly was rare, and its value and special effects were comparable to a 9th order demon spirit, it shouldn't be in the other party's eyes. Their targets should have been Bai Xingji, who had refined the 6-winged fantasy python, and Yi Cho, who had refined the thorny demon dragon. What are you so excited about? Lin Feng felt a little amused as he looked at Gao Hai beside him. The latter was trembling a little with excitement at this moment, his bullish-looking face swollen and red. Is there a need to be so excited? It's not like you were invited? Why am I so excited? You ask? It's the gathering of the Stars Club. Gao Hai turned his head and clenched his fists, somewhat incredulously. Now in the year 2389 AD, the world has begun to look different since 2056, when a tiny crack appeared all over the planet. These cracks were small at first, as thick as thin paper, so no one knew what was inside them. However, as the crack appeared and gradually widened, it brought with it a strange energy. This energy is known to humans as psychic energy. The emergence of spiritual power has led to a substantial increase in human physical quality, the reappearance of martial arts, and the opening of the era of cultivation for all people. But again, the beast has undergone a lesion, or evolution. Countless flying birds and beasts evolved into demonic beasts, possessing all kinds of powerful and bizarre abilities. Compared to humans, demonic beasts have an innate advantage in their physical bodies, and the wildness in their blood made the demonic beasts start attacking humans. In the face of a strong demonic beast, ordinary thermal weapons couldn't do much at all. Even if nuclear bombs were used regardless of the consequences, there were demonic beasts that could not even be killed by nuclear bombs, and would even cause mutations to make them even stronger. Only powerful martial artists could kill the top-tier demonic beasts, but it was clear that the demonic beasts were much more numerous than the martial artists. At that time, the sky saw no sunlight and was covered with birds of prey, the ground was red with blood, and mankind became a lost cause in food. In just 6 months, the human population plummeted from 9 billion to 5 billion. Some of the smaller countries simply perished. It wasn't until the day a brainy martial artist incorporated a demonic spirit into his dantian that mankind avoided being exterminated. Demon spirit into the body. Refining the demon spirit. You can have part of the power of the demon beast, flying in the sky and hiding in the ground omnipotent. The emergence of the demon spiritist gave humans a foothold and gradually became stronger, eventually expelling the demon beasts from their homes. During the experience of the disaster, mankind united as never before and eventually drove out the demonic beasts. And not long after the battle ended, the peace of mankind was shattered as the rift grew larger and larger, even allowing people to enter. It turned out that within those cracks was an even more vast and mysterious world, and also a more dangerous one. It was named Otherworld. It was from there that the spiritual energy on Earth sprang forth, and the concentration of spiritual energy in the Otherworld was more than twice that of Earth, with all kinds of heavenly treasures being birthed, as well as all kinds of mysterious demonic beasts and alien races peering in the darkness. At that time, human beings had not yet discovered these alien races hidden in the darkness, so the Otherworld was a natural treasure for various countries, and thus, the countries started to fight for it. In just 10 years, mankind was plunged into a civil war, with powerful martial artists and demonic spirit masters from various countries fighting in other worlds and in reality, which led to the outbreak of a world war. The human wars gave the alien race an opportunity to invade the Earth, and the most tragic war in history, the Battle of Aurora, broke out. This battle between two worlds, of different races, came close to extinguishing the human race, and was only finally stopped when the nations stopped the war and withdrew completely from the Otherworld, developing the Guardian artifacts. The war has ceased, but the struggle for profit has not. In order to avoid repeating the mistakes of the past and to work together to deal with the invasion of the Fae, the nations came together to sign an agreement to create a tournament. That's the Battle for Glory. The ranking of each country in the Battle of Glory determines the division of otherworldly territories, the belonging of interdimensional space gates, the supply of resources, the right to research scientific achievements, and even the right to speak and vote in the World Conference, and so on. And that's why, in today's day and age, actors and singers are just the spice of life, and the only stars are the glorified contestants. Gathering Star Club, a club that has always entered the top 5 clubs in the Battle of Glory in China, and has steadily stayed in the top 3 over the years. A powerhouse in the Glory League. Gathering Stars, as its name suggests, the purpose of this club is to bring together all the top stars of the Glory League. It's a great future to be a part of it. That's why Gao Hai was so excited. Even if the invitation wasn't for myself, I couldn't help but be excited. After all, Yagu was his best friend that he had played with since childhood. If she could join the Gathering Star Club in the future, he would have face when he talked about it. Who would dare to bully him? The Gathering of the Stars Club? Wrapped up in sudden happiness, Yagu looked thrilled as well, her eyes a little confused and surprised, seemingly a little disbelieving. But even so, the young girl still didn't lose her cool. She obviously knew the name of the Gathering of the Stars Club and asked with some confusion. Why me? This year she is only 18 years old. Physical cultivation 6 paragraphs only. Strength in the same age belongs to the middle of the upper sum. Qualification cannot even say excellent, not to mention the genius. She was ranked just 5,000th in Gangshan First High School. If she hadn't been pretty, she would have been just an ordinary girl in school. Although the one that was refined today was an 8th order charming butterfly. It would take at least 5 years for the demon spirit to truly grow up. Previously, numerous clubs and martial arts schools were looking at her potential, intending to sign long contracts and then train her. As for the Gathering Star Club, as a top 10 club and a powerhouse of the Glory League, they cultivated super talents or professional players who could directly participate in the Battle of Glory. And she didn't seem qualified enough. The person in charge of the Gathering Star Club was a woman wearing a martial arts uniform. She looked to be about 30 years old. Not really pretty, but quite elegant. Seeing Yagu a little puzzled, she smiled. The one you joined is naturally not the Gathering Star Battle Team, but the Blue Sea Battle Team of the top 10 echelon team. The Blue Sea Battle Team has had a very good record over the past few years, and right now the team is lacking a spirit system demon spiritist, and I think the Charmed Butterfly is very suitable. Zhang Ling explained, her tone confident, not giving any conditions. So it is. Yako nodded, letting go. Although it was a top 10 gradient team, she wasn't frustrated. On the contrary, she felt that it was the right thing to do. She wouldn't believe it if it was the Polystar Battle Team. The members of the Gathering Star Battle Team were all demons, almost all of them refining rare and powerful 9th order demonic spirits, or even Earth-ranking demon spirits, and even if they were substitutes, it was not something she could wish for. Even joining the latter team was unexpected for Yako. Those who were able to sign up for the Gathering Star must all have their own excellence in addition to refining high-level demon spirits. Either the martial arts talent was outstanding, or there was a wealth of experience in actual combat, and the soul skills absorbed were rare or perfectly paired. And by no means could she be compared to them. Just as Yagu was immersed in surprise, an image flashed through Lin Feng's mind. Charmed Butterfly, Charmed Banshee? At this moment, Lin Feng abruptly recalled something. Although there are grades of demon spirits, it doesn't mean that low-grade demon spirits don't have the chance to evolve into high-grade demon spirits. It's just that this kind of evolution is extremely difficult. To evolve, not only do you need resources to feed it, but more importantly, you need to know the route of evolution. After refining the demon spirit, the grade and type of demon spirit that should be absorbed were different at each different stage. If one were to mess around blindly, it was likely that the demonic spirit would be crippled, and not only would its strength regress, but even its grade might regress. The biggest benefit of joining the club is that there is a specialized team to design and plan the growth direction of the demon spirit, the matching of soul skills, and even the route of advancement based on the person's strength and characteristics, and future career path. From memory, Lin Feng had seen the appearance of the Charming Banshee at a National Collegiate Pride League. The 9th Order Charming Banshee was evolved from the 8th Order Charming Butterfly. It wasn't that Lin Feng had a good memory, but the news was too sensational at the time. The reason that could cause such a stir was not that the charming demoness was too precious, but that the person who refined it was named Han Tian. Yeah, right, that's a guy. A male refined the Charming Butterfly and even allowed it to advance to a charming demoness. And that Han Tian himself was very effeminate looking. The stunning image of that demonic spirit possessing his body still feels sour when he thinks about it today. Evolutionary routes are not some undisclosed secret that can be bought for a price. If there are no surprises, Yagu, who joined the gathering, will also have access to that evolutionary route. I do. The Gathering Star made a move, and Yagu didn't refuse, directly nodding her head in agreement without mentioning any conditions. Although she had refined the Charming Butterfly, as a powerful family, with the fame of the Gathering Star Club, she was not yet qualified to make conditions. To be able to join the Blue Sea Warriors, the contract will certainly not be bad. What kind of talent and strength should be signed? There is a unified standard. Of course, that's afterward. Aha. At this, Zhang Ling nodded her head, not surprised at all. After all, no one would refuse Polystar. She suddenly glanced at Gao Hai and then surveyed Lin Feng with a critical eye. She guessed that Lin Feng and Yago had an unusual relationship and should be a couple. Because Lin Feng was ranked 2 places ahead of Yago, she also knew that Lin Feng hadn't refined the demonic spirits. Rather confident, Zhang Ling said in her heart. She deliberately scanned Lin Feng with a critical gaze. With her status, a normal student would definitely have averted their eyes, or bowed their head in embarrassment, or even anger, but Lin Feng behaved calmly, unexpectedly calmly, which was a bit of a surprise to her, but only by accident. 18 years old, physical cultivation 7 paragraphs, martial arts talent is just a little above the middle, even if the physical cultivation 9 paragraphs, so what? Without refining the demonic spirit, it is just a waste. She hadn't opened her mouth to mock anything, nor did she have any malicious intent. She just had a sudden whim and wanted to use her eyes to make Lin Feng understand the gap between him and Yago. After Yago, that by Xingji, who had fused the 9th stage demonic spirit 6-winged phantom python, was also madly snatched up by numerous clubs. The teenager eventually joined the AK club. It was also an old S-class club, and although it couldn't be compared to a powerhouse like Gathering Star, it was still one of the top 10 clubs in the league. And shortly thereafter, a teenager appeared in front of the demon shooting mirror, whom the crowd hadn't recognized for a while. Yi Qiu. Only Lin Feng and a few others recognized him, perhaps because the Thorn Demon Dragon-possessed state was too dangerous. Yi Qiu changed back to his human form and changed his clothes with a calm, confident and relaxed expression. Thorn Demon Dragon. It's him! When the figure of the Thorn Demon Dragon appeared in the demon shining mirror, the crowd of onlookers shouted violently, bordering on madness. Had it not been for the large number of police officers who rushed to maintain order, it would only have caused chaos. Yi Qiu, 18 years old, senior at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, strength grade 1 martial artist, refined earth ranking 17th Thorn Demon Dragon. Although the fans were crazy, after recording the information, compared to Yago and by Xingji who faced many clubs bombing and grabbing them, Yi Qiu's turn was organized and even a bit cold. Of course, this is not a worthless performance. In the face of such a supreme genius, even A-class clubs didn't dare to open their mouths easily for fear of making a fool of themselves. Those who could compete were all S-ranked clubs and above, with a total of 7 S-ranked clubs making offers. This also includes the gathering of the Stars Club. That Zhang Ling changed her high and cold attitude when facing Yago, and her attitude was extremely enthusiastic. But the highest offer was made by a club called Thunder, which offered a 10-year and 3 billion contract with an 80-20th split. Yeah, Chu 8, Club 2. And that's just the salary. The benefits are separate. And this contract is also a gradient contract. That is, as Yi Qiu's strength becomes stronger and achieves certain results, the contract signing amount and treatment will also be increased. The specific details of the contract, Thunder did not go into detail, but certainly not low. Crazy, 3 billion Singapore dollars and an 80-20th split. That's, Gao Hai had a face of jealousy and envy. You can get $300 million a year for lying for nothing. This is the real peak of life. And 3 billion isn't really much. And Yi Qiu won't necessarily agree. Lin Feng wasn't surprised at all. The Thorn Demon Dragon that Yi Qiu had refined alone was worth so much that hundreds of billions of dollars couldn't even buy it, let alone a 10-year-long contract. In Lin Feng's opinion, compared to the $3 billion salary, the percentage of the share is more sincere. It can be imagined that in the future, when Yi Qiu really grows up, the advertising benefits and commercial revenues he can bring, the brand value, will only be tens of billions, or even tens of billions of dollars of the huge market. Compared to Gathering Star, this Thunder Club is quite discerning and bold. League of Glory has developed into one of the world's biggest tournaments and industry chain after 83 years. There were tens of thousands of clubs registered in the Huaxia Glory League alone, and the clubs were divided into 5 levels of S.A.B.C.D, with S level being the highest and D level being the lowest. Thunder Club was an old S-class club with a long history. Although it couldn't be compared to a powerhouse like Gathering Star, it was still one of the top 10 clubs in the Glory League. 3 years ago it even won the 4th place in the China Glory Pro League. People in Jiangcheng are no strangers to this club, as it is headquartered in Jiangcheng. As a crosstown club, to the people of Jiangcheng, Thunder Club is naturally more popular than Gathering Star Club. Everyone expected Yi Qiu to join Thunder Club. The head of the Thunder Club was an old man with white hair. He had dared to make such an offer, so he had obviously investigated and studied Yi Qiu, an 18-year-old first-grade martial artist, refining the 17th ranked Thorn Demon Dragon on the Earth ranking. Soul Martial are both top-tier geniuses, so it's worth their investment. You can think about it, as long as you join Thunder and reach the strength of a 6th-grade martial artist, the position of Master Warrior will be yours. Seeing Yi Qiu's delay in stating his position, that old man looked a bit hesitant, only to see him make a phone call and say a few words, then once again opened the conditions. These words immediately caused the onlookers to suck in their breath. Join the Thunderbolts. This isn't the reserve team, it's the home team. To be able to join the home team, you will inevitably receive the full force of the club's training, and there will be a team of up to 100 people to formulate the direction of its development, as well as the route of the demon spirit's upgrading and evolution. It's the kind of treatment that money can't buy, and for every player who made it into the top 10 of the Glory Warriors, they endorsed advertisements starting at hundreds of millions of SGD. So for the truly powerful and famous Glory players, money is just a number to them. The terms offered by Thunder FC had to be tantalizing, and none of the clubs had the guts to then contend for it after he made his offer. Even the Gathering of the Stars Club is the same. Zhang Ling of the Gathering Star Club had originally wanted to fight for it. As a genius like Yichio was unattainable and missing it would be regrettable for the rest of his life. It could be said that 10 Yagu could not compare to one Yichio. Just now, knowing that a supreme genius like Yichio had appeared in Zhangchang, the headquarters had already sent someone out and was rushing towards Zhangchang. The same was true for the rest of the clubs, and she had just put the phone down and was about to open a new offer when she was shocked by the words of the head of the Thunder Club. Being a powerhouse naturally has the underpinnings of being a powerhouse. Money is not a problem, naturally. The Gathering Club can offer the same price, if not higher than the Thunder Clubs. The same could be done for Yichio to join the Gathering Star Battle Team, and with Yichio's talent, it wasn't much of a problem. But do not dare to give the position of the main combatant directly. It was obvious to her that the Thunder Club was crazy. The Thorn Demon Dragon that Yichio had refined. It was a demonic spirit that possessed a strong attacking power, plus the dragon demonic spirit itself came with its own legal damage. So if there were no accidents, Yichio's future career direction would most likely be that of a battle mage. And Battle for Glory is 5 people on a team. A battle mage is the soul of a battle group if he serves as the main combatant. A large part of the mix of warband members and the way they fight is in reference to the talents and abilities of the main combatant. In other words, in order to get Yichio, Thunder Club was going to pave the way for Yichio to join the Thunder Battle Team in the future from this moment onwards, even though it was still early for Yichio to become a 6th grade martial artist. But this is extremely unfair to many players who have signed with the Thunder and have made it their ultimate goal to make the home team, and could even cause a strong backlash from those guys. Every position on the home team is decided on merit. If it's a straight-up inside job, what's the point of staying at the club when you know there's no place for you, or you can't match your abilities with Yichio? So, even if the position is indeed internalized, the club won't say so. It's taboo. It can cause turmoil in the hearts and minds of the team and directly affect the team's performance. In order to get Yichio, the Thunderbolts were clearly throwing their weight around and going out on a limb. This boldness, Zhang Ling obviously did not have, and she did not think that the Gathering Star Club would have it either. Talent represents potential, not absolute combat power, and what the future holds is anyone's guess. But to everyone's surprise, even with such a promise, Yichio was not excited. He was hesitant, though he looked somewhat intent. I'd better think about it. Thanks for the affirmation. In the end, Yichio politely replied that he hadn't joined any of the clubs and left under the cover of the many teachers in the first middle school. That's a crazy condition to not agree to. Right, if you join the Thunder Club, there will be a specialized team to develop a cultivation plan. How can it be better than cultivating on your own? What do you guys know? That Yichio heard that he's the son of the Yi group. He's obviously not poor. He's being confident in himself. He's sure that he'll get a better contract in the future. Yichio's refusal was unexpected by many, but others expressed their support and even started arguing. Such happy troubles obviously had no meaning to Lin Feng and the others, and after watching the hilarity, the 3 of them returned to the area where Jiang Xin Middle School was located. On the way, Gao Hai continuously expressed his envy and jealousy towards Yichio, showing doubts about him not joining the Thunder Club, before congratulating Yagu. Yako, congratulations. From now on you'll have to train at the Gathering Star Club in addition to school, so we'll have even less time to play together. I guess not. Yako acted a little silent along the way. Although she had refined the 8th order charming butterfly, she didn't seem to be as happy as she had imagined, occasionally responding and the rest of the time slightly bowing her head, not knowing what she was thinking about. Gao Hai obviously sensed the problem between Lin Feng and Yagu, so his words gradually became a bit less. Back in the area where the school was, Yako enjoyed the attention of the crowd watching. In Jiangxin Middle School, Yagu was one of the top 3 school beauties, and there were not a few people who had crushes on her. Originally, some of them would not hide the adoration in their hearts when they saw Yagu, but at this moment, they only dared to pay attention secretly. Fusing the 8th ranked charming butterfly, Yaji's future was no longer comparable to theirs. 3 months later, she would be admitted to the 3 Heroes Academy and become 2 worlds away from them. 8th ranked charmed butterfly. Work hard. The vice principal of Jiangxin Middle School was a middle-aged fat man who sized up Yago and encouraged him. There were roughly 100,000 students attending today's Awakening Day, but less than 60 were truly able to refine the 8th rank and above. Yago can account for one of them, and it is natural to focus on cultivating them if they can have this talent. And the charmed butterfly was very rare. This spirit system demon spirit was even more precious than the flying demon spirit. With the signing of Polystar, if there were no accidents, Yago should be able to get into the 3 great hero academies. The school had accomplished another target, and he had another shining point on his resume. Thank you, Principal Wang. I'll try my best, Yago thanked. For an ordinary student like her, it was usually very rare to see the vice principal at all, let alone encourage her. But she acted calmly and didn't look joyful at the encouragement. Jaco knows that from today, her status in life will change dramatically and the future is bright. The only regret, when he thought of this, Yago glanced towards Lin Feng with something strange in his eyes, handsome looking and well instrumented. Although Lin Feng's martial arts talent didn't reach the level of a genius, it was still considered excellent. In his senior year, he was able to rank in the top 200 in fighting and in the 500th percentile. This ranking was extremely hard for poor students like them who had no family and no consortium to support them. Hard-working, handsome, excellent talent. I have to say he was a very popular teenager with the girls. In the school, as far as Yago knew, there were many girls who liked Lin Feng and had written him love letters, but they didn't know that Lin Feng had a secret. That secret is known only to yourself. Growing up together, Yago knew that Lin Feng was not originally surnamed Lin but Young, but only followed his mother's nature at the age of 6. Although he was only a commoner, he came from a famous family, a direct descendant of the Yang family, a glorious clan in Shangjing. Although he was only an illegitimate child not recognized by the family, as long as he showed his talent, he might not be without the possibility of returning to the family in the future. In addition to the affection cultivated by childhood sweethearts, this was also the reason why he had quietly accompanied him all these years. But now, nothing is possible. Unable to refine demon spirits, without the talent of a demon spiritist, and based on his talent in martial arts alone, Lin Feng was destined to not be able to gain the attention of the Yang family in Shangjing, and to return to the family was only a pipe dream. Yago had loved and worshipped Lin Feng before, but at this point, that feeling of admiration had gradually dissipated. Lin Feng could clearly feel the change in the young girl beside him towards himself, but was indifferent. Whoa! Just as people were still lost in their own emotions, screams came, then a burst of powerful music roared through the room. Heavy metal music that made people's blood boil instantly. People subconsciously turned their heads to look. Only the surface of the light screen of the Zhongyue mansion was showing the wonderful images of this awakening day. The picture begins with an enthusiastic audience of 300,000 people. Amidst enthusiastic cheers, students in different school uniforms shone, and then the passionate music changed, became solemn and solemn, appeared as a large number of soldiers hunting demonic spirits. Defiant picture. Then many big figures contribute demonic spirits. Blue moon, play the effect. Demonic beasts attacked the city. One of the most fascinating things is naturally the wonderful images of students refining demonic spirits. More than 100,000 students attended Awakening Day today, on an altar that covers hundreds of acres. Even if they can't take their eyes off the ground, many spectators still can't see what's happening in the arena, and it's easy to miss the highlights. Now in the light screen, the process of the teenagers' fusion of demonic spirits was shown in full clarity. Those who were qualified to appear in the curtain of light were all students who had fused demonic spirits of the 8th rank or higher. After each play of the teenagers refining the demonic spirits, the name of that teenager or girl would appear on the light screen. The 300,000 spectators would then be unable to control their excitement and shout at the top of their lungs. The shout seemed to put the whole city in the midst of boiling. On this day, there is no doubt that the teenage girl who can appear in the light screen is a deserved big star. This also includes Yahweh. This was unexpected by many, including Jaco himself. Yako! As the audience shouted out the name, beside Lin Feng, the young girl trembled slightly, unable to remain calm. Yako! Look! You're really so handsome. Takumi looked even more excited than Yako, as he pulled Yako into a loud shout, looking very excited. Aha! Yagu answered, her eyes gazing at the light screen, her pink pupils emitting a radiant glow. Ambition? Lin Feng understood the implication of this gaze. He knew the value of the charmed butterfly better than everyone. In a few years, comparable to the Earth ranking's seductive Banshee, the Gathering Star Club's packaging, and the originally outstanding appearance, the young girl in front of her would be on a path that would make everyone pay attention. Although Yago was not ranked high at this time, Lin Feng knew that apart from Yichio and Baisingji, there were only a few people who could be compared to him on today's Awakening Day. Seemingly sensing Lin Feng's gaze, Ye Ge turned her head back. Lin Feng. Jaeger was a little puzzled. Lin Feng's gaze was calm to the end, neither envious nor lost, like a spectator who had no concern. Ye Ge, you'll have to cover us from now on. Ye Ge, you're this year's top 10 geniuses. You must treat yourself. The enthusiastic classmates clustered around them diverted Yako's attention, and the young girl's gaze returned to the light screen. If Ye Ge caused was shouts and Bai Xingji caused screams, then when Yichio was the grand finale. When he fused the 17th ranked Thorn Demon Dragon on the Earth ranking list, the crowd abruptly quieted down. The figure covered in thorns looked extremely shocking, and no one would question his attack power. It's 17th on the land list. This was not only the highest level of demonic spirit fusion on the Day of Awakening in the history of Zhangchang, but also the whole country. After a moment of silence, there were cheers like a tsunami, and the 300,000 spectators along with the students waved their hands and shouted in unison at this moment. Yichou! 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 This name was shouted by 300,000 people for a full 2 minutes before it slowly stopped. On this day, the name completely resounded through the streets of Zhangchang. In today's world, there might be people who didn't know what the 9 guardians of Zhangchang were called, but no one would forget the name Yichou. The final image of the light screen, on the other hand, was dominated by Yichou, with a sea of demonic beasts in the background, while the 9 demonic spirit masters, including Ye Ge, had shrunk in size, presenting themselves in a star-studded manner to surround Yichio. It's shocking, Gao Hai muttered, light radiating from his eyes. Like everyone else, he longed to appear in the curtain of light himself. It wasn't just Gao Hai, almost everyone was showing envious gazes. There were also many teenage girls who hurriedly took out their cell phones from their pockets, excitedly recording this moment. Seeing this, Lin Feng's heart moved and his eyes flickered slightly. Envious? Soon after, Lin Feng smiled and patted Gao Hai's shoulder, seemingly without thinking. There's no need to be too envious. This awakening day, the one who truly shines is Yichou alone. This is just Zhangchang. One day, our figures will appear on the stage of China, and even the world. Even in the midst of all the talk and noise, Lin Feng's words weren't hidden, and many of the people around him froze slightly as they looked at Lin Feng with extreme surprise and more than a little shame in their eyes. Many of them aimed their recording cell phones at Lin Feng. Brother Feng, you really dare to say that? Gao Hai obviously froze for a moment as well. Even though he was an admirer of Lin Feng, this was something he had only heard, couldn't believe, and was still a little embarrassed. It was just that the two had grown up together and were as close as brothers, and with his understanding of Lin Feng was somewhat withdrawn, proud and self-disciplined, and even if he had ambitions, it was absolutely impossible for him to say such absurd, shameful words in such a large crowd, unless, of course, Lin Feng is really irritated, or he had some other agenda and said that on purpose. Gao Hai was more inclined to the latter possibility. Either way, though, it was already awkward and embarrassing at this point, because he had already noticed that there were a lot of people around casting disdainful gazes at the two of them, and one of them, a teenager, pointed his cell phone at Lin Feng and laughed outright in shame. How dare you say that? A waste that can't fuse demonic spirits. A piece of trash that fuses second-order demonic spirits. How dare you say that? You think you're the national team? And standing on the world stage. Why don't you stand on Mars? That's ridiculous. It's a shame to be in the same school as him. Don't you go out and tell anyone that you're from Jiangxin Middle School. The successive taunts made Gao Hai's face turn red, but he couldn't retort. After all, that does seem like a crazy thing to say. Seeing that there were still people recording with their cell phones, Gao Hai laughed bitterly in his heart. He didn't know if what Lin Feng had just said had been recorded. If it had, he was afraid that after today, Lin Feng would be completely famous in the school. No one will think he's arrogant. They'll just think he's crazy and treat it as a joke. What's wrong? Ye Ge's pink pupils looked at Lin Feng with some surprise. Even if she had refined the 8th-ranked demonic spirit and appeared in the light curtain, she wouldn't dare to say this. The figure appeared in China? Standing on the world stage? On today's Day of Awakening, I'm afraid only Yichio would dare and be qualified to say this. As for Yichio is the only one who really shines. That's a statement that clearly doesn't put her in the spotlight either. She didn't know what emotions to express in regards to Lin Feng's confidence, or rather arrogance, and only felt very embarrassed and speechless at this point. It wasn't her who said it, but she was Lin Feng's girlfriend. Lin Feng did not argue. He said that on purpose. He also knew that what he had just done was a bit idiotic. But so what? It was just his plan and his goal. Before you can really grow up, join Team Glory, become a part of it, participate in the tournament that the whole world is watching, and get the key to the powerhouse. Okay, everyone come over here and get in line and get ready to go home. The end of the light curtain meant that the awakening day was truly over and there was nothing more to see. So Principal Wang clapped his hands and gave orders. In Jiangxi No. 1 Middle School, more than 500 teenage girls who had become demon spirit masters held their heads high and lined up at the front of the line, displaying the style that belonged to them. Even though their soul power was on the verge of being overdrawn, the teenagers did their best to squeeze their soul power, trying to maintain the state of demon spirit possession and enjoying the glory that belonged to them at this moment. Along the way, classmates clustered around them, bulking and enviously making all sorts of comments, while the crowd of teenage girls responded with a sentence from time to time, enjoying the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd. What had been all classmates and equals had been clearly differentiated in this moment. Is it necessary to be so dramatic? Behind the crowd, Gao Hai looked at the teenagers who had become demon spirit masters and shook his head disdainfully, as if he thought they were a bit childish. At this time, Gao Hai and Lin Feng were walking at the end of the group. Gao Hai, who had already become a demon spirit master, however, had withdrawn his soul power and did not display the state of demon spirit possession. Oh, it may be once in a lifetime. Don't you want to go and enjoy it? Lin Feng looked at Gao Hai with amusement. Teenagers and adolescents who are not vain, who do not love the limelight. The High C is naturally no exception. With Lin Feng's understanding of Gao Hai, at this time he hated to be first in line, but in order to take care of his emotions, this was why he stayed with him. From time to time, a few jokes are told to regulate the atmosphere in order to comfort him and keep him from losing his mind. This made Lin Feng laugh and moved at the same time. You don't know how to appreciate it until you've lost it. In his previous life, Lin Feng didn't have many friends, and brothers were even rarer. Even if they were teammates who suffered in life and death together, it was not uncommon for them to backstab for cultivation resources. He'd seen too many betrayals, and the only one he could really trust, besides his family, was Takumi. To have a brother like that is something to cherish, and Yago was not in the group at this time. As for where she was going, she didn't say and Lin Feng didn't ask. What's the point? It's just kids. Gao Hai shook his head and pretended to be mature, but it wasn't long before he jumped up violently and cheered when he saw his parents' figures outside the crowd. Mom, we're here. Following the direction of Gao Hai's gaze, Lin Feng froze slightly. Only a young girl in gray overalls was looking at herself next to Takumi's parents. This young girl was about 20 years old, full of gentleness, full of movement. At this moment, a light apprehension was revealed on her delicate face, adding a heartwarming I see pity to her originally beautiful features, and when she saw Lin Feng looking at her, this apprehension dissipated, and was replaced by a gentle smile. Sis, this young girl was none other than his own sister, Lin Kuro. Since being reborn, seeing his long-lost family once again, even Lin Feng, who was used to seeing life and death, couldn't help but tremble a little inside. This year he is 18 years old and his big sister is 24. Lin Feng knew that his big sister had been troubled lately, and she wished she could become a demon spirit master. If he could refine a demonic spirit of the 7th rank or above today, then he would leap over the dragon gate with a fish, and the family's life would change completely, and some things could be solved. As in her last life, after seeing her failure, even though she was disappointed, she did not show any unusual emotions. She was unwilling to give herself any hint of pressure. Big sister, little wind, you're hungry, aren't you? Go home and eat. Lin Kuro smiled and rubbed Lin Feng's little face without asking for anything else. On the side, Gao Hai's father pulled Gao Hai with a somewhat excited expression. Their family had finally produced a demon spirit master. Although the one that was refined was only a second-order demon spirit Herculean devil bull, demon spirit masters were all precious, and even more so to a poor family like theirs. Gao Hai grew up fat, average-looking and average talent, although only in his senior year of high school, but his father and mother have already begun to worry about whether Gao Hai will be able to get a wife in the future. Now that Gao Hai has become a demon spiritist, which is a profession that overrides that of a martial artist, is he still afraid of not being able to marry a daughter-in-law with this status? Maybe it's even possible not to pay the dowry. Although they were very happy and excited, and had a stomach full of words they wanted to ask, but in order to take care of Lin Feng's mood, Gao's father and mother didn't say too much. Only the smiles at the corners of their mouths proved that they were in a good mood. Lin Feng and Gao Hai both live in the outer city. The outer city was over 30 kilometers from the city center, and the means of transportation home was the hover train, though today, due to the Day of Awakening, the city's traffic was nearly at a standstill, and it took an hour to get in line. An hour and a half later, the group walked out of the train station and headed toward home on foot, through the busy, bustling streets. As the distance approached, what appeared was a dense complex of buildings. This is the famous Shoreline District in Jiangcheng. It is said to be a neighborhood, but millions of people live there, as if it were a small city. Thousands of high-rise buildings lined up side by side, 100-meter-high buildings, uniform shape, uniform height, uniform appearance, with less than 1 meter between buildings, with no regard for rational design. The streets here are often dim even during the day, and sometimes it's a luxury to try to get some sun. This place is extremely boring and uninteresting, and is the polar opposite of the bustle of downtown. This is part of the outer city, the most marginal part of the outer city. Not far away, less than 100 meters away, was the extreme area covered by the blue moon boundary, which was likewise the area with the worst environment in Jiangcheng. If the demonic beasts attacked the city, this place would bear the brunt of the attack, and it could be said to be the most dangerous place. At this moment, through the blue boundary, one could clearly see the corpses of demonic beasts all over the place. The pungent smell of blood poured out of his nose, and from time to time, there were some figures in black overalls shuttling around, spraying disinfectant potions. It was known as the commoners' ghetto of Jiangcheng, and only people with no money would live here. This is none other than Lin Feng's home, a place he had tried to escape from at all times in his previous life. Thunderbolt. Before he reached the shoreline neighborhood, Lin Feng's ears were filled with loud bangs of firecrackers, followed by a gray smoke that rose to the sky. Lin Feng was not surprised by this scene. He knew that this was the custom of the shoreline neighborhood. In the past, every year when they heard this firecracker sound, Lin Feng and Gao Hai would be very envious, because it was a celebration of someone becoming a demon spirit master. Today is like a festival for the shoreline neighborhood. People come and go, as long as the people at home are out of their homes, looking in one direction, with envy and jealousy in their eyes. Yagu has refined an 8th order demonic spirit, or a rare charming butterfly, and has joined the Gathering Stars Club. They're moving. The news spread throughout the shoreline neighborhood in a flash. It doesn't take much publicity at all. The residents who watched the live broadcast in front of the TV could instantly recognize the young girl with a flirtatious aura in her innocence as the very same Yagu they had seen since they were children. The one Yagu refined was the 8th ranked charming butterfly, and was one of the top 10 talented girls who could appear on the light curtain this year. She signed with the Gathering of the Stars Club for a signing fee big enough to buy a 3-bedroom house in town and move out of the shoreline neighborhood. The people who live in the shoreline neighborhoods are poor people with no status, no assets, and no backing, and the path of cultivation not only required talent, but likewise resources. For the people living here, becoming a demon spirit master and being able to live in the inner city in the future was the beginning of a meteoric rise. That is the biggest dream of many people in their life, and it is also the biggest expectation of every parent for their children. That was a real step into the upper class for the people in the shoreline neighborhood. That's why the annual Awakening Day, celebrating someone becoming a demon spiritist, is the biggest event in the shoreline neighborhood. Moreover, there was a difference between becoming a demon spiritist, refining the charming butterfly and signing up for the Gathering Star Club. Yagu was undoubtedly the most successful in the past few decades. Thus today was extraordinarily lively. Everyone wanted to come and dip their toes in the water and see this future star of glory for themselves. Lin Feng is here. Here we go. Here we go. Don't talk too much, you octogenarians. Pity, they're the ones I've watched grow up together since they were little. I'm just afraid they're going to. At this moment, the crowd was whispering, and they were looking at Lin Feng in a somewhat different way. This caused Lin Koro, who had been pretending to be calm on the side, to change her face slightly. This strange gaze, Lin Feng knew what it was for. In the past, when he was faced with this strange gaze, he would slightly lower his head, appearing a bit embarrassed and even inferior, not daring to look directly at the mocking and pitying gazes of the crowd. But today, he was calm. At this point the crowd was gathered under 34, the building where Yako was located. At this time, Yaji's family was moving downstairs in the neighborhood. In fact, there was not much stuff, just some simple clothes. The rest of the stuff was obviously redundant for Yagu, who was about to join the Gathering Star Club. At the sight of Lin Feng's arrival, the gazes of the onlookers couldn't help but gather on Lin Feng, and for a while the originally lively atmosphere was a little weird. Following the gazes of their neighbors, the Yagu family apparently also noticed Lin Feng's arrival. As usual, whenever he appeared, Yako's parents would greet him cordially. After all, he and Yagu grew up together, childhood sweethearts, know their roots, both live in the shoreline neighborhood, living standards are about the same, and are considered to be door to door. Being able to reach the 7th stage of physical cultivation at the age of 18, Lin Feng's talent was considered excellent in the shoreline neighborhood, and his looks were handsome, so his talent and appearance were worthy of Yagu. But now, Ya's father's original smile that was still polite with his neighbor gradually disappeared, and with a somewhat awkward look, he nodded to him as a greeting. Yaji's mother, on the other hand, glanced at Lin Feng, instantly shifted her gaze and lowered her head to pack her things, and from time to time, she even exchanged a few polite words with her neighbors. There were also some relatives of the Yagu family who were sizing up Lin Feng with a critical and disdainful gaze. Yagu, the main character of this show, is not here, and should be busy with matters after signing a contract with Gathering Star Club. Brother Fong. Cao Hai wanted to say something, perhaps something to comfort Lin Fong, but in the end it didn't come out. What a man this is. Takumi's father showed some anger, and the Yako family's behavior seemed to express a fact to the crowd. Lin Kuro looked at Lin Fong with some concern because at this moment, Lin Fong was very calm. This calm is so counterintuitive that it's worrisome. Big sister. It's okay. Seeing Lin Kuro's worried look, Lin Fong smiled. He wasn't too concerned about the attitude of the Yako family. After all, it had already happened once. If the other party was too enthusiastic, he wouldn't know what to do instead. And now this was just right. In the future, each goes his own way, and the well stays clear of the river. As one of the 12 base cities in China, Jiangcheng had a population of over 100 million people, and having the protection of the Blue Moon meant that it was safer compared to other cities, without having to worry about demonic beasts attacking the city at all times. Again, it means more opportunities and resources, so even though it's a shoreline neighborhood, it's still overcrowded. Poor people can't afford to buy a flat in their lifetime, and this is all low-cost housing built by the government. The house rented by Lin Feng's family is in building 186, on the 36th floor. It's the top floor, and not only is there no elevator in order to save electricity, but it's also cold in the winter and hot in the summer because the roof partition doesn't work, so the only advantage is that the rent is a little cheaper. A rent of $1 800 a month is almost impossible to find in River City. The SGD, which is the world's common currency today, is so strong that an average worker earns around SGD 3,000 a month. Gotta make money and move out of this place soon. The air inside the narrow, dark, and damp staircase was bad, with a musty odor that was sickening when paired with the stench of blood that had yet to dissipate. As she climbed the stairs, Lin Kuro was out of breath, but she kept finding various topics to talk about, as if she wanted to divert Lin Feng's attention. Lin Feng obviously noticed it because his big sister wasn't a talkative person. He smiled and said, "Sis, don't worry, I'm fine. Give me some time and I'll change the family's life. You don't work too hard either. Don't aggravate yourself." Looking at Lin Feng's firm gaze and words, the corners of Lin Kuro's mouth rose and a warm smile appeared on her face. "Good, I won't commit myself. Be happy, big sister, and trust your brother. I believe you," Lin Kuro said seriously. Today's awakening day failed and didn't refine the demon spirit. Lin Feng knew that he wasn't convincing when he said this, and that his big sister didn't really take it to heart, but he said it anyway. All he wanted was for his big sister to be happier and treat herself better, and that would be enough. Want to take a break before climbing? Halfway through the climb, seeing his big sister's footsteps slowing down, Lin Feng inquired. To Lin Feng, with his strength at the 7th stage of physical cultivation, climbing stairs was just easy endurance training, but it wasn't easy for big sister, who wasn't a martial artist. No, the more you rest the more tired you get. By the time the two of them climbed to the 36th floor, Lin Feng was fine, but Lin Kuro was sweating, her feet were numb, and she was breathing very fast. Although spiritual energy had been revived and the average person's physique was much stronger than it had been before the cataclysm, climbing 36 flights of stairs was still a difficult task. So in general, as long as they were home, the family hardly ever went downstairs. Click. Lin Feng took out his key and opened the door to his room. What appeared was a small apartment that was less than 30 square feet, but hard partitioned into 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom. This house is in a bad location and layout. The rooms are always dark. Even on sunny days you have to turn on the lights. There is no decoration. It's a bit of an exaggeration to say that it's a house with 4 walls, but there's almost nothing of value in the house except for the refrigerator and the TV. Come back. The sound of the door opening was heard and footsteps came from inside the kitchen. Clean up and eat. A middle-aged woman with a small floral apron walked out of the kitchen. She had hair that was not too long and not too short up to her neck. Her skin was very fair with some light brown spots. She looked like a woman who was very elegant but gave off a feeling of softness. This was Lin Feng's mother, Lin Feng. Lin Feng and his mother had a 7-point resemblance, mainly inheriting his mother's genes, and when the two stood together, anyone would know that they were a mother and son. Lin Feng first glanced at Lin Kuro, who shook her head without a trace. Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged as she turned around and returned to the kitchen. Seeing his mother, Lin Feng's expression was stunned. In his previous life, he wasn't at home when Jiangcheng was overrun by demonic beasts, so he didn't know if his family was tragically killed, but even he couldn't guarantee that he would survive, let alone his family who had no battle skills. "Mom, what kind of meat is cooking? It smells so good," Lin Feng asked with a smile, his voice slightly trembling. "Today's tusked pig fried with green peppers. Of course it's fragrant." Mother Lin's voice came from the kitchen. Mom, how many pounds did you buy? Fongtooth Pig is a first-order demonic beast, equivalent to the strength of a first-grade martial artist. The same is also the lowest level of demonic beasts. Its meat tastes delicious, compared to ordinary pork chi and blood sufficient 10 times. Eat more can be strong chi and blood, improve the physique. In normal times, a pound of tusked pork costs 300 Singapore dollars, and with my mother earning just 3 Singapore dollars, 000 a month, a pound of tusked pork is equivalent to 3 days' salary for her, so I can only eat it once during the New Year festivities. However, today, because of the Awakening Day, the corpses of demonic beasts were all over the outside of the city. Thus the demonic beast blood and meat had a big price reduction, with the price being only 1/5 of the usual price. This was also the day when many residents of the shoreline neighborhood, in order for their children to replenish their chi and blood, purchased the blood and flesh of demonic beasts once a year, by dozens of pounds at a time. Put in the refrigerator can eat a year and a half, although the frozen meat flavor and blood is not as fresh, but the price is cheap. Today, Mother Lin didn't go to work in order to purchase demonic beast blood and meat, because today was the day of awakening. Tonight's meal was much more sumptuous compared to usual, comparable to New Year's Eve. A full 1-pound portion of fang pork stir-fried with green peppers and hot and sour Chinese cabbage, and braised carp, a 3-course meal and a soup, with white rice for the main course. After the meal was set up, the door to the room opened and a middle-aged man holding a briefcase walked in, sweating and panting. The man was in his 40s, with ordinary looks and a blonde figure, and at first glance gave the impression that he was honest. This man is Lin Feng's stepfather Ma Zhong, known as Old Ma, relying on his brother's relationship, mixed into a public official's job, a monthly income of SGD 3,500, no other gray income. It can be seen that it is a real Clearwater government offices. The income is not even comparable to some part-time workers. When Lin Feng was 7 years old, his mother had been with Old Ma, and although Lin Feng had never called the other man his father, he had always respected this stepfather in his heart. Although in Lin Feng's opinion, Old Ma was very ordinary, whether it was his appearance or background, he had his own little mind, he had no motivation, or else with his brother's connections, how could he not be so miserable? But anyway, he did his duty as a father after all, raising him and his big sister. The main thing is that he loves his mother very much, and since their marriage, they have never been red in the face, although they cannot be rich and famous, but the family, although the life is plain and happy. Back. Old Ma put down his briefcase and smiled at Lin Feng while changing his slippers. Aha! Lin Feng answered, and before he could speak, a windy figure rushed in. It was a girl, not very tall, big eyes and small mouth, small face with some baby fat, not very pretty, but cute. Brother, what demonic spirit did you refine today? Just entering the house, the girl couldn't wait to ask before she changed her shoes. Marlo is in her first year of junior high school, and neither of the girls had class in the afternoon, and they spent the entire time in the classroom watching the live broadcast of the Awakening Day. Not just them, but even many companies, who have the mind to work and attend classes on this special day. Brother, I saw Sister Yagu on TV, the charmed butterfly an 8th-ranked demon spirit. That's so cool, Ma Lele exclaimed in excitement, not even noticing that her father and big sister beside her were anxiously winking. Brother, what kind of demonic spirit did you refine? If you're so powerful, at the very least you can refine a 6th-ranked demon spirit, but Sister Yagu is even better. One of the top 10 geniuses of this year's Awakening Day. I heard that she even signed with the Gathering Star Club. Developed. Speaking of this, Malele finally realized that the other people did not look right, and with a stiff expression, she did not dare to say anything at once. Old Ma, as an adult, learned the news from his neighbors just as he entered the neighborhood and avoided talking about it, pretending nothing had happened. Malele went crazy when she saw Yaji's figure on TV at school and started showing off to her classmates in all kinds of ways. And after school, she ran all the way home so crazy that her neighbors ignored her when they called her and had no idea what was going on. Oh, it doesn't matter. Lin Feng smiled and touched Malele's chubby little face. To this half-brother, unrelated sister, he doted on her as if she were his own. Brother didn't find any suitable demon spirits today. Those demon spirits are too low grade. Brother, really? Marlo exclaimed as she jumped violently. She was a big fan of Lin Feng, and in her eyes, Lin Feng was a well-deserved genius. She didn't think her brother would lie to her, but she was still confused. Didn't the Jiqiu refine the 17th-ranked thorn demon dragon on the Earth ranking? Brother, can't you even look at such a powerful demonic spirit? Joy, it's time to eat. A girl, crazy all day. The old horse spoke up at the right time. He also wanted Lin Feng to become a demon spiritist. That could change the family's living environment. But like Lin Mother, he wouldn't put pressure on Lin Feng. And, With Lin Feng's current strength of 7 stages of physical cultivation, it was no surprise that he wouldn't have any problems getting into a major university. Graduated at the very least as a second-grade martial artist. A second-grade martial artist. Even if he didn't follow the path of martial arts, even if he was an ordinary white-collar worker, he would have a monthly salary of $20,000 to $30,000 a month at least, so how could he be better than him? Martial artists are not simple-minded and limber. Powerful martial artists. Not only are they energetic and have no problem working overtime for several days in a row, their memory and comprehension, and reaction speed are all a bit stronger than ordinary people. And nowadays, companies are very scarce in martial arts talents. In the future, this family will still rely on Lin Feng. The Thorn Demon Dragon is naturally very powerful, but brother was unlucky not to catch it. Lin Feng said with a smile. Neither Lin Mother nor Old Ma took his answer to heart, thinking that Lin Feng was just making a casual perfunctory remark or was just trying to maintain the image of his brother's greatness in front of his sister. In response, Lin Feng didn't have any more explanations. Feng, eat more, you're still developing. You can eat to grow. At the dinner table, his mother gave meat to Lin Feng but did not eat it herself. Not only my mother, but my eldest sister as well. Old Ma could tell he wanted to eat it, but he gave it to Lele and didn't eat it himself. Mom, sister, and Old Ma, you eat too. Lin Feng had each chucked a few pieces of tusk pork for his mother's 3, knowing that they wouldn't even eat it if he didn't chuck it. Okay, enough is enough. Lin Feng used her chopsticks to press down on Lin Feng's chopsticks, a heartfelt joyful smile on her slightly tired face. She was obviously extremely pleased that her son was so filial. You're still in the chi and blood stage. You need to replenish your chi and blood, and we're not martial artists, so eating demonic beasts' blood and flesh isn't very effective. Lin Feng ate the thinnest and smallest slice of meat and then resliced the meat back into Lin Feng's bowl, and Lin Koro did the same. In their opinion, Lin Feng was the future pillar of this family. As long as he was strong, this family would have hope. Old Ma ate a piece and chucked the rest to Lele. Alright, don't clip it around. I like fish, so eat it, Lin Mother urged. Brother, I'll clip you too. Ma Lele followed the adult's example and pinched a piece of meat for Lin Feng before burying her head in her mouth. This made Lin Feng cry a little. Looks like we need to make money soon or we won't even be able to afford meat. But Lin Feng was enjoying this state of affairs. A family of 5, in a state of bliss. Due to casting the seal of evil, Lin Feng, who had a deficit of chi and blood, had an upsurge in his meal. 5 bowls of rice plus the plate of pig demon meat. It didn't take long for it to enter his stomach. The blood chi spread through his body, and Lin Feng felt his body warm and recovered a bit. After dinner, it's a rare break after a hard day's work. There is a convention, or rule, in shoreline neighborhoods that no one can easily break if it is not a special accident. That means the lights must be out after 9 o'clock and no loud noises. The shoreline neighborhood is less than 100 meters away from the limit of Blue Moon's coverage. Outside the city, the demonic beasts were swarming. Turning on the lights at night, that would attract the demonic beasts. So even if they didn't sleep, the residents here wouldn't turn on the lights. If one gazed carefully, one would realize that the hissing and roaring of demonic beasts was being heard not far away. It's fine at this time of year, but if it's a quiet night, it's bound to affect everyone's rest. It was almost 7 o'clock after dinner, and 2 hours before 9 o'clock. Everyone cherished the 2 hours. Old Ma, as usual, customarily made a pot of tea and turned on the TV. Although he was only a small clerk in a Clearwater government office, he wouldn't miss a single issue of current news. While Ma Lele went to catch up on her homework and her big sister went out to make a phone call. Want some tea? Seeing that Lin Feng was also sitting on the sofa, Old Ma was a bit surprised and raised his teacup to ask. After saying that, Old Ma gave Lin Feng a somewhat strange look. He realized that Lin Feng was acting a bit differently today. In the past, Lin Feng was a bit withdrawn, although he didn't reject him and behaved in a respectful manner towards him. But Lama could clearly feel the disconnect between Lin Feng and himself. Although Lin Feng was very obedient and understanding, and had never caused him any trouble since he was a child, it was for this reason that in Old Ma's heart, he was even a little afraid of this stepson. This fear was not awe, but the old horse knew his own ordinariness. He had no ability or background, and there was nothing he could do to help Lin Feng except for the basic expenses of living. There is no denying that he has some low self-esteem. He was afraid that Lin Feng would dislike him as a useless father. But today, Lama realized that Lin Feng seemed much closer to himself. Today's dinner table even clipped food to himself, which is the first time in history. This makes the old horse a little touched. Growing up, there was some doubt in the old horse's mind. It was too much of a change, and it seemed to him that he should have been stimulated by the failure of the awakening day. No, not thirsty. Lin Feng shook his head and gazed at the images within the television. having just been reborn. He had to organize the memories in his mind. Today's River City News is showing, without exception, shocking images of today's awakening day. There was no doubt that the top 10 geniuses who could appear in the light curtain were the main protagonists of today's news. The identities and strengths of the 10 main characters were even more clearly investigated. Especially Yi Chou. Thunder Club's offer of a 10-year, $3 billion contract was rejected by Yi Chou, but it's clear that as the only local S-Class club, they won't easily give up such a top talent from Jiangcheng. There's accurate news that the Blade Group is ready to hire Yi Chou as its image spokesperson, with an endorsement fee as high as SGD 100 million a year. Having refined the 17th-ranked Thorn Demon Dragon on the Earth ranking, Yi Chou's future profession of choice is likely to be a battle mage. The city's well-known chain brand Tianyuan Supermarket is one of Yi Chou's father's group industry. Tianyuan Supermarket was founded in 2133, the registered capital of. The host slightly excited introduction. "It's crazy," old Ma exclaimed, and Lin Feng smacked his lips a little. At this time the TV screen, the supermarket has been covered by enthusiastic crowds. The width of 10 meters of the gate crowd, 30 or 40 security guards holding hands to maintain order. To enter the supermarket have to wait in a long line. And in the supermarkets, many shelves are sparsely stocked or even empty. In just a few hours, a supermarket was almost emptied as if it didn't want money. This kind of crazy scene only happens before a big war. At this time, the people of Jiangcheng seem to want to express their love for Yi Chou in this way. It's a good thing there is no longer a stock market or it would only be up. Now broadcasting a news. At 1500 hours yesterday, a new interdimensional space gate appeared in the Crescent Moon neighborhood. According to the latest statistics, the number of civilian deaths amounted to 67, and another 26 were injured. The city guards have taken control and blocked off the neighborhood, and the Pathfinder Vanguard Army has been the first to enter the space gate to explore it. And for the time being, there is no news to be fed back yet. 67 dead. Okay. The old horse's hand put down his teacup and his mouth mumbled. The atmosphere that was originally somewhat heated because of the awakening day and because of Yi Chou's sudden appearance became a bit heavy for a while. 67. Representing 67 families, plus the 23 people who were injured. This space door appeared to affect hundreds of people. While people are cheering for the top 10 geniuses of Awakening Day, it seems that this tragic incident yesterday has been completely forgotten. Even the news does not show footage of the crime scene, just simple numbers and narratives, and soon ends switching to the next story as if it were irrelevant. Even the old horse only sighed for a moment, even a bit thankfully. Of course, this is not big-hearted, much less cold-blooded, simply because there is nothing to be done. There is no pattern to the location and extent of space doors appearing that can be prevented. No one knows if they will be the next unlucky guy, so it's easier to live without paying attention or thinking about it. This kind of news, not just in Jiangcheng, but all over the country, happens from time to time. 67 does count as few. It was considered lucky. If the space gate appeared in a dense area and a large number of high-level demonic beasts appeared, even if there was a guardian artifact warning, the number of deaths would be far more than that. Watching the news, Lin Feng's eyes were calm, but his body was subconsciously tense. Having personally experienced the tragedy of the destruction of the city, hundreds of millions of people being devoured by demonic beasts, rivers of blood flowing, and limbs and arms everywhere, these 67 people were insignificant. Lin Feng thought that he would be calm, but for some reason, his mood was still depressing. Powerless. The extreme feeling of powerlessness made him uncomfortable, even if he was reborn. So what? The current him was weak and pathetic. At this moment, Lin Feng desperately craved power. "Feng, do me a favor." Just then, my mother's voice came from the kitchen. Coming. Responding. Lin Feng let out a light breath, got up and went to the kitchen, chatting with his mother. He was enjoying the cozy atmosphere, but soon noticed something unusual. His mother seemed to be a little tongue-tied. "Mom, what do you want to say?" Lin Feng was puzzled. "Feng, I know your dream. You wanted to become a demon spiritist when you were a child. Your talent is good. Now that you've reached the 7th stage of physical cultivation, if you have the aid of resources, you should be able to break through to the 8th stage of physical cultivation, and then when you add." Lin Feng was a bit confused at first, but soon he knew what his mother was going to say. "Do you want to go and beg that man?" "Ah." Lin Feng froze for a moment, not expecting Lin Feng to guess his thoughts at once. What's more, it didn't occur to me that Lin Feng was acting so calmly. It was important to realize that in the past, whenever his father was mentioned, the well-behaved and understanding Lin Feng would look a little agitated and even lose his temper. It seems counterintuitive to be so calm. No matter what, he is your father after all. You still have the possibility of becoming a demon spirit master if you can get his help. Lin Feng carefully organized her words. unwilling to let her son be stimulated. With your cultivation talent, if you can become a demon spiritist, there's still hope for you to get into the 9 elite joint schools in the future. I know you hate him and don't want to see him or talk to him. It's okay, mommy's going to talk. Just tell me, what level of demonic spirit can your soul power fuse? What attributes? Is there a specific goal for what demonic spirit you want? Lin Feng listened calmly to his mother's words. His heart warmed. That's his mother. Although life was hard, it didn't stop her from doting on her children. When the man left, she scrambled to feed the family all by herself. What other people's children should have. They may have less, but they definitely do not lack. Even if he is sometimes rebellious, his mother reasoned with him and never hit him or scolded him. Lin Feng understood that the man's departure from home had left him and his big sister as single children, which made their mother feel indebted to them, so she did everything she could to make up for it. Even when she married old Ma, this favor never diminished one iota. In fact, his mother was stronger than he was. Even though she was having a hard time, she had never bothered to beg that man, and now for the sake of his future, she was willing to put aside her pride and even pretend to be relaxed in front of him. Is it because of Yagu? Lin Feng thought darkly in his heart. In his previous life, knowing that he couldn't become a demon spiritist, his mother didn't mention his so-called father. The biggest difference between today and the previous life is that Yako took off and moved away from the shoreline neighborhood. Mother doesn't say anything, but she's definitely anxious. Mom, you don't have to organize your words. I've been thinking about it for a long time, Lin Feng said in a relaxed tone. That man is just a stranger to me now, and I'm not going to beg him, and you don't have to either. To that man, the old him hated. After all, he had been away from home since he himself was 5 years old, left without a word. At that time, he longed for a father's love, longed for someone who could support the family and not let his mother work so hard. But now, for him, it was just a vague memory. It's just a stranger. Lin Feng knew that the man was now in Shangjing. If he remembered correctly, he was now a 9th grade, peak Lingyun powerhouse, just one step away from a martial king. Moreover, he was also a soul martial dual cultivator, and the one he had refined was a 9th order demon spirit devil mantis, which was very strong. The Yang clan, one of the top 10 clans in Shangjing, was given the title of honorable clan by the government because of its outstanding contributions during the Great Catastrophe. The Yang clan group created by it is mainly engaged in the manufacture of demonic beast weapons, with a strong strength and assets spreading both at home and abroad. This is a basic introduction to the Yang clan from the computerized encyclopedia. Lin Feng had once investigated this family, not for the sake of return or revenge, just to make it regret that they gave up on him. It was just that in his last lifetime, although he had reached the 8th grade of Zhongshu, he was like a mantis in the face of such a behemoth, acting powerless. Seeing that Lin Feng was so persistent, Lin Feng was silent for a long time, and in the end, her eyes were slightly red. What about your future? The thing she regretted most in her life was marrying Lin Feng's father, the man who seems very proud but is hypocritical and irresponsible. Now, the man had left them behind and left home for the sake of the family, and she was gradually forgetting him. Life went on as usual, and she struggled to bring up her children and have them change their last name to follow hers. Now that she's with her old horse, her hope lies in her 3 children. Fortunately, these 3 children are obedient. The oldest and the oldest 3 are girls. Sooner or later they will be married off, as long as they don't learn to be bad and marry a good family. Her hope is mainly placed on the oldest 2, Lin Feng. She hopes that Lin Feng can get into one of the 9 elite co-curricular schools, get a good job when she graduates, and move out of the shoreline neighborhood. She was just a female factory worker with no social connections, and she had to rely on Lin Feng himself for everything. His mother's reddened eyes made Lin Feng's heart ache. He could tell that his mother had gotten a little angry with him for being so stubborn. But even so, she was still just talking him down and not taking a parental stance to reprimand him. She respects herself and is mindful of her thoughts and emotions at every turn. Lin Feng couldn't help but want to tell his mother that he had a rare demonic spirit inside him. If he refined it, it wouldn't just be a matter of getting into the 9 elite united schools, but the 3 great hero academies as well. It's just that he can't say these things to his mother. Hey, I can't help you with anything. You choose your own path. You walk it. In the end, facing the stubborn Lin Feng could only sigh helplessly. How does living in a shoreline neighborhood get rid of that fate if you don't get into one of the 9 elite co-curricular schools? While she wants her son to have a future, she won't force him to do anything he doesn't like. Shangjing, the cloudy mountain, looked extraordinarily quiet at night. Yunwu Mountain, as its name suggests, is famous for its clouds and mist. Whenever the sun rises, the mountain is surrounded by clouds and mist, like a dream, like a fairyland. Speaking of this cloudy mountain, not only Shangjing, only the whole country is not unfamiliar. This fame is not this unique cloudy view, Such a view is actually quite common. Many big mountains have it. Cloudy Mountain is famous for the exquisite villas that are built on the mountain. The villa was uniformly 3 stories high outside, and there was nothing special about it except that it was a bit more delicate, but it couldn't hold a word, expensive. There are over 300 villas built on Cloudy Mountain, and the higher up you go, the more expensive they get. Even the lowest priced villa near the bottom of the hill costs SGD 5 billion, and without a certain status, you may not be able to buy it even if you have the money. A villa with a minimum of $5 billion would be considered crazy by anyone who heard it. $5 billion. Even in a place like Shangjing, where tigers and hidden dragons lie, there aren't many who can come up with that much money at once. Of course, no one is stupid, and there are natural reasons for being expensive. Although Cloud Mist Mountain appeared to be just an ordinary mountain peak in appearance, it was a legendary blessed place for cultivation. Since the emergence of the otherworldly world, there have been all kinds of cultivation blessings, and all of them have one thing in common, which is the richness of spiritual chi. However, most of this blessed land was in places where people were rare and demonic beasts were infested, and could not be utilized by humans. It's exceptionally rare to show up in Bay City, and Cloudy Mountain is one of them. A professional organization had measured that the aura content of Cloudy Mountain was 1/5 higher than the normal value of the outside world, and at the very top of Cloud Mist Mountain, the concentration of aura there was even 1/4 higher than the normal value of the outside world. For cultivators, 4 days of cultivation here, compared to 5 days of cultivation in the outside world, although it may not seem to be much difference, but after a long time, it is a gap in years. Being a year ahead may well be the difference between excellence and genius. Even those without martial arts talent can strengthen their bodies and prolong their lives by living here year-round. At this time, Villa 16 in the mid-levels. Say it. The brightly lit room, curling up the green smoke, sandalwood incense spread all over the room. Pear marble case lay a variety of celebrities' posters, 10 precious inkstone, various colors of the brush, giving people a sense of antiquity. A burly figure stood silently by the window looking away at the brightly lit night scene in the distance. When the footsteps sounded, the figure turned around, but it was an old man. The old man was dressed in a beige tang suit, looked like he was in his 50s, extremely tall, initially estimated to be 1 meter 9, with a very strong physique, long black thick hair and delicate skin. No traces of age could be seen at all. In front of the old man, a middle-aged man in a gray suit stood respectfully, his straight body like a lance, as he flipped through the notebook in his hand and replied. There were 47 people in this survey. 3 met the assessment criteria, 2 were assessed with a B, and 1 was assessed with an A. Oh, there's even an A this year? The old man raised an eyebrow, clearly showing a hint of interest. Which one is it? It's the second youngest masters, and his name is Yang Jingming. The man finished and continued his introduction. Yang Jingming, male, 18 years old, senior, physical cultivation 8th stage, culture score 168, physical fitness score 295, actual combat score 135, total score 598, excellent results, meeting the standards of the 9 elite joint schools. The first time I participated in the Awakening Day, the one I refined was an 8th order Tsunami Wolf, personality assessment, clear planning for goals and adaptability, character flaw, impulsive, overly paranoid. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, the room fell into silence again, and after a while, the old man said, talent is not bad, there are still 3 months left, take it back and cultivate it. You should be able to get into the Hero Academy, since it still has the Yang surname. I'm afraid that it also has the intention to return to the family, so take it back as soon as possible to cultivate the family. The old man's tone was flat. What he cared about was talent, and he didn't care about the character flaws the middle-aged man had mentioned. The more powerful the martial artist, the more exuberant the chi and blood, and at the same time, the more courageous and ruthless they were. Years of hunting demonic beasts, hovering on the edge of life and death, not a few good temper, who have character defects, just different. As long as it is not a perverted character is okay. Being able to be assessed at a rank, this was the standard for being able to enter the 3 major hero academies. As for the B grade, that was the standard for entering the 9 elite joint schools. For many families, having a child get into one of the 9 elite coeducational schools is the beginning of a flying start. For the vast majority of clans it was also a seedling worth focusing on, but for a glorious clan like the Yang clan, it was merely an okay talent. 2 B ranks, while talented, didn't qualify him to ask too many questions. The middle-aged man obviously knew this as well, so he didn't say much. By the way, don't I remember that 13 has a bastard child as well? Seems like he's 18 too? After a while, just as the man was about to walk out of the room, the old man asked abruptly. At those words, The middle-aged man stopped and flicked through the notes in his hand. Lin Feng, male, 18 years old, physical cultivation 7th stage, culture score, 189 points, physical fitness score, 212 points, practical combat score, 150 points, total score of 551 points, with moderate to high grades, has not reached the qualifications for admission to the 9 elite joint schools. First time attending an awakening day and failing to awaken. Character assessment, precocious and steady. Excellent perseverance. Character flaw, slightly withdrawn and out of touch. Comprehensive assessment grade C. After saying that, the man stood still and waited. Grade C. Unfortunately. The old man shook his head and said in a slightly regretful tone, Lin Feng, with the mother's last name? To be able to reach the 7th stage of physical cultivation without the aid of resources is not bad, but not having inherited 13th soul cultivation talent, he is unable to refine demonic spirits, and has no value for cultivation. After saying that, the old man waved, go out and bring those 3 boys back. As for the others below B rank, there is no value in cultivating them, and those in charge of evaluating them can be called back. Yes, the man nodded, knowing what calling back the accident meant. In a big family like the Yang clan, there were many illegitimate sons or daughters who were not accepted by the family because of the flirtatiousness of the family's sons or for other reasons, and who had strayed away from the family. When these children grow up to the age of 18, the family will send out specialized personnel to assess and evaluate them, and only those who reach a B grade or above will be able to return to the family. Those whose qualifications were too poor were completely abandoned by the family from today and no longer concerned. He didn't have any mood swings about it. He reported such things once every year and had long since gotten used to seeing them. The dark, heavy night seemed as if boundless thick ink was heavily smeared across the sky, without even the faintest glimmer of stars. At 2 in the morning, the temperature suddenly turned cold, and in his sleep, Lin Feng's brows were furrowed and he looked a little uneasy. In a daze, a cold stream suddenly surged from his chest, growing colder and colder, as if ice was placed there to freeze him. At that moment, the ears seemed to be clogged with water, and the beating of the heart echoed in his ears. Again, with a shiver, Lin Feng immediately woke up from his sleep, his eyes clear. No more sleep. He first lit a candle. The light of the candle was very weak and wouldn't attract the attention of the demonic beasts. Lin Feng first checked that the door was in an unlocked state, and only then did he put his heart down. Lin Feng took off his shirt. His lean body didn't look very strong, but his body was as smooth as a cheetah. Every inch of his muscles gave a feeling of the hardest stone. Wearing only a pair of boxer shorts, he stood on the ground nearly naked, looking down at his chest. Only in Lin Feng's abdomen, a shadow the size of a fist quietly appeared, becoming clearer and clearer, like a pitch-black shadow that was constantly struggling. Damn nightmares, coming so many times a night. In the silence of the night, Lin Feng cursed with a gloomy face. Today, on the day of awakening, he cast the seal of evil, which led to a serious loss of blood in his body, and after talking to his mother, Lin Feng didn't cultivate as usual, and after washing up, he went back to his room and slept. This is because the body recovers faster when you are asleep, but what he didn't expect was that almost every hour, a cranky, grimy mood would appear steeply in his mind, causing him to toss and turn and eventually wake up. Insomnia caused him to be in a bad mood and irritable. It has to be refined in a hurry. Looking at the constantly struggling figure in his abdomen, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a slight chill in his heart. Although he couldn't see internally with his current strength, he could feel that the evil seal had begun to loosen. The blood-colored cage that was constructed from blood and spiritual energy was gradually disintegrating, and I was only afraid that it wouldn't last long. It has to be refined within 2 months, otherwise the consequences will be severe. Lin Feng looked grave. Originally, he thought that even if he was unable to refine this nightmare, he would at most lose a portion of his essence blood, and that he could make up for it by spending some time and energy, and it wouldn't be life-threatening. But now he realized that he was wrong. It's so wrong. At this time, at the dantian of his abdomen, the dark and deep shadow had been stained with a trace of bizarre bloodlines, and those bloodlines were wandering around the shadow's body. The nightmare at this point had already been partially assimilated by his blood. At this point, he could no longer easily split it. This meant that if one was unable to refine it or drive it out of one's body, there was a possibility that one might be refined by that nightmare instead. Things were out of his control. It really is an evil spirit. Because of the nightmare's interference, Lin Feng had no intention of continuing to sleep. The feeling of wanting to sleep but not being able to, just falling asleep and being woken up again, is more painful than insomnia. Although he had expected it, at this moment, Lin Feng realized that he had still underestimated this evil spirit. However, he didn't regret or dwell on it. With his talent, if he wanted to refine the nightmare, he would indeed have to suffer some hardships. And good things were just a few more twists and turns. If given another chance, Lin Feng would still choose to refine the nightmare. After all, that was an existence that could rank 7th on the list of exotic beasts. Demon spirits of this level could not be found. Lin Feng aspires to be a genius. Super genius. In Lin Feng's opinion, talent was even more cruel than birth. Family circumstances can be changed, but talent is almost irrevocable. In this particular era, everyone wants to be strong, fly through the sky, be omnipotent, be above everyone else, and enjoy privileges. Talent, however, divides people into 3, 6, 9 classes. There are very few truly salty people in the days of precariousness and the possibility of danger at any time. But what's the point of talent if effort works? Effort only raises the lower limit but does not allow one to push the limits. Even if the talent is the same, there is a difference in background. The resources possessed by those glorious clans, the children of large consortia, were far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. On today's awakening day, there were many children of the big families who hadn't refined their demon spirits, but they weren't frustrated in any way, because their elders had already prepared better demonic spirits for them. 8th order, 9th order, and even earth-ranked demonic spirits were not impossible. They attend Awakening Day as just one more option, and they won't settle for anything less than the right pick. Even with the memories and cultivation experience from his previous life, Lin Feng didn't dare to guarantee that he could surpass these people. Even beyond that, there is no point. Because, martial artists absorbing spiritual energy to refine their bodies, demonic spirit masters cultivating demonic spirits and absorbing soul techniques, all of this required step-by-step cultivation. There was no way anyone could become a big fat man in one meal. Even Yichio was no exception. Lin Feng didn't have the time. If I'm not mistaken, the destruction of River City was a sign. Shortly after this was the beginning of the great invasion of the foreigners. Can you break through to the king level in 10 years? Lin Feng was not absolutely sure. And, even if you break through, what can you do? Facing the white clothes, the king level was slaughtered just as easily. Only by refining the nightmare and refining this magical demonic spirit would he have the possibility of changing his fate. If he hadn't known what was going to happen in the future, personally experienced that nightmare of bloodshed, and experienced the feeling of powerlessness in the face of the white clothes, even if the nightmare's natural ability was as demonic as it was, Lin Feng wouldn't have chosen to refine this evil spirit. Evil spirits, evil and unknown beings. In his previous life, such as Yichio's talent and background, he ended up with a tragic death. Let alone him, the only advantage Lin Feng had over them, aside from his 11 years of memories, was that he already knew the aftermath of the nightmare in advance and could have a plan to mitigate it. Start practicing. At this time it was already close to 1 in the morning, and since he couldn't sleep on a big night, Lin Feng could only seize the time to cultivate. The stronger the body, the more vigorous the chi and blood, the greater the success rate of refining the nightmare at that time. Lin Feng carefully moved the crib to the corner, not daring to make a sound. His room was too small, less than 7 square meters, and he couldn't exert himself at all. Of course, with such a quiet night, Lin Feng had no intention of practicing boxing. The body cultivation realm was unable to cultivate gong methods because the meridians were too fragile. So no matter if it was an ordinary person or a big young man from a consortium, they uniformly cultivated the 36 styles of body refinement promulgated by the state. Lin Feng is naturally no exception. The 36 styles of body refinement could be considered the greatest masterpiece of the martial arts revival. That was the crystallization of wisdom obtained over many years by countless martial arts powerhouses and scientists working together, combining traditional martial arts and ancient yoga stances as well as human biology and so on. Without the appearance of the 36 styles of body refining, martial artists would not have been able to truly popularize themselves, and the human race would not have been able to survive the ravages of the demonic beasts. The 36 styles of body refinement was the foundation of martial arts, equivalent to foundation building in ancient martial arts terms. The 36 styles of body refinement had been popularized to every student, and it was not difficult to say that it was difficult, nor was it simple. After all, it's only 36 different moves. The difficulty is mostly control. Control of body and mind. Mind control is key. Cultivating the 36 styles of body refinement, one must be fully concentrated. The first 10 movements were fine. Beyond the 10th, the demands on the mind would become higher and higher. Any hint of distraction could lead to failure. And control the movement, not just mimicry, than any acrobatic master can do. How beautiful posture, how standard. No effect is also useless. To achieve the effect of quenching the body, one needed to perfectly control every movement of the body and add in the operation of chi and blood, so that each of its muscles and bones moved regularly, which was the key to the success of the 36 styles of body refinement. In the center of the room, Lin Feng was sitting on the floor, doing all sorts of strange movements, such as bracing his hands on the ground and stomping his right leg upwards like a scorpion, or twisting his body together, twisting and winding like a snake. Some are similar to ancient yoga, and some are similar to the primitive postures of wild beasts. Each movement is not ordinary and pushes the limits of the body. As Lin Feng's movements stretched out, what originally seemed to be ordinary movements were permeated with a flavor. At the same time, his body was suddenly cold and hot. His blood qi filled up more and more, rapidly shuttling and wandering around in his body. The location of his temples bulged out, his hot blood surged up, and his head was a little drowsy. Bang! 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 Lin Feng could even hear the sound of his heart beating within himself, steady and strong. Hoo-hoo! When it was time to do the 27th stance, Lin Feng's breathing became rapid. His eyebrows were furrowed and his complexion looked a little pained. At this moment he was trembling. His naked body was red, emitting heat, and there was even water vaporizing. If someone saw the scene at this moment, they would only be shocked. In Jiangxi No. 1 Middle School, the strongest of the senior high school students could only achieve the 36 styles of body refinement to 14 at most. Those who could make it this far had almost always reached the 9th stage of physical cultivation. And Lin Feng could do 27 styles. What kind of concept was that? It was important to know that the martial arts teacher who taught the 36 styles of body refinement in Jiangxi Middle School, as a second-grade martial artist he could only do 19 styles and was far less fluent than Lin Feng. And Lin Feng was only at the 7th stage of physical cultivation. How could that not shock people? The qi and blood deficit is great, and the body isn't strong enough, or else you could have practiced 2 more poses. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, a faint whistling sound emanating from the air. His body gradually loosening up, his expression relaxed. The more movements you do in the 36 forms of body refinement, the better the effect of refining the body. The refining effect of completing 2 sets of 10 refining movements is far less effective than completing a set of 15 refining movements. In his previous life, Lin Feng could cultivate up to 36 styles, but nowadays he could only cultivate up to 27 styles because of his qi and blood in body strength. The 36 movements, all of which challenged the limits of the body, were extremely difficult. But as long as one persevered, the qi and blood within the body swam, and one's body was warm yet comfortable. As the 36 styles of body refinement were performed, a bloodline emerged from Lin Feng's white body, spreading all over his body, and there were 73 of them by careful count. Physical cultivation realm, cultivating qi and blood. These lines of blood are precisely the manifestation of the meridians under the rush of blood. The human body's meridians are extremely fragile. As for the physical cultivation realm, it was to allow the qi and blood to nourish the meridians to become tough, so that they could withstand the rush of spiritual energy when they became martial artists and practiced their techniques. 73 lines of blood, which also proved that Lin Feng possessed the strength of the 7th stage of physical cultivation at this time. The physical cultivation realm's realm was easy to distinguish, and could be clearly distinguished based on the number of bloodlines. The first stage of physical cultivation is above 10 bloodlines, the second stage is above 20, and so on. If you can reach 90 bloodlines, you will have reached the 9th stage of physical cultivation. If he could reach 108 roots, he would be able to break through the 9th stage of physical cultivation and become a first-grade martial artist, and start cultivating the techniques. It was just that compared to the past, the 73 bloodlines on the surface of Lin Feng's body were extremely dull in color, which was precisely the consequence of the severe loss of qi and blood and the casting of the sealing evil seal. Although Lin Feng's realm hadn't fallen at this time, his physical qualities were much weaker. His strength and speed were not as good as before, and even his martial arts foundation was damaged. It's too stuffy to go out and get some air. Cultivating the 36 styles of body refinement, Lin Feng was sweating profusely. His room had only a small window, no air conditioning, and a tiny fan was useless. He dressed quickly and opened the door to his room with a whisper. The living room was pitch black. Click. Carefully opening the door to the room, Lin Feng peeked out. Inside the living room, the younger and older sisters were sleeping soundly, but it was obvious that they were not sleeping comfortably, and the old fan in the living room, even if it was set to the maximum wind power, still could not drive away the annoying mosquitoes. Pop! There was a crisp sound, and the older sister slapped herself violently on the shoulder, frowning slightly before wrapping her entire body within the covers, though it didn't take long for her to poke her head out due to the difficulty of breathing. There were only 2 rooms in the house, and from the time he had lived in the shoreline neighborhood, Lin Feng had had his own separate room, while his younger and older sisters had always slept in the living room. The eldest sister was already all of 24 years old and should have her own space, but she never complained in front of Lin Feng. Even Marlowe, who was still young in grade, took it for granted. In the eyes of the eldest sister, the younger brother was gifted and excellent, and was the hope of the family. He can enjoy everything in the family without any conditions of priority. As for Ma Lele, Lin Feng was the brother she worshipped, her idol, and anything she did for him was worth it. In the past, Lin Feng, although he was very knowledgeable, quietly enjoyed it all. Today, it's a little heartbreaking. Taking one last look at his younger and older sisters, Lin Feng walked out of the house and down the darkened hallway. Almost all of the people who lived in the shoreline neighborhood were ordinary workers, doing heavy work, so no one would come out at night to wander around blindly. So Lin Feng was the only one in the middle of the night. The only light in the darkness of the night comes from the blue moon, the pale blue knot that guards the city. Lin Feng was standing on a high platform. The breeze was blowing and all the dryness in his body seemed to have gone with the wind. Looking into the distance, the distant inner city is lit up with colorful lights at this time, signaling that the nightlife has just begun. And the shoreline neighborhoods are all asleep by this point. The shoreline neighborhood compared to the inner city downtown is like the difference between a rural area and a city. Stepping off the high platform and strolling through the small area, the pungent smell of chemicals and of course the unmistakable scent of blood wafted through the air. The tip of his ear twitched slightly. Lin Feng turned to look. Less than 10 meters away from him, outside the blue boundary, a pair of green pupils flickered and appeared like ghostly flames, and some low-level demonic beasts were gnawing on the flesh and blood. Although the corpses of the demonic beasts outside the boundary had already been cleaned up, and the ground had been simply cleaned, but inevitably there was still some shredded meat left behind, which was a feast for some of the demonic beasts. There were few stars in the sky tonight, and the riverbank neighborhood was quiet and somewhat eerie under the moon. Although one step away was hell, Lin Feng liked the quiet atmosphere. As he strolled, he thought, in my current state, without an ounce of spirit power in my body, I can no longer perform the soul-spirit transformation again, and my own soul power is simply unable to refine this nightmare, so I'll have to need the help of resources. To refine that nightmare, one must have a large amount of qi and blood pills and soul-nourishing pills. One qi and blood pill is 100,000, at least 30. The soul-nourishing pill is even more expensive. One costs $200,000, and if you have to take 50 of them, just the pills alone will cost $13 million. That nightmare is too weird. Being careful is the best thing to do. Just in case, it's best to have a spirit-nurturing herb, which costs another $5 million. When he thought about refining the nightmare, it would cost him almost $18 million. Lin Feng felt a bit of a headache. Nowadays, there is no stock market, no lottery. The real money-making business is in the hands of the government or the big families in consortiums, and it is not so easy for ordinary people to make a lot of money. Lin Feng had a great idea to make money, and that was to sell purple-winged spirit worms. The purple-winged spirit bug had a special body-hardening effect that no one knew about yet. However, collecting purple-winged spirit insects requires a large amount of capital and has a time limit. That's a lot of difficulty to make $18 million in 2 months. Even if you can earn it, for a weak high school student with a huge amount of money in his hand and no backer yet, it's like a piece of fat meat, exposed to the air, which will cause a lot of flies to fight over it. Lin Feng didn't want to accidentally hiccup before he could grow up. How do you earn it, and keep yourself safe? Lin Feng circled around the shoreline neighborhood, organizing the memories in his mind as he ran at a fast pace. It wasn't just about making money. Lin Feng also had to consider the problems he might encounter after refining the nightmare. Lin Feng wasn't a genius, since he was a child. From middle school to high school, even if he trained as hard as he could, his grades couldn't be ranked in the top 100 of his yearly section. If he refined the nightmare, he would have a demonic talent. He's not Yi Chou. Yi Chou was a genius and had shown martial arts talent since elementary school. Plus, as the son of the chairman of the Yi Group, he had a large amount of resources to aid in his cultivation. So even if his cultivation speed was too fast, he wouldn't arouse suspicion. Even if the cultivation speed was just too demonic later on, and some people doubted it, but by then, Yi Chou had already grown up, and with the Yi clan as a backer, no one could easily covet it. But he was different. He lived in the shoreline neighborhood. He had no resources, no background, and his qualifications were excellent at best since he was young. So if he rashly showed demonic qualifications, anyone would know that there was something wrong with him. Lin Feng could even imagine that there would be countless people prying into his secrets at that time. Even if you want to keep a low profile, strength doesn't allow it. With the special nature of nightmare, even if he wanted to hide his light, he couldn't hide his cultivation speed. That's where the real trouble lies. Therefore, before refining the nightmare, Lin Feng had to package himself as a genius with demonic talent. After thinking for a long time, Lin Feng gradually sorted out a clue and had a preliminary plan. The plan is to start by making a name for yourself. With the name of genius, he could create a student organization at the school to absorb some of the big families and consortium's children to join. By then, with the help of their power, they would be able to collect a large number of purple-winged spirit insects and make money while not having to worry about others taking them by force. Early morning, Lin Feng woke up early. He barely slept last night at nearly 3 o'clock because of the disturbing nightmares, losing a lot of blood and not getting enough sleep, which caused him to be in a poor state of mind. Crap. In the bathroom, seeing himself in the mirror, Lin Feng was also startled. The face that was so pale that it didn't have a trace of blood, the faint dark circles under the eyes, coupled with the lack of spirit, a look of overindulgence. For those who don't know, they think they've been hit hard. Sure enough, when Lin Feng walked out of the bathroom, Lin Feng, who was coming from the kitchen, was startled and almost knocked over the rice in her hands. I'm fine. I just have some insomnia at night, Lin Feng explained somewhat awkwardly, but it was clear that no one believed him, and everyone looked at him with worry. Seeing how pale Lin Feng looked, Lin Feng, who had already prepared breakfast, hurriedly went back into the kitchen to cook a braised tusk pig. Eat more, you look so ugly. At the dinner table, seeing that Lin Feng had a good appetite, Lin Feng was a bit tongue-tied and her color changed. But in the end, she could only sigh. Under the worried gazes of his family, Lin Feng quickly finished his breakfast before taking his sister downstairs. Good morning, Windy, just downstairs. As usual, Takumi was already waiting there. When he saw Lin Feng's appearance, he was obviously startled as well, but as if he understood something and didn't ask more questions. Morning. Lin Feng nodded. After eating breakfast, although his qi and blood had recovered a bit, he was even more listless. At this time he was weak. His head was a bit groggy. His condition was extremely poor. Da Hai-chan. Lei greeted Gao Hai, and as they passed a building, both Gao Hai and Lei subconsciously glanced in that direction. That's the direction of Yako's house. In the past, they all went to school together as a group of 5, but now that Yago and his brother were missing, Lin Feng didn't feel anything. While Da Hai and Lei were very uncomfortable, but both of them sensibly avoided that topic in name. Don't squeeze. Squeeze what the hell? Squeeze again and I'll beat you up. As usual, the crowded train was overcrowded, and Lin Feng managed to get to a corner where the 3 of them hunkered down. In today's era, convenient transportation such as airplanes and subways have disappeared for a long time, and the reason is because of demonic beasts. High altitude and underground are filled with so much instability that the city's primary means of transportation is the hovertrain. For safety's sake. Phew, Gao Hai breathed a sigh of relief and tried to straighten his clothes, but it was hard to even lift his hands because there were too many people, and it hadn't been long since he left the house, and his clothes were almost soaked. Joy, come in here some. Lin Feng pulled his sister in front of him, using his body as a cover. Being a girl in such a crowded environment can be dangerous, and even if you are taken advantage of, it is difficult to pursue. After all, with so many people, physical contact is normal. Hey, when can we move into the inner city? It's a real pain to squeeze this train every day. Takumi grumbled. That's the trouble with living in the outer city, compared to those who live in the inner city, who have to get up before dawn, and going to school, even with the hover train, takes an extra hour or so. It's Yun Tianqi. That's so handsome. I want to be his girlfriend. Next Wednesday's Glory qualifying is Thunder vs Battle Wolf. It's a vicious battle. At that time, Yun Tianqi might make an appearance, and the class will have to watch the live broadcast. If Hichio joins the Thunder Warriors, it will be him who inherits his position in a few years. There was an exclamation of surprise from inside the carriage, and many students looked out toward the car window, looking excited and discussing. Following their gazes, Lin Feng looked over. Not far away from the light screen on the high building, a long-haired youth wearing a black battle robe holding dual swords, constantly weaving in and out of the dense jungle. From time to time there were demonic beasts sneak attacking. The youth's dual swords gently swung and cut them off. The demonic beast's blood dripped down the dual swords, transforming into 4 large red characters, made by Sky Soldiers. Apparently, it's a short movie commercial. Lin Feng was no stranger to this youth, the captain of the Thunderbolts, the double dagger Yun Tianqi. There were quite a few people in the Glory Alliance who chose dual swords as their weapons, but no one was faster than Yun Tianqi, and with this fast hand, he had made a name for himself in the Alliance. As we all know, Yun Tianqi was born in the 9 Generals neighborhood, which was a government low-cost housing located in the westernmost location of Jiangchang, and was known as one of the 4 major slums of Jiangchang, along with the shoreline neighborhood. Not only that, Yun Tianqi's father is also a disabled person, and the family's expenses rely on the hard work of his mother alone. Yun Tianqi was not a genius. His martial arts talent could only be considered medium to high, and the one he refined on the day of awakening was a 6th-ranked blistering wind mantis. After the entrance exam, he didn't even get into one of the 9 elite co-curricular schools. He could be discovered and signed by the Thunder Club only because of his knives. Knives that were fast as hell. No one in the league swings a sword faster than him. He's hardened by the Thunder Club with tons of resources. The original 6th Order Blast Mantis also evolved into an 8th Order Ghost Shadow Mantis with the help of the club. The Ghost Shadow Mantis was only an 8th rank demonic spirit, and in the Glory Alliance where the 9th rank was everywhere. And even the Earth ranking demonic spirits weren't rare. Demonic spirits of this rank were actually on the weak side. However, demon spirits are not as strong as they are, and the right ones are the ones that can bring out the most powerful abilities. Ghost Shadow Mantis is a combat demon spirit, and belongs to the min attack category of combat demon spirits. Ghost Shadow Mantis does not have powerful magic damage, and relies on its ghost-like speed and a pair of sharp forelimbs to fight the enemy. Such an 8th rank demonic spirit was not rare, but only Yun Tianqi had utilized it to the extreme. The pair of side-like forelimbs after the demonic spirit possessed him were equivalent to Yun Tianqi's weapons, and with his own dual blade stance, his attack speed became even more terrifying, and with that wind-like swinging, very few people were able to keep up with his attack speed. Because of his ordinary origins, Yun Tianqi was also the idol of many students from average families. I heard that nowadays, with his worth, a random endorsement fee reaches the sky-high price of 500 million Singapore dollars. Along the way, there were advertisements on the light screens of almost every building, many of which were endorsed by glory players. As is the trend, Cam Yuan Station has arrived, please stand by to get off. An hour later, with the sound of the station announcing, Lin Feng and the three of them got up in a hurry and got off the bus along with the flow of people, without any resistance and the flow of people and all kinds of mixed odors. Phew! After getting out of the car, the three of them let out a sigh of relief in unison and organized their clothes in unison, and then looked at each other and nodded, before running fast in the direction of the school. Half an hour later, the three of them arrived at their destination. Lin Feng took out his cell phone and looked at it. At this point it was already 7:50. There were still 10 minutes before class. He woke up at 5, ate breakfast, and hoofed it to school, which took almost 2.5 hours. Brother, I've seen my classmates. I'll go first, Joy said and chased after her classmate towards her. Don't fool around after school, come home early, Lin Feng shouted. He and his sister were not in the same school. His sister's Ziwei No. 1 middle school was 500 meters next to Jiangxi Middle School, which wasn't far away. Just as we arrived at the school entrance, some students came up to say hello. Lin Feng, vague head. Lin Feng, why do you look so ugly? I heard you were injured on your awakening day. It can't be that bad. If it was before, most of the students were climbing with Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng's grades could be ranked in the yearly section of more than 500, and his combat strength could be ranked in the top 200. So how could he be considered a little famous? Takumi, on the other hand, who is a small heel, appears to be silent. Most of his classmates remembered him as Lin Feng's follower, Lin Feng's deskmate, Lin Feng's best brother. Today, however, Lin Feng was instead left out in the cold, and everyone chatted enthusiastically with Gao Hai. Big head, I heard you became a demon spirit master. So true. A second-ranked vigorous demon bull. Although it's only a low-grade demon spirit with a strength attribute that can't be attached to attribute damage, but it's already not easy to be a demon spirit master. Big head, demon spirit possession show us. The sudden enthusiasm of his classmates made Gao Hai a little uncomfortable, smiling a little awkwardly, but it was obvious that he was still enjoying himself. Without rejecting his classmates' kindness, Gao Hai closed his eyes and concentrated, and after 10 seconds or so, his nose began to swell, 2 sharp-edged bull horns grew on either side of his forehead, his arms became thicker, and his body became a bit more robust. The original school uniform was a little too much to bear and began to crumble, revealing a stomach that glowed with a reddish copper luster. Whoa! There were some girls who let out exclamations of surprise, and there was a short-haired girl who even boldly went up and touched the big head's bullhorn, and finally mischievously pinched that big belly, scaring Gao Hai so much that he hurriedly stepped back and almost fell down. Ha ha! After a burst of laughter, it didn't take long for Gao Hai to exit the state of demonic spirit possession. Demon spirit possession requires the consumption of soul power. Demon spirit growth also needs to absorb soul power. Soul power is precious, and it's different from spiritual power. The otherworldly space gate appeared, and the heavens and earth were filled with spiritual energy, which could be absorbed passively even at the physical cultivation realm by challenging the limits of the body through intense workouts. If one became a martial artist, one could cultivate gong methods and actively absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Soul power, on the other hand, was more complex and was a product of the fusion of spiritual and mental power. If the soul power was overdrawn, it would take a long time of meditation to recover without the help of external forces. This was far more difficult than a martial artist recovering their spiritual energy. The talent of a demon spiritist looks at the size of the soul sea. The size of the soul sea could not be changed, so the total amount of soul power was also constant. There is no point in continuing to meditate if your soul power is restored. It won't add an ounce of soul power. To a demon spiritist, a powerful demon spirit was the key. When a demon spirit possessed a body to fight, what was consumed was the soul power within the demon spirit's body. That is, the power of the demon spirits themselves. There wasn't much soul power within the soul sea to even support the release of a powerful soul skill. The soul power within the Sea of Souls was mainly used as food for the demonic spirits. This was also the reason why many powerful demon spirit masters, whose original demon spirit had a 7th rank, refined a second demon spirit that was still also of the 7th rank and remained unchanged. Because of his talent, the size of the soul sea and the total amount of soul power hadn't changed at all. Even if some could raise their rank, it was because their willpower and physique became stronger, and the raise would only be of 1 rank, and under normal circumstances it would be impossible to go beyond the 2nd rank. Therefore, the second demon spirit, like the original demon spirit, had to start from scratch and grow slowly, consuming a lot of resources and time, and would not grow faster because the demon spirit master was strong. The truly powerful thing about a demon spirit master was the innate demon spirit, not the soul power. This was also the reason why very few people refined a second demonic spirit. It's one thing to cost money, but mainly it's too time-consuming to train 2 demon spirits at the same time instead. That's it? I'm not even getting high yet and you're done? A classmate teased. It's fierce to last this long. Soul power is precious. Gao Hai picked up the buttons that had fallen off the ground and said somewhat helplessly. The rest of them laughed and didn't continue to flirt. Indeed, to a demon spiritist who had just refined a demon spirit, soul power was indeed precious. There are 9 grades of martial artists. The 1st grade is the lowest, the 9th grade is the highest, and above the 9th grade is the martial king. Above the king of martial arts is the emperor of martial arts. The demon spiritist is divided into 9 stars. 1 star is the lowest, 9 stars is the highest, and above 9 stars is the spirit king. Above the spirit king is the transcendent. When a demon spirit master refined a demon spirit, no matter if he was refining a first-order demon spirit or an earth-ranking demon spirit, the demon spirit would start growing from the 0 rank. If the innate demonic spirit grew to the 1st rank, it would be called a 1-star demonic spirit master. If the innate demonic spirit grew to the 9th rank, it would be called a 9-star demon spirit master. The way to powerful demon spirits, besides meditating to feed the soul power, is mainly to eat pills that enhance the soul power or swallow other demon spirits. And no matter which one it is, it requires a very large amount of money and has a limit that is too much. At this time, the demon spirit was only in its initial stage. Just like a newborn baby, it didn't have much combat power and needed soul power to nourish and warm it up. Gao Hai's willingness to demonic spirit possession just now was already very facetious. Everyone playfully entered the school gates. The growth of a demon spirit required time. So even if one could become a demon spirit master, one did not necessarily become an expert right away. But compared to the martial artists, the demon spiritist was the main character. Beside every teenage girl who became a demon spiritist, there were quite a few students clustered around them. From time to time, one could see a student possessed by a demonic spirit, and a burst of gasps came from them. When Lin Feng and Zhou Sheng arrived at the classroom, they only saw half of the class surrounding one location. That's where Jacob's seat is. Nowadays, Yagu is the well-deserved star of the 7th class of senior high school. The 8th-ranked charming butterfly was comparable to a 9th-ranked demon spirit, and already possessed the qualifications to enter the 9 elite joint schools, coupled with signing a contract with the Gathering Star Club. With the aid of resources, the 3 major hero academies would only be a non-issue. Yagu, did you go to the Gathering Star Club? How was it? Did you see Yi Xing? I'm a fan of his. Nonsense. Gathering Star Club is headquartered in Shangjing. Yi Xing is the mainstay of the battle team and trains there. How could he come to our Jiangcheng? How much is your signing fee? Yagu? I heard you bought a house. Where is it? Everyone surrounded Yagu and kept asking questions, and some students' tone of voice even had a tone of bashfulness. And when Lin Feng approached, the originally lively atmosphere abruptly became quiet, and the air seemed to instantly freeze. Everyone turned and looked at him with a different kind of gaze, one that spoke of sympathy, disdain, gloating, and pity. Yes, mercy. It's like the old days. Lin Feng sighed in his heart. The 7th class of his senior year boasts roughly 600 people. Because of the casual conversation with Gao Hai in the morning, Lin Feng knew that there were only 83 people in their class who could reach the 5th stage of physical cultivation and participate in the Awakening Day. There were only 23 people who could refine demonic spirits and become demonic spirit masters, which meant that almost 30 people in a class could produce a demonic spirit master, a probability of almost 1 in 30. Demon spiritists were, After all, a minority. And those who didn't make it had some regrets, but not so much that they lost hope for the future. Many, in fact, have even clarified the direction of the future. Those with poor martial arts talent and good grades in school want to be an ordinary white-collar worker or take the civil service exam in the future. With no talent in martial arts and no good grades, he plans to go into business in the future and be his own boss. Those with martial arts talent, but average talent, also had their own career plans, and not being able to become a demon spiritist was no big deal to them. But just because he and Yako were a couple, when Yako became a demon spiritist, he, who had originally gotten good grades, became synonymous with being a loser. In Lin Feng's memory, in his last life, when Yagu refined the seventh-order demonic spirits, for those 3 months, the gazes of his classmates looked at him with such pity. The most painful thing for students is not discrimination and ridicule, but pity. Today, that pity is even greater. The good thing is, he doesn't care anymore. After so many years, Lin Feng had already forgotten where he was, but for 3 years in high school, he had been at the same table as Gao Hai, and after seeing Gao Hai sit down, he came to the seat beside him. It still seems like a dream. Sitting on the chair, looking at the youthful faces of the classmates beside him, the carefree laughter, Lin Feng was in a trance for a while. How many midnight dreams have I dreamed of this image? And now as I sit here, it's still a little unbelievable. Jingle bells. As the bell rang for class, a woman walked into the classroom with a pleasant stride. The woman looked to be about 22 or 22 years old, not very tall, just about 1 meter 5'6", but she was clear and pretty. Originally is the age of youth. Perhaps in order to have more teacher's majesty, deliberately dressed in a corny black professional clothes, wearing a black frame glasses, but even so, it is still difficult to cover up the face of the tenderness. It looks like a classroom teacher who just graduated from college not too long ago to intern. There were quite a few girls in the class that were more mature than her, judging by their looks. Of course, the woman is only the head of the living class, who is mainly responsible for the students' lives and daily arrangements, without a bit of actual power. Okay, class, be quiet. On the podium, Su Wei smiled slightly, and her 2 deep dimples seemed to be smiling back. Hearing the voice, sleepy Lin Feng looked up, and what came into his eyes was the smile, and without realizing it, his mood, which was originally a little irritable, suddenly quieted down. It's good to still see you. If the senior year of high school, because of Yagu, he hated the school, the classmates around him, and even everything, but only this homeroom teacher was the only thing he missed in that dark time. Lin Feng, you have to work hard. Oh, even though you failed on the awakening day, teacher believes that you will be able to get into a good university. How is your mood today? You can talk to your teacher if there's any confusion. How come you've become so quiet? You need to talk to your classmates more. Those words of concern still seem to echo in my ears. From elementary school to high school and even college, Lin Feng did not have a good opinion of any of the teachers he had taught. In the age of the great cultivation, it would be ridiculous to say such things as that the teacher is a candle and a gardener. In a society where might makes right, teachers and leaders focus on only 2 kinds of students. The first is the cultivation genius, that concerns their achievement test. The second is students with family backgrounds, and that will give them the benefit of the doubt. For a student like Lin Feng, who lived in a shoreline neighborhood, who worked hard and got good grades but was not a genius, caring was an extremely rare emotion, and sometimes even discriminated against. This is not only Lin Feng, but also the feeling of all the students in the shoreline neighborhood. Without the gift of cultivation, many of the children in the shoreline neighborhoods don't even really want to go to school. The only exception was Su Wei, that pure smile, not tainted by any trace of worldly brassiness. She is so caring and attentive to each and every one of her students. As far as Lin Feng knew, her family was not in a good situation. Her mother had died early, her father was physically disabled and couldn't work, and her family also had a younger brother who was in high school, so her only hope was her. But even so, she would still take out her small salary to subsidize students from difficult families. That old-fashioned professional outfit they saw was perhaps the best and most expensive she had ever worn. Unfortunately, however, because of her lack of connections, she was dismissed after only 6 months at Jiangxi Middle School. Well, before class starts with a message to everyone, Su Wei held her eyes and said, "The awakening day has ended. The assessment will start next Wednesday. The top 100 in the whole school can enter the key class. Everyone should cheer and make efforts to get into the key class." There was a lot of talk when this came out, but it was clear that they were prepared and not surprised. There are still 3 months to go before the college entrance examination, and the school will provide special care and special training for students in the key classes, with the aim of a few more people getting into the 9 elite coeducational schools. For a key secondary school, there are assessment criteria, and such assessment criteria will directly determine the government funding subsidies that the school can obtain in the following year, as well as the staffing arrangements for school leaders, so the school attaches great importance to it. Brother Feng, it looks like we are hopeless. Cao Hai was in a somewhat low mood. Although he had refined the second-order Herculean Devil Bull, he could add 10 points to his score. However, with his physical cultivation strength of 6 Dan, as well as his cultural achievements, his comprehensive results could not even be ranked in the top 1,000 of the yearly section, let alone get into a key class. There aren't a lot of resources in the focus classes, Lin Feng said casually. To him, joining a key class didn't mean much. Okay, no more discussion. Class is over. Su Wei clapped her hands together and tapped on the display board. Today is the era of great cultivation, and schools are divided into martial arts schools and liberal arts schools. As a martial arts high school, all the classes at Zhang Xin Middle School centered around one thing, becoming a martial artist and how to hunt demonic beasts. Instead, the high school exam is divided into 3 parts, totaling 750 points. Part 1, 200 points for cultural achievement. The cultural scores here are not the traditional scores in languages, mathematics, physics and the like. Those basics, junior high school had already finished learning. Instead, it was knowledge about the world of martial artists, such as some common spiritual medicines, the types and weaknesses of demonic beasts, and so on. Part 2, physical fitness score of 350 points, and the physique score, which is also known as the level of chi in blood, accounts for almost half of the score. Part 3, 200 points for practical performance. A martial artist can't have empty strength without combat power, and real combat is a major test of mastery of the fighting arts. According to the admission criteria in previous years, a total of 750 points can be scored. 580 points to get into the 9 elite joint schools. If you can reach 660 points, you can get into the 3 major hero academies. In the test half a month ago, Lin Feng's cultural score, 189 points. Physical score, 212 points. Practical score, 150 points. Total score of 551 points. Failing to reach the qualifications of the 9 elite joint schools, Lin Feng's cultural score had reached its limit, and with 189 points he could be ranked in the top 10 of his class. A real-world score of 150 is considered high, and it was mainly the physique score that was a serious drag. For students with no resources like Lin Feng, physical performance is the most difficult to improve. Even with 3 more months to go, the improvement in performance is limited and only marginally different, and Gao Hai's grades are even worse, just over 500. Therefore, for most of the students who keep saying what college they can get into in the future, their minds are actually already made up. And in addition to these 3, if there is a specialty, such as mastering a martial art, such as archery, swordsmanship, or some special skill, as far as Lin Feng knew, there were some students in the class who had obtained the Junior Pharmacy Certificate, Junior Spirit Appraisal Certificate. These also had extra points for specific majors in the university, and how many extra points varied depending on the university. And there are bonus points for being a demon spiritist. You can add 5 points for refining demon spirits of the first rank, 10 points for refining those of the second rank, and so on, and you can add a maximum of 50 points for refining the demon spirits of the earth list. The senior years program is organized so that you study the liberal arts in the morning and physical training in the afternoon. Vivian Su's course is Plant Awareness. This course focuses on various plants that can be used by martial artists in the wild, as well as various heavenly treasures. Even though he was sleepy in this class, Lin Feng still tried to stay awake. Only his mind wasn't on the class. Lesson 2, Demonic Beast Cognition. This course focuses on the types and weaknesses of demonic beasts, in pairing with videos that demonstrate techniques for hunting them. This course students were obviously very interested and knew the importance. After all, as a martial artist, hunting demonic beasts was the most basic skill. If they didn't learn it seriously at this time, it would probably be the price of death in the future. And that bloody image would from time to time cause some female students to let out a scream. And the sleepy Lin Feng was woken up, looked up, and continued to sleep. In terms of hunting demonic beasts, he was already at the master level. And in this city, there weren't many people who were better at it than him. In the morning's lesson, Lin Feng didn't listen at all and slept all morning. His state was obviously seen by his classmates. In their opinion, Lin Feng couldn't take the blow of failure and started to give up on himself. There is no longer any hope for Lin Feng's future. Jingle bells. Only when the school bell rang did Lin Feng slowly open his eyes. He wasn't woken up by noise. He was woken up by hunger. In the morning, he hadn't eaten enough at all, and the after effects of the sealing evil seal were beginning to show, with the loss of blood and the deficiency of qi and blood leaving his body in a state of extreme hunger. Come on, let's go eat. Lin Feng patted Gao Hai's shoulder and said, Just as the two had just walked out of the classroom, a silhouette blocked in front of them. Lin Feng, I have something to talk to you about. Yagu stood in front of Lin Feng, acting serious, and Lin Feng realized that there was something different about the young girl today, at least not like yesterday. Although the dress remained the same, still a blue and white school uniform, the temperament changed. The original Yagu was very beautiful, but the talent of cultivation could only be considered medium, plus being in a shoreline community, compared to the real sons of heaven, it was always permeated with a sense of lack of self-confidence. But now that she had refined the 8th order charming butterfly, plus signing up for the Gathering Stars Club, this lack of self-confidence had disappeared. Overnight, the young girl underwent a kind of metamorphosis, becoming confident and determined, more radiant. Well, what do you have to say? Although Lin Feng was a little surprised at the change in the young girl, he wasn't surprised. It wasn't as if he hadn't seen this kind of metamorphosis before. If she remembered correctly, it was the smile after the high school entrance exam. After Yagyu cried tears of joy when she knew she had gotten into one of the 9 elite coeducational schools, and now it was just an earlier time. Regarding Lin Feng's seemingly casual attitude nowadays, Yagu frowned slightly. Her heart was a bit uncomfortable, but when she saw Lin Feng's pale little face, she couldn't help but feel a bit of heartache in the bottom of her heart. She was about to open her mouth, but when she saw the curious gazes of the surrounding students, she could only say helplessly, "Let's go to the playground to talk about it." After saying that, he took the lead and left. "Da hi, go wait for me in dining room 5 and fix me a meal. I'll be right there." Lin Feng spoke to Gao Hai and slowly followed behind Yagu under the gazes of a crowd of people watching the show. Along the way, Lin Feng felt for the first time what it meant to be the center of attention. Of course, the center of attention wasn't him, he was just borrowing the light. Lin Feng naturally understood why his classmates were so curious. In their senior year of high school, their classmates knew them as childhood sweethearts who grew up together, usually eat together, go to school together, are used to seeing, even if the show of love spreading dog food in addition to envy, but not too big a reaction. But something seems different today. Originally a talented woman, door to door of the two, a cocoon into a butterfly, a nothing, inevitably let people gossip speculate about the end of the two. "Sister, can I have your autograph? Sister, you're really pretty, I'm your little fan, can I take a picture with you? I'll do it, I was here first, don't cut in line." The two of them traveled through the campus, and from time to time, there were schoolgirls and schoolmates holding pens and paper, or cell phones, with excited faces seeking photos and autographs from Yagu. The signature is not on a white sheet of paper, but on a photograph. In just one day, photos of Yako have appeared in the hands of students. There were life photos, and more photos of Yagu after she refined the charming butterfly and the demonic spirit possessed her. Yagu obviously had a lot of experience. The signature was very fast. Lin Feng glanced at it, the font was very professional. The dragons were flying. If he didn't know the name, he really couldn't tell what was written. But this beginning could not be easily ended, and people kept gathering around, soon gathering hundreds of people. Yagu was surrounded by enthusiastic students, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. The average person could not squeeze in. Not only that, at this time, many students who had heard the news were rushing in a steady stream. "Okay, well, I have something to talk about later." Seeing the surging crowd, Yagu hurriedly stopped the pen in her hand and handed her signature to a shy little boy, shouting, and by this time, the crowd of onlookers had already exceeded 1,000 people, so if they really signed on, they couldn't sign over even if their hands were broken. "Ha ha, I signed in. I signed in too. Fantastic. You didn't, did you? Ha, told you to run faster. You didn't listen." The underclassmen were excited. The ones who signed their names were giddy, and the ones who didn't looked dejected. "Whoever has an autograph, it'll cost me $100. In the crowd, a small, ungainly fat man pulled out a red bill and held it high above his head, flinging it around as he shouted at the top of his lungs. "So popular?" Now even Lin Feng was a bit surprised. "Can you sell it for money? Can you really sell it? $100. That's enough for an average worker's day's pay." Lin Feng shook his head inside. It seemed that he had underestimated the influence of Yagu. The moving external conditions, coupled with the 8th order charming butterfly and the members of the Gathering Stars Club, the combined factors added up to the fact that in Jiangxin Middle School, Yagu was already a well-deserved star. In Jiangxin No. 1 Middle School, the one with the strongest strength and the biggest reputation is Wang Wenxuan from senior class 12. This Wang Wenxuan was the president of their school's elite martial arts club, and although it was only a high school students club, it had a specialized venue and a teacher to guide it. Since his first year of high school, Wang Wenxuan has been the man of the hour at school. "I heard that he is the son of a large family. has excellent talent in martial arts, possesses the strength of the 9th stage of physical cultivation, and his overall grades are ranked 3rd in the yearly section. Yesterday, he did not participate in the Awakening Day because a month earlier, he had already become a demon spiritist, refining a 9th-ranked Raging Fire Berserker Lion. There were rumors that Wang Wenxuan, who had disappeared for a month, had joined Thunder Club. Now, although he had yet to take the test, with his strength plus the grade of his demon spirit, he had already become the number 1 person in Jiangxi number 1 middle school, a proud son of the Skylight character, and getting into the 3 major heroic academies would be easy for him. In terms of strength and accomplishments, Wang Wenxuan dangled Yagu, but in terms of popularity, he was nowhere near as high as Yagu. While he has been approached for autographs, it's nowhere near as crazy. When Yagu managed to get rid of the enthusiastic fans, the two of them crossed the playground and came to a remote wigwam in the back of the mountain. Neither of them took the lead in speaking, and the atmosphere was a bit strange for a while. We're 3 months away from the entrance exams. Why are you so self-absorbed? After a long time, Yagu turned around and gazed at Lin Feng, who had a pale face, dark eyes, and was in a poor state of mind. Although you haven't become a demon spirit master, with your strength, as long as you work hard, even if you can't get into the 9 elite joint schools, you won't have any problems with the general key universities. There's no need for you to give up on yourself. Why don't you say something? Seeing Lin Feng's calm face, Ye Ji's eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, a little angry and more than a little hateful. What exactly do you want to say? Lin Feng asked directly. Yagu was silent for a while before she spoke. Tomorrow I'm going to Shangjing. I'll be gone for 3 months, and I won't be back until the college entrance exam. Lin Feng didn't ask why. For reasons he could guess. Shangjing is the headquarters of the Polystar Club. Yagu signed on with Polystar for 3 months, and Polystar will do everything they can to train her to get into the 3 major hero academies. Ye Ji's score from the last assessment should be around 500 points. Refining the 8th order Charming Butterfly could add 40 points, for a total of 540 points, which was not yet up to the standard of the 9 elite joint schools. Of course, a demonic spirit of the 8th rank could be specially recruited by the 9 greats even if their scores couldn't reach it, but not enough to be specially recruited by the 3 major hero academies. Like Lin Feng, Ye Ji's physique score was low, and that could be boosted up with resources. In 3 months' time, with Gathering Star's financial resources and abilities, it shouldn't be a problem to raise Yagu to the 8th stage of physical cultivation. When the time comes, you will be able to get into the 3 major hero academies, even if you really can't reach it, as long as the difference isn't too much. I believe that with the ability of the Gathering of Stars Club, getting a special skill to add points isn't impossible. So, without any accidents, Yagu was able to get into the 3 great hero academies. Well, have a safe trip. Lin Feng smiled. Yagu was a bit surprised by Lin Feng's reaction. She was flabbergasted. She was leaving and she was still so calm? The Lin Feng at this moment made her feel strange. Since she had slept on the Awakening Day yesterday, she had noticed that Lin Feng had changed. When I'm gone, I want you to get your act together. Aha! Lin Feng's word put an end to the short conversation. Ye Ji's fists were slightly clenched, and she looked down for a moment before looking up again and looking straight at Lin Feng. I know why you're giving up on yourself. After a pause, she said in a gentler tone, you don't have to worry about all that. As long as you work hard, we'll still be together. After saying that, Yagu took out a bank card and handed it to Lin Feng. There's $500,000 in this card. The password is your birthday. It's time for the college entrance exams. Go and buy some chi and blood pills. Lin Feng didn't answer. $500,000 isn't a lot. At this moment Lin Feng was more or less moved. He looked at Yagu. Even though she had been given up, in Lin Feng's heart, Yagu had always been a kind girl. It was just that she was clear about her own pursuits, her own goals. Breakup fee? Lin Feng deliberately asked in a mocking tone. This money was naturally impossible for him to accept. No, just wish you'd try harder, Yako said in a rush. There was no denying that she did consider breaking up, even though it had only been one night. She had refined the Charming Butterfly, signed up for the Gathering Star Club, and was about to take the exams for the 3 major hero academies, while Lin Feng could only go to 1 key academy, and by then the gap between them would only grow wider and wider. Her parents and relatives also advised her to think about it. So they said, but Yegya knew that her mother wanted them to break up, and her father didn't object, but he didn't say he supported it either. But no matter what others said, having grown up together, she and Lin Feng still had feelings for each other. At the bottom of her heart, she still liked Lin Feng. She was willing to give Lin Feng a chance to still be together. Effort. Still together? Knowing the outcome of the future, Lin Feng's complexion was somewhat complicated. It was a phrase he'd already heard once, though the expiration date had lasted less than half a month. Let's break up. After saying that, Lin Feng turned around and didn't give Yagu the chance to continue speaking. Yagu was just about to speak when Lin Feng's figure had quickly disappeared from sight, as if he was afraid of her pestering him. Yagu was frozen in place, still holding the position of handing over the bank card. Her body was a little stiff. She didn't say anything for a long time. She looked at Lin Feng's back. Her complexion was permeated with a hint of surprise and aggravation. This result was different from what she had imagined. She predicted it many times before deciding. Even if Lin Feng broke down in anger, she wasn't surprised. But the only thing she didn't expect was that up to the end, Lin Feng was calm, as if he was facing a stranger. He was the one who initiated the breakup. She also knew she was actually making an excuse for herself by saying so much. Is the path of martial arts something you can succeed in just by working hard? If that were true, there would be no distinction between genius and mediocrity. For the path of martial arts, diligence could make up for clumsiness, but without talent, one's achievements were ultimately limited. This is especially true for demon spiritists. Without the talent of the Sea of Souls, even if an earth-ranking demon spirit was placed in front of it, it would be useless. Unable to refine demonic spirits and become a demonic spirit master, Lin Feng had lost his qualifications to become a strong person, and it was impossible to return to the Yang clan. After this, the gap with her will grow wider. They're not from the same world anymore. That's fine. Standing in place for a long time, the young girl slowly let out a sigh of relief, as if a heavy stone in her heart had fallen to the ground, and the whole person seemed to be relieved. Have you heard? Lin Feng and Yagu broke up. No way. Aren't they childhood friends? They used to be together all day long. How could they break up? Showing love dies fast. You're an idiot. Now what is Yagu's status? In the future at least an 8-star demon spirit master. Also signed up for the Gathering Star Club. The future is bright. Although Lin Feng's strength is good, it's only good. He can't become a demon spiritist. He's doomed to not be able to keep up with Yagu's pace. Yagu is too realistic, dumping Lin Feng so quickly. I've heard that Jifu has put out word that he's going to pursue Yagu. I wonder if it's because of him. Keep your voice down. You'll be screwed if you're targeted by a nori fish. But how did I hear that it was Lin Feng who initiated the breakup? When Lin Feng crossed the playground and was about to return to the restaurant, he realized that the gossip about himself and Yagu was already flying around and spreading. Standing in a corner, Lin Feng listened carefully for a while. Even he had to admire the speed at which the news spread. How long has this been going on? It's only been 10 minutes or so. Why does it feel like everyone knows? Lin Feng didn't really care about these boring gossips and comments. It just made him curious about how the story of him and Yagu got out. There's no way Jaco could have said that. Even if you talk to your little sister, you can't say something like you dumped her. It's not a good thing to publicize. No one was there in the first place. Lin Feng was a bit puzzled. In order to avoid the interference of others, Yagu deliberately chose to be in the back of the mountain. There weren't many people in the back of the mountain, not to mention the fact that they purposely chose a remote place. As a martial artist, alertness and observation were the most basic abilities, and lacking these two basic abilities, one would not know how to die. Although there wasn't going to be any danger in the school, as a martial artist who hovered between life and death, it was already Lin Feng's instinct to quickly observe his surroundings. Lin Feng was certain that when he and Yagu both broke up and talked, there was no one around, at least no one within 100 meters, not even a larger animal. Then there's something strange about this whole thing. Doubtful for a long time, until Lin Feng heard a young fan's name. Then it dawned on him. So that's the guy. For the students who were once classmates, so much time had passed that Lin Feng had almost forgotten them, and the names were barely remembered. But this young fan, Lin Feng was impressed. This kid called Young Fan's martial arts talent is average. His strength is only 5 paragraphs of physical cultivation. His grades in liberal arts are average, and his only advantage, he is well informed of the small news. He calls himself Jianghu Baishao Shang, Bao Da Jie, an entertainment ally, but his classmates call him Big Mouth. If there was any gossip that came out of Jiangxin First Middle School, 9 times out of 10, it would be from this loudmouth. Even if it's not, if you ask him, he's bound to be able to tell you a thing or two. I've heard that in order to gather gossip, the guy with no hearing or vision problems has gone so far as to learn lip sync and sign language. Although many people couldn't stand the guy, he was the first person they wanted to go to when they came across some campus gossip and rumors. As long as the news is coming from him, there is little question about its authenticity. This is a result summarized from hundreds of cases. Regarding that young fan, Lin Feng was somewhat interested. This young fan, although his martial talent was average, he also had the strength of a physical cultivation 5th stage, and possessed the qualifications to participate in the Awakening Day. However, he did not participate. Instead, he had found a sound-seeking beast from somewhere and refined it to become a benthic demon spirit. The sound-seeking beast was a second-stage demonic spirit with almost no offensive power, and its only ability was its hearing and eyesight that far exceeded that of normal people. By all accounts, it was just a second-ordered demonic spirit, and this kind of auxiliary demonic spirit was not rare. It's not surprising that they know lip sync and sign language, and there should be some with that skill in River Center 1, but knowing lip and sign language, and refining the sound-seeking beast, and calling himself Jianghu Baixia Shang, and being passionate about the gossip business, then this kid is definitely a talent. Talented people who have a good plan for their future career direction. In one respect, it's not too much of a stretch to say it's genius. Lin Feng decided that he would get to know him well. It was just the role he needed for his plan. When Lin Feng arrived at restaurant number 5, Gao Hai, who was waiting at the door, rushed forward and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Feng, did you really break up with Yagu?" "Aha." Lin Feng nodded. Gao Hai was silent for a while. His fists clenched tightly and he looked furious. Finally he seemed to make up his mind and said, "A breakup is a breakup, and as of today, she's no longer our friend. There's no need. This is our business, not yours." Lin Feng patted Gao Hai's shoulder and comforted him. Although this was between him and Yagu, Lin Feng understood how Gao Hai felt. The three of them grew up together and were in the same class from elementary school to middle school to high school, going to and from school together every day. Broken up, rightly or wrongly, they can no longer be friends without a word, as they once were, as far as he could remember. As Gao Hai had said, even when Yagu had gotten into the 9 elite united schools and soared to the top, he had never said a word to Yagu. He valued this friendship more than Lin Feng. "Don't blame her. I'm the one who initiated the breakup." "You mentioned it?" At Lin Feng's answer, Gao Hai had a skeptical look on his face, obviously not believing it. "What are you kidding? Let's go eat." Lin Feng didn't have any intention of explaining. His stomach was almost starving, and after beating his meal, he started his overeating mode. Under Gao Hai's astonished gaze, Lin Feng walked 3 times and ate a total of 7 bowls of rice, 6 small dishes, plus 2 pounds of barbecued meat, costing a total of 120 SGD. "Brother Feng, are you okay eating like that?" Gao Hai was a bit worried and wondered if Lin Feng had been irritated by his breakup with Yagu. What could it be? Lin Feng stopped the chopsticks in his hands. With so much food entering his body, his stomach bulged unbearably, and he really slowed down for a while. But even so, Lin Feng still didn't feel full. His body was still in a state of hunger deficit. Lin Feng understood that this was the aftermath of too much qi and blood deficit. Ordinary food, which could only enhance satiety, could not satisfy his need for qi and blood. The more powerful the martial artist, the larger the meal. For the martial artist, the more able to eat the body will be the stronger. Can eat is a blessing, is not unreasonable. "I'm almost out of money. I have to make money as soon as possible," Lin Feng said in his heart. Even the most ordinary food was not cheap, costing 120 Singapore dollars. This was Lin Feng's meal money for a week, and at this time, in his pocket, he only had 300 Singapore dollar left. It was his meal money for the remaining half of the month, and if his family hadn't been disposable and given him a month's worth of meals, he'd be starving tomorrow. Luckily, this is a school and the food is cheaper. If you were to eat out like this, it would be impossible without 200 to 300 Singapore dollars. During the break, Lin Feng then saw a male student not far away. He was obviously full. The plate in front of him was empty, but when he ate an elixir, after not too long, he began to overeat in the mode of overeating again. Lin Feng knew that it was an elimination pill, one worth SGD 2,000. The effect of taking one is to speed up the digestion of food. In the senior year of high school, facing the college entrance exams only 3 months away, many wealthy families prepare one for their children every day. How nice it would be to refine the king of big stomach. Feeling the food slowly digesting in his body, Lin Feng said in his heart, "King of big stomach is the nickname of the Tun Tun beast, which is ranked 47th in the list of exotic beasts." It was the same as the nightmare in Lin Feng's body. It didn't have any attacking ability and belonged to the auxiliary demon spirits. After refining the demon spirit of the king of big stomach, his digestive ability was dozens of times stronger than that of an ordinary person, and he could eat almost infinitely. For martial artists, being able to eat is a blessing. When you eat more, your strength increases faster. It would be good for Lin Feng if he could refine the king of big stomach. Unfortunately, his soul power was pitifully low, and he couldn't even feed a single nightmare. So where could he refine the king of big stomach? And the demonic spirits on the list of rare and exotic beasts were all unattainable, and trying to find them was like finding a needle in a haystack. Campus. On the rooftop of a school building sat 3 teenagers and a young girl. They were seated in a circle on their knees, with some lunchboxes, drinks and snacks placed randomly in front of them. "Van, what should we do?" The one who spoke was a girl with a pothead. She was on the chubby side, not tall, not exactly pretty, but a bit cute at best. She put down the chocolate cake she had taken a bite of and worried. The one he called Van was a teenager, ordinary looking, ordinary height, ordinary hair. If he had to find out one feature, it would be that his features were somewhat clean-cut, giving off a sense of extreme innocence, as if he would blush and shy away if you teased him. Really fuck him, old hen. But it was this clean-cut, as if he could blush, teenager who was currently eating with a big mouthful of food while cursing bitterly. What bad luck! How could I have provoked that crazy dog? Van, why don't you talk to someone? One of the freckled boys suggested. Yes, look for brother laughing to mediate. Last time that incident or we informed in time. Let him escape. He owes us a favor. He is on good terms with G-Fish. With him to talk about it, this matter may be settled. The pot-bellied woman hastened to agree. Not responding to his partner's suggestion, Yang Fan put down his lunchbox and lost his appetite. After school at noon, he happened to have something to do and went to the back of the mountain, and he happened to see Yago and Lin Feng chatting. Seeing that the two of them looked a bit off, with his instinctive reaction, he immediately possessed the demon spirit and borrowed the innate ability of the sound-seeking beast, paired with the skill of the spoken word, to learn of the news of the two of them breaking up. So explosive news? A person alone to enjoy the natural sense of achievement. In the spirit of the joy of a single person is not as good as the joy of the crowd. Yang Fan in the process of chatting with his classmates, a careful on the set out. In his mind, it was just an extremely powerful piece of gossip, not much different from the hundreds he passed out during the year. He could predict the sensation this gossip would cause. After all, this time the leading lady was the biggest name. Although passionate about the cause of gossip, Yang Fan is also a smart person. He knows what people he cannot provoke. He never messes with guys who are more powerful than him. In his opinion, Lin Feng and Yago were not in this range. Although Lin Feng was stronger than him, he didn't have to worry about it. As a classmate, with his understanding of Lin Feng, even if Lin Feng was upset, he wouldn't make a move on him. And as the dumped Yako, although she joins the gathering of the Stars Club and has a tendency to fly off the handle, she merely joins, and it's not long before they graduate from high school and who knows who else. It's impossible to hold a grudge for so long, right? It's not like it's a deep grudge, but with all his calculations, he couldn't figure out how he would mess with a Jifu. Yang Fan had the feeling of stepping on shit at this moment. Although he and Nori Fish were not in the same class, the two usually met and sometimes greeted each other. For several years in a row, his father even took him to visit Nori Fish's house to pay his respects. In his opinion, although he and Jifu were not brothers, they could be considered friends anyways, but how could he not expect that Jiu, who had nothing to do with this matter, would let out words to tear his mouth off because of jealousy, or perhaps not even jealousy, just for the sake of making a splash in front of Yagu. It's useless. Even if Smiley is willing to help, Jifu won't take his face into account, and Smiley wouldn't dare offend Jifu, since he's already let the word out. He'll definitely do it. Yang Fan directly rejected the two men's suggestion. He knew Nori Fish better than anyone. The guy was an idiot. Though they looked svelte, they were svelte scum, or it would be more accurate to describe them as animals. How many female students dropped out of school because of him over the years, and how many people were bullied by him for all sorts of odd reasons. One look, or even a walk that annoyed him, and he could break someone's legs. Why don't we just let the family step in? Another boy suggested. No. Yang Fan directly refused without any hesitation. Although his father had opened a company with assets of over $1 billion and was considered a minor celebrity in Zhangchang, it could not be compared to Jiu's family's Yunhai Group. And even their family had a lot of business that needed Yunhai Group's support. This was the reason why his father took him to pay his respects to Nori Fish's house every year. To put it bluntly, his father needed to flatter the Jifu family, and the two were not equals at all. And there is an unspoken rule among the students that you can't go to an adult to intervene in a conflict. This matter even if there is an adult to step in. Jiu has scruples and may pause to find trouble with him, but the retaliation afterward may be even more serious. For idiots like that, saving face is paramount. Besides this reason, the more important thing was that Yang Fan didn't want to beg his father. His martial arts qualifications were very poor. Even with the aid of resources nowadays he was only at the 5th stage of physical cultivation. Although he had become a demon spirit master, in everyone's eyes, a second-order sound-seeking beast was a wasted demon spirit, and very few martial artists would refine this kind of auxiliary demon spirit. He was poorly endowed, the worst of his siblings, and had been called a loser since he was a child. His father didn't think much of him because of it, and the relationship between father and son wasn't good, and he didn't want to go to his father over it. That would only be rewarded with disappointment and proof that you are indeed a loser. He established his own club in his freshman year of high school. used his saved allowance to organize frequent parties, and maintained the eye underneath him day in and day out, doing all of this in order to make something of himself after graduation and gain his father's approval. He wanted to prove that even though he was not good at martial arts, he was definitely not inferior to anyone. How about taking those things? Pothead whispered, but didn't finish. Shut up, Yang Fan reprimanded. The three men in front of him were not only his partners, but also members of his Jungle News Club, the Gangway News Club, a club he founded in his freshman year of high school. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and where there are rivers and lakes, there is news, which is exactly where the name Jianghu News Agency comes from. Since middle school, Yang Fan knew that his qualifications were poor, but the proud man did not think he was inferior to anyone. Even without qualifications, he was going to mix it up, and the Kangwoo News Agency was the starting point for him to realize his ambition. In Jiangxi No. 1 Middle School, no one knew about this club, which only had 4 members including Yang Fan. Apart from him, these 3 people in front of him were all talents he had picked out from Jiangxi Middle School out of 10,000 miles. Although their martial arts talents were all average, but in Yang Fan's opinion, their future might accomplish something different. The Jianghu News Agency, together with him, had only 4 core members, but each of them had more than a dozen eyes and ears under them, and what happened in Jiangxi one could rarely be hidden from their ears. That idiot, Nori Fish, has done too much crap for them to know. If this evidence was put on the internet, not only could G-Fish be expelled, it would even send him to jail, and even G-Fish's father's Yunhai group could be affected. Don't have that thought. It's a death wish. Yang Fan warned the crowd with a stern look. It's a small thing, at most. I'll get a beating. It's not even close to that. If a scandal broke out about Jifu at this time, many people would know that it was him who made the move without any investigation. This bit of scandal is not dry over the Yunhai group. When the time comes, not only difficult to protect themselves, will also involve the family. As the president of the Jianghu News Club, although he was only in his senior year of high school and hadn't really stepped into society yet, Yang Fan had seen too much darkness. He deeply understood the truth that one should never really touch the scales of a large group, or they would instantly bare their fangs and devour you. What then? The pot-bellied woman lay down on the ground, helpless. Soldier on, I'm outta here. Yang Fan got up, patted his butt and left. The remaining 3 looked at each other helplessly and followed his footsteps. After resting in the restaurant for a while, when Lin Feng felt that his stomach was no longer bloated, he and Gao Hai prepared to leave the restaurant. Go, Brother Feng, you're a better eater than me, and you'll be fat in the future. Gao Hai was still a little staggered by Lin Feng's appetite and felt incredulous. Just as the 2 of them were chatting idly and were just about to leave the restaurant, a figure suddenly flew in front of them, which knocked over 2 chairs one after the other and flung itself violently in front of them. Before the 2 could react, a group of people surged forward to punch and kick the screaming figure, and from time to time, they also cursed bitterly. I told you kid to have a cheap mouth, but also Jianghu Bai Shaoshang. Are you in a position to talk about Yakko? Get on your knees and apologize or break your legs. Now. Without having to look at his face, Lin Feng knew who the guy who had been beaten up was. Obviously, these guys are typing this on purpose, right? How else could it be so coincidental that the fight could not be anywhere but in front of him? Windy, there's nothing to see. Let's go. Gao Hai obviously noticed this as well. He looked a little uneasy and pulled Lin Feng to prepare to leave. Wait, Lin Feng didn't want to leave yet. He was interested in this guy who had been beaten up. It was the first time he had observed the former classmate, entertainment ally, gossip king, Jianghu Baixiang, but it really doesn't look like it. It wasn't what he thought it would be. At first glance, the impression given was of a person with a clean-cut appearance, not too tall, thin and weak, with the appearance of a good and obedient student. To say that he was a junior high school student, Lin Feng would believe it. It's hard to imagine this guy who feels a little shy being so passionate about the gossip business. Although in the eyes of the other students, Yang Fan was just an errant student with no talent in martial arts, not seeking advancement, and collecting gossip every day out of boredom. But in Lin Feng's eyes, this Yang Fan has a great plan for his future and can persist day after day and make achievements. Definitely not an ordinary character. But he had never heard of such a person in Jiangcheng in his previous life. Did it fall too soon? Lin Feng was not in a hurry to make a move, although he wanted to recruit the other party, but since Yang Fan dared to gossip about him, he obviously didn't have him in his sights, and should be given a proper lesson. But soon, Lin Feng became more interested in this Yang Fan. This seemingly skinny guy was a tough character. Even though he was beaten badly and his body was trembling in pain, he didn't beg for mercy except for the occasional muffled grunts, but just held his head with both hands and tried his best to protect himself. Lin Feng didn't recognize the 3 people who were committing violence, but he did recognize the guy behind those 3. with his arms wrapped around him. G. Fish. Gossip Scandal's second male lead. Around 1 meter 8. Handsome in appearance. With a faint smile on his face, he looked very gentle and easy to approach, except that his eyes occasionally showed a hint of evil. Gu now possessed the strength of the 8th stage of physical cultivation, and the one he refined yesterday on the Day of Awakening was a 6th order lightning panther, and as the son of the Yun Hai group, he had no shortage of money, was strong, and gathered a group of minions around him. Regardless of his strength or background, he was the man of the hour at Jiangxin Middle School. Lin Feng knew him not only because this guy was the man of the hour at Jiangxin Middle School, but also because he knew that this guy liked Yagu. In Lin Feng's speculation, this G Fish might have seen Yagu soar into the sky, which was why he couldn't help but start pursuing. Today's Yagu was not what she used to be. The mere refining of the 8th order demonic spirit and joining the Gathering Star Club was enough for her to step into the elite class of society. If you really want to marry Yagu, not only will you have face, but you can also struggle for a few years less. This beating went on for a long time, and no one on the sidelines stopped it, even if their hearts were in the right place. In Jiangxin Middle School, this kind of school violence happens every day. Even the school is vegetative. After all, there are too many students, and even sometimes the teacher will personally explain to the students the pleasure of this violence. Even if a school leader stepped in to stop it, it didn't help, and after a short period of peace, it was replaced by more reckless retaliation, and over time, no one dared to mess with Gu. He is a bully in Jiangxin Middle School, and no one wants to be targeted by this guy. Well, don't be fighting, no matter what. This kid and his dad go to my house every year to pay their respects. I can't explain if it's broken. Seeing that Lin Feng was neither leaving nor making a move, standing calmly in place watching the show, Gu finally couldn't help but open his mouth. Lin Feng, do you think this guy owes a beating? Gu slowly walked up to Lin Feng and asked with a smile, saying something about you dumping Yagu. What qualifications do you have to dump her? Once those words came out, everyone knew that Jifu was targeting Lin Feng. Things are about to get big. The students on the sidelines were already feeling oppressed. In Jiangxin No. 1 Middle School, although Lin Feng was not as famous as Gu, he was still a little famous. Lin Feng's strength wasn't really strong. Physical cultivation 7th stage strength? His grades didn't rank in the top 500 in his grade, but even if his strength was stronger than him, physical cultivation 8th stage, or even physical cultivation 9th stage, if it wasn't necessary, he easily wouldn't have a conflict with him. That's how powerful Lin Feng is. Strength doesn't necessarily mean combat effectiveness. Lin Feng is nicknamed Crazy and is known to be a ruthless character. Horizontal people are afraid of the rash, and the rash are afraid of those who don't want to die. A madman who fights without a fight. There really aren't many people who would dare to mess with it easily. Brother Feng, let's go, Gao Hai whispered. First of all, regardless of the strength, even if they won the fight, if a commoner's son like them offended Gu, the other party would have a lot of means to make them regret it, and it was even likely that they would involve their family. This is the main reason why Nori Fish is able to run rampant in the school. Windy go, Gao Hai urged once more and even pulled on Lin Feng's clothes, but Lin Feng remained indifferent. This made Gao Hai secretly anxious. In the past, Lin Feng knew the importance of lightness and would not be so stubborn. Could it be that he was stimulated by Yagu? None of your business? Without answering Jifu's question, Lin Feng faintly asked. If it was before, he wouldn't have gotten into a head-on conflict with Jifu. This was because he knew that the one who would lose out if he tangled with this kind of person would only be himself. But showing strength and talent was exactly what he had planned to do. Now there was a man who was going to come looking for abuse, and he wouldn't mind. How do you talk to Fish? One of the followers chided. Hurry up and apologize to Fish or I'll make you look good. After saying that, the three of them were rubbing their fists and eyeing the tiger. In their eyes, Lin Feng was only a physical cultivation 7th stage, and although his fighting skills were a bit stronger, he wasn't a match for them. Seeing that Lin Feng refused to leave, Gao Hai could only secretly defend himself, and although he was afraid, he did not retreat. Boy, you've got a lot of nerve. Gu froze, obviously not expecting Lin Feng to dare to speak to him like that. In the past, when Lin Feng had faced him, although he had never been timid, he hadn't been so arrogant to do so. Something's up, nothing's up, get lost. Lin Feng was too lazy to pay attention to this kind of boring trick, and he was a bit irritated emotionally from his original insomnia. Boss, I'll teach him a lesson for you. The moment Jifu's smile disappeared, one of his paparazzi couldn't wait to strike at Lin Feng. He only saw him take a sharp step and slash out with a palm, bringing a strong wind to chop at Lin Feng's shoulder. Boo! Before he could get close, Lin Feng's right leg was like a bolt of lightning, snapping and drawing on his chest afterward. Put! A mouthful of blood splattered, and in everyone's shocked gazes, a figure flew out backwards and finally landed heavily on the ground, spitting out blood non-stop. So strong, so mean. There was a hint of surprise in the eyes of the crowd of onlookers, although they were doggies, but as G-Fish's doggy, they were also at the 7th stage of physical cultivation, yet they were defeated in a single shot. In addition to being surprised by Lin Feng's strength, the ruthlessness of Lin Feng's strikes also made them fear for them. It's just that they don't make a move, but when they do, it's a killing move. Seeing the way that the doggy fell on the ground and wailed, even if the treatment is good, I'm afraid that I have to rest for 10 days and half a month, and at this time when the college entrance examination is about to be held, it may affect the results of the college entrance examination. Huang Gu, the other two doggies, seeing their brother's miserable state, changed their faces slightly, angry and a little timid at the same time. The three of them were the same physical cultivation 7th stage. Their strength was half a catty, while Huang Gu was not even a one-trick pony. How to not let them be afraid? Do it! The two of them glanced at each other. A cold light swept across each other's eyes, and with a low gulp, a left and a right, they launched an attack at the same time. Brother Feng, I'll help! Gao Hai shouted loudly and fiercely stepped forward. Just as he was about to grab one person to deal with, he only saw Lin Feng lightly tapping the ground with his left foot. The whole person scurried out like a cheetah, and in one flying leap, the two figures shot out at an even faster speed and fell to the ground again like a ragbag. Hiss! Looking at the miserable state of those three people, the original still lively discussion of the students are somewhat silent. Many people draw a breath of cold air. To 1 against 3, so loose, as if the adults beat the children in general. Lin Feng's fighting techniques were somehow profound in their eyes. In the crowd, 6 figures were watching this scene, originally just watching for a laugh, but they never imagined that things would be so interesting. Hee, that guy Little Fish has been defeated. Let's see how arrogant he still is. What a strong fighting technique. Unimaginable that it's better than any of us. It's not just the fighting skills, it's that fighting sense. It's a pity, unable to refine the demonic spirit, destined to be just a waste. Although this Lin Feng is little known, his strength shouldn't be this strong. Strange, the crowd murmured from time to time. The rest of the students were curious about what they were talking about, but they didn't dare approach. These people were all experts at the top of the yearly rankings and were likewise members of the elite martial arts club. Riverside High School contains both a middle school and a high school. Fighting and brawling is an everyday occurrence, and violence is in part a way to release stress. Naturally, various student organizations began to exist among students. The Elite Martial Arts Club, on the other hand, was the most powerful student organization at Jiang Xin Middle School. The Elite Budo Club not only has a dedicated training facility, but also a dedicated Budo teacher to teach it. Although there are not many core members, only 37 of them, the members therein are either the sons of high-ranking officials or the sons of consortia and families with a lot of money. And besides the core members, the Elite Budo Club has many full members. To become a full member, you have to pay $1 every month. It was said that there were thousands of official members of the Elite Martial Arts Society, and that every month they received more than $1 million in social fees. Among the students, what the Elite Budokai said was definitely better than the teacher, and Nori Fish is one of the 37 core members. So strong. Ji Yu looked at Lin Feng, who had a calm expression from the beginning to the end, and his expression was grave. Even if it was him, even if he could defeat the three, he couldn't do it as easily as Lin Feng. In other words, Lin Feng was even stronger than him. Although he was a physical cultivation 8th stage, which was a bit stronger than Lin Feng's physical cultivation 7th stage, but the 9 stages of the physical cultivation realm, the gap wasn't that big, and if the other party was strong in their fighting skills, it would be normal for them to challenge each other across the ranks. Although his heart was jealous, but his own men were beaten so miserably. If he didn't make a move, how would other people look at it? How can he still work? Good skill. Let me meet you. Ji Yu's eyes flashed, only to see his body like a willow. Under a flash, he steeply appeared in front of Lin Feng Lindong, his right fist clenched, and blasted at Lin Feng's chest. Woo! The air made a low whimpering sound as the wind of the fist passed by. Feeling the wind of that exceptionally powerful punch, Lin Feng inclined his head to avoid it. His right leg directly side-kicked Ji Yu's face with a strong wind. A simple whip leg, but the stance of the attack was quite graceful. The movement was natural and smooth, like a spirit swallow crossing the mid-air. Whoa! This graceful attacking movement caused many people to let out gasps of surprise. It's so handsome. Boo! The speed was so fast that Ji Yu had no way to dodge it, and could only block with his left arm, making a dull sound as his body fell back slightly. The strength is okay, but the explosiveness is great. Ji Yu's face was grim, and a cold light showed in his eyes. He was a physical cultivation 8th stage while Lin Feng was a physical cultivation 7th stage. His strength and power were not as good as his, but just now in the first collision, he backed off, which was a shame for coming to him. Go to hell! Ji Yu's body was slender. He violently stepped on the ground, and as his body leapt up, his knees bent and his right leg charged upwards, slamming into Lin Feng's chest with a furious force. Lin Feng did not retreat but advanced. With rich experience in actual combat, he blocked with his left hand, and in the moment of contact between the two, his right hand violently raised his elbow to strike Ji Fish's chest, a steep killing move. Put! Being struck by a vicious elbow, Ji Yu's mouth spurted blood, and with a bang, he directly fell to his knees in front of Lin Feng's eyes. His face was a little twisted. The pain was so intense that it felt like his chest was going to be cracked by this elbow strike. Ji Yu was just about to stand up when Lin Feng raised his right leg and slashed down like a battle sword. Unstoppable. Being viciously trampled on the shoulder by a foot, the tremendous force directly caused Ji Yu's entire body to collapse to the ground. No way. Seconds? The onlookers were shocked. Lin Feng was only at the 7th stage of physical cultivation and he directly killed the 8th stage of physical cultivation in seconds. It wasn't impossible to cross the level challenge in the physical cultivation realm, but it was too easy. You, really too weak. Lin Feng looked down on Ji Yu from above and said indifferently, I want you dead. Ji Fu roared lowly, his expression grim. The humiliation made him let angry more than the pain. At Lin Feng's feet, Ji Fish's eyes were colored with a layer of dark blood red. His body rapidly swelled, and the bones in his flesh crackled and popped. His body twitched slightly and rapidly grew larger. His body was covered in black hair, and his hands turned into sharp claws that flashed with a pitch-black cold light. He's going to demonize. The crowd let out a gasp of surprise. It wasn't a secret among the students that the one Ji Yu had refined was a 6th-rank lightning leopard. Bang! Lin Feng didn't pay any attention. His right leg violently stepped on Ji Fish's chest. The powerful force made the corners of Ji Fish's mouth twitch. His mouth spewed blood. His originally swollen body deflated like a balloon, and his originally demonic transformed body returned to normal. Idiot! Lin Feng's face showed disdain. Did he really think that becoming a demon spirit master was a strong person? It was so naive to want to assist in battle when one had only just refined a demon spirit. Phew! Just then, a silver light flashed, and Lin Feng's feet stepped on the ground and his body jerked back. Thumbs up! In front of him, a silver-white dart went deep into the ground. If he hadn't reacted in time just now, the dart would have only shot into his right leg. Oh, that was a quick dodge. With a teasing word, 6 figures slowly walked from the crowd, led by a teenager. The teenager had a rounded head, wore a white t-shirt and sweatpants, was extremely large and had a somewhat menacing look to him. The students on the sidelines hastily avoided a path, deeply afraid of blocking them. It's Mo Soon. This is the end of Lin Feng. The onlooker students whispered. Mo Soon, a genius of the 9th stage of physical cultivation, refining a 9th order earth demon bear. His strength can be ranked in the top 3 of Jiangxin First Middle School, and he has heard that he has been specially recruited by the Great Wall Academy, one of the 3 major hero academies. At the same time, he was also the vice president of the elite martial arts club, Brother Wind. Cao Hai looked visibly timid. Things were getting worse in his opinion. Looking at the teenager who was slowly walking towards the head, Lin Feng looked calm. Mo. Seeing this person, even though Ji Yu was in excruciating pain, he still struggled to get up and shouted, Mo, take revenge for me. Mo-san nodded and didn't say much as he came to Lin Feng, facing the calm teenager in front of him. He spoke, kneel down and apologize to Ji Yu, and this will be settled. Mo-san spoke calmly, but gave a sense of indisputability. As the vice president of the elite martial arts society and a genius who was about to be admitted to the 3 great hero academies, not to mention the teachers, even the principal didn't dare to offend him easily. In his opinion, he had already given Lin Feng a lot of face, mainly because Lin Feng's strength had aroused his interest. But unfortunately, Lin Feng didn't seem to appreciate him, and that gaze was annoying. That calm gaze, to the very end, did not put them in their eyes. Boy, that's kind of funny. Mo Soon violently stormed up and struck out like lightning. The 9th stage of physical cultivation was already the pinnacle of the physical cultivation realm, and as long as one step further, one would be a martial artist, and the air was blown up as soon as Mo Soon struck out. Lin Feng looked indifferent. At the physical cultivation realm, unable to possess spiritual energy, he was an invincible existence. Lin Feng stepped back, easily avoiding Mo Soon's attack, and with a light spin of his body, his fist plunged over his shoulder. What a great dodge! The speed doesn't seem fast, but that combat response is absolutely amazing. A series of shrieks rang out. Originally, the crowd thought that Lin Feng would soon be defeated, but the reality was that even though Mo Soon's attacks were fierce, he couldn't touch a piece of Lin Feng's clothes. With a casual dodge, Lin Feng was able to make Mo Sun's attack end in failure. Damn! Failing to attack one after another, Mo Sun was a bit anxious, especially with the teasing and mockery in the eyes of the onlookers, which made him even more enraged. He obviously understood that Lin Feng's fighting skills had far surpassed his, and even if he wasn't as strong as him, he wasn't a match for him. His fighting skills? Why does he feel more powerful than a Budo-sensei? Mo Sun had a feeling, but in terms of fighting skills, Lin Feng was even better than the teachers at the school. Seeing that the vice president was unable to take Lin Feng down, the 5 teenagers of the elite martial arts club glanced at each other, nodded slightly, and violently spread out, rushing towards Lin Feng in a half-arc, and between their actions, there was quite a tacit understanding. Despicable. To be beaten in a group. That's disgusting. Garbage. You just realized. If you can beat it, you fight it alone. If you can't beat it, you beat it in a group. That's the tradition of the elite martial arts club. The students murmured, but in whispers. Brother Feng, I'll hold off too. After Gao Hai finished speaking, he clenched his fists and let out a bellowing cry, as if he was cheering himself up. Takumi, back off. Lin Feng pushed Gao Hai away as soon as he could. Gao Hai was too weak to be a match for these people and could easily be injured. After pushing Gao Hai away, to everyone's surprise, in the face of the siege, Lin Feng didn't retreat. Instead he took the lead and attacked, only to see him step out in large strides, his entire body shooting out like an arrow off the string, grabbing the teenager closest to him and striking out blatantly. The teenager was obviously a bit alarmed. In the moment of contact between the two of them, the teenager's body slightly twisted, bypassing Lin Feng's front punch, but his right hand was lightning snapped out, directly catching Lin Feng's shoulder. Gotcha! The teenager's voice was permeated with a hint of surprise, while his hands were like eagle claws deadlocked on Lin Feng's shoulders. In his opinion, even if Lin Feng was strong, as long as he entangled Lin Feng would be dragged into the siege. 6 against 1. The fight was not in doubt. However, just at the moment when the rest of the group thought that the dust was about to settle from the fight and came over to support them, Lin Feng's body shook slightly. His center of gravity dropped and he easily got out of control. The teenager couldn't help but prostrate himself forward, and he was greeted by Lin Feng's upward-facing right knee. Ah! Accompanied by a mournful scream, the teenager covered his nose and rolled around frantically on the ground, which was strewn with drops of blood. Despite covering his nose, the bridge of his nose was definitely broken under that force and impact. Too hard. All the onlookers trembled slightly and couldn't help but take a step back, chills running through their hearts. From the moment Lin Feng took the lead in attacking to the teenager screaming in misery, it was only a second or two. In the moment he was grabbed, Lin Feng easily got out of his control, and after that, as if he had foreseen it in advance, his right leg lifted up, and it was a vicious knee blast. This kind of combat experience was simply terrifying, and even more terrifying was Lin Feng's ruthlessness. Not bad for a crazy person. Sure enough, seek death. Seeing the tragic situation of his brother, a teenager waved his fist and violently struck towards Lin Feng, but he was avoided by Lin Feng, and then the other person also rushed forward with a ferocious whip leg. At this time facing the siege, Lin Feng's body made a pirouette, spinning like a gyroscope, avoiding the attack at the same time. His right hand drew a circular arc and explosively struck on the chest of the person behind him. Ka-ching! A crisp sound was followed by an even more mournful scream. That teenager, he was directly struck by Lin Feng and broke his ribs. Ah! The misery of his two companions made a teenager timid in his heart. He roared loudly as if to embolden himself, waving his fists towards Lin Feng's head and striking it rapidly. Lin Feng didn't move, didn't have the intention to dodge, and when the attack was less than a meter away from him, his right leg kicked, like a long whip on the teenager's crotch. Puff! The teenager's body trembled, then stiffened, his face instantly turned pale, and although the pain was immense, he didn't scream for a moment, but instead covered his crotch with both hands and fell to his knees, trembling and sweating coldly. The siege attack of the 5 was crushed by Lin Feng in an instant, and the 3 of them directly fell to the ground in a miserable state. With Lin Feng's combat experience, how could these students who hadn't yet practiced martial arts be his opponents? If it was a life and death struggle, these guys would be dead already. The remaining 2 looked horrified. They knew that Lin Feng was a ruthless character, but they never thought he was this ruthless. Not only were they ruthless in their strikes, but that rich combat experience made them even more intimidated. At this time to face the college entrance examination, only 3 months left. If the injury is bound to affect the performance of the college entrance examination, in order to affect the college entrance examination for the sake of a moment of anger, is it worth it? The 2 men chickened out. Mo Sun didn't move either, perhaps because he knew that he wasn't an opponent, or perhaps because he was scared by Lin Feng's ruthlessness. Don't mess with me. Next time you won't always be able to stand. Lin Feng came to Mo-sun and said coldly. Mo-sun frowned at the teenager in front of him who was a bit shorter than him. How could he not expect things to come to this? In Jiangxine, Lin Feng was the first person who dared to threaten him. If they couldn't get Lin Feng, it would definitely affect the prestige of the elite martial arts club among the students. And maybe, starting next month, the club fees would be much less. While that money, he didn't care about. It was a sign of success for the elite martial arts society. Strong indeed. But do you think you can be arrogant in front of me just like that? Mo-sun asked with a smile. Although he didn't want to admit it, Mo-sun knew that Lin Feng was stronger than him. Much stronger. But even then, so what? Lin Feng was only a physical cultivation 7th stage. He couldn't refine demonic spirits. He couldn't become a demonic spirit master. And with his grades, he was destined to not be able to get into the 9 elite joint schools, which also doomed him to not be able to become a strong person. More importantly, Lin Feng's family is not well off. Living in a shoreline neighborhood with no capital to turn over, the physical cultivation realm was unable to cultivate feats, so strong fighting skills could be challenged across levels. However, breaking through the physical cultivation realm and becoming a martial artist can absorb spiritual energy, and fighting techniques will be replaced by martial arts. As for becoming a demon spirit master, borrowing the power of a demon spirit, some of them can even kill martial artists of the same rank in seconds. So in Mo-sun's opinion, even though Lin Feng was strong, it wouldn't take more than a year or two for him to be eliminated. At that time, any one of them could finish off Lin Feng. Not to mention, power and background are also a force compared to strength. Mo-sun had many means to make things difficult for Lin Feng, even to the point of leaving his family with no place to stay in Jiangcheng. Arrogant? Lin Feng asked in a seemingly puzzled manner, and then, with a fling of his ear, he viciously slapped Mo-sun's face. Pa! A crunch, Mo-sun was hit with a bump, almost fell to the ground, only to see the left side of his originally white face. A red palm print quickly surfaced, extraordinarily blood red. It seemed that he hadn't expected Lin Feng to really dare to make a move. Mo-sun froze, and after a few seconds, he reacted with an angry and grim expression. He raised his hand violently, and before he could swing it down towards Lin Feng's face, there was another snapping sound, and a palm print surfaced on the right side of his face as well. Is it arrogant enough? Lin Feng asked. Fuck you. Mo-sun just wanted to curse out. And again, pop sound, a slap hard whip flung in his face. This time, the force is very great. Mo-sun's face is swollen, blood red palm prints red with purple, as if to penetrate the blood. Is it arrogant enough? Lin Feng still asked indifferently. You die. Pop. I will kill. Pop. All the students were stunned at this point and simply couldn't believe their eyes. Too brutal. Every time Mo-sun opened his mouth and tried to put in a harsh word, Lin Feng was a direct slap, and the force was getting bigger and bigger. At this point Mo-sun's face was swollen like a pig's head, and I'm afraid that his parents wouldn't even recognize him. Ha ha, I took pictures. I'm going to send them to Wang Lin to see if she still recognizes the guy who got her kicked out of school. Lin Feng is so ruthless, it's all turned into a pig's head, but it's really good. So relieved. Lin Feng should just drop out of school. Maybe he'll get screwed. As the students talked, they took out their cell phones and were recording the historic moment. Is it arrogant enough? Lin Feng still asked this. This time, Mo-sun was silent. At this time, his eyes could barely open, and his face had lost feeling. At this time, in the face of those rippling eyes, he didn't dare to put hard words. After a while, he said, cocky enough? I hope you can stay that cocky. Ha! Lin Feng smiled. He naturally heard the threat in Mo-sun's words, but didn't take it to heart. Knowing that he wasn't an opponent, and daring to put out threats in such a tragic battle situation was nothing more than looking down on his potential and background. Trying to get back at me. Ha! Lin Feng said indifferently. Think about the plan. You have to kill me with a single blow. Don't give me any chance to roll over. Otherwise my revenge will be even more ruthless. Definitely beyond your imagination. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, Lin Feng was acting a bit wild, even crazy at this moment. In such a tragic situation, no one would think he was just talking. Lin Feng naturally didn't just talk about it. He wasn't worried about Mo-sun retaliating. No matter how many people there were in the elite martial arts society, as long as he was ruthless enough to be feared and chilled, no one would dare to resist. As for whether Mo-sun would find martial artists to take revenge on him, Lin Feng wasn't worried. In Jiangcheng, surveillance was everywhere, and no one dared to be blatant and maim people to death. Not even the sons of large consortia and big families. Even professional killers, no matter how stealthy they do it, will leave traces. Mo-sun was able to use his parents' power to get the school to expel him, leave his parents without jobs, and even kick him out of the shoreline neighborhood. But the only thing he didn't dare to do was to ask martial artists to attack him and assassinate him. There is zero tolerance for this kind of behavior, regardless of the base city. No matter how outstanding Imo-sun's qualifications were and how strong his family's background was, he would face the severe punishment of the law when the time came. If Lin Feng's talent was outstanding and reached the standard of a genius, and Imo-sun found someone to maim and kill him, not only himself, but even his parents could face jail time, and the group of companies that he worked for would face huge fines, and might even be confiscated and banned outright. Geniuses were all fragile in the very beginning stages. Even the greatest geniuses were no exception. To the base city, 100 martial artists with medium to high qualifications were not worth one genius martial artist. If there wasn't a punishment that was severe to the extreme, then any martial artist, or even an ordinary person with a gun, could snuff out a genius that hadn't grown up yet. The better the talent, the better the security. What shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it. There is a certain truth, but it is not suitable for Jiangchang. It is suitable for the other world or outside the base city. Those places, Blue Moon, cannot cover. And that's why Lin Feng wasn't afraid of Imo-sun. If Lin Feng could enter the Glory Rookie ranking in the future, he would qualify for Blue Moon Guardian and be in a state of protection all the time. What are you all doing here? Don't you need a break for lunch? Right at this moment, an explosive sound rang out. The students who gathered around shivered in fear. As if avoiding snakes and scorpions hastily dispersed a road, a tower-like figure was walking quickly. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s, tall, looking 2 meters tall, with a tiger's back and extraordinarily strong physique, with ordinary jeans underneath and a tight white tank top on the upper half of his body, showing off his violent body perfectly. Tai Tai is here. Now Lin Feng is in trouble, the students whispered. The middle-aged man nicknamed Iron Tower was the head instructor and martial arts teacher of Jiangxin No. 1 Middle School, and was the object of fear for many students. What the hell? You're fighting when you're about to take the entrance exam. The middle-aged man first glanced at the situation and clearly had an impression of the 3 people wailing on the ground. He first glanced at Lin Feng before turning to Imo-sun and asking, "Who are you? Who beat you up like this?" "I'm Mohan." The middle-aged man's face changed, obviously not expecting this pig head in front of him to be Imo-sun. It's never only Imo-sun who beats people into a pig's head. When did he become a pig's head himself? Mr. Zhang Hum, he's the one who moved. Imo-sun pointed at Lin Feng and said. It was at this point that this director of instruction named Zhang Hum redirected his gaze towards Lin Feng. "You did?" Zhang Hum asked to Lin Feng, his tone somewhat skeptical. The members of the elite martial arts club had a strength of at least physical cultivation 8th stage, and Imo-sun was even physical cultivation 9th stage. In school, they were the only ones who bullied others. When had they ever been bullied? Or were they picked off 6 at a time? How is that possible? "I did it." Lin Feng nodded and didn't deny it. "It's really you? How did you do it?" Even though Lin Feng himself had admitted it, Zhang Hum was still a bit in disbelief. As the head teacher, he knew all the martial arts geniuses and students with backgrounds in Jiangxin First Middle School, but he didn't have a single impression of Lin Feng. 1 against 6. Could it be a first-class martial artist? It can't be. There doesn't seem to be any first-grade martial artists among the students. Teacher Zhang, it was indeed him who made the move. His name is Lin Feng. Although he doesn't have the resources to assist him, his strength is only at the 7th stage of physical cultivation, and he hasn't refined his demonic spirit, but his fighting skills are very strong, Imo-sun said as he endured the pain. Lin Feng gazed at Imo-sun, a hint of mockery appearing at the corner of his mouth. Imo-sun's words were nothing more than telling Zhang Hum that he was a student with no background and no future. It was at this point that Zhang Hum was able to believe it, but he was still just a bit incredulous. However, he didn't follow up with a question, but instead chided Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, isn't it? Physical cultivation 7th stage. His grades aren't great, but his ability to cause trouble is impressive." Just as Lin Feng had predicted, when he heard Imo-sun's words, Zhang Hum's originally scrupulous attitude changed all of a sudden. Zhang Hum stared at Lin Feng with big copper bell eyes, scanned him for a moment and spoke. "Why did you beat up your classmates?" "I'm just passive defense," Lin Feng said. "Passive defense? Then why weren't you the one who fell to the ground?" "But them?" Zhang Hum questioned. To this question, Lin Feng expressed his speechlessness. "This question is like, why does he hit you instead of someone else?" Ignoring it, Lin Feng turned around and prepared to leave. "Stop!" Zhang Hum let out a fierce shout and stopped directly in front of Lin Feng, stretching out his hand to grab Lin Feng, but Lin Feng dodged it. "Hit someone and try to leave?" When Zhang Hum saw that Lin Feng still dared to dodge, he became angrier and angrier. "Kid, don't force me to do it. Even if you can escape, do you believe I'll make you drop out of school directly? You can't even take the college entrance exam." And at this time, Lin Feng also felt a little annoyed. Only Lin Feng slowly raised his head, gazed at the teacher Zhang Hum in front of him, who was half a head taller than himself, and asked with a smile, "I say, what kind of a thing are you?" The words fell silent. Everyone looked at Lin Feng incredulously. "Are you crazy?" directly challenged the head teacher at school, who was known as a killer. "What?" Even Zhang Hum was a bit bewildered for a moment, as if he couldn't believe it, and then he reacted with a violent rage as he roared, "Say that again. I say, what are you?" Lin Feng still calmly replied back, not affected in the slightest. "A handful of years old, over 40 I think, and only a first-grade martial artist. Your talent and strength is trash to the extreme." Lin Feng ignored Zhang Hum's increasingly swollen red face and continued, "People call you a teacher. Do you really take yourself as a character?" All the students looked at Lin Feng incredulously. These were words that they also wanted to say, but never dared to say, and even Emosun was a bit shocked. Although he is a school rampage, but only for students. Even if he has never provoked Zhang Hum to his face, Lin Feng is not want to live? Zhang Hum was a martial artist. Even if he was only a first-grade martial artist, but he could cultivate Kung Fu and he was definitely an existence that the physical cultivation realm could not contend with. Could it be that Lin Feng thought his fighting skills were so strong that he thought he could challenge martial artists? Even if he could really beat Zhang Hum. So what? Openly provoking the teacher at school. Still want to continue studying. Emosun was happy in his heart. He felt that he didn't need to do anything himself. Lin Feng was going to be expelled from school. "Dog! Get your ass over here!" With an explosive shout, Zhang Hum's right hand clenched violently before charging towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood still, motionless. His pitch-black eyes glowed slightly. A strange red aura was hidden in them. When Zhang Hum met those pitch-black eyes, a piercing coldness immediately surged through his heart. His body instantly stiffened. Is that murderous intent? How could a student have such strong killing intent? Did he really kill someone? Killed a lot of people? Zhang Hum had chills in his heart. At this moment Lin Feng was extremely dangerous in his eyes. What's wrong? Everyone looked at the scene in amazement, not understanding what was happening. "Take him with you." Lin Feng spoke to Gao Hai, who was obviously still in a state of surprise. While reacting he glanced at Zhang Hum, not understanding why the latter suddenly looked like a fool. A look of panic? Gao Hai helped Yang Fan on the ground and Lin Feng walked in front. At that moment, everyone hurriedly and automatically dispersed a passageway to allow the three to pass through. "Brother Feng, what's the point of bringing this guy?" Supporting Yang Fan, Gao Hai was dissatisfied. Gao Hai was famous for his good temper, and although he didn't have much of a presence in the class, he was well liked and seldom got red in the face with anyone. But at this time the dissatisfaction on his face wasn't hidden in the slightest. In his opinion, if it wasn't for Yang Fan spreading rumors, how could Jiu be jealous and come to trouble them? And how could he have messed with Emosun? Now it was good. Having offended the elite martial arts society and disgraced the director of instruction in front of so many people. In Jiangxi No. 1 middle school, Lin Feng was only afraid that he wouldn't be able to get along, and perhaps he wouldn't even be qualified to participate in the college entrance exams. "Sorry." At those words, Yang Fan, whose face was filled with pain because of the pain, apologized. Not only did he get hurt himself, but he also dragged Lin Feng, who was in the same class, into it. While Lin Feng failed to refine the demon spirit on the day of his awakening, Yagu refined the 8th order charming butterfly and signed up with the Gathering Star Club, soaring to great heights. Today's breakup? Even though he knew that Lin Feng was the one who spoke first, knowing what had happened, in his opinion, this was Lin Feng feeling inferior, feeling that he wasn't good enough for Yagu, so he took the lead in proposing the breakup, in order to retain the last shred of self-respect within him. The double blow Lin Feng could only be described as miserable, and now because of himself, he had also offended the elite martial arts society and Zhang Hum. This could only not be described with the word miserable. "It's okay, it's just a small thing." Lin Feng laughed and looked relaxed, obviously not taking this seriously, which made Yang Fan feel even more guilty. "I can walk by myself," Yang Fan whispered. Gao Hai let go and Yang Fan took 2 steps. Although his posture was a bit strange and his body was slightly trembling, he was still walking normally. Although his whole body was bruised and swollen, Yang Fan's body was curled up when he was surrounded to avoid his ribs being broken, so he didn't suffer any serious injuries. At least he was much stronger than the ones who were cleaned up by Lin Feng. In Lin Feng's opinion, this was obviously some experience. Otherwise he wouldn't have protected himself so well. Only that it wasn't the first time he had been cleaned up. Facing Lin Feng's gaze, Yang Fan looked a little embarrassed. "I'm really sorry. I'm sorry for involving you in this. If apologizing works, why do we need the police?" Gao Hai said disdainfully. "I'm sorry." Yang Fan awkwardly apologized again, even though he knew it wouldn't help. "In that case, this whole thing is because of me after all. and I have $20,000 here. Yang Fan hesitated for a while and finally made up his mind, seemingly afraid that Lin Feng would misunderstand. Without any pause, don't get me wrong, it's not to pity you. You have no place to stay in Jiangxin First Middle School if you beat up Emosun. This money is for you to transfer to another school. After saying that, Yang Fan quietly looked at Lin Feng. $20,000 was quite a lot, but he could still afford to pay it. Brother Feng, why don't we transfer to another school? Gao Hai hesitated for a moment, then said. As Yang Fan said, there seemed to be no other way but to transfer to another school. Looking at Yang Fan, who had a guilty face, Lin Feng was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that the big mouth who had a bad character in the mouths of his classmates was still considered to have a conscience. Jiangxin First Middle School tuition fees for a year is also more than 5,000. Yang Fan gave $20,000 as not less. Transferring to even count the cost of food is far more. Although I don't know what kind of background this guy has, but I'm only afraid that he's a master who doesn't lack money. Transferring won't help. Not to mention the trouble. Do you think transferring Emosun won't be able to trouble me? Lin Feng directly denied. If he really wants to get me in trouble, just block my doorstep after school. A rich kid like Emosun has a lot of foxes and friends, so even transferring to another school doesn't guarantee anything. The only way this is going to end is if they have something to fear. What then? Gao Hai asked anxiously. He would rather offend his teacher than Emosun. It meant endless trouble. What else can I do? Beat him until he's scared. Lin Feng laughed. Gao Hai was speechless. Brother Feng, even if you are very strong, can you beat one? Can you beat 10? Yang Fan agreed. Lin Feng, don't be impulsive. Every single one of the elite martial arts club is a rich kid. Their methods are dark. The two of them kept persuading each other, but they saw Lin Feng smiling faintly. It's okay, we'll form our own Budo club too. Your own Budokai? Yang Fan was dumbfounded. It was only 3 months left before the college entrance exams, and everyone was putting in their best efforts to put in hard work, who had nothing to do with joining a martial arts club to waste their time unless there was a benefit to it. And, even if you are strong and have no background, you still can't fight against the gang from the elite martial arts society. In Jiangxin First Middle School, background is more intimidating than strength. Unless you're a super genius who can get into the 3 major hero academies, then only then can you be noticed and protected by the school. I didn't really want to say it, but there's no point in hiding it now. Hide what? Gao Hai said with a puzzled look on his face. Actually, I didn't fail on the day of awakening. I could have refined a 9th order demonic spirit. What? Yang Fan and Gao Hai trembled, surprised as if a loud thunder had exploded above their heads. They somewhat couldn't believe their ears, glancing at each other, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes, wanting to speak, but not knowing what to say for a moment. After a while, Gao Hai was unbelievable. Brother Feng, don't scare me. I'm too timid to withstand fright. I know some of you don't believe me. Originally I was already going to refine the 9th ranked purple key, but in the end I gave up. Why did you give up? Gao Hai hurriedly pursued the question, his expression looking a bit frantic. A 9th order purple key. Thousands of people in Jiangxin No. 1 middle school participated in the awakening day, and only 2 of them refined the 8th order demonic spirits, and thus, they were offered up as treasures by the school leaders. It's not just about caring and shushing everywhere. It's even subsidized by resources. In Jiangxine, there were only 2 people who had refined 9th order demonic spirits, and both of them relied on the demonic spirits and help provided by the family to do so. There was not even a single one who truly refined a 9th order demonic spirit on the day of awakening by virtue of his own ability. There is a big difference between refining a demon spirit on the day of awakening and refining it with the help of the clan. Refining the demonic spirit with the help of the family would allow for some preparation and readiness in advance. There were also kings, or even emperors, who helped suppress the bestiality of the demonic spirit, which was easier and had a greater success rate compared to refining the demonic spirit on the day of awakening. This was also the reason why on the day of awakening, Yi Qiu's refining of the Thorn Demon Dragon was a national sensation. There were some geniuses who had refined the Earth-ranking demon spirits, but 8 out of 10 of them were sons of large families, relying on their families' help to successfully refine them. By himself alone, refining an Earth-ranking demon spirit, or the Thorn Demon Dragon that ranks 17th on the Earth ranking, Yi Qiu's soul cultivation talent was demonic, far exceeding the standard of a genius. Yi Qiu is just an example of a demon that is hard to come by in decades. On the day of awakening, there were 100,000 students, and only 7 of them were able to refine a 9th order demonic spirit. With 1 genius in 10,000, one could imagine the preciousness of a 9th order demonic spirit. The 9th order Purple Lin, that was a thunder attribute demonic spirit, and in terms of combat power, it belonged to the top among the 9th order. As long as he refined the Purple Lin, With Lin Feng's strength of the 7th stage of physical cultivation, he wouldn't have any problems getting into the 3 great hero academies. If he could break through the 8th stage of physical cultivation, he wouldn't even need to take the college entrance exam, and he would be recruited directly on a special basis. But why give up? Gao Hai clenched his fists and his fat face swelled red, looking happy and angry. Lin Feng, why did you give up? Yang Fan also asked about the doubts in Gao Hai's heart, and after the initial surprise, it was skepticism. There's no way not to be suspicious. The 9th-ranked Purple Lin. I'm only afraid that no one would give up. There is only one possibility. Unless, of course, he could refine a higher-level demonic spirit. Is it possible? Could it be that the refining failed? Yang Fan wondered. On Awakening Day, many students do not have a concrete idea of the amount of soul power they have. Well, for example, some people's soul power could only refine 7th-order demonic spirits, but they didn't take it upon themselves to refine 8th-order demonic spirits, and the natural result was failure. Instead, the soul power in the body was almost consumed and could not continue to refine other demonic spirits, ultimately ending in failure. It's not impossible for this to happen, it's just relatively rare. The vast majority of people are still relatively accurate in their judgment. The Awakening Day was only once a year, and aside from those rich kids, most students from average families would tend to be conservative, picking the demonic spirits to refine and only going for it if they had 8 or 9 layers of certainty. There are some that can clearly refine the 7th order, and to be conservative, it's possible to refine the 6th order. But even according to what Lin Feng said, even if he failed to refine it, it still showed that Lin Feng's soul power talent was strong, and that he couldn't reach the 9th rank, only that the 8th rank wasn't a problem. Brother Feng, speak up. Gao Hai was dying of eagerness. It's just a demon spirit of the 9th rank, Lin Feng said indifferently, and as soon as these words left his mouth, Gao Hai didn't feel anything, but Yang Fan trembled. Could it be that? It's just a demon spirit of the 9th rank. This was no longer something that could be described as arrogant. If people knew about it, they would only think that Lin Feng was crazy. Yesterday's Awakening Day, the 10 geniuses shone brightly and sensationalized Jiang Chang, but who was qualified to say this except Yiqiu? Gao Hai was a bit confused and didn't know what to say. He just subconsciously stared blankly at Lin Feng. With my soul power, I can refine higher-level demonic spirits, the ones on the Earth list. It's just bad luck that I didn't find the right one. After Lin Feng finished speaking, this time even Yang Fan was shocked. You didn't hear it wrong, did you? A 9th-ranked demonic spirit? Why is that so wrong? He's going to refine the demonic spirits on the Earth list. Did you hear it right? I don't think so. Although they found it unbelievable, the two more or less believed it, because such lies can't stand the test of time. And what good would it do to lie to them? Unless Lin Feng is really crazy. It's no wonder that when I looked at you before, you weren't frustrated or upset at all. Gao Hai was somewhat dazed at this point. At this moment, he finally understood why the Awakening Day had failed, and from the beginning to the end, Lin Feng had been calm, and just Yiqiu alone dazzles. One day we'll be on the world stage. At that moment, Gao Hai abruptly remembered what Lin Feng had said on the day of his awakening. At this moment, he finally understood why Lin Feng dared to say these arrogant and ridiculous and even crazy words even though he had failed in refining. After that, even when the Yagu family treated Lin Feng like that, he was still able to keep his face unchanged, as if he were a spectator. Even with today's breakup, Lin Feng remains calm. So, that's the bottom line. Yagu was only at the 6th stage of physical cultivation and was fusing an 8th stage charming butterfly, while Lin Feng was at the 7th stage of physical cultivation and couldn't even look at a 9th stage demon spirit. What he wanted to refine was the demonic spirits on the Earth list. Brother Feng, since you can refine the Earth-ranking demon spirits, why didn't you tell Yagu? Gao Hai asked. What's there to say? Will you believe it if you say it? What can you do if you believe it? Lin Feng asked rhetorically. Takumi was silent, and he asked himself in his mind, would he have said it if it was him? The answer he didn't know. Brother Feng, then if you refine the Earth-ranking demon spirit, then all 3 hero academies will be specially recruited. Takumi quickly added excitedly. Ah, the 3 hero academies. If Lin Feng could join the 3 great hero academies, he himself would be able to get some light. Even if I don't refine the demon spirit, I'll still be able to get into the 3 great hero academies. Lin Feng shook his head and said. In his tone, he seemed to be very confident about getting into the 3 great hero academies, and was 9 out of 10 in general. What do you mean? Gao Hai had a puzzled look on his face. How could he get into the 3 great hero academies without refining the earthless demon spirits? Lin Feng only had the strength of the 7th stage of physical cultivation, and even before the college entrance exam, when he broke through to the 8th stage of physical cultivation, his results were much worse. Yang Fan also looked at Lin Feng, Unsure. Under the gaze of Gao Hai and Yang Fan, Lin Feng said in a calm tone, "All these years, I've actually been suppressing my cultivation speed. Otherwise, I should have already become a martial artist." Gao Hai and Yang Fan looked at each other, and in each other's eyes, apart from doubt and surprise, there was more worry. Just now, Lin Feng said that on the day of awakening, he gave up refining the purple Lin that was up to the 9th rank because he was confident that he could refine the earth-ranking demon spirit. Now he was saying that he had, over the years, suppressed his cultivation speed, or else he could have already become a martial artist? Zhang Xin Middle School, on the bright side, didn't have a single martial artist yet. This is more than a little bizarre and unbelievable. In the two men's opinion, Lin Feng couldn't be suffering from mental problems because of the failure of the awakening day, coupled with the breakup, and being stimulated. Could he? There are still 3 months to go before the college entrance exam, and if something is really wrong, then you have to treat it and take the medicine quickly. Brother Feng, you, Gao Hai's face changed slightly, a little wanting to speak. "I'm not crazy, I don't need medication," Lin Feng directly said. "Just now at school, you saw my fighting skills, but my actual combat score, it never exceeded 155 points. Gao Hai and Yang Fan finally reacted at this time. Yeah, in the past, few people dared to mess with Lin Feng, not because he was strong, but because he was ruthless enough to strike and crazy enough to fight. But today he was crushing in strength, picking off 6 people one by one. With the fighting prowess Lin Feng showed today, a real combat score of 200 points would be a minimum of 195 points, but it never exceeded 155 points? Why are you hiding your strength? You've got nothing better to do than pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger." And with the addition of the 40 points for this actual combat, Lin Feng's score was one that could be ranked in the top 100 of the yearly section. The top 100 of the yearly section. Are the school focus on the object? Not only open small stove tutorials, more importantly every month there are resources to reward. This reward, which is not very important to the children of the big families, is very precious to them, and is the income of mom and dad's hard work for a year. Definitely not something to give up easily. So what the hell is this for? Brother Feng, why? Gao Hai asked with a slightly trembling tone. Lin Feng didn't say anything because there was no way to explain. Lin Feng was silent, but Gao Hai and Yang Fan thought a lot. But none of the reasons make sense. Lin Feng, you're not doing this to go to the same university as Yagu, are you? Takumi thought of a possibility. The three of them had grown up together and had once talked about going to the same college after the entrance exam. He couldn't think of any other reason than that. No. Lin Feng shook his head in denial, but Gao Hai didn't believe it. If not, why hide his strength and his cultivation speed? Terrible. Yang Fan looked at Lin Feng. His heart was shocked and at the same time, he was also a bit intimidated. Although Yang Fan's strength wasn't strong, only at the 5th stage of physical cultivation, he was a very proud person. He had plans for his future, and a powerful martial artist was not his goal. He believed that he could achieve something in the future even if he didn't become a powerful martial artist. Even if he was the number 1 in the school year. In his opinion, it was nothing more than a stronger talent and background. But today, he was convinced. Although it was still a bit unbelievable to this day, but as he had seen with his own eyes, Lin Feng's fighting skills were so strong that they couldn't even be summarized as strong anymore. In terms of fighting techniques alone, I'm afraid that their martial arts teacher wasn't as good as Lin Feng. Before today, Lin Feng had never shown his fighting skills either. If it wasn't for the breakup, I'm just afraid he would have kept his talent hidden. Lin Feng's talent was one thing. That stoicism was what he admired the most. It's amazing that he hid his talent for so many years just to be there for his girlfriend and to go to the same college after the college entrance exam. Though it seemed a little silly and middle of the road to him, but there was no denying that Lin Feng's willpower was perverse. This stoicism even made him cringe. For 3 years in high school, Lin Feng was in the same class as him. But Lin Feng had never shown any trace of being a genius in school, nor had any of them seen a breakthrough. This disguise, if it were him, might last a day, a week, or even a month, but a year was definitely out of the question. And the goodness of talent, that is, the speed of cultivation, could be seen from middle school, which meant that Lin Feng had maintained it for at least 6 years, if not far more. He shuddered to think that this was something a student could do. If it were him, he would only be anxious for everyone to know that he was a genius. Vanity, that's something all students can't resist. Seeing that Yang Fan and Gao Hai were certain that they were related to Yagu, Lin Feng was helpless in his heart. Packaging himself as a supreme genius, this was the plan that Lin Feng made last night. Even from the moment he caught the nightmare yesterday on awakening day, he had formulated this plan. If he possessed a demonic martial arts talent by refining his nightmare, if he didn't package himself properly, the contrast would be too great. and he was only afraid that many people would pry into his secrets. And in 2 months, it would take 18 million to refine the nightmare, which could not be accomplished by oneself alone. He had some memories in his head that would allow him to make money though, but those plans needed capital. Capital he didn't have. Even if he succeeded, he didn't have the ability to protect that money. 9 times out of 10 it would be looted, and with no luck his life would be lost. Lin Feng didn't want to take that huge risk, so he needed to create an organization to do it for him and not have to worry about the results being taken away from him. Creating an organization and wanting to be the boss. You either have the strength or the potential. And strength wasn't just about force, it was also about background and money, all of which Lin Feng didn't have. So he needed to prove his future potential. Although the strength was on display today, much to the surprise of the students. However, in the eyes of others, he was not a genius, unable to become a demon spirit master and destined to have no future. This was the reason why Emosun dared to threaten him even though he knew he was no match. Lin Feng needed a reason to convince everyone that he was a supreme genius, but that reason, he couldn't think of. He was just a teenager with no resources, no background, living in the slums of the outer city, and faced with an opportunity that could change his life and the lives of his family. He chose to hide his strength and choose to give up, without a single reason to stand up. If you can't say the reason, others will guess, and the result of this guess is Yagu. In fact, Lin Feng is not surprised, because that's the only reason that has some credibility. It just so happened that he had failed on the awakening day. Yagu had successfully refined the 8th order demonic spirit and signed up for the Gathering Star, and coupled with the breakup, at this critical point, the reasoning had an extra hint of credibility. Even if it's a bit ridiculous, the hyperbolic and absurd reasoning will be validated as soon as he shows talent. Although Lin Feng knew that this was unfair to Yagu, he couldn't think of any other reason, and even if he refuted it, no one would believe it, as was the case with Gao Hai and Yang Fan. Yang Fan, do you want to join my martial arts club? In Lin Feng's opinion, Yang Fan was a talent. Brother Wind, I do. Yang Fan immediately agreed without even thinking about it. Besides the admiration for Lin Feng and today's favor, there is another main reason for his association. Zhenghu News Club is because there is no background, cannot develop and grow. Many plans cannot be realized. In the G-Fish men brutally beaten, he can only ask the members of the club to quietly endure, because he knows that his club cannot withstand any one time to destroy. If he had a martial arts genius who could refine Earth-ranking demon spirits as a backer, his Zhenghu News Agency might be able to rise to prominence. Yang Fan's agreement was expected by Lin Feng. Let me ask you, in the school, apart from Mo Sun's elite martial arts club, we need to find out if there are any members who can resist their forces. Lin Feng asked. Yes, there are. There are a lot of deep hidden guys in Jiangxi Middle School. Some of them have average talent but have extraordinary backgrounds. Even Mo Sun and the others won't easily mess with them. Yang Fan thought for a moment. However, those people only care about their own strength and what university they can go to after the college entrance exam. Even if you have outstanding talent and are the number one person in the whole school, they won't pay attention to it, much less waste their time in joining some kind of martial arts club. As far as he knew, the elite martial arts club was created by Mo Sun in his freshman year of high school for the sole purpose of ganging up and fighting, and then more and more children of the world's families joined. And after 3 years of development, there were only 37 core members. The core members are either rich or wealthy, large consortia, big families, seemingly all-powerful, and have even started to absorb members of the society with the so-called social fees. There are millions of dollars a month in social dues, which may seem like a lot, but it is just for the 37 core members to eat and drink. At the end of the day, it's just a Budo club among high school students. In the eyes of school leaders, it's just child's play. If something big really happens, don't talk about righteousness. The parents behind them won't step in when the shit hits the fan. Yang Fan spoke his thoughts to Lin Feng, hoping to discourage him, but the latter was not the least bit frustrated. That's not a problem, Lin Feng said. Although Yang Fan's talent wasn't great, his ability to spy on news was really first-rate. With the goal of organizing the members in place, the next step would be to see what he, the president, could do. As for Yang Fan's question, it was nothing more than a bundle of interests. The memories in his mind are the benefits. With the help of the Budokai, he would be able to exchange it for money and resources. When there was a bundle of benefits, coupled with the fact that he was getting more and more famous and becoming a recognized genius, so people would be firmly tied to a chariot. That way when he faced any power in Jiang City, he would have some backbone and wouldn't have to worry about someone coveting and taking it by force. And that was just the first link in his plan. In his plan, his martial arts club would gradually grow, and when everyone grew up, this small martial arts club, which would gradually metamorphose, would develop into a big company, a big group, After making sure Young Fan joined, Lin Feng told him about his plan. You start collecting the list of club members at school tomorrow. The first requirement is background, followed by talent and strength. Aha! Yang Fan nodded, and then spoke of the Jianghu news agency he had created. Oh, Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. He hadn't thought that there were surprises. Originally, he thought that Yang Fan was just planning his career very well, but he didn't think that he had already made some scale. 3 core members, and a dozen more eyes under each core member. It's just a small club among students, but it's been hard to make it this far. These guys don't have a lot of talent or background, but if they graduate and still get together, they might go a long way. Well done. But your Jianghu news agency is still under your own management and development for the time being, and when the martial arts club really develops and grows, then we will give our support then. Lin Feng patted Yang Fan's shoulder and laughed. Originally I didn't know what name to use for the club. Now I'm borrowing the name of your news club. Our martial arts club will be called the Jianghu Martial Arts Club, and you and Gao Hai will be considered the core members of the club from today onwards. Jianghu Martial Arts Society. Hearing that name is domineering, Gao Hai said excitedly. Well, that's certainly a good name. Yang Fan also smiled, clearly satisfied with the name, though I don't know where Lin Feng got his confidence and how he got those students with backgrounds to voluntarily join in. Even if he joined, he couldn't predict whether the Jianghu Martial Arts Society would thrive. But at least from this moment on, he was no longer alone. This feeling of being organized is really exciting. Alright, you have injuries on your body. Go to the hospital for treatment first. I'll look for you in the evening, Lin Feng said. What is it? Yang Fan wondered. Later, I have the class address book. I'll call you then. After saying goodbye to Yang Fan, Lin Feng and Gao Hai skipped school. Revenge doesn't come overnight for students, and if nothing else, Mo Sun and the others will come looking for trouble after school. In order to avoid it, Lin Feng decided that it would be better to withdraw first. It's not awe, it just doesn't feel necessary. Although Lin Feng didn't fear trouble, he didn't have the intention of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. In a few days, when the whole school knew the news that he was a super genius, some of the troubles would automatically disappear. To Lin Feng, Mo Sun and the others were just minor and unimportant characters. Brother Feng, do we really want to establish our own martial arts club? Weaving through the bustling streets, Gao Hai couldn't help but ask while looking around. He was still digesting the shocking news from earlier. Your own Budokai? It's incredible to think about. Of course, Lin Feng nodded. Then do we have to charge the community fee as well? Takumi wondered. If he could have his own members like the elite martial arts society, with millions of dollars a month in social fees, then he would really be developed. It didn't need to be $1 million. Even 100,000 would be an astronomical amount to Gao Hai. His family can't even save $10,000 a year. No community fees, but they will be utilized to make money. How do I earn it? You'll see later. The two made small talk as they walked toward the center of town. Establishment of the Jianghu Martial Arts Society and the next plan. Lin Feng needs some capital. At this time he only has more than $300 left in his body. He must go to make a vote. How much money do you have on you? Gao Hai? Let's see. There's still over 500. Gao Hai took out his pocket and counted the money and said, take it to me first, now go make a little money. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Gao Hai handed Lin Feng the money without any hesitation and didn't ask why, even though it was his meal money for the remaining half of the month. Windy, where are we going? Thunder Budokan, led by Lin Feng. The two of them walked towards the Thunder Martial Arts Hall in the city center. In the great cultivation era of the revival of martial arts, the whole name is still martial arts, and all kinds of martial arts halls have blossomed everywhere. For martial artists, combat skills are a matter of life and death. Skills need to be honed, and honing needs an opponent. So the Budokan is an essential daily training place for many martial artists. Even many who have no talent for martial arts are willing to come to the Budokan to exercise and sharpen their bodies. In Jiangcheng, the Thunder Martial Arts Hall was the most famous. The Thunder Martial Arts Hall was a property of the Thunder Club, located in the busiest area of the city center, covering a large area like a commercial plaza. On the surface of the outer wall of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, a fierce battle was being shown on a giant light screen. The two sides fighting were unable to possess spiritual energy, and it was obvious that they were both at the physical cultivation realm, and the violent gasps and sounds of striking attracted the curious and excited gazes of the crowd. Go! With a curious high C, Lin Feng crossed into the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. As soon as he entered, a coolness came over him, and the first thing that attracted Lin Feng's attention was the center of the hall, a huge rectangular screen. The screen scrolled with words from time to time, while under the screen, many martial artists held pens and papers, looking at the screen and recording or discussing a bit from time to time. The Thunder Martial Arts Hall had 3 floors. and the first floor was the mission hall. In addition to the function of training, the Thunder Martial Arts Dojo was also a place for martial artists to communicate and issue missions. A martial artist's energy was limited after all, and many martial artists would post bounty quests here to find what they needed. Ranging from martial arts and demonic spirits to heavenly materials and treasures, you can get almost anything as long as you can afford the deposit. The second floor houses various training areas and a restaurant. It's the third floor that is the martial arts fighting hall, and it's also the most lively place. Lin Feng brought Gao Hai directly to the third floor, and just as he stepped out of the elevator, a boiling atmosphere came over him. With shouts, hisses and screams, not far away, hundreds of rings were evenly distributed within the venue, and above the venue, 9 huge screens broadcasted wonderful images, and the most exciting battles would appear on the most central screen. Fuck him, punk, no milk? At this time the enthusiastic audience shouted loudly. The excited and grasping look obviously placed a bet. Lin Feng and Gao Hai went straight to a counter. Sir, may I ask what service is required? The counter girl said enthusiastically, not slacking off because Lin Feng was a student in a school uniform. Register a martial arts account for me. I'm going to participate in the martial arts arena. Okay. It costs $100 for the first time to get a martial arts account. Please provide your ID card number. The identity card number is equivalent to a person's ID card and resume. From birth to school, residence and strengths are recorded and updated regularly. After taking the money and recording the number and verifying her fingerprints, the little girl at the counter smiled slightly as she typed. Okay, Mr. Lin Feng, you'll test your strength and then take a name. The strength test of the physical cultivation realm was simple. It was to stand within a hemispherical instrument, and as the instrument scanned in a circular manner, the meridians that had been strengthened by chi and blood would be revealed. 73 tendons reddened. Strength of the 7th stage of physical cultivation. Your martial arts fighting level is level 1. You take a name? The counter girl said. The name, then, is High School Student Challenges First Grade Martial Artist. Lin Feng said without hesitation, obviously having thought about it a long time ago. Upon hearing this name, not only was Gao Hai surprised, but the counter girl's face also slightly froze in surprise. Are you sure about the name, sir? She had worked at the Thunder Budokan for 3 years, but such an arrogant name was a rarity. How hateful that must be. From the identity information, this Lin Feng is a senior this year, 18 years old. The strength was not bad, but it was only the 7th stage of physical cultivation, and this strength dared to clamor for a challenge to the martial artist. Wasn't it self-importance? It was important to realize that although the Budokan strictly forbade killing, things like broken arms and legs happened all the time. There weren't many martial artists with a good temper, and daring to use such an arrogant name was obviously inviting hatred, and it might make people upset and lay down heavy hands. Windy, how about another one? Takumi also suggested. In his opinion, even if Lin Feng was invincible in the physical cultivation realm, he couldn't beat a martial artist. Yes, sir, you can change it. The name doesn't sound too good either. The counter girl persuaded. She didn't want to see this little handsome guy in front of her being carried out. Okay, then change it. Lin Feng nodded, and just as the counter girl breathed a sigh of relief, he reported a new name. Then change it to a high school student storming a martial artist. In Lin Feng's opinion, that previous name was indeed a bit too low-key. A high school student violently beating a martial artist? The counter girl was just about to type it into the computer when she was confused by the name. How is this getting more arrogant with each change? Are you really not afraid of being killed? Are you sure? At that moment, the counter girl's originally gentle little face instantly collapsed. In her opinion, Lin Feng was simply an idiot, asking for trouble. After Lin Feng nodded his head to make sure, she didn't continue to persuade him and directly registered Lin Feng and handed out a brass-colored card. Place my bets. All of them. Lin Feng pulled out all the money he had on him, a total of $812, and handed it to the counter girl, saying, randomized mode, cap first grade martial artist, no need to ask for my permission. All winnings are automatically wagered. The little girl at the counter had already determined that Lin Feng was a bit out of sorts at this point. The general martial arts gym battle mode is a balanced mode. That is, the system is all based on the two people's age and weight and other data, and then match the opponent based on the battle record, so that the two sides are evenly matched, so that the strength of the two sides is not too much difference, and cannot achieve the effect of grinding. And random mode, which was another challenge mode in the Budokan, where opponents were randomly selected without reference to battle records or statistics. Only those who are absolutely confident in themselves dare to do so. In the counter little sister's opinion, to participate in a martial arts fight for the first time, with a strength of just the 7th stage of physical cultivation daring to randomly pick an opponent, this was already crazy enough. And it also caps the number of first-grade martial artists? That is, you can match up to a first-grade martial artist? Physical cultivation 7th stage against a first-grade martial artist. Was this looking for death? At the Thunder Budokan, it was the rule that if you bet on yourself, you could only buy yourself a win, but it was rare to see a continuous cycle of bets. $800 isn't much, but there's no point in wasting it. Without being persuasive, the counter girl had already predicted the scene where Lin Feng would be brutally beaten later. Slap. The counter girl tapped on her keyboard. At the same time, a name and message titled, "High School Student Beating Up a Martial Artist" appeared in the waiting match area on the big screen at the center stage. The information on this name caught attention the moment it appeared. Among the bunch of names, his was the longest, the most unusual, the most arrogant, and it was hard not to draw attention to it. Who's this? Are all high school students so arrogant nowadays? Maybe it's a genius. But of course, it could be an idiot. Matched. In the 96th district. Such an out-of-the-way location. Rookies indeed. There were quite a few people who were attracted to the name and wanted to see which high school student was so arrogant. When they arrived at Area 96 and saw a teenager walk into the ring, the crowd instantly roared. Crap! People let out gasps of surprise, only to see that the teenager was wearing a white t-shirt. The style of the t-shirt was very ordinary, round neck loose style, which was provided by the martial arts hall for free. And many people in the room were also wearing it, but this teenager was the only one who was the most special, only to see that the original pure white, no pattern t-shirt written on the front of the high school students beat up martial artists. The back of the upper written advertising space, there is also a box drawn underneath. Apparently, the somewhat crooked box is that so-called advertising space. No way. Really, a high school student? What are you doing here if you're not studying at school when you're about to take the college entrance exam? Ha ha, what a laugh. Recruiting advertising space? This is pulling sponsorship. Does this kid think he's a member of the Thunder Warriors? Thinking about money is crazy. Kid, hurry down or don't cry when you get your legs broken. After Lin Feng took the stage, the funny white top caught the attention of many people, with all kinds of teasing and mocking booze whistling. In response, Lin Feng didn't move, and even the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of disdainful arc as he stretched out his index finger to the area with the loudest voices in the arena and gently wiggled it. It was obvious that he was provoking the audience. It wasn't common for players to provoke the audience, so Lin Feng's provocative move was met with even more frantic jeers and boos, even mixed with various unfriendly curses. That cacophony of sound caused those watching the other matches from afar to frown slightly and shift their gaze. The Thunder Martial Arts Hall had over 100 rings, and almost all of them were used by people fighting. For the spectators, it was impossible to watch every ring, and they would choose to watch the ones that were similar to their own strength or had the most exciting battles. And those spectators were mainly concentrated in the 5 rings in the center area. The ring Lin Feng was in wasn't in a very good location, in the most remote corner. And this was also due to the fact that his record was so poor that there were hardly any spectators around. But with the murmurs and curses, many people were attracted by curiosity. It seems to be working well. Lin Feng began to warm up, constantly swinging both fists and kicking his legs, while he was facing the direction of the audience where the boos were the loudest. From the viewpoint of the audience, at that moment Lin Feng was attacking them with an arrogant face. Obviously, this is another provocation. Otherwise, there are rules in security. And I'm afraid some grumpy spectators are just going to storm the ring. Ha! Looking at the audience who were about to go crazy, Lin Feng laughed. The heavier the enemy's fire, the more satisfied he was. How could he merchant without attention? He didn't come to the Thunder Budokan to fight and earn bets. His 800 bet would only make a small profit, and it was a one-time thing, and it was advertising space he had to sell to. So the more people pay attention, the higher the price of advertising, which is the main reason why he used the arrogant name high school students beat up martial artists. Kid, you're too arrogant. As a teasing voice came from the ring, a young man in a black martial arts outfit, around 20 years old, appeared across the ring, and that's when the screen in the ring shows both sides. Wang Hui, 20 years old, 8th Dan in physical training, 17 fights, 9 wins, 7 losses, 1 draw. Lin Feng, 18 years old, physical cultivation level 7, 0 fights, 0 wins, 0 losses, 0 draws. Is it a mistake? Many people showed puzzled faces. How could a physical cultivation 7th stage match a physical cultivation 8th stage opponent? Not to mention that the battle records were so vastly different. Shouldn't it be rookie versus rookie? Crap. You guys pay attention. This high schooler chose random mode. This kid is really as arrogant as his name. It soon became clear to some that this was only true for randomized patterns. Amidst various disdainful boos, the crowd rushed to take out their cell phones and start placing bets. Soon, the odds on the big screen began to change. 1 to 2.7. A little 2,000 to hand. Lin Feng looked at his odds on the screen and nodded in satisfaction. He bet himself $800, and if he won, he'd get about 2,000, which was good odds. As the 5-minute betting period ended, a red lightning bolt appeared steeply on the screen and the battle began. Kid, be a good boy and go back to school. Society is not that good. Wang Hui laughed, and without any other nonsense, striding in to attack, his body swaying from side to side, constantly changing, and when he was close to Lin Feng, he made a pirouette, and his arm was straight as a knife, drawing an arc to attack Lin Feng's head, and the air made a slight whistling sound, as if he hadn't reacted. Lin Feng raised his hands in a hurry to protect his head, only to hear a muffled bang. His figure couldn't help but take 3 steps back. Without waiting for him to stabilize, his opponent had already scurried in front of him, swift as a cheetah. Swish swish swish. The hand blades were so fast that they pressed against the air and cut with a slightly harsh, violent sound. Lin Feng was having a hard time dodging. He couldn't really avoid it but could only use his arms to fend it off. His body was constantly moving backwards. Go down. Seeing Lin Feng being forced to the corner of the ring, Wang Hui's mouth revealed a triumphant smile, but at that moment, Lin Feng, who was originally at a disadvantage, abruptly stopped. His body swayed, dodging away from the attack like a willow in the wind, and then his whole body's skeleton had a big twist, and the whole body was like a taut steel wire, instantly exploding. Boo! Without a hint of defense, Wang Hui was directly knocked out of the ring, and although he didn't suffer any injuries, he had a dumbfounded look on his face, as if he was still unable to accept reality. No way. They were close to winning and they fell off. A loser. Can't even beat a high school student. It's a loss. It's a loss. I pressed $10,000. Oh, I made more than $3,000. I told you that this kid dares to be so arrogant. He must have a bottom. I am really wise. Some people were happy and some people were sad. And the losers were obviously not convinced and cursed. I don't want to. Wang Hui, who was kicked out of the ring, looks depressed. He felt that from the opening. He had always had the advantage. Lin Feng had always fallen into the wind and had no ability to fight back. So how come he was the one who ended up losing in the end? Definitely too gullible. What a shame. Faceless, he came to the field with his head down, not daring to say anything. And that's when Lin Feng's record broke 0 for the first time. Why isn't this kid going down? Some said curiously as Lin Feng was still standing in the ring, moving his arms and legs. Is enjoying the attention? I wish I could beat him up. Disgruntled voices came from the crowd, but soon when they saw the screen matching opponents again, they realized that Lin Feng was preparing to continue the fight, and now many of the people who were originally unconvinced began to get excited. In their opinion, after fighting for so long, Lin Feng's stamina had obviously dropped terribly, plus the opponent match this time was also a physical cultivation 8th Dan. With a record as high as 25 wins and 7 losses, Lin Feng was bound to lose. Because of the unfavorable opinion of Lin Feng, this time Lin Feng's odds are even as high as 1 to 4.2. Oh, making money. In the audience, Takumi excitedly yelled, "Go for it." Only he knew Lin Feng's strength. The 9th stage of physical cultivation wasn't even a match for Lin Feng, let alone the 8th stage of physical cultivation. Sure enough, the fight went as Gao Hai predicted, and after dozens more rounds of tug-of-war, Lin Feng kicked his opponent out of the ring with a whip kick. After 5 minutes, the system starts matching opponents. After 5 minutes, the system starts matching opponents. I don't believe it. This kid is really this strong. 5 battles now, and you've recovered from 5 minutes of rest each? Do you think this high school student is doing it on purpose, pretending to be a pig? As people murmured, Lin Feng's fight kept going again. 8 uninterrupted matches. Lin Feng won all of them, and by this time many of the spectators were on the verge of going crazy. Many of them lost and blushed. 8 rounds and almost 170,000 in hand. Lin Feng sighed in his heart. His martial arts fight card was only the most elementary bronze card. The physical cultivation realm were all bronze cards, holders and spectators. The betting limit was 10,000. Crap, this high schooler is fierce. Winning 8 games in a row. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. Amidst the murmurs, the originally remote and unoccupied audience seat 96 had been covered by spectators, many of whom stood directly under the ring to watch the match. Even the staff of the martial arts hall were alarmed and directly moved Lin Feng's match screen to the center screen. And in the 9th match, Lin Feng met a middle-aged man named Gao Copper, a middle-aged man with a record of 57 wins and 4 losses, who seemed to have a small reputation in the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, and many spectators chanted, "Gao Lao Air, teach him a lesson." At this time, Lin Feng's odds directly soared to 1 to 4.7. Super high odds, making Lin Feng smile more and more happily. That creepy smile gave the audience a very bad feeling. Being able to televise it on the center screen signals an overall increase in attention. The vast majority of the audience wasn't interested in the battles of the physical cultivation realm. They were concerned with the battles between martial artists. A battle in the physical cultivation realm was nothing more than a reflection of the strength of the fighting techniques, and the difference between opponents of the same rank was not that great. As for martial arts battles, one could see all kinds of powerful and even rare martial arts techniques, and the visual effect was naturally more exciting. However, when these viewers saw the arrogant name high school student beat up martial artist on the center screen, they couldn't help but look twice. After that they were attracted by Lin Feng's exaggerated white top, especially since the camera was also giving close-ups, so it drew more attention. And the difference in strength between the two opposing sides, everything proclaimed how different this ring was. There was a constant stream of people asking questions to the side, so more and more of the audience shifted their eyes. After all, great matches happen all the time, but high schoolers this arrogant are rare. Come on Gao Lao Air, fuck him up. Let me lose so much money. Fuck him up. Hi Copper, win that kid and old lady is yours today. There were quite a few spectators shouting loudly. The losing gamblers put all their pocket money on this match. Their hopes were pinned on this match. There were quite a few female spectators among them. It seems that this Gao Copper was indeed a little famous in the Budokan. Go Junior. I'm watching you. 8 fights have given Lin Feng some fans as well. Gao Copper, 39 years old. Physical cultivation 9th degree, 61 fights. Record as high as 57 wins and 4 losses. Looking at the data displayed on the big screen above the ring, Lin Feng acted calmly. At 39 years old, he was still at the 9th stage of physical cultivation, and there was only one reason for this, and that was because his martial arts qualifications were too poor. But this on the other hand also showed that this person was only one step away from being a martial artist. Unable to break through the martial arts, Gao Copper can only grind fighting skills. Ultra-high battle victory rate proves that his strength cannot be underestimated. That up to 1 meter 8 or so, the strong body of muscles, in the physical cultivation realm, I'm afraid that there are not a few people who are his rivals. It's no wonder his win percentage has shot right up to 1 to 4.7, which is the biggest he's ever had. Kid, I have to say that you have some strength, but you're still far from me. Hi Copper, who was naked, displayed his explosive muscle lines and did a few bodybuilding moves from time to time, causing some rich women in the audience to scream, to which Lin Feng could only express his speechlessness. Is this up here to sell meat, or is that what you do for a living? Down in the arena, Zhou Fu was sitting inside the VIP seats, drinking and chatting with his friends, looking very relaxed, when he looked at Lin Feng's white top with some curiosity. Recruiting for advertising space with such a bottom line? Zhou Fu was a businessman, a local businessman in Zhangcheng, running a catering business. He has opened more than 40 restaurants in Zhangcheng, which is considered a chain brand, although the taste is very good, and even appeared on a number of food programs, but there has not been any fame. In order to make a name for himself and expand his influence, he has been trying to get celebrities to endorse his restaurant for years. In today's society, actors and singers are just spices, and the only stars are the glory players. Battle of Glory, the world's most watched event. Even the rise and fall of nations, every powerful glory player is an advertiser's favorite. Naturally, Gao Fu wanted a glory contestant to endorse his family's restaurant, but those ordinary battle teams, there is no fame he cannot see. The fame of the advertising endorsement fee is less tens of millions, more than hundreds of millions. With his financial strength, obviously cannot give so much endorsement fee. As for those members of the top 10 clubs, even if they had money, the other side could not possibly look at him. Those battle team members are the club's cash cow. Not only do they have high endorsement fees, but they also have high requirements for the brand, and he simply doesn't have that qualification. At the first sight of Lin Feng's merchants, he was a bit curious. Because of that arrogant name, he had noticed Lin Feng from very early on. He originally thought it was just a joke of claptrap, but when the 8 consecutive victories came out, he couldn't help but adjust his sitting position. Recruiting for advertising space, which is really an endorsement, is not uncommon in Budokan. All kinds of advertisements on TV, huge posters of glory players on the streets full of Jiangcheng were everywhere, but they were all Glory League pros, real big stars with millions of fans or even millions of fans. Although the endorsements within the Thunder Budokan couldn't be compared, but even so, there were very few who could make it this far, and that was only after they became famous and a company looked at them to sign them. Zhou Fu has never seen someone in their own clothes, wrote advertising space for big words directly start investment. He had to admit that even the well-informed man was a bit shocked at first sight. Is there even such an operation? So flirty? The name high school students beat up martial artists, and the top of the advertising space, as well as the random mode of the challenge. In the view of Zhou Fu, The purpose is only to catch the eye, mainly to sell advertising space. However, in his opinion, even if Lin Feng had already won 8 matches, even if it was 18, his advertisement space wouldn't be sold at all. Although Zhou Fu was not talented and was only at the 5th stage of physical cultivation, he liked to come to the Budokan to watch the matches. Therefore, he knows that even if you are strong and have a good record in the Budokan, you can't attract fans without heat and appeal, which naturally can't be converted into a traffic economy. It could be said that even in the Thunder Budokan, there were very few competitors who could qualify for this endorsement, and these few are all demon spirit masters, with martial realms above the 5th grade, and after many years of development, they already have a certain fan base that can bring about a fan effect, which makes them valuable to the company for endorsement. Zhou Fu, how is it? This teenager is arrogant, but his appearance is quite handsome. This is an advantage. Haven't you been looking for celebrity endorsements? Seeing Zhou Fu's interested look, his best friend on the side laughed, his tone more or less carrying a hint of flirtation. Don't underestimate this high school student, just 18 years old. It's rare for fighting skills to be this strong. Zhou Fu laughed. That's true. It's amazing that high school students are so strong nowadays that they can challenge each other over the levels. The best friend agreed. High school students were generally inexperienced in combat, and the fact that Lin Feng had defeated the veteran bird who had been mixing with the martial arts hall for years was unexpected and caused many people to stop booing. It was a good crowd, and the effect is still there. Zhou Fu observed the audience around. At this time almost 4 o'clock. This point is the work time, so the martial arts hall seems a little cold, if the night to be much more lively. At this time, there were about 40,000 to 50,000 spectators in the Budokan. At this time, more than half of them were paying attention to this match. This heat was rare. Only some famous battle team players could have such heat. Unfortunately, the spectators were just hunting for curiosity and watching the fun, so this heat could not be maintained. All it takes is one game down and no one pays any attention to this arrogant high schooler. It's time to show real skill. Looking across at the high copper, Lin Feng no longer had the need to keep a low profile. The previous 8 matches were just a deliberate show of weakness to earn some bets, and now was the battle to truly show strength. Swish! After the match was announced, Lin Feng tapped his toes on the ground and his entire body rushed towards high copper like a bolt of lightning. Kid, you're still too young. Gao Copper stood in place and didn't make any moves with a disdainful face. Although Lin Feng had reached 8 consecutive victories, the strongest opponent was merely a physical cultivation 8th stage. He was a physical cultivation 9th stage, only one step away from being a martial artist. Plus he was at his peak. His power and strength were far stronger than Lin Feng, so what was there to fear? Boo! Gao Copper raised his right palm and parried Lin Feng's whip leg easily. Sure enough, it wasn't very strong. Just as he was about to taunt Lin Feng, his face changed abruptly. Crap! No way! At this moment in the audience, the spectators who were originally still rambunctious stood up violently with a shocked face. In the ring, the strong high copper was holding his head with both hands at this time, constantly dodging. In front of him, that high school student was waving both fists, punch after punch. At the same time, his whole body, hands, arms, legs, elbows as long as the parts that can attack, all of them were transformed into attacking sharps. Not only fierce and violent but even extremely fast. The attack was not large, but there was not the slightest pause, and the posture was clean and swift as lightning. Struck in the chest. Gao Copper grunted, some panic in his eyes. At this moment, he didn't even have the ability to counterattack. In the beginning, he was caught in a storm of attacks. At this moment, he was like a sandbag, being constantly hit. He could not even easily move his hands to counterattack, because the attacks were too violent. The audience was a little quiet at this point. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. A physical cultivation 9th stage, physically strong, middle-aged man was brutally beaten by a high school student, unexpectedly without a trace of resistance. If the high schooler's attack hadn't been so over the top, they would have definitely thought they were faking a fight. Boo! With a loud bang, Gao Copper fell straight to the ground and the fight ended, and that's when people were slow to react. A moment of quiet was followed by all sorts of clamor and chatter and even curses. So strong. Surprisingly so strong. On the high platform, Zhou Fu couldn't help but stand up, his body trembling slightly. Although it was only a battle at the physical cultivation realm, it had the feeling of making his blood boil. Suppression. Full suppression. That high copper didn't have the ability to resist at all. This wasn't even a duel anymore. It was sadistic. Is it really possible to violently beat a martial artist? At this moment, Zhou Fu couldn't help but have a thought pop up in his mind. The gap between the physical cultivation realm and martial artists was like a chasm that could not be crossed. But if it really succeeded, One could imagine the sensation that would be caused then. Attention means popularity. And at this point the teenager's white top no longer seemed so ridiculous. And, to be so strong, it proved the potential of the high school student. Only that he had already attracted the attention of many people at this time. No good. He realized that even the head of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall was within the audience at this time. Had even they noticed this teenager? Chow Fu, where are you going? Come back. Zhou Fu waved his hand, ignoring his best friend's inquiry. The screen in the ring only showed the age and strength of the contestant's name and their record, but he needed to know more. If possible, he's going to sign the teenager. At the counter, Zhou Fu looked at the smiling counter girl and politely said, "Hello, can you help me find out about the tournament after the high school student brutally beats martial artist?" Chen Xiaoke had a puzzled look on her face. Although there were millions of registered members of the Budokan, this name was definitely the one that impressed her the most. How could she forget about the handsome-looking but self-absorbed and disobedient high schooler? 3 hours ago, it was her who had registered Lin Feng's membership card. Only she didn't understand why the fat man in front of her asked that. A high schooler with a specific race? You think you're a contracted martial artist at the Budokan? Besides, what can be exciting about a high school game? At this moment, Chen Xiaoke had a dumbfounded look on her face, and her delicate and cute little face was obviously a bit bewildered. The service information desk was a long way from the ring, so she didn't really know what was going on in the ring, nor did she realize that Lin Feng, who she thought was messing around, had already caused a stir in the Budokan. "Hello sir, that high school student is registering at the Budokan for the first time today and is also competing for the first time and does not have a regular match." Although puzzled, good professionalism still allowed Chen Xiaoke to patiently explain. These Zhou Fu naturally knew that he was only saying this to lead to the following topic, so he continued to ask, "Then look up this high school student for me. I'd like to know more about him." "Sir, I'm sorry, the Budokan has a rule that customers' information is not allowed to be divulged." A little help, a little meaning. Zhou Fu took out a membership card from his hand, with a cowhide envelope padded underneath it, calmly and quickly put it inside the counter, and smiled. A little favor, meaning, modern technology makes money transfers quick and easy. But as a businessman, it's a good habit to have some cash on you. The counter girl was taken aback, and after the initial surprise was self-doubt. "I can't believe I was bribed myself. Since when does one qualify to be bribed?" It was the first time in her 3 years. Look at the thickness of that envelope. It's only 10,000 SGD. This middle-aged fat man was generous. It was 3 months of her salary. It would be a lie to say I'm not impressed. If it was $100,000 new dollars, she might have agreed after some hesitation. It was just a small favor after all, but to risk possible dismissal for this $10,000, it would not be worth it. The counter girl at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall is not well paid, but the drought and flood are good, and the working environment and treatment are good. 3 years ago, only 3 people were recruited for this position, and even though the conditions were very demanding, tens of thousands of people had applied, and it was 1 in a million for her to be recruited, which was quite difficult. Backed by the big tree of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, even though she was just a counter girl, ordinary people really didn't dare to bully her. Not only that, even the safety of his family was guaranteed, so Chen Xiaoke cherished this job. "Sir, you mustn't joke. It's the rules of the Budokan." Chen Xiaoke's small face pulled down slightly, her tone serious. While saying that, his eyes couldn't help but look at the surveillance not far away. "That's fine. Then I'll wait for you to get off work and buy you dinner." Catching the counter girl's eyes, Zhou Fu smiled as he took the card and envelope and withdrew them into his pocket. In his opinion, this little sister is obviously a bit timid. Wait for her to get off work to put this money in front of her directly. I do not believe that she will not be moved. If it doesn't work, a few more tens of thousands will do the trick. Of course, he could also go directly to Lin Feng, but as a businessman, he wanted to be well prepared, to understand clearly before acting, and it was best to make a decision on the first contact with Lin Feng. Don't negotiate for too long. That's what he's learned over the years in business. "Sir, I'm really sorry. That's the rule. Even after hours it's the same result. I can't believe there's a follow-up. You can't even take it?" Chen Xiaoke was a bit moved, but her surface was still very decent, and she righteously refused. "Okay, I'll go then." Zhou Fu waved his hand and left with a pretense of regret. Not long after Zhou Fu had left, before Chen Xiaoke could catch her breath, someone else unexpectedly came to ask about Lin Feng. This time, however, there was no bribing her, and so she refused decisively and seriously. "I'd like to see how you're different." After coping, Chen Xiaoke hurriedly pulled up Lin Feng's information from the backstage, and soon, the information that had been updated appeared in front of her eyes. 9 victories in 9 battles, even Gao Copper, who is at the 9th stage of physical cultivation and has such a strong battle record, has defeated. At this moment, Chen Xiaoke finally understood why so many people had come to ask Lin Feng. 210,000? Chen Xiaoke's small mouth was slightly open, obviously shocked. The 800 bet placed by Lin Feng had soared to $210,000. That's 6 years of his own salary. A high school student who hasn't earned it in less than an afternoon. Chen Xiaoke was in shock and was slow to come back to her senses. Inside a room of the Budokan that was decorated in a simple yet ornate manner, 7 figures were watching the holographic projections on the wall. What do you think? The person who spoke was a middle-aged man. He was Chen Xian, the deputy director of the Thunder Martial Arts Dojo. Originally, he wasn't at the Budokan, and it was only when his subordinates called to say that they had found a good candidate that he rushed back to the Budokan. He was also a bit curious about a high school student who could cause a stir in a Budokan. Senior year of high school can reach the 7th stage of physical cultivation. His strength is quite good. He lives in the shoreline neighborhood. His family is very ordinary, and he doesn't have too many resources to aid in his cultivation, so his talent in martial arts should be considered excellent. However, yesterday's awakening day didn't refine the demonic spirit, and doesn't have the talent to become a demonic spirit master. A woman said faintly, unable to become a demon spirit master, destined to have no value in cultivation. In the physical cultivation realm he is very strong, but when he becomes a martial artist and faces a demon spirit master, it's useless to be strong in fighting skills. It's a pity. If he could become a demon spirit master, even if it's an intermediate level demon spirit, with his stature he could definitely be recommended to the club. Indeed, it's at least a B contract, many people said with pity on their faces. As the executives of the Thunder Budokan, the club they were talking about was naturally the Thunder Club. One of the duties of the Thunder Budokan, as the property of the Thunder Club, is to recommend good prospects to the club. Whenever a member shows martial arts talent, after their evaluation, the Budokan will recommend to the club if qualified and the member agrees. A B contract, which isn't that low. This deal is on the same level as Yako's signing to Polystar. Lin Feng's fighting technique was unexpected to everyone. That clean posture, although simple, was aesthetically pleasing. No frills, simple but effective. This is far beyond the standard of fighting techniques. Some killing techniques. The killing technique, it was a skill that could only be mastered after countless life and death killings. It was incredible that a high school student who hadn't experienced war or demonic beast hunting could make it this far. It was extremely rare to realize that Lin Feng was only 18 years old, and such a strong fighting talent was extremely rare. In the physical cultivation realm, Lin Feng would only find it hard to find an opponent. It is a pity, a great pity. Chen Xian watched the screen Lin Feng's movements. Even he felt pity. This kind of combat talent had far exceeded the standards of high school and college students, and even many martial artists did not have this kind of stature. It also showed how talented Lin Feng was when it came to fighting talent. He had seen a lot of geniuses. He had seen all kinds of geniuses with outstanding martial arts talent and refining earth-ranking demon spirits, but he had never seen a high school student who possessed such combat talent. Unfortunately, there was no talent for becoming a demon spiritist. If there was, picking a strong attack system demonic spirit with that combat talent would be a nightmare for the enemy. Pity. A long sigh breathed endless regret. In the ring, Lin Feng was watched by millions of people. Damn kid, how dare you cheat us? You made me lose N90,000. Come on high school student, I'm still betting on you to win. Kid, I'm gonna kick your ass. The crowd couldn't help but shout, this time with more curses. Even Gao Copper, who was at the 9th stage of physical cultivation, was easily abused, yet he fought dozens of rounds with an opponent at the 8th stage of physical cultivation and still managed to win. At this point, even the dumbest people understand that Lin Feng has been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Stop. During the break, Lin Feng raised his hand to signal the referee to stop continuing the challenge. At this time, his physical strength was a bit overdrawn. It didn't matter if he encountered the physical cultivation realm. If he was unlucky enough to encounter a first-grade martial artist, it would be a bit dangerous. So this time he had no intention of continuing the challenge. At this point he has caused a sensation, and it's only when he's done in moderation that he can maximize the effectiveness of his ads. I'll come back tomorrow and directly challenge a first-grade martial artist. Lin Feng stood up to the center of the ring and looked cocky, then raised his hand and gestured, his figure slowly disappearing as the ring descended, leaving behind a wave of sound, passing through the underground passage under the ring and along the members-only passage. Lin Feng quickly walked out of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Takumi, I'm at. In a corner, Lin Feng took out his cell phone and contacted Gao Hai. He didn't use the main entrance, but took the special passageway because there were quite a few people gathered at the main entrance of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall at that moment. These people were cursing and swearing. Their eyes were not good. From their words you could vaguely hear the words high school student. It was obvious that they were here to find trouble with Lin Feng. These gamblers had lost and needed to vent their anger. But they were quickly dispersed by the security guards of the Budokan, though they did not leave too far away, still searching for their targets in the crowd. Let's go. After meeting up with Gao Hai, the two quickly left. Windy, how much did you make? Gao Hai had a face of excitement and couldn't wait to ask just after he appeared. 210,000. Lin Feng looked around. In a moment ago his cell phone had received a message from the bank. How come it's only 210,000? So little? Gao Hai queried. The bronze card only has a limit of 10,000. Right? Oh, I've forgotten. It's a pity. If we had 10,000 on the bet, this would have made at least a good 100,000 more. Gao Hai said with some regret after realizing it. It wasn't a pity for long though. So much money had been more than he expected. This was Lin Feng's first time at the martial arts hall, so he was able to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. But he wouldn't have the chance to do so in the future. You'll get half of this money, but I've had some plans lately that required the money, so I'll give it to you after some time. Lin Feng took Gao Hai's shoulders and said, to Gao Hai, to this good brother he grew up with, he had always felt indebted. He couldn't make up for it in the last generation. In this lifetime he had the opportunity. Lin Feng was going to give him everything he could. This small amount of money was naturally nothing. Hey, it doesn't take that much, just give me some. Gao Hai's white chubby little face was a little red at this time. It was excited. He heatedly smiled, a little embarrassed. I didn't even do anything. How can I ask for so much? Gao Hai, like Lin Feng, had an average family, and it could be said that those who lived in the shoreline neighborhood were poor. Gao Hai's family, in addition to him, there is a younger brother, is in the first year of junior high school, and Gao Hai, like the same also looks chubby. Both brothers are in school, facing the hard work of their parents. Gao Hai also wants to contribute his share, which is why he did not refuse. Oh, don't get excited. It's just chump change. Seeing that Gao Hai was so excited and even a bit afflicted, Lin Feng smiled and said, Gao Hai couldn't answer that, and could only hem and haw, not retorting or accepting anyone's retort. At this time he was absolutely adoring Lin Feng. What else was impossible when he had made 210,000 in just one afternoon? It's almost 6 o'clock. I made some money today. I should celebrate. Go to Absolute Good Taste. Pack some food to go back. Just in time to pick up my sister from work. Lin Feng said. More than 10 minutes later, the two came to the Absolute Good Taste. At this time it happened to be the mealtime. The restaurant business has a tendency to be full. After ordering a few dishes, Gao Hai waited in the hall. Lin Feng went to the back kitchen to look for the big sister. The back kitchen door. Lin Feng stood still and didn't enter the back kitchen. He looked at a figure through the curtains, like a tireless robot, constantly busy, even so busy, but also from time to time by the chef urged by colleagues. She can only continue to respond loudly, and then again speed up. Face slightly red, sweaty, she looked extremely woeful. Brother Feng, the food here is a bit expensive. It's really extravagant. Gao Hai came to Lin Feng, his hands carrying 2 large bags as he walked over inside. The 2 big bags of meals cost almost $1,000, enough to feed their family for a month. If they hadn't made a fortune, they couldn't afford to eat it. Hasn't Kagome-san gotten off work yet? Gao Hai sighed but saw that Lin Feng didn't move at all, so he was a bit puzzled. Lin Feng didn't answer and shook his head. Soon after, seeing that familiar figure, Gao Hai also fell silent. Kagome-san is working so hard. Takumi was silent for a moment and said, this is Lin Kara's new job. Work for 3 months. A month's salary of 200 yuan, including 2 meals, which is not a low wage. Then her last job in the garment factory is $1,000 higher, but high wages obviously come at a price. This was the first time the two had seen Lin Kara at work. It was also the first time I had seen her in such a hard and wretched state. This kind of work is so depressing that people can't breathe, and almost all of Big Sister's co-workers are older women. Some of them are even 50 or 60, and there's only one as young as Lin Koro. Go, Lin Feng said and turned around to leave, not entering the back kitchen and not daring to let his big sister see him. No one would want anyone else to see them in such a sorry state, not even their family. At this moment, Lin Feng made a decision in his heart. After seeing his big sister work so hard, all the original hesitation in his heart disappeared at this point. He just wanted to change it all quickly. After waiting for half an hour, until the food had gotten cold, Lin Feng called his big sister and told her to come pick her up later to get off work with her. Shoreline neighborhood. Lin Feng's family of 5 surrounded the dining table, which was set with meals that gave off tantalizing aromas. 6 dishes and 1 soup. Even on New Year's Eve there was no luxury. Although they were hungry, everyone didn't move their chopsticks and instead turned their eyes towards Lin Feng. Okay, everyone's here. What good news are you going to announce? Lin Feng looked at Lin Feng helplessly and anxiously. Yesterday, because of Lin Feng's failed awakening, Lin Feng, who was worried about her son's stimulation, stayed up all night, worked all day, dragged her tired body back home, and just as she was about to cook, she was shocked by the sight of a table full of delicious food. How much is this going to cost? This was obviously the work of Lin Feng and Lin Kuro, who had come home early. She asked but could not get an answer, and her daughter had a mysterious look on her face saying that she had a good news to announce when her family came back. Brother, did you win the lottery? Ma Lele said excitedly, couldn't help but swallow her saliva. So many delicious food she had never eaten before. Touching her stomach, it felt like it had flattened out. This table must be 1,000. Did you really win the lottery? Old Ma also wondered. This table is worth a third of his monthly salary. As a small clerk at the Clearwater Yamen, Old Ma had never eaten these goodies, but he still had an eye for them. What are you laughing at? Kagome? Did you know? The old horse asked, as Lin Kuro kept smiling as if she knew something. Facing Old Ma's doubts, Lin Kuro smiled without saying anything. After a long day of work, her body was physically exhausted, but her spirit was extremely high at this point. Life was instantly full of hope. She was proud to have such a brother. When she first heard that news, she too was shocked beyond belief, and she wondered what kind of expression she would see later. As the eyes of the crowd gathered, Lin Feng smiled. I went to the Thunder Budokan Ring Challenge this afternoon and made $210,000. How is that possible? Lin Feng had just finished speaking when Lin Feng said incredulously, although she wasn't a martial artist and didn't follow martial arts, she was no stranger to Budokan. She knew that the Budokan was allowed to place bets, but how could a high school student at the 7th level of physical cultivation make that much money? To his mother's doubts, Lin Feng didn't explain but continued, actually, I wasn't a failure of refining on the day of awakening. What? This time even the old horse exclaimed in shock. They were all still sad about Lin Feng's failed awakening yesterday, while his wife Lin Feng even tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep. This, coupled with the fact that in the morning, Lin Feng looked depressed, weak and insomniac, caused everyone to worry about Lin Feng, fearing that he would be irritated. It didn't fail. Did it succeed? In fact, I could have refined a 9th-ranked demonic spirit, or even an Earth-ranked demonic spirit, but I was just unlucky not to find one that suited me, so I gave up. Lin Feng and Old Ma were both a bit headstrong. Only Ma Lele reacted quickly after a slight surprise and screamed loudly, I knew my brother was the best. Marlo waved her little hands and bounced with excitement. After a long time, Lin Feng came back to her senses and asked, then why didn't you say anything yesterday? I said it. Lin Feng looked helpless and said, Lele and I said that those demonic spirits were too low in level and we couldn't find any suitable ones. At this time Lin Feng and Old Ma seemed to have reacted. That was indeed what Lin Feng said yesterday. They thought that Lin Feng was trying to defend his brother's image or was a pretext to comfort Lele. Where did they think that it would be true? And after learning that Lin Feng's martial arts talent was, surprisingly, just as exceptional, Lin Feng and Old Ma weren't happy. Instead they were scared. Some of them suspected that because of the failure of the awakening day, Lin Feng was mentally stimulated or it was a prank. A martial arts genius? To refine the Earth-list demon spirit? How does this feel like listening to the news in general? And this news is still yesterday's news. And the main character of the news is called Yichio. Wasn't that Yichio? With his outstanding martial arts talent, a first-grade martial artist of only 18 years of age, refining the Thorn Demon Dragon, which was ranked 17th on the Earth ranking. Just such a genius? Your own son too? A genius like Yichio? Then why did you? This dinner lasted for over an hour. And even though Lin Feng had explained a lot, Lin Feng and Old Ma were still a bit in disbelief. A dinner was extremely sumptuous, but apart from Lin Kuro and Ma Lele, Lin Feng and Old Ma ate somewhat tastelessly. Originally, their expectation of Lin Feng was that he would be able to get into one of the 9 elite coeducational schools, and that the family would be able to move into the inner city after graduation. But today, it all seems to be within reach, if not so far beyond, that it's too unreal. No need to look at me like that. Seeing his mother staring at him all the time, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth and he shook his head helplessly. He knew the news was overblown and hard to believe. Originally, Lin Feng didn't intend to let his family know that early. He was going to refine the nightmare and take the exam for the Three Heroes Academy before he said anything. At that time, it is more credible in the face of facts and easier for the family to accept. However, plans couldn't catch up with changes, and because of the conflict at school and his big sister, Lin Feng could only speak up earlier. Starting tomorrow, everything will change. 10 o'clock at night. Inside a nicely decorated room, Yang Fan sat in front of his computer, his hands rapidly tapping the keyboard. His little face, which was originally bruised and swollen, has returned to normal. After school in the afternoon, he went to the hospital, where he was treated by a therapist at a cost of 20 Singapore dollars. 000. Outside the door, there was the faint sound of footsteps. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Yang Fan, I heard that you were beaten by Jifu today. How was it? It was Sango's voice, seemingly inquiring with concern, but the tone was clearly a hint of gloating. Little Fan, even if you don't have martial arts talent, you still have to study hard. Don't think I don't know what you're fooling around with at school. It was the voice of his elder brother, still in the same reprimanding tone. Open the door. I'm telling you, Dad knows about this too. Don't you know that right now our family is cooperating with Yunhai Group? Don't mess with GU in the future. Listening to the voice outside the door, Yang Fan did not respond and looked a little sad. He got beat up and there was no concern, only gloating and sarcasm. One of these days, I'm going to make you all keep your mouths shut. Yang Fan secretly swore. He turned off the lights and ignored the voices at the door because he had an important mission tonight. Martial Artist Forum. As the name suggests, this is a forum related to martial artists. On the Martial Artist Forum, martial artists can freely exchange martial arts experiences. Martial Artist Forum is the first forum in China. Not only martial artists will register, the forum registered members up to 300 million. Every day there are millions of various posts released. Martial Arts Forum in addition to the homepage of the Greater China region, but also divided into 12 districts to 12 base city division. At this time, in the Jiangcheng district of the Martial Artist Forum, a post titled High School Students Violently Beating Up Martial Artists was being frantically clicked and replied to. The title of this post is exaggerated. Just 7 words, High School Students Violently Beat Up Martial Artists. Netizens who saw the headline at first glance couldn't help but gag. Why don't you just tell the high school kids to storm the clan? However, netizens were only spitting for a few seconds. In the Martial Arts Forum, there were countless posts of all kinds of exaggeration. The title was not exaggerated a bit. It would not attract people at all, and it was directly drowned in the sea of posts. Many netizens have become accustomed to it, except that when they see such posts they are so fed up that many will not click on them, but instead just report the posters. This time, however, when they saw the 5 photos under this post, they didn't hesitate to click in. There are pictures and there is truth. The first photo is of a teenager standing in the ring with a martial arts studio in the background. That particular style of decoration and layout is not unfamiliar to many netizens, who recognize it as the Thunder Budokan at first glance. In the ring, a motion picture of a teenager in a white top standing alone in the center of the ring, wagging his right index finger in disdain at the crowd below the ring. The second photo is a close-up of the angry, disdainful and even broken faces of the audience on stage, in very high definition. The third photo is a close-up of the front and back of the teenager's white shirt, which reads, respectively, high school student punching a martial artist and recruiting for advertising space. The fourth photo is on the big screen, the high schoolers storming the martial artists with a record sheet of 9 wins and 0 losses in 9 fights. The fifth photo shows the teenager with an indifferent and disdainful expression, his mouth talking, and the voiceover caption, I'll come back tomorrow and directly challenge a first-grade martial artist. And underneath those 5 photos, there's a short, edited video. It is such a post posted by the lowest common member, without publicity, without brushes, posted less than 2 hours, has more than 4.61 million clicks. The number of replies as high as 1.89 million. The number of reprints, 240,000. And it's still soaring. There is no doubt that this post is on fire. In the Jiangcheng District Martial Arts Forum heat list daily ranking, high school students violently beat martial artists ranked 17th. From the 16th place is already very close, just a little short of the explosion. That fast? Inside the room, Yang Fan refreshed his backstage fan count and points. His original V0 account has now soared to V5, just 460 points short of V6, and his fan base has soared directly from single digits to 150,000 fans. The forums don't give awards for membership levels and fan counts even if they're high, but a martial arts forum account is worth a lot of money. As long as a forum account has real and active followers, you can advertise and sell products to make money in the fan economy. An account with a real active V5 can sell for $100,000 or more. Aside from the money, it's an accomplishment to have your post followed and commented on by so many people. Yang Fan kept skimming through the comments. Floor 989, crap, isn't that name afraid of being killed? Floor 990, this kid is so arrogant but I like it. 991st floor, what a strong fighting technique. I wonder if this high school student is a high school senior, and if he has refined the demonic spirit? 992nd floor, This is the first time that such a recruitment advertisement has been made. Society is too complicated. I don't want to grow up. 993rd floor, typical of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Those viewers only had the heart to kill him. Floor 994, so strong physically. Lack of girlfriend? Floor 995, I have big tits. Click my avatar 6666 inch. 996F, who knows the contact information of the little brother? There will be a big thank you. 997 floor, Zhongchang has been moving a lot in the past 2 days. Yesterday's awakening day Yichio came out of nowhere. And today this high school student is also amazing. Floor 998, are all high school students so strong nowadays? Looks like I'll just have to dominate in elementary school. 999 floor, all 9 stages of physical cultivation were abused. Which school in Jiangcheng is this high school student from? 1000F, can someone help me ask how much the endorsement fee is? My family runs a diaper factory. Browsing through the comments. Needing some funny comments. Yang Fan would also reply. Surprisingly 11th place. When he saw the replies in the comment area, Yang Fan hurriedly clicked the mouse, only to realize that his post had ranked 11th on the daily list, just one step away from 10th on the daily list. The top 10 on the daily list will all be on the front page, so you can imagine how hot this post will be by then. To be in the top 10 of the daily list can be blown for life. No exaggeration. No one cares about entertainment celebrity gossip these days, so the top 10 lists are all about glorified players or major club news or discussions about the tournament. The first on the daily list is, Thunderbolts head coach change. Second on the daily list is, Double Dagger Yun Tianqi may be transferring. Yichio was ranked number 1 on the daily list yesterday, and today the heat was reduced a bit and he was ranked number 3 on the daily list, so you can imagine what kind of honor it is to be in the top 10. Punchy punchy punchy. Punch 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 punch. Punch 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 punch. Countless netizens have filled the comments section with punch punch punch. Yang Fan thus witnessed that his post entered the top 10 and gained the qualification to be displayed on the front page, and not long after entering the front page, he directly exploded to rank 9th. The effect of the front page of the martial artist forum was obvious. At this time more than 1 million people noticed this post with an extremely arrogant name, so more people were curious and clicked in. So the clicks and replies to the post accelerated and soared. Yang Fan's account had soared to V7 at this point, and his fans had broken through 430,000. Ding 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 ding. The notification sound of messages in the background never stops. Yang Fan clicked to take a look. A lot of them were begging for Lin Feng's contact information, and asking where they could watch the match. A lot of people wanted to go to the match live. There were even certified accounts from martial arts schools and clubs that left him messages asking Lin Feng what high level he was, if he had participated in the awakening day, and what demonic spirit he had refined. They want complete information. Obviously, Lin Feng caught the club's attention. Lin Feng's combat talent that far exceeded that of his peers was extremely rare. It was unparalleled among high school students and even college students, and as long as there was a soul cultivation talent, even if it was less talented, they would sign up to focus on cultivating it. There are also many people who are interested in Lin Feng's advertisements, but the prerequisite is that they need to understand Lin Feng's specific situation and strength. To these messages, Yang Fan did not reply. The heat wasn't enough at this time. I can't believe someone already knows? Yang Fan, who was brushing the post, soon realized that someone in the comments section had already announced Lin Feng's information and had tens of thousands of likes. Originally, Yang Fan thought that the heat of the post would decrease after netizens knew that Lin Feng did not refine the demonic spirit, but he did not expect that many people in the comments section had sunrise photos of Yagu and started gossiping about it. So the heat of the post increased instead of decreasing, and it even vaguely had a tendency to move towards the 6th of the daily list. And at this time, in the class chat group where Lin Feng was, the originally quiet chat group was unusually lively, and people were constantly posting pictures. This is Lin Feng? When is he going to the Budokan? Crap. I went to check the martial artist forum and it's exploded. The martial artist forum Jiangqing district has soared to the 7th, scaring the pants off me. It's useless even if you have a strong fighting talent and can't become a demon spirit master. It's better than you anyways. You're not even qualified to lift Lin Feng's shoes. The class group was very lively. Many people at Lin Feng but none of them replied. Then they started at Gao Hai but there was no news either. Many people wanted to at Yagu but they didn't have the courage. In the darkened room, Yako hid within the comforter and watched the chat in the class group, remaining silent and not replying. 1 o'clock in the morning. At this time, the martial artist forum Jiangqing district, high school student Storm's martial artist, was already ranked 5th on the daily list, just 2 places short of the 3rd on the daily list. Ichio refines Thorny Devil Dragon. Because of this post, Yagu, who was Lin Feng's ex-girlfriend, the post about her, Zhang Cheng's most beautiful demon spiritist, also broke straight into the top 10 from the 13th on the daily list. coming in at number 9. In particular, the couple's relationship has aroused curiosity and discussion among the general public. A couple who grew up together as childhood sweethearts. A teenager with excellent martial arts talent who failed on the day of awakening but has a rare talent for fighting. A beautiful young girl with average martial arts talent, but who had refined the 8th order charming butterfly on the day of her awakening and signed up for the Gathering Star Club. Greenberry, Shoreline Neighborhood, breakup. There is too much topicality, an explosion of gossip elements, and even issues of modern social emotions and values are involved. This is one of the reasons why the post was able to rank 5th on the daily list in just one night. It's late, but there are still quite a few netizens who are representatives of the night owls. The post, high school student Storm's martial artist, had dozens of new comments appearing every 10 seconds, which were quite a few, but compared to the previous landslide of comments, they were already considered few and far between. Although there are fewer comments, the heat hasn't waned at all, and netizens are in the midst of a heated discussion. Yang Fan hadn't slept yet, nor could he sleep at all. He browsed through the comments, encountering some that distorted the facts and intentionally spoofed, and from time to time replied with an angry dislike, causing a crowd of melon eaters to gather around. When Yang Fan angrily disliked the netizens, he found a post reproduced by a netizen in the comment section, with many other people commenting below. Clicking in, the post had just been posted not long ago, and the poster was a V0 account named Lantern Eating Eggs. The title of the post is also exaggerated, obviously knowing the importance of the title party. Title, Lin Feng says, Day of Awakening, except for Yichio, all others are eggs. The content of the post was a video, and while the sound was a bit noisy, the picture was clear. The opening image of the video is a screen of light shown on the Nakagatate building on the day of the awakening. In the light screen, the 9 geniuses were presenting stars surrounding Yichio, and then the screen shook a little, sweeping from one teenage girl wearing blue and white school uniforms. Although the screen flashed, Yang Fan still found the figures of Lin Feng and Gao Hai, and at the same time, among the slightly noisy voices, there came a familiar voice. There's no need to be too envious. This awakening day, the one who truly shines is Yichio alone. Speaking of which, the surroundings seemed to quiet down, and the original video's aimless, randomly recorded images seemed to search for a target, and steeply stopped shaking, and the image turned, stopping in front of a teenager. The teenager put his right hand on the shoulder of a fat man beside him and said with a calm expression, "This is Justin Zhengcheng. One day, our figure will appear on the stage of China, even the world." And then there was a close-up of the camera, with Lin Feng's facial expression zooming in, while at the same time there was another voice coming in, the voice dripping with disdainful mockery. "How dare you say that? A waste that can't fuse demonic spirits. A trash that fuses second-order demonic spirits." Apparently, that's what the video shooter said, and a number of others joined in the mockery afterward. There was no doubt that this one post was also on fire. Although it was not as hot as Yang Fan's post, the heat was high, and in the comments section, netizens were frantically posting comments. The comments were almost all about feeling that Lin Feng was arrogant and too cocky, putting himself on the same level as Yichio, being self-important and unqualified. Who recorded this? Such a coincidence? But that's something only Brother Feng dares to say and is qualified to say. Yang Fan swiped the comments and secretly said in his heart, although he felt that it was too much of a coincidence, he didn't take it to heart. Seeing this video, Yang Fan began to truly believe in Lin Feng and was convinced of his abandonment of the 9th rank Zilin. If he hadn't been able to refine the earth-ranking demon spirits, how could Lin Feng have had the courage to not put the 9 geniuses of the awakening day in his eyes? How dare you compare yourself to Yichio? Ding dong! Just then, a faint beep came, and Yang Fan tapped the mouse to open the chat group. It's a chat group called Jungle Press Club. The group leader of the chat group is Yang Fan. Total number of people, 4. Number of people online, 4. Little Mushroom, Brother Van. In or out? The story has been written and sent to you. Would you like to read it? Cialis 1 mg, this point is about right. Any later the effect is rather bad. Winter Melon, kind of sleepy, can't top it any later. Sharp 1, get it started. My big knife can't hold it down anymore. Sharp 1, sleep a hair. Tomorrow this post may be able to directly explode Yichio. Think about it all excited. Looking at the active speeches in the group, the corner of Yang Fan's mouth revealed a smile. The group was created 2 years ago, though the group size has remained at 4. These 4 people, that is, the Zhenghu News Agency, including him, the 4 core members, in order to avoid trouble, their eyes did not join the group. Yang Fan moved the mouse to receive the file sent by Little Mushroom. That file is called Love Story. It's a love story that's over 1,000 words long. The story depicts the love story of a couple who live in the Shoreline neighborhood and grew up together as childhood sweethearts, but eventually went their separate ways. The doggedness and twists of the story made even Yang Fan, who knew the truth of the matter, somewhat speechless. Just then, the sound of a ding-dong came. Little Mushroom, how's the writing? Van? Yang Fan, the writing is good, but should the plot be so bloody? Little Mushroom, wasn't it you who said that the core principle of gossip, the more bloody the better? Except for the fact that it must not be twisted? I don't care, but it took me 3 hours to write this, so you can change it yourself if you want to. Yang Fan, alright, I'll modify the title and post it. While chatting, Yang Fan began to write a review. As a veteran of 8 years of mixing in the martial arts forums, Yang Fan knew the importance of the title. Netizens read the headlines and see the point. If the first look doesn't grab their attention, there won't be a chance of a second look. After some revisions, Yang Fan changed his comment to, "There is a kind of love called Lin Feng. This is the most bloodthirsty love tragedy I've ever heard in my life," and then copied the content and posted it on the martial artist forum. After posting this comment, Yang Fan replied in the group, "Well, everyone worked well together tonight. Go to bed early and watch the battle tomorrow." After saying that, there was no intention to continue harass, and he directly went offline. Tonight's forum post was a task given to him by Lin Feng. Those photos were also provided by Lin Feng. The goal of the mission was simple, to let everyone know that Lin Feng was a super genius. As for how to implement it, Lin Feng didn't say, telling him to figure it out himself. And the way he did it, it was a doggone love story. And after the post was published, it was no longer at his disposal to manipulate. But Yang Fan could believe that the moment when this post would truly explode was coming. Shoreline neighborhood. Like Yang Fan, even though it was already early in the morning, Lin Feng didn't fall asleep. Hiding within the comforter, he swiped his phone on his side, browsing the martial arts forums. Lin Feng wants to recruit advertisers, so he needs fame. The purpose of posting in the martial arts forums is also to hype up the popularity. Besides TV news, what better place to hit the ground running than a martial arts forum? The martial artist forum has 300 million registered members, and even in the Zhangcheng district, there are tens of millions of people browsing every day. With visibility, he can attract the attention of advertisers and his advertising dollars are worth it. However, Lin Feng also knew that although he had a strong fighting talent and could really beat up martial artists violently, he was unable to refine the demonic spirit and was destined to have a hard time attracting everyone's attention. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to let everyone in Zhangcheng, and even the whole country, know that he was a genius, a supreme genius who could challenge across the ranks, could refine earth-ranking demon spirits, and had exceptional talent in martial arts. He wanted his name to be on par with Ichio. At that point, he'll attract the attention of the Pride Pro League. If we're lucky, we might make the Pride Rookie list. As long as he made it into the Glory Rookie ranking and obtained the Blue Moon Guardian, then no one would dare to harm him in Zhangcheng. The task that Lin Feng gave Yang Fan was that within 3 days, the post entered the top 10 of the daily list in Zhangcheng district. And now Yang Fan has over-delivered. This meant that the name Lin Feng was already known to millions, if not tens of millions of people. Although they weren't fans of Lin Feng, at the very least, they knew Lin Feng as a person. And that was enough. All still up? Lin Feng's ears twitched slightly, and the tables and chairs in the living room seemed to have been bumped into, making a creaking sound. The house is not well soundproofed, and the slightest sound moves a lot in the silence of the night. Perhaps the news of the day was so incredible and surprising that even the otherwise tired family seemed to lose sleep, and every now and then there was some sound of drinking or crashing in the living room. It's time to change houses, Lin Feng thought. As soon as the ad space sells, he will move so that his family can live a really easy life. Living in a shoreline neighborhood is not only inconvenient, it's also troublesome later on as he becomes more well-known. Lin Feng slowly walked out of the bed, turned on the bedside lamp, and turned the light down to its faintest state. He crouched down, his entire upper body poking towards the bottom of the bed, maintaining such a movement for a few seconds, seemingly hesitant, but in the end, he removed a black iron box from its innermost position at the bottom of the bed. It was a rusty tin box. The iron box had a lid which had hundreds of tiny little openings. Looking at this ordinary-looking iron box, even Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of fear, as if there were man-eating monsters in there. Inside the iron box that made even Lin Feng have some heart palpitations, no man-eating monsters appeared. There was only a single black, strange worm, crawling slowly at the bottom of the metal box. These strange worms were black and purple, only the length of a child's small thumb, somewhat like a small snake. These small snakes have 2 horns on their triangular heads that are black in color, and their purple pupils look somewhat demonic. The flat, elongated bodies had 2 tiny wings, though they were not able to fly, for a small circular hole had been punctured in the center of their wings, and at that moment the strange insects were crawling densely inside the iron box. Purple-winged spirit worms. Looking at this black strange insect in front of him, Even Lin Feng couldn't really remain calm. It was a biting fear. In this world, there was no one who understood the special value of the purple-winged spirit insect better than him. Although the purple-winged spirit worms had sharp teeth, they ate nothing but blood. The blood of humans or demonic beasts. The special thing about the purple-winged spirit bug is that it has a trace amount of neurotoxin in its body. This neurotoxin is injected into a person's body while the purple-winged spirit worm sucks blood. It doesn't kill people easily, but it paralyzes them as if they were injected with anesthetic. In the wild, many martial artists would use it as a numbing agent when they were injured. Only a single purple-winged spirit insect could be used as a numbing agent, but if it was used in large quantities, the numbing effect would disappear and be replaced by an unimaginable pain. Fatal pain. The neurotoxins of 3 purple-winged spirit worms can make a strong adult cry from the pain. Purple-winged spirit insect. A magical insect unique to the other world that cannot be reproduced artificially. Although it was not a demonic beast, it had a special role to play. That is, 10 or more purple-winged spirit insects biting at the same time, in pain worse than death, would have a special body-quenching effect, and without any side effects. For martial artists of the physical cultivation realm, the means to aid in cultivation were nothing more than dietary supplements and medicinal supplements. That is, food and potions. Eating more demonic beast blood and meat could naturally fill up the chi in blood, but the effect of dietary supplementation was far less rapid and effective than medicinal supplementation. However, no matter if it was a nourishing potion or a chi blood elixir and body-quenching elixir that could boost chi in blood, they all had side effects. It's not for nothing that a medicine is poisonous. Even for the children of those big families, there were strict rules on what pills they should take and how many they should take every month. One could imagine how much of a stir it would cause when something that had a body-hardening effect on the physical cultivation realm and had no side effects appeared. Even if this quenching was only effective for the first time. Even so, it was still a fatal temptation for those candidates who were about to take the college entrance exam. These horrible little things in front of him were bought by Lin Feng after he left the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. He and Gao Hai had searched many pharmacies before finding them, and after scouring the pharmacy's stock, they had only managed to buy 13 of them. This little thing, after all, is of little value to many people. Only martial artists would have a few of them on hand to act as a makeshift anesthetic. Lin Feng bought it for only $80 apiece, which was excessively cheap. After the special effect was discovered, the purple-winged spirit worm soared to 100,000 SGD at one point. In preparation for using these horrible little things, Lin Feng pulled out a crystal vial from his pocket. Inside the bottle was a red chi blood elixir, one costing 100,000 SGD. The original 210 Singapore dollars, 000 earned at the Budokan is now only half. That's a lot of money to spend. Sighing, Lin Feng swallowed the elixir into his body. Come on, how can you get something back without giving it? Lin Feng took out a clean white towel and stuffed it into his mouth. Although this was very uncomfortable, it was to prevent him from accidentally biting off his tongue later under the severe pain. Taking a deep breath and being ruthless in his heart, Lin Feng reached his hand inside the basin and quickly caught 10 purple-winged spirit insects, placing them in the palm of his hand before closing the lid of the iron box and casually placing them on the ground. At this time, the purple-winged spirit bug that had been hungry for a long time, as if it had smelled the flavor of blood, it couldn't wait to open its mouth that was covered with sharp teeth and bite through Lin Feng's arm, as if it were a leech, quickly sucking up Lin Feng's blood, and at the same time as it sucked up the blood, a little bit of neurotoxin also surged into Lin Feng's arm. So cozy. As the neurotoxin was injected, Lin Feng's entire body began to burn. After a few seconds, a strange euphoric numbness filled all parts of Lin Feng's body. Every cell seemed to be in joy. His body was light as if it was about to fly. Lin Feng felt that he was full of strength at this time, but this pleasure lasted for only 5 or 6 seconds, and his face instantly turned pale. It was like going from heaven to hell. At this moment, a blazing burning pain made Lin Feng feel as if he had been thrown into a rolling magma. As if it was as hot as a blazing flame that seemed itching to turn him into ashes, and as if there are hundreds of millions of tiny strange insects, is through his blood, in his limbs and bones of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels in the writhing, like in the gnawing of his body's flesh and blood, to bring such as the death of 1,000 cuts of pain and suffering. The sharp pain instantly spread all over his body, and this kind of pain was even more terrifying than a lingering death, especially since Lin Feng's body was still in an abnormal state of excitement right now. His mind was highly concentrated, which made the pain of a life worse than death even clearer. Lin Feng's face was twisted. His body trembled and shrunk into a ball. His face was extremely pale without a trace of blood. He slightly opened his eyes but closed them due to powerlessness. His throat rolled slightly. His hands were clenched tightly. His fingernail caps sunk into his flesh. Bright red blood spilled out from the wounds. Trembling, uncontrollable trembling, The intense pain made to roll uncontrollably on the bed, but did not dare to make a sound for fear of letting his family hear. This kind of misery would have scared the hell out of the family if they had seen it. Time, it seemed, was very slow. This heart-rending pain lasted for more than 10 minutes before it slowly disappeared. Hoo-hoo! Lin Feng opened his mouth slightly. The towel that was wet with saliva slowly slid down. At this moment he was even panting very weakly. The dark eyes that were slowly opening. At this moment it was as if they had all turned red as well. They were densely covered with blood. And all that was left was exhaustion and fear. Propping up his hands, Lin Feng wanted to sit up, but his arms went limp. And with a bang, he fell on the bed as if he had no skeleton. And he didn't even have the strength to get up. At this time his whole body had been drenched in sweat. And his body was so weak and powerless that even his eyes were a little blurry. It hurts. It really hurts. Collapsed on the bed, no longer having the strength to even sit up. It's not easy to take shortcuts. Looking at the dried up and dead purple-winged spirit insect on his arm, a hint of palpitations remained in Lin Feng's eyes, but in his heart there was a pang of fear. Every bite by the purple-winged spirit insect was like a horrifying lingering death. The kind of pain that was worse than death. No one would be willing to try it. It was more than 10 minutes, but Lin Feng felt as if he had passed a century. And the rewards for this pain were great. He was much stronger at this point compared to before. The few qi and blood in his body originally filled up in an instant. After resting for a while, Lin Feng walked off the crib and stood in front of the mirror. Under the dim light, Lin Feng's whole body was covered with dark red bloodlines. A careful count of 81. It was obvious that at this time, Lin Feng had already reached the 8th stage of physical cultivation. Early morning, Lin Feng was woken up by the sound of the door. It's 5 o'clock. Glancing at the time on his cell phone, Lin Feng was still sleepy, but in order not to let his family worry, he quickly dressed and walked out of the room. What time did you guys get up? The sun had not yet fully risen at 5 o'clock and it was still dark, even more so for the shoreline neighborhood. The lights were on in the living room, and at that moment the family was all sitting around the dining table, chatting in whispers as they ate their breakfast. As you can see, everyone is in a good mood. Go wash up. When they saw Lin Feng appear, the family members all gathered their eyes over at the first opportunity. In addition to Ma Leilei's simple joy, her mother, old Ma, and her elder sister's gaze were permeated with a complex emotion, pride, excitement, uneasiness, etc. Why are you guys up so early? Lin Feng asked. Even his sister, who had always been a sleepyhead, woke up earlier than him, so it was not easy. Lin Feng looked at his family's mental state and knew that they must not have slept well last night. It's a mixture of hope for the future and fear that it's a mirage, something that can't be reached. I broke through to the 8th stage of physical cultivation yesterday. In order to dispel his family's concerns, Lin Feng smiled and opened his mouth. As expected, after learning that Lin Feng had broken through to the 8th stage of physical cultivation, the surprise in his family's eyes, and the uneasiness had obviously disappeared a lot. How did you break through so quickly? Lin Feng said excitedly. Each breakthrough stage of the physical cultivation realm, qi and blood would become more and more abundant, and the comprehensive physical quality and combat strength would be directly enhanced, reacting to the college entrance examination results by adding 15 points less, which was obviously a good news. Overnight, breaking through from the 7th stage of physical cultivation to the 8th stage of physical cultivation gave Lin Feng a great deal of confidence. They were finally starting to believe that Lin Feng had been hiding his talent for so many years. Otherwise how could he have broken through so quickly? I've told you all, I'm a martial arts genius. I was just keeping a low profile before. Lin Feng joked. You'll get used to it later. Well, that's a good habit. Lin Kuro smiled. My brother is a genius, Marlo said as she patted her ass. Well, you're fat. You're right. After pinching Marlene's chubby face, Lin Feng walked into the bathroom. After a simple wash, Lin Feng looked at himself in the mirror. His originally pale face was a bit rosy. Only the dark circles around his eyes looked like his mental state wasn't very good. No wonder. It was almost 3 o'clock last night after breaking through the 8th stage of physical cultivation, and he had only slept for 2 hours, and it had been a poor 2 hours of sleep, with that nightmare harassing him a bit every now and then, making it impossible to actually fall asleep. Having not slept much for 2 days in a row, Lin Feng's entire body was a bit groggy. After breakfast, Lin Feng stayed home alone after his family members went to work one after another. Not going to school today, got to rest up for the Thunder Budokan Ring Challenge. After eating breakfast and waiting for his family to go to work and school, a sleepy Lin Feng used his cell phone to send a text message to Gao Hai, then returned to his room to take a nap. This back-to-sleep lasted until noon, and it wasn't until he heard the doorbell that Lin Feng woke up and got up to open the door. It's a lot more peaceful during the day. Lin Feng realized that the nightmare spirit fluctuations were significantly weaker during the day and not as active as at night, which made it rare for him to have a good night's sleep. Looks like we'll have to change our habits from now on. Yang Fan, why are you here? Opening the door to the room. What made Lin Feng a little surprised was that apart from Gao Qi, Yang Fan had also come and was carrying a meal in his hands. Seeing Lin Feng ask this, Yang Fan was somewhat speechless. Brother, how can you not be excited and concerned about something so big? Or about yourself? Brother Feng, didn't you read the forum? It's already exploded, Yiqiu. Gao Hai said with a face of excitement. Yeah, it exploded around 10 o'clock, and now half of Jiangcheng knows about it. Yang Fan walked into Lin Feng's home. This was the first time he had come to the shoreline neighborhood. For a rich young man living in the inner city, he had never been to such a shabby place before, but he didn't show an uncomfortable or disgusted expression. Feel free to sit. Lin Feng took out 2 cans of drinks from the fridge and casually tossed them to Gao Hai and Yang Fan. Eat while you talk. Lunch 6 dishes and 1 soup. 4 meat dishes. 2 vegetarian dishes. Meat dishes in the surprisingly 2 demonic beast blood meat. Chi and blood filling. Taste is very good. Obviously not the shore community near those small restaurants can fry. You bought it for lunch? It tastes good, Lin Feng said. Ask my house sitter to make it. You eat too. Have the forum posts reached 3rd place? Lin Feng asked. Yang Fan smiled bitterly. Boss, you finally asked. It's not just 3rd. It's already in 2nd place. Yang Fan said in a hurry, and his post directly triggered the forum. See for yourself, Brother Feng, Yang Fan said. Lin Feng took out his cell phone and opened the martial arts forum. In the top 10 list of news heat of the daily list of the homepage Jiangcheng district, high school students violently beat up martial artists, ranked 2nd. The number of hits is 8.89 million, likes, 2.56 million, reprints, 1.29 million, and the number of comments is even higher at 7.59 million. The number of comments is comparable to the number of clicks, which shows the buzz among netizens, and the highest number of likes was a comment that was directly topped. There is a kind of love called Lin Feng. This is the most dog-blooded love tragedy I've ever heard in my life. Yang Fan, delete the comment and don't get involved with Yagu in the future. Lin Feng frowned. He didn't realize that Yang Fan would write such a doggerel. It didn't matter to him, but obviously it wasn't a good thing for Yagu. Oh, I'll delete it then. Seeing that Lin Feng was a bit angry, Yang Fan hurriedly logged into the martial arts forum and deleted his comments. But even so, someone had already taken a screenshot of it and the comment couldn't be deleted. Scrolling down the comments, Lin Feng looked up. Mom, there's someone pretending here. Come check it out. Nonsense. And hidden talent. Believe you to hell. Are all high schoolers so heavy-minded these days? Little brother is so touching, handsome and talented. Giving up a 9th-ranked Zilin. Who believes it? Really thinks he's Yiqiu? Yiqiu is here to express his displeasure. Self-directed pranks are disgusting. Although I don't believe it either. But have you guys forgotten Egg's post? Apart from Yiqiu, Lin Feng doesn't put anyone in his eyes. How can he dare without strength? It makes sense. With Lin Feng's combat talent, even if he can't become a demon spirit master, it's not a big problem to become a high-level martial artist in the future. There's no need to clamor for this amount of money. Such a doggone relationship story. Forgive me if I can't believe it. Winning the 9th stage of physical cultivation is only a long way from being a martial artist. I'll be there today if I say so. It's the Thunder Budokan. Which district? 9 out of 10 comments are skeptical, clearly doubting the veracity of what happened. They even suspected that the poster of the post was Lin Feng himself, in order to hype up publicity and sell advertising space. Brother Feng, do you want to explain? Yang Fan asked. Yes, Brother Feng, they are questioning you. We need to explain, Gao Hai said while eating. Lin Feng casually turned off his cell phone, not caring too much about the queries. The more you question it, the more it's talked about, the more heat it gets, and the more ad space it's worth. Don't worry about them. I've already broken through the 8th stage of physical cultivation. That fast? Yang Fan and Gao Hai were both surprised and pleasantly surprised, and were more certain about the ring challenge at night. One could imagine what kind of sensation Lin Feng would cause when he defeated a martial artist with the strength of a physical cultivation 8th stage. To be able to defeat a first-grade martial artist at the physical cultivation realm was definitely an extremely rare event. Talent and combat prowess are 2 different things. This is especially true for students in the physical cultivation realm. The physical cultivation realm and the martial artist were 2 insurmountable realms. Except for some geniuses of the Bloodline clan, or the Glory clan, it was only possible to cross the challenge level by virtue of their family's inherited secret skills, or their bloodline talent. Although they were all questioning and hurling insults, it was conceivable that if Lin Feng really won the fight, it was bound to cause a stir and might even attract the attention of some top clubs and battle teams. At this time, Lin Feng and the 3 of them didn't know that with the continued fermentation of the post on the martial artist forum, More than one club had already begun to pay attention to it and had specialized in studying and discussing it. This includes the Gathering of the Stars Club. After lunch, Lin Feng's trio took a short break and then walked out of the house. Just stepping out of the gloomy staircase, the pounding heat made you feel a little parched. "It's so hot," Takumi complained a little. Being fat, Gao Hai was most afraid of heat. In this weather, it wouldn't take long for his shirt and pants to get wet with sweat. Should I bring you an umbrella?" Yang Fan joked. Gao Hai gave Yang Fan a blank look and said disdainfully, "What's the point of having an umbrella when there's no sun?" Yang Fan looked around, speechless. With the spacing of the buildings in the shoreline neighborhood, you have to find a special place to sunbathe in the neighborhood because of the sunlight blockage. Many people were gathered in the open space chatting and playing chess, and when they saw Lin Feng passing by, they showed some excitement and rushed forward. "Windy, why didn't you go to school today? Are you guys going to the Thunder Budokan? When's the game? Don't have to go to work today, company transfer? I'll go cheer you on." Neighbors have been very welcoming. Yesterday, because of the failure of the Awakening Day and Yagu's move, the neighbors didn't greet Lin Feng very well, looking at him with pity and sighs. But overnight, that sigh had disappeared, replaced by surprise and excitement. Apparently, the martial artist forum had spread the word in the neighborhood. "Little Wind, there's a match at the Budokan today?" An older man, holding a fan in his right hand, asked as he stirred it up. "Grandpa has been watching you since you were a kid. Have a good game today and make a name for our neighborhood." Little Wind, is what the forum said true? Did you really hide your talent for Yagu? An older woman with a child said with a gossipy face. "Windy, you can really sell the advertising space on your clothes for money? Maybe a couple $100,000. Definitely don't sell it for less than 100,000. People talk and give their opinions." Lin Feng smiled and didn't reply directly. The shoreline neighborhood, although populated by poor people, is more united and humane than those who live in the inner city. If someone does get ahead, they feel proud and honored by it. Well, it must be true. That and false. Gao Hai patted his chest with a proud face. This afternoon, at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall in the Southern District, everyone who is free can go and watch the battle and see how my brother Feng kills. Amidst the cheering, the trio managed to get away from their enthusiastic neighbors, and when they walked out of the neighborhood, the journey that originally took only 10 minutes took half an hour. Just as Lin Feng had just stepped out of the neighborhood, the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, which was far away in the inner city, was already extremely lively. It was 1 o'clock noon, the time for meals and lunch breaks. In the past, this time of the year was the coldest time in the Budokan. But today, the auditorium, which could hold tens of thousands of people, was close to half full. Instead of paying too much attention to the game, the spectators chatted loudly together, almost exclusively about high school kids. There were also quite a few people swiping their cell phones and browsing through the martial arts forums. At this time, the post of a high school students violently beating up martial artists in the martial artist forum had already soared to the first place, and even many TV media in Jiangcheng had begun to report this news. There were even quite a few netizens who posted, using South Yichio, North Lin Feng, as a headline to catch people's attention based on the area where the two lived. Although many netizens held a questioning and disdainful attitude, it was undeniable that Lin Feng was on fire. The fire was out of everyone's expectation. Many people paid 100 SGD for tickets and came to the Thunder Budokan, not to see martial arts fights, but to watch the high school student who was claimed to be the most arrogant in history. In addition to these ordinary spectators, from time to time, some men and women in suits and with an unassuming demeanor would appear towards the VIP area. Seems like a senior member of the Thunder Club? A number of viewers recognized those big names. Not only that, even the heads of the S-class clubs like Gathering Stars, Picking the Wind, and AK all appeared at the same time. And of course, there were also numerous familiar faces from the martial arts halls, who gathered together to chat with each other. I didn't realize that high schooler was so attractive. The audience glanced at each other and could see the surprise in each other's eyes. In addition to the heads of these clubs and martial arts centers, many news media were also present, and they were in the press area, looking around with cameras in hand, as if looking for a target. Are almost all of these guys here? Within the VIP seats, Zhang Ling looked around with a somewhat surprised expression. Around her, the heads of the clubs and martial arts schools in Jiangcheng that posed a good chance of success were almost all here. She could never have imagined that just 2 days ago, that mundane teenager who had failed the Awakening Day and whom she had despised would cause such a big commotion. As the head of the Jiangcheng branch of the Gathering Star Club, Zhang Ling knew that Yago had broken up with Lin Feng. At first when she got this news, she had secretly nodded her head. After all, in her opinion, Lin Feng really didn't deserve Yago. Although not at the headquarters, Zhang Ling learned through colleagues that on the day Yejo first arrived at the club, The club's senior management had already held a special meeting to study Yejo's future development plans. The plan was even unexpected to her. Undoubtedly, the future of the young girl will be very bright, and Lin Feng's presence will inevitably affect the future development of Yegu. The breakup of the two was good news and saved a lot of trouble in her and the club's eyes. But where did it occur to me that after only one day, this teenager had made such a big commotion? If what is said on the forum is true, then, South Yiqiu, North Linfeng, is not as simple as a joke. Auntie, do you think a high school student is up to this? Beside Zhang Ling, a teenager said somewhat breathlessly. The teenager was wearing a black sportswear. Handsome, just a hint of arrogance in his expression. Wei Ran, don't underestimate this high schooler. If it's what the forums say it is, do you know what that means? Zhang Ling asked to his own nephew. Meaning what? Zhang Weiran wondered. Also a senior. As a genius he was somewhat disdainful and jealous of Linfeng. Disdain for his strength. Jealousy of his heat. It means that all the top clubs, including us at Gathering Star, will give him A rank or even S rank contracts. Zhang Ling said. Zhang Weiran was a bit shocked and said incredulously. Just based on his fighting talent? Seeing her nephew's skeptical face, Zhang Ling smiled. Don't underestimate combat talent. This kind of talent is even rarer than martial talent. There are many geniuses, but combat geniuses are rare. Speaking of this, Zhang Ling continued. Your strength is 9th stage of physical cultivation, refining an 8th order shadow leopard. Because of me, you signed a grade A contract with Gathering Star. But this Lin Feng, he doesn't have to be the same as you. All he needs to do is to be able to refine a 5th order demon spirit, and he'll be able to sign a grade A contract. Zhang Weiran opened his mouth as if he couldn't believe it. Physical cultivation of the 7th stage and a 5th ranked demon spirit can sign an A rank contract? Since when are Polistar's A-list contracts so cheap? It was important to know that even Yegu had refined the 8th order charming butterfly and was only signing a B rank contract. There's no need to be so surprised. Otherwise, do you think that so many people are here to hang out? Zhang Ling pointed around and said. Zhang Weiran was shocked, but did not doubt his aunt's words. As the head of the Zhangcheng branch, Zhang Ling had the right to give an A-grade contract. Manager Zhang, why are you here as well? Aren't you guys at Gathering Star only interested in top geniuses? Just then, a white-haired old man in a tang suit came to the seat beside Zhang Ling and said with a smile, a high school student of the 7th stage of physical cultivation is also worthy of your presence? Elder Jiang, why are you here too? Zhang Ling nodded to the old man and said politely, the Thunder Martial Arts Hall hasn't been this lively for a long time, so it's only natural to come and join in the fun. The old man known as Zhang Lao laughed. Also, this is your Thunder Club's territory. Why? Are you also interested in that high school student? Zhang Ling said suspiciously. Just here to see if it's as arrogant as the rumors say. Zhang Lao laughed and said gently. In response, Zhang Ling smiled faintly and did not refute it. Didn't they come here to confirm something? There was no doubt that the teenager's combat talent was strong, and he even possessed the ability to cross the level of the challenge. But it wasn't as if such geniuses never appeared. It was not uncommon to see many geniuses who had both martial arts talent and combat talent, but were unable to refine demonic spirits or refine low-ranked demonic spirits, and ended up in obscurity. And such geniuses were also known as imbecilic geniuses. Genius with limited room to grow. Demon spiritist was, after all, a profession above martial artists. I can't believe it's moving so much. In another VIP seat, Zhou Fu looked around at the fiery scene and couldn't help but be a little staggered. How long has it been since an obscure teenager became a big star overnight? Looks like this ad is going to cost a fortune. Zhou Fu frowned as he tried to get Lin Feng's advertisement. The more people pay attention, the better it is for him naturally. But at the same time, the more competitive it is. Chao Fu had already noticed that there were quite a few bosses around that he knew, many of them richer than him. He wasn't sure he could compete with the others. Last night he spent $10,000 to get Lin Feng's information from Chun Xiaoku. Where do you think? The same day the forum appeared Lin Feng's post, and overnight directly soared to the first day list. Fire throughout the forum. There were also people who broke out more detailed information about Lin Feng. He didn't care about the small amount of money, but there were just a lot more competitors, and his plans were going to go down the drain. As for whether Lin Feng was hiding his talent, he didn't really care. This was because he knew that if Lin Feng was really like Yiqiu, he would not have any qualifications to participate in the competition for advertisements. As a businessman, Chao Fu wanted to take a gamble. As time passed, the audience grew, and the Budokan auditorium was almost filled. And just as the crowd was talking and waiting, 3 teenagers arrived late and appeared outside the Budokan. It didn't take long for Lin Feng's 3 figures to appear outside the martial arts hall. Is that the high school kid? Yeah, that's the high school kid who's going to storm the martial artist. He actually came. I thought he would avoid the battle, I heard that a lot of first-grade martial artists came today with the purpose of teaching him a lesson. Physical cultivation 7th stage directly challenging a martial artist has never been heard of. At least physical cultivation 9th stage is more or less the same. Physical cultivation 9th stage is also not possible. Martial artists can all cultivate Gongfu. Their power is several times that of the physical cultivation realm. 2 levels, how can they easily cross the challenge? While the crowd was talking, Gao Hai and Yang Fan looked at each other, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Yang Fan said suspiciously to Lin Feng, "Brother Feng, they can't all be here to watch your match, right? Brother Feng, your popularity is already comparable to a member of the Thunder Battle Team's second team." Gao Hai also exclaimed. He realized that a number of reporters had already shown up and were pointing their cameras in their direction. The first time they were being watched by so many people, Gao Hai and Yang Fan were obviously a bit uncomfortable. Even if the focus of the gaze wasn't them, they mainly came to see the fun. Lin Feng said, the martial artist forum was, after all, the forum with the most registered members in the country, especially since the post about him had ranked first on the daily list of the Jiangqing district, and even ordinary people who didn't pay attention to the forum were able to learn about the news from other people. 9 out of 10 of these spectators came to see how he was punched in the face, and the remaining one was bored to see a good show. There are only a few that really work as fans. This is the reason why, despite the attention of many, not one person has come up to cheer on them. Lin Feng knew that there was a saying in the martial arts forums that South Yiqiu, North Lin Feng. This title was made by Yang Fan, but Lin Feng has a self-awareness. If you really think so, it is really self-importance. Will be ruthlessly hit in the face. His popularity is all hype. Or maybe it's not even called popularity, it's hot off the press. After this heat is over, he will soon be forgotten and no one will notice him. In terms of popularity, he was less than a millionth of Yiqiu. At this time, if Yiqiu had appeared at the entrance of the martial arts hall, the crowd would have gone crazy, and the security guards would have had to go out in large numbers to maintain order, lest there be an accident. And this was the gap between the two. Mr. Lin Feng, do you have confidence in this match? At this time a female reporter came over and interviewed Lin Feng. Seeing the reporters appear, Yang Fan and Gao Hai coincidentally took a step back to avoid the interview scene, leaving Lin Feng alone. How can you come without confidence? Lin Feng said. His expression was natural and his tone was calm, though it was somewhat arrogant in the eyes of outsiders. So, Mr. Lin Feng, for what the forum said about you hiding your talent, may I ask if it's true? The female reporter asked again. What do you say? Lin Feng glanced at the female reporter and asked rhetorically. Such an uncooperative interview. Even the experienced female reporter was a bit overwhelmed, took a deep breath, adjusted her mood, and asked again. What do you think about what the netizens are saying right now? South Yiqiu, North Lin Feng. With your eyes. Lin Feng waved his hand. Gao Hai and Yang Fan hurriedly followed closely behind, and the three of them entered the martial arts hall, leaving the female reporter in the wind. Enter the lobby and take the elevator to the 3rd floor with a light touch. Lin Feng. Chen Xiaoko recognized him at first glance. Because of Lin Feng, she had earned a sum of 10 Singapore dollars, 000 in extra money. Lin Feng didn't know why the girl in front of him was so surprised. He handed out a martial arts fight card and said, crossing the level to challenge a first-grade martial artist. Bet 10, 000. Okay sir, let's start with the strength test. Chen Xiaoko said. 81 meridians reddened? 8 stages of physical cultivation? The human meridian diagram displayed on the computer made Chen Xiaoko a little surprised. It was only overnight that he had broken through the 8th stage of physical cultivation? What's wrong? Lin Feng asked. He felt that the cute-looking counter girl in front of him was a bit mysterious. Nothing. Chen Xiaoko shook her head, looked around, and whispered, there are many first-grade martial artists with very good battle records registered today, so you have to be more careful. Thanks. Lin Feng nodded his thanks. Go for it. I'm optimistic about you yo. Chen Xiaoko clenched her small fists and encouraged. Aha! Lin Feng nodded, and after he left, Chen Xiaoko hurriedly took out her cell phone, logged into her martial artist forum account, and posted a message. According to reliable information, the strongest high school student in history has broken through the 8th stage of physical cultivation. Coming. Inside the Budokan, when the name high school student beats up martial artist appeared on the big screen, the audience, who had been waiting impatiently, suddenly became excited. Meanwhile, the giant screen above the center ring captured the figure of a teenager. Under the gaze of all the spectators, Lin Feng was walking slowly. He looked indifferent. White t-shirt, black pants, extremely simple dress, but that white battle suit was not unfamiliar to anyone. At this time, the camera also gives a close-up. The advertising space for big words caused a lot of laughter. Even though I had already seen pictures from the forums, I couldn't help but laugh out loud watching it live. This is the first time I've seen such a clean and uncluttered approach to merchandising. Oh, laugh my ass off, this kid is a real talent. It's just claptrap. I wonder how he'll end up if he loses. The vast majority of the audience looked at Lin Feng with teasing and mockery, as if they were looking at a clown. Soon, though, the laughter was much less. In the face of such ridicule from them, that teenager remained calm and collected, not even changing the rhythm of his footsteps in the slightest. That cloudy demeanor didn't look like a disguise. This ability to remain motionless despite the pressure of Tarzan is possessed by a high school student? Many people's laughter began to collect, no matter how much they disliked it. They had to admit that in this moment, this kid was indeed a bit handsome. Go Lin Feng! Steeply, there is a cheer from the crowd and the camera instantly catches the direction the sound is coming from. It was a group of 14 or 15-year-old teenage girls, obviously junior high school students, who looked excited and shouted loudly, and when they saw the camera catching them, they hurriedly raised their hands up high to hold up a poster. On the poster, a handsome-looking teenager stood quietly in the ring, looking indifferent but with a hint of dominance. Lin Feng was also surprised to see those cheering for him in the screen. He hadn't expected to actually have any fans of his. Lin Feng didn't realize that although many people on the forums questioned his talent, there were also many people who disdainfully mocked and even abused him. But no one can deny his superb fighting skills and fighting talent, which is rare not only in high school but even in college. That kind of clean and graceful movement, coupled with the originally handsome looks, really attracted some fans. These fans are predominantly middle school and high school students, with girls making up the majority. In their opinion, Lin Feng was not only handsome and excellently talented, but he was also hiding his talent for his girlfriend. It's like a part of a girl's dream Prince Charming. For Lin Feng's match today, they organized on the forum and purposely skipped school in order to just come to the scene to say, "Go for it." And at that moment the big screen suggests this fight is in the center ring. The central ring was the best ring in the Thunder Martial Arts Dojo, with a diameter of 40 meters, and it was generally used as a ring for battles between battle teams. When had it ever been given to a martial artist of the physical cultivation realm? Although he was surprised, Lin Feng didn't take it too much to heart. When he came to the ring, Lin Feng acted calmly in the face of the 4,000 to 5,000 people watching and talking. And that's when the ring put also showed the information of both sides of this challenge. Chen Su, 19 years old, first grade martial artist, refining 7th order tiger spot, 89 battles, 68 wins, 20 losses, 1 draw. High school student Storm's martial artist, 18 years old, 8th dan in physical training, 9 fights, 9 wins, 0 losses, 0 draws. No way. Hasn't it only been a day? A high school student is already at the 8th stage of physical cultivation? That Chen Su is actually a demon spiritist, breaking through so quickly. Is he really hiding his strength? Regardless of whether he's at the 7th stage of physical cultivation or the 8th stage of physical cultivation, there's no difference. Neither of them is able to cultivate the technique. Damn it. I can't believe I've been preempted. There's no hope for this. Lin Feng's message had just come out and caused an uproar in the room. Amidst all the chatter, Lin Feng's opponent also stepped into the ring. It was a short-haired teenager who didn't look much older than Lin Feng. The teenager had a well-proportioned body and was wearing a gray martial artist's power suit. His eyes were shining. I didn't realize it was so lucky. The teenager stepped onto the ring with a hint of joy on his face. He had originally only come to try his luck, but he hadn't expected that he would really be drawn. Chen Su looked at Lin Feng and laughed. Your combat talent is indeed strong, but you are still far from wanting to defeat a martial artist. After saying that, he didn't take the lead but extended his hand, signaling Lin Feng to make the first move, acting like a gentleman. As a first-grade martial artist, refining 7th-rank demonic spirits, he challenged Lin Feng not for the sake of defeating him, but for the attention. Now, the most arrogant high school students hot forum. Even many media have reported this game preliminary estimates. At least millions of people will watch the network. Is there a better stage for performance than this? Chen Su is 19 years old. It's only his freshman year, soon to be his sophomore year, but he's already making plans for where he'll go after graduation. In his opinion, as long as he could perform well today, he might be looked at by some big martial arts schools or even clubs. Apart from some people who simply couldn't stand to see Lin Feng being arrogant and intended to teach him a lesson, many people held the same idea as Chen Su. This kid Asuka is so lucky. It's a shame we won't get a chance to play. We came today for nothing. In the audience, a group of young men who obviously looked like college students got together and complained. Many of them had signed up for the ring challenge and spent an extra $100 for it. Now that their hopes were dashed, it was inevitable that they would be a little disappointed. At this time, the betting time of 5 minutes had passed, and on the big screen, Lin Feng's winning percentage had risen directly to 1 minute and 8.9 seconds, and Lin Feng's odds, 1 to 1.1. Such low odds were rare in the Thunder Budokan. It was clear to the vast majority of the audience that Lin Feng was unable to fight against Chen Su. Lin Feng didn't like to talk a lot of nonsense, and when he saw that the other party didn't have the intention to take the lead, he stepped on his paws and shot out violently. Good coming! Chen Su let out a low gulp. His palms clenched, fiery red spiritual energy wrapped his arms, and his figure sprinted as fast as a cheetah. He had no intention of letting go, and when he did, he went all out. Since it's all about expressing yourself and thus gaining favor with the club, it's important to show your best side. Chen Su's figure quickly appeared in front of Lin Feng, his fist entwined with a fiery red light, carrying amazing power, with a subtle air-breaking sound, blasting heavily at Lin Feng's head. The strong wind blew up Lin Feng's black hair, revealing a pair of dark and deep eyes. 2 or 3 times my strength and additional fire damage. Lin Feng knew that he couldn't be hit. Even if he was hit a little, the fight would be over. Aside from the power, the red fist was clearly the effect of psychic possession, and spiritual possession, which is the sign of a martial artist. The blazing fist appeared in front of his eyes. Lin Feng's body moved, his feet staggered, and in an instant, he strangely appeared on Chen Su's left side, his right fist clenched, striking towards his head. So fast. Lin Feng's speed obviously surprised Chen Su a little bit, but he didn't panic. He only saw his arm blocking upwards. Bang! In the sound of the collision, Chen Su's figure did not move at all. Lin Feng, who had attacked strongly, instead took a step back, and his sore right fist seemed to be striking not flesh but a hard stone, and there was a slight burning sensation on his fist. Pointing his toes, Lin Feng appeared in front of Chen Su like lightning. Left. So fast. Phew! A violent wind sound came from the left. Chen Su was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that Lin Feng, who didn't have a strong attack, had such a terrifying speed. And speed is what Lin Feng is proud of. Over the top. A vicious whip kick. Bang! Chen Su had prepared for this. Just by blocking forward with his arm, he scratched away Lin Feng's attack, while his figure only swayed slightly. Obviously, even though Lin Feng's speed was faster, it wasn't enough to shake him. Bang bang bang! Lin Feng lightning to make a chain of feet. Feet, phantom as if a long whip constantly waving. His angle is extremely tricky. Most of the human body's defense is lower place, hair force, but also when light and heavy, so that it is difficult to judge. It was just that these tricky attacks of his did not pose much of a threat to Chen Su. Chen Su just looked at Lin Feng and easily blocked Lin Feng's attacks back and forth with a pair of fiery red arms. Your speed is indeed fast and your fighting skills are strong, but your strength is too weak. With a wave of his hand and a gear, casually flinging away Lin Feng who was attacking, Chen Su smiled. For him, this strength of the attack is simply not painful and not itchy, even if the other party's speed angle is tricky again. So what? Not enough power. Even hit the pain of him is not possible, let alone break his defense. Under the wrapping of spiritual power, it is indeed difficult for pure power to break his defense. Seeing Chen Su's defense, Lin Feng wasn't surprised. The advantage of a martial artist is that he can possess his body with spiritual power. Whether it's strength and speed, or resistance to blows, it increases exponentially. It's over. Chen Su's feet stepped down, and with a click, the ground shattered like a spider's web. Chen Su's body bounced, and he rushed towards Lin Feng like lightning. And in a flash, he was in front of Lin Feng. Chen Su's attacks were like a storm under the increase of spiritual power, frantically attacking Lin Feng's vitals around his body. In the face of Chen Su's barrage of attacks, Lin Feng remained calm and unruffled, and under the fierce attacks, he shrunk his body and gently leapt, easily dodging through the gap between Chen Su's attacks. How is this possible? Exclamations and murmurs continued to ring out. The spectators outside the arena were initially teasing when they saw Chen Su attacking fiercely and Lin Feng could only keep dodging, but still quickly, they realized that something wasn't right. Although Chen Su's power was great and his attacks were fierce, like a raging wind and rain, he couldn't hit Lin Feng even if he poured all his strength into it. With a light tap on the ground and a sway of his body, Lin Feng was able to avoid the attack. This kind of fluid, unhurried dodging, when combined with Lin Feng's own speed, it was truly somewhat terrifying. Although Lin Feng was fast, his strength was too weak and he couldn't break Chen Su's defense, while Chen Su was strong but couldn't hit Lin Feng. So the fight presented a stalemate. Ah! Chen Su fiercely roared, obviously also fought out of the fire. He was as if he was being teased by Lin Feng at this time, constantly attacking, but could not touch a piece of the other party's corner. Originally, he had thought that this fight was his chance to perform, and against Lin Feng, he hadn't put it in his eyes at all. But how could he have imagined that not only did he not achieve a quick victory, he was even being pressed by Lin Feng. That kind of performance is not destined to get the club's attention, even if they end up winning. Boom boom boom. Seeing Chen Su a little crazy, Lin Feng dodged at the same time. At the same time, around Chen Su berserk shot. The faster the speed, the force is more and more violent. To see people dazzled. What a terrifying fighting talent. In the VIP seats, Zhang Ling's face changed slightly. She knew that Lin Feng had a strong fighting talent, but she hadn't thought that he would be this strong. Although Lin Feng's strength and speed were far inferior to his opponents, with his superb fighting skills, as well as his perfect control of his body and timing, he was surprisingly not weak in the front. It looked like the two of them were constantly exchanging blows. But in fact, Chen Su never hit Lin Feng. Instead, he was constantly hit by Lin Feng, and almost all of Lin Feng's attacks landed in the same position, which was Chen Su's back. Even if one had spiritual power to increase their defense, being attacked dozens of times in a short period of time was definitely not pleasant. So strong. Sitting on the side, the face of Zhang Weiran, who was still disdainful of Lin Feng, was covered in shock. If the opponent had been him instead, he would only have been killed long ago. At this moment, he finally believed what his aunt had said. With this kind of combat talent, even if the one that was refined was only a fifth-order demonic spirit, there really was no club that would refuse. Fuck off. Chen Su's face was flushed red at this moment. He was staring at Lin Feng with a deadly stare. Fiery red spiritual energy rose and twisted around his hands, condensing into a somewhat illusory palm seal. Martial arts. A number of spectators let out gasps of surprise, but before the martial arts skill was fully executed, it was interrupted by an oncoming whip kick from Lin Feng. Knock. After Lin Feng dodged, another heavy punch was thrown out and landed on Chen Su's back. The strong force directly staggered his entire body. A muffled grunt came out of his mouth and a trace of blood surfaced from the corner of his mouth. After that, under the somewhat horrified gaze of the entire audience, Chen Su was like a sandbag, being beaten by Lin Feng without the ability to fight back. In this moment, Lin Feng proved with facts that high school students could indeed violently beat martial artists. The audience looked at the figure that collapsed to the ground in a daze, and apart from the sound of sucking in cool air, the large martial arts hall was strangely quiet for a while. People looked at each other with unbelief on their faces. A high school student really thrashing a martial artist? This isn't a commercial or a movie, is it? Whoa! Even those little fans of Lin Feng let out gasps of surprise, their little mouths opening wide in surprise. They had organized together from different schools, from different places, and had come to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall under the scorching sun to cheer for Lin Feng. But in their hearts, they didn't think that Lin Feng would win this match in which their strengths were so different. Even they, the fans, were so surprised, not to mention those who were not optimistic about Lin Feng in the first place. Some of the gamblers looked at the big screen, extremely blinding, 10 wins in 10 battles, and were even more desperate. Yesterday, many of these gamblers pressed Lin Feng to lose, and the result was a series of 9 losses. And today, although the odds were pitifully low, many people bet again on the principle of a sure thing. Money for nothing. Where would they have thought that the reality would be so tragic? Damn. Punk. What a punk. Why don't you go to hell and get thrashed by a high school kid? Why don't you get your ass down here? What are you still lying there for? To wash the floor? Many gamblers could not control their emotions and hurled loud abuses and even threw water bottles. And the scene was a bit chaotic for a while. As for the paralyzed Chen Su, his face was blue. At this moment, he only wanted to dig a hole and bury himself. I can't believe I actually won. In the VIP seats, Zhang Ling's face was all surprised and grave. In her heart, although she had a high opinion of Lin Feng, this height was far from being comparable to Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu, a first-grade martial artist, refining the 17th-ranked Thorn Demon Dragon on the Earth ranking, that was recognized as a supreme genius that was rare to see for decades. Even S-class clubs like Thunder Club were willing to risk team turmoil and even strikes for him to sign with them. Southern Yi Qiu, Northern Lin Feng. That statement, to her, was actually a joke. It's all just forum and media hype. It's some mischievous netizens that give Lin Feng this kind of heat. As a member of the Martial Artist Forum, Zhang Ling had naturally read the posts on the forum. On the martial arts forums, someone had posted Lin Feng's report cards from his senior year of high school, one of which was just half a month ago. That report card, Lin Feng's physical and cultural scores weren't anything special, but the actual combat score was only 150 points. For a senior student to get 150 points out of a full 200 practical scores was actually considered high, but for Lin Feng, this score was definitely low. Very, very low. One had to know that Lin Feng was someone who could cross the level and directly storm a first-grade martial artist. His actual score was at least 195, and even if it was a perfect score Zhang Ling wouldn't be surprised. That is, Lin Feng did hide his actual combat achievements. It was also this transcript that made her believe that Lin Feng was deliberately hiding his strength in order to attend the same university as Yagu. Although such a story is very bloody and extremely middle-aged, it is not impossible for a pair of childhood sweethearts, who are in love, to do all the ridiculous things for love. However, this was limited to martial arts talent in Zhang Ling's opinion. She didn't really believe in the forums about how Lin Feng could have refined the 9th-ranked Xilin but gave it up in favor of refining the Earth-ranking demon spirit. It is not irreplaceable for a demon spiritist to refine a demon spirit. Replacing a demon spirit changes the level almost nothing. But even for demon spirits of the same level, there is a difference between strength and weakness, especially the demon spirit's natural skill. A good natural skill is sometimes more important than the level of the demon spirit. If you come across a demonic spirit that suits you better, there are two options. The first one is to replace the first demon spirit, which is the original demon spirit, with a new one. The second, on the other hand, does not replace it and directly refines it to make it a second demonic spirit. People usually go for the first one. Although it would be a waste of the time and effort used to cultivate the benthic demon spirit, it would be worth it in the long run. This is, of course, within 2 years. If it exceeded 2 years, then the innate demon spirit had generally evolved to the second or even third stage, and replacing it at that time would be too costly. In 2 years' time, when everyone else was already a 3-star demon spirit master, and the person who was replacing the intrinsic demon spirit wasn't even a 1-star demon spirit master, the intrinsic demon spirit would have to start growing from the 0 step again, seriously affecting the strength and the future development. Choosing the second is very rare. After all, it was extremely difficult to cultivate even a single demonic spirit. A martial artist's soul power was limited, and having 2 6th-order demonic spirits was not as powerful as having an 8th-order demonic spirit. The soul power of an average person wouldn't be able to support the consumption of 2 demon spirits, unless they were super geniuses with family support. But even this super genius wouldn't choose to do that. In the early stages, it pays to train 2 demon spirits at the same time instead. Only by becoming a spirit king, the innate demonic spirit was already strong enough to condense into a life soul and attack externally, at which point there was no longer as much of a reliance on soul power. It was only at this point that a small portion of people would consider refining a second demon spirit, and that, in turn, will be a long and costly road. Generally speaking, only those who had become transcendentally strong and possessed a lifespan of 300 or 400 years would have the time and energy, and no shortage of resources to properly cultivate the second demonic spirit. Refining a demonic spirit required overdrawing a large amount of soul power in the Sea of Souls. For an 18-year-old, this kind of soul power recovery would take about half a year. Even with the aid of pills and some resources, it would still take 4 or 5 months, and there would be more or less some after effects. That is, after refining a demon spirit, if you don't want it to be on the safe side, it will take at least half a year before you can refine it again. It wasn't impossible for a situation to occur where one couldn't meet the demonic spirit they wanted on the day of awakening and chose to give up. And even she had heard of many such cases. But those people were all glory ones, bloodline ones, or scions of large consortia. They had demonic spirits prepared for them by their elders, which were not only of high grade, but also complemented the family's techniques or martial arts, or even bloodline abilities, because it was passed down from generation to generation. It possessed a great deal of lessons learned from the clan and knew how to make the demon spirits advance quickly, what kind of soul techniques to absorb, and how to increase the success rate. So for these children of the big families, the purpose of attending the awakening day was just one more option. What they wanted to refine were those rare 9th-rank demon spirits or even Earth-ranking demon spirits. If they are unlucky enough to find the right one, they will not just make do with what they have, but will simply give up. Refining a demon spirit required a large amount of soul power, and if they were to replace it again, it would take up to half a year to recover their soul power, which they couldn't afford to waste. They had demon spirits carefully prepared by their elders as an alternative, but Lin Feng didn't. How could a person who lived in a shoreline neighborhood have the backbone to give up a demonic spirit of the 9th order? It was even a purple Lin that could be considered advanced even in the 9th order. Is it really about love? You don't even care about your future for love? Zhang Ling couldn't believe that there were such stupid people in the world. That was precisely why she suspected that Lin Feng had the talent to become a demon spiritist. His purpose is likely just to recruit ad space and make a buck. At this moment, Zhang Ling was still skeptical, but in the face of Lin Feng, who possessed such a talent for fighting, this skepticism was buried deeply by her. The teenager at this point had gotten her attention. If he had the talent to become a demon spirit master and could refine demon spirits above the 9th rank, Lin Feng's value would only really be comparable to Yi Qiu's. Is the investigation clear? Hurry up and confirm it. If he really has soul cultivation talent, sign with him right away. What A-class contract? S-class. A vague murmur from the side attracted Zhang Ling's attention, and she turned to look. Many people were talking in whispers. One of them was a middle-aged man with a thin build. That was the head of the Jiangcheng branch of the Wind-Picking Club, the same S-class club in Jiangcheng. She was naturally not a stranger. Among the VIP seats, it was obvious that there were not a few people who had the same idea as her, and many of them started to make phone calls, while some of them left the seats and walked out of the VIP hall with hurried steps. Elder Jiang, where are you going? Even Elder Jiang of the Thunder Club, who was beside her seat, got up and prepared to leave. People are old. They drank too much water. They need to go to the restroom. Zhang Lao's footsteps lurched as he turned around and said with a faint smile. Although he was smiling, Zhang Lao was anxious in his heart at this moment. Naturally, he also wanted to go and confirm whether Lin Feng had the talent to become a demon spirit master, fearing deeply that he would be snatched away if he was a step too late. When he didn't get Yi Qiu yesterday, he felt extremely sorry for the club's promises and conditions for Yi Qiu, and many of the players were in a great mood and almost went on strike, bringing a very bad impact on the team. Now that another genius whose talent might rival Yi Qiu's had appeared, he didn't want to miss it again. Although he was anxious, Zhang Lao couldn't leave immediately yet and had to act like he was on cloud 9. After all, of the many clubs, Gathering is the most threatening. Believe you, damn it, Zhang Ling cursed in her heart, then laughed. Just in time. Let's go together then. I'm also going to use the restroom. She didn't want Lin Feng and Thunder to get in touch first. Yesterday Thunder's vigor and determination had already impressed her and she had to be on guard. Come along then. Zhang Lao laughed, and cursed in his heart. Like the Thunder Martial Arts Dojo, the netizens of the Martial Artist Forum who were paying attention to this matter at this time were also boiling over. Netizens expressed their excitement and shock in words. Under the post high school student beats up martial artist, comments are increasing by the thousands every few minutes. Brother Yun, crap. Physical cultivation 8th stage. Is it really hiding its strength? Happy Groundhog, South Yiqiu and North Linfeng. It really lives up to its name. Water and Fire, Linfeng and Yiqiu aren't in the same class. Yiqiu refined the Thorn Demon Dragon that was ranked 17th on the Earth ranking. What about Linfeng? Who has my handsome? Yiqiu is an absolute genius, I admit. Jiangcheng decades rare, but not unique. Lin Feng's combat talent. Not to mention high school students. Even in the university you find me a look? Yunji, I'm a sister. I'll top Lin Feng. He's more handsome than Yi Qiu and so devoted. Yagu doesn't deserve such a man. Don't mess with the master's displeasure. If Lin Feng can refine the Earth-ranking demon spirit, I'm only afraid that Yi Qiu won't be enough in front of it. Weather forecast raining, no need for the Earthless demon spirit. Just look at Yun Tianqi. The 8th rank is enough. The god of the internet cafe, the strongest high school student ever. Cialis, the strongest high school student ever. Chen Yun laughed. The strongest high school student ever. Netizens went wild with comments. Even those who questioned Lin Feng could not deny the title of the strongest high school student ever. High school students who could become martial artists before graduating from high school were rare, but there were about 20 of them in Jiangcheng every year. But even that kind of martial arts genius can't be compared to a college student who's been through real-world combat experience. That's why Lin Feng, who was able to violently beat up Chen Su, definitely called himself the strongest high school student ever. Originally, netizens had taken Southern Yiqiu Northern Lin Feng as a joke to tease, but now it had unknowingly turned into a comparison. Strength versus talent. Strength is clearly stronger with Lin Feng, but the talent, in terms of comments, Yiqiu's supporters occupy the vast majority. After all, Yiqiu is a recognized genius. There were also a few who supported Lin Feng, and the premise of their support was that Lin Feng possessed the talent to become a demon spiritist. So the focus of netizens' debate at this point is whether Lin Feng can become a demon spirit master? How many levels of demon spirits can be refined? If Lin Feng was able to refine the 9th order demonic spirits, with his superb fighting talent, his potential, even if it couldn't be compared to Yi Qiu's, would only be not much worse. If he could refine the Earth-ranking demon spirit, then his potential would even exceed Yi Qiu's. On the contrary, if it was just a lie, then even if the combat talent was strong, Lin Feng did not have the qualifications to be Yi Qiu's opponent. After defeating Chen Su, Lin Feng walked straight out of the ring and had no intention of continuing the challenge. With the strength of a physical cultivation 8th stage confronting a first-grade martial artist head-on, although he won the fight with his combat experience, he had a great deal of physical exertion, and although he wasn't overdrawn, if his next opponent was stronger, Lin Feng didn't have an absolute certainty. He can't lose. One loss is likely to see all the previously built-up heat disappear. It's enough to win one fight and prove your strength. There's no point in winning more than you can pay for advertising. When Lin Feng had just stepped out of the ring, the crowd that had waited under the ring earlier swarmed up. and the scene appeared to be a bit chaotic. Student Lin Feng, may I ask if you can refine the Earth-ranking demon spirit? Student Lin Feng, please join us at the Berserkers Martial School. We have a great contract for you. I'm a reporter from the Blue and White News Agency. May I ask Mr. Lin Feng, are you really hiding your strength? Is it really to get into the same university as Yagu? Mr. Lin Feng, I'm the head of the Cloudwood Club, and we're inviting you to join the Cloudwood Club. Excuse me everyone. Mr. Lin Feng, I'm interested in your advertising space. Can we talk? Mr. Lin Feng, I'll pay a big price for your advertising space. Let's talk it over. Various voices filled his ears, but Lin Feng secretly shook his head in his heart. He hadn't even heard of the Berserker Martial Arts Center or the Cloudwood Club. Apparently it's all small clubs and small martial arts schools, not even an A-list club. However, in the crowd, Lin Feng found the figures of some big club leaders who stood farther away. Although they were also interested, they acted very reserved, and this treatment was worlds apart compared to Yi Qiu. Lin Feng understood that these people seemed to be very enthusiastic and sincere, but none of them directly offered conditions, such as how much the annual salary was tiered. These people are obviously here to take their chances and fish in troubled waters, hoping to catch a big fish, but can't be bothered to actually lay the bait. They needed to determine his talent and whether or not he could become a demon spiritist before they would offer a contract. And Lin Feng's purpose is just for the advertising money. He needed money to buy elixirs to refine the nightmare. He couldn't join the club at the moment. I'm sorry, I'm joining an S-class club, and my advertising rates start at a minimum of $18 million. Lin Feng's reply made the atmosphere a bit chilly, and many people who knew they weren't strong enough stopped speaking. Mr. Lin Feng, our Thunder Club's Jian Lao has an invitation. Just then, a young woman in a work uniform came over and said to Lin Feng, following the direction of the woman's guidance. Lin Feng saw that 30 meters away, an old man in a tang suit with a full head of white hair nodded slightly to him. Lin Feng was naturally no stranger to this head of the Thunder Club. On the day of awakening, Jian Lao had given Yi Qiu as much as a $3 billion contract, as well as the demands he had agreed to, which made him extremely impressed. What really surprised Lin Feng was the woman beside Jiang Lao. It was the head of the Gathering Star Club, though he didn't know any names, but he remembered the woman looking at him the day before with a hint of contempt and mockery in her eyes. When she saw Lin Feng noticing her, Zhang Ling had a smile on her lips and acted cordial. This before and after attitude was really a world of difference. Lin Feng didn't want to get in touch with the Glory Club or join any of the clubs because right now he didn't have the strength to refine the second demon spirit, and then his lies would be revealed. But if you reject it outright, it's obvious that it's going to raise some unwanted suspicions. Student Lin Feng, introduce yourself. I'm the head of Thunder Club Zhang Chang, just call me Jiang Lao. At Lin Feng's arrival, Jiang Lao laughed and said, it's too noisy here, go find a quiet place to talk? Mr. Lin Feng, good to see you again. Zhang Ling also spoke up, acting naturally. Could be. Lin Feng nodded to Elder Jiang and said, even though he was facing the heads of two S-class clubs, his expression had been calm and even a bit indifferent, giving off a sense of loneliness. But neither Elder Jiang nor Zhang Ling cared too much. Geniuses were all different, and Yi Qiu wasn't the same. And in the distance, the crowd that was still watching shook their heads and sighed helplessly, directly giving up hope. In front of Thunder and Gathering Star, they didn't have any competitiveness. Elder Jiang. Wait. Just as the trio had just left, a middle-aged man with a thin build hurriedly arrived on his feet and waved his hand. Jiang Lao and Zhang Ling's faces changed slightly, obviously not really welcoming this person. Jiang Jun, we have something to talk about later, Jiang Lao said. The middle-aged man known as Jiang Jun laughed and said, same purpose, together. Zhang Ling looked at Jiang Jun with a slight frown. This Jiang Jun was none other than the head of the Jiangcheng branch of the Wind Picking Club, and was considered her nemesis. In the League of Glory, if Gathering Star is synonymous with a powerhouse, then Picking the Wind is synonymous with a strong team. The two clubs have been fighting in the Pride League for years. In the early days, Gathering Star was even stomped to death by Picking the Wind and was powerless to fight back. Over the years, because of the introduction of a large amount of capital, Gathering Star ushered in high-speed development, but also became the glory of the recognized giants. Its financial strength and influence far more than Picking the Wind. But Picking the Wind Club's record will not be in any way worse than Gathering Star, or even stronger. As one of the three major clubs in Glory, Picking the Wind was one of the earliest clubs in the Glory League. As a veteran Pride club, the business style of the Picking Winds Club is distinctly different from that of Gathering Stars. In addition to talent and strength, the Polystar Club also pays close attention to the commercial value and image of its members, and Plucked Wind only focuses on talent and strength. Other than that, all the rest is incidental. It's better if you have it, and it doesn't matter if you don't. Plucked Wind doesn't produce big stars, All they want is the Glory Championship. And that was the main reason why Plucked Wind had not recruited Yichio on the day of awakening. There was no doubt that Yichio was a genius that all clubs could only dream of. But precisely because his talent is so outstanding, want to sign him, will inevitably have to pay a huge price? This price is not only money, or even the future of the team, because Yichio was refining the Thorn Magic Dragon. His future career direction was likely to be that of a battle mage, destining the battle team to be centered around him. And that didn't fit with the tactics and style of the Plucked Wind Warriors at this stage. Therefore, they would rather give up on Yichio, a player who might become the strongest attacking player in the Glory Union, than to easily change the tactics of the battle team and affect the battle team. And that's one of the things that sets the Wind Pickers Club apart. It was also for this reason that Wind Picker and Gathering Star did not see eye to eye with each other. Okay, you kids are just followers. Keep up. Zhang Lao returned without any good humor. His tone was helpless and at the same time there was also a hint of a joke. Obviously he was still on good terms with this Xiao Zhang and in front of Lin Feng, he couldn't directly drive the other party away. Alright, Elder Jiang is Elder Jiang. Really atmospheric. Zhang Jun hemmed and hawed, and then this time he said to Lin Feng, Student Lin Feng, today's performance in the ring was wonderful. Thanks. Being praised, Lin Feng naturally expressed his gratitude. After greeting Lin Feng, Zhang Jun then looked at Zhang Ling and said, Minister Zhang, I've heard that Gathering Star has been making a lot of moves lately. What do you mean? Zhang Ling queried. She had a bad feeling in her heart. Having dealt with Zhang Jun many times, she knew that this guy definitely didn't have a good heart. As expected, Zhang Jun's next words made her face hard. I heard from my friend that Polystar already has the evolutionary route of the charmed butterfly, and now you're planning to focus on cultivating Yagu. Really? Why haven't I heard? Anger flickered in Zhang Ling's eyes. Her hunch was right. Or maybe she just hadn't misjudged the cunning of Chang's army. Bringing up Yagu at this point in time, it was obvious that he didn't have good intentions. From the very beginning, she had avoided talking about the topic of Yagu and acted naturally, just because she was afraid that Lin Feng would recall some unfriendly memories. But she hadn't expected to be directly told off by Zhang Jun. Originally Lin Feng had a bad impression of her, plus Yagu had only just broken up with Lin Feng. At this time letting Lin Feng know that Yagu was developing well in Gathering Star and had a bright future. Would he be happy or angry? Thinking of this, Zhang Ling didn't move and glanced at Lin Feng, who didn't have any reaction, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. What's the point of hiding it? It's almost spread all over the alliance. I heard that the evolved charmed butterfly possesses a strength comparable to that of an earth-ranking demon spirit, and by that time, I'm afraid that Yagu will only join the Gathering Star battle team. Your demon spirit research department of wind picking. The results are not good, but the gossip is very good. This time Zhang Ling didn't deny it, but directly mocked. What's the point of developing so many demon spirits? Just be awesome in battle. Zhang Jun said. The battle record is so strong? How come we didn't see anyone selected for the Glory battle team during the National War? Who said no one got in? Didn't Zhang Ziyun get in 10 years ago? You know it was 10 years ago? And Zhang Ziyun didn't play well either. It seems that wind picking is getting worse. Regarding the exchange of words between Zhang Ling and Zhang Jun, Zhang Lao was calm and did not utter a word, completely acting as if it was none of my business. Don't ask me. Make noise. Make noise. The more noise the better. Zhang Lao was slightly delighted in his heart. Against a powerhouse like Gathering Stars, and a veteran powerhouse like Picking the Wind, the Thunder aren't really competitive. Can't beat the money. Can't beat the record. The only advantage is that the Thunder are a crosstown club, but that advantage is almost negligible. A lot of talent signed for other clubs and even moved away from home. Seeing Zhang Lao's look of unconcern, the two people who were still arguing quickly reacted and glanced at each other with hatred, decisively stopping their cynicism, but they could not be the dowry of others. Under Zhang Lao's guidance, Lin Feng and the others arrived at an ancient room. The room was small, only 20 or 30 square feet, a pantry for entertaining guests. Elder Jiang, Manager Zhang, Manager Jiang. Inside the room, a young girl around 20 years old, wearing a long dark green dress, saw the arrival of the crowd and rose to respectfully say. Zhang Lao was naturally no stranger to her. Zhang Jun and Zhang Ling, as the heads of the two major clubs, she naturally knew about them. The only thing that surprised her was Lin Feng's identity. For a teenager to be able to be with the heads of the three major clubs, it was only another top genius. The young girl smiled slightly at Lin Feng, and Lin Feng nodded in response. Little Cloud, you go make tea, Zhang Lao said to the young girl. Aha! The young girl answered, and began to skillfully set up the tea utensils and brew the tea. Sit, try my Yunchang white tea, Zhang Lao said. After a cup of tea and some simple chit-chat, Elder Jiang went straight to the point. Lin Feng, Thunder Club is very interested in you and intends to sign a contract with you. We at the Gathering Star Club would also love for Mr. Lin Feng to join. Zhang Ling said unwillingly. The same goes for Plucked Wind. Student Lin Feng's fighting style is a good fit with the Plucked Wind battle team, Zhang Jun said. And in his words, he even directly spoke of the wind-picking battle team, as if Lin Feng would be able to join the wind-picking battle team if he signed up. This annoyed Zhang Ling, and a hint of disdain appeared on her face. I also have plans to join a club. What conditions can you offer me? Lin Feng said. Although he couldn't join the Pride Club just yet, he wasn't averse to delaying it if he could, though the professional teams of those big clubs meant little to him, and in his experience, he could be just as strong a martial artist on his own. But in order to become a powerful demon spiritist, then you have to participate in the Glory League. The rewards of the Pride League are what all demon spiritists crave for, and in order to play in the Pride League, you have to have a team of 5. Joining an S-Class club straight away isn't as freeing, but it saves some hassle. Then we have to confirm Mr. Lin Feng's strength and talent before we can give specific contracts and conditions. Zhang Lao laughed, while Zhang Jun and Zhang Ling also nodded slightly in agreement. Let's confirm the first point. Student Lin Feng, are you really hiding your martial arts talent? Elder Jiang asked. Aha! Lin Feng directly affirmed, acting confidently. You guys have seen my transcripts, so naturally you know that I'm hiding something about my actual combat achievements. As for the reason, I don't want to say it again. Zhang Lao's 3 people didn't have much of a reaction. Lin Feng continued. I'm certain that I'll break through to a first-grade martial artist directly before the college entrance exam. When these words came out, Zhang Lao's 3 people couldn't believe their ears, as if it was a bolt from the blue, looking at each other in disbelief. After the shock, there was skepticism and denial. They didn't know why Lin Feng had the courage to say that. Are you sure? Zhang Ling asked, expressing her skepticism. It was important to know that on the day of awakening, Lin Feng had only physically cultivated the 7th stage, and it had only been 2 days since he had just broken through the 8th stage of physical cultivation, and at this time there were only 3 months until the college entrance exam. 3 months to break through to martial artist straight away? If Lin Feng said that he had broken through the 9th stage of physical cultivation, they would be willing to believe it. If Lin Feng was a martial arts genius, plus there were tons of resources to assist him, 3 months wasn't impossible. But becoming a martial artist, that level of difficulty was going to be 10 times dozens of times higher. It was important to know that even if Yi Qiu was as talented in martial arts as he was, breaking through the 9th stage of physical cultivation at the age of 16, as the son of the Yi clan group, there was naturally no shortage of resources. But even so, it took almost 2 years for him to break through to become a martial artist, so it was clear that the degree of difficulty was evident. Many of the students who were at the 9th stage of physical cultivation before the college entrance examination also really broke through to become martial artists only in their freshman year, or even sophomore year. As the strongest high school student, Mr. Lin Feng might be able to create a miracle. Zhang Jun laughed, and did not directly question Lin Feng as Zhang Ling did, but using the term miracle-making to describe it, he obviously did not believe in it either. Are miracles that easy to perform? Zhang Lao didn't make a direct statement and waited for Lin Feng's answer. Though skeptical, he didn't think the teenager in front of him was an idiot to be so credulous. Lin Feng was silent for a moment, and in the face of the crowd's skepticism, he didn't explain and simply got up. Mr. Lin Feng, you have to. Just when the 3 of them thought that Lin Feng couldn't stand the questioning and was annoyed to leave, they only saw Lin Feng come to a more open spot and do some strange movements. At this moment, Lin Feng's head was facing the ground, his right leg stomping upwards in a scorpion-like stance, and after a while, his body was twisting and winding like a snake. 36 styles of body refinement? Jiang Lao naturally recognized these seemingly strange movements, and as a 5th-grade martial artist, he could do 28 stances. Zhang Ling and the 2 of them were also a bit uncertain. The 36 styles of body refinement was the foundation of the martial arts path, equivalent to building the foundation. The core of the 36 styles of body refinement to quench the body was to move the qi and blood, and use the qi and blood to strengthen the body and tendons. It was just that after breaking through to martial artist, one could cultivate gongfu and absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, and the effect of refining the body was even better. So the vast majority of people gave up the 36 styles of body refining and concentrated on cultivating gongfu. Could it be that Lin Feng's 36 styles of body refinement were very powerful? Even if it's great, how great can it be? Lin Feng's actions seemed a bit ridiculous to them. At the very beginning, the 3 Jiang Lao people felt that Lin Feng's actions were a bit ridiculous. Soon, though, they couldn't stop laughing. It was because they realized that Lin Feng's 36 styles of body refinement were not only fast, they even breathed a flavor. To be able to make a rhyme out of the 36 styles of body refinement was extremely rare amongst college students. As Lin Feng kept changing his movements, His body's skin gradually turned a little red and hot. Kind of funny. Zhang Lao's eyes, which were originally a bit cloudy, glowed slightly. Lin Feng had already achieved the 15th style at this point. To be able to do the 15th style at the age of 18, 1 in 100,000. As far as he knew, the 9th stage of physical cultivation was absolutely unable to achieve this step, and only by breaking through the 9th stage of physical cultivation and becoming a first-grade martial artist would it be possible to achieve the 15th style. To be able to break through to become a martial artist in the 3rd year of high school, there were only 1 or 2 dozen high school seniors out of the millions of seniors in Zhangchang in a year, and 9 out of 10 of these people are the sons of big families and big consortia. These people, since they were young, had precious medicinal baths carefully prepared by their elders to build their foundations, plus inexhaustible pills to aid in their cultivation, private martial arts teachers to pass on their experience, and in addition to their talent, they also relied on the resources to harden them up. Is this the top genius? The young girl who had been making tea without saying a word finally understood at this time why the heads of the 3 S-class clubs were interested in Lin Feng. When Lin Feng did the 17th style, Zhang Ling, who was already surprised, could no longer maintain her composure and directly exclaimed in shock. At the 20th style, as Lin Feng's breathing became delayed and continuous and far-reaching, the crowd was shocked in their eyes and couldn't believe it. And that was when Lin Feng's exposed skin was reddish. His whole body was radiating heat, and there was even a large amount of water vaporizing, which was a manifestation of the 21st style. How is that possible? Zhang Lao's 3 men could no longer maintain their composure and stood up violently, their gazes staring deathly at Lin Feng as if they had seen a monster. No wonder they were so shocked. Generally speaking, for students in their senior year of high school, the 36 styles of body refinement would at most make it to the 14th style, and if they were able to make it to this point, they would almost always reach the 9th stage of body cultivation. The 21st of the 36 styles of body refinement could not only nourish the fragile tendons and veins, but could even begin to nourish the skin, flesh, sinews, and bones, and although it was much less effective than spiritual quenching, it was indeed something that only many 4th-grade martial artists could do, and Lin Feng was only at the 8th stage of physical cultivation. How could that not shock them? Not only that, Lin Feng's movements were very smooth, even more so than when they performed the 36 styles of body refinement. This meant that Lin Feng's 36 styles of body refinement were even more skillful and effective than theirs. What a martial arts genius! At this moment, Zhang Lao couldn't help but sigh and sigh. As a 5th-grade martial artist, with his strength and age, he could only practice up to 27 stances. As the foundation of martial arts, the trick of the 36 styles of body refinement summarized one thing: control. Control of body and mind. But it's easier said than done. For a high school student to have such exquisite control over his body and mind was unheard of for him. It was only until this moment that they realized why Lin Feng's fighting talent was so terrifying. Being able to control one's body and mind to such an extent. What was it to have a stronger fighting talent? At this time, they no longer questioned Lin Feng's ability to break through to martial artist within 3 months. The 36 styles of body refinement could reach the 21st style, and as long as there were sufficient resources to aid in cultivation, compared to his peers, Lin Feng's rate of increase in qi and blood would be several times that of others. Sure enough, the talent is hidden. Zhang Ling no longer doubted Lin Feng's martial arts talent at this moment. If he hadn't hidden his talent, Lin Feng would only have become a first-grade martial artist at this point. For some reason, at this time Zhang Ling steeply thought of Ge. If the young girl knew that Lin Feng's talent was so outstanding, she didn't know what kind of expression she would have. As long as the soul cultivation talent is identified, do whatever it takes. At this moment, Zhang Jun's fists were slightly clenched, and a trace of imperceptible longing flashed in his eyes. Lin Feng's fighting talent had originally surprised him and wanted to sign him into the club. Although from the development of the Glory Union to date, picking the wind has been to maintain the aura of the super team. Each year Glory performance is excellent, rarely fell out of the top 3 position, can maintain such a record, relying on the cooperation, a perfect match of tactics and the natural abilities of the members of the battle group. The strength of each member of the Wind Pickers battle team was not considered outstanding in the alliance, and individually taken out was even inferior to the Gathering Stars replacements. But even so, the 5 members of the battle team, their professions and fighting styles, the choice and matching of demon spirits, as well as the growth direction and skills of the demon spirits, were all studied by the club's team, and finally molded by 1,000 choices, which could be called perfect. Plucked Wind wins more than he loses against Gathering Star. But one-on-one, Gathering Star can blow Plucked Wind out of the water. As Zhang Ling had said, although Plucked Wind had a strong record, there were no real all-star players. The Triennial World War of Glory, also known as the Battle of Nations, had seen Plucked Wind not have a member selected for the national team for 3 consecutive years. not to mention the national war. Even domestically, the grandest event of the Glory Union, the annual All-Star Game, Plucked Wind has not had any players selected over the years. This was an extremely embarrassing thing for Plucked Wind. Every time, by the All-Star Game, Plucked Wind felt pressurized in the face of the disgruntled and expectant fans in the same city. Nowadays, the top 10 All-Star members of the Glory Alliance, the Gathering Star Battle Team directly accounted for 2 of them, Berserker Yi Xing and Little Thunder God Xiaixia. Even Thunder, whose battle record was far inferior to that of Wind Plucking, had won, none other than the battle team's captain, Dual Blade Yun Tianqi. As a veteran powerhouse, Plucked Wind has none of them, which has led to the fact that despite the good record, Plucked Wind has a lot fewer fans, and the attention to each team match is not really very high, except for the fans in the same city. That's why Plucked Wind doesn't get the investment and attention of big capital, although Plucked Wind wasn't short of money. With the rapid development of the Glory Alliance nowadays, Plucked Wind was starting to be a bit out of place with the alliance, and many of the top geniuses weren't really willing to join Plucked Wind nowadays. Although the record of the wind-picking team is still maintained well today, some of the junior teams in the club, there is not much fresh blood injected, and some of the outstandingly talented teenagers first consider the gathering of stars. The club's senior management began to worry that if the current style continued, the future performance of the team would plummet in less than 10 years. That's why the club is in dire need of a change in the state of the battlefield. Clubs need to develop all-star players who belong to the team. It's just that this kind of player with both strength and talent is extremely rare, and the club has tried to cultivate a few in the past few years, but they all ended in failure. And in Zhang Jun's eyes, Lin Feng already has the potential to become an all-star. Every member of the Glory Battle Team was a genius with both talent and strength, but not all of them could become Glory Top 10 All-Stars. To be a Glory Top 10 All-Star, in addition to absolute strength, they must also have the ability to drive their fans crazy. There was no doubt that Lin Feng's fighting talent, the kind of over-the-top, head-on, hard-hitting fighting style was most capable of making the audience's blood boil. On top of that, Lin Feng's handsome appearance was also an advantage, although strength was valued in the Glory Alliance. With the same strength and talent, it was natural to cultivate the one with the advantage of shape. To Jiang Jun, as long as Lin Feng was able to refine the demon spirit, even if it was only an intermediate demon spirit, the club would fully support it and would be able to evolve it into a high-level demon spirit as well. And at that time, Lin Feng would become the leading star of the wind-picking battle team. Lin Feng was not surprised by the shock of Jian Lao's 3 people. This was still something he had reservations about. Otherwise he could have done the 27th style. The 27th style of body refinement was likewise the limit of what Jian Lao could do. In Lin Feng's opinion, being able to be at the 8th stage of physical cultivation and achieve the 21st style of body refining was enough to make everyone be shocked and even appalled by it. Not to say there will be no one after, but at least no one before. And if one were to directly do 27 styles at once, it would be too demonic and would lead to some trouble and unnecessary suspicion. Is that enough proof now? Lin Feng straightened his collar, his expression calm and confident, deliberately displaying the loneliness that was characteristic of a supreme genius. Mr. Lin Feng really surprises us time and time again. Even though Lin Feng had already stood up, Jian Lao's gaze still retained a color of surprise at this point inside. In today's modern society where martial arts have become popular, to see if someone has martial arts talent, by virtue of his 2 points. 1. Physical fitness. Some people were born with strong physiques and vigorous chi and blood, and their cultivation speed was naturally one step faster, especially for students in the physical cultivation realm. The second is affinity for psychic energy. It is also the amount of spiritual energy absorbed in the same amount of time after practicing the technique, and the affinity of spiritual power must be known only after breaking through to become a martial artist. Lin Feng was now at the 8th stage of physical cultivation, and among his peers, with the 36 styles of body refinement, his chi and blood growth rate was only unrivaled. As for the second point, affinity for spiritual energy, it was not yet known because he had not yet practiced the technique. However, generally speaking, the more vigorous the chi and blood, the stronger the body, the faster the speed of spiritual energy absorption would be, which meant that even if Lin Feng's spiritual affinity was average, relying on his exuberant chi and blood, he could perfectly make up for the gap. Of course, there were also some examples of people who cultivated very quickly in the physical cultivation realm but progressed slowly after breaking through to become a martial artist, but such examples were relatively rare, and generally speaking, the difference in spiritual affinity wasn't that big. Jian Lao did not think that Lin Feng's affinity would be poor. Lin Feng, who could so perfectly override his body, only had a unique advantage for Gongfu cultivation. Therefore, there was no doubt that Lin Feng was a martial arts genius. Student Lin Feng, just test the soul cultivation talent again? Elder Jian laughed. If student Lin Feng's soul cultivation talent can refine high-level demonic spirits, Plucked Wind is willing to give an S-rank contract. At this time, Jiang Jun couldn't help but say, S-class contract, which is a contract as a main member of a battle team, starts at hundreds of millions of SGD per year. There were no more than 10 people who had an S-class contract from Extractor Wind, which was actually more than the authority of the head of the division, but he believed that Lin Feng was worth it. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Lao instantly looked towards Jiang Jun. The smile that he had originally been maintaining abruptly disappeared, and his complexion was permeated with dissatisfaction. At this point in time, Jiang Jun being the first to make an offer was clearly breaking the rules, especially in the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, his territory. Ha! Jiang Jun smiled awkwardly and said no more. He naturally knew it was out of order. He just couldn't control it. Plucked Wind needed a star of the moment so badly. If he could recommend Lin Feng to the club, in addition to the generous rewards, his name would also be in the annals of Plucked Wind. Why is manager Jiang so impulsive? Zhang Ling glanced at Jiang Jun and mocked. She had long been displeased with Jiang Jun, and it would be great if she could get rid of him. Knowing that he had done wrong, Jiang Jun glared at Zhang Ling, but did not say much. How do you prove soul cultivation talent? Lin Feng asked calmly, not moving on the surface, but inwardly he was slightly tightened. Although his soul sea was not clogged, his soul power was pitifully small. His soul cultivation talent was trash, and he didn't even have the strength to refine a first-grade demon spirit. Ask him to test it? Although Lin Feng had prepared for this in his mind, he couldn't predict whether he would reveal any cracks. My body's spiritual energy has long been overdrawn and I can't perform the soul spirit transformation, and although my chi and blood have recovered a bit, I definitely can't perform the sealing evil seal, so how can I pass the test? Lin Feng secretly thought in his heart. He knew that for the clubs in the Glory Alliance, the talent of soul cultivation was more important than the talent of martial arts. After all, martial talent can be compensated with resources to speed up the speed of cultivation, but soul cultivation talent is very difficult to change. The talent is too poor even if there are soul crystals and soul nourishing pills and other treasures, but it can't raise too much soul power. I would like to ask, student Lin Feng, with your soul power, what level of demonic spirit can you refine? Zhang Lao looked at Lin Feng and asked with a smile. I don't know the specifics, but what's certain is that I can refine demonic spirits of the 9th grade. As for the demonic spirits of the Earth list, it's not certain which level I can refine. Lin Feng replied. Zhang Lao nodded slightly. That answer isn't too far off from what the forum says. If Lin Feng had said with great certainty that he could directly refine the demonic spirits of the Earth rankings, he would have been puzzled instead. After all, on the day of awakening, Earth-list demon spirits were extremely rare and unattainable. Then what are your physical attributes? Zhang Lao then asked. Martial artists were by definition able to cultivate all attribute techniques. Only the speed of cultivation differed. For example, if you cultivate the fire attribute technique with the fastest speed, it means that the person's body is more affinity with the fire attribute, and it is natural to cultivate the fire attribute technique with half the effort. For martial artists, the attributes of the body determine what attribute technique to cultivate. For demonic spirit masters, the attributes of their bodies determine what attributes of demonic spirits they can refine, and only demonic spirits that match their own body attributes can maximize the power of their demonic spirits. Water properties. Regarding his own attributes, Lin Feng naturally knew. In junior high school, the school organized a test for the students. The test method is actually very simple, is to use the hand to touch the attribute stone containing the power of the attribute. The attribute stone will emit a light of different colors. The fire attribute is red. The water attribute is blue. Yellow is the earth attribute. Water properties? After learning that Lin Feng's physique was water attribute, Elder Jiang and Jiang Jun didn't have much of a reaction on the surface, while Zhang Ling frowned slightly. Each technique was single attribute, as martial artists chose the technique that most closely resembled their body attributes, and the water attribute was recognized as the weakest of all attributes. Especially the pre-power is pathetically weak. The water attribute didn't have much attack power. Even though it could condense water into ice in the middle stage, it couldn't be compared to strong attacking attributes such as fire, gold, and thunder. In the alliance, there were quite a few glory players who cultivated water attribute techniques, but very few of them became the main members of their battle teams. Martial artists who practiced water attribute techniques were more likely to go in the career direction of a water mage as a support for a thunder mage. And to call a Lin Feng who had such an outstanding combat talent that he could be called a natural warrior as a water mage to assist with thunder spells? This is too much of a big deal, and the proud Lin Feng will not agree. After learning about Lin Feng's physical attributes, Zhang Ling's original expectations for Lin Feng were unconsciously less. Water can be strong too. Lin Feng seemed to see the crowd's skepticism and said confidently, He naturally knew that the water attribute was weaker in the early stages and far inferior to other attributes. This was an unchangeable fact. But this does not mean that the water attribute cannot become stronger in the late stage. The water flow is ever-changing. The late condensation of water into ice, but also comes with piercing and cold ice attributes. What's more, there wasn't just one attribute in his body. Although the attribute stone could only test the body's most affinity attributes, the once experienced Lin Feng had attempted to cultivate various attribute techniques when he was in college. His water attribute affinity was the strongest, thunder attribute was second, metallic was third, and the rest of the attribute affinities were negligible. If he didn't cultivate the water attribute, Lin Feng could have cultivated the thunder attribute, which had the next highest affinity. It was just that the speed of the thunder attribute was far less than the water attribute. The vast majority of people don't make that choice because the gains don't outweigh the losses. But for Lin Feng this is not a problem at all. The nightmare in his body could accelerate the speed of cultivation. Lin Feng wasn't afraid of cultivating slowly. He was afraid of cultivating too fast. Lin Feng could even be a water system, thunder system dual cultivation, becoming a rare dual system profession in glory. The three Jianglao people did not directly refute Lin Feng's point of view. Although the water attribute was a bit weaker in the early stages compared to the other attributes, with Lin Feng's martial arts talent, he could completely make up for it. And to a demon spirit master, the rank of the demon spirit was more important than martial strength. A demonic spirit that is strong in combat and suited to you can even cross the level of the challenge. And there are many powerful attacking beings among the water demonic spirits. Since you're confident that you can refine the demonic spirit of the earth ranking, why don't you just refine it before negotiating the contract? It'll be good for you too, Elder Jiang suggested. It was a thought shared by all three of them. They needed to confirm Lin Feng's soul cultivation talent before they could give specific contract terms. But demon spirits are not free. They need to be deducted from your salary year after year, Elder Jiang added. An earth-ranking demon spirit was at least several billion new coins to start with. And even the wealthy Polystar wasn't that generous. Out on your own? Lin Feng frowned and didn't say much. Even if he signed an S-level contract with a high salary, even if he was as good as Yi Qiu, with 3 billion Singapore dollars for 10 years, he would only have to sell out to Thunder Club for the rest of his life. If I join Thunder, what level of water demonic spirit can Thunder give me? Lin Feng asked. For the water-type earth-ranking demon spirit, we have an ice duck in Thunder that ranks 177th on the earth ranking, Zhang Lao said. Not suitable. Lin Feng shook his head directly upon hearing this. The natural direction of the ice ducks was ice spells, and those who refined the demon spirit could have superb water affinity and control. Its natural ability, ice and snow, heaven and earth, can turn a scorching desert into a world of ice and snow in a short period of time. And in that special area, the caster's combat power multiplies. The ice duck's level in combat power was very strong, but if he refined the ice duck, Lin Feng's future career direction would be that of an ice mage, which obviously wouldn't be able to utilize his combat talent. Also, but that's okay, as long as you're confident, I can request other water demon spirits from the club. Zhang Lao nodded his head. Indeed, Bing Yang wasn't suitable for Lin Feng. Although the ice duck was an earth-ranking demon spirit with a high rank, it would be better to refine a lower 9th grade demon spirit if it couldn't bring out the combat ability that a martial artist should have. Demon spirit is not the more advanced the better. Suitable for you is the most important. What about the Gathering Star Club? Lin Feng asked Zhang Ling. Gathering Star does have 2 earth-ranking water demon spirits. One is a Mercury Jiao at 189th place on the earth ranking, and the other is a cloud-treading beast at 196th place on the earth ranking. Zhang Ling took out her cell phone and checked it for a while and said to Lin Feng, although the Mercury Jiao has a Jiao dragon bloodline, but the bloodline is thin. The defense and attack power of the demon spirit possession is not high. It is the same as the ice ducks. It is biased towards the law system of the demon spirit. It does not match with my fighting style. The Treading Clouds beast is rather a strong fighting system, but the fighting power is average. Is there any with a higher rank? Lin Feng frowned slightly, as if he couldn't look away. The level is too low? Zhang Ling said with some surprise. The 196th ranked cloud-treading beast on the earth ranking list was too low in rank. It would be beaten to death if he said that, right? What arrogance! How could this embarrass her who had only refined a 6th grade demonic spirit? Lin Feng looked at Zhang Jun. The latter spread his hands helplessly and said Picking the Wind just doesn't have any water demonic spirits on the earth list. But there's a 9th grade ice crystal demon bear, the best of the best among the strong battle demonic spirits. Lin Feng shook his head, not even bothering to say anything. Zhang Jun shook his head helplessly, not surprised. Lin Feng couldn't even look at the earth-ranking cloud-treading beast, let alone the 9th grade ice crystal demon bear. The two weren't on the same level. Seeing that Lin Feng wasn't even satisfied. At this moment, Zhang Lao looked at Lin Feng with a flash of doubt in his eyes. Why don't you just name the demonic spirit you want? Zhang Lao asked. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, I want the snow qilin. How is that possible? Zhang Lao exclaimed out in shock, and directly rejected it without even thinking about it. The top 100 demon spirits on the Earth ranking were all unattainable. What's more, the snow qilin was ranked 56th on the Earth ranking, a demonic spirit of this rank that their club didn't even have. So where were they told to look for it? Such a supreme demonic spirit was the same as the thorn demon dragon that Yi Qiu had refined, both of which were obtained from other worlds. Having refined the snow qilin, it had no weaknesses in either melee or long-distance attacks, and its natural ability crystallization was terrifyingly powerful, allowing it to turn any object directly into crystal. Demon spirits of this level were all left over from the Aurora battle, and they had never heard of anyone refining them in these decades. Change it. It's impossible to find it. Zhang Lao directly said. Water candle demon then. No. Zhang Lao had a black line on his face. Although the water candle demon was ranked lower than the snow qilin, it was also ranked 103rd on the Earth ranking list. Where was it so easy to find? This kid is deliberately picking a fight. Then the chill ghost. No. Then the white phoenix bird. No. After saying 7 or 8 no's in a row, Zhang Lao's face was already a bit impatient at this point. The water demon spirits that Lin Feng was talking about were all extremely rare, ranking at least 140 places ahead of the Earth ranking. Did this kid do it on purpose? Zhang Lao's patience was almost used up, and the doubts in his heart grew deeper and deeper. He had an intuition that it was as if Lin Feng was doing this on purpose, deliberately picking some rare water demonic spirits. Could it be that he didn't have the talent for soul cultivation and this was all just for show? It wasn't just Elder Jiang. Zhang Ling and Zhang Jun also felt the same way. Student Lin Feng, why don't you refine the ice crystal demon bear first? Zhang Jun glanced at Zhang Lao and turned to Lin Feng. The ice crystal demon bear is a 9th grade demonic spirit. Although it's not an Earth ranking demon spirit, it's the very best amongst the strong combat system demon spirits. And the innate ability, Roar of Ice, is also a very strong attack skill, so it's actually very suitable for you. The level is too low. Lin Feng shook his head and insisted. Zhang Jun laughed and didn't care, then said it's fine, as long as you refine the ice crystal demon bear. In the future, the Wind Picking Club will look for the Earth ranking demon spirit you want to replace it for you. After saying that, Zhang Jun quietly looked at Lin Feng. He had said this far. It was reasonable that with the conditions he had given, Lin Feng had no reason to refuse. See the break? Lin Feng had understood at this point that Zhang Lao and the others were beginning to doubt his soul cultivation talent. However, he could only hold on for dear life. Wouldn't that be a waste of my soul power? Even if I replace the demonic spirit again, it will take a year and there are some after effects. Zhang Lao's 3 people did not speak at this time. The reason Lin Feng gave was too far-fetched, but the suspicion in his eyes was no longer hidden. Are you guys doubting me? Lin Feng's face also went cold. That's not true. It's just that if you can't refine the demon spirit, we can't give you a contract. Zhang Lao said calmly. Ha! Lin Feng let out a cold laugh and said if it was just a 9th grade demonic spirit, I would have refined it long ago on the day of awakening. I would still need to wait until today. Even if I refine this ice crystal demon bear, then if I replace it in the future, is this 9th grade demon spirit counted as the club's or mine? Lin Feng asked Zhang Jun. This was not answered by Zhang Jun. This money was naturally counted as Lin Feng's. An ice crystal demon bear was worth at least SGD 2 billion. The club could not afford to pay it out. South Yi Qiu, North Lin Feng. If I refine the 9th grade demon spirit, won't I be one step weaker than Yi Qiu by then? Lin Feng looked cold and acted a bit cocky as he smiled and said Yi Qiu has the backbone to reject thunder. I, Lin Feng, likewise have the backbone to reject all 3 of you. After saying that, Lin Feng ignored the 3 Jiang Lao people whose faces were a bit ugly and turned around to walk out of the room. After Lin Feng left, the atmosphere in the room was somewhat depressing and dull. There was a time when the high and mighty would have been so ignored, still being ignored by a teenager who was a senior in high school. As the head of the glorious 10 Clubs branch, even if they were far stronger than them, or even a 9th grade powerhouse, they would have to maintain basic courtesy towards them in the face of the club's intimidation and strength. The teenage geniuses who hoped to get into the club were even more apprehensive to face them and flattered to please. Is he bluffing? Zhang Lao was the first to break the silence after a while. Zhang Lao was 91 years old, a 5th grade martial artist, refining a 7th grade bipedal flying scorpion. His strength wasn't very strong, but as an old man, he could sense that Lin Feng seemed to be carefully hiding something. Some gifted teenagers, even Yi Qiu, could still see the urgency and excitement from their facial expressions or some small movements of their bodies when they were faced with his invitation, even though their expressions were as calm and well hidden as they could be, but only Lin Feng did not. Those dark and deep eyes were calm to the very beginning, even acting like they didn't care in general. Is it true that he doesn't want to join? Or are they absolutely confident in their talent and waiting to be sold? Very likely. Zhang Ling agreed. Lin Feng's behavior of turning around and walking away was naturally very irritating, but it was this arrogance to the extreme that made her a little inscrutable. Soul cultivation talent couldn't be tested out with special instruments. After all, spiritual power was intangible, and what demonic spirits one could refine was only clear to oneself. So Zhang Ling couldn't be sure that Lin Feng was lying. And Lin Feng doesn't seem to have a need to lie. This kind of lie doesn't stand the test of time. Is it really just a lie for an ad space? Lin Feng was just a student. Even if he lived in a shoreline neighborhood, he shouldn't have much need for money. Nowadays Lin Feng was getting a lot of attention, but it was only a momentary heat, far from being comparable to those glorified stars. Therefore his advertising space wasn't worth much. In Zhang Ling's estimation, it was only a few million at most. With Lin Feng's martial arts talent, when he became a martial artist, it wouldn't be a very difficult thing to make money. However, Zhang Ling did not directly say anything about these doubts. This old man is ghostly. Maybe he intentionally said so, but in fact, he is secretly preparing to observe again. Zhang Ling shot a glance at Jian Lao and said in her heart. Zhang Jun thought the same as Zhang Ling, and compared to others, he was more desperate for Lin Feng. He was going to privately contact Lin Feng again to test the waters, and if possible, use the A-class contract to tie Lin Feng to Pluckwind's chariot before anything else. Mr. Lin Feng. Not far from just walking out of the tea room, there were some businessmen who had waited early who quickly stepped forward to talk to Lin Feng. However, after they learned that Lin Feng had not signed with the three major clubs, their originally enthusiastic smiles collapsed slightly, and some of them even sneered and turned around. In their opinion, the fact that the three major clubs had chosen not to sign proved that Lin Feng had no value in signing. There were a lot of people waiting and they left quickly, but there was a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s, dressed in a sophisticated way, who did not leave and express to Lin Feng an interest in the advertising space. Mr. Lin Feng, our company would like to get your advertising space. How much does it cost? The middle-aged woman asked. She did not say the name of her company, what products she endorsed. Lin Feng did not ask. As long as there is money, endorse anything. $18 million. Hearing Lin Feng's offer, the middle-aged woman was slightly stunned, then looked at Lin Feng with the gaze of a fool, and after a while she laughed. 800,000. Lin Feng didn't even look at him and left directly. It's naive to want to buy his ads for $800. 000. It was important to know that with the heat on the martial arts forums, as long as he endorsed an advertisement at the very least hundreds of people would know about it. The expectation in Lin Feng's mind was at least $8 million. Ridiculous. The middle-aged woman sneered and didn't stop. If Lin Feng was signed by the three major clubs, then he was naturally worth 18 million. Even higher was possible. On the contrary, even 800,000 she thought was too high. Although the martial arts forums were hot right now, everyone knew that this heat was only momentary, and after being rejected by the three major clubs, the posts would soon drop out of the rank list, which meant that Lin Feng was fast running out of value. She was able to offer $800,000. She was just planning to hype up Lin Feng while he was still hot and before he cooled off. In the hall of the martial arts hall, Lin Feng quickly found Gao Hai and Chen Fan, and when they first met, both of them looked puzzled, obviously already knowing that Lin Feng hadn't signed up with the three major clubs. Why? Windy? Gao Hai asked in a low voice when he saw that there were not many people around. In his opinion, Lin Feng's martial arts talent was so outstanding, his fighting talent was unrivaled, and he could also refine the demonic spirits of the Earth ranking. So wasn't signing up for the three major clubs a sure thing? And it's still signed on an S-class contract, with a salary of less than 100 million NZD a year. During the time that Lin Feng and Elder Jiang and the others left, Gao Hai and Yang Fan had even thought about how they would celebrate Lin Feng after the signing. They want me to refine the demon spirit before signing the contract, otherwise they won't give it, Lin Feng explained to Gao Hai. Then isn't refining done? Gao Hai queried. Indeed, but the grade of the Earth ranking demon spirits they provide is too low. Compared to Gao Hai's cautious behavior that he was afraid that others would hear him, Lin Feng didn't hide it in the slightest and said loudly, is the Earth ranking demon spirit still too low grade? Why does that sound so weird? Originally, there were a lot of people concerned about Lin Feng, for the three major clubs refused to sign. In the vast majority of people's opinion, that was a sign of Lin Feng's lack of value. If Lin Feng could really refine high-level demon spirits, how could the three big clubs let it go? Therefore when Lin Feng said this, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. All they knew was that Lin Feng hadn't signed with the big three clubs, so they naturally assumed it was because Lin Feng wasn't being looked at. Now it seems like there's a hidden agenda to this. If we go by what Lin Feng said, it's not that the three big clubs are rejecting Lin Feng, rather it's Lin Feng who is rejecting the three big clubs? Brother Feng, what demonic spirits did they provide? Yang Fan asked tacitly. Lin Feng acted a bit disdainful. I have a water attribute physique. Thunder provided an ice duck at 177th place on the Earth ranking. The combat power is okay, but the natural ability doesn't suit me. And Gathering Star provided a cloud treading beast at 196th place, but the rank is too low. The level is too low. No way. This Lin Feng is too arrogant. It's the first time I've heard someone say that the Earth ranking demon spirit rank is low. Do you really think you're Yichio? Like the reaction of Elder Jiang and the others. Those who heard this were first shocked and then questioned. There's no way not to question it. Earth list demon spirit. Ha! Of the 100,000 teenage girls who refined demonic spirits on Jiang Cheng's awakening day, only Yichio had refined the Earth ranking demon spirit, 1 in 100,000 geniuses. And now Lin Feng couldn't even look at a demonic spirit on the Earth list. How could this convince everyone? Lin Feng's gaze that they were looking at had a hint of skepticism and disdain in it. This Lin Feng is only a fraud, just trying to attract heat to sell advertising space. If you really have that talent, you can refine the cloud treading beast first. After all, it's about to be the college entrance exam, and refining the Earthless demonic beast can add 50 points. So what if you're a martial arts genius? You can't be as strong without soul cultivation talent. Whoever seeks his endorsement is a fool. Let's just let him perform by himself. Everyone was talking. At this point they were looking at Lin Feng like he was a liar. Brother Feng, Gao Hai said with some uneasiness. He couldn't imagine that not long ago Lin Feng was a supreme genius. How did he become a liar all of a sudden? Apart from Gao Hai, who trusted Lin Feng unreservedly, even Yang Fan was a bit puzzled. He thought the same as the others. Giving up the Earth rankings cloud treading beast? Why is it so unreal? Ha! Lin Feng smiled carelessly, as if he was mocking the ignorant crowd. Although he didn't seem to care, Lin Feng was laughing bitterly in his heart. Things had gone differently than he had expected, if not completely off kilter. He came to the Thunder Budokan with the intention of making some advertising money, so he needed the attention. Lin Feng intentionally white-top with high school students violently beat martial artists recruiting advertising space such as the title of eye-catching. The effect is as he expected. Soon attracted some people's attention. After that, the post about him on the martial arts forum unexpectedly exploded in popularity, but also in one night, directly soared to the #1 spot on the daily list. There is South Yichou North Lin Feng, which is out of Lin Feng's expectation. In Lin Feng's expectations, his advertising space was only going to be sold for a few $100,000. If there was $1 million he would be satisfied. With $1 million, he would be able to post a mission in the Budokan for some martial artists to help him capture the purple-winged spirit insect in the other world. And after that, he would announce the special effects of the purple-winged spirit insect in the martial artist forums. At that time, he would have the money to be able to purchase elixirs to refine the nightmare. That was his original plan. But Lin Feng didn't realize that the heat of the post had gone beyond his control. Therefore, he directly changed his strategy. Taking advantage of the heat, he was ready to sell the advertising space to more than $10 million, directly in one step, to save the trouble. And he could also use this to directly tell everyone about his talent, saving him from refining the nightmare cultivation speed too fast to cause suspicion in the future. Lin Feng knew he would attract the attention of some clubs, but he didn't actually have any intention of joining, because he had very little soul power. After refining the nightmare, even if he had the ability to refine other demonic spirits, the level wouldn't be very high. However, he couldn't directly reject Jian Lao and the others, so he could only deliberately pick some rare demonic spirits to use as a way to reject them. The plans all seemed to be well thought out. The desired effects were all achieved as well. But Lin Feng couldn't have guessed that he would be questioned by everyone because he had rejected the three major clubs. Facing everyone's stares and questions, Lin Feng's performance remained calm, saying Yichio has the courage to refuse. Why can't I? Lin Feng, refuse. Those words were clearly putting himself on the same level as Yichio, but the audience didn't buy it. And in their opinion, Lin Feng was a bluffing liar. Ignoring the crowd's comments, Lin Feng took Gao Hai and the two of them and prepared to leave the martial arts hall. And in the crowd, Zhou Fu, the restaurant owner who had been observing Lin Feng, followed closely behind. Amidst all the questions and comments, Lin Feng's trio walked out of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Not far from the doorway, there were some losing gamblers who were watching him fiercely, and many of them were pointing at him and cursing, but all of them were sensible enough not to take the lead. These gamblers were almost all ordinary people. There were very few of them who were even at the 9th stage of physical cultivation, and Lin Feng could even violently beat up martial artists. So weren't they looking for abuse if they went there? Although Lin Feng's ring match also attracted a lot of martial artists and there were some people who placed bets, but for martial artists, tens of thousands of dollars was nothing at all. It was just entertainment, and it didn't hurt to lose, so naturally they wouldn't purposely look for trouble with him. Plus, the martial artists also knew that Lin Feng's martial talent was outstanding. Even if he couldn't become a demon spirit master, he wasn't comparable to ordinary martial artists. No one is going to easily find an enemy for themselves. Brother Feng, will you still come tomorrow? Looking around at the not-so-friendly crowd, Gao Hai asked. Sure, beat them until they're convinced. Lin Feng really didn't believe that for a month in a row. Beating up a martial artist every day, fancy thrashing, would not be able to recruit advertising space? The big deal was to lower the price a little bit. As long as there was 5 million he would be able to accept it. I'll go back and generate some more heat on the martial artist forum. Yang Fan comforted. Lin Feng nodded and said, well, we'll go back and elaborate. He planned to explode his 36 styles of body refinement on the forums, and by then, he was only afraid that the heat would rise instead of fall. Windy, going home? Gao Hai asked. At this point it was already more than 4 o'clock. It would take 2 hours to go back to the shoreline neighborhood, just in time to eat dinner directly. Just as Lin Feng was about to answer, a man in a white shirt and black suit pants appeared violently in front of him, holding a silver cell phone and started the interview directly. Mr. Lin Feng, may I ask why you're making a show of it, just for the advertising space? The male reporter asked. Seeing Lin Feng's cold expression and not answering, he didn't care and asked himself, now that we're facing the college entrance exams, is the reason for making such a big commotion to attract the attention of the 9 elite joint schools? Although it was an interview, it was clear that the male reporter's attitude was not friendly, starting the interview without Lin Feng's consent and asking questions in a bad direction. Do you really think you're qualified to be compared to Yi Qiu? What's it to you? Gao Hai blocked in front of Lin Feng and directly pushed the reporter away. Don't you push me, Mr. Lin Feng. Do you really think that someone will pay a lot of money for your advertisement? Although the male reporter was stopped, he still kept asking questions, as if he didn't care whether Lin Feng answered or not, and continued to ask. There are no fools in this world. Just as the word fool was uttered, the reporter let out a fierce scream, only to see a big fat man appear in front of him, slapping his head fiercely and scolding. Who are you calling a fool? Did I say that selling ads is stupid? Didn't say you, the male reporter said angrily. The big fat man sniffed and stretched out his hand to hit again, scaring the male reporter into dodging. I'm going to buy advertising space. Who are you scolding if not me? The big fat man was Zhou Fu, and he said aggressively to the reporter. Now, the male reporter who was still trying to argue suddenly had a constipated look on his face and didn't dare to say more. He really didn't think that someone would actually buy Lin Feng's advertising space. Although Lin Feng wasn't a big star, he had been in the hot seat lately and was considered a public figure. And public figures usually didn't make things difficult for journalists, let alone make a move, which would cause all the journalists to be verbally abusive, and that was why he dared to be so arrogant. But it was obvious that the big-bellied, boss-like, middle-aged fat man in front of him was not a public figure, and it would be a waste to be hit by him. And at that moment, the three of them, Lin Feng, also looked at the middle-aged fat man curiously. Mr. Lin Feng, introduce yourself. My name is Zhou Fu. I want to ask you to endorse my restaurant. Zhou Fu directly opened the door and said, 18 million. Lin Feng quoted, and just when he thought that the other party would just turn around and leave when he heard the price, he saw that the other party had a slight frown on his face, but he didn't just leave. It's higher than I expected. Can we talk about it? It must be said that people who look fat are born with a force of affinity. See, the other party does not seem to be joking. The attitude is quite sincere. Lin Feng naturally agreed. It's almost dinner time, so let's just go straight to my restaurant and have dinner on the way, Zhou Fu suggested. Lin Feng shook his head. There's no need to eat. Let's talk while we walk. If we can't talk about it, it's an awkward meal. It's okay. Zhou Fu didn't care. Gao Hai and Yang Fan exchanged a glance, and fell behind the two of them with great eyesight. Mr. Lin Feng, can I ask why you haven't signed with the 3 major clubs? Zhou Fu opened his mouth to ask while sizing up Lin Feng. The teenager's body is slender and handsome, not fat and not thin. His body is as smooth as a cheetah, and his look seems to be a little cold, but he has a cold temperament, which is really attractive to the girl, and as a spokesman this appearance is absolutely qualified. Lin Feng's martial arts talent was outstanding, and in the future, as long as he didn't fall, he would have a high possibility of becoming a senior martial artist. Although he wasn't sure if Lin Feng could become a demon spirit master and what level of demon spirit he could refine, he wanted to take a gamble. As I said before, there just isn't a suitable demonic spirit. Lin Feng acted calmly and explained in the same way. The earthless demon spirit is still not suitable? Why do you have such a big heart? Zhou Fu secretly muttered in his heart. This reason naturally did not satisfy him, but he did not directly voice his doubts. In fact, Zhou Fu also understood that if Lin Feng really signed with the three major clubs, after signing the contract, all of Lin Feng's endorsements and commercial activities would be taken care of by the clubs, and it was not allowed for private individuals to take over advertising endorsements. By then, Zhou Fu was obviously not qualified to find Lin Feng as an endorsement, and he can't afford the high endorsement fee. He was now gambling on Lin Feng's future. 18 million is fine, but it's a lifetime endorsement. Zhou Fu had no intention of bargaining, but gave another condition. Since he was betting on Lin Feng's future, as a businessman he naturally wanted to maximize his interests. Lin Feng's heart jumped and he forced himself to hold back the excitement in his heart, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Good." Lin Feng knew what Zhou Fu was planning to do. Now, naturally, he's not worth that high of an endorsement fee, but 3 years later, when he made a name for himself in the National Collegiate League, his endorsement fee would be in the tens of millions at least, and that's just for 1 year. So you can imagine a lifetime endorsement, that would be at least $1 billion, if not billions of SGD. It's safe to say that the weekly service earned its keep, 18 million for billions, but since Zhou Fu has the vigor to gamble, Lin Feng, who is short of money, naturally will not disagree. For him, this money is a lifesaver. The sooner you get it, the sooner you can refine the nightmare. As long as we refine the nightmare, is money still a problem? It didn't cost him anything, just an endorsement. In that case, take a look at the contract and sign it if you have no questions. Seeing Lin Feng agree, Zhou Fu's heart was slightly relieved. Next, he took out the contract that had been prepared long ago. The contract was in duplicate. Zhou Fu in the blank space of the amount column, first filled in 18 million, signed his name, and then handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng flipped through the pages and realized that Zhou Fu's restaurant was called Huating Grand Hotel. The name was quite upscale, and there were 46 branches in Jiangcheng, and in addition to the contract's requirement that it be a lifetime endorsement, it also stipulates that Lin Feng has to shoot 2 commercials a year for Huating and 3 event tie-ins a year, as well as a requirement that he can't sign up for any other hotels. The others were minor details and there were no problems. Lin Feng signed his name and took one of the contracts. "You report your bank card to me." Since he had already signed, Zhou Fu was also very dry. Lin Feng reported his bank card number, and before long, there was a ding and a beep from his cell phone. Lin Feng pulled out his cell phone to take a look at your BOC card number, tail number 745, balance 18,122, 54,000. The $18 million is for endorsements and the $120,000 plus is for bets earned over the last 2 days. Roger that. Zhou Fu asked while observing Lin Feng's behavior. If in the very first beginning, he still feel a little uneasy. After all, 18 million for him is not a small amount. If the bet lost hotel, although not to the closure, but more or less will be hurt. At this point, however, his uneasiness gradually subsided, because in his observation, Lin Feng was calm to the very beginning. It's hard to imagine a senior from a not-so-wealthy family acting so calm in the face of as much as $18 million. In fact, Zhou Fu didn't know that Lin Feng wasn't as calm as he appeared to be at this time. After all, for him this was a life-saving amount of money. It's also a lot of pressure on him to come up with $18 million in 2 months. Just when he was ready to lower his endorsement fee, Zhou Fu unexpectedly appeared and directly dumped $18 million. Can you not be excited? Roger that. Lin Feng nodded, then said to Zhou Fu, "Don't worry. You won't regret it." "Ha ha, I have faith in you." Zhou Fu laughed. "Since we're working together, should we go celebrate?" "It's at Huating," Zhou Fu suggested, since they had already cooperated. In the face of Zhou Fu's repeated invitations, it was obvious that it was a bit disrespectful to push back, so Lin Feng called on Gao Hai and the two of them. "Feng?" Gao Hai was surprised in his eyes. In his opinion, since he went to dinner, it was natural to cooperate. "It's done." Lin Feng gave the two Gao Hai an affirmative look. After calling his family to say he wasn't going back for dinner, led by Zhou Fu, Lin Feng went to the restaurant where he was endorsing for the first time in his life. An hour later, the well-fed and well-drunk trio walked out of the Huating Hotel. At this time has been almost 9 o'clock. This point of the shoreline neighborhood many people are ready to go to sleep, but outside the Huating is brightly lit. People come and go. The real nightlife, even if the beginning. "Brother Feng, you endorsed this place. Do we have to pay for coming in the future?" Standing at the entrance of Huating, Gao Hai asked with a smile on top of his bulging stomach. "He, the money still needs to be given, but in the future we won't be poor." Lin Feng patted Gao Hai's stomach and laughed. Huating is somewhat similar to Jiawei, but it's one of those restaurants that doesn't meet 5-star standards, but tastes great. And Zhou Fu was also very enthusiastic to give face. although there were only 4 people, but ordered more than 10 dishes. Any other arrangements to go back? Chen Fan asked. Well, go home. At this point, if you don't go back, your family will be worried. And Lin Feng can't wait to tell his family the news. It was almost 10:30 when Lin Feng and Gao Hai returned to the gate of the neighborhood. What took you so long? Under the gatekeeper's grumbling gaze, the two swiped their cards and walked into the neighborhood. The night was bright, and except for the light of the moon reflecting off the blue moon boundary, the neighborhood was pitch black. Not even a ghostly figure. Breathing in the air, Lin Feng frowned. Although 3 days had passed since the day of awakening, the pungent smell of blood had yet to dissipate, and vaguely there was also the smell of antiseptic solution, and the mixture of the two smells was nauseating. Brother Feng, you said that if the netizens knew that your endorsement fee was as high as $18 million, they would only go crazy to start answering commercials in your senior year of high school. I'm afraid your classmates won't believe it. Takumi acted excited along the way, as if he couldn't stop talking. That's true. Lin Feng also laughed. Originally, because of this amount of money, he was a little overwhelmed, but now that the pressure is gone, the whole person is obviously much more relaxed. Brother Feng, what do you want most after making such a large sum of money? Let's move into the inner city first. It's inconvenient to live in the outer city. Moving? That's right. Which neighborhood are you going to buy? I'll be there for a few days then. The sooner the better. We'll check out the house tomorrow. You moved, and then we won't be able to go to school together. Talking about this topic, Gao Hai, who was excited along the way, forced his heart to hold back his frustration, and unfortunately said, for Lin Feng to be able to soar and move to the inner city. Gao Hai was naturally happy for Lin Feng. On the day of their 16th year awakening day, it was the dream of the two brothers to refine the demonic spirit of their dreams and become a demonic spirit master above martial artists. After becoming a demon spiritist, getting into one of the 9 elite co-curricular schools, graduating and getting a good job, making a lot of money to move into the inner city, and changing the family's state of living were the goals they were striving for. Now that Jago had realized it, signing up for the Gathering Star Club, it was only a matter of time before she would be admitted to the 3 major hero academies, and although Lin Feng did not refine the demonic spirit, but that's because he can't see it, he wants to refine the demonic spirit of the Earth list. Only the 3rd year of high school can endorse the advertisement. The advertisement fee is as high as $18 million. There can be a few people can be comparable. The two best friends who grew up together since childhood, both soared to the heavens and lived the life of the elite class. Only he, Gao Hai, although he had become a demon spirit master, the one he refined was only a 2nd-grade powerful demon bull. Although he was lucky to be a demon spirit master compared to others, compared to Lin Feng and Yago, he was still as obscure as before. In this lifetime, I'm afraid I won't be able to move into the inner city. Gao Hai laughed bitterly in his heart. You don't go to school with me? Lin Feng could sense Gao Hai's frustration and asked curiously. You're in the inner city and I'm in the outer city. How can we go to school together? Takumi slumped. He and Lin Feng had grown up going to school together and leaving school together, both becoming a habit of life. Compared to the loss, he was even more worried that as time went on, his relationship with Lin Feng would become more and more distant. By the time Lin Feng signed up with the club and got into the 3 major hero academies, the distance between them would only increase. Ha ha. Lin Feng smiled slightly, deciding not to tease Gao Hai anymore and laughed. Tomorrow we'll move together. Moving in together? Gao Hai is still a bit unresponsive. Aren't you going to look at houses tomorrow? Moving so soon? Lin Feng reached out and hooked Gao Hai's shoulder and laughed. What I'm saying is that you'll live in the inner city with me. Gao Hai was shocked and couldn't believe his ears. What do you mean? Gao Hai jerked his head up to look at Lin Feng. At this moment it was as if he understood something, but he didn't dare to believe it. The money would have been your share. As Lin Feng walked, he said, tomorrow, come with me to the inner city to look at houses. 1 set for each of us brothers. Lin Feng had a huge amount of $18 million on him, all of which was originally in preparation for refining the nightmare. $13 million to purchase chi and blood pills and soul-nourishing pills, and $5 million to have a 5th-rank spirit demon spiritist guard it just in case. But at the time, Lin Feng was given a budget with 2 months as the maximum deadline and the worst-case scenario. But now that only 3 days had passed, not only had he broken through the 8th stage of physical cultivation, his chi and blood had filled up a lot compared to before. At this time, in Lin Feng's body, that nightmare hadn't been assimilated too much by the blood, and at this time of refining, the elixir shouldn't need to be $10 million. At least $3 million could be saved, and even $5 million for hiring a spirit system demon spiritist could be saved. That meant that Lin Feng had $18 million on him, and after deducting the $10 million for refining the nightmare, he still had $8 million to use, and this $8 million, he is all set to use to buy a house. Change the living environment first. I only offered 500. Brother Feng. I can't take it. Gao Hai hastily shook his head and refused. There's no denying that he's really impressed, after all. It's been his and his family's childhood desire to live in the inner city. It's just that he only gave Lin Feng $500 at the time. $500 in exchange for a house? Although he didn't know what neighborhood Lin Feng was going to buy and how big the house was. In the inner city, the cheapest house would cost $2 to $3 million. It's too much money for him to ask for. We're brothers. What's mine is yours. Lin Feng laughed. Hearing Lin Feng say that, Gao Hai slightly lowered his head. His eyes were a little red. He didn't dare to speak for fear that if he did, he would cry. Why are you so touched? Seeing Gao Hai a look of almost crying, Lin Feng felt a little funny, so he laughed and scolded. You do not look at who I am. South Yiqiu North Lin Feng. Yiqiu if you sign the thunder. A year's salary of 300 million. Lin Feng can be worse than him. I'm still worse than this set of your house. Although he knew that Lin Feng was comforting himself, but how well it makes sense feels. Saying this made Gao Hai feel much better in his heart. He forced back his tears. Brother Feng. Thank you. Thanks Maurice. We'll pick out a house tomorrow. Don't bring it home? In Gao Hai's opinion, buying a house is a big deal, and it's naturally better to have your family together. No need. Give them a surprise. Lin Feng laughed and said, alright, I'm here. See you in the morning. Aha. Gao Hai watched Lin Feng walk up the dimly lit stairs, hesitating to move, and the tears that he had been holding back welled up at this moment. Windy, thank you, Gao Hai muttered, and after a long time, he then walked towards his home, the tears on his face wiped clean, and what was left was the hope for a better life ahead. Click. Lin Feng carefully opened the door to his room, deeply afraid of making a big noise and waking up his big sister and sister who were sleeping in the living room, when he had just changed into his slippers and walked into the living room, dimly lit by candlelight. He didn't realize that his family hadn't gone to sleep and were all sitting on the couch waiting for him. Back. Seeing her son back, Lin Feng, who was still in fear, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Lin Feng had called earlier to say that he wasn't coming back for dinner, as a mother it was inevitable that she would be a little worried if she didn't come back this late. It's good to be back. Have you eaten yet? Eldest sister Lin Koro was obviously a little sleepy, but she still braced herself and asked, Eat? Why don't you guys go to bed and wait for me? Your mom wasn't worried. It just so happened that we had a chat, old Ma explained. Early this morning, the post of high school students violently beating up martial artists soared to the #1 spot on the daily list. The entire neighborhood knew about it, and naturally old Ma was no exception. Not to mention, today's ring match about Lin Feng even made the evening news. Old Ma couldn't have imagined that Lin Feng was so strong that even a first-grade martial artist wasn't a match for him. And although many people question Lin Feng's soul cultivation talent, old Ma chose to believe in Lin Feng. They stayed up so late precisely because they were worried that Lin Feng would be pressurized by the netizens' questions and abuse. Little Wind, why don't we not go to the Thunder Martial Arts Center tomorrow? Seeing that Lin Feng was acting naturally and didn't look sad, Lin Feng hesitated for a moment and said, it was only today that she learned from her neighbors that Lin Feng had made such a big fuss. She had also swiped through the threads on the martial artists' forums, where the questioning, scolding, and mocking of the netizens worried her greatly. She was worried that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to withstand that kind of pressure and something would happen. The college entrance exam is coming up in less than 3 months, and that's a big deal for the rest of your life. Lin Feng understood what his family was worried about. He had originally planned to surprise his family after buying the house, but after seeing how worried they were, he smiled and said something that shocked everyone. I've sold the ad space. What? Lin Feng and the others froze, and her sister even exclaimed, keep your voice down. It's this hour. Old Ma hurriedly chided Malialis in a low voice. The houses in the shoreline neighborhood are poorly soundproofed, or all of the low-cost housing neighborhoods are poorly soundproofed. The floorboards of the house are too thin. The distance between the buildings is too narrow. If it were not for the protective net, from the balcony of Lin Feng's house can jump directly to the balcony of the opposite building, and it is still a long jump in place, without the need to help run. Usually if the opposite building TV sound open louder, Lin Feng's home can hear clearly. At this time or almost 11 o'clock, the community is silent. Any hint of big sound may be noisy neighbors, especially the neighbors in the next building. Really? How much did it sell for? Big sister said with some astonishment. It's unbelievable how this looks. The posts on the martial artists forum had indeed brought great heat to Lin Feng, and the Jiangcheng News, which was broadcasted at 7 o'clock sharp this evening, had reported on Lin Feng's ring match, which had put Lin Feng directly on the cusp of the wind and waves. In one day, all the people of Jiangcheng knew that there was a young man named Lin Feng, who was only 16 years old and could defeat a first-grade martial artist with the strength of the 8th stage of physical cultivation. On the day of awakening, Yiqiu refined the thorn demon dragon, which ranked 46th on the Earth ranking list, stirring up the whole city and harvesting hundreds of millions of fans. And today, in a way that grabbed people's attention, Lin Feng showed his superb fighting talent in a way that everyone didn't look at him favorably, and directly violently beat up a first-grade martial artist, and similarly stirred up the whole city. And even though there was a huge difference between the two fans, Lin Feng definitely wasn't much worse than Yi Qiu when it came to fame alone. The name of the South Yi Qiu and North Lin Feng had been mentioned by many people even in the garment factory where she worked. Only on the internet, 99 out of 100 people held a skeptical attitude, and many people began to ridicule and abuse, saying very unpleasant things, spawning cyber violence, and some people even published the address of their home on the forum. The family discussed it for a long time, worrying about Lin Feng's accident, and just wanted to persuade Lin Feng to give up. When Lin Feng said that he had sold it, that white t-shirt with randomly sketched out ad space was actually bought by someone? Speak up, how much was it sold for? Seeing that Lin Feng was hesitant to say, Lin Feng asked anxiously, $18 million. When Lin Feng finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. Everyone looked at each other and sucked in their breaths, and at this point, if it weren't for the dim light of the candles, the expressions on the family's faces would have been wonderful. Don't you lie to me, brother, so much money, we're rich. Windy, you won't be cheated. Have you signed the contract? Lin Feng explained for a long time, but his family still didn't believe it, or couldn't believe it. An $18 million endorsement? Lin Feng was only in his senior year of high school, and they had never heard of a high school student endorsing a commercial. Even some of the martial geniuses who had refined the 9th grade demonic spirits had started to emerge in their junior or senior year, participating in the collegiate battle of glory, before they could gain the favor of the vendors. Even if it was Yagu, who had an outstanding appearance herself, refined the 8th grade charming butterfly, and signed up with the Gathering Star Club. But even so, in order to truly endorse, she would only have to wait for her to join the Blue Sea battle team, show her strength, and achieve a certain level of results before she would be able to do so. There were many geniuses, and there were some geniuses who refined the 9th grade demon spirits, even the Earth-ranking demon spirits, but if they couldn't perform in the battle of glory, they were destined to not become a big star. And advertisement vendors wanted big stars that could bring about a fan effect, not geniuses. And Lin Feng's talent is still uncertain, and has not yet performed on the Battle of Glory, and has even been rejected by the 3 major clubs. Even if with Lin Feng's current hotness, there are really manufacturers who are willing to look for him to endorse him. In the opinion of Lin Feng and others, it would be more than 100,000, and at the top of the scale it would only be a few hundred thousand. Who would have thought that it could be $18 million? $18 million. Their family of 5 earns less than $10,000 a month in wages. Lin Feng and Malele are still in school. After deducting tuition fees and daily expenses, there is only $1,000 left in a month. A year to save $10,000 is also very good. If you have a headache, or a gift, you can't save any money at all. The money's been given, so what's the lie? It wasn't until Lin Feng took the folded contract out of his pocket and the text message of the bank balance on his cell phone that the family gradually believed it. Seeing that his family believed it, Lin Feng then said, I'll keep $10 million of this money and use it to buy pills and try to get into the 3 Heroes Academy in 3 months. And the rest I'm going to buy 2 houses in the inner city. The family naturally didn't have a problem with Lin Feng leaving $10 million to buy pills. Is there anything more important than high school at this point? Ah, the 3 Hero Academies. No one in the Shoreline neighborhood has ever taken the test in decades. Lin Feng was very excited. This had far exceeded her expectations of her son. But when she heard that Lin Feng was going to buy 2 suites, she was a bit puzzled and said, why are you buying 2 suites? Are you moving out? I'm going to buy a set for Gao Hai. The ring was paid for by him. Lin Feng explained. That's not that much, is it? Lin Feng couldn't help but say. Lin Feng's card has a balance of 18,120,000. It is clear that the remaining 120,000 of this is earned bets. Although this is Lin Feng's own earnings, but Lin Feng, who knows that life is not easy, cannot help but persuade. Although he knew that Lin Feng and Gao Hai had grown up together and had a good relationship, it was too much to give the house directly. The old horse frowned, obviously thinking the same thing. Originally, the ordinary old horse had some inferiority complex when facing Lin Feng, and now Lin Feng had even become the pride of heaven. So where did he still have the courage to question it? And in order to avoid Lin Feng's resentment, he didn't utter a single word. Yes, little wind, you have to think clearly. Lin Koro also persuaded. She also felt that it was a bit too much. This set of several $1 million, how can you just say give? In the face of his family's persuasion, Lin Feng smiled faintly. I can earn $18 million in my senior year of high school, when I graduate from college and join the Glory Club. There will be hundreds of millions of dollars a year at least. So what's this amount of money? Lin Feng persuaded his family with the same reasons he used to persuade Takumi. The family didn't know that in his last life, Gao Hai was paralyzed for the rest of his life in order to save him. So naturally they couldn't understand the feelings of the two brothers, and it was normal to have this reaction. Seeing that Lin Feng had said so, the family couldn't be persuaded. After all, the money was earned by Lin Feng himself, and if it was really as Lin Feng had said, then a set of several $1 million was really nothing. Alright, just think about it yourself. Lin Feng nodded. Mom, you and big sister quit your jobs too. It's too hard to work in the factory and you don't make much. His mother was not in good health, and he had long wanted her to rest, and the eldest sister is only 24 years old. In the prime of youth, it is not a good idea to stay in the factory every day. Quit tomorrow? That won't work. The factory has a rule that you have to give half a month's notice to quit, or else one of the pressed paychecks will be gone. Lin Feng shook her head back and forth. Although Lin Feng had made $18 million nowadays, she was still a bit reluctant to ask her not to take a month's salary. $3,000 is a month's worth of food for the family. Seeing that his mother didn't agree, Lin Feng gave his eldest sister a look without revealing it. It's up to you. The two siblings have a tacit understanding. Lin Kuro received the message, smiled slightly, turned her head to her mother and said, Mom, Xiao Feng has started endorsing advertisements, and will soon be a big star. It's not good for him that you're still on the factory, and when the time comes, people will say he's ungrateful. She and her mother are working in the same garment factory. As a packer, every day's work is to give the clothing packaging, although it is not physical work, but everyday mechanical work is very tiresome. She has long not wanted to do. If it weren't for the fact that her brother and sister were still in school, she would have quit her job. And this job was one of the reasons why Chen Hao's parents looked down on her. Okay. It was only after hearing that it would not be a good influence on her son that Lin Feng agreed. Brother, are you going to see the house tomorrow? Ma Lele said with a look of excitement. Tomorrow was the weekend. No classes, and naturally she wanted to go pick out a house. Well, tomorrow we'll all go together. In the darkened bathroom, after a brief shower, Lin Feng quickly returned to his room, turning on the table lamp that used batteries as its energy source. Under the dim light, Lin Feng took off his shirt and stood quietly in front of the mirror. In his chest, a dark and deep shadow emerged, and around this shadow, a trace of blood red swayed like cicada silk, wrapping and entangling it. There is more silk blood than yesterday, and the assimilation has deepened again. Ow! Just as Lin Feng was silently looking at the nightmare, as if sensing his thoughts, a hissing sound, violent and crazy, came steeply from his mind. It's only 11 o'clock and you're already out? Lin Feng was surprised. The nightmares are a bit anticlimactic today. For the past 2 nights, the nightmares had only appeared around 1 or 2 in the morning, interfering with his sleep, and this early in the morning was obviously a bit of an anomaly, and it was clear that the nightmare was becoming more and more violent. That kind of evil bloodthirsty emotion infected even the staunch-minded man, and a flash of tyrannical killing intent flashed in his eyes. Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes. After a long time, when he opened them again, his eyes had regained their calmness. He looked at the black shadow within the mirror. His eyes were cold. Just one more day of your arrogance. It was a night that was destined to be difficult for Lin Feng's family. In the darkened room, the mother and the old horse tossed and turned in bed, whispering, the original dream life will soon be realized. Happiness comes so suddenly, they are not only surprise, but also some uncertainty. In the living room, Lin Kuro lifted the covers, carefully got up, and walked out of the room. In the darkened hallway, she took her cell phone and dialed Chen Hao's number. Even though she knew it was late and her boyfriend was long asleep, she couldn't help but want to share the news with him. Only unlike usual, in this moment her face was no longer uncertain and there was more than a hint of confidence. A family of 5. Only Malele was asleep, with a sweet smile on her face, muttering twice from time to time. She should be having some kind of good dream. And the same was true for netizens who followed Lin Feng's posts on the martial artist forum. At 1 in the morning, the netizens were still active, diving and driving in various forum threads and having a good time. In the city of Jiangcheng, high school students beat up martial artists post has fallen to 4th place. The top 3 positions on the daily charts have also changed. Yiqiu refining Thorn Demon Dragon rose to the 2nd place instead of falling. The 1st and 3rd are divided into Thunder Warriors head coach change and Double Dagger Yun Tian Chi Mei transfer. While the high schooler thread has fallen to 4th, the thread was still firmly at the top of the daily list yesterday, though, especially after last night's Zhangcheng TV news channel, which broadcast a video of Lin Storm beating up a first-grade martial artist, while announcing the news that he had been rejected by the 3 major S-ranked clubs of Thunder, Gathering Star, and Picking Wind. The clicks and reprints of this post had risen with an explosive spike. It was just that the netizens' comments, apart from being shocked at Lin Feng's strength, were more skeptical and mocking. In the comments section, the netizens' comments most often appear 5 words, respectively: liar, arrogance, not self-importance, Yicho, not serve, who buys, who is a fool. There were even many certified V accounts and club public numbers that directly reprimanded Lin Feng for false propaganda for the sake of advertising dollars. Public opinion had once decided that Lin Feng didn't have the talent to become a demon spirit master, and even if he did, he could only refine low-grade demon spirits. Some netizens even spoofed and made a moving picture of Lin Feng and Yicho P together. In the picture, Yicho, who had refined the thorn demon dragon and was covered in thorns in an extremely domineering manner, had his mouth slightly open and said, "North Lin Feng, aren't you able to refine the earthless demon spirit?" As for Lin Feng, who was wearing a white t-shirt with a merchant's advertisement on it, his face was a bit cold, his nostrils turned skyward, and he said with a slight disdain, "Nan Yicho, the level of the earthless cloud-treading beasts is too low. It's not suitable for me." Once this netizen spoofed emoticon came out, it quickly became popular in the martial arts forums, and many people bookmarked it to their own emoticons, which they would send out to the group from time to time. After this, many netizens even used their imagination, not only P photos, but also made all kinds of ghostly little videos, and for a while Lin Feng's slightly disdainful expression became synonymous with arrogance. Many netizens would send out Lin Feng's emoticons if they wanted to express their confidence and didn't want to type. Although it was spoofed by netizens, it didn't take long for the post to begin a steady decline in popularity. After all, the netizens who like to spoof are only a part of the population, and young people under 30 years old make up the majority, and the rest of them gradually stop paying attention after mocking a few sentences at most. What the netizens really cared about were still some of the top geniuses, such as Yicho, or some of the big star glory players, such as Dual Blade Yin Tianqi and Berserker Yixing. At this rate, the post will only drop out of the top 5 tomorrow, and will drop out of the top 10 the day after that. In a week's time, the top 30 list would only not see Lin Feng's figure. The teasers. At this time, Yang Fan was eating a snack while paying attention to the post, laughing and cursing from time to time. Just as the time was approaching 1:30 and the comments on the post were getting fewer and fewer, Yang Fan clicked the mouse in a comment without a title and only a contract photo appeared in the comments section. Due to Yang Fan's previous comment announcing Lin Feng's hidden talent, more than 100,000 netizens had paid attention to him, and as soon as his comment appeared at this time, it was immediately noticed by many netizens who were brushing their posts or diving. When they curiously clicked on that photo, all of them stiffened as if they had been electrocuted. This, $18 million? So many zeros. Someone count them for me. Scared the piss out of me. Diapers can't even stop it. Endorsement fee of $18 million. Lin Feng really endorsed it? I feel like I've been punched in the face. Slap, it hurts. Yicho hasn't endorsed until now, but Lin Feng endorsed on first. Which one of these fools is it? It can't be AP out. This Huading restaurant I know. There is one near my home. There are at least 30 of them in Jiangchang. The flavor is genuinely good, and the price is also on the expensive side. Netizens were going crazy looking at the photo of the contract signed with Lin Feng's name. Still don't believe? Yang Fan put down his chopsticks and hammed and hawed. During dinner, Hua Ting's boss, Zhou Fu, had asked him to build up some momentum and advertise on the martial artist forum first. He went home and kept it all night, posting it so late in order to just get in his face. The more the netizens questioned, the more disdainful and abusive they became. The more this face slap hurt. For the first time, they were slapped in the face when they questioned Lin Feng's inability to successfully defeat martial artists. For the second time, they questioned Lin Feng's inability to sell ads for and were again slapped in the face. The next time they question Lin Feng, they will instantly recall the scene where they were once slapped in the face, and they will be more or less hesitant in their hearts. It's your faces that are being punched, Yang Fan said triumphantly. Because of the contract photo posted by Yang Fan, the post that had already calmed down and lost its heat began to stir, and many frightened netizens began to forward it in various chat groups, and many diving netizens began to bubble. Without exception, all of them were frightened by that contract. 18 million isn't much. Any glorified celebrity endorsement fee is more than that, and hundreds of millions are plentiful. But how many high school kids with $18 million in endorsements can you find up and down the country? At this time, netizens did not know that the 18 million was a lifetime endorsement. And in the plans of Zhou Fu and Lin Feng and others, there was no intention to announce the specific terms of the contract. The higher Lin Feng's value, the more heat from the netizens, and naturally the better for Zhou Fu's Hua Ting restaurant, the better the business would be. However, a lot of netizens started questioning the authenticity of the contract, believing it to be AP and not believing it. There were also people who were picking on Yang Fan and hurling insults at him, believing that he was Lin Feng and was making his own hype. Still don't believe it. Really force me to do it. Yang Fan took out his cell phone and uploaded the photos inside the phone to his computer through network sharing. Again, no caption. Just 2 photos. One was a picture of Lin Feng and Zhou Fu when they both signed the contract. And one was a picture of the 2 of them eating at the Huading Grand Hotel. This was purposely taken by Yang Fan with his cell phone. The pixels were clear. So clear that the moment the photo was sent, it made everyone dutifully shut up. And then the comments on the post were like a drop of water into a boiling hot frying pan, instantly exploding. The next day, after a hearty breakfast, Yako walked out of the house with her brother. Early in the morning, the air is extraordinarily fresh. Shuttle strolling in the ancient garden courtyard. Yago took a deep breath, a hint of relaxation and pleasure in the complexion. From time to time there are also neighbors to come forward to say hello. Hello auntie. Yago responded elegantly and unobtrusively to the middle-aged woman in front of her. Since the day of her awakening, Jaco's life has been turned upside down. In order to get into the Three Heroes Academy, she came to Shangjing Polystar headquarters and brought her family to Shangjing as well. If there were no accidents, in 3 months she would be admitted to the Great Wall College and settle down completely in Shangjing. Although she had only just moved into the Guyan neighborhood, as a contracted member of Gathering Star, she was so well known that half the neighborhood knew her. Ancient Rhythm neighborhood is less than a 10-minute drive from the Gathering of Stars Club, which belongs to the core area of the inner city in Shangjing, with supermarkets, commercial plazas, subways, hospitals, and martial arts halls all over the neighborhood, and a complete set of amenities. She lives in a 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom finely furnished house that rents for $37,000 a month. Although her 5 million signing fee is quite a lot, but the unit price of a square meter in the Guyan district is 170,000 yuan. And a random set of 3 rooms is worth tens of millions of dollars, and she can't afford it now. It was just that she was a little puzzled that her neighbors, who had been warm and friendly yesterday, were looking at her a little differently, and the air seemed to be filled with an atmosphere of restlessness. What's going on? Yako touched her face, then looked down at what she was wearing. It wasn't dirty anywhere, was it? She was puzzled and even a little uncomfortable, because she noticed that a number of teenage girls about her age were looking at her with a hint of teasing and disdain. Many people stole glances at her, then turned around 2 or 3 of them and carefully murmured, "What's wrong with you, little brother?" After walking for a while, Yako looked at her brother, who was following her without saying a word, and was concerned. "What's wrong with you? You've been moping around since the last couple days. Aren't you happy that we're moving to a new home?" In the face of his sister's concern, this year's 12-year-old, not tall, good-looking, somewhat shy character Yaja Tian still remained silent, and finally was asked to be tired of him before he said, "Sister, you really broke up with the wind brother?" Yako's footsteps lurched. She hadn't expected her brother's moping to be the cause of it. "Little brother, you've grown up and have your own thoughts. Sister doesn't want to lie to you, but you have to know that Lin Feng and I aren't on the same page anymore." Yago touched her brother's head and explained, "Our family has come to Shangjing while he's still in Jiangchang, and the gap between us will only grow wider in the future." "Oh." Yakutin lowered his head and let out an oh-so-subtle cry. "Brother Feng is very strong." After a while, Yagashin looked up at his sister and couldn't help but say, "In the past, when someone bullied him, it was Lin Feng who stood up for him. Ever since he was a child, Lin Feng had always been his idol. Lin Feng is strong. He can even defeat martial artists, but he can't refine demonic spirits, and if he's not a demonic spirit master, he can't become a truly strong person." Yagus softly explained. She cared and loved her brother, and didn't want to alienate the 2 of them as siblings because of this incident. "Who said that?" "In school, some of my classmates said that Brother Feng can refine earthless demon spirits." "That's not true," Yako said faintly. "She doesn't believe it's true." "Hide your talent? Just to keep her from feeling inferior?" Even though she knew how Lin Feng felt about her, she couldn't believe that he could do this. As for giving up refining the 9th grade Purple Lin to refine the Earth-ranking demon spirit, she was even more unconvinced. Of the 100,000 candidates on the day of awakening, only Ichio was the only one who had refined the demon spirit of the Earth ranking, and that was an absolute genius picked out of 100,000. The Thunder Club even offered 3 billion for 10 years, which Ichio did not agree to. Even in the Gathering Star Club, which gathered the top stars of the Alliance, geniuses who refined Earth-ranking demon spirits were rare. Even if this kind of story happened, the protagonist of that story wouldn't be Lin Feng, but some big family sons, and only those people would have the courage to do such a thing. If Lin Feng could refine the 9th grade demonic spirit, he would be able to soar into the sky, and not only would he be able to move away from the shoreline neighborhood, but he would also be able to join an S-class club. Yago didn't believe that Lin Feng would give up. With his understanding of Lin Feng, Lin Feng would never give up the opportunity to change his family's situation. That's his dream. As for yesterday's incident at the martial artist forum, she also knew about it, even though she had deliberately avoided news about Lin Feng. But the incident had been making a lot of noise. Not only in Jiangcheng, but even in Shangjing there were a lot of people talking about it. Even at training, club teammates were talked about. But like all internet users, she didn't believe it. Who would believe that even the Earthlist's cloud-treading beast couldn't look at it? Who dares to believe it? What if one day you regret it? Yukashin asked in a small voice as he looked up at his sister. Facing her brother's gaze, Ye Ji's complexion changed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure and affirmed, I won't regret it. At the entrance of the neighborhood, a middle-aged driver leaned against the door of his car, looking out at the entrance of the neighborhood from time to time. When he saw Ye Ji's figure, he hastily threw away the cigarettes in his hand, and when Yagu came to him, he opened the door of his car and bowed. Good morning Ms. Yako. Good morning young master. Good morning Uncle Chun. Ye nodded and responded politely. This chauffeur was assigned to her by the Gathering Club and didn't cost her a dime. Ms. Yagu, there is a martial arts teacher teaching martial arts at the club in the morning. Do you want to go? The driver started the car and asked while driving. Go. Yagu didn't have any hesitation. Having refined the charming butterfly, she already had the qualifications to enter the 9 elite joint schools. For Yagu, her mission today was to enhance her martial arts cultivation and practical combat experience. She only had the strength of the 6th stage of physical cultivation now. If she could reach the 8th stage of physical cultivation before the college entrance exam, the 3 major hero academies might not be hopeless. It was the weekend, a day off, but every day was precious to her. Miss Yagu, do you have something on your mind? If you are in trouble, you can find the club to solve it. The driver looked up and glanced at Yagu through the car mirror and asked carefully, a hint of bashfulness in his tone. No, Yako said with a slight smile as she returned to her senses. Although she was still young, that innocent with a hint of flirtatious smile made the old driver's heart tremble slightly, and she hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to look again. The drive was unbearable in his mind. So charming at such a young age. When you grow up in a few years. Yagu didn't sense the driver's abnormality, and with a slight frown on her brow, she was wondering in her mind why those people in the neighborhood were looking at her with that strange gaze. At this time, she didn't know that Lin Feng had sold advertising space. A huge storm is brewing that already has a tendency to sweep the country. Day 2. Weekend. Before the sky was bright, the sleeping Lin Feng vaguely heard movement coming from the living room. This early? Dazed Lin Feng opened his eyes. The window was still dark, muttered and continued to sleep blindfolded. Last night's nightmare. I don't know what kind of nerves he had, kept affecting and even attacking him with his mental fluctuations. And that kind of evil and violent aura made him a bit dizzy. After tossing and turning all night, the nightmares didn't subside until after 4 in the morning, and he was barely able to fall asleep. Keep your voice down. Your brother has been suffering from insomnia lately and is a poor sleeper. Inside the living room, Lin Feng whispered to Marlene, who had come out of the bathroom. Marlo nodded her head in a hurry, her light hands looking a little quirky. The weekend is a rare break for Lin Feng's family, the only day to rest from their busy and boring weekdays. If we follow the usual habit, everyone will deliberately wake up a little later and have a rare good night's sleep. But today it was only around 5 o'clock when Lin Feng and Old Ma got up and washed up. The two were not early risers, but had spent the night chatting, and although they hadn't slept all night, they were in good spirits and appeared to be a little hyperactive. I'll get breakfast. Old Ma pointed to the front door and whispered to Lin Feng. The house they lived in was really too small, less than 30 square feet, and if they cooked breakfast in the morning, it was bound to disturb Lin Feng. If it was before, the old horse wouldn't have cared too much. Even if he cared, he would never go downstairs for breakfast. He'd rather not eat than climb stairs. For the fat old horse, climbing stairs is one of the things he hates the most. A round trip, nearly 1,000 flights of stairs, the amount of exercise simply to kill him. Economy determines status, even for family members. Faced with a stepson with exceptional talent who was about to change the family's life, the old horse was clearly more considerate of Lin Feng's feelings. Go ahead, buy some more. Little Win's appetite has gotten a lot bigger. For the old horse who volunteered, Lin Feng acted a little surprised, but quickly reacted and said with a smile, okay. Old Ma answered and left the house. It was only after more than an hour, just when Lin Feng was getting impatient waiting, that he returned with 2 big heavy bags of breakfast in his hands. What took you so long? Lin Feng took the bag and complained a little. By so many, can you eat them all? Lin Kuro was a bit stumped. There were at least 20 of those donuts, and even more exaggerated was the bag of buns. At least 40 or 50 of them, I think. Fist-sized buns fill her up with 2. At this time, the old horse is dripping wet, emitting a sweaty smell, breathing very quickly, chest quickly rise and fall, as if almost out of breath, after a while before huffing and puffing. Hey, tired me. You do not know. The community is now spreading crazy. I walk a few steps. There are neighbors to pull me down and ask the wind is not really earned 18 million? The whole neighborhood knows? Lin Fong was also surprised. So there's a lie? Hundreds of neighbors surrounded me and I was shocked. They were asking me questions left and right. My head was about to explode. I almost couldn't get it up. These 2 big bags of buns and donuts. Old Wang didn't even charge for them, saying that it was an early congratulations to our family. Xiao Feng. Old Ma sighed while drinking water. Although he works in the government sector, seemingly 9 to 5, but only a small clerk, to income is not as good as some do hard labor. Usually meet the neighbors. The other side of the most is to nod and greet. When was so respected. It's not nice to take someone else's stuff when you don't pay for it. I also know that old Wang refused to accept it, and when I insisted on giving it to him, he blushed and almost flipped out, and even stuffed a lot of it into me. Old Ma helplessly said. As Lin Fong's 3 listened, they all felt a bit exaggerated. That old Wang was famous for being stingy. When was he so generous? Dad, Mom, which neighborhood are we going to buy? Marlo asked in a small voice. Let's go to East Lake Harbor. The environment and location are good. Lin Koro suggested. That neighborhood. She and Chen Hao had been there once, originally prepared as a wedding room for the 2 of them. The latter because Chen Hao's parents did not agree, so it ended without any problems. All sweaty. I'm going to change my clothes. I'll look better today, Old Ma said, leading into the room to change clothes. After what felt like a long wait for his family, it wasn't until almost 9 o'clock that Lin Feng got up. Morning. When he opened the door to his room, Lin Feng saw his family sitting on the living room sofa in unison, changing into their most beautiful new clothes. Brother, hurry up. Just waiting for you, Marlo said anxiously. She was so excited about the thought of a big house that she was about to fly. Give me 2 minutes. Lin Feng smiled. He knew his family's urgent feelings. Buying a house may just be a different place to live for those who live in the inner city, but for residents of the shoreline neighborhood, it's the start of a new life. After simply washing up, under the watchful eyes of his family, Lin Feng gurgled soy milk, grabbed a bun in each hand and ate more than 20 in a row. Don't choke. Don't listen to your sister. There's no rush to slow down. Lin Feng laughed. Eat up and go. After eating and drinking, Lin Feng went back to his room to get his cell phone and made a call to Gao Hai. And after a second, it was connected. Big head. Let's go. On the other end of the conversation, Gao Hai's voice was a bit hesitant. Brother Feng, not waiting for Gao Hai to finish his sentence, Lin Feng laughed and scolded. Hurry up. Your brother Feng doesn't need your money? After a while, Gao Hai's voice was excited. Then wait for me. Let's go and welcome a new life, Lin Feng said to his family. Let's go. Marlo let out a cheer and walked at the front. When the family walked out of the stairs, Takumi was waiting there out of breath. Go away. Seeing that Gao Hai was somewhat at a loss for words, Lin Feng directly reached out and put his hand on his shoulder. This action made Gao Hai's originally tense heart slightly relax. Aunt Lin, Uncle Ma, Sister Kuro, Gao Hai greeted, his expression more or less awkward. Lin Feng and Old Ma also smiled at Gao Hai. Since Lin Feng had already decided, they couldn't say much. Gao Hai was also something they had seen since they were young, and the two had a good relationship. Windy, where is your family going? Lin Feng's family had just arrived downstairs, and the neighbors, who had already been paying a lot of attention to their building, immediately flooded up. A family dressed like that, going to a banquet? Little Wind, did the ad space really sell for $18 million? How many years is the contract? Windy, did you join the Thunder Club or not? Neighbors asked with a look of excitement and curiosity. Early this morning, many of them had just woken up and turned on the morning news, when they were shocked by the news headline: Lin Feng endorses the Huading Hotel. Endorsement fee as high as $18 million. The headline was shocking. Many people, who didn't even eat breakfast, gathered downstairs at Lin Feng early in the morning to talk about it. Really? Our family is going to look at houses in the inner city. Lin Feng smiled and said to his neighbors, there's nothing to hide about this. The neighbors have to know sooner or later. Really? Little Wind is really developed. What person living in the shoreline neighborhood wouldn't want to move to the inner city? That's what every family strives for. Night and day. It's not easy for them to be able to rent in the inner city, let alone buy a house directly in the inner city. 3 days ago, Yagu signed on to Polystar and moved away from the shoreline neighborhood, and they were envious for a long time, and at the same time, they also felt sad for Lin Feng. Where do you think? This is just how long ago. The original crowd in the eyes of the losers, but even ride the wave. Only senior year of high school endorsement ads, or as high as $18 million in endorsement fees. Who would have thought? Lin Feng, You can really refine the earth-ranking demon spirit? Someone asked curiously. This is a question that many of our neighbors want to know. If Lin Feng could really refine the earth-ranking demon spirit, there was no doubt that Lin Feng would become the most outstandingly talented and the most dazzling big star of the future since the history of the shoreline community. You'll see later. Lin Feng smiled and didn't answer positively, but showed a lot of confidence. Old my, your good times are coming. The neighbors looked envious. The old horse smiled slightly reservedly and said, borrow your advice. Soon, 1 by 1, 10 by 10, the people at home in the shoreline neighborhood received the news. They have walked downstairs. The originally narrow passageway was suddenly crowded. Good thing at this time Lin Feng and the others have already left. Otherwise I'm afraid that they really can't walk out of the neighborhood. It seems like we do have to move. Walking on the road, Lin Feng sighed a bit. The neighbors had never been more enthusiastic, and it even worried her a little. Brother, where are we going? Listen to the Wind Court. Lin Feng reached out and stopped a cab. Hearing Wind Court, the neighborhood where he lived in his last life. But that was 10 years later, when he became a 5th grade martial artist and took out a loan to buy a second-hand house. At that time, when he bought, the price of housing has been as high as 70,000 square feet, and now the neighborhood has just opened not long ago. Yesterday Lin Feng briefly checked. The price of housing should be in the 40,000 or so, compared to some of the names of the neighborhoods called Royal Dragon Lake, Empire Bay and so on. The name of listening to the Wind Court is very refreshing and literary. Although the neighborhood is in the heart of the inner city, the main focus is on a quiet, multi-green, landscaped neighborhood. Listening to the wind garden, meaning living in a small area. You can hear the sound of the breeze blowing when it's quiet. An hour and a half later, after paying the 312 yuan fare, Lin Feng's family stopped in front of a sales office, the sales center. When Lin Feng's family walked in, a sales lady came to entertain them. Why does this man look somewhat familiar? The sales lady first glanced at Lin Feng and felt that something looked familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere, but she couldn't remember. Hello, what floor plan would you like to see? The sales lady politely said, speaking while quietly surveying Lin Feng's family with unobtrusive eyes. With her eyesight, she could clearly tell that the family of 5 in front of her was not a rich family, which could be seen from what they were wearing. Although the clothes were new, they were all some cheap goods. Except for that teenager who was calm and relaxed, the rest of the people looked more or less nervous. Even the middle-aged man and woman who were supposed to be the parents, their gazes were looking at that teenager from time to time, as if he was in charge of everything. Strange family, the salesgirl said in her mind. And not far away, there were 2 12 or 13-year-old girls. They accompanied their parents to see the house, originally bored and playing with their cell phones. When Lin Feng's family came in, they gave a sharp jolt of excitement. Jing Xiaotian sat on the sofa in the sales department with a bored look on his face. Today is a rare weekend. She had already arranged to go to the park with her classmates. Where did she expect to be dragged by her family to see the house early in the morning? What's so great about this room? If you're still buying when you have 3 suites at home, you might as well go for a good meal. Sis, why don't we sneak away? Not far. Just stroll around the neighborhood. I'm getting hungry, and I don't know how long it'll take Mom and Dad and the others, Jing Xiaotian suggested to his sister beside him. The older sister, Jing Xiaosun, was 2 years older than her younger sister. She glanced at her sister lightly and said, Jing Xiaotian, be honest with me. Dad said that this house was bought for you as a dowry for your marriage. Who's going to get married? I'm not buying this place. I like the Dayungla set Dad bought you. Jing Xiaotian complained. She's only 12 years old. She's only in her 2nd year of junior high school, where she's going to get married. Think beautifully. That set of Imperial Cloud Pavilion was picked by myself. It was sold out long ago, Sister Jing Xiaosun said smugly. Dian Pavilion was a bit more upscale than Hearing Wind Court, so she was naturally unwilling to change. Jing Xiaotian grunted coldly, unable to see her sister's smugness, and could only sulk. So boring. Jing Xiaotian looked at his parents who were communicating with the sales lady not far away and could only sigh with resignation. What are you looking at, sis? Seeing that his sister had been swiping her cell phone, Jing Xiaotian asked curiously. Chatting with classmates, Jing Xiaoshuan said perfunctorily, then stopped paying attention to her sister. What's there to talk about with your classmates? Jing Xiaotian stretched his neck and probed. You wouldn't be chatting with a male classmate, would you? You're in love? Dad has warned you that you are not allowed to fall in love before you go to college. Who said anything about with the boys? Jing Xiaosun gave her sister a disdainful look. The male students in their class were childish as hell, not practicing properly, discussing games and getting girls every day. How could she like it, sis, and say it isn't? All the times people send you pictures of boys. Jing Xiaotian looked at his sister's cell phone as if he had discovered a secret and said with an excited face, Your boyfriend is quite handsome, but he looks cold and must have a bad temper, Jing Xiaotian commented as he watched. Jing Xiaotian originally thought that her sister would panic. Then she could take the opportunity to extort her sister for a sum of money, and also make a request to change the house. But she did not expect that Jing Xiaoshuan was very calm, and even looked at her with a disdainful face. He doesn't even know? Uncultured. How scary. After mocking her sister, Jing Xiaosun's expression was slightly amused. Is it famous? Let me see. Jing Xiaotian looked at it for a while. Something looked familiar, but he couldn't name it. Who is he? Sis? Lin Feng? You don't know? Oh, then I know. In the past 2 days, many people in our class have been talking about him. Jing Xiaotian finally remembered who this boy was. No wonder it looks somewhat familiar. Sis, he's not from your school. You know him? You have a crush on him? You want to be his girlfriend? But you're 2 years younger than him. Do you like the older type? And no, it's the older brother type, that's right. But he's so handsome. How could he look at you? In the face of her sister's chirpy chatter and blows, Jing Xiaosun felt like she was about to go crazy. Can you be quieter? Jing Xiaosun said with some gnashing of teeth. Of course she likes Lin Feng. Is that even a question? Only half of the girls in their class, or in their school, liked Lin Feng. Lin Feng is handsome. For the sake of his girlfriend, who grew up together as a childhood friend, in order to not let his girlfriend feel inferior, to get into the university with her, hard to suppress his cultivation. Absolute genius. Infatuated species. Poor guy betrayed by his girlfriend. This is the label on Lin Feng at this time. Even though it hadn't been established that Lin Feng had the talent to become a demonic spirit master, there were already many girls who longed to become Lin Feng's girlfriend, to hold him tightly in their arms and love him carefully. Not to mention that Lin Feng has only earned $18 million from endorsing commercials in his senior year of high school. Who wouldn't want such a good-looking, talented, loving and golden boyfriend? Jing Xiaotian grunted coldly and decided not to pay any more attention to his annoying sister. She gave mom and dad a look that didn't look like it was going to end that quickly. She sighed and collapsed on the couch in boredom, looking around in boredom. Does that boy look familiar? Jing Xiaotian sat up violently, blinking his eyes as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing, and rubbing his hands over his eyes a few more times. Sis, look. Jing Xiaotian hurriedly pulled his sister's hand. What for? Why are you so annoying? Sis, look. Lin Feng, your favorite senior Lin Feng. You're trying to trick me. I'm telling you this set. Jing Xiaosun just wanted to laugh at her sister, but before she could finish her sentence, following Jing Xiaosun's gaze, her body instantly stiffened. Hello sir, what do I call you? The sales lady asked Lin Feng. Twinwoods. It was clear that the strange family was dominated by the teenager's opinion. Hello Mr. Lin, what type of room are you planning to look at? Which building is the king of your side of the building? There was no research on houses Lin Feng, but for newly opened neighborhoods, the king of the building was definitely the best in the neighborhood. Building 1. The sales lady's spirit shook and she said without hesitation, as soon as you come in, you ask for the king of the building. That's the rhythm of big money. Look at the teenager. He's not dressed well, but he's got a great bottom. As a salesgirl, the ability to detect words and colors is the most basic ability. Whether a person is bluffing or not she can still tell. Then it's building 1, north to south. 4 rooms, 1 hall, 2 baths. 25 floors up and down. Lin Feng's request was very specific. Now the neighborhood is not the same as before. The price of real, no common area, and will not send more balcony or study. Before the neighborhood 40 floors are considered high, now 80-90 floors, and even 100 floors are everywhere. The 25th floor is not too high, not too low, good light, good air, and a good view. Okay, I'll see if there's a suitable house type. The sales lady smiled slightly, opened the thick stack of house type data charts she was holding in her arms, flipped through them, and quickly said, hello sir, the king of building 1 you want is a 4-family with 2 staircases. The one that meets your requirements is the 03 unit type. The 24th and 25th floors are sold out, and there are still 03 units on the 26th and 28th floors. How much per square foot for an 03 unit? Right at this moment, Lin Feng, who had been silent, finally opened her mouth and asked, Auntie hello? 1 building is the king of the building. 26 floors belong to the gold floor. Will be a little more expensive. 03 type is 146 square feet. A square 49,800, the sales lady said. So expensive. Lin Feng glanced at Old Ma and said with some surprise. Old Ma also frowned slightly, obviously feeling expensive as well. He can't afford a square foot on a year's salary. He turned his gaze to Lin Feng. The house still had to be decided by Lin Feng. Our neighborhood is all finely decorated, so the price is a little more expensive than a rough house, but it's definitely value for money. And after 3 months of opening, the good types are selling fast, the sales lady patiently explained. Why don't we just buy a 3-room, 1 bathroom, it's enough for Lele and I to live in one, Lin Koro suggested. She calculated that a square foot was nearly 146 square feet would cost 7.3 million. Lin Feng would have to keep 10 million. 8 million would only be enough to buy a set, and then she would have to buy furniture. In her opinion 146 square feet is too big. 5 times bigger than the house they live in now. Brother Feng, it's too expensive. I'll just buy a 2-room one for my set. Gao Hai also couldn't help but say. More than $7 million a suite scared him. After Gao Hai finished speaking, the sales lady gave him a strange look, puzzled in her mind. She had thought that the little fat man was part of this family, although it looked a little different. Listening to that, this teenager in front of him is going to buy him a house? What's coming? The sales lady said darkly, but the smart one didn't ask more questions. It's fine. You can also take out a loan. Just have the money to make up for it when the time comes. Lin Feng smiled, not caring. The house is naturally bigger and more comfortable, and big sister is so old that she needs her own space even when she is about to get married. He didn't have enough money now, but soon, the purple-winged spirit bugs could at least make a profit, and Lin Feng's initial estimate was that he could make at least a few tens of millions of dollars. The college entrance exam was also coming up in 3 months, so Lin Feng planned to run a good operation. After refining the nightmare, in 3 months' time, Lin Feng was certain that he had broken through to a martial artist. By then, the title of high school student will only be of interest to many schools. Why don't we go check out the floor plans first? The sales lady suggested. Then go to the 26th floor and take a look at apartment 03. Lin Feng nodded. Seeing her son agreeing, Lin Feng didn't say much. Only Gao Hai had a hesitant look on his face, as if he wanted to say something. Half an hour later, the family returned to the sales office. Obviously with that house, the family was happy, except for the price. Do the math for me. How much are the 2,603 and 2,803 sets and what are the deals? Lin Feng said to the sales lady. The sales girl's heart jumped. 2 sets? Brother Feng, I don't need to be that big. Gao Hai couldn't help but say. Not much money difference, Lin Feng said indifferently. The sales lady was shocked. Was this teenager giving away a house? You have to take out a loan yourself and you're still so bullheaded? Can't figure out. The sales lady forced to hold back the doubt in her heart. Slender fingers snapped the calculator. 26 floor 03 type calculated is 7,270,000. The 28th floor is the same. The full payment can be discounted by 9.6%. If it is a loan, the down payment is 5 layers. The 2 sets are also 7,270,000. After saying that, the sales lady looked at Lin Feng expectantly. How come there's no discount on the loan? Old Ma asked. Uncle, this king of building is not for sale. The company stipulates that there is no discount for loans, the sales lady said. Let's buy 2 sets at once. Without a discount we'll look at other neighborhoods. Lin Feng also couldn't help but say. The sales lady smiled helplessly and bitterly. She naturally wanted to sell out. Not that she didn't discount, but the company's rules, and the king of the building really didn't worry about selling. She looked towards Lin Feng. She knew that this family was headed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't react. Although he didn't care about this amount of money, he didn't say much. If he could really save some of it, it would be happy for his mother and the old horse, and would be an accomplished thing. While he has the power to change his family's lives, he will be mindful of their feelings. Alright, I'll go find the supervisor and ask. Please wait. The salesgirl got up, but not long afterward, she returned on her own, helplessly saying, I'm sorry, I genuinely can't get a discount. The supervisor didn't pay much attention to her at all and gave 3 words. No less. Then we don't want it. Lin Feng looks a little angry. I've said I'll buy 2 sets, but I won't give a discount. So I'll give a little discount to make them feel better. And that supervisor is not far away. It doesn't look busy. Even if it can't be cheaper, it doesn't come over to explain, which is the reason for doing business. Lin Feng stood up to leave. In her experience of buying things, when customers were leaving, merchants would more or less lower their prices. Then look again. Lin Feng also got up. His mother had said so naturally he wouldn't directly refute it. Hearing Wind Court was nice, and he liked the environment of the neighborhood, but there were better neighborhoods in the inner city, and he was just a little nostalgic from living here in his last life. Hey, there's genuinely no way around it. The suite is really nice and, the sales lady has been explaining again, making a last-ditch effort. Listening to the Wind Garden, this house is not worried about selling, but the sales lady has more than 10. She cannot bill every day, not to mention it's 2 sets together, so it's a shame to lose them. just as Lin Feng and the others got up and prepared to leave. Not far away, Jing Xiaotian and Jing Xiaoshuan hurriedly stood up. They had been waiting for a long time, but when they saw that Lin Feng was still talking to the salesgirl, they knew how to be polite and didn't interrupt. When they saw that Lin Feng was about to leave, the two sisters hurriedly jogged and appeared in front of Lin Feng. Jing Xiaosun was first. She put her hands together in front of her chest, excited and thrilled and a little uneasy, and said to Lin Feng, "Hello, I'm your fan. Can I take a picture with you?" The young girl who suddenly appeared in front of him made Lin Feng stop in his tracks. Teenage girl looks to be 13 or 14 years old or so. The word is not high, just 1.5 meters or so. Looks in the middle. Is not very pretty. Belongs to the pure and lovely type. But it can be seen that the family has a good situation. A black fashion suit. Dress up very well. At this moment, the young girl opened her big watery eyes and looked at him with a face of excitement and anticipation. "Yes, you're still the first fan to ask me for a photo," Lin Feng replied with a smile. Whether it was in this life or a previous one, this was the first time someone had approached him for a photo, and it was kind of monumental. "Really? I'm so lucky." Jing Xiaosun let out a surprised sound and hurriedly turned around to hand her sister her own cell phone. "Jing Xiaotian, take a picture of us." "Aha!" Jing Xiaotian nodded her head repeatedly. Naturally she wouldn't be such a good girl. They had discussed taking pictures of each other long before. She wasn't actually a fan of Lin Feng and didn't pay attention to him. Otherwise she wouldn't have been able to recognize him by looking at the photo. But today she took a closer look and she realized that Lin Feng was indeed very handsome. That kind of handsome. Not the kind of creamy handsome, but a kind of temperament. To the temperament, that kind of indifference with a hint of calmness in the temperament is particularly attractive. Is it any wonder my sister likes her? Jing Xiaotian muttered in his mind. She decided that she would join Lin Feng's fans. What's going on here? The sales lady was confused. At this time Jing Xiaosun stood beside Lin Feng, although there was no physical contact, but leaned very close. The expression on her face was happy and at the same time there was also a hint of shyness. Her face was slightly red. A look of seeing an idol could not help it. This teenager is a star? Why else would a fan ask for a photo? "Sis, it's my turn. It's my turn." After taking pictures of his sister, Jing Xiaotian said in a hurry. Jing Xiaosun blanked her sister with a look. She had wanted to pose a few more times. However, in front of her idol, Jing Xiaosun felt that she had to behave like a lady. She smiled faintly at Lin Feng and said thank you. "You're welcome." Lin Feng also smiled. This little girl was quite polite. After Jing Xiaotian handed her cell phone to her sister, she also smiled faintly at Lin Feng. Her lively and cheerful character was obviously much bolder than her sister. She pulled Lin Feng's arm with her left hand and posed with her right hand in a scissor pose. Her face was overflowing with happiness. "How dare you hold hands when I didn't even hold hands?" Jing Xiaosun found his hands holding the phone some slight trembling. Hate the teeth itchy at the same time also some regret. Had I known just now I also? Just as the two siblings were taking pictures, not far away, a middle-aged man in his 40s was looking at them. His face a bit ugly. "Good for you Jing Xiaotian, even holding hands." The middle-aged man was none other than Jing Xiaotian's father, Jing Chang, who wasn't by his daughter's side but kept his eyes on her at all times. Jing Xiaosun's actions of taking pictures with Lin Feng were quickly noticed by him. The look of shyness and joy on his eldest daughter's face made his heart a little sour, where there was no mood to continue signing the contract. Due to being obscured by the silhouette, Jing Chang couldn't see the exact appearance of the teenager, but he could guess that the teenager should be a little bit famous, and the daughter wasn't in love. She was just chasing after a star. It's just star chasing. What little girl doesn't chase nowadays? Don't worry about it. Jing Chang soothed himself. But after this, the move of his youngest daughter Jing Xiaotian holding hands completely angers Jing Chang as her father. Daughter is the father's little cotton jacket. But unfortunately his too little cotton jacket the more he grows up the more unflattering. Usually hugging are reluctant. Do not like to stay with him? With the words of their sisters too is a generation gap. There's a generation gap with your father, but not with your handsome little brother? Jing Chang's constipated face caught the attention of his wife and the sales lady beside him, and following his gaze, they also saw the two sisters. "I'll be right back," Jing Chang said, quickening his pace towards his daughters. He had to take a good look at who that little boy was that dared to seduce his precious daughter in front of him. The wife and the salesgirl looked at each other, both feeling a little funny. It was normal for little girls to chase after stars, and they didn't care, but they also got up and followed Jing Chang, wanting to check out the action as well. Jing Chang walked aggressively towards the two sisters and soon arrived in front of them. "Jing Xiaotian, you," he was just about to tell Jing Xiaotian to put his hands down, but when he saw the teenager's appearance, he swallowed his words back hard. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Jing Xiaotian was startled by the sudden appearance of his father, and hurriedly lowered his small hand. Her father usually loved her and never scolded her, so she wasn't afraid of him. She was worried about losing face in front of her idol. Just when she thought her father would rebuke her, she saw Jing Chang's original angry expression turn into surprise, as fast as if he had changed his face, and his tone became softer. Taking a picture is slow. Just change it when you're done. Kaoru, take a picture of me and Lin Feng's classmates as well. As the ultimate fan of fighting competitions, Jing Chang's favorite place to go on weekdays is the Budokan. Even though he's only a System 7 Dan, fighting is not exclusive to martial artists. It is a sport that has taken the country by storm. Therefore, how could he not recognize the most popular in front of him? South Yichou North Lin Feng teenager. Especially since Lin Feng had just recently endorsed up to $18 million in advertisements. This heat even had the tendency to overpower Yichou. Because of the post on the martial artists forum, he had purposely gone to the Thunder Martial Arts Dojo to watch Lin Feng challenge martial artists. And Lin Feng's fighting talent and the way he fought like a raging storm made his blood boil. Naturally, he became a fan of Lin Feng. 45-year-old middle-aged, plus-sized fan. Dad, you, the two sisters, Jing Shaosun, were in a state of speechlessness. They thought they would be reprimanded by their father. How could they not imagine that their father would want to take pictures as well? Mr. Lin Feng, I'm a fan of yours. Can we take a picture together? Jing Chang said with a sincere face. Where was the imposing look he had just now? Sure, that's very kind of you. Kaoru, take a handsome picture of Daddy. After Jing Chang finished speaking, he hurriedly struck what he thought was a handsome pose with a bright smile on his face. That look made the sales lady on the side look shocked. Could it be that he really had eyes that couldn't recognize the big star in front of him? A star who straddles the two classes of teenage girls and 40-something older men. That's a lot of fame, isn't it? His name is Lin Feng? That's the name. Right. South Yichou and North Lin Feng. Is that Lin Feng? It wasn't until this time that the sales lady realized who the teenager in front of her was. Actually, it wasn't her fault, although Lin Feng had been on the TV news in Zhangchang, but after all, it had only been these 2 days, and many people couldn't clearly remember him in their minds even though they had seen him. Little Wind has really become a big star. Even Lin Feng and the others on the side were shocked. It wasn't until then that they really realized that Lin Feng was really different. In the sales hall, the Jing Xiaotian sisters moved to take a photo with Lin Feng attracted the attention of some people, but they didn't take it too seriously. Thought it was just a little girl seeing a cute guy for a picture. But now even a middle-aged man in his 40s, who appeared to be a successful man, was excited to take a picture with that teenager, and the 20 or so people who were originally looking at the property in the sales department, and more than a dozen sales ladies, including 2 sweeping staff members, were all attracted over. Is it some big star? How come you don't recognize it? I know. He's the Lin Feng who endorsed the Huading Hotel. Lin Feng who's going to refine the earth-ranking demon spirits? The strongest high school student? Lin Feng of South Yichou and North Lin Feng? Take a picture and send it to your friends. Everyone get out of the way. Mom, you'll take a picture of me with my cell phone later. I heard that Lin Feng is going to be signed by Thunder. It's still an S-class contract. He's going to be a professional player soon. Taking a picture with him, my class will be envious. After discovering Lin Feng's identity, the crowd of onlookers was a little agitated. There were a number of fans who looked excited and thrilled, coming forward to seek photos and autographs. Of course there were many people who weren't Lin Feng's fans, but they were infected by this emotion. It was such a rare thing to be able to take a picture with a future professional glory player, and in order to show off in front of their friends, they weren't willing to be left behind, and the scene was a bit chaotic for a while. Okay, take your time. Everyone don't crowd, Lin Feng shouted. Even he himself didn't think that he was that popular. In fact, Lin Feng himself did not realize that when he endorsed Huading, with an endorsement fee of 18 million, he was already considered a star. After all, only celebrities are allowed to endorse advertisements, and this is one thing that everyone recognizes. The scene was chaotic, and in the end it was only through the efforts of the 5 strong security guards in the neighborhood that the crowd of onlookers lined up in an orderly fashion, and one by one they took turns to go up and sign autographs and take pictures with Lin Feng. Lin Feng, are you planning to buy Hearing Wind Court too? A fan asked curiously. He was originally a little hesitant to buy Hearing Wind Court. After all, there are also 2 newly opened neighborhoods around it. The location and environment are very good, but if Lin Feng buys it, he buys it. Even the big stars were ready to buy this place, so what was he hesitating for? No, I'm going to take a look around, Lin Feng said. Oh, then I won't buy it either. I'll take another look at it too. The male fan nodded as well. Upon hearing this, many people who were ready to buy a house began to hesitate. Is there something wrong with the neighborhood if Lin Feng doesn't buy it? Or do you think it's not worth it? House prices too expensive? Or is another neighborhood better? That's right, buying a house is a big life event after all. and it's always good to see more. Knowing that Lin Feng has $18 million in endorsement fees, it is impossible to not be able to afford hearing Wind Court, and outside the crowd, hearing the conversation between Lin Feng and the fans, the supervisor and manager of the neighborhood sales department looked ugly. Then since Lin Feng came to the sales department, why didn't he buy a neighborhood house? The manager asked to the sales supervisor with a harsh tone. With so much commotion in the sales center, he naturally noticed. However, it did not occur to them that because of Lin Feng's words, many of the customers who were originally prepared to purchase the neighborhood had the intention of abandoning their purchases. Listening to the Wind Court neighborhood is naturally not worried about selling, but the opening 3 months only sold about 1/3. For the developer, naturally, the faster the better to sell, and a good reputation is especially important for a neighborhood. With Lin Feng's current hotness, I'm afraid that there wasn't any star in Jiangcheng that could be compared to him. If the reputation of the neighborhood is affected because Lin Feng is unwilling to buy, then the price of the house, although not falling, but it is likely to affect the speed of sales. After all, the surrounding neighborhoods that sell well are not just the Hearing Wind Court, a neighborhood. I was organizing the information within the office earlier, and Shali said that someone was buying the 03 unit type of the king of the building and wanted a loan hoping for a discount. I didn't agree. The sales supervisor blushed a little and explained. In fact, she wasn't in the office at the time, but in the lobby. She just didn't recognize Lin Feng. If she recognized it, she naturally couldn't discount it at all. The manager wanted to lose his temper, but held it back. He also knew that he couldn't blame the sales supervisor. After all, that was the rule. After all the fans had taken pictures and signed autographs, Lin Feng finally let out a slight sigh of relief. At this time the fans' onlookers have not dispersed, still continue to take pictures and shoot small videos to send friends. So tired, Lin Feng secretly sighed. Being a star genuinely isn't easy, and you have to try to maintain a smile in the face of passionate fans, even if your emotions are a little irritated. For Lin Feng, he is not even not worried about the fans off. For the title of star he does not care. Just see each other so enthusiastic and excited. He is not willing to treat it indifferently and splash cool water. In all likelihood, one small move on his part will affect the other person's mood for the rest of the day. Go! Lin Feng waved his hand at his family not far away. This delay had already been half an hour and it was almost time for lunch. Seeing Lin Feng's family walk out of the sales department, the customers who had originally stopped at the sales department hesitated for a moment and all followed in his footsteps. Mr. Chen, aren't you ready to sign the contract? Ms. Li, aren't you sure? There were many sales ladies who rushed to catch up and asked, but the reply they got was that they were ready to take a look again and were in no hurry. Obviously, they were all hesitant because Lin Feng didn't buy it and were ready to give it more thought. The sales manager couldn't stay at this time. He didn't care about these few customers. If they didn't buy it, others would naturally buy it. What he was afraid of was that the news that Lin Feng didn't buy it would get out and affect the reputation of the neighborhood. He even noticed that a reporter had already appeared on the sales floor. Mr. Lin Feng, please wait. The sales manager hurriedly ran fast to catch up with Lin Feng. He came in front of him and eagerly said, "The price is negotiable. Can we go to the office to talk?" "What's there to talk about? Such an expensive house. We're ready to buy 2 sets. You guys don't even offer a discount." "No more." Lin Feng was the first to speak. At this point, she had realized that her son was a star, and this kind of bargaining shouldn't be said by Lin Feng. "Discount. Definitely discount," the sales manager said in a hurry. The crowd around him was reluctant to disperse at this point. The stares were stressing him out. Seeing the manager agree to a discount, Lin Feng was surprised in her eyes, but she still calmly asked, "Then how many discounts?" 70% off. "Give you 70% off, do you think that's okay?" Lin Feng and the old horse looked at each other, are a little surprised, was also prepared to make a 90% discount on the good. Now 70% discount. That flat out saved more than 4 million. It's literally money for nothing. If you don't want it anymore, you can turn around and sell it for over $4 million. Forget it, we're going to take a look at another neighborhood before we go. One more option. Old Ma shook his head and said. It was also not until just now that he realized that Lin Feng had really become a star and had many fans. As a small clerk in a government department, Lama naturally knows clearly the reason why the sales manager in front of him discounted the price, which is nothing more than the fear that Lin Feng will not buy it and affect the reputation. And if Lin Feng bought it, with Lin Feng's current hotness, it would be equivalent to free advertising for listening to the Wind Court. With a 70% discount, that's more than SGD 4 million, which isn't much, bearing in mind that Lin Feng is now endorsing advertisements for as much as SGD 18 million. So 50% off. Is 50% off okay? The sales manager wiped the sweat from his head. Better look again. Old Ma forced himself to hold back the excitement in his heart, pretended to hesitate for a moment, and still refused. More to see? It's 50% off. It's like getting a house for free. So what are you looking at? The sales manager had a tearful look on his face. The 50% discount had exceeded his authority, but if he let Lin Feng run away, he knew that he would end up miserable. Wait for me a moment. I'll make a call. Please be sure to wait for me. Be back soon, the sales manager said as he walked to a corner, took out his cell phone and made a call. 2 minutes later, he trotted back and said to Old Ma, the leaders of our company appreciate Mr. Lin Feng, so we're giving you a 30% discount and a full exemption from the deed tax. Old Ma sniffed, and the surprise in his eyes could no longer be hidden. With a 30% discount, 2 houses are the equivalent of $10 million cheaper, not to mention the deed tax is completely free. Now even paying full price it's only $4 million or so. Old Ma glanced towards Lin Feng, who smiled and nodded his head before Old Ma said, that's too much to thank. We want 2,603 and 2803 of building 1. Great. Gao Hai clenched his fists on the side, looking excited. Lin Feng was going to buy him a house worth more than $7 million. Although he was touched and Lin Feng didn't care, it was really stressful for him. And now with a 30% discount and a set reduced to $2 million, he was instantly much more relaxed. Okay then, let's sign the contract. The sales manager, like Gao Hai, had been lifting his heart and finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that Lin Feng really has that much appeal with millions and millions of fans. If it was Yi Chou, he would be willing to give it away for nothing. And although Lin Feng could not be compared to Yi Chou, at this time he was on the cusp of public opinion. The topic was too high, and just happened to appear in the Hearing Wind Court neighborhood, and was also recognized by the fans, and no one dared to guarantee that the reporters would not write nonsense. Will there be an impact on the neighborhood when the time comes? For $10 million, the developer wasn't prepared to take that risk. Good thing it's in 03 household. It would be a real loss if it was a 256 square feet model 02. As for the loss of $10 million, it would be considered as advertising. After all, Lin Feng now one advertisement costs $18 million. $10 million is not a loss. At this time, the sales manager so comforted himself. He did not know. Lin Feng $18 million endorsement fee is a lifetime endorsement. Otherwise I'm afraid not so generous. And after hearing that Lin Feng had bought 2 suites and got a 30% discount, the onlookers on the sidelines looked envious, but they didn't ask the sales manager to give them a discount as well. They knew that envy couldn't come. With Lin Feng signing the contract, the customers who were ready to leave and take another look also walked back into the sales department, which made the sales manager feel a bit better. Dad, I want building 1. Around the 25th floor, Jing Xiaotian said to his dad. Jing Chang walked towards the sales lady while teasing his daughter. Didn't you not want to buy this place this morning? That was in the morning. Now I want it, Jing Xiaotian said rightfully. Fine, you decide on your dowry. Jing Chan laughed. Even if his daughter didn't say anything, he would have bought it in the first building. Lin Feng is only going to become a glorified big star in the future. As a neighbor, this relationship is a huge network. Even if you don't want it in the future, there is no worry at all about selling it, and you can only make a small profit. There were a few people who had the same idea as him, and many people who originally thought that the king of the building was too expensive also started to ask for quotations from the salesgirls, and one of them even made a reservation directly. Dad, you're so sweet. Seeing her father agreeing, Jing Xiaotian was all jumpy. Just then, her sister Jing Xiaoshuan came to her with a pleasing face. Sister, can I discuss something with you? Don't you want the Imperial Cloud Pavilion? Sister will trade with you. In the face of her sister's currying favor, Jing Xiaotian was that pleased at this time. At this time, she had a haughty face and faintly spat out 3 words. Thinking about it. Hospitality room. Lin Feng used his cell phone to transfer $4.36 million to the designated account of the sales lady, and then got the 2 contracts. A 4-bedroom, 1 bath, 146 square foot home originally priced at $7.27 million is now priced at $2.18 million, which is a steep discount. At this moment, Old Ma and Lin Feng had a satisfied smile on their faces. Although they knew that the sales manager had given the discount because of Lin Feng's fame, they had negotiated such a low discount, and both of them felt a sense of accomplishment. Mr. Lin Feng, you can just sign your name here. The sales manager personally stepped in to entertain. Thanks. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude and handed one of the contracts to Gao Hai. Gao Hai's hands were still slightly trembling when he took the contract. Sign your name and a 146 square foot house in the inner city is yours. A lifelong dream just came true so easily? At this moment, Gao Hai thought of his younger brother who was as fat as he was, and his mom and dad who were working hard in the factory. If they knew about it, They would only be so happy that they would faint. Takumi can't wait to tell his family the news. I can't believe I'm really giving it away. The sales manager was surprised in his heart. The salesgirl who had received Lin Feng earlier had told him about it, and he was still a bit unconvinced. Sure enough, it's a supreme genius. Although only 16 years old, a house worth over $7 million is casually given away. The sales manager exclaimed. Mr. Lin Feng, if you'll excuse me, I'll be back later. The sales manager gave a wink to the sales supervisor at the side. He felt he needed to bring this news to the attention of his leaders. To be able to give away a set of houses to just anyone, this proved that Lin Feng didn't care about the 7 million or so. To be able to have this kind of backbone, I'm just afraid that the news of Lin Feng being able to refine the Earth-ranking demon spirit doesn't seem to be a fake. A supreme genius who could refine an Earth-ranking demon spirit. I'm only afraid that his leader would have to flatter him. Because it was a full payment, Lin Feng and Gao Hai quickly finished the formalities and each of them got a key. Brother, I want to see the house again. As soon as the keys arrived, Ma Lele said excitedly. That's what Lin Feng and the others thought, although I have just seen it. But before it was led by the sales lady, walking around, not enough to see carefully, and now the key is in hand, but also to buy furniture, naturally have to take a closer look. I'll leave it to you then. Lin Feng handed the key to his sister. Just as Lin Feng's family was about to leave the reception room, the sales manager happened to come back, and as soon as he did, he smiled and said, Lin Feng student, our leadership, in order to thank you for choosing our Hearing Wind Court neighborhood, has specially assigned me to pick out and purchase furniture for you, and the cost will be reimbursed by our company. He had just called the head of the company and gave his guess, and for a teenager who has the potential to become a glorified big star in the future, even his leader can't be ignored, and besides, it's all been spent nearly $10 million, so it's not bad for the millions of dollars in furniture costs. If you can make a good connection as a result, you definitely won't lose out. And furniture? The old horse felt like the world had changed overnight. Thanks then. Lin Feng nodded and didn't care too much. Mr. Lin Feng, can we take a picture together? The sales manager asked. The other party is giving away housing and furniture. There must be something. Lin Feng naturally no, so he did not refuse. All right. Led by the sales manager, Lin Feng and Gao Hai left a photo outside the sales center with the keys in their hands and the sales manager and more than 20 sales ladies. And this seemingly ordinary photo soon caused a furor in the Martial Artist Forum. Martial Artist Forum Jiangqing District. When Lin Feng bought a house and listening to the Wind Garden photo appeared in the high school, students violently beat the martial artist post-comment area, quickly ignited the passion of netizens. Just as yesterday's friends were still questioning Lin Feng's inability to become a demon spiritist, it was revealed in the early hours of the morning that Lin Feng had already signed a contract in photo with Huading, with an endorsement fee of $18 million. Even so, many people questioned the authenticity of its message, believing it to be Lin Feng's self-hype. But this high noon, Lin Feng bought a house in Hearing Wind Court. There's no way to fake this. There are a lot of people who saw it with their own eyes. Crap. Hearing Wind Court has a unit price of $45,000 per square foot. This Lin Feng is really endorsing Huading. I heard that Lin Feng bought the houses at a 30% discount and bought 2 sets at once. 30% off. So generous? Making tens of millions of dollars for nothing. This star money is as good as picked up. This face hit really slap. Yesterday I also and others taunted him to sell no advertising space. People direct endorsement fee as high as 18 million. Today also made tens of millions of dollars for nothing. The face of my face are hit dumb. The netizens in the comments section frantically swiped their comments. Didn't you guys notice that fat guy beside Lin Feng? There were some netizens who noticed Takumi's figure. The fat man who looked like a big-headed doll stood beside Lin Feng with a big smile, also holding a flurry of keys in his hand. That's Lin Feng's deskmate. They grew up together and also live in the Shoreline neighborhood. A net name I'm Lin Feng's big brother broke the news. This revelation was quickly corroborated. There were also many netizens who went on to reveal photos of the two tablemates, in which the two appeared to be still very green, and should have been taken a few years ago. Another photo was of Lin Feng and Gao Hai being mobbed by neighbors in the Shoreline neighborhood today, so the internet went crazy. Crap, is Lin Feng buying a house for his neighbor? So bullish. I want a good deskmate like that, too. I just have to ask, are the two of them in a gay relationship? The news that Lin Feng had not only bought a house for himself, but even bought a house for his own cohort, was even more shocking than the fact that Lin Feng had defeated a martial artist. At this moment, the netizens' doubts about Lin Feng unknowingly disappeared a lot. If Lin Feng really didn't have a soul cultivation talent, this hard-won 18 million would have been spent sparingly, which would have been so generous. A house worth several $1 million said to give away. This is only afraid of billionaires do not have this bottom. Just as the internet was buzzing, the Pride Pro League released its latest rookie list. Glory Rookie List. a list created by the Glory Pro League. The list selects teenage girls aged 20 and below, and announces the most authoritative rookie list based on a comprehensive assessment of talent and fighting ability, and future development potential. This is the list that many clubs pay the most attention to, and many clubs refer to it if they are signing and picking players. There was no doubt that everyone who made it to the rookie list was a genius, a future star player of the Glory League. The Glory rookie list was updated once a month, and this time, Zhangcheng had 3 people quit the list and 9 newcomers on the list, which included Yi Qiu. There are 288 spots on the Pride rookie list. Yi Qiu was ranked 19th, and no one questioned this ranking. With Yi Qiu's martial arts talent and the 46th ranked Thorn Demon Dragon on the Earth ranking, he was destined to have an unlimited future. This ranking wasn't that high, and in the future, when he went to college and participated in the Glory League, he was only afraid that the ranking would be increased. What really surprised netizens was that Lin Feng also appeared on the list, airborne in 233rd place. Although Lin Feng's ranking was not high, it was enough for netizens to be surprised. It was important to know that Lin Feng was only a senior in high school. Many people on this list were only on the list in their 2nd or 3rd year of high school, and Lin Feng was still the only one on the list who hadn't refined a demonic spirit. The fact that he could be ranked on the Glory rookie list without refining demon spirits was enough to see how amazing his battle talent was. The rookie list's analytical comments on Lin Feng made the netizens' blood boil, only to see that the comment wrote that the combat talent is far more than the same age. Rare in life. Only 16 years old. Body refining 36 styles can reach 21 styles. Rare in life. The body has a perverted control ability. If you can refine the senior demonic spirit, the list of the top 10 will have a place. The use of 2 lifetime rarities shows the importance the list attaches to Lin Feng. And Lin Feng's 36 styles of body refinement could even reach 21? It took all the internet by surprise. The 36 styles of body refinement was the foundation of martial arts. Anyone would know it, but to be able to do the 21 styles, one would only have to have reached the 4th grade of martial arts to be able to do it. And Lin Feng could reach the level of a 4th grade martial artist at the 8th stage of physical cultivation? It's unbelievable. And if it weren't for the fact that we know how authoritative the rookie list is, the netizens would have to go straight to the foul language. No wonder Lin Feng said that he was hiding his talent. The 36 styles of body refinement could reach 21 styles. It was hard to not be fast in cultivation. The rookie list was even saying outright that if Lin Feng could refine high-level demonic spirits, he would even rank in the top 10 of the list. In other words, if Lin Feng could refine high-level demonic spirits, at that time, Lin Feng's potential would even far exceed Yi Qiu's. The netizens went completely crazy. Not just the Jiangcheng district, but even the entire martial artist forum. And Chao Fu of Huating smiled. His restaurant was full by high noon. The directors of Hearing Wind Court also smiled. This moment as Lin Feng exploded all over the internet. Their neighborhood was also famous in Jiangcheng. The Glory Professional League, on its own official website, announced the latest edition of the Glory Rookie List, and the instant the list was announced, it attracted a great deal of attention and discussion nationwide. Every new genius added to the list was the center of everyone's hot debate. Yi Qiu, who entered the rookie list for the first time and was airborne at number 19, was undoubtedly the most dazzling talent on the list this time around. It put River City on the national map for once. In addition to Yi Qiu, Lin Feng, who was ranked 233rd but had not yet refined his demonic spirit, was not too hot either. If Yi Qiu was the most dazzling genius in the list, then Lin Feng was the most special existence in the list. Not long after the Glory Rookie ranking was announced, in the mid-air of the hanging city of Jiangcheng, the diamond-shaped shell of the blue moon, which was 138 meters high, fluorescently flickered, and 9 pillars of deep blue light descended from the sky, and one of them shrouded Lin Feng and rotated continuously. This huge commotion instantly attracted the attention and sensation of the crowd. Oh my god! It's Blue Moon Guardian! Lin Feng has entered the Glory Rookie ranking. With those 9 beams of light falling from the sky, the city was in the midst of boiling for a while. Boo! Splat! A number of moving vehicles made crashing noises. At Hearing Wind Court, the crowd of onlookers looked at the figure enveloped by the blue light pillar, shock and envy showing in their eyes. What an amazing power! As the light pillar shroud dispersed, Lin Feng waved his hand, but he couldn't grab anything. But he could clearly feel that within him, there was an additional mysterious force. The force hovered over his chest, emitting a cool aura. This force didn't have any power, but because of this force, Lin Feng vaguely felt connected to a certain thing. Blue moon. Looking up at the blue moon floating in mid-air, a brilliant light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. In the past few days, in addition to advertising fees for making such a big fuss on the martial arts forums, Lin Feng's aim was to enter the Glory Rookie ranking. He knew that from this moment on, he was under the protection of the blue moon artifact at all times, except in the other world or in the wilderness. The mysterious power in his chest was the power of the blue moon. If he was in danger, the blue moon would be the first to sense it. Every genius who entered the Glory Rookie ranking would be protected by the base city guardian artifact, as long as he was within the blue moon's coverage area. No power would dare to blatantly target him. Brother Feng, you've entered the 233rd position of the Glory Rookie ranking. Gao Hai looked at his cell phone and said in surprise. 3 days ago, he was worried about Mo Sun's threats, but now, even if Lin Feng stood in front of Mo Sun, the latter wouldn't dare to directly threaten Lin Feng, let alone besiege him. This is the deterrent of the Blue Moon Guardian. There were 300,000 people in Zhang Xine, and apart from Lin Feng, none of them had Blue Moon Guardian qualifications. Lin Feng and the others were also excited, even more so than yesterday when Lin Feng came home and told them that he had gotten $18 million in endorsement fees. Ah, the honorary rookie list. There are more than 30 million young people under the age of 20 in Jiangcheng, but only 20 of them make this list, a 1 in 10 million chance. Although the Glory Rookie list was updated once a month, and no one could guarantee that the next time, Lin Feng would still be on the list, but to be in the rookie list once was already enough glory. Entering the Glory Rookie ranking, Lin Feng might even be able to directly special recruit into the 9 United Schools without having to take the college entrance exam. The shock lasted for a while before everyone reacted. At this moment, the gazes they were looking at Lin Feng were all characterized by a kind of worship and envy. At this moment, in the surroundings of Hearing Wind Garden, there were quite a few pedestrians who saw the blue light pillar were quickly rushing here. Mom, you guys go furniture shopping? This card is for you. I have an appointment with Hua Ting to go shoot a commercial today. Seeing that the crowd had a tendency to get bigger and bigger, Lin Feng handed his mother a card and then said to Gao Hai, you go too. Pick what style of furniture you want. Aha, Takumi nodded. Student Lin Feng, I'll make the arrangements. Don't worry, the sales manager said in a hurry. Just a moment ago, the guardian pillar of light that fell from the sky appeared right in front of him, and that mind-blowing shock was something he still hadn't recovered from now. Lin Feng didn't say much and quickly ran away from the neighborhood. If I had been any later, I would have had to sign autographs and take pictures again. Outside the district, Lin Feng took out his cell phone to take a look at the chat message. The place where he and Zhou Fu had an appointment was an advertising company called Xinchuang, and when he looked at the map, it wasn't far away from listening to the wind court, 8 kilometers away. Casually stopping a cab and saying the address, the car didn't drive far before Lin Feng received a phone call that was not labeled with a name. Hello, Lin Feng said. On the other end of the phone, there was a familiar voice. Hello Lin Feng. I'm Jiang Jun from Plucked Wind. Remember me? Remember. What's up? Lin Feng asked, but he more or less already had an answer in his mind. Student Lin Feng, it's like this, although you haven't refined your demonic spirit yet, but after our Plucked Wind Club's research, we feel that you're a good fit for our Plucked Wind battle team. We're willing to give you an A-ranked contract first, a 10-year contract of SGD 1.2 billion, with a 3/7 tier split. Saying this, Jiang Jun's voice paused for a moment, and then said as long as you sign up for wind picking, we will immediately help you look for the earthless demon spirit that you want, at all costs, and as long as you succeed in refining it, the contract will automatically be upgraded to an S-ranked contract, with the treatment being $4 billion for 10 years. And an 82 tier. Aha. Lin Feng hummed and hesitated to answer. $4 billion for 10 years, or 400 million a year. This treatment was 1 billion more than what Thunder had given Yiqiu at the time. It had to be said that the treatment given by Plucked Wind was very sincere. Lin Feng didn't realize that picking wind was extremely desperate for an all-star player, and that was precisely why such a high contract was offered. Lin Feng was heartened. There's no doubt about it. As long as he joins Plucked Wind, in the next 10 years, he will be given key training by the Plucked Wind Club. But sadly, he couldn't say yes. Because of the glorious rookie ranking, the public skepticism towards him disappeared a lot, and the winds began to shift, with many people beginning to recognize him as a genius. But Lin Feng is self-aware, and he knows that he's actually a waterboy. He did not have the talent to become a demonic spirit master, but with his secret skill, soul spirit transformation and sealing evil seal, he captured a nightmare that was on the list of rare and exotic beasts. After refining the nightmare, he would have demonic martial talent, but because of the existence of the nightmare and the limitations of his own soul power, it would be difficult for him to refine a second demonic spirit. Just because Yiqiu could, it didn't mean he could do the same. His soul power talent was too poor, and even though he had forcibly refined the second demonic spirit by virtue of a large amount of resources, it was not of a high grade. Lin Feng guessed that the second demonic spirit he could refine was probably a low-level demonic spirit. Lin Feng already had his own ideas and plans for the second demon spirit. His second demonic spirit would be so special that it could even be called a wasted demonic spirit in everyone's eyes. And that's exactly why he can't join the club. At least, not this time to join the club. The wind-picking club intended to train him as an all-star player, and if they really found the earth-ranking demon spirit that he had said before, and he was unable to refine it at that time, all the lies would fall apart. He will also be knocked straight from heaven to hell. Mr. Lin Feng, if there are any other conditions you can put forward? On the other end of the phone, Jiang Jun, who had originally thought that this matter was a sure thing, was waiting for Lin Feng's answer, and his tone began to get a little anxious. Yesterday, after being rejected by Lin Feng, he wasn't annoyed, and after briefly exchanging pleasantries with Elder Jiang and Zhan Ling, he excused himself and left. On the way back to the branch, he immediately contacted his leader, Vice Minister Chen, who was currently in charge of contracting at the Plucked Wind Club, through his cell phone, in the hope that he could first sign Lin Feng up with an A-level contract. However, Minister Chen did not pay much attention to his views and speculations at that time. With regards to Lin Feng, Minister Chen had more or less heard about it. He had also seen the video of Lin Feng storming a martial artist. That superb fighting talent really surprised him, coupled with the 36 styles of body refining. There was no doubt about Lin Feng's talent in martial arts, but like many netizens, he thought Lin Feng was bluffing. He didn't believe that a poor boy who lived in a shoreline neighborhood would give up the earthless treading cloud beast. In his opinion, Lin Feng was just trying to make a fortune in advertising and didn't actually have the talent to become a demon spiritist. Even if there was, it was absolutely impossible to be able to refine an earth-ranking demon spirit. It wasn't until 2 a.m. that the news about Lin Feng endorsing Hua Ting on the martial arts forums came through, and Jiang Jun called again. That Minister Chen took it seriously and uploaded it to the board of directors. At 3 a.m., Jiang Jun and the club's two deputy ministers, the team's coach, and the team manager, had an hour-long video call, and after watching Lin Feng's battle videos, and the information on the martial artists forum, the club voted and finally agreed with him, granting an A-level contract. But it's an A-level threshold contract, 10 years, 600 million Singapore dollars, and 4 or 6 tiered contract terms, which disappointed Jiang Jun. With his understanding of Lin Feng, the teenager who was so proud that he dared to put himself in the same position as Yi Qiu, he was only afraid that he wouldn't be able to look at this contract. However, he is only the head of the division and cannot change the decision of the board. Jiang Jun had originally wanted to ask Lin Feng to come out and talk in the afternoon, so how could he not have imagined that so soon? Lin Feng would be airborne on the Glory Rookie list and qualify for the Blue Moon Guardian. In particular, the Glory Pro League's analytical comments on Lin Feng had left him extremely shocked and even appalled. He realized that it wasn't just him. It seemed like everyone had underestimated Lin Feng. That's when he started to get anxious. This time, however, the board of directors seemed to be in more of a hurry than he was, and quickly called him, not only upgrading Lin Feng's A-level contract, but also attaching a supplementary agreement that if Lin Feng could refine the earthless demon spirit in the future, the contract would be upgraded to an S-level at that time. 10-year, $4 billion S-level contract with an A2 tier. In the Plucked Wind Warriors, the 5 starters today, they were also nowhere near as good as Lin Feng when they first signed up for Plucked Wind's contract. This time, the Plucked Wind battle team was trying to train Lin Feng as an all-star player, or else they wouldn't have given such contractual treatment. Jiang Jun didn't understand what was left to hesitate in the face of such a sincere contract. The earthless water demon spirit you want. The club will help you find it, whatever it takes. Other than that, the battle team's future fighting style will be planned according to your career direction. Jiang Jun persuaded. I don't want to join the club so soon now. Thanks. In the face of the promises given by Jiang Jun, Lin Feng couldn't find any reason to refuse, because all the reasons were far-fetched. He was different from Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu was a martial arts genius and had already refined the Thorn Demon Dragon, which was ranked 46th on the Earth ranking. Plus, as the son of the Yi group, there was no lack of resources, so even if he didn't join the club, it didn't have much of an effect on him. Yi Qiu didn't join the club at this time, not just to wait for the price, but also to better choose a club that matched his fighting style in the future. However, he had yet to refine his demonic spirit, and the only way to find an Earth-ranking demon spirit by his own efforts was to participate in next year's Awakening Day, in addition to joining a pride club. However, even if they participated in the Awakening Day next year, they might not necessarily have that much luck. The Earth-ranking demon spirits were too rare to be encountered, so after saying thank you again, Lin Feng forcibly hung up Jiang Jun's phone. Not long after the phone hung up, it rang again. Still the same number as before. Obviously Jiang Jun did not die. The phone rang for a while until no one answered and hung up automatically. And after the Wind Picker Club, many clubs and martial arts schools caught wind of the situation and called, including Gathering Star and Thunder. However, Their sincerity and conditions were not as good as picking the wind, and they were directly rejected by Lin Feng with the phrase, not as good as picking the wind. After that, there were still calls coming in constantly, causing Lin Feng to be ready to change his cell phone number again. From the moment Lin Feng sat in the car, his phone hadn't stopped working during this not-so-long journey, which made the driver who was driving the car couldn't help but turn around and curiously look at Lin Feng as he waited for the traffic light. But he didn't recognize him. Putting his cell phone into silent mode, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. From the moment he entered the Pride rookie list, it was as if he became instantly hot. When Lin Feng got out of the car and arrived at the agreed address, Zhou Fu was already waiting there early. "Mr. Lin Feng, you've given me such a big surprise." Zhou Fu was all smiles. Only yesterday the contract was signed. Today many people came here, and at noon his restaurant was uniformly full. And just now, Lin Feng was named to the Glory Rookie list, so you can imagine how hot business will be at night. If Lin Feng's current value is taken into account, his endorsement fee will only be far more than 18 million, not to mention a lifetime endorsement. He made a killing on this deal. This was also the reason why he had waited so hard for Lin Feng in the scorching sun at high noon. If it was yesterday, he wouldn't have this attitude. Ditto. Lin Feng knew why Zhou Fu was so surprised, but it was a win-win situation. If Zhou Fu hadn't given him an $18 million endorsement contract yesterday, he would still be carrying the reputation of a liar and the heat wouldn't have been so high, nor would he have caught the attention of the Glory Pro League, let alone made it into the Glory Rookie rankings. That's why. In fact, he has Zhou Fu to thank. Let's not waste any more time then. This is designer Zhang. He's in charge of this commercial. Zhou Fu introduced a 24-5-year-old youth who was beside him to Lin Feng. After a few simple pleasantries and courtesies, Lin Feng, Zhou Fu, and a filming team took a car to Zhou Fu's Huading Hotel. On the way there, Lin Feng probably had a clear idea of how his commercial was going to be filmed. Simply put, this is a story-themed advertisement. The content is very simple. The advertisement will be broadcasted in the Zhengcheng Metropolitan News. The length is just 30 seconds. The plot of the commercial can be summarized in 3 shots. The first shot is Lin Feng eating at the Huading Hotel. The hotel is overcrowded and seems to be doing very well. Where Lin Feng faced with a variety of delicacies, there is only one line: taste really good. The price is affordable. In the second shot, afterward, well-fed and drunk, he goes to a small Budokan. In the third shot, he brutalizes a martial artist in his white t-shirt battle robe. There was no female lead, no emotional scenes, no acting skills required, no complicated stage to build, and no crowd. So the shoot was quick, less than 2 hours. After the shooting was completed, Lin Feng politely declined Zhou Fu dinner's invitation and left directly. And just then, Lin Feng's cell phone vibrated slightly. He pulled it out and looked at it, although the phone didn't have a name on it, but he wasn't unfamiliar with that cell phone number. Thus, his eyes grew cold, while the corners of his mouth curved into an amused arc. Lin Feng picked it up, but didn't say a word. "Young Master Lin Feng?" An unfamiliar voice came over the phone. Although unfamiliar, how could this voice Lin Feng forget? He would never forget it for the rest of his life. "Young Master Lin Feng?" This was the first time someone had referred to himself as Young Master. This is quite an ironic and hilarious name for Lin Feng, who grew up in a shoreline neighborhood. "Ha!" Lin Feng sneered. What did this woman call herself the last time she called each other? It's like there's no name calling at all. He did not ask for his name, but used the word you, and without saying 2 words, the other person just hangs up. Lin Feng's cold laughter, without the slightest concealment, the mockery and disdain in his tone caused the breathing on the other end of the phone to give a noticeable thump, but his tone remained unchanged as he said, "Young Master Lin Feng, you can call me Hai Tang, or you can call me Butler." Lin Feng didn't say anything and remained silent, a hint of hatred flashing in his eyes. At the age of 5, as he was still young, his mother's explanation for his father's departure to Lin Feng was that he was away on a business trip. At that time Lin Feng for his father, still naive fantasy, longing for his father, he gave this cell phone number a call, but it was this woman who answered. Lin Feng didn't know this woman's name or share, and he didn't know what kind of relationship this woman had with that man. He only knew that the other party's voice was cold, as if it had no sense, like a robot, as cold as the ice and snow of winter, until his mother told him the truth. Lin Feng never made the call again. He also didn't think that he would ever get that call again. "Young Master Lin Feng, have you joined the club?" the woman named Haitang asked. "What does it have to do with you?" Lin Feng's tone was also cold. Being asked such a rhetorical question, the other party's attitude remained calm. Even the tone of his voice didn't change. It was still the same calmness, the same indifference. "Young Master Lin Feng, the family head wants to take you back to the family." "Who is the family head?" Lin Feng asked. "For that man, He was just a stranger in Lin Feng's eyes, let alone the head of the Yang clan. That is, the man's father. That family head. I'm afraid he only has hundreds, if not hundreds of grandchildren. One more of him is no more. One less is no less. And the other side does not late, wait until he entered the glory rookie list. The other side is ready to pick him back. So realistic family really want to screw it down. Unfortunately, Lin Feng didn't have that ability for the time being. This time, it was Haitang who was silent. He knew that Lin Feng was doing it on purpose. After a while, her voice came out. You don't need to rush to join the club first. The earth-ranking demon spirits and resources you want, the clan can provide them to you. Family? What family? Lin Feng asked again. The Yangs. My name is Lin Feng, and in my place there is only the Lin clan. After saying that, Lin Feng directly hung up the phone. Shangjing. Inside Villa 46 on Cloudy Mountain. Inside a smoky room. A faint smoky aroma spreads throughout the room. Inside the room, a middle-aged woman who appeared to be in her 40s and wore black professional clothes put down the phone in her hand and stood still without uttering a word. In front of her, there sat an old man with a strong material and a tiger's back. This kid has won. After a while, the old man said somewhat dumbfounded. As the head of the Glory clan, this was the first time someone had ignored his share. And this man, surprisingly, is still his grandson, though he'd never seen it or acknowledged it. Family master. I'm only afraid that young Master Lin Feng still holds a grudge against the family, the middle-aged woman said. The old man, who was also the Yang clan's family head, Yang Qingtian, nodded. It's normal to complain, and it's only false if you don't. After all, it's been 11 years already. 11 years. He had never seen this grandson before. He only happened to remember to ask when he awakened 3 or 4 days ago. At that time Lin Feng was rated as a C rank and was not qualified to be picked up and returned to the family. Where would he have thought that only a few days had passed and he had made such a big commotion? South Leaf Autumn North Forest Wind. These two teenagers from Jiangcheng were talked about by many people even in Shangjing. I've heard that there's already a lot of big money and clubs interested in them. Haitang, you're 13's housekeeper. Do you know anything about Lin Feng? Don't understand. Nowadays, how many of the juniors in the family have entered the Glory Rookie ranking? Yang Qingtian asked. When Haitang heard this, he didn't hesitate and quickly said, Family Master, there are 3 people who have entered this list. I don't have any impression. Tell me, Yang Prime asked. The first one is named Yang Lyle, Yunwu No. 1 Middle School, Senior, the strength of a first-grade martial artist, refining the 9th grade's Dark Mad Wolf, has been specially recruited by the Great Wall University, and is ranked 126th in the Glory Rookie ranking. The second one was named Yang Yun, a third-year student of the Magic Martial University, a third-grade martial artist, a cyclops of the 9th grade of refinement, the main warrior of the varsity team, and ranked 93rd in the Glory Rookie ranking. The third one is named Yang Ningbing. Although she is a girl, she was admitted to the military school of the 3 major hero academies, Changkong University, and now in her junior year, she is already a 4th-grade martial artist, refining the Thunder Dragon Beast, which is ranked 149th on the Earth ranking list, and is the varsity team's main Thunder Mage, ranked at 42nd on the Glory Rookie ranking list. Having said that, Kaito proceeded to be silent. The Yang clan, including some of the relatives, has at least tens of thousands of clansmen, and even with the resources of a clan, only 3 people were selected. Yang Qingtian sighed somewhat. These 3 were the most outstanding geniuses among the juniors of a clan today. There was no denying the excellence of their talent, but from birth, they had been meticulously nurtured by the clan, with tens of millions of dollars spent on them each year. But now that a bastard, without any resources, had been selected for the Glory Rookie ranking, he had been a little disbelieving when he heard the news at the time. If it wasn't for the fact that the name Lin Feng was somewhat familiar, he would have forgotten about it. Although Lin Feng was ranked 288th, or last, on the Glory Rookie ranking, as the Glory Pro League's evaluation analysis showed, if Lin Feng could refine the 9th grade demon spirit, it would be very likely that he would enter the top 10 positions on the Glory Rookie ranking. By then, he would be a hot top player in the Pride League. Such a genius was rare even in a clan, so naturally he had to be taken back to a clan to be properly cultivated, or else he would fail to live up to that talent. Family Master. Young Master Lin Feng is obviously still somewhat rejecting the family. Why don't we ask young Master 13 to talk about it? Haitang suggested. The 13th young master, Lin Feng's real father, Yang Qing. At the age of 43, Yang Qing was already a 9th grade martial artist, refining a 9th grade demon spirit devil mantis, and was a unique figure in the Yang clan today. That kid is still in the other world. The Kaiyuan region has been unsettled lately. The 5 major forces have all sent 9th grade demon spirit masters into the area. He has to stay there, Yang Qingtian said. Begonia nodded and inquired. What then? Let's wait for now. There's no point in picking him up if he doesn't have a sense of belonging to the family. After a while he might understand. Taking a sip of tea, Yang Qingtian said. He didn't care about Lin Feng's complaints. The Yang clan, as a clan that made outstanding contributions during the Great Catastrophe, was given the title of the Honorable Clan. Honor is not just a title. That Lin Feng, when he realized what a clan could bring him, he would only return to the clan on his own initiative. Furthermore, it was still a question whether Lin Feng could refine a 9th grade demon spirit or not. If you can't, it's not much value at all to the First Order. The Yang clan did not lack geniuses. Hanging up the phone, Lin Feng looked indifferent. In his entire life, it was impossible for him to return to the Yang clan. Yang Qingtian thought that Lin Feng would take the initiative to return to the family after learning that, with all the privileges and treatment that the Glory clan enjoyed. But he thought wrongly. Lin Feng was well aware of all of this. Glory 1 is not just a title. Honor. For privilege. For security. No one dared to kill a son of the Glory clan in public. This status is no less intimidating than the Ulcerans. Glory. It represented a pass to some forbidden places in other worlds, and represented the outstanding geniuses of the family who could enjoy the baptism of the spiritual power pool, which was something that martial artists and demonic spirit masters could only dream of. There was no denying that those things were attractive to Lin Feng. They would allow him to save the time it took him to become a strong man. If Emosen knew that he was the young master of the Yang clan, he would only appear in front of him right away and piously repent. But Lin Feng knew better. If he returned to the Yang clan, it would be the greatest betrayal to his mother. And, towards this family, Lin Feng loathed it from the bottom of his heart. It wasn't just disgust. The seeds of hatred had been planted in Lin Feng's heart from the day he learned that the family had been abandoned. This seed did not wither with the passage of time. On the contrary, has taken root and sprouted, just waiting for the day when it grows into a heavenly tree. At that time, he was going to make that man regret it, and that family regret it. It was the one thing he had always wanted to do in his past life, but couldn't. Living again, Lin Feng wanted to try. Passing through the noisy streets, Lin Feng stopped in front of a pavilion. Pavilion retro elegant, Ming and Qing dynasty decoration style, large red lacquer walls carved with birds and animals. In the center of the attic, hanging a black background with gold characters on the plaque, engraved with the Baiyun Medicine Pavilion 4 big words. Obviously, it was a pharmacy, or to be more specific, an elixir store. Even in the busy city center, the decoration is unique, a sense of luxury. The general public really do not dare to walk in. However, it was also true that any one of the pills in here would cost thousands or millions, and ordinary people simply couldn't afford to eat it. Lin Feng walked into the pill pavilion and 10 minutes later, he walked out with a bag in his right hand. No one could have imagined that this tiny bag was worth tens of millions of dollars. 20 qi and blood pills, 100,000, 2 million to go. 50 soul nourishing pills, 200,000 for one, 10 million going. Refining the nightmare, at a cost of up to $12 million, was a bit heartbreaking even for Lin Feng. Originally, he had prepared $10 million would be enough, but there was still money left in his hand, so he bought 10 more soul nourishing pills, just in case. That's mean. Lin Feng looked back at the White Cloud Pill Pavilion and couldn't help but sigh. There is no discount for this 12 million pills. It is even more ruthless than real estate. No wonder everyone says that pills and weapons are the most profitable business. This one branch only generates less than $1 billion a year. Unfortunately, pills can only be refined by alchemists. The monopoly technology is the most violent. Envy is useless. Sighing, Lin Feng recruited a cab, ready to go back to listening to the Wind Court. Everything is ready. Inside the car, Lin Feng secretly said in his heart, he had already prepared the elixir for refining the nightmare, but he didn't intend to refine it today. Before refining the nightmare, there was still some preparation to be done. At this time it was almost evening. Based on the experience of insomnia these days, nightmares at night were the most active, had the greatest mental fluctuations and the most violent temper, so Lin Feng planned to refine the nightmares tomorrow afternoon. Soon, Lin Feng returned to hearing Wind Court. From a distance, he noticed people coming and going from the sales department of the neighborhood, and some reporters holding cameras taking pictures. Seeing this, Lin Feng purposely took a path with fewer people. Now that the advertising space had been sold, entered the Glory Rookie list, and obtained the Blue Moon Guardian, Lin Feng no longer needed to hype himself up. Even after taking the path, there were still many people who recognized Lin Feng along the way. Lin Feng, it's Lin Feng? Mr. Lin Feng, can I take a picture? I'm your neighbor and I live downstairs from you. From time to time, people came forward to sign autographs and take pictures. To which Lin Feng was a bit bored, but did not refuse. When this heat passes, maybe people will get used to it. After a while, Lin Feng got rid of his enthusiastic fans and returned to building 12603, only to see the door of the room wide open. That originally empty living room has been piled up with all kinds of furniture. At least 60 inches of large color TV has been hung on the background wall. The air conditioner is being installed, and there are many uniformed workers are dismantling the packaging. And on the sidelines, the family watched their new home change a little, with happy smiles on their faces. Bought it so quickly? Lin Feng went forward and asked with a smile. Hearing Lin Feng's voice, Lin Feng turned her head and smiled. The commercial is done? Shoot, I thought you guys weren't back yet. Why so soon? That Chen manager took us to the nearby New Day Furniture Plaza, where he is very familiar with. We said the style of furniture we wanted. He took us shopping around and settled these air conditioners and TV washing machines, but there is no need to pick or to buy the best brand. Immediately delivered and installed, Lin Feng explained. We spent a total of 1.36 million on furniture with Gao Hai, and manager Chang paid for it. Old Ma added. Lin Feng nodded. 1.36 million was nothing for a real estate company. With his current hotness, buying this neighborhood was equivalent to giving the other party a free advertisement. Plus, Blue Moon Guardian descended on hearing Wind Court. Only the evening news would report it. And this advertisement fee was more than $10 million. So there was no indebtedness to favors. Even the kitchen rice cooker and all that. That's fast enough. Lin Feng walked into the kitchen and was surprised to find that the kitchen had everything it needed, even if he fired directly at night. Then Lin Feng walked into the bedroom. The bed was already installed and the curtains were all installed. This was also picked by manager Chen. I originally wanted to bring it from home, but he said it was convenient to buy it directly. Lin Feng said. The words were very satisfied with that manager Chen. We'll have to thank him for that when the time comes. Aha, Lin Feng responded. Although he knew that these expenses had nothing to do with manager Chen, but the other party had done things so beautifully and thought about it so well. If he were to ask for his help in the future if he was in trouble, Lin Feng wouldn't refuse. Brother, let's move here today? Ma Lele followed into the room and pouted at Lin Feng. The house here is so beautiful, so big, with air conditioning and its own room. Where would Marlo want to go back to the shoreline neighborhood? Lin Feng laughed. That's fine, but you have to go home first and bring your clothes. How else can you take a shower? And the quilt. Yay! Brother, you're so nice. Ma Lele cheered. Brother agreed. Mom and Dad naturally will not oppose. She quickly greeted her big sister to go home. Cannot wait to move into the new house. We'll go back first then. Do you want to go back? Lin Feng said. I won't go back. Just bring me 2 pieces of clothes and a quilt. Lin Feng said. Where's Takumi? He's still upstairs, watching the workers install the furniture. Then I'll go up and take a look. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he directly took the stairs and arrived at 2803, only to see Gao Hai standing in the living room was giving a hand to the installer. Although he didn't need to do anything at all, but by the look of him he was obviously enjoying himself. Fun. Seeing Lin Feng, Gao Hai hurriedly said with an excited face. That's a nice style. Lin Feng glanced at the furniture that Gao Hai had picked out and laughed. Oh, American country style. Although in this decoration style is a little incompatible, but I thought well when I was a child. After the future of their own house is this style, relaxed and restful. Gao Hai clapped his hands and laughed heatedly. Well, Joy is planning to move in today. What about you guys? I can't make it today. My mom and the guys are still at work, and she called me just now and said the neighbors are saying you bought me a house. And I said no. I'm going to get all the furniture done and give them a big surprise tomorrow. Gao Hai laughed. Scare them when the time comes. Lin Feng chuckled a little. From this moment on, he had changed the lives of his family and brothers, and his next task was to refine the nightmare and change his fate. The next day, 3 p.m., inside the bathroom, white vapor steamed. Under the window seat, a luxurious smart bathtub with a diameter of 1 meter 8 was filled with warm red liquid. A pill the size of a dragon's eye with a dark red body was thrown into the bathtub by Lin Feng. The pill melted and spread in the hot water. A rich fishy sweet smell spread out. 20 chi and blood pills. 100,000 new coins. Lin Feng threw them all in at once. Looking at the $2 million medicinal bath in front of him, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. When had he ever been so extravagant? That dense chi and blood could completely burst a third-grade martial artist. It's about to start. Are you ready? Lin Feng's eyes were a bit serious at this moment, and he muttered. He was the only one in the empty bathroom, so naturally no one answered. At this time, Lao Ma went to work. His sister went to school. Lin Feng and Lin Caro, although they resigned. But there are still a lot of things that have not been moved over from the shoreline community. They went to move things, and they will not come back so quickly for a while. Lin Feng was the only one inside the house. Everything was ready, but Lin Feng was still adjusting his physical state and emotions. Although the steps of refining the nightmare, and the possible dangers that he might encounter during the process of refining had been rehearsed in his mind many times, at this moment, faced with the possible threat of death, as well as the demonic appearance that he possessed after refining the nightmare, he still couldn't keep his heart calm. Rich and famous. What are you afraid of? As if cheering himself up, Lin Feng finished speaking and then directly took off his top and stood in front of the mirror. The muscle lines of his naked upper body were perfect, as smooth as a cheetah's, and on Lin Feng's chest, inside the cage constructed from blood, a fist-sized, black as ink shadow was falling into a state of slumber, and the limbs of this ghostly light shadow were pierced by 4 red chains that were fixed in the 4 corners of the cage. The nightmare at this time was significantly quieter than the tyranny and madness of the past. Perhaps this is the time of year when it sleeps. This thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind before he stepped into the bathtub and sat on his knees, closing his eyes and concentrating until his mood had completely calmed down. And only then did he open his eyes violently, his hands rapidly changing hand seals on his chest. As the hand seals changed, a stream of rich qi and blood started from the legs and climbed all over Lin Feng's body, forming like a dense red spider web, and finally slowly penetrating into the muscles and bones of the body. Inside the bathtub, the original red liquid was fading its color a little bit, getting lighter and lighter. Ow! The moment the qi and blood started to penetrate into Lin Feng's body, the nightmare, which was still in a state of slumber, trembled slightly, the 4 chains shook violently, and the nightmare let out an angry and frantic hiss. In a split second, the nightmare realizes that danger is approaching and begins to riot. Struggling desperately, the nightmare kept slamming against the cage, letting out an evil, tyrannical roar. Inside Lin Feng's body, the cage that was constructed out of blood began to shake violently and even crumble. The blood-red chains were also ripped off by one. At the same time, the nightmare's illusory body dimmed a little bit. It was obvious that the nightmare was injured as well, but at this time, it didn't care and began to fight for its life. At the location of the nightmare's head, 2 pitch-black vortexes continuously rotated, emitting strong spiritual fluctuations. At the same time, a poignant and evil mental fluctuation slammed into Lin Feng's soul. Lin Feng was like being struck by lightning. His body trembled. His expression was somewhat painful, and a trace of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. But he didn't stop with the hand seals. Instead, his speed became faster and faster. Seal the evil law seal. In his heart, as he performed the hand seals, the blood in Lin Feng's body grew hotter and hotter. And in the end, it was as if it was going to boil. In this instant, it was as if Lin Feng was in the middle of lava, being baked by the roaring flames, only to see that originally white body instantly become hot and red until it began to crack, revealing horrifying flesh and blood. The fatal sharp pain made Lin Feng's already pale little face without a trace of blood, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. If it was a normal person facing this kind of pain, they would have collapsed long ago. In this state, a person's mental power could not be focused at all, let alone control their body. But Lin Feng, with his super strong willpower, apart from his body trembling, his hand seals didn't even wobble in the slightest, and at the same time, that large amount of qi and blood, gathered in his chest, coalescing into a red chain that pierced through the nightmare's body. Ow! The nightmare let out a painful hiss and became more and more violent, but in the face of the blood-colored chains that kept emerging, it was powerless to resist, and moments later, its shadow-like body had been pierced through by 81 chains, and its originally dark and deep appearance had been dyed blood red, looking through an evil and bizarre aura. The moment the nightmare was under control, Lin Feng quickly took out a bag from a shelf on the side. Inside the bag were the soul-nourishing pills that had been prepared long ago. 50 grayish-white soul-nourishing pills were piled up together, emitting a strange fragrance. The fragrance made Lin Feng's spirit slightly revitalized, and the dry heat that had been in his body seemed to dissipate a bit. Lin Feng directly grabbed a handful of them and didn't care about the quantity. He directly stuffed them into his mouth and swallowed them like candy beans. At the same time, Lin Feng began to change his hand seals. That soul power brought by the soul-nourishing pill was being controlled by Lin Feng and started to continuously wash over the nightmare that was pierced by the chains. And gradually, the nightmare's legs, which were originally blood red, turned into dark red a little bit. This change, it's slow. If Lin Feng's original soul power was not enough to support him in refining the nightmare, not to mention that Lin Feng's soul power had long been overdrawn at this point. Fortunately at this point he had a large amount of soul-nourishing pills, and he was getting high while refining the nightmare. It was also fortunate that the nightmare was bound by the sealing evil law seal and couldn't break free at all. Otherwise Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to refine it little by little and would have either failed or been revolted. The nightmare's will was tenacious. Even when it was pierced by 81 chains condensed from blood qi, it was still resisting. only that this resistance was somewhat futile, allowing it to hiss and struggle, but to no avail. Half an hour later, Nightmare's entire body, except for his head, was colored a dark red, although it was about to succeed. But at this time Lin Feng didn't relax in the slightest. Instead he was more careful, because he knew that this nightmare, which was ranked 7th on the list of strange and exotic beasts and was known as the evil spirit, would definitely not be refined so easily. He still remembered the demonic spirit backlash from the last awakening day. Strange? 10 minutes later, when the nightmare's entire body was dyed a dark red color and its resistance completely disappeared, a magical connection appeared between the two, which caused Lin Feng to have a hint of doubt in addition to surprise. Successful? Surprisingly, it didn't backfire? Lin Feng was in a bit of disbelief. This time, although the process of refining the demonic spirit was painful, it was surprisingly smooth. Also, refining the nightmare, Lin Feng had spent a full $12 million. The nightmare, whose whole body was pierced by the bloody chains, had no ability to resist at all. At this time Lin Feng didn't notice that in the last 10 minutes, as if resigned to his fate, the nightmare had stopped struggling long ago. That pair of pupils that were like vortexes gave off an eerie light. At this time, the nightmare's body was dark red. Even the pair of swirling pupils were dyed red. The red shadow looks a little weird. Anyone at first glance would not be able to recognize what kind of demonic spirit it was. Sensing the presence of the nightmare, Lin Feng felt like he had an extra body, a body that he could control at will. But it was as if it had its own independent mind, a feeling that was marvelous and dangerous. Lin Feng closed his eyes, and a moment later, when he opened them, two dark red swirls were constantly rotating in his originally dark eyes, which looked incomparably evil. A dark red ghostly shadow like a ghost wrapped his entire body, and from a distance, Lin Feng looked as if he was wearing a flaming armor. On this flame armor, the flames flopped slightly, and the visual effect was both handsome and domineering. It was just that this seemingly mighty flame armor didn't have any power, no high temperature, and even a hint of coldness. The moment this dark red armor appeared, an evil aura violently erupted from Lin Feng. Evil, cold, violent and chilling. At the same time, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of tyranny. A killing intent surged in his heart for some reason. A kind of sadness and misanthropy wrapped him up. At this moment, he had the illusion of wanting to destroy all life. Trying to control me? Lin Feng quickly suppressed this emotion and clarity returned to his eyes. He knew that this was the nightmare's mental power at work, and it was indeed easy to be affected if one's will was not strong. According to reason, after a demon spirit master had refined a demon spirit, the demon spirit's consciousness and memories were about to disappear except for its basic spirituality. But the nightmare was different. Lin Feng could feel that its consciousness was preserved intact. It has an independent mind of its own, except for the fact that it has no body. And on the other hand, it is an independent being. This evil demonic spirit only wanted to devour itself all the time. No wonder Yiqiu always looked gloomy and murderous in his last life. Lin Feng thought in his heart. In his previous life, Yiqiu, who possessed a demonic talent that made all geniuses feel inferior, was chosen by Zhang Chang as the city's son. He is the pride of the people of River City and almost everyone is a fan of his. But as Yiqiu's strength grew, his character became more and more withdrawn and cold. His temper was short-tempered, and he was very bad to contact. He refused to take pictures with his fans to take pictures, and his fans were all afraid of him. Even with family, I've heard that the relationship is bad. On top of that, he was an opponent that all Glory pros hated to fear, because fighting him was either death or injury. Yiqiu's Glory career was short. He only participated in the National Collegiate Glory League, after which he refused all the club's invitations and quit the Glory League. But even so, in those 2 short years of glory, the players who died at his hands numbered 3, for seriously injured. Except for Zhang Chang, the media in the rest of the base cities called him cold-blooded killer. It could be said that if it weren't for Yiqiu's overly bright aura, he wouldn't actually be a fan favorite. Come to think of it, who would like their idol to be someone who ignores their fans and is cold-blooded? However, now Lin Feng knew that Yiqiu was not a violent personality and indifferent by nature, but had been affected by the nightmare and had gradually lost himself. Yiqiu was only in his 3rd year of high school when he refined the nightmare. For a student, without experience, without having gone through life and death, and with a weak willpower, it was indeed easy to be affected by the nightmare. But this wasn't too much of a problem for Lin Feng. The nightmare's emotional disturbances were easily suppressed by his discovery. Of course, Lin Feng didn't dare to guarantee that in the future, as the nightmare became stronger, he would still be able to easily resist the nightmare. The state of the demon spirit possession is similar to that of the Dark Knight demon spirit, but why is the color red? Lin Feng looked at himself in the mirror and said with some bewilderment, "Aren't nightmares black?" That's why the nightmare was mistaken for a shadow demon spirit from its appearance alone. But what the hell was this dark red chimera on his own body? After thinking about it for a long time, Lin Feng didn't think of a reason. He just guessed that it was most likely the sealing spells and blood that made the nightmare mutate, and that it would return to normal after that. So Lin Feng didn't care too much about it. Seeing that the medicinal bath in the bathtub had a light red color, based on the principle of not wasting it, Lin Feng's entire body was immersed in it. When the color of the medicinal bath became completely transparent, Lin Feng stood up. His originally broken skin recovered a little bit, but the blood and flesh in the cracks were still vaguely visible. The physique has not changed in any way? Lin Feng clenched his fists and observed the changes in his body. Lin Feng, who had refined the nightmare and was in the state of demonic transformation, apart from being visually more handsome, his strength and agility did not seem to have increased. What puzzled Lin Feng was how exactly the nightmare increased his cultivation speed. The list of strange and exotic beasts wasn't introduced, and Yi Chou's notes didn't mention it either. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Could it be that he had to wait for the cultivation technique to experience it? The closed bathroom was too stuffy, and the air was filled with an unpleasant smell of blood. So Lin Feng opened the window, opened the door, and returned to his room. When he stepped out of the fog-filled and closed bathroom, Lin Feng stiffened slightly and gave a cry of surprise. The room was still his room, but it had changed drastically in Lin Feng's eyes. The couch, the closet, the quilt, these have not changed, but they are clearer and more moving. It was as if he had an extra renderer in front of his eyes and the world became colorful. The sunlight, the particles suspended in the air, and a motionless mosquito on the wall in the upper right corner of the room were also instantly captured by him. The thin leg hairs, still swaying slightly in the wind. Mrs. Chen, where are you going out today? Go get some groceries. My little grandson is coming for dinner today. Lin Feng came to the window and looked down into the neighborhood corridor. The sound of two middle-aged women talking came to his ears very clearly. Knowing that his room was on the 26th floor, not just his hearing and eyesight, his sense of smell, his reflexes, everything was heightened more than tenfold. Had it been during a fight, this state would undoubtedly have been the best. Lin Feng felt that his senses were already comparable to those who refined auxiliary demonic spirits, and he was improving on all fronts. On top of that, under the nightmare's possession, a wisp of aura that was visible to the naked eye was constantly surrounding him, and due to the sheer amount of it, it even took on the form of a greenish-colored mist wrapping up Lin Feng, and the skin and flesh that had originally been ruptured was being repaired little by little at this point. Crap! Lin Feng was shocked in his eyes and wanted to shout to vent the surprise in his heart. In this moment, he finally realized what Nightmare's natural ability was. Why was it that in his previous life, Yi Chou would seem as if he was enlightened after refining the Nightmare? Aura materializes. In his previous life, Lin Feng was an 8th grade martial artist, and he was also far from being able to do this. Nor could a 9th grade martial artist do this. Only guardians beyond the 9th grade possessed this ability, and he was now merely a physical cultivation 8th stage, 16-year-old teenager. This would only stun people if they saw it, but what shocked Lin Feng the most was that this absorption, it was automatic and didn't require him to run his gong methods. Lin Feng was only at the 8th stage of physical cultivation, and with the fragile meridians in his body, he couldn't cultivate gong methods at all, so naturally he couldn't absorb the heaven and earth's aura. But just with the nightmare possession, it was as if the heaven and earth's aura was attracted by a mysterious force and drew it into his body. Not only did that huge spiritual energy restore Lin Feng's body as it was, it even began to nourish every inch of his body's tissue cells and saturated them quickly. Lin Feng hadn't been able to cultivate the technique yet, so his body couldn't hold that much spiritual energy, and his soul power had long been overdrawn. Nowadays, he was relying on the soul power of the soul-nourishing pill in order to be able to carry out the demon transformation state. But this was obviously a huge drain on his soul power. Lin Feng absorbed the nightmare into the sea of souls and exited the state of demonic transformation. The intense sensory state disappeared immediately, but it was still much stronger than before. And around Lin Feng's body, the originally materialized green mist also slowly dissipated. But Lin Feng could still feel that the heaven and earth aura was pouring into his body, only the quantity was dozens of times less. It couldn't be formed into a substance, and he couldn't see it with the naked eye anymore. But even so, absorbing it 24 hours a day without interruption, the effect was extremely astonishing. This nightmare is a total cheat. Lin Feng sighed. This nightmare was like a cheat in a game. Other people are hard in the wild risking their lives to kill monsters to upgrade, while he stayed at home drinking drinks watching TV. Even lying down to sleep can upgrade. This kind of open effect is just like Lin Feng is in the cave blessing, all the time immersed in the heaven and earth spiritual liquid. Even the most outstanding geniuses of the Glory Clan were only not this extravagant. In Lin Feng's estimation, when he became a martial artist and started to cultivate Gongfu, the effect of this absorption would only be even more terrifying. and Lin Feng had a hunch that the nightmare's natural ability seemed to be more than that. Lin Feng's eyes emitted a radiant light, and it was as if his blood, which had gradually cooled down, was about to boil again. Lin Feng knew that from this moment onwards, he no longer needed to hype himself up on the martial artist forums or package himself as a genius. At this moment, the one who had refined the nightmare was already a veritable absolute genius. Because of his qualifications and talent, he might not be able to be as demonic as Yi Qiu in his previous life, but Lin Feng was confident that he would go farther. At this moment, for some reason, a picture came to Lin Feng's mind. 5 years old, that man bought a lot of toys and delicious food for their siblings. Siblings happy almost crazy, they shouted long live dad, but after that day, that man never came home. At that time, Lin Feng only remembered that the man's back was a little blurred, but walked quickly. When she was 6 years old, her pampered mother tried to find a job, but kept hitting a brick wall. What job would want a woman who had never worked and had 2 children? They couldn't pay the rent and were evicted by the landlord. And that winter, when it was snowing, my mother dragged herself and my sister to my grandfather's house, but stood outside the door, hesitant to knock. At the age of 7, my mother found a job, as well as old Ma, a very ordinary man, but one who could be seen to be an honest man, and who treated their siblings well, and who also had a lovely sister, though this sister somewhat rejected him. At the age of 8, he met a boy with a big head and a girl who was as pretty and delicate as a doll, and the 3 of them became best friends. When he was 13, he and the girl became boyfriend and girlfriend, envisioning a future. When he was 16 years old, the awakening day failed. The disappointment in that girl's eyes was undisguised, and after the college entrance exams, the girl he originally thought he would spend his life with broke up with him, and he didn't refuse. At 25, he was drunk that day when he learned from a former neighbor that the girl was getting married to a very good man, better than him. On the day I turned 30, my older sister gave birth to my little nephew, and my mother told herself he wanted to be a grandmother. At the age of 37, he was already an 8th grade martial artist. He had returned from the other world. On this day, he finally met the woman who made his heart flutter. That woman was 5 years younger than him, and had a crush on him. Lin Feng wanted to tell his mother so that she wouldn't be in a hurry for his marriage. He would get married soon, and he would give birth to a healthy child. He didn't want a mischievous son. He wanted a cute and understanding daughter. But just the moment he stepped out of the other world, he was faced with endless demonic beasts and corpses. The prosperous Jiangcheng became a ruin. Shouts, cries, and the roar of artillery fire. Evening. The door to Lin Feng's room was closed tightly, and the 4 of them, Lin Feng, were sitting on the sofa in the living room, leisurely watching the big 60-inch LCD TV. They were watching the Jiangcheng news, and the host was the familiar Lana Zhang. 35-year-old Zhang Lana hosted the Jiangcheng news has been 3 years. She is not pretty, but very affinity, a refreshing short hair, face with a faint smile, hosting style smooth and calm. There is a kind of intellectual charm. Since the Glory Rookie list was announced yesterday, the main topic of the news in the past 2 days has centered around the Glory Rookie list. At this moment, Zhang Lana turned to a list on the wall and introduced it. According to the usual practice, the Glory Rookie ranking announced the latest list ranking yesterday. 3 people from Jiangcheng withdrew from the list, and another 9 people entered the list to qualify for the Blue Moon Guardian, with Yi Qiu being the most dazzling, parachuting into the 19th position. Bai Xingji, who refined the 6-wing Phantom Python on Awakening Day and signed with AK Club, also landed empty at number 264 on the list. However, compared to the most popular Yi Qiu, Lin Feng, who also entered the list but ranked at the bottom, attracted more attention. 3 days ago, this name was obscure, but now it's exploding in the martial arts forums. I believe that many viewers are not unfamiliar with this name, South Yi Qiu and North Lin Feng. In the martial arts forums, he is already neck and neck with Yi Qiu. Speaking of this, the originally calm and introverted Zhang Lana, whose tone had been very calm, also had a hint of marvel in her tone. The post about Lin Feng has been number 1 on the daily list in Jiangcheng district for 3 days in a row. Even Yi Qiu and Yun Tianqi have been pushed off the list by him. 2 days ago, at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall in the Southern District, Lin Feng, a physical cultivation 8th stage, defeated a 1st grade martial artist. He endorsed the Hua Ting Hotel with an endorsement fee of 18 million Singapore dollars. At only 16 years old, he has reached a record of 21 in the 36 styles of body refinement. According to reliable sources, Lin Feng has rejected Polystar, Thunder, Picking Wind's contract on the grounds that the demonic spirits offered by the 3 major clubs were of too low a grade, of which, Gathering Star offered the Mercury Jiao, which was ranked 189th on the Earth ranking, and the Cloud Treading Beast, which was ranked 196th on the Earth ranking. Lin Feng, who originally lived in the shoreline neighborhood, has purchased two 146-square-foot houses at noon today in the newly opened Hearing Wind Court, which has a unit price of more than 40,000 yuan, and for which the developer has offered a 30% discount. A lot of people wonder why he bought two sets, because one of the sets he gave to his co-star. Although it can't be confirmed yet, is Lin Feng able to refine the earth-ranking demon spirit? But it's undeniable that this teenager has entered the sights of major clubs, many of which want to sign with him. Zhang Lana began to introduce Lin Feng at length, and for this reason, the program team also invited three well-known glory commentators to have a heated debate about Lin Feng's future career direction, whether or not he would be able to refine the demonic spirits, and the battle of strengths and weaknesses with Yi Qiu. Little Wind is really famous, Old Ma sighed as he watched the TV. In today's Zhongchang news, there was no doubt that Lin Feng was the biggest protagonist, and the others who had entered the glory rookie list, even Yi Qiu, were less than a third of his picture. After today, not to mention the whole country, I'm afraid that there is no one in Jiangcheng who doesn't recognize Lin Feng. Old Ma glanced at the clock in the living room, just after 6:30, usually at this time of day. Both he, who was off work, and Lele, who was off from school, were still on the crowded train, taking an hour or two to get back to the outer city, and by the time they dragged their tired bodies up to the 86th floor, all drenched in sweat, and actually got inside their house, it would be long dark. Lin Feng and Lin Kara work in the factory in the outer city, but also late from work, 6 o'clock from work. They still have to rush to the market to buy food, go home to cook, a day of busy down, almost no time to rest. Although this life has become habitual, it is tiresome and exhausting, and one does not feel the pleasure of living. Life is good now. Lin Feng sits comfortably on the soft salad, carefully observing the home that belongs to her. Sighing, the life in front of her was exactly the kind of day she had dreamed of. Home from work. The family can easily watch TV. As a mother, she does not seek great wealth, but also want to live a carefree life. Do not have to fatigue for life running around. Yes, it's so nice. Old Mara took Lin Feng's hand, tenderness in her eyes, and sighed in the same way. 9 years ago, his wife disliked him for not being able to make money and divorced him, leaving him alone with his daughter. He has to work during the day, and his 3-year-old Lele can only be sent to a daycare center and picked up after work. And he originally thought that in his life, he would not be able to start a family again, until he met Lin Feng. Old Ma still vividly remembered the first time he saw Lin Feng. At the time, Lin Feng had just recently moved to the shoreline neighborhood and was shopping for groceries at a nearby supermarket. At that time, her face was a little pale, looked tired. There are light dark circles under the eyes, but still very temperament, beautiful and moving. She does not seem to live in the shoreline neighborhood, more like a big family origin. That a long dress, although I do not know the brand, but look at the exquisite workmanship. I'm afraid that he could not afford to buy a year's salary. She was holding a man and a woman tightly by their hands. That young girl was 15 or 16 years old, only in high school, but she had inherited her mother's looks and was very pretty, and it was obvious that she had a good personality. But it was the little boy that impressed him. It was hard for him to imagine that a 6 or 7-year-old boy, who should have been playing house with his buddies at an innocent and carefree age, had a maturity in his eyes that far exceeded that of his peers, as well as a hint of indifference that rejected people. He wondered why the boy had that look in his eyes. At that times how could not imagine, the goddess of fortune will be so favorable to himself. Let Lin Feng become his wife. What surprised him even more was the little boy that would change his life 9 years later. Mom, I went to school today and everyone was talking about my brother. I told my classmates that my brother was Lin Feng and they all went crazy, taking a bunch of pictures and asking me to sign them for my brother. Ma Lele said to Lin Feng with a proud face, joining in the conversation. After saying that, he also pulled out a large stack of photos from inside his school bag, at least 70 to 80 of them, many of which were photos of Lin Feng in the ring of the martial arts dojo, and some of which were obviously photos taken secretly by fans with their cell phones. There were other students who wanted to give money, but I didn't take it. So much. Your brother's time is precious now. Next time don't take it back. Old Ma reprimanded. Lin Feng was about to take the college entrance exam. Signing was a waste of time in his opinion. I know. It's all the best in my class please. Not next time. Marlo said blissfully unconcerned. Her brother was a talented young man who had entered the Glory rookie list, a future Glory big star. So naturally, she had to show off and see if those boys who bullied her still dared to bully her. Why isn't my brother out yet? Ma Lele looked at Lin Feng's room and said with some doubt. Your brother must be cultivating. He'll come out later, Old Ma explained, and before he had finished speaking for long, the door to Lin Feng's room opened. Dressed in a black short-sleeved shorts, Lin Feng's hair was still wet and he had obviously just taken a shower. At the first sight of Lin Feng, Old Ma and the others were slightly stunned. It had only been a short day since they had seen him, and they realized that Lin Feng had changed. First of all, he had become more confident, and his originally handsome appearance. At this time, he even exuded a kind of eye-catching light, and I don't know if it was an illusion, but they realized that Lin Feng's pitch-black eyes seemed to faintly flash with an evil light. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lin Feng looked down at himself and said with some doubt, "Let's go up for dinner today." To celebrate the move and to thank Lin Feng, Gao Hai sent a text message at noon informing the family not to cook dinner in the evening and to eat at his house. "Little Feng, why do I feel like you've really become a big star?" Lin Kuro said with some surprise. He realized that Lin Feng seemed to have an extra aura about him. "Yeah, brother, you seem to have become more handsome." Marlowe also nodded in agreement. "Oh, nonsense, let's go." Lin Feng smiled slightly. After refining the nightmare, he had indeed become more confident. In the world of martial artists, there were too many injustices. There were supreme geniuses who were favored by the heavens. There were the lucky ones who inherited their ancestors, who were gifted, who opened up their bloodline talent. There were also honorable clans that were born bathing in the spiritual liquid of heaven and earth. But nowadays, no matter what it was, Lin Feng had the confidence to match it and surpass it. Early in the morning, the sun was bright and not harsh. Tuesday, June 8th. It was a very ordinary day for the 300,000 students of River Center 1, and for those who are in their senior year of high school and are about to face the college entrance exams. Many of them have gradually eased out of the surprise or frustration of the awakening day. However, when they walked through the school gates, both the seniors and the junior students were talking as if they had been hit with chicken blood. Every corner of the campus at this time can hear about Lin Feng's name. "Did you watch the River City news yesterday?" "How could I not watch it? Senior Lin Feng, my idol. Isn't your idol the president of the elite martial arts club, Wang Wenxuan? It's not like Wang Wenxuan made it into the glory rookie list. Besides, he's not as handsome as my senior Lin Feng." On campus, inside a pavilion next to an artificial lake, 5 girls sat on stools, eating breakfast and chatting, occasionally letting out exclamations of surprise. Such discussions were everywhere in Jiangxine Middle School. Whether they liked Lin Feng or not, there was no denying that Lin Feng had become a hot topic of discussion in the whole city. Not only the students, but even the teachers. On the top floor of the senior teaching building was the teachers' lounge. Inside the 300-square-foot lounge, 50 to 60 teachers were not preparing for their morning classes, but were sitting on the sofas, gathered together, and were all chatting away. The topic of small talk was also all about Lin Feng. If you want to talk about the heat in these 2 days, Lin Feng can be called the first person. Because of Lin Feng's relationship, the school's name had been on the Zhongcheng news frequently in the past 2 days, and its fame had soared. "Old G, your luck is enviable. It's not enough to have a Yagu out. Now there's a Lin Feng." 2 hero indicators. An ordinary-looking female teacher said with an envious face. The old G in his mouth is a 40-something, thin middle-aged man, sniffing the words of his haha laugh, said this matter is not certain. Heroic indicators, referring to the indicators of the 3 major hero academies. Jiangxin No. 1 Middle School stipulated that if a student got into the 3 Great Heroes Academy, as the class teacher, he would be rewarded with 50,000 in cash. And if both Yagu and Lin Feng got into the 3 Great Heroes Academy, it would be 100,000, which was equivalent to more than half a year's salary for him. So naturally, it was enviable. For Lao Ji's answer, many teachers looked disdainful. Your mouth said not necessarily. Why is the expression of a confident face, as if you have a good grasp of the situation? Old G, as Lin Feng's homeroom teacher, you must know him very well. Do you think he can really refine the earthless demon spirits? A male teacher was curious. Not only them, but all the people of Zhongcheng were curious about this question at this time. If Lin Feng could refine the earth-ranking demon spirit, there was no doubt that he would become the darling of all the glory clubs. I don't know if the news is true or not, but Lin Feng's martial arts talent is beyond doubt. Old G also sighed a bit. He didn't really know Lin Feng at all. In the 3rd year of senior high school, there were more than 600 students in a class, and as the homeroom teacher of 3 classes and close to 2,000 students, how could he possibly recognize them? Lin Feng wasn't a genius and didn't have a background, so naturally he wasn't noticed. If it wasn't for the news, he wouldn't even know that such a figure was hidden in his class. This kid, he's quite the lover. The female teacher laughed. If it's true, that girl is only going to regret it. That's not necessarily true. Although Yagu didn't make it into the glory rookie list, but she refined the 8th grade charming butterfly, which is comparable to a 9th grade demon spirit, plus signing up with Gathering Star. Her future is bright. Lin Feng isn't sure yet. That's true, It also depends on what grade of demonic spirit Lin Feng can refine. The teachers drank tea and chatted idly. Behind them, Su Wei, dressed in professional attire, stood silently without uttering a word, her pure eyes flashing with a hint of surprise and joy. The lounge, available for all teachers to rest, but Su Wei had just graduated from university, and as a trainee classroom teacher, coming from a poor background, she didn't dare to sit on the sofa and chat comfortably like other teachers. Not only that, but she had to serve tea and water to the other teachers and do it extraordinarily carefully in order to stay in Gangshan No. 1 middle school after her internship. At this time, the simple Su Wei didn't know that even if she did a good job and didn't have the connections, she wouldn't be able to stay in Jiangxi No. 1 middle school, and all the other teachers knew this, but all of them didn't tell her, and peacefully enjoyed Su Wei's services. Lin Feng is surprisingly so good. Su Wei was happy to see that the other teachers were talking about their own students. As a living classroom teacher, she manages only one class, the 7th class of the senior year. Lao Ji had no impression of Lin Feng, but she had been paying attention to that teenager for a long time. Or rather, she paid attention to every student in her class. It's just that she never expected that teenager to be so good. Lin Feng's achievements were related to old Ji's rewards, but they didn't have a single thing to do with her. But even so, when she heard the crowd marveling and praising her, she would still reveal a light smile. She was simply happy for Lin Feng, perhaps also proud of their students for being so good, even if, of course, she was only a small auxiliary class. The moment Lin Feng and Gao Hai appeared at the entrance of the school, they became the center of everyone's attention. Those gazes that had been pity and gloating a few days ago had now turned into admiration and envy. Windy, at the entrance of the school, Yang Fan, who had waited early, led the 3 major generals under him. Lin Feng had entered the Glory Rookie list, and as a core member of the Jianghu Martial Arts Society, he was naturally excited. There is also more confidence in the future of the news agency. Good morning, Lin Feng greeted. With regard to Yang Fan, Lin Feng held him in high regard. These days, the tasks he had given to Yang Fan had done a good job, although the plans and photos on the martial artist forum were all provided by him. But Yang Fan deserves a lot of credit for being able to enter the Glory Rookie ranking so quickly. Although Yang Fan's talent was average, Lin Feng believes that in the future, this teenager who was passionate about the gossip business and had a great plan for his career would amaze everyone. In the very beginning, Lin Feng's purpose of creating the Jianghu Martial Arts Society was simply to search for some students with backgrounds, with which to fight against the elite martial arts society. Now that he had entered the Glory Rookie list, he no longer had to worry about being threatened. But creating the Jianghu Martial Arts Society, Lin Feng did not intend to give up. After refining the nightmare, Lin Feng was like having a cheat. He was on all the time. The aura of heaven and earth kept pouring into his body, nourishing every inch of his body's cellular tissues. This was a talent that Lin Feng had dreamed of, but what worried him was that this absorption, he couldn't control it either. Can't stop at all. The nightmare possessed its own consciousness, and even though it had been refined by Lin Feng, it was releasing its natural abilities all the time. Lin Feng had tried not to absorb the spiritual energy in his body, but in the end, he realized that spiritual energy wouldn't automatically dissipate if he didn't absorb it. Instead, it was absorbed by the nightmare. That is, if he wasn't strong, the nightmare would be. And Lin Feng's soul power was far from being enough to satisfy the demands of the nightmare. It could be completely described as a drop in the bucket. This kind of open talent required a massive amount of soul power to support it. And if there was no soul power, the nightmare would devour Lin Feng's soul for power. Lin Feng estimated that if he didn't hunt demonic beasts and obtain demonic spirits in the other world, then every other day, he would need to take a soul-nourishing pill. A soul-nourishing pill was 200,000 SGD, averaging out over a month. Lin Feng would have to spend 6 million, which would be 72 million SGD a year, and as the nightmare grows stronger, it will only cost an even larger amount of new coins. Lin Feng guessed that Jiqiu might have fallen because he was unable to provide the soul power required by the nightmare and his soul was devoured. As for Yi Group's assets of tens of billions of dollars, Yi Chou, as the chairman's son, was himself a genius of soul cultivation, and the amount of soul power was tens of hundreds of times stronger than that of Lin Feng. Even he couldn't feed the nightmare to the fullest, let alone him. Lin Feng had very little soul power, so he could only buy soul-nourishing pills to feed his nightmares. Yesterday, refining the nightmare, he had prepared 50 soul-nourishing pills, and now there were only 6 left. He still had $4 million on his card, which could buy 20 soul-nourishing pills, which added up to only 26 pills, for nightmare's food expenses for 26 days only. It's been less than a month. Lin Feng desperately needs money. Lots of it. To many people, a club for high school students was not worth mentioning at all, but Lin Feng had high hopes for it. and he treated it as a prototype for his own power in the future. Many of his plans needed the Budokai to be realized. Today, there are only 2 core members of his Budo club. Gao Hai was his most trusted brother. Lin Feng could rest assured and trust him unreservedly, and in the future, Gao Hai would take on the role of supervisory envoy. Yang Fan, on the other hand, will act as an analyst or even a military advisor in the future. Hello Brother Feng. Behind Yang Fan, Little Mushroom Head and the others also shouted with faces of adoration. This was a big brother's big brother. As weaklings with average talent, if they could tie up with a big brother, who would dare to bully them in Jiangxin First Middle School? Lin Feng also nodded to Little Mushroom and the others. This made Little Mushroom look joyful and proud. In their opinion, being able to talk to Lin Feng was enough to be proud of. Didn't they see the envious expressions on the faces of many people on the side? At this moment, Lin Feng was like a big star, slowly walking towards the seniors teaching building under the gaze of millions of people. From time to time, there were schoolmates who came up to ask for autographs, but without waiting for Lin Feng to open his mouth, Gao Hai and the others had the good sense to directly refuse. So many people were watching. If they signed an autograph, it would be a mess. Brother Feng, look at those women. Their state is not right. Beside Lin Feng, Gao Hai reminded in a low voice. Even Lin Feng was a bit surprised. He realized that many of the girls were looking at him a bit wrong. Something's very wrong. Is it going to eat him up? Why does it look so scary? In the crowd, Mo Sun and the others looked at Lin Feng's back with somewhat complicated expressions. After only a few days, just when they had already figured out how to get back at Lin Feng, that teenager who could have been easily needed by them had turned into a supreme genius, and had even entered the Glory Rookie ranking and gained the qualification for the Blue Moon Guardian. And now they didn't dare to make a move against Lin Feng at all. M.O., should we just let it go? G-Fish looked at Lin Feng's back. A trace of resentment showed in his eyes. He had been stormed by Lin Feng. Not only had he broken his right arm, his ribs in his chest were broken. Although they had been connected, it would definitely affect the real results of the college entrance exam. Facing the gaze of his brothers, Mo Sun was silent for a while and said, wait until he exits the Glory Rookie list to determine whether it's true or not. As long as Lin Feng was still on the Glory Rookie list for one day, he couldn't and didn't dare to make a move. If he did it, not only himself, but even his parents would be involved. At this point, Mo Sun already had the intention of resting on his laurels. Although he was proud, he was not stupid, and he still understood the principle of leaving a silver lining in things, so that they could meet in the future. There was no such thing as being afraid or not. It wasn't worth it to make an enemy out of a genius who had the potential to become a strong person simply for a skirmish. Of course, if the rumors were false, then he would definitely make Lin Feng pay. Although G-Fish was upset, he was sensible enough not to open his mouth, but only prayed in his heart fake. It must be fake. He'll be kicked out of the Glory Rookie ranking next month. Senior Class 7. Inside the class, which could hold more than 600 people in a stepped pattern, a group of people scrambled around Lin Feng's seat, as if they had endless questions to ask. Lin Feng, you're finally back. You look good today. Lin Feng, I also live in Hearing Wind Court. We're neighbors, yeah. You really turned down Gathering Star. Huh? That's a big family. Are you really willing to give it up? Lin Feng, give me an autograph. Just sign on this photo. Hey, it's not what I want. It's for my sister. She's a fan of yours. She knows that I'm your classmate. She's been asking me for it every day these days. It's bugging the hell out of me. Brother Feng, take a picture later. Let my relatives be envious. The students looked at Lin Feng with envy and admiration in their eyes. More than others, as Lin Feng's classmates, they were more shocked and incredulous about Lin Feng's transformation. After the Day of Awakening, Lin Feng was recognized by everyone as a loser. At that time, many people had failed to refine demon spirits and were frustrated, feeling that there was no hope in their lives. But when they saw Lin Feng, their moods instantly got much better. Anymore, it's not as miserable as Lin Feng. That's what they think. Apart from some people who looked at Lin Feng in a bad light and teased and mocked him, more students had some pity. But where did they think that in just a few days, Lin Feng had completed a magnificent to the extreme metamorphosis? This metamorphosis was even more exaggerated than Yaji's cocooning into a butterfly. While they were still struggling for the college entrance exams, Lin Feng seemed to have reached the peak, endorsing advertisements, rejecting the 3 major clubs, and becoming a big star. In Jiangcheng, in terms of teacher strength and college entrance examination results, the first middle school is recognized as the best middle school. Every year, there are more than 30 people who get into the 3 major hero academies, and as many as 300 people who get into the 9 elite academies. This awakening day, Yiqiu's sudden appearance made the first middle school even more famous across the country, becoming synonymous with famous schools and becoming the school of choice for all parents. Jiangxin Middle School, on the other hand, has been hovering in the 3rd or 4th position, but because of Lin Feng, it is now trending to the 2nd position. Lin Feng's appearance made Jiangxin Middle School's reputation soar. South Yiqiu and North Lin Feng, a title that also allows students from both schools to compare the two in multiple ways. In addition to expressing their envy and admiration for Lin Feng, the students were also jealous of Gao Hai. Lin Feng had given Gao Hai a suite of rooms, worth more than $7 million, and it had long been rumored in the class, and they were envious and jealous of Gao Hai's shit luck. How many people have worked so hard? Their whole life's pursuit is to own a suite of rooms in the inner city, and Gao Hai has reached it just like that. Aha! In response to the enthusiasm of his classmates, Lin Feng acted somewhat coldly, not to the point of being cold-eyed, but definitely not enthusiastic. To Lin Feng, how similar the scene was at this point, just with a different person. For group photos and autographs, he did not respond. The class of more than 600 people, a person to take a picture, that will take a few hours, plus other classes, how busy. Although Lin Feng's attitude was still friendly, everyone could see that he was a bit perfunctory, which made many people's mouths turn away, disdain in their eyes, and secretly mutter in their hearts, "It's not just entering the glory rookie list, endorsing an advertisement. So what's the point of being complacent?" Although many people were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to directly mock them to their faces as before. Lin Feng used to be a notoriously ruthless character. At the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, even first-grade martial artists were directly brutally beaten. Didn't he see that even the members of the elite martial arts club were now sitting and cowering at this time? Not to mention them, many people left in 2s and 3s, with angry faces and careful comments. "What's wrong with that? You really think you're a big star? That's right. Haven't become a demon spirit master arrogant what? Maybe it's all bragging. The last place in the glory rookie list. If he's not careful, he'll be out of the list next month. Let's see if he's still arrogant. Refining the earth ranking demon spirits and even despising the cloud treading beast. Who believes that? I have a feeling he's just lying." Having refined the nightmare, Lin Feng's perception was several times stronger, so it was natural that he heard these taunts and comments, but he didn't care at all. This perfunctoriness is not and wasn't complacent, but it didn't feel like it made any sense. If it was an ordinary high school student who became famous, he or she might enjoy the feeling of being in the spotlight and surrounded by fan adoration. But Lin Feng was different. That kind of pursuit and envy couldn't bring him a single sense of accomplishment at all. His quest was markedly different from that of his classmates. While his classmates were still worrying about working hard for the college entrance exams, he had to worry about nightmares $5 million a month for food. If it wasn't for recruiting members for the Budo Club, he wouldn't have gone back to school at all. Although Lin Feng was a bit perfunctory and even started to act a bit cold, there were still many girls surrounding him who refused to leave. Lin Feng was now a hot star in Jiangchang, and in the future perhaps a player in the League of Glory profession, which was very attractive to many girls. Plus, Lin Feng had already broken up with Ye, so such a good opportunity was not to be missed. "Big head, can you give me a seat?" At this time, a girl tugged on Gao Hai's sleeve and said pitifully, "For the class." Lin Feng had long forgotten, except for special exceptions like Yang Fan, but this girl, Lin Feng had an impression. If he remembered correctly, this girl was called Miao Meng, and she also belonged to the stormy figures in the 7th class of the senior year. Miao Meng's looks were upper middle class, not very pretty, but she was very good at dressing up. Though still a student, her face was painted with light makeup and her long, dark brown, big wavy hair looked a little lazy and rebellious. A simple purple t-shirt, but outlined the tempting curves, the corner of the bow and a touch of cute, ultra-short jeans, 2 white tender long legs extremely long, plus beautiful buttocks, the development of a very perfect top, this kind of devil's body, all the time in the attraction of the boys' eyes. Senior class 7. There are 300 boys in the class, only half of them like her, and the remaining half only fantasize about her when it's late at night. Gao Hai talent is average, obese, although people are good, but the sense of existence is not strong. Where in the weekdays there are girls who will look for him to take the initiative to climb the conversation, not to mention the Miao Meng, such a tempting girl. In the face of Miao Meng's request, the simple man slightly lowered his head, and even somewhat dared not look directly at Miao Meng, and before he could react, and was just about to ask for Lin Feng's opinion, he was easily pulled up by Miao Meng. "Mr. Lin Feng, can we take a picture together?" Miao Meng sat beside Lin Feng, slightly narrow eyes, through a hint of request, long eyelashes slightly trembling, thin lips delicate, white small face through a hint of light pink, coupled with that devilish body. Even Lin Feng also a little sigh. It's a real Uta. Seeing Lin Feng sizing herself up, Miao Meng didn't flinch. She stroked her hair and smiled slightly. She knew how to show her charms perfectly. She believed that no boy would be able to bear to reject her, not to mention something as trivial as taking a picture. As for Lin Feng, she wasn't concerned, but she wasn't a stranger either. After all, she was Ye Ji's boyfriend. If she was the envy of many girls, then Ye Gu could be called the envy of all girls, even her. Miao Meng gave herself 75 points for her appearance, and with her dress and figure, she could reach 90 points, while Ye Gu, who didn't need any of these, had 90 points, and whether it was in her class, or at school, Ye Gu was more popular than her. On the day of awakening, she failed to refine the demonic spirit, while Ye Gu refined the 8th grade charming butterfly and signed up with Gathering Star, and now Ye Ji's popularity is even more than a few dozen streets away from her, and in the future, if there are no accidents, Ye Gu will become a glorified big star that will take the country by storm. If before, she could still be confident that she wouldn't lose to Ye Gu, but now, Miao Meng knew that she wasn't qualified to be compared to Ye Gu. This Miao Meng is so hateful, how dare she seduce Lin Feng? What a disgusting smile. I'd like to smack her around. Seeing a man and flirting. Don't worry everyone, Lin Feng likes cute types like me and won't look at her. The female students who had gathered around, seeing Miao Meng sitting next to Lin Feng, were all a bit tasty, and many of them looked at Miao Meng with displeasure. Mr. Lin Feng, you wouldn't even disagree with taking pictures, would you? Seeing that Lin Feng didn't respond, Miao Meng then asked. These days, Lin Feng's fireworks in Jiangcheng had given her some ideas. If she became Lin Feng's girlfriend, wouldn't she have one Ye Gu? Plus, to be Lin Feng's girlfriend, it would be a very honorable thing to do. The girlfriend of a future glorified megastar is a little exciting to think about. Originally, Miao Meng wasn't too concerned about Lin Feng. However, when she sat next to Lin Feng, she realized that apart from his handsome looks, compared to his classmates, Lin Feng had an aura that set him apart from his peers. Those dark eyes were as deep as pools of water, calm, confident, and gave a sense of security, which, when combined with the aura bestowed by the genius, made Miao Meng feel her heart beat faster. Why are you so handsome? Miao Meng knew her heart was in the right place. Lin Feng looked at Miao Meng. It was undeniable that Miao Meng was attractive, even to him, but this attraction was just hormonal. Lin Feng was afraid of trouble and didn't have time for a relationship. Lin Feng directly said disagree. What? Lin Feng's reply made Miao Meng not react for a moment. Was she being rejected? This was the first time she had ever been rejected by a boy. How could a boy reject himself? Unless it's glass? Lin Feng's answer caused the girls on the side to secretly applaud, while teasingly looking at Miao Meng. I'll see if you're still a demon. Just as Miao Meng was about to say something, the bell for class rang and she could only get up, glaring at Lin Feng unwillingly, and the onlookers quickly dispersed. Why is it that old Qi is here? Seeing the homeroom teacher who walked into the classroom, Cao Hai was puzzled. Old Qi's classes are all in the afternoon and are hands-on courses. Lin Feng, come out for a moment. At this moment, only old Ji waved his hand at Lin Feng's location and greeted him. Lin Feng looked up and although he was a bit puzzled, he still walked out of the classroom. Lin Feng, these are the school's grants for you. Old Ji took out a crystal bottle and handed it to Lin Feng. There are 2 Qi and blood pills in here. Teacher looks forward to you getting into the 3 Heroes Academy. Lin Feng didn't answer. It's not a good idea to be unprofessional. 2 Qi and blood pills. That's just $200,000. At this point in time he owed the school nothing. He paid the tuition he was supposed to, had never accepted financial aid from the school, and if he took it now, he wouldn't be able to make a good offer afterward, and he wanted much more than that. Why don't you answer? Old Ji frowned. Lin Feng's attitude made him very upset, but he also knew that the teenager in front of him was different from the other students and was not something he could reprimand at will. He also knew that Lin Feng endorsed the advertisement fee as high as $18 million, and perhaps did not care about the money. As a practical teacher, he was not sure that he could win against Lin Feng, and as a class teacher he had never taken care of caring about Lin Feng, so he did not have much of a bottom line in the face of Lin Feng. Why give it to me? Lin Feng asked. He naturally sensed old Ji's dissatisfaction, but it didn't matter at all. Lao Ji had been his homeroom teacher for 3 years, and this was the first time the two had ever talked. Lin Feng even doubted that if it wasn't reported in the news. Walking down the street, would this homeroom teacher recognize himself if he met him? After the day of awakening, the senior 3-year section, entering the top 100 of the yearly section, will be subsidized with 1 Qi and blood elixir per month, and the top 10 of the former section will have 2 Qi and blood elixirs per month. Old Ji explained, although you have concealed your strength, the school has nevertheless decided to give you the subsidy in advance according to the top 10 of the yearly section in the hope that you will strive for glory for the school. Hearing old Ji say that, Lin Feng realized that was the case. Just according to the top 10 of the year? If it were Yi Chou, I'm afraid it would be far more than that. In other words, school leaders are not really sincere. Forget it, Lin Feng said to old Ji. Lao Ji was silent for a while. His eyes flickered in the face of a calm Lin Feng. He didn't understand why Lin Feng would refuse something that was free. $200,000. More than his salary for a year. Even if Lin Feng's endorsement fee is $18 million, it's not so easy to just throw it away, right? Do you have something in mind? Old Ji asked. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Under Lao Ji's gaze, Lin Feng nodded his head without denying it and faintly said, I want to ask, how much is the top student of the college entrance exam worth? I have to ask, how much is a high school senior worth? When Lin Feng asked this, the class teacher, Lao Ji, obviously froze for a moment and seemed to be somewhat confused. What? Old Ji asked with some hesitation as he showed a puzzled look on his face. The chi and blood elixir he gave Lin Feng was a subsidy from the school, the purpose of which was to allow Lin Feng to get into the 3 great hero academies. How come even the top students of the college entrance exams had come out? How much is the school leader willing to pay if I'm sure I'll get the top student in the college entrance exam? Lin Feng said. Now Lao Ji heard and understood. But he just couldn't believe it. The rules of the entrance exam now were completely different from before the Aura revival. In the old days, the entrance exam was a paper. The question papers are further divided into National L, National LL and National LLL papers. In addition to these, some provinces and municipalities have their own papers. At the same time, candidates are divided into arts and science subjects, so there are dozens of high school seniors. But nowadays, the National Unified Literature Examination paper, physical and practical test is also the same. That is to say, the senior high school students, the country only one. This gold content naturally different in words. And according to statistics, nearly 15 million candidates take the college entrance exam every year. 15 million people are competing for first place. So you can imagine the difficulty. In the past, carp were used to describe the difficulty of the college entrance examination. But nowadays, the top students of the college entrance examination should be more accurately described by carp fighting for the Dragon King. Jiang Cheng has never had anyone take the title of the top student of the college entrance examination for the past 10 years. And even the role models and probers are rare. Are you sure you'll get the high school diploma? Old Ji spoke with a hint of mockery in his tone, not hiding his skepticism. Even Yi Qiu, who had entered the 19th position of the Glory Rookie list and was the first person on the high school potential list, it was a question of whether or not he would be able to make it into the top 100 in the country in the college entrance exam, let alone be the top scholar in the college entrance exam. Strength determines the score of the entrance exam, but the strongest ones don't always get the high school entrance exams. This may seem a bit unreasonable, but the truth is very simple. In Jiangcheng, facing the college entrance exam, every year there were more than 10 candidates who reached the realm of first-grade martial artist. Candidates who had reached the martial artist realm, their physical scores were naturally higher than the physical cultivation realm, but their actual combat scores weren't necessarily, and it wasn't uncommon for many of the candidates who had reached the first grade of martial artist to have actual combat scores that weren't as good as those of the physical cultivation realm. In addition to this, there is a written test score of 200 points on the high school exam, a lot of strong, but average written test scores. Knowing that for high school seniors, a lot of times it's that 1 point that counts. Instead, the high school exam is divided into 3 parts, totaling 750 points. Part 1, 200 points for cultural achievement. Part 2, physical fitness score of 350 points. Part 3, 200 points for practical performance. If a candidate's score does not reach the admission line set by each university, he or she will be admitted to that university if he or she has extra points, such as refining demonic spirits and becoming a demonic spiritualist, plus extra points, if he or she can reach the admission line. The extra points for demonic spirits, however, do not count toward the high school grade. However, when the candidates have the same score, the comparison is the grade of the demon spirit. Lin Feng hadn't refined the demonic spirit. If he wanted to be the top student in the college entrance exam, his score had to be the undisputed number 1. Before the college entrance exam, I'm sure that I'll become a first-grade martial artist, and with my combat strength, it won't be difficult to get a perfect score in the practical test, which means that as long as there are no accidents, I'll become the top student of the college entrance exam, Lin Feng analyzed. Naturally, it was only with certainty that Lin Feng dared to say this. After Lin Feng had finished speaking, Lao Ji's subconscious reaction was to retort, but for a moment he couldn't seem to find a reason to do so. This seems like there are some possibilities. Last year, the national college entrance exam winner was named Zheng Ji, a student at Shangjing No. 2 Middle School, who scored 715 points on the college entrance exam. His high school written score, 195, physical score, 339, and practical score, 181, for a total of 715. For most students, the real-world score is the main deduction from the grade on the high school entrance exam. And on the contrary, Lin Feng's combat power was undoubted. Being able to defeat a first-grade martial artist head-on, it wasn't difficult for Lin Feng to get a full practical score. Old Ji had only just looked at Lin Feng's simulation results from the previous month before he came. Lin Feng's cultural score was 189 points, and if he scored a full 200 points in practical combat, together that would be 389 points. In other words, if Lin Feng could reach first-grade martial artist before the college entrance exam and get more than 326 points for his physical score, the top student of the college entrance exam would be a sure thing. It was extremely difficult to break through from the 8th stage of body cultivation to a first-grade martial artist in a little over 2 months, but Lin Feng's 36 styles of body refinement had already reached 21 styles, so it wasn't impossible if there were a large amount of resources to assist him. In other words, Lin Feng is indeed likely to become this year's top student in the college entrance examination, and he or she will be the classroom teacher of a high school senior? A 3 Big Heroes Academy indicator. The school rewarded him $50,000. That national college entrance examination. How much to reward? At least $500,000, right? Thinking of this, it was hard to avoid some excitement in Lao Ji's heart, and these rewards are just small money. Every year, the leaders of Jiangchang, for the college entrance examination is extremely important. A school, the student's performance on the college entrance examination is related to each year, the allocation of resources worth billions of dollars and the transfer of school leadership positions. For school leaders, students' performance, which is related to their future, is extremely important for each year's college entrance examination. Undoubtedly, because of Yichio's relationship, the first middle school winds up being the most winning, becoming the school of choice for all students' parents. If this time Jiangxi Middle School can get the title of the top student of the college entrance examination, I'm afraid that the name of the number 1 school in Jiangcheng will have to be changed. And to be able to get the top student of the college entrance examination, for Jiangcheng, it can also make a show in front of the whole country for once. If the city leaders are happy, the allocation of resources for the next year, and the rewards for the school teachers, not to say doubled, I am afraid that it will be far beyond the level of previous years, and that would be a difference of hundreds of millions, if not billions. When he thought of this, Old Ji was excited, but this excitement was quickly suppressed by him as he thought of this college entrance exam scholar. Lin Feng was not giving it away for nothing, but was selling it? Lao Ji couldn't help but be a little troubled. There's never been a precedent for this kind of thing, and school leaders wouldn't agree to it. Lin Feng, you're a student trained by the school. Isn't it only natural that you should fight for the school's honor? Old Ji had a righteous face and questioned in a serious tone. Soon, though, he regretted it. Although Lin Feng didn't retort, the gaze he was looking at him at this moment was like looking at an idiot. Under that kind of gaze, Lao Ji was more or less embarrassed. As a class teacher, Lao Ji wanted to use collective honor to make Lin Feng selfless, but he didn't think about it. If Lin Feng had no value, would the school give subsidies? The school only cared about geniuses and never paid any attention to students like Lin Feng. If it was an ordinary student, there might have been some hesitation, but Lin Feng was a ruthless character who dared to charge $18 million for advertising when he, on his clothes, drew a frame. Lao Ji himself think about it. If back to the student period, if he himself can get the top student of the college entrance examination, only afraid that it will not be given to the school for nothing. So how much do you want? Old Ji asked. That depends on how much you guys think this senior high school student is worth. If you don't think it's worth it, I'll ask at other schools, Lin Feng said. Old Ji looked deeply at Lin Feng, but didn't say much. The exact amount was not for him, a small class teacher, to decide. Although this Lin Feng was still young, just a high school student, he was mature in his words and behavior, and wasn't easy to fool around with. He didn't doubt that if the school couldn't give Lin Feng the value he wanted, this teenager who dared to reject the 3 major clubs would just turn around and leave, waving his sleeves without a trace of attachment. After Lao Ji left, Lin Feng returned to the classroom. For him, as long as the price was right, he still wished to stay in Jiangxi No. 1 middle school. It wasn't the so-called feelings or lingering, he just found it troublesome. As the teacher and classmates watched, Lin Feng returned to his seat. The first lesson was demonic beast combat, which was about how to hunt demonic beasts, which Lin Feng had no interest in. But instead of sleeping, he picked up a book and read it carefully. Since he wanted to become a top student in the college entrance exam, he definitely couldn't fall behind in the 200 points of culture, some of the basics of high school. Lin Feng had long forgotten almost everything and had to make up for it quickly. After starting to read the book, Lin Feng was surprised to find that his memory and comprehension were much stronger than before, and although he couldn't forget everything, he could quickly memorize it after reading it 2 or 3 times. Obviously, this was a gift that came with refining nightmare. Jingle bells. When the school bell rang at noon, Lin Feng had already memorized a thick one. If he followed this progress, it wouldn't take 3 days for him to finish his cultural knowledge. After school, Lin Feng felt a little hungry, and it was time for lunch. Young Fan, Lin Feng shouted. What's up, Windy? Many people showed envy as Young Fan walked quickly. In the past, although Young Fan was very famous in the 7th class of senior high school, his classmates didn't put him in their eyes. But nowadays, because of Lin Feng's relationship, in the 7th class of senior high school, and even in Jiangxin Middle School, he was a number 1 person. Now his classmates didn't dare to call him Big Mouth. They called him Brother Fan, Brother Mouth. In yesterday, Yang Fan and G Fish met at school. Yang Fan directly ignored him, while G Fish didn't even dare to fart. And when he returned home, even his father, who was usually indifferent to him, called him in to ask about Lin Feng. And the reason for that was just that his father overheard him when his sister approached him for Lin Feng's autograph. And this also made Young Fan understand the intimidating power that Lin Feng possessed as the president of the Jianghu Martial Arts Society. Lin Feng was only in his 3rd year of high school, so he made his father pay attention to him. And if one day, when Lin Feng really grew up and the Jianghu Martial Arts Society became powerful, as a core member, no one would be able to ignore his existence. At that time, Yang Fan would prove to everyone that even without martial arts talent, he was no worse than anyone else. Is the list organized yet? It was organized yesterday. Yang Fan nodded and pulled out a folded paper from his pocket. Brother Feng, take a look. From the 3rd year of high school, I picked 13. 6 are from large families, 5 are from large consortia, and 2 are high-ranking officials. Lin Feng nodded. 13, more than he expected. With 13 people, Lin Feng quickly ruled out 2. According to his memory, the group that these 2 men's fathers worked for ended up in bankruptcy and closure. After that, he ruled out 3 more. The main reason for excluding these 3 was that these 3, Yang Fan had not given good reviews, were either selfish or short-tempered. Only 7 remained after that, as an alternative list of core members. And among them, Lin Feng was most concerned about a teenager named Yun Kai. The Yun clan, a well-known big family in Jiangcheng, whose ancestors had appeared as transcendent powerhouses. Lin Feng wasn't curious about transcendent powerhouses. What made him curious was that according to Yang Fan's introduction, this teenager named Yun Kai, from the time he was born, he was different from the norm. His whole body was covered with golden hair, and he had some beastly features on his appearance. It was also for this reason that although he was a son of a big family, he was discriminated and bullied by his classmates since he was a child. And Yang Fan gave the comment extremely poor talent, ostracized by his classmates, low self-esteem, and cowardice. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but want to spit. Even he who had refined the nightmare was a little envious at this point. There was no such thing as fairness in the world of martial artists, and giving was not always rewarded. Effort can never compare to talent. Returning to demonize this could be a much rarer talent than bloodline awakening. A teenager who was likely to inherit his ancestors' superb demonic spirit talent had low self-esteem, and was discriminated against and bullied? If in 10 years later, such a genius, as long as it was discovered, would be protected by the base city guardian artifacts, there was no need to take the college entrance exams. The 3 major hero academies were randomly selected, and they were the favorites of all the glorified professional clubs. Casually go anywhere, are like a big star, enjoy the crowd, envy, worship eyes. Countless young girls, in the face of this kind of gifted genius, is even more eager and crazy. Nowadays, in everyone's opinion, Yun Kai is just a genetically mutated monster, and it will be 10 years later that people will discover the existence of the returned demonization. Unfortunately, 10 years later, Yun Kai has long missed the talent awakening time, but also missed the best cultivation time. Can only be a lifetime of nothing? Fortunately, Lin Feng appeared at this time. During the lunch break, the 300,000 strong Jiangxin Middle School seemed to have turned into a bazaar all of a sudden, as the students gathered together, happily chatting and joking around while walking towards the cafeteria. And in the crowd, a figure that was in the middle of a hollow area, shaped like a single figure, appeared to be particularly abrupt. The crowd looked at the figure with strange eyes, and from time to time there was a burst of bantering jeers. Look, orcs, it's not like I haven't seen it before. What's there to be curious about? But why is this guy getting more and more like a demonic beast? I heard that the orc one is very powerful. Someone on the toilet was shocked to see it. I don't know if it's true. Seriously, like animals? That's disgusting. Yun Kai kept his head down and didn't say a word. June Day. willow low-hanging, blinding sunlight as if to melt people. The temperature is hot as if the air is permeated with a burnt smell. All the students are wearing short-sleeved shorts, only he alone wearing long sleeves and long pants. Although Yun Kai was also afraid of heat, he was more afraid of the hair on his body. But even so, there was no hiding the exposed palms and features, which instantly made him the center of attention. Those unpleasant words, without the slightest concealment, came directly into his ears. In response, Yun Kai didn't react much other than lowering his head a bit more, because he's used to it. From the moment the nurse let out a piercing scream on the day of his birth, he was destined to be different. Growing up with exuberant hair, Yun Kai knew that he was different from other children. But every 2 days, he would ask his mom and dad to help him weed out the hair. But as he grew older, those hairs got thicker and even the pores enlarged, so they could no longer be easily weeded out. And the hairs grew at a faster rate. Sometimes they were just weeded out, and then the next day, they grew back out again. In later years, the change in his bones made his size change as well, and he became an alien in the eyes of the people. Over the years, his original dark pupils turned brown, and his appearance changed drastically, which made him go from being an alien to being an outright monster in the eyes of the people. In fact, Yun Kai didn't blame his classmates, because even his clan relatives gradually treated him as a monster. His parents, who originally loved him dearly, also began to alienate him because they had a younger brother and sister, and it had been a long time, at least half a year since he had eaten with his parents. He was used to the ridicule, used to the strange stares, even used to the fact that he was gradually becoming a monster. Ever since he was a child, he has been alone. No friends, no brothers, not even his family anymore. When he came to the cafeteria and waited in line, the ordeal was even more painful for Yun Kai. Even if he had gotten used to it, even if he had been scarred and was about to go numb, this kind of strange gaze still made his life worse than death. 10 pretzel roasts, 10 Brussels sprouts, 10 rice. Because of his low self-esteem, Yun Kai spoke in a very low volume, and because of the change in the knot in his throat, his voice was extremely rough, as if it was the hissing of a wild beast before it hunted its prey. It's true that orcs eat a lot. This human demon eats more than I eat in 3 days. What a meal bucket. Eating so much and still being so skinny. He's actually quite pathetic. I don't think you guys need to talk about him like that. He hasn't done anything wrong. You're the only one who's noble. You pity him. Why don't you befriend him? Listening to the murmurs, Yun Kai served it back and forth 5 times and silently came to the corner alone, eating his meal. Along with the body mutation, over the years, his meal size had also increased, and the food in front of him was actually not enough to satisfy his body's needs. But even after eating so much, his figure was getting thinner and thinner. The delicious roasted meat, just after entering his body, was quickly digested, and within his body, it was as if there was a monster that was devouring energy all the time. Yun Kai was very tall, only 16 years old, as tall as 1 meter 9, which was not uncommon among students, but he only weighed about 100 pounds, looking like a bamboo pole. Just as Yun Kai was eating in silence, not far from him, 3 boys were eating while jostling, and at first they were having fun, but the atmosphere soon became a bit subtle, and one of the stronger boys slapped another inch-haired boy in the face. The inch-headed boy covered his face but didn't dare to fight back. With a depressed face he noticed Yun Kai not far away, so he casually grabbed a steamed bun and violently smashed it towards Yun Kai. The steamed bun smashed heavily on Yun Kai's face, smashing Yun Kai with a lurch. The rice in his mouth sprayed out, and his little face was a little red. But even so, he didn't even look at who attacked him, and even, in his mind flashed a thought: smashed to death. Maybe it's also a kind of relief? Unfortunately, smashing doesn't work. Keeping his head down, after a while, Yun Kai proceeded to eat. That inch-head boy transferred his anger and vented it. His mood was suddenly much lighter, and the surrounding students saw the scene, as if they were accustomed to it, and did not think about it at all. Each doing their own, eating what they should eat, chatting what they should chat, even if there were people with hearts that could not bear it, but did not open their mouths. Lin Feng? Steep exclamations of surprise came from the crowd, and under the gaze of the crowd, 3 figures were carrying their meals and walking slowly, and the one leading them was none other than Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked towards the inch-headed teenager. Before the other party could react, he swung his hand, and with a snap, he fiercely swiped and flung it at the other party's face, and that huge force directly smacked the teenager to the ground, and the ground was strewn with blood and more than a dozen teeth. The originally noisy cafeteria was silenced. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in surprise, not understanding why he was so angry. Just a fight? As for the inch-haired teenager who was paralyzed on the ground and was directly knocked out by a slap, no one paid any attention to him. Even his 2 friends had their heads down at this time, pretending not to see. Lin Feng, thank you. Yun Kai looked at all this and secretly said thank you in his heart. From the direction the steamed buns flew from just now, and the reactions of the surrounding students, he knew the truth. Because he has no friends, Yun Kai's greatest pleasure in his spare time is surfing the internet. On the internet, no one knows who he is. No one will see what he looks like, and naturally there will be no mocking stares or bullying. It was also only in the virtual internet that he felt alone, a flesh and blood, ordinary man. As for Lin Feng, he was the focus of netizens' debates on the internet and the main protagonist of the recent news, and he was naturally not unfamiliar with the talented young man who had entered the Glory Rookie list, and being in the same Jiangxi Middle School, he was naturally even more concerned about Lin Feng, and even treated him as his idol. It was for this reason that he understood better the difference between Lin Feng and himself. Lin Feng, he is dazzling genius, and he's just a monster. Just when Yun Kai thought that Lin Feng was just casually helping out of sympathy and wouldn't have any interactions with him, he saw that the three of them were walking towards him, and under everyone's astonished gazes, they sat directly across from him. Yun Kai hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Lin Feng because he was afraid to see the dissimilarity and disgust revealed in the other party's eyes. Although he had gotten used to it, he didn't want it. This person was Lin Feng. No one said anything. Everyone just looked at the three Lin Fengs and Yun Kai with their heads down eating without saying a word. The atmosphere was a bit weird. This meal, Yun Kai ate quietly. If it was in the past, his body's intense hunger would not allow him to chew slowly, and he would have already taken a big bite. But now, not only did he force himself to slow down, he even swallowed as low as he could. Although Yun Kai knew that no matter from his looks or size, he was like the work that everyone talked about, he still hoped that he could be slightly more elegant in front of Lin Feng, in front of his idol. A little more like a person. From the moment the three of them sat across from Yun Kai, Lin Feng had kept his head lowered, so close to burying his head in his rice, because he had faced all kinds of strange gazes and bullying since he was a child. Yun Kai was more sensitive to the gazes of others, and he could clearly feel that there were three gazes, hovering over his body and face, as if they were observing him. Because Lin Feng had fought for him earlier, Yun Kai had slightly lowered his guard. He didn't know why the three of them were sitting across from him, but guessed that perhaps they were taking pity on him. Although it was very uncomfortable and even a little fidgety, Yun Kai was not repulsed and even enjoyed this feeling. Thanks, Yun Kai said silently in his heart. When the whole world showed him malice, any hint of kindness was precious. Whatever Lin Feng's mindset was, Yun Kai was grateful, because since kindergarten, because of the animalization of his body, it made him distinctly different from his classmates. The difference between man and beast, not to mention eating with him, even sometimes when he didn't bother to approach. It was as if the students would be like encountering bedbugs, showing expressions of disgust while quickly fleeing. No one has ever eaten with him, even though he hadn't interacted with the three Lin Fengs the entire time. In this moment, he was no longer surrounded by a hollow zone, and he didn't seem to be any different from the other normal students. Under the attention of their classmates, the lunch that was supposed to take only 10 minutes took Lin Feng and the others half an hour, and they had finished eating, but they had no intention of leaving. Why aren't you leaving yet? Yun Kai held his chopsticks. The originally delicious roast meat tasted like chewing wax at this moment. He had deliberately slowed down his eating speed, but so had the Lin Feng trio, as if they were deliberately caring for his speed. However, half an hour had passed and Lin Feng's trio had finished eating, but they still had no intention of leaving. If they were just pitying him, there didn't seem to be such a need. An uneasy feeling spread in Yun Kai's heart, but he never dared to look up. What are Lin Feng and the others doing? Why do they keep staring at the orcs? Look at that look. Maybe he's going to punch him? I don't think so. I wouldn't have stood up for him and fought for him before I had to beat him up. Besides, even though Lin Feng is ruthless, he's never bullied the weak. That's true. Although Lin Feng is a bit withdrawn, his character is still guaranteed. So what do you think is going on? It can't be something to find him, can it? The murmurs of his classmates were faintly heard in his ears, which made Yun Kai even more uneasy. He kept his head down and remained silent until 10 minutes later, when his meal was also finished and empty, and Lin Feng's three were still slow to get up. Then he carefully raised and lifted his head, with an expression as if he was about to receive the judgment of doom. Yun Kai raised his head very, very slowly, as if it was a movie in slow motion, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught the three of them, Lin Feng, gazing at him with unblinking eyes. Meeting each other's gazes briefly startled Yun Kai, subconsciously lowering his head once again, but he quickly raised his head again. Their gaze? Yun Kai's brown pupils contracted slightly. His heart trembled. He was surprised to find that Lin Feng's eyes were calm. Those dark eyes didn't show that kind of dissimilarity, disgust, disdain. Since childhood, even if it was his own parents, even if it was hidden well, Yun Kai could find that hidden in the depths of his eyes, an imperceptible hint of dissimilarity. There had never been anyone whose eyes were as calm as Lin Feng's, calm as if all the hair on his body had disappeared. His misshapen bones had returned to their original shape, and his pupils were back to black. For the first time since he had known, he felt that he was no different from anyone else. Not really. Hello, I'm Lin Feng. Seeing Yun Kai raise his head, Lin Feng, who had been waiting for a long time, revealed a smile and extended his right hand to him. Lin Feng's action made Yun Kai freeze in place. His body was a little stiff. His blood seemed to stop flowing. He was both shocked and terrified. He couldn't believe that Lin Feng wanted to shake his hand. Whoa! The onlookers let out gasps of amazement and even more incredulity. In Jiangxi No. 1 Middle School, Lin Feng was the only student to enter the Glory Rookie list, and even more so, he was in high school, endorsed an advertisement. His strength was only at the 8th stage of physical cultivation before he defeated a martial artist, and his 36 styles of refining had reached the 21st style of genius. And even though he hadn't yet refined the demon spirit, he had already been recognized as the number 1 amongst the 300,000 students. Everyone knew that in the future, as long as he refined the high-level demonic spirits, Lin Feng would become the favorite of all the major clubs and become a glorified professional player, or even an all-star player. How many people wanted to flatter and get close but struggled to do so? Apart from Gao Hai and Yang Fan, Lin Feng had never taken the initiative to make any other friends, and a half-orc who was discriminated against and ostracized by them even had this honor. Yun Kai felt the shock and even jealousy of the students around him, which made him even more uneasy. He was afraid it was just a joke. If one reaches out one's hand, all one gets in return in the end is a joke. Because of low self-esteem, because of fear, Yun Kai was hesitant to reach out his hand. He knew that his actions would make Lin Feng lose face. He guessed that Lin Feng would soon take his hand back, and perhaps laugh and scold him a few times in annoyance, or even beat him violently, but he didn't expect that from the beginning to the end of the day. Lin Feng's expression and eyes never changed, as calm as before. Hello, I'm Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained in his handshake stance and repeated, knowing Yun Kai's inferiority complex and timidity, a child who has been different from the norm since birth and treated as a monster, who has grown up facing bullying and insults, is not first moved, but surprised and intimidated by sudden kindness. It was hard for Lin Feng to imagine that a big tall man of 1 meter 9 would show such a cowering look, and that cowering, at the same time, seemed to be permeated with a hint of an expectant look, which made Lin Feng suddenly feel a little heartbroken. Originally, when he recruited Yun Kai into the martial arts club, Lin Feng's aim was merely for the development of the club. There was no doubt that a great family whose ancestors had appeared as transcendent powerhouses, even if they had declined a bit over the years, their power and heritage were not comparable to ordinary families. If this family knew that Yun Kai was a supreme genius who had inherited the talent of his transcendent ancestors and possessed the returning demonization, it would be self-evident what it meant to a family that had experienced glory and was gradually declining. At that time, Yun Kai would gain the support and cultivation of the entire family. The achievements that Yun Kai would be able to achieve in the future would be enough for everyone to look up to. In Lin Feng's opinion, even if one was as gifted as Yi Qiu, they wouldn't necessarily be able to match Yun Kai in the future. Lin Feng needed to ensure Yun Kai's heart and loyalty, and he would probably scout for a year or two before he took a step to awaken Yun Kai's talent. But at this moment, Lin Feng gave up his original intentions. Even if he became a rival in the future, he decided to awaken Yun Kai's talent right away because the big tall man's eyes were too heartbreaking. 3 months before the college entrance exam, because of Yagu, he was pitted and ridiculed by many classmates, a feeling he knew that could turn a person into low self-esteem, depressed, even a little neurotic, and the world seemed to become a little gray. Therefore, he could clearly appreciate Yun Kai's feelings. For Yun Kai, this kind of discrimination and aversion, even bullying, accompanied his growth and became his habit, and as an alien in the eyes of others, compared to Lin Feng, his world was nearly dark. Hello, my name is Lin Feng. Lin Feng said it a third time, his tone sincere, with a hint of heartache, and at this time, perhaps sensing Lin Feng's emotions, Yun Kai was finally touched. He hesitated a little, hesitated for a long time, and his arm that was originally placed under the table slowly raised up. It was a claw like that of a wild animal, covered by golden dry hair. The knuckles had been severely deformed, dark red nails, which smelled of blood and made the heart cringe. This beast's claw was in stark contrast to Lin Feng's slender and white palm. If he was in the state of demonic transformation, this bestial right hand was extremely normal and would even cause many people to envy him. But unfortunately, Yun Kai did not have a demonic transformation, which was why he was rejected and loathed by everyone. Don't worry, Lin Feng means well. Didn't you hear your classmates? He never bullies the weak. Just now he even taught that guy a lesson for himself. He's already said it for the third time. Maybe he's already impatient. He can't let down his good intentions. Even if it's a joke, so what? Although he had already gathered enough courage and persuaded himself in his mind, Yun Kai still didn't dare to look directly at Lin Feng. His outstretched right hand trembled a little. His bent fingers appeared stiff. And just when he was only 2 or 3 centimeters away from Lin Feng's hand, he stopped. "Hello, my name is Lin Feng." Lin Feng took the first step and shook Yun Kai's hand. His hair-covered palm was wet. It was obvious that Yun Kai was very nervous at this moment. Feeling the friendliness conveyed by Lin Feng, Yun Kai, who was originally on edge, put his heart down. Since Lin Feng would shake his hand, it was bound to not be a tease. People who truly loathe him and want to prank him will not have any contact with him. Even in the face of all kinds of disgusting gazes and bullying, Yun Kai, who could not change his face, was now reddening his eyes and leaving tears. Hello, my name is called Yun Kai." The low hissing voice looked fierce, but it was a bit stuttered and weak, and you could tell that Yun Kai was still a bit inferior and nervous. "Hello, my name is Takumi." When Lin Feng withdrew his arm, Gao Hai also extended his right hand. Lin Feng had already talked to them about what rejuvenated demonization was and how rare and powerful it was, and at this moment, that seemingly terrifying appearance even made him extremely envious. "Hello there, I'm Yun Kai." This time, Yun Kai looked at Gao Hai and was obviously much bolder, although he was a bit strange about Gao Hai's eyes, but that was obviously not rejection, so he was no longer so hesitant. When he shook hands with Gao Hai, Yang Fan also extended his right hand. "Hello, my name is Yang Fan." "Hello, my name is Yun Kai." This time, Yun Kai no longer stuttered and completely dropped his defenses. His tense body relaxed, and the corners of his fierce-looking face lifted slightly upwards, revealing a stiff smile. It was the first smile he'd shown since he'd known better. "Laughing so hard it hurts. Let's go. Let's talk together." Lin Feng got up and said to Yun Kai. "Aha!" Yun Kai hurriedly nodded his head in response. He didn't know what to talk about, but he cherished this rare friendship. Yun Kai could feel that after the 3 Lin Fengs shook hands with him, a lot of the disgusting and mocking gazes that were originally thrown at him had disappeared, and even those that hadn't disappeared didn't dare to be as unbridled and unobtrusive as before. In Lin Feng's presence, no one dared to directly mock and talk about him. Even the inch-haired teenager who had been knocked out by Lin Feng's slap had awakened, however. The sharp pain in his mouth, the blood on the ground and the scattered teeth had caused him to be terrified and resentful in his eyes. However, after seeing Lin Feng shaking hands with the 3 of them, he pretended to faint again, not daring to have any thoughts of retaliation at all. Yun Kai hunched over and followed Lin Feng without saying a word. Although Lin Feng showed kindness, the inferiority complex and trepidation had penetrated deep into his soul, and wanting to change wasn't a momentary thing. Rooftop. Lin Feng casually found a shady place to sit down. Yang Fan and Gao Hai sat beside him on the left and right, while Yun Kai was a bit hesitant and stood still, until Lin Feng pointed to the position in front of him. Yun Kai only slowly sat down. "Yun Kai, keep your head up." Lin Feng looked at the big tall man in front of him who had lowered his head from the beginning to the end and said in a somewhat serious tone. I don't know if it was Lin Feng's serious tone or the fact that Yun Kai had never looked directly at someone before, but when he heard Lin Feng's request, he trembled. His heart thumped, and he didn't dare to raise his head at all. Yun Kai's body was trembling at the same time. His head lifted up a little bit, only his eyes were evasive. He didn't dare to meet Lin Feng's eyes at all, because Yun Kai had kept his head down. This was the first time Lin Feng had looked at Yun Kai's face so closely. Although Yun Kai was very thin, his head was large, his complexion was covered by yellow hair, his face was quite wide, his cheeks were permeated with a malnourished dark yellow color, his nasal bones were thicker and longer, and his nose was even black. Semicircular ears and dark red pupils gave him the first impression of a demon spiritist who had refined a lion-type demon spirit after a demonic transformation. Lin Feng's gaze made Yun Kai fidget, and although it was hot and sweaty, goosebumps stood up all over his body. The inferiority complex and habit in his heart made him want to bow his head, but Lin Feng's next words made him stiffen. "You know what? I really envy you." Envy? Lin Feng envies himself? Yun Kai was as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue at this moment, and simply couldn't believe his ears. "You?" From Lin Feng's eyes, he couldn't see a hint of teasing or mockery. He turned his head, and the envy in Yang Fan and Gao Hai's eyes wasn't hidden in the slightest. Is it any wonder there was something strange in front of them earlier? Just what do they envy themselves? As a half-orc, he had been loathed by his clan and relatives since birth, and although he was only in his senior year of high school, he only had the strength of the 3rd stage of physical cultivation, and he wasn't even qualified to take part in the Awakening Day. So what qualifications did he have to be envied? Are they envious of who they are? He couldn't think of anything else but that. It was also true that the Yun clan was a large family founded by transcendentals, And although the transcendent ancestors had died, causing the family to decline a bit over the years, no one in Jiangcheng dared to touch the front easily. Lin Feng is dealing with himself because of the Yun clan, right? Unfortunately, he doesn't even know that he's a disgrace to the clan, and the clan doesn't even recognize his existence. Yun Kai had some bitterness in his heart. This hard-won friendship turned out to be the reason. Perhaps one is not entitled to have friends in one's life. Yun Kai, you don't need to feel inferior about your appearance. Do you know what kind of honor it is? Lin Feng asked. Yun Kai snapped his head up with a blank look on his face. Things don't seem to be what he thought they would be? Lin Feng said that the look that made him feel inferior and made his life worse than death was actually an honor? What do you mean? Yun Kai's voice trembled a little. Do you know what returning demonization is? Lin Feng's tone of voice at this time is permeated with a hint of sigh. The mutation of your body since you were a child is not a disease, nor is it a genetic mutation, but it's a kind of phenomenon of the return of the ancestor to the demonization of the descendants. Only the descendants of the transcendental strongman can inherit the talent, only this kind of probability, not 1 in a million. And you're the lucky one who inherited the talent of the ancestors of transcendental strongmen's bloodline. This kind of talent, it's a rarity in this world, and even I am envious. I envy you. As Lin Feng explained, Yun Kai went from the very beginning of disbelief, to shock, to ecstasy, and eventually fell into a state of bewilderment. He simply could not have imagined that the pain he had suffered for all these years was actually inheriting the talent of his transcendent ancestors. So, this is the glory that Lin Feng was talking about. And it's sad and ridiculous that this honor of inheriting a transcendent ancestor is treated as a disgrace by the clan. Yun Kai kept muttering ancestral demonization, demonization? After a long time, he finally came back to his senses, his heart beating so fast, as if it was going to jump out of his body. Since Lin Feng knew what revert demonization was, he must have a solution. Otherwise, he wouldn't have that kind of expression. Yun Kai looked at Lin Feng with a look of anticipation and trepidation and asked uneasily, you know? Yun Kai spoke with a little shiver. Lin Feng had brought a ray of light to his otherwise dark life. He was deeply afraid that this ray of light would disappear. It would be better for him than never having seen the light. Well, I just happen to know how returning demonization awakens. The tension and trepidation that was hard to hide on Yun Kai's face made Lin Feng a little heartbroken. He nodded affirmatively and said to him, as long as you awaken your talent, your appearance can be restored. It's just that I don't think that there's any need for you to be concerned about it because it's truly an honor for you. After listening to Lin Feng's words, Yun Kai's fists clenched, tears gushed out. His mind was in chaos, as if he had gone crazy. He cried and laughed at the same time, even letting out hissing sounds as if he were a beast in pain, as if he had fallen into a state of insanity. The three of them, Lin Feng, watched him quietly and did not disturb. After 10 minutes, Yun Kai's chest rose and fell rapidly, and he kept taking deep breaths before his emotions gradually calmed down. As long as you help me awaken my talent, I'm willing to pay whatever it takes, Yun Kai said solemnly to Lin Feng with determination in his eyes. He didn't know why Lin Feng knew about the existence of the returning demonization, knowing that even the transcendent clan's Yun clan didn't know about it. So why would a teenager who was only in his 3rd year of high school and was only 16 years old know about it and was able to awaken it? The special experience since childhood, although it brought Yun Kai a bitter pain, but it is so. Let him have a deeper knowledge of human nature. Even his parents, because of the appearance, gradually rejected him away from him. This world is so realistic. Lin Feng suddenly appeared to express his friendliness. There must be some attempts. Lin Feng looked at Yun Kai, this low self-esteem and cowardly teenager, who was always alert and wary of the world, and from those eyes, which were like the pupils of a beast, Lin Feng found a hint of hatred hidden deep in his soul. It wasn't directed at him. Rather, it is directed at the world. As if, in general, hating the world. Lin Feng didn't know that from a half-orc that everyone loathed and spat on. He had leapt to become a supreme genius who had inherited the talent of a transcendent powerhouse demon spirit. What would this change bring to Yun Kai? No need. While your talent is somewhat enviable even to me, your cost is meaningless to me. Facing Yun Kai's somewhat suspicious gaze, Lin Feng shook his head and said, I'm telling you all this because I just feel a bit sorry for you. A demonized returning supreme genius who was loathed and rejected by everyone. After saying that, under Yun Kai's astonished and touched gaze, Lin Feng directly said, your transcendent ancestor must have been a demon spiritist. Looking at you, I'm guessing that what he refined should have been a lion lineage demon spirit. At least a lion lineage demon spirit of the 9th grade or above. Or even most likely an earth-ranking demon spirit, because having reached the realm of a transcendent powerhouse, the energy of such a demon spirit had already been incorporated into his bloodline. According to reason, as long as the ancestor is a transcendent demon spiritist, it is possible for this special talent to be inherited to the offspring. It's just that the probability is very small, extremely rare and precious. The mutation of your body is precisely the power in your bloodline that is changing your body step by step. But since you don't know the way of awakening, you can't have the energy that your body needs. That's why you're getting thinner and thinner and your strength is getting worse and worse. Your inability to refine demonic spirits is not because you are not talented, but because you have inherited the talent of a transcendentally strong person. Your ancestor refined the lion lineage demonic spirits and you have inherited his bloodline talent, so you can only refine the lion lineage demonic spirits. And this kind of awakening is very simple. Just replenish more chi and blood, then refine a lion demon spirit. The higher the level the better. Go back and ask your family members what demonic spirits your transcendent ancestors refined in the first place. If you can find the race of demonic spirits that your transcendent ancestors used to refine, your bloodline talent will be maximized at that time. After saying this, Lin Feng got up and patted his ass, then prepared to leave, and Gao Hai and Yang Fan followed closely behind. Only that the two of them couldn't help but glance at Yun Kai before they left. This kind of lucky person who inherited his ancestors' talent is really enviable and jealous. As he watched Lin Feng's trio fade away and disappear from sight, Yun Kai was still in a bit of disbelief. For Yun Kai, his world was originally dark, and now Lin Feng's appearance brought him bright hope. For that, he was willing to do whatever it took, even freedom. But Lin Feng just walked away after telling him the answer? No demands were made of him. Thanks. In this moment, the long-lost touching surged out from the bottom of the heart, wrapping Yun Kai's whole person. At this time full of words, all turned into 2 words of thanks. He shouted somewhat vociferously and loudly. Whether Lin Feng heard him or not, Yun Kai's eyes were red. He closed his lips tightly, telling himself that from this moment on, he could not cry anymore, as if he was a child trying to choke down his whimpers, but he still couldn't control it, and the tears flowed down both cheeks. Yun Kai slowly stood up. The original curved spine has never been so straight. He wiped clean the tears. The original inferiority and cowardice has long disappeared, replaced by confidence and pride. Brother Feng, just tell Yun Kai like this? On the way back, Cao Hai's heart was filled with doubts. To tell Yun Kai such important news for nothing? If this information was sold to the Yun clan, I'm afraid it wouldn't be a small amount of money. And wasn't their goal to get Yun Kai to join the Jianghu Martial Arts Society? How come Lin Feng didn't even mention it? Brother Feng, are you trying to move Yun Kai to join voluntarily? Yang Fan guessed. The future achievements that a supreme genius with a returning demonization could achieve, in Lin Feng's original words, would be comparable to Yi Chou. Yi Chou is a super genius who entered the 19th place of the Glory Rookie ranking in his 3rd year of high school, and Yun Kai can be compared to him, and in the future, he is only afraid to be a Glory League all-star player. When Lin Feng and Yun Kai really grew up, the Jianghu Martial Arts Society at that time would undoubtedly be the envy of everyone. Such a genius was as rare as an earth-ranking demon spirit. Yang Fan did not think that Lin Feng would give up so easily. Facing Gao Hai's and Yang Fan's doubts, Lin Feng smiled and said, Yang Fan, you're very smart, but I have to tell you, touching is one of the most worthless things in this world. It's just like an oath. It's not binding in any way. You have to remember this, or else one day you're going to be at a big disadvantage. If you want Yun Kai to join the martial arts club, I have other ways. It's just not that necessary. I'm just pitying him. Yun Kai has been loathed by everyone since he was a child. Living is actually worse than death for him. As for joining the martial arts society, if he wants to, he will naturally join. It's not something we use as a condition to hold him hostage. Yang Fan nodded in a somewhat dazed manner. In the past few days, Lin Feng had used his actions to tell him that everything he said was gradually coming true. Under subtle influence, Yang Fan began to be convinced of Lin Feng's words. Yang Fan looked at the calm Lin Feng and admired him in his heart. An excellent leader, in addition to talent and strength, must also possess the charisma to make his men loyal, and undoubtedly, Lin Feng had already possessed this charisma initially, and had a greater sense of belonging to the Jianghu Martial Arts Society. Brother Feng, wait for me. Just as Lin Feng and the 3 of them were chatting, a rough shout came from behind them. The 3 of them, Lin Feng, turned around and looked, only to see that not far away, a big tall man of 1 meter 9, like a bamboo pole, was trotting towards them. Ha! Seeing Yun Kai's figure, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. He smiled. Not Yun Kai called him Feng, but Yun Kai that originally lowered his head, hunched body, at this time straight as a stern lance, pursed corners of the mouth through a trace of confidence and stubbornness, eyes firm, where there was still at first low self-esteem and uncertainty of the appearance. It is a joy for him to save someone and change their life. Yun Kai, you've changed a lot. Gao Hai raised his hand and somewhat self-consciously patted Yun Kai's shoulder and laughed. Indeed, I almost didn't recognize you. You're really tall. Yang Fan raised his head and looked up somewhat. He and Gao Hai were only just over 1 meter 7 in height, and even Lin Feng, who was 1 meter 75, was a head short in front of Yun Kai. Where? Yun Kai scratched his head and giggled with some embarrassment. Brother Feng, can I be your brother? Yun Kai looked at Lin Feng and asked with some anticipation. He longed to have friends, to have brothers. Yun Kai, we've only just met not long ago. We haven't shared the same pain. Calling us brothers is a bit hypocritical. I only have one brother up to now. Gao Hai. He grew up with me. I can safely hand my back to him. Since you call me Brother Feng, I'll treat you as a friend. If anyone bullies you in the future, talk to me. Lin Feng glanced at Yun Kai and said. Yun Kai also nodded solemnly. He wasn't frustrated by Lin Feng's rejection. He was even happy. Lin Feng's words were realistic and direct, but that was exactly why he felt that Lin Feng was very real. There was no doubt that when his talent awakened and people knew what returned demonization was, those who used to loathe and mock him would scramble to wish to become his brothers. But those people, they were just trying to flatter him. Lin Feng was to him not only the first friend to show him kindness, but also the person who changed his miserable fate. Yun Kai hoped that he would one day be like Gao Hai and become a true brother to Lin Feng. Yang Fan had the same thought, while Gao Hai's eyes were slightly red, looking touched. He wasn't as smart as Yang Fan. He had his own news agency and many henchmen who could help Lin Feng with things. He wasn't like Yun Kai, who would become a powerful demon spiritist in the future and become the pillar of the martial arts club. He didn't have the talent to help Lin Feng too much, but he swore to himself in his heart that he would never betray Lin Feng's trust. Isn't that orc Yun Kai? How come he's hanging out with Lin Feng? This kid is so lucky. Beside Lin Feng, I'm afraid no one would dare to bully him. Don't you guys think that the people around Lin Feng are all strange? A fat guy with average talent. A guy who loves to gossip. A horrible-looking half-orc. All of them are strange. On their way to find the next member of the martial arts club, many people curiously sized up Lin Feng's form and whispered. For Yun Kai, who had newly joined Lin Feng's team, their gazes were somewhat surprised and puzzled. What surprised them the most was the change in Yun Kai's body. If it wasn't for that weird look and height, they would have been a little afraid to recognize it. When did orcs dare to hold their heads up and be so confident? Takumi, where are we going? Perhaps it was because Gao Hai looked more honest and simple. Compared to Yang Fan, Yun Kai was more sympathetic to him and asked curious questions along the way. Originally, we approached you with the intention of asking you to join our martial arts club, but Win said he didn't want to make you think we were threatening you on that condition, so he didn't tell you. Gao Hai told Yun Kai about Lin Feng's creation of the Jianghu Martial Arts Society and his preparations to recruit members. Yun Kai was touched and without any hesitation, he decided to join the society. Thus the fourth core member of the Jianghu Martial Arts Society appeared. Half an hour later, Lin Feng's four were at the playground and found the second reserve core member, a senior girl named Dong Yunan. Dong Yunan, female, 16 years old, with ordinary looks, looking a bit dull and dumb. As the daughter of Dong Xiuxian, one of the 3 vice presidents of the Zhongcheng Demon Spiritist Association, her strength wasn't strong, only the 7th stage of physical cultivation strength, but what she had refined was the 8th grade of the Sea Dragoness, a rare water healing demon spiritist. Healers, like summoners and demon controllers, belonged to the legendary professions, but there was no doubt that healer's status was far higher than the other legendary professions. In the world of martial artists, battles and injuries were commonplace, so a healer could be considered a second life to a martial artist. A squad that had a healer was definitely a thing that made other squads envious and jealous for. In the other world or in the wilderness, if there wasn't a big gap in strength between the squads, no one would dare to easily make a move against a squad with a healer. The presence of a healer was like a linchpin that would reassure all the players to fight without worries, and the key to becoming a healer was to refine the healing demonic spirit. Healing demon spirits were extremely rare and precious, and people with the talent of a healer were also rare. Thus, it was not common to see a healer appear in 1,000 demon spirit masters, not to mention the Sea Dragoness who had reached the 8th grade. Dong Yunan was able to refine the Sea Dragoness, and besides the fact that she possessed the talent to become a healer, it was because she had a good father. As the vice president of the Demon Spiritist Association, Dong Xiuxian's financial power and influence was unquestionable. But even so, an 8th grade Sea Dragon Lady Demon Spirit, the value alone, compared to many 9th grade Demon Spirit is even more precious. Even comparable to some ranking is not high on the list of Demon Spirit. In order to daughter's Demon Spirit, this Dong Xiuxian is only afraid to exhaust the family fortune. Whether it was the strength of the therapist himself or his background, Dong Yunan's joining was beneficial to the Jianghu Martial Arts Society. Your own martial arts club? Invite me to join. I'd love to. Of course I would. Such a fun thing to do. What surprised Yang Fan was that after learning about their purpose, Dong Yunan was so excited that without any hesitation or conditions, he joyfully chose to join. By the looks of that, she would not refuse just to charge a social fee. This made Yang Fan, who had originally prepared a stomachful of words, a bit puzzled until he saw that Dong Yunan was actually secretly looking at Lin Feng with a shy look on his face when he was talking to him. Yang Fan touched his little face, and after looking at Lin Feng, he sighed a little in his heart. Being handsome is a benefit. With the addition of Dong Yunan and Lin Feng himself, the martial arts club had 5 core members. The presence of a healer is important to the squad in more ways than one. To high school students, therapists are merely occupationally noble, but at the university, for the martial arts clubs of the university students, the therapist was the gold standard, and was more persuasive and attractive for the development and future of the club than Lin Feng is the president of the club. You're in class 6. How come I haven't seen you before? Gao Hai said with some surprise. Dong Yunan was a student in senior class 6, right next to Lin Feng's class, but apart from Yang Fan, Lin Feng and Gao Hai had no impression of this girl. Dong Yunan big eyes, small round face, keep a watermelon head, and Lin Feng's sister Ma Lele some like, look a little dorky through a hint of can. At first Dong Yunan looked a bit shy and coy, but it didn't take long. When she got acquainted with the 4 Lin Fengs, she soon revealed her nature. The nature of the chatterbox. What shyness, what coyness, doesn't exist. Are we going to find someone else now? Find who? Takumi, you're so fat. Do you breathe out of breath? Yang Fan, don't look at you with a clean face. I think you're the most dishonest in here. Your gossip scandal last month made my little sister cry. You haven't apologized to her yet. Yun Kai, why are you with Lin Feng and the others too? It's good. No one will dare to bully you then. Along the way, Dong Yunan seemed to have endless words, as if there were 100,000 reasons in his heart. Hey! Yang Fan and Gao Hai looked at each other with a helpless face. As the squad's important healer, as well as Dong Xiuxian's daughter, plus Dong Yunan Go being very nice, they were initially cooperative and chatty, but soon, they were defeated. Yang Fan had counted that on this journey. In less than 10 minutes, Dong Yunan had asked him 20 questions and 13 gossip. That little cherry mouth, talking like a machine gun, beep 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 non-stop, not talking to you guys, ha? Dong Yunan quickly saw the perfunctory nature of Gao Hai and Yang Fan and hummed, not getting angry as she changed the chat to Yun Kai, less than 1 meter 6, in front of 1 meter 9 Yun Kai, just like a child. Hi to Yun Kai's waist. She, from time to time, raised her head to look up and said, Yun Kai, from today onwards, you'll be mixing with Sister Nan, to see who still dares to bully you. From today onwards, I am the second sister of the martial arts club. On what basis, Yang Fan, you still dare to question me? Of course on the basis of my therapist's part. You don't want me to treat you in the future? You have to eat more, right? This skinny baba has grown so tall for nothing. Tomorrow I'll bring you a chi and blood elixir to replenish you. Yun Kai, that's a bit of a bad name. Or how about I call you Shao Kai or Kai Z? Kai. Some of them don't fit. You're this high. And Kai doesn't really sound good. Forget it, call you Kai. That's right, just Kai. It's good to hear and remember. Gao's nickname is Big Head. Yang Fan's nickname is Big Mouth. And you'll be called Kai. A small smile appeared on Yun Kai's face, indicating that he had no problem with the title Kai. Compared to Yang Fan and Gao Hai's impatience, Yun Kai was enjoying his chat with Dong Yunan. No one had talked to him before, and now that someone was yakking away at him, he didn't feel annoyed. The feeling was cozy to him. He could feel Dong Yunan's goodwill, and along the way, most of the time it was Dong Yunan talking again, and he occasionally replied. Lin Feng's 5 men were searching the campus for the target on their list, and the moment they appeared, this odd combination of 5 of them, they attracted the attention of many people. Senior Class 4. Lin Feng came to the 4th senior class and found a teenager named Tian Bing. There were 7 people on Yang Fan's list, and now that Yun Kai and Dong Yunan had joined, there were 5 left, all of which were boys. What's the point of joining your Budo club when it's almost senior year? Tian Bing was a bit confused at first. After all, he didn't know Lin Feng. For Lin Feng, who had recently been discussed throughout the school and even in Zhangchang, he didn't dare to put up a fight, but only looked at Yun Kai with a hint of disgust. After learning about Lin Feng's purpose, a hint of disdain appeared on his face as he looked at Yun Kai and said in a somewhat mocking tone, anyone can join your martial arts club? Even Yun Kai can join? Then I can't join even more. Obviously, this teenager held deep malice towards Yun Kai. In the face of Tian Bing's mockery, Yun Kai looked calm, but his heart was furious. If it was before, he would have endured it silently and would not have resisted or retorted. But nowadays, no one could bully and insult him at will. Although he was angry, he didn't show it out of respect for Lin Feng and for the sake of the martial arts club. With your talent and strength, it won't take long. You won't even be qualified to lift his shoes. Lin Feng laughed coldly and didn't proceed to persuade him, turning and leaving. Then I will wait and see. Tian Bing's voice came from far away, returning the same disdain. After Tian Bing, things didn't go well, and the 4 remaining members on the list refused to join. The members on Yang Fan's list were all either rich or rich. As the sons of big families and the sons of big consortiums, they simply couldn't look at a high school students' club. However, due to Lin Feng's rising reputation and Dong Yunan's share as a therapist, they didn't speak out of turn, they just refused. Lin Feng could feel that those 4, like Tian Bing, had deep malice and disdain for Yun Kai, and although 2 of them had good talent and backgrounds, he didn't retain them. Kai, no need to feel bad. Those people are just dog-eyed and just want a beating. Dong Yunan carefully consoled. Yun Kai shook his head. He was not angry. He had long gotten used to this kind of gaze. When his talent awakened, all the doubts and disdain would disappear. Brother Feng, I'm sorry, Yun Kai said to Lin Feng. OG was a bit down. Compared to being insulted, he was more upset that he was hindering the development of the martial arts club because of his own reasons. Lin Feng patted Yun Kai's shoulder. Kai, you have to know that I didn't establish the martial arts club just for fun. Compared to strength and background, I place more value on character. Character doesn't work. Nothing else makes sense. I have some plans in hand that will bring in over $100 million in profits, and I need the Martial Arts Society to help me realize them. So the future Jianghu Martial Arts Society will be more than just a society. It will gradually develop into a company, a conglomerate. Yun Kai listened silently, and even the chatterbox Dong Yunan did the same. Joining the Jianghu Martial Arts Club, for Dong Yunan, was just a way to fulfill her curiosity about her idol, Lin Feng. With her share of therapists, all the clubs were at her disposal even when she went to college. To her, this was more like a house game. After all, they were already in their senior year of high school, and soon they would be taking the college entrance exams. And as a therapist, Dong Yunan would easily get into the 3 major hero academies as long as her grades weren't too bad. No college would refuse a healer who refined an 8th grade sea dragoness. Although Yang Fan and Gao Hai are demon spirit masters, the refined demon spirits are only 2nd grade, with a very low grade. Coupled with their strength and average grades, with good luck in the future, they will at most be admitted to a major university, and have no chance with the 9 elite coeducational schools, not to mention the 3 major hero academies. As for Yun Kai, with the strength of the 3rd stage of physical cultivation, without refining the demonic spirit, it was questionable whether he could attend the martial artist university. As for Lin Feng, if there were no accidents, there was hope that he would be admitted to the 3 great hero academies. That is, after the college entrance exam in a little more than 2 months, the 5 of them, except for her and Lin Feng who had hopes of getting into the same university, the others would all go their separate ways. This was also the main reason why she didn't think highly of the Budokai. If there are no surprises, I'll be this year's top high school student. Lin Feng glanced at Dong Yunan as if he had guessed what she was thinking. At this moment he said with a calm face, not realizing that this news had caused Yang Fan and the others to be shocked. Lin Feng explained the reasoning, and it dawned on the crowd, followed by excitement. What a high school student! It's exciting to think that your own president is a high school senior. It was easy for me to get into the 3 hero academies. Saying this, Lin Feng looked at Dong Yunan. With your therapist's share it's also fine. As for Kai, he's even more problem-free. Kai what? Dong Yunan asked with a puzzled look as she looked up. Isn't Kai the weakest? Kai, he's not a genetic mutation. He's a returning demonization. Yang Fan glanced at Lin Feng and saw Lin Feng nodding slightly in agreement before explaining what returning demonization was as well as how powerful and rare returning demonization was, and now Dong Yunan was completely confused. She also reported the same to Yun Kai along the way, calling herself the 2nd sister of the martial arts club, and said that she would take care of Yun Kai more. Now that I think about it, it is a little embarrassing. No wonder Yang Fan and Gao Hai's table was a little strange at that time. Kai, so you're a great god. Dong Yunan had a face of adoration. The future great god who could match Ichio was right in front of him, and it was a bit exciting to think about it. With her share of therapists, in front of the returning demonized genius, she was really a bit inadequate. I'm too weak right now. Brother Feng said that at least I have to wait until I break through the 7th stage of physical cultivation before I can refine the demon spirit. Yun Kai scratched his head and said, the physical cultivation realm improves strength very quickly. It's even more so for Kai, as long as there are resources to assist him. Within a month, reaching the 7th stage of physical cultivation won't be a problem, and at that time, he'll be the next Yi Chou, and will make Jiangcheng proud of him, Lin Feng said to Kai. Kai was a little agitated, his eyes growing more determined. The difference in the scores of the 3 major hero academies isn't that big, as long as we discuss it. 5 months later, The three of us will be admitted to the same university and become alumni. As for the two of them, Gao Hai and Yang Fan? Speaking of this, Lin Feng looked at Gao Hai and Yang Fan. At this time their mood was a bit low. Compared to the dazzling of Lin Feng's trio, their mediocrity was pathetic. Lin Feng smiled. When the time comes to bring the two of them along with Yun Kai and I joining as a condition, the three major hero academies won't be able to refuse. I'm sure. We get to go to the three hero academies too? Yang Fan and Gao Hai were still frustrated. But at this moment, they had a surprised look on their faces. They were still worrying about the college entrance exam for more than 2 months. But they didn't think that Lin Feng had thought of the plan a long time ago. For the scum of the earth, it was a luxury for them to be admitted to the 9 elite united schools, let alone the 3 hero academies. There's no need to doubt it. Even the 3 great hero academies don't have the backbone to reject both the top students of the college entrance exams and the supreme geniuses who possess the returning demonization, Lin Feng said confidently. Therefore, I want you to understand that our martial arts club is not for fun, and we will not be going our separate ways in the future, even within the 3 major hero academies. Many of the adventure squads are far from being as luxurious as ours in terms of staffing. Lin Feng's words caused Yang Fan and the others to have some blood boiling and delayed in calming down. Even Dong Yunan was no exception. Indeed, a physical cultivation 8th stage could violently beat up a first-grade martial artist. And in the future, Lin Feng, who could refine earth-ranking demon spirits, a Yun Kai who possessed a returning demonization and inherited the talents of her transcendent ancestors, plus the refining of the 8th grade Sea Dragoness as a healer. Which squad had such a luxurious configuration? This is a top-notch setup even for the National Collegiate Pride Competition. Shangjing, hundreds of meters high, as if a fuchsia-red steel behemoth. Crowds of people swarmed outside the Gathering Star building. The Polystar Mansion is where the Polystar warriors train and live. The Gathering House is an essential attraction for both locals and tourists. There are 12 light curtains on the outer wall of the Gathering Star building. Each light screen was playing the wonderful battle highlights of the members of the team, attracting a lot of passing pedestrians and vehicles to watch. Pedestrians from time to time will also stop to discuss a few words. There are also many people directly into the building. The first floor of the Gathering Star building is a showroom, displaying the history of the development of the Gathering Star Club and the competition trophies it has won, as well as the members of its own team. Many visitors held their cell phones or cameras and took pictures with their favorite Pride players on the wall. Without a doubt, the captain of the Gathering Star battle team, Berserker Yi Xing, was the most popular, with Little Thunder God Xia Asia coming in second. The lobby on the first floor is free and open to the public, and every day there are many fans holding posters of their idols and coming here early, their eyes looking around in the hope of seeing their idols. They knew that the Gathering Star battle team was training inside the building, but they didn't know exactly on which floors. But even so, it's still enjoyable for many people. It's enough for them, and it's exciting to think about being in a building with their idols. And in the observation hall, the light screen was showing the previous week's battle team match, Gathering Star battle team versus Wind Picking battle team. Thousands of people were watching the match at this time, and even though they had seen it many times before, there were still excited screams and discussions at the highlights. 97th floor of the Gathering Star building, outside the Forest Training Hall, some figures wearing red t-shirts were walking out in 2s and 3s. Many of them were wet and breathing heavily, obviously just finished training. Lost again. Yi Xing's berserking is truly invincible. Heavy armor Arwen is already fully armed. That heavy armor only weighs more than 500 pounds. Still he was directly knocked away, not able to resist at all. We substitutes are there for the starters. When do we get to play? The youths murmured, their tone somewhat grumbling and angry. In the beginning, many of them were discovered on Senior Awakening Day and signed directly to Polystar. Some were drafted after performing well in the Collegiate Pride League, and some were even drafted out of college in the Pride Draft as Big Ten recruits. But no matter which way it was, every one of them was a martial arts genius, refining 8th and 9th grade demonic spirits. All of them were the so-called prides of the heavens. Originally thought that joining the Gathering Star battle team would become a big star. But where did they think that 2/3 of them didn't even participate in the official glory match? And the remaining 1/3 of them were only able to appear when they faced some garbage battle teams where the main players didn't bother to appear. And they, the substitutes, were only able to appear. As a substitute, their usual task is mainly to cooperate with the training of the battle team. In the beginning, when they came to Gathering Star, their main purpose was to become glorified stars. But now, let alone being stars, as replacements they didn't even have anyone looking for them to endorse them. In the eyes of outsiders, they are the contracted members of the Gathering Star battle team, but the heartache of it is only clear to them. What's there to complain about? Losing every day. I got used to it a long time ago. I wonder if my demon spirit evolution route is out yet. One of the youths inquired. Why don't we just go to the Demon Spirit R&D department later and ask? If not, what's the point of staying here? Someone was dissatisfied. If it wasn't for the fact that the Gathering Star Club had a specialized Demon Spirit Research and Development Department and a Battle Technique Research and Development Department, they wouldn't still be here. Although the clubs have all signed contracts with them, if they don't train well, the clubs have no force to train them except to snow them. It's just that a strike is the worst possible solution. No one would want to do that until the last step. Keep it down. The starter's coming out. Someone hurriedly whispered. And at that moment, under the complicated gazes of the substitutes, 5 purple t-shirt clad figures walked out of the training ground. 4 men and 1 woman. The leader is a 23-4, height 1 m 9 tall handsome flathead youth. This youth, as if with a halo, in the appearance of the moment, attracted everyone's attention. Originally still complaining about the substitutes or honestly closed their mouths. If there were fans present at this moment, they would only scream out loud. This youth was the captain of the Gathering Star battle team, Berserker Yi Xing. At just 23 years old, Yi Xing isn't that old among the starters, and is even a bit on the younger side. But at the age of 20, when he first joined the team, he firmly dominated the main position, and last year, he even became the captain of the team. Even the players who were jealous of him would not deny his talent and strength. At the age of 23, Yi Xing was already a 5th grade martial artist, refining a berserk beast that was ranked 68th on the Earth ranking, in front of his demonic spirit possessing his body and casting the 2nd degree of berserking. No glory player had the strength to fight him head-on. That extremely furious fighting style makes the blood boil for all those who have seen him fight, and it's the main reason why many fans love him. Why don't you go eat yet? Yi Xing was puzzled when he saw that it was almost 1 o'clock and the substitutes were still not going to eat. Seeing Yi Xing inquiring, even if they had complained more before and were dissatisfied with the battle team, the substitutes didn't dare to show it in front of him and behaved respectfully. Coach said that he would come over later and told us to wait for him. Oh, wait then. Yi Xing smiled and was very talkative. Captain, I heard that the second team's Blue Sea Warriors recently came with a beautiful woman? Behind Yi Xing, the main player, Xia Xie, mysteriously said. With a look of you ask me quickly and I will tell you. Xia was also a 5th grade martial artist, refining a 9th grade thunder demon, with a hand of lightning control that was out of this world, and as a thunder mage, he was the output mainstay of the battle team, and fake mystery, making it sound like who doesn't know. That's right, do you think Team Yi doesn't watch the news? When the rest of the main team saw this, they teased and mocked. Xia was so depressed that she could only give an awkward smile. It's called Yago, right? It's really pretty. Yi Xing also laughed. Although as the captain of the battle team, Yi Xing was only 23 years old, and would naturally pay attention to pretty girls, not to mention that this Yago had also signed up with Polystar. I've decided, I'm going to pursue that girl. You guys don't want to steal from me, Xia said seriously. When these words came out, the crowd was directly speechless, and Yi Xing also said helplessly, Xiao, you are 24 years old, 1 year older than me. You can't lay your hands on a 16-year-old girl. That's right, but don't break the law. An old cow eating young grass. You can do it too. The rest of the starters laughed, and the substitutes laughed as well, but they didn't dare to go too far, much less outright banter. Although Xia seemed to have a good temper, could joke and was very nice to talk to, but if you were naive enough to think that then you would die an ugly death, the authority of the main player was not to be offended. Not to mention that Xia was still the all-star player of the battle team, and apart from Yi Xing, he was the one with the highest status in the battle team. Who said now start? Teenage girl raising program, heard of it. When she is 20 years old, I am exactly 2'8". Just right, Xia hemmed and hawed. Everyone teased a few more times and didn't take it seriously. By the way, speaking of this Yago, I'm reminded of Yi Chioa, that kid who refined the Thorn Demon Dragon might sign up for Thunder. I heard that the Thunder battle team even promised that if Yi Chio joined, he would directly give the position of the main warrior after 5 years. I wonder how Double Blade feels when he hears about it. It's alright, Yun Tianqi is already 25 years old. By the time Yi Chio graduates from college and joins the battle team, he'll be retiring soon. The Glory League had a rule that the upper age limit for Glory players was 30, and they had to be forcibly retired if they exceeded 30. That Yi Chio doesn't lack money, he only has his own plans. To sign up for Thunder only, I'm afraid he would have already publicized all over the world. There was a lot of talk. Gathering Star and Thunder were considered old rivals, and although Thunder's Double Blade was strong and their record had soared in the past 2 years, they were still pushed by Gathering Star. Brother Yi, if your berserking behemoth were to go head-to-head with the Thorn Demon Dragon, who would win? Someone asked curiously. The question clearly captured everyone's attention. The Thorn Demon Dragon refined by Yi Chio ranked 46th on the Earth ranking, while the berserking behemoth refined by Yixing instead ranked 68th on the Earth ranking. The difference between the two rankings was 22 places, which seemed like Yixing was weaker. But the combat power of a demon spirit was far from something that could be confirmed by looking at the rankings alone, especially for demonic spirits with a small difference in the same rank. The combat power of a demon spirit is closely related to the direction of the spirit's development, the number of skills it incorporates and the coordination between them, as well as the possessor's own combat power. In the Glory League, the captain of the Thunder Battle Team, Double Dagger Yun Tianqi, refined only an 8th grade demon spirit, but relying on a hand of famous skills Double Dagger no one dared to underestimate. Oh, how do you know if you haven't tried it? But it's definitely hard to deal with. Yixing laughed, only a trace of gravity was also in his eyes. Now that Yichio was only 16 years old, there was a 7-year difference between him, and by the time he really became up, he might have retired, and there shouldn't be a chance to fight him. Not only Yichio, did you guys read the martial artist forum? There's also a Linfeng in Zhangchang. Physical cultivation 7th stage directly abused physical cultivation 9th stage. Physical cultivation 8th stage directly stormed a 1st grade martial artist. That kid is Yako's ex-boyfriend. There's a big fuss on the forums right now, saying that Linfeng is a supreme genius. The crowd laughed and murmured, but didn't take it too seriously. For them, what kind of geniuses hadn't been seen before? The Pride Pro League is not just about having the talent to get a foothold. Many geniuses with outstanding martial arts talent, refining 9th grade or even Earth ranking demon spirits, could only sit on the bench in the Glory Alliance, without the qualifications to take the field. Hey, the coach and members of the second team are here too. Right at this moment, Yixing and the others realized that at the stairs, a middle-aged man in a suit walked out, and behind him, hundreds of teenage girls in black training uniforms were looking left and right with curious faces. Still young, seeing them reminds me of my youth, and I've heard there's a couple of talented ones coming in on the second team this year. That's Yako. Sure is pretty. It's mostly the temperament. It's just that it's too young to get down. The members of the home team looked at the teenage girls and whispered. Undoubtedly, among the group, the young girl with a pure look but a hint of seductive aura attracted the most attention. There were 11 battle teams in the Gathering Star Club, and the Gathering Star Battle Team was the club's only honorable professional battle team. The remaining 10 battle teams all belonged to the second team, the junior team. For the players of the second team, it is the dream of every one of them to join the Gathering Battle Team in the near future, and the 5 starting positions of the Gathering Battle Team are the goals they are striving for. The second team is not much of a future. The only way to become a big star and make a lot of money from endorsements and advertisements is to become a starter. This is the consensus of all. It's Yixing Yi, looks so dominant, and Xia Yi, he smiles so handsome. Oh, the members of the home team all look so strong. I wish I could join the home team. There is no hope for us. The home team are all perverts and so competitive. The second team's training ground was not in the same area as the Gathering Star Battle Team, so the teenagers of the second team rarely saw the members of the Gathering Star Battle Team. For them, Yixing and Xiaixia were their idols. At this time, they had a face of envy and adoration. Yago was no exception. If it had been before, she wouldn't have entertained the idea of joining the home team. Yako was self-aware. The one she refined was an 8th grade charming butterfly, which was worth as much as a 9th grade demonic spirit because it was a spiritual demonic spirit, which gave her some advantage in the 5-member battle team. But her talent and strength were far from the same as her teammates. In the Blue Sea battle team, at the same age of 16, many of the team members had already attained the 9th stage of physical cultivation, and some of them had even broken through the 9th stage to become 1st grade martial artists. Her strength at the 6th stage of physical cultivation was the weakest, not even as good as some 13 or 14-year-olds. This had dealt a blow to Yagu, who had originally come to Gathering Star and was still confident that she was ready to have a big career, and in her opinion, she had no hope or qualifications to enter the Gathering Star battle team. But the day before yesterday, she had learned of the existence of the charmed Banshee from her coach. The appearance of the charming Banshee had restored her confidence. Although the coach didn't explicitly say so, Yaga knew that the club intended to focus on cultivating and packaging her, and that her future was not just a glory player, but also a big star that Gathering Star was going to launch. She had originally signed a level B contract, and the club had automatically upgraded her to a level A contract as well. Not only that, her treatment would also be far higher than the other Blue Sea battle team members. Yaga longed for the day when the charming butterfly evolved into a charming Banshee. Perhaps she could hope to enter the Gathering Star battle team? Okay, everyone stopped chatting. Coach Hua Jun clapped his hands and spoke. Seeing the coach speak, the many players gradually stopped chatting. Hua Jun, 50, has been at the helm of the Gathering Warriors for 8 years. As a former Glory Pro, He used to be a member of the Gathering Star battle team, just not as a starter, but as a substitute. The skeleton shadow beast that Hua Jun had refined was a 9th grade demonic spirit, and regardless of the grade of the demonic spirit, or his talent and strength, he belonged to the category of genius. But in the Glory Pro League, where geniuses are everywhere and super geniuses are piled up, he has no advantage at all, and as a substitute, he is not well known in his career, and very few people even know his name, but instead, he became the head coach of the Gathering of the Stars to be known by everyone. Instead of leaving Gathering after his retirement, Hua Jun started as an assistant coach of the second team and spent 17 years rising step by step to become the head coach of the Gathering Warriors, earning as much as 500 million Singapore dollars a year. The rapid development of the Gathering Star in these years, the record is stable in the top 3, can have such a record he is credited. You're all hungry too. So long story short, let's watch a video first. Hua Jun spoke to the crowd and then turned around. He held a remote control in his hand and pressed it slightly, only to see a curtain of light projected from the white ceiling, appearing in front of everyone's eyes. The image in the light screen was of a teenager in a white t-shirt attacking another youth in a furious storm in a Budokan. Isn't that the strongest high school student? Many people exclaimed out in shock, with a puzzled look on their faces. This video, which had recently gone viral on the martial arts forums, had been seen by all of them as well, but they just didn't understand the reason why Coach Big Noon had made them watch this video. Lin Feng? Looking at that familiar figure, Yaji's heart was shocked and her body trembled slightly. These days, she had deliberately blocked from paying attention to Lin Feng's news. After the two broke up, just when she thought Lin Feng had given up on himself and had no hope, Lin Feng's behavior was like a resounding slap in the face. The 8th stage of physical cultivation violently beat a first-grade martial artist. The 36 styles of body refinement reached 21, rejecting the invitations of the 3 major clubs. He couldn't even look at the Earth Rankings cloud-treading beast. Endorsement ads, endorsement fee of $18 million. Lin Feng's strong rise, although she was happy for him from the bottom of her heart, for some reason, she was also twisted in her heart and even felt a hint of sadness. The more dazzling Lin Feng was, the more it proved that she was short-sighted. On the martial arts forums, many netizens taunted her as being ratty and selfishly realistic. Whenever she saw these comments from netizens, it pained her heart. Is it wrong that she just wants to live the life she wants? She thought that if she came to Shangjing and didn't pay attention to Lin Feng, she would gradually forget about him. But these days, her ears heard news about Lin Feng from time to time. South Leaf Autumn North Forest Wind. In the Awakening Day video, she and the other 9 figures were presenting a star-studded list to surround each Yo, who at that time was a supreme genius that even she was envious of. And it had only been a few days since then, and Lin Feng was already on par with him. Yagu still clearly remembered when Lin Feng smiled, patted Gao Hai's shoulder and said, "This is nothing, this is just Zhang Chang. One day, our figure will appear on the stage of China, even the world." At the time, her first reaction was embarrassment and disgrace. Now it seems that the one who is humiliated is himself. This video, I was going to show it to the second team, but come to think of it, the starters need to see it too. Hua Jun turned around and faced hundreds of pairs of puzzled gazes as he solemnly said, "I put up this video because I want to show you the importance of combat skills. You guys don't think that after refining demonic spirits and becoming a demonic spirit master, with martial arts and demonic spirit techniques, fighting skills don't matter." A physical cultivation 8th stage Lin Feng was able to violently beat a first-grade martial artist head-on. If it was in the Glory Union, when he refines demonic spirits, how many people could be his opponent? After Hua Jun finished speaking, the members of the second team gradually became serious from their original doubts. As for the main members of the Gathering Star battle team, they were somewhat unimpressed. As Glory Pros, they had their own way of fighting that wouldn't change easily. Xia Yixian, don't look so unimpressed. Although you're a thunder method and don't need to fight your opponents head-on, there's no doubt that if you can possess such a stance, your combat power will be elevated by a level. Hua Jun said to Xia Yixia, "Yes, coach." Xia Yi put away his playful smile and responded loudly. He naturally couldn't look at this Yaji's ex-boyfriend. How could a small high school student be comparable to an all-star player like him? And although he didn't think so, the coach's authority still had to be respected. Hua Jun could see the perfunctory nature of Xia Yixia and didn't continue. Instead, he turned to Yi Xing and said, "Yi Xing, you're the captain. Take a look at the review. This Lin Feng's fighting style is somewhat similar to yours." Yi Xing looked at the light screen and thought for a moment. "Coach, at the age of 16, such combat skills are indeed very strong, but this kind of combat talent is very rare, and since all of our fighting styles have already been formed, it's not that easy to change. I'm showing you this video because I wish to show you the importance of fighting skills. He's too young to be a match for you." Speaking of this, Hua Jun looked at the teenage girls of the second team. This Lin Feng, in the future, he's likely to be your opponent. If he can refine the Earth-ranking demon spirit, at that time, you're likely to face an opponent even more powerful than Berserker Yixing. Starting today, the Gathering Star battle team will intensify their combat skills training, and the second team will double their combat training time. Hua Jun turned off the light screen and scanned through the members of the second team, finally resting his gaze slightly on Yagu. He was really appreciative of Lin Feng. Even if Lin Feng hadn't refined his demonic spirit yet, he was willing to offer an A-level contract, but he was rejected. If Lin Feng could join the Gathering Star, and then wait for Yaji's charming butterfly to evolve into a charming banshee, this couple's CP would perhaps become the most dazzling combination of the Gathering Star battle team. Pity. The coach's bragging and praising of Lin Feng made the teenagers of the second team very unconvinced, especially since many of them adored Yagu, and naturally hated this ex-boyfriend of Yagu. Yagu looked at the light screen, at Lin Feng, who was gradually disappearing, her fists clenched, determination in her eyes. I will definitely enter the Gathering Star battle team. I won't lose to you. Flourish Coffee House. Lin Feng's five walked into this coffee house that was not far from the entrance of the school, the Mecca of love according to the students. The coffee house was not very luxurious, but it had a lot of character, and once you entered it, it was as if you had entered a garden. The air is filled with the fragrance of nature. Let a person relaxed and happy. The foot is not on the floor, but the lawn is trimmed neatly. Green vines lined all corners of the cafe. Everywhere you can see a variety of colors of elegant flowers. If the stars are dotted in the night sky, even in the middle of summer, when the air conditioner is turned on in the cafe and the cold air spreads, these flowers and plants still exude exuberant vitality. Some flowers that didn't originally belong in summer were still blooming and blossoming, which was clearly not normal, but Lin Feng and the others weren't surprised. Sister Color. 5 original iced coffees. Dong Yunan was familiar with the female owner of the coffee house, and just as he entered, he greeted the owner's wife behind the bar. The boss's wife was around 30 years old. She first glanced at Yun Kai. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but it didn't show. She smiled at Dong Yunan. Yunan and her classmate are here. They'll be ready soon. Lin Feng observed this boss lady named Sister Kai. He knew that although this Sister Kai had an ordinary appearance, she was a demon spirit master, a demon spiritist who had refined the flourishing butterfly. The flourishing coffee house, named precisely after its demonic spirit. The flourishing butterfly belonged to the first-grade demonic spirit, the lowest-level demonic spirit. This kind of auxiliary demonic spirit did not have the ability to attack. Its natural ability was to perceive the flowers and plants, granting them exuberant vitality, which was the reason why the flowers and plants in the coffee house could have such exuberant vitality. Demon spirit masters were precious and had a status above that of a martial artist, but this referred more to those who refine intermediate-level demon spirits and above. Many demon spirit masters who had refined low-grade demon spirits and belonged to the auxiliary line of demon spirits, their status wasn't too different from that of an ordinary martial artist. And among these low-level demon spirit masters, the vast majority of them didn't choose to enter the otherworld or hunt demonic beasts in the wild. They lived a life that belonged to ordinary people, just like ordinary people. It's just that they have an extra skill compared to the average person, which allows them to get a better life. Call me if you need me again. Soon Sister Kai brought 5 cups of coffee, and after she left, Lin Feng's 5 people sat around and began their first collective meeting since the founding of the martial arts club. Yang Fan took out his cell phone and turned on the voice recording function, while Gao Hai and also Dong Yunan and Yun Kai were sitting upright with a curious look on their faces. This is considered to be the first gathering of members since the official establishment of the Jianghu Budo Club. Lin Feng picked up his cup, took a sip of coffee, and made a simple start. Brother Feng, what's going on? So mysterious? Yang Fan and the others' gazes were permeated with a hint of curiosity that was accompanied by some excitement. At only 16 years old, still in their senior year of high school, they had their own martial arts club, which, according to Lin Feng's description, would have a bright future, and this was said to be their career. And now that they are fighting for a cause, this atmosphere of meeting and exploring is a bit exciting. There's $3 million new in this card. In 2 months' time, I want you to use all of this money to collect purple-winged spirit insects. Lin Feng handed the bank card to Gao Hai. Brother Feng, what's the purpose of collecting purple-winged spirit insects? Yang Fan glanced at the bank card and asked with some doubt. He naturally knew about the purple-winged spirit insect. He had been taught about it in junior high schools, identification of insects and demonic beasts. The purple-winged spirit bug had trace amounts of toxins in its body. These toxins could anesthetize a person's body. Thus it was also called an outdoor anesthetic. But other than that, it didn't do anything for a person. So who had nothing to do with what they wanted this bug for? A purple-winged spirit worm is only a few $dozen. $3 million can buy tens of thousands of them? Not only Yang Fan, even Dong Yunan and Yun Kai were puzzled. Gao Hai vaguely knew something about it because he had bought purple-winged spirit insects with Lin Feng. The specific role, you will naturally know after 2 months. In short, you remember that this mission has hundreds of millions or even hundreds of millions of new currency at stake. And what you are doing is not a child's play. Lin Feng didn't explain to the four why he wanted to collect purple-winged spirit insects. He also didn't want to ask about the process. His request was simple. It was to collect purple-winged spirit insects, as many as possible, within 2 months. The task is not complicated. One could even say it's simple, depending on how well it's accomplished. Yunan, this matter needs your help, Lin Feng said to Dong Yunan. As the daughter of the vice president of the Demon Spiritist Association, Dong Yunan, with her help, collecting the purple-winged spirit insects would be much simpler. Aha! Dong Yunan nodded. It wasn't a difficult thing to do, although she was still a minor. As a future 8th grade healer, she didn't even have to bother her father to do anything. As long as she said so, many people would do it for her. It was just that she was curious as to what this purple-winged spirit worm, which was a few tens of new coins, could be useful for. How dare Lin Feng say it's worth a few 100 million SGD? Really? Brother Feng, what do you need me to do? Yun Kai asked. He also wanted to contribute. You guys first buy the purple-winged spirit insects from all the pharmacies in Jiangchang. I estimate that there might only be a few hundred of them. The number is definitely not much. It's mainly Yunan's place, borrowing the power of the Demon Spiritist Association to collect them to be efficient. Lin Feng thought about it and said to Yun Kai, there's no rush on this task. Gao Hai and the others will be able to complete it. Your main task now is to cultivate and strengthen yourself. Then tell your clan what is returning demonization. Yun Kai nodded. He also knew that he couldn't help much right now. Well, I'll try, Yun Kai said. He was also curious about how the clan members who had once loathed and rejected him would behave when they knew what return demonization was. What will that estranged parent do to him? And what kind of attitude should he have toward them? Alright, I'll leave the rest to you guys. You're the core members of the Jianghu Martial Arts Society. Don't underestimate that status. And don't think of this as a task I'm forcing on you, but as your own future endeavors. The role you play in the Budokai directly determines the benefits you'll receive in the future. Lin Feng finished his coffee and left straight away, leaving the four Yang Fan people wide-eyed. What do you guys think? What does Wendy mean by his last sentence? Dong Yunan asked curiously. After being in contact with Yang Fan and the others for a long time, she was also used to calling Lin Feng Brother Feng. The meaning of more work, more pay, chanting, when the martial arts society is strong, it's naturally beneficial to us, Yang Fan explained. Anyway, Brother Feng won't treat us poorly is all. Yun Kai also spoke up. Well, there's no need to say anything else. This is the first important mission for our Budo Club, and there's no room for error. Yang Fan said, let's start discussing how exactly we should collect the purple-winged spirit insects. What are the specific steps? Yunan, what kind of help can you provide there? After leaving the coffee house, Lin Feng spent $10 at a nearby clothing store and bought a hat, and then he ran quickly and furiously through the streets. The practical and physical training in the afternoon didn't mean anything to him, and Lin Feng didn't want to waste time. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng slowly stopped and came to a strange place. Why it's weird is because of his location, which is in the center of the city's downtown area. People come and go in the city center. Skyscrapers abound. Land utilization rate is close to the limit, but just in this inch of land, there is a large area of idleness. There was only one huge, 5-hectare building shaped like a yurt, and outside the building, heavily armed troops could be seen patrolling everywhere, and there were also many martial artists wearing weapons entering and exiting. The closer you get to the yurt, the tighter the defense becomes, with one post for every 3 steps and one guard for every 5. Space Gate 1. Looking at the yurt in front of him, Lin Feng secretly said in his heart, inside the yurt, that's the point of entry into the otherworldly space. The Space Gate. Each Space Gate was guarded by armies and martial artists, and each Space Gate entered a different area with a different level of danger. There were 46 such Space Gates within Jiangcheng, numbered starting from 1, with the number representing the danger level, and the larger the number, the more dangerous it was. Number 1 was the safest Space Gate, but even if it was the safest, only first-grade martial artists would dare to come here. Little kids come along for the ride, not even a weapon. I wonder what I'm doing here. Don't worry, when he goes in and sees those cards, he's designated to tremble with fear and come out soon. Lin Feng followed behind the other martial artists, ready to enter the yurt. Although he was wearing a hat, but from the outline of his face that was vaguely revealed, you could still tell that he was very young, and there were quite a few martial artists pointing at him. Lin Feng flirted. Lin Feng ignored the flirting, and after verifying his identity information, he entered the yurt. Inside the yurt, people were coming and going, randomly seeing martial artists wearing different styles of clothing and holding various weapons. Lin Feng casually took a look. At least there were thousands of people. But even so, it didn't seem too crowded and noisy, but rather orderly. There are 5 hectares inside the yurt, which is mainly divided into 4 areas, occupying 4 locations: east, west, south, north and south, which are the mission area, supply area, treatment area and rest area. And in the very center, a space door with a diameter of about 3 meters, irregularly circular, bright and dark, as if space was twisting, with a hint of glittering white reflection through it, had people coming in and out from time to time. Lin Feng looked at the space door. He knew that after 21 years, this space door would be destroyed and countless demonic beasts would pour out. The martial artists who entered the space gate were much the same, mostly in groups of 5 or 7 as an adventuring squad. Most of the squad members were in their respective roles, well-dressed, spirited and well-equipped. Those who came out from the space door were a different story, either carrying demonic beast corpses with a joyful face, or hanging their heads in defeat and weathered. Many people were covered in blood, missing arms and legs, their mouths emitted painful wails and hisses, and some were even unable to open their mouths and were directly wrapped in white cloth and carried out by their teammates, a scene that was not uncommon. Boy, got pissed off. Go back and study hard first, if you want to enter the other world. You're still too young. There were quite a few martial artists who looked at Lin Feng with a teasing face. It was mercilessly teasing and taunting, though more or less persuasive, because it was the #1 space gate. In order to avoid high-level martial artists from snatching the demonic spirits of low-level martial artists, the regulations here only allowed martial artists below the 2nd grade realm to enter. Reasonably speaking, among the 46 space gates in Jiangchang, Space Gate 1 was the least dangerous space gate. But if they dared to enter the other world, most of them were over 20 years old and had become first-grade martial artists. Teenagers as young as Lin Feng were extremely rare, and even if they appeared, they were sons of large families or large consortiums, surrounded by bodyguards and guards. In their view, Lin Feng is a bit of an egomaniac, and they hope that the bloody reality will dissuade him. It was just that what the many martial artists didn't expect was that Lin Feng stood still and didn't react at all. They didn't realize that as a mercenary who had once been mixed up in the other world for many years, the other world was equivalent to Lin Feng's second home, and the more bloody images Lin Feng had seen and personally experienced, this kind of was no big deal to him. As for death, if a martial artist feared death, why would he enter the other world? Wouldn't it be safer and quicker to just get a good job, become a white-collar worker, marry and have kids, a grade 3 alloy dagger, a grade 3 alloy war bow, and 20 grade 3 alloy arrows? Lin Feng first came to the supply area and equipped himself with weapons. A level 3 alloy dagger for 60,000 new coins, a level 3 war bow for 240,000, and an arrow for 20,000, costing a total of $700,000. Having the weapon, Lin Feng went to the quest area, and on the wall of the quest hall, there was a giant display that enacted all sorts of quests, ranging from a few hundred new coins to tens of millions. Lin Feng skimmed through it roughly to gather valid information before he started looking for the team. Most of the martial artists who entered the other world were in groups of 5 as an adventuring party, and there are 2 kinds of adventure squads. The first is a martial arts school, club, or adventure squad formed by college students themselves. These squads are generally safer and more cooperative, though the average person can't join them unless they happen to be short of people and have high requirements for joining. The second type was the adventurous squads that were formed temporarily without a fixed team. Just like Lin Feng, this kind of squad, because they have never cooperated with each other, are not familiar with the combat power and skills among the team members, the team spirit is relatively poor. If they encounter a life-threatening situation, abandoning their teammates to escape is also likely to happen. As for robbing monsters and having conflicts is even more commonplace. The Violet Adventure Squad has recruited. There are now 5 of them. There is also a first-grade warrior. It requires a lot of combat experience and an attacking martial skill. Recruit and go. The mission objective is a 2nd-grade Blasted Wind Beast, Adventure Squad under the Mad Sword Martial Hall. Qualified. Generous benefits. Safety guaranteed. Still missing a Pathfinder thief. Come if you're a thief. Requirement to cultivate wind techniques. Fast speed. Mission objective to find demonic beast cubs. Recruiting archers. Free bows and arrows. Junior Archer certificate required. Must be fast and accurate. Adventure Squad recruiting is like a job fair. Professional squads have special locations, special tables and chairs, and special display posters with the strengths and skills of the squad members, as well as their former history and achievements, and conditions of treatment. As for the amateurs, there is nothing to recruit teammates but yelling at the top of their lungs. The adventurers of Spacegate 1, apart from a third of the middle-aged people, were almost all predominantly young people in their 20s, with a number of college students wearing university uniforms. Lin Feng had originally planned to join a random adventure squad, and although his equipment looked good, it was a pity that no one looked at him. Lin Feng didn't want to reveal his identity, and then he thought that it would be good to be by himself. Joining an adventure squad was safer, but it was a loss of freedom, and in his experience, he would gain more alone instead. That archer alone? The winds are rustling and the waters are cold, and the strongest men never return. Stupid asses. There are idiots like this looking for death every day. In the midst of a crowd of surprised murmurs, Lin Feng slowly walked towards the space door. In a dizzying sensation of heavenly rotation, the air smelled faintly of earth, and the first thing that appeared in front of Lin Feng's eyes was a piece of high wall forged from a mountain. On the high wall, engraved in 4 big red letters, "For the sake of mankind." Under the 4 words were hundreds of thousands of densely packed cards. These cards had avatars, names, and ID numbers. Heck, they were cards that belonged to each person's identity information. This is the legendary wall of cards. It's scary to watch. Yeah, can't figure out what the point of building this deck here is. I almost peed myself when I first looked at it earlier. What bad luck. Don't look. Don't look. Many people cursed while discussing. It is hard to imagine that in the other world, the first thing you see is not a mysterious and new world, but a wall full of countless and dense white cards, and underneath this wall of cards were a number of bills and offerings. Many people saw this scene. A chill steeply surged from the bottom of the heart, spread to the whole body. Goosebumps all over the body. Feet soft, and some directly in a state of confusion. There is only one reason for these cards to remain on the wall, and that is that the owner is dead. Dead in this otherworldly area. I don't know if it was in honor of them or something else, but their ID cards were left on this wall forever. Rubbish. Go back to your milk. A number of youths who were obviously entering for the first time were directly intimidated by the wall of cards and retreated back to the space gate, abandoning their intention to venture out, which caused the captain of the squad to break into a rage. The other squads saw this, as if they were used to seeing it, and laughed a few times, and walked towards the forest not far away. Lin Feng was no exception. Among the various squads, carrying a war bow and alone, he appeared to be extraordinarily abrupt. Maverick? A number of squads noticed Lin Feng. If you dare to venture into the other world alone, you're either an idiot looking for death, or you're an artist. This is especially true for archers. Archers are mostly used as hunter professions. Not only should they know archery, but also some skills of scouting and laying traps. They are mainly used as auxiliary, not strong in combat, so there are few who dare to venture alone in the other world. What's your strength? Want to join the squad? Lin Feng behaved calmly, without the curious and apprehensive look of a novice, as if he was an old bird who had been mixing with other worlds for many years. Coupled with a valuable war bow equipment, he attracted a lot of people's attention. There were quite a few squads that had extended invitations to him, but they didn't hesitate to retract their words when they learned that Lin Feng was only at the 8th stage of physical cultivation. Lin Feng didn't care about this. For others, the other world was full of dangers, but for Lin Feng, the other world within the number 1 spacegate was familiar and no different from his own home. Once upon a time, he lived in this world for 2 years. The world in front of him hadn't changed much from his memories. Lin Feng looked up, and in the sky, the 2 suns were hanging high in the sky, close together as if they were going to melt each other. This is the biggest difference between the other world and the human world. 2 suns that will shock anyone who sees them for the first time. Because there are 2 suns, the otherworldly temperature is hotter compared to the outside world. Along a forest path into the mountain range, the temperature began to drop. The scenery in front of them changed abruptly. All kinds of ancient trees with thousands of shapes and sizes came into view, just like a sharp sword, plunging into the sky. The branch tips of the trees were intertwined, and the flourishing branches and leaves that stretched out covered the sky tightly. Mori High. This is the world inside Spacegate 1. Each differently numbered space door enters a different otherworld. Some are primeval forests, some are plains, some are deserts, some are endless seas. Mori High, the sea of forests. Everywhere you can see the ancient trees and all kinds of strange flowers and fruits. The picture in front of you seems to be calm and ethereal, but as you go deeper, the white bones and clothes scattered on the ground are heart-touching. The white bones are some snow white, some yellowish. There are demonic beasts. There are also human beings. Grab the speed and start applying the insect repellent cream, and be sure to watch out for the poisonous insects. A 5-member adventuring squad was heading in the same direction as Lin Feng was advancing. The captain was a young man wearing a yellow martial artist's uniform, and after he prompted his teammates, he gave Lin Feng a somewhat strange look. No matter how you looked at it, Lin Feng wasn't very old, but looking at that light-hearted look, he looked like an old driver again. Little brother coming along? Xia Bing casually asked. Their squad was a standard 5-person adventuring squad. 2 strong warriors, 1 sensitive warrior, 1 shield warrior, 1 thief matching combination. If there is an archer, naturally better. It's okay. Lin Feng glanced at the squad members and didn't refuse. The meaning of walking together was not an invitation to join the squad. It was just that both sides were moving in the same direction, traveling together and taking care of each other. What's your name? My name is Xia Bing. We are both first-grade martial artists, sophomores at Tianqing University. I just don't have any classes this afternoon, so I've come to earn some extra money, Xia Bing said. My name is Wind Forest. Lin Feng made up a name off the top of his head. The name Lin Feng was too hot for Zhang Cheng. If he said it, he would only be recognized quickly. As for Tianqing University, Lin Feng was not unfamiliar with it. Zhangcheng's key martial arts university. Although it was far inferior to the 9 elite united schools, it was much better than the average martial arts university. This Xia Bing and his squad, sophomore year or first-grade martial artist, cultivation speed is not fast or slow, can only be considered average. A true genius would have been a second-grade martial artist long ago in his sophomore year. As for whether it was a demon spiritist, Xia Bing didn't introduce it either. To a demon spiritist, the refined demon spirit, the skills of the demon spirit, these belonged to secrets, and unless they were teammates, they would usually not be easily exposed, especially to strangers in other worlds. Feng Lin, are you a college student too? Dare to come to the other world all by yourself? Xia Bing's gaze hovered over Lin Feng's face, but due to the concealment of the hat, it was hard to see the exact appearance, but only vaguely felt somewhat familiar. There was some doubt in his mind. What's the point of playing mysterious in an alien world? That's not true. Just wander around. Strolling? Xia Bing expression a little stiff. Some speechless. Come to the other world to stroll around. You think it is a city park scenery area? Strange people? Xia Bing muttered. He could see that the other party didn't seem to have the intention to say more, so he wisely stopped the pleasantries. This insect repellent cream tastes genuinely foul. The squad members began to apply the ointment, some grumbling, but every one of them applied it honestly and obediently. First-grade martial artists, although they can spiritual possession, but due to the limited spiritual power, only parts of the body can be possessed, such as the arm spiritual possession to increase the attack power, leg spiritual possession to accelerate the speed, and spiritual possession to the spiritual power in the body of the martial artist, is a continuous loss. In general, the martial artist only in the process of the fight, only the choice of spiritual possession. Being unable to attach themselves with spiritual energy also meant that to them, the poisonous insects in the forest were even more terrifying than the ferocious demonic beasts, with weeds and bushes everywhere, and big trees. You have no idea if there is a poisonous snake hidden in the thick jungle, or in a big tree, ready to sneak up on you, and poisonous snakes and poisonous insects are usually very small in size. In a hidden environment, relying solely on the eyes of the martial artist is difficult to find, and poisonous snakes are very fast. If they are bitten, the horrible toxin can be quickly poisoned, fainting poisonous death. Bug repellent creams only repel some of the annoying mosquitoes and insects, and are ineffective against real poisons. Sure enough, it wasn't even a moment before the squad was attacked by a poisonous snake, only to see, in the half-meter-high weeds they passed, a long dark shadow slipped by silently, and if it wasn't for the slight swaying of the weeds, it would have been impossible to notice. The team stopped and paid careful attention to the movements under their feet. After a short while, the grass swayed slightly, making a subtle clattering sound, and a black shadow shot towards Xia Bing, so fast that only a black line could be seen in the air. Look out! 3 o'clock! Xia Bing shouted as he took a step, and in a flash of lightning, he pinched the head of that crow's shadow. At a fixed glance, it was actually a chopstick-thick viper, the triangular-shaped head, constantly gulping blood-red letters that made one's scalp numb. The black body was covered with colorful light red patterns. At a glance it was a highly poisonous and deadly viper. At this time, under the grasp of Xia Bing, the head of the viper was dead stuck, the long body twisted into a ball, emitting a disgusting strange sound, for sharp teeth like barbs in the mouth, is seeping out drops of viscous green venom. Black line snakes. Seeing the appearance of the viper, the surrounding squad members could not help but be shocked in their hearts. The black thread snake was just a beast, not a demonic beast, but even so, it was extremely poisonous. If bitten, the deadly venom would instantly be incorporated into the bloodstream, and if one didn't consume the antidote pill in time, they would surely die. Just the right tonic. It's been rather weak the last few days. Xia Bing grabbed the head and tail of the black thread snake with both hands and yanked it with great force. The black thread snake that was broken into 2 pieces was still dancing in its hands. Its vitality was horrifying. He tilted his head slightly, and the fishy sweet snake blood immediately gushed into his mouth. At the same time, his fingers were like steel hooks that cut through the snake's belly, digging out a thumb-sized dark green snake gallbladder, casually throwing it into his mouth and swallowing it. Snake blood and snake bile were very tonic, and just as the snake blood entered the abdomen, the intense qi and blood immediately surged along the limbs and bones. Not long after drinking it, Xia Bing's body was slightly hot. The effect of quenching the body was excellent, but although the effect of snake blood was good, all martial artists, including him, did not wish to encounter them. These poisonous creatures were even more feared than demonic beasts, and along the way, it was because of the harassing sneak attacks of these poisonous snakes and insects that the team's advance was slow, and in the process of the team's slow forward march, a tree with dense foliage, a viper that was only the thickness of a small thimble was coiled on the tree. It was emerald green all over, hidden in the foliage, and its natural camouflage made it very difficult for people to discover its existence. Shoo! As one of the squad's warriors named Yixian passed by, this green viper was like a bolt of lightning that quickly shot towards him. The speed was so fast that it was hard to react. None of the squad noticed when Yixian felt a pain in his neck, which made him realize that he had been bitten by a poisonous snake. In just 3 short seconds, his face began to blacken and he was so weak that he was about to collapse to the ground. Yixian quickly took the antidote pill and after a while, he was able to slow down. But even so, almost every 10 minutes, a person would be attacked by a poisonous snake or a poisonous insect. But fortunately, they had all brought antidote pills with them, so they were fine. What made it strange was that along the way, all the squad members had been attacked by poisonous snakes, but the only one who traveled with them was safe and sound, never having been attacked. That person is Lin Feng. He had originally prepared 5 antidote pills as well, but he didn't think that he wouldn't be able to use them at all, and at first, not much attention was paid to it, but soon enough, the anomaly made people start to get suspicious. Little brother, you don't seem to have encountered any attacks from poisonous snakes or insects. Did you apply something? Something good to take out and share? Yi Xian asked curiously, saying that he even came forward to sniff Lin Feng's body with his nose. Yeah, this kid hasn't been attacked at all the whole way. This luck is too good. Xia Lingling, the only female member of the team, was also curious. She had been attacked twice by poisonous insects and snakes along the way, so had her other companions. There were too many poisonous insects and snakes in this mountain range, yet Lin Feng was the only one who had never been attacked. It was too abnormal. I don't have anything painted on me, so maybe it's just luck. Lin Feng smiled. He actually felt strange. His journey had been too smooth, right? Once Lin Feng saw a black thread snake, hanging on a branch right in front of him. He originally grabbed it to replenish his body, but he didn't think that before he could do anything, the black thread snake had already disappeared. As if, afraid of something? Seeing that Lin Feng didn't seem to be lying, Xia Bing and the others couldn't think of any other reason, so they could only smile and say, good luck. Then they started marching again. At the edge of the Morihei mountain range, everything was quite calm, but just as they were going deeper, they only saw one, who was scouting ahead and holding a dagger, violently stopping, sniffing slightly, and quickly running towards the center of the group. Be careful. 30 meters away, there's the smell of wild boars. It's a herd of wild boars. There should be about 12 of them. Arwen reminded that as a thief, his main task was to be responsible for scouting and scouting. Is it a perception-based demonic spirit that is refined? Lin Feng guessed and glanced at Arwen. This Arwen is not tall. About 1 meter 6.5. Looks a bit thin. Not eyes agile. Holding a dagger, behind the back of a short knife. Wearing a green light armor. Footsteps as gentle as a cat. Noiseless. 30 meters away. The line of sight was blocked by the dense jungle. Just based on the smell, one could distinguish what kind of beasts, and could also roughly distinguish how many. This sense of smell had far exceeded the limits of humans, and it was 10 times borrowed from the ability of demonic spirits. As for why Arwen didn't have a demonic transformation, Lin Feng wasn't surprised. A demon spiritist could possess the innate ability of a demon spirit, an innate ability that could be perfectly utilized in the demon transformation state. Without the state of demonic transformation, the natural ability could only be utilized at most 1/10 of its effect. If Arwen's demonic spirit possessed him and was in the state of demonic transformation, his sense of smell ability should be able to be 300 meters away, and his perception ability was definitely stronger. But the state of demonic transformation would consume a lot of soul power, and soul power was the most important thing for demonic spirit masters. It hadn't really entered the core area of the Mori Sea yet, and in order to maintain the best condition, that's why there was no demonic transformation. Get back in line and stand back. Seeing the thief's movements and hints, Xiaobing began to command for, so the crowd quickly leaned in and began to back up. With no way to predict your prey, retreating away is the best option. Roar! A loud hog squeal rang out, and although the squad found it in time, the herd of 11 boars spotted the humans in front of them. These were large adult boars, with brawny strength in their lean bodies. There was a string of half-foot-long, steel needle-like bristles growing on its spine. The most frightening thing was that right above the skulls of these large boars, there was a sharp spiral spike about half a meter long and white, and under the sun's rays, the spike flashed with an icy cold light. It's a unicorn boar. Nothing dangerous. Everyone spread out and hunt. Xiaobing shouted and gave the order. Unicorn boar. This kind of demonic beast was very common in the outskirts of the mountain range. It was a grade 1 demonic beast with great strength, and its means of attack mainly relied on the half-meter-long unicorn horn. Although the squad didn't speak, they were all very experienced, each luring away a boar, and Lin Feng also lured away one. The crowd also had no intention of helping out. If they couldn't even kill the one-horned boar, it would be better to hurry up and quit the team, so as not to lose their lives and involve them. With a calm expression, he gazed at the darting unicorn beast. That ferocious aura and wave of air that came running wildly made Lin Feng's eyes narrow slightly. Then, with his right foot standing on the ground, he rotated slightly and violently flew sideways, avoiding it. Bang! In the moment of avoidance, a dull crash sounded. Lin Feng punched on the pig's head of the one-horned boar. That huge force made the one-horned boar was a bump, and at this time, a silver-white dagger, did not know when it had already appeared in Lin Feng's right hand, clamped with the sound of the air-breaking sound to stab forward. The dagger attack came so suddenly, so quickly. This instantaneous change, even the one-horned boar that was always cautious didn't react. Its eyes with bloodshot threads fiercely bulged, and its short but extremely sturdy hind legs instinctively bent down, about to flee. Its instinctive reactions were extremely fast, and it took less than a second for it to escape on its sturdy hind legs. However, this arm not only accurately grasped this brief second, and when the boar's hind hooves had just bent down, the dagger was slightly tilted, and under the reflection of the sunlight, the one-horned boar fiercely closed its eyes, and its body shape was thus lurched, completely losing the hope of escaping. Snort! Between the splashes of blood, the one-horned boar didn't even have the time to open its eyes and take one last look at the deep blue sky before it fell to the ground with a thud. At its throat, a wound deep enough to see the bone, constantly flowing out warm blood towards the outside, and before long, its limbs struggled and trembled 2 or 3 times before it stopped moving. The moment the one-horned boar collapsed to the ground, the white arm traced an arc, and the dagger had disappeared at an unknown time. Lin Feng's performance, unsurprisingly, caused the crowd to look sideways, especially his beautiful dagger technique, which had a few suspicions of playing it cool. The unicorn boar was only a grade 1 demonic beast, and although it wasn't strong, they couldn't end the battle so easily. That's awesome, so clean. No wonder he dares to come to the other world alone. This speed, even faster than the captain. He's an archer. Why do I get the feeling he's more of an assassin? Gee, I thought it was a little birdie, but I didn't realize it was an old driver. Lin Feng paid no attention to the comments of the people around him. Not long after the death of the unicorn boar, a fist-sized grayish-brown ball of light emerged from the position of the unicorn boar's head, just like a mini version of the unicorn boar. As soon as the ball of light appeared, it instinctively wanted to run away, but it was grabbed by Lin Feng. It didn't take long for the group of one-horned boars to be killed by the crowd, and everyone performed with ease, with only one person accidentally suffering a slight injury. Before the smell of blood could fill the air, the squad members skillfully stepped forward, daggers in hand, and began to rapidly dissect. Demonic beasts, like humans, were absorbing the aura of heaven and earth to evolve themselves. Naturally, the most valuable things of a demonic beast were the demonic spirit and the demonic Dan. However, only demonic beasts above the 5th grade had the demonic Dan. That was the essence of the demonic beast's entire body. And for martial artists, eating it would not only quench their bodies, but also increase the aura in their bodies. The unicorn boar is only a 1st grade demonic beast. The most valuable thing on its body besides the demonic beast's blood and meat is the half-meter-long unicorn, which is exceptionally hard and sharp. One is probably worth about 3,000 new coins. Mr. Feng Lin, the unicorn boar you hunted is yours. Xiaobing came to Lin Feng and spoke. In the other world, the loot gained by temporarily formed adventure squads was distributed immediately, as stipulated beforehand. Because it was formed temporarily, the sense of trust had not yet been established, coupled with the unpredictable dangers that would be faced at all times in the Mori High, if it was not assigned immediately, and if they were accidentally separated from the team at that time, then they would not get anything. This group of unicorn boars, there were 11 unicorn boars and therefore 11 unicorns. Lin Feng didn't want to fight for it even though he was the fastest to end the battle, so he only killed one and got a unicorn. 3,000 new coins just came. Tying the unicorn and the package together, Lin Feng sighed in his heart. 3,000 new dollars, equivalent to a month's salary of his mother. So easily earned. No wonder those martial artists still tend to be like herons when they know the danger of the other world. Of course, Lin Feng also understood that the dangers of the other world had just begun. The dangers that could be seen weren't scary. What was scary were the eyes that were hidden in the shadows. After taking the unicorn horn, for the carcass of the unicorn boar, although those pork gas and blood were also very sufficient, but after all, the weight was too great. Although it was a pity, the team could not bring all of them. Packed up, the squad is back on the road. Lin Feng followed the squad, at the very end of the line, his right hand grasping a gray-black ball of light, which was the demonic spirit of the one-horned boar. The demonic spirit that this Yi Xian refined should be a power attribute demonic spirit. Lin Feng realized that after hunting the unicorn boar herd, Xia Bing's squad didn't divide the loot, but handed all the unicorn boar demon spirits to Yi Xian. And this Yi Xian was a warrior in the team, not tall but strong, holding a machete. At this moment, he took the team member's demonic spirit and swallowed it into his body like a dinner ball, swallowing 2 in a row. Well, did Sprint come out yet? Xia Bing asked curiously. The unicorn boar had no attributes and belonged to the strength lineage of demonic beasts, and was the most common grade 1 demonic beast in Morihei. Because it was an attribute-less demonic spirit, the one-horned boar demonic spirit did not run the risk of attribute rejection and could be food for all demonic spirits. Although it had no attributes, the unicorn boar had its own natural skill. The unicorn boar's natural skill was named Sprint. Sprint is one of the most basic skills of the warrior profession. The effect is to consume a certain amount of soul power and spiritual power, and in a short period of time, explode into a speed and explosive power that far exceeds the usual. It's not that easy, it's just that the power attribute has been enhanced a bit. Yi Xian said and ate 3 more. After a while, in the crowd's anticipation, he shook his head, and although it was expected, his expression was more or less dejected. At this point, his soul power was already saturated, and he couldn't proceed to absorb it again in a short period of time. It's fine. In these 2 months, you've only absorbed 9 unicorn boars before and after. Your innate demon spirit attribute is slowly changing. Didn't Wang Jie from our class also absorb 30 of them before he succeeded? It's not like we're geniuses. Where are natural skills so easy to obtain? Seeing that Yi Xian was a bit frustrated, Xia Bing, as the captain, didn't care too much and comforted him. Refining a demon spirit and becoming a demon spiritist allows you to have the natural abilities of the demon spirit, but the native demon spirit, absorbing another demon spirit, does not mean that you will gain the skills of that demon spirit. The better the talent, the stronger the soul power, the higher the probability of obtaining a talent skill. And with average talent, if one is unlucky, or if the talent and attributes of the innate demonic spirit and the demonic spirit being absorbed don't match, it's very likely that one may not succeed even after absorbing hundreds of them. A one-horned boar's demonic spirit was worth about 5,000 SGD, and with 3 of them, that would be 15,000 SGD. Yi Xian was not heartbroken about the money. After all, refining the unicorn boar demon spirit was beneficial to the demon spirit in his body. At the very least, the power attribute was strengthened a bit. He was worried that his native demonic spirit did not match the unicorn boar and could not absorb the sprint skill. The sprint skill, which was one of the most basic skills of a warrior, was even more so for a first-grade martial artist, and if he missed it, he would have to spend a lot of time searching for a new attack skill again. Today's luck counts. It's only been a short while since we encountered a herd of one-horned boars. Where would we normally have this kind of luck? As Xia Bing spoke, he distributed the unicorn boar demon spirit to Arwen. Demon spirits will dissipate within 5 minutes if they are not sealed by a demon sealing soul artifact. There are 3 qualities of demon sealing soul artifacts, differentiated by beginner, medium, and high. Elementary demon sealing containers were worth over $1 million at the minimum, and were only fist-sized, and could only seal elementary demon spirits for a time period of 1 month. But even the lowest level ones were not affordable for ordinary people. The mid-level ones were over $10 million, and the high-level ones were worth over $100 million. On the day of awakening, many of those altar bigwigs were using intermediate-level demon sealing soul weapons. Xia Bing's adventuring squad obviously didn't have a demon sealing soul artifact, so in order not to waste it, thus they could only absorb the demonic spirit of the unicorn boar and use it as food for their native demonic spirit. Obviously, with attributes that didn't match, it was naturally impossible for them to obtain the sprint skill. Feng Lin, you're a demon spiritist too? Xia Bing asked curiously when she saw Lin Feng grabbing the demonic spirit of the one-horned boar, which seemed to have the intention of absorbing it as well. Aha! Lin Feng nodded and didn't deny it. At this time, he had already refined the nightmare, which was almost identical in appearance to the shadow demon spirit, so as long as he didn't demonically change, no one should be able to find out. Seeing Lin Feng nodding his head in acknowledgement, Xia Bing and Yi Xian and Awen didn't feel anything. A hint of envy flowed from the eyes of the other two people in the squad, which made Lin Feng understand that these two people were most likely just martial artists, and not demon spiritists. Yi Xian refined a third-grade heavy-armored rhinoceros. I refined a fourth-grade wind fox. One refined a second-grade proboscis beast. And you, Feng Lin? Xia Bing asked with some curiosity. With Lin Feng's performance along the way, plus the fact that Lin Feng was only one person, Xia Bing didn't have too many defenses and named the demonic spirits that the three people in his squad had refined. A fifth-grade shadow demon spirit, Lin Feng said. Fifth grade. Xia Bing and the others sighed a bit, their tones transmitting a hint of envy. Demon spirits refined by a demon spiritist can gain talent skills by absorbing other demon spirits. However, at each stage, only one talent skill can be gained. For example, when a first-grade demon spirit, it could only absorb one innate skill, and only when it broke through to a second-grade demon spirit could it absorb a second skill, and so on. A fourth-grade demon spirit and a fifth-grade demon spirit were only one grade apart in terms of grade, seemingly just one talent skill apart, which was fine in the early stages. There wasn't much of a gap between each other. However, when Lin Feng's demon spirit grew to the 5th grade, and Xia Bing's limit was to become a 4th grade demon spirit master because he was refining a 4th grade demon spirit, the gap would be huge at that time. Not only was it just one more skill, but it was also the crushing of the grade in strength. With Xia Bing's soul power, he was in no condition to refine a second demonic spirit, and when he was stronger, he might be able to replace his original demonic spirit again, but this would undoubtedly start all over again. Demon spirits again have to grow and advance from the 1st grade, requiring a lot of time and resources to gain natural skills, which is not worth the effort. Feng Lin, has your first natural skill come out yet? Yi Xian asked curiously. The shadow demon spirit is a dark attribute, which is a rare attribute, and the skills are somewhat hard to find. Lin Feng shook his head and said. Xia Bing and the others weren't surprised. Of the 3 demon spiritists in their squad, only Xia Bing possessed his first demon spirit skill. Demon spiritists who refined shadow demon spirits, their future career direction was basically assassins. Assassin is the elf in the night, cold-blooded killer, accustomed to using the darkness to hide themselves, silently close to the enemy, in a flash burst out to kill the enemy in the destructive force. Assassin, a profession that all martial artists and demon spiritists feared for. It was the consensus of all professionals that they would rather offend a warrior who was stronger than them than an assassin who was weaker than them. After all, no one could be on their guard all the time, and if they were targeted by an assassin, they were simply in danger all the time. Although assassins are recognized as one of the powerful professions, though true assassins are not rare, the main reason for this, aside from the fact that there are fewer demon spirits suitable for assassins, is that assassins' natural skills are much rarer compared to warriors. The assassin's basic skills of disguise, concealment, and hold breath are all relatively rare. The camouflage needed to be obtained by hunting the 100 transformation lizard. And although the 100 transformation lizard was only a 1st grade demonic beast, it mostly lived in swampy areas, which was not only dangerous, but also not as common as the unicorn boar. As for the concealment skill, it was even more necessary to hunt the bizarre underworld serpent, which was a nightmare for a 1st grade martial artist. Your shadow demon spirit's natural ability is shadow sneak, and you're going to choose sprint for your first skill? Although sprint is explosive and can assist in attacking, it moves too much. And it seems a bit incompatible with shadow stalking? Yi Xian suggested. Lin Feng naturally knew this. At the initial stage of the Demon Spirit Master, the first Demon Spirit skill that is refined must be paired with the innate ability of the innate Demon Spirit so that the fighting power of the innate Demon Spirit can be fully utilized. It was only that the one Lin Feng had refined was a nightmare, not a shadow Demon Spirit. Lin Feng nodded and said it's not for the sprint skill, it's just to absorb soul power. After saying that, Lin Feng casually found an excuse to move away from the squad, and when he saw that no one was paying attention, he waved his right hand and directly slapped the demonic spirit in his hand into his body, and then carefully observed the reaction of the nightmare. The main reason Lin Feng came to the other world was the nightmare. His daily trouble nowadays was to provide the nightmare with plenty of food. The soul-nourishing pill was too expensive. It was fine at this stage. He could still afford to pay it, but with the nightmare's advancement, one could imagine that it was an extremely large sum. And it's not a solution to take soul-nourishing pill for a long time. It's a medicine that is 3 times poisonous, and if you take too much of it, you will have problems with your spirit. Therefore, directly absorbing the demon spirits was the solution. Ha! The moment the unicorn-boar demon spirit entered his body, Lin Feng let out a light eep. He could feel that the one-horned boar demonic spirit, which was still struggling violently, was as if it had been fixed by a fixation technique the moment it entered his body, and apart from trembling slightly, it didn't dare to make any movements at all. When a martial artist refines a demonic spirit and a demonic spirit master absorbs a demonic spirit, they will all be subjected to the demonic spirit's tenacious resistance and even backlash. Although the one-horned boar was only a first-rate demonic beast, it still had a beastly nature. But at this moment, it was as if it had encountered a heavenly enemy, letting the nightmare appear in front of it and not moving a muscle. Although the demonic spirit couldn't speak, Lin Feng could clearly feel a wave of fear coming from the unicorn boar demonic spirit. In the face of the nightmare's devouring, it surprisingly didn't dare to resist. Ow! Seemingly sensing Lin Feng's gaze, the pupils of the nightmare that had finished eating its food rotated slightly and let out a hiss that was filled with evil and murderous intent. How come the body is still red? The nightmare's killing intent wasn't a surprise to Lin Feng. What made it strange was that the nightmare's body hadn't returned to normal and was still in a blood-red state. The red nightmare looks more evil and bloody than the black nightmare. I don't know if this change is good or bad. Lin Feng was a little uneasy in his heart. The change in the nightmare was clearly the aftermath of the seal of evil. I also wonder if this change will ever be restored? The nightmare doesn't know what kind of attribute it is, and it's not a dark attribute either. Could it be a simple soul-based demon spirit? Does that mean that his food is fine as long as it's a demonic spirit, without having to worry about attribute conflicts? That should be the case. After eating the demonic spirit of the one-horned boar, the nightmare didn't change other than its soul power being a bit stronger. Lin Feng observed the changes in the nightmare. Is my immunity to poisons because of the nightmare? At this moment, a thought flashed through Lin Feng. It had been 2 hours since he had entered the other world, and each of the 5 Xiaobing people had been attacked by poisonous snakes and insects, and more than once, except for him, who had never been attacked. And Lin Feng noticed that all the poisonous creatures, within a meter of his approach, would quickly flee as if they had seen something horrible. With great difficulty, Lin Feng utilized his speed to catch a desperately fleeing black line snake. What shocked Lin Feng was that the black thread snake was in his hands, but it was scared and didn't move, as if it had met a natural enemy. Originally, Lin Feng was still pinching the black thread snake's head, worrying that it would be bitten, but to the very end, the black thread snake didn't dare to move at all, let alone have any intention of biting Lin Feng. 100 poisons? Is it possible that he has become invulnerable to all poisons? Lin Feng was surprised and a little uneasy at the same time. In the other world, what demonic beasts were the most terrifying? 9 out of 10 martial artists would say that it was the poisonous demonic beasts, and yet he was invulnerable to all poisons. Without a doubt, this was a rare and powerful talent. Lin Feng, who couldn't figure it out, didn't dwell on it too much, and as the squad went deeper, Sun Hai began to really show the magnificent scenery of the primitive forest. With a loud roar, Lin Feng and the others arrived at a pool of water. The edge of the water pool, a cliff wall, a huge waterfall from the height of hundreds of meters in the air, like eagles, from the edge of the mountain rushing down, sound like thunder, by the wind, raising the misty water star, in the sun's rendering, in the sky hanging a gorgeous rainbow. Turtle frog. Lin Feng looked to a location not far away, 100 meters away. At the water pool, 3 demonic beasts with dark green bodies, similar in appearance to frogs but more than a meter tall, with their backs wrapped in hard as turtle shells were drinking water, and more than a dozen elk with sharp horns were watching them cautiously. In mid-air, dozens of winged beasts of different colors circled over the water pool, and from time to time there was a chirp, and the mist steamed, and from time to time there were fish demons with flashing colorful scales leaping out of the water pool, and the picture was beautiful, and if you took a picture of it with your cell phone, you could use it as a desktop wallpaper, provided that you find the right angle. Because just a short distance away from the turtle frog, a miserable and disgusting picture appeared in everyone's eyes. 5 flesh and blood corpses were collapsing in a messy pool of blood. In such hot weather, the corpses hadn't rotted and smelled yet. Obviously they hadn't been dead for a long time. These corpses were not only disfigured, they were even torn up so badly that they could hardly see the intact parts. It looked more disgusting than scary. Weapons and packages were taken, Arwen said in a gruff tone, his face a little pale. Although it wasn't the first time he ventured in the other world and had seen dead people, but such a bloody picture. The strong visual impact, coupled with the fact that as a demon spiritist, the demonic spirit of the long-nosed beast was refined, which made his sense of smell far superior to that of normal people. This strong smell of blood and nausea made the knots in his throat roll, and he couldn't help but want to vomit. The only girl in the group, Zhang Lingling, was startled and turned around in a hurry, not daring to look at her more. Looking at the wounds, it's likely that they were killed by demonic beasts and then picked up by other squads. Arwen fought back her nausea and analyzed. This was because beside these 5 corpses, there were also the remains of 2 demonic beasts' corpses. I'll check it out. Xia Bing's face was a little white, but he was able to maintain his composure. He came to the corpses and started to check the wounds of the corpses, only that he couldn't see them at all. And then he came to the remains of the demonic beasts, and after observing them for a while, he said, "It's not possible for 2 first-ranked gray iron crocodiles to take out a 5-member squad, and they wouldn't have been foolish enough to approach the water pool. There must be more than just 2 gray iron crocodiles. The others might have dived back into the water hole." Another martial artist in the squad had a different opinion. Xia Bing didn't retort. It was indeed possible. "Windwood, what do you think?" Xia Bing asked Lin Feng, a hint of surprise in his eyes, because up to the beginning, Lin Feng had acted calmly, as if he was already used to this bloody picture in front of him. Plus Lin Feng's lightheartedness along the way made him guess that Lin Feng had probably been mixing with Sun Hai for many years. "Killed," Lin Feng affirmed, not even needing to get much closer to observe. "Are you so sure?" Xia Lingling had walked over at this time, somewhat shocked. In the other world, robbing monsters and scrambling was a regular occurrence, and they had encountered it many times. Those people are some older than them. 30 or 40 years old middle-aged people composed of adventure squad, no matter the strength or experience, are much tougher than them. Every time they know that they are unbeatable, although they are very angry, but they will rationally choose to retreat. The other party also let them leave, will not lay a killer. No way. The adventure squads within the Mori Sea are all first-grade martial artists. The difference in strength isn't that big. No one would choose to lose both. Besides, first-grade demonic spirits aren't high-level demonic spirits and aren't rare. There's no need for this at all. Arwen couldn't believe it either, and the reasons he said did make sense, which caused Xia Bing and the others to slightly nod their heads, except that they didn't notice some details, some very simple details. They don't have demonic transformations, Lin Feng explained. Xia Bing and the others quickly reacted, their faces a little pale. Indeed, none of the corpses had demonic transformations, although demon spirit masters were rare. A 5-member adventuring squad that dared to venture out in the other world should have 1 or 2 demon spirit masters at any rate, and if a demon spiritist dies in a demonic transformation state, his body will still remain in a demonic transformation state after death. Maybe they're all martial artists? Xia Lingling still couldn't believe it, or chose not to. Their identity cards are missing. Lin Feng continued. Xia Bing hurriedly looked around the body and indeed found no identity cards. In order to enter the other world, the identity card must be verified. Those people picked up the squad's weapons and parcels. Naturally, it was impossible for them to pick up the identity card as well. The identity card had no value, and there was the possibility of exposing their identities. Damn beasts! Xia Bing cursed fiercely. In his heart he was already convinced of Lin Feng's claim. It's just a little too cruel to accept. After all, what's this about? Arwen asked, somewhat bewildered. There are many reasons to kill someone, such as seeking money. Although they are a first-grade martial artist, how are you sure that they don't have anything of value on them, such as seeking revenge, or having a verbal altercation? It's just a matter of looking bad. Lin Feng said that there were no legal constraints in the other world and anything could happen. Seeing that the crowd was already convinced, Lin Feng didn't have any intention of going on to explain. In fact, in addition to these 2 reasons, there are quite a few details. For example, although these 5 corpses have been completely disfigured, limbs scattered, but the blood on the ground, but clearly visible. According to the distribution of blood, and the destruction of the grass, this 5-member squad was then fighting as tightly packed together. The fighting range did not exceed the diameter of 3 meters, which is obviously very abnormal. Therefore, Lin Feng could judge that this squad had been killed, if not directly, then only indirectly rounded up. Lin Feng even had a feeling that the people from this hunting squad didn't seem to be far away, and were perhaps somewhere around the corner, silently watching them. After seeing those corpses, Lin Feng realized that the squad's crowd table became serious. Even their movements were much more cautious. Originally, they also wanted to hunt turtle frogs, but they also chose to give up and just wanted to quickly leave the scene. However, just as the squad was about to leave, Xia Bing's expression flickered and she said, "What? Try the demonic transformation?" Arwen's footsteps lurched. The one he refined was a second-grade proboscis beast, which belonged to the auxiliary demonic spirits and didn't have a natural skill, nor was it strong in combat. However, it possessed a superb sense of smell. "Stop your idiotic behavior." Seeing Wen close his eyes, a faint light lingering on his brows as if he was preparing for a demonic transformation, Lin Feng opened his mouth and reprimanded. "What's wrong?" Arwen asked, opening her eyes a little confused. "What a bunch of rookies." Lin Feng sighed a sigh in his heart. Based on experience, Lin Feng can judge that this hunt took place within 3 hours. At this time, not to mention whether the odor tracking is effective or not. Even if there is, and what do you have to do with it? What can you do? Those people could hunt this squad of 5. And naturally, they could also hunt Xia Bing and the others. Have a sense of justice and want to be a hero. But also see if you have the ability? They might be nearby. Perhaps being chided. Arwen Sheet was a bit angry. Seeing this, Lin Feng coldly said. He didn't dare to be sure. He just had a hunch. Just around the corner? Arwen was startled. He forced himself to hold back the panic in his heart and asked in a small voice. Are you sure? You want to bet? Seeing that Arwen was a bit skeptical, Lin Feng shook his head and said with some amusement. Compared to the nervousness and fear of the crowd, Lin Feng was relaxed. In Shanghai, only first-grade martial artists were allowed to enter. With Lin Feng's strength and experience, he was naturally fearless. Even if he couldn't beat them, no one could stay if he wanted to leave. He had the backbone to do so. But if the other party was a veteran who had been mixing with other worlds for many years, or if they were more in number, Xia Bing's small team would be in a bit of danger. Although the contact hadn't been long, and it was too casual to call it any kind of friendship, Lin Feng didn't want the people to lose their lives for nothing. Although death was a common occurrence in the other world, and every martial artist who entered the other world had this realization. But having said that, for a family to lose a child is a disaster. Xia Bing stepped forward and patted Wen's shoulder, saying, Listen to Feng Lin. He's right. We can't afford to gamble. It's my miscalculation. After saying that, Xia Bing said thank you to Lin Feng. After Lin Feng reminded him, he also reacted. And in his heart, he blamed himself and sweated a little. As the captain of a squad, not only did he need combat prowess, but more importantly, observation and commanding ability. Because of one of his decisions, the squad was likely to be in danger. And it was clear that he was not qualified. Just as the squad was leaving, at a distance of 500 meters away from them, on a huge sky-high ancient tree with a diameter of 2 meters, 5 shadows stood on the tops of the leafy trees, their eyes icy cold, facing the very direction of the water pool. We've earned a lot today. Who would have thought that this rookie squad would be so extravagant as to have a demon-sealing soul artifact? Luck indeed. Or the captain is great. A glance can see this big fat goat, although it is only a primary soul weapon, but it is the size of a basketball. Go to Oldley. I'm afraid that it can only be sold for tens of millions of dollars. With this order, it'll be enough for the month, and I can finally take some time off. Give me that arm guard. I'm just missing one. Idiot, it hasn't been dealt with yet. Do you want to die? The crowd whispered and laughed in a relaxed atmosphere. Someone's coming. Just then, in the group, a thin man with a sharp look suddenly spoke, and the air all seemed to quiet down, leaving only the sound of breathing. This skinny man slightly closed his eyes. After a while, his features also began to change slightly. The original sharp mouth became more three-dimensional, with a hawkish nose and a curved upper mouth. His arms were covered with gray feathers, forming a pair of wings, and his fingernails turned into sharp claws with a hint of a cold light. The most attractive thing is that his dark eyes turned yellowish-brown, and there was a small golden dot in his pupil, and his eyes, which were still lazy, suddenly became sharp, and his pupils kept enlarging and contracting, reflecting the shadows of Xia Bing and the others. How's it going, Eagle? Someone inquired. The thin man with the sharp mouth, also known as the man nicknamed Eagle, didn't respond. He was currently observing the shape of Arwen's mouth, and although he couldn't hear, he'd learned to lip sync. After what seemed like 5 minutes, he came back with, They're noticing the anomaly. They're getting suspicious, and the guy in the hat is an old bird. Oh, looks like a veteran? The person who spoke didn't care too much about it. The waterhole was a place where demonic beasts drank from, and there were often adventurous squads passing by. Are there any auxiliary demon spiritists? Someone inquired. Try the Arwen demon transformation? The eagle's pupils emitted a faint yellow light at this time, and after a while he muttered to himself, still maintaining a motionless posture. When these words came out, the originally relaxed atmosphere steeply became gloomy. Other than the eagle, the remaining 4 people's faces obviously changed slightly, and their dark eyes penetrated with a hint of killing intent. It seems that their squad also has an auxiliary demon spiritist. It should be in the sense of smell. In the group, a 40-year-old middle-aged man holding a warbow said, Captain, should we do it? That middle-aged man didn't have any hesitation and said, Kill. Although the previous squad wasn't strong, but they could even have such a precious demon-sealing soul artifact. I'm afraid that they're either the sons of a big family or a big consortium. It's not something that we can afford to mess with. They delayed leaving the scene of the crime because they were worried that their scent was still lingering. And although 3 hours had passed and it had almost dissipated, being cautious was the key to surviving this long. There's only one exit from the Mori Sea, so it might be impossible for us to hide for too long, and we'll be screwed if we attract the order. This captain's tone was a bit grave, obviously scornful of the orderer in his words. Saying that, he had already taken out an arrow from the arrow pot behind his back and hitched it to the bowstring. Fight quickly. I'll assist you from the back. Minding your own business is a way to lose your life, someone snorted coldly. Just as they were about to leap down to start the kill, the eagle said abruptly, "Wait." The crowd's shapes lurched, and while their gazes were redirected to the pool of water, they couldn't see what Lin Feng and the others were saying anymore, even though they were deliberately seeing silhouettes. What's wrong? That hat wearer is smart. He seems to know that we're nearby. That auxiliary demon spiritist didn't have a demonic transformation, and they're getting ready to leave now. Eagle spoke up, and the crowd looked at each other and laughed. Count them lucky. At this time, Xia Bing's squad didn't know that their 5 people had escaped a disaster. They picked up speed and left the waterhole until 10 minutes later, when their fearful hearts were put at ease. Arwen, you may begin, Xia Bing said to Wen. At this time, it was considered to be truly entering the core of the Mori Sea, and the danger was several times more. Demon change, Arwen nodded, her mouth chanting slightly, and soon the body began to change heaven and earth. The whole person, as if inflated, became a circle larger, and the originally loose combat suit began to become trim. Arwen looks a little clean-cut, body type is thin, not at this time becomes slightly swollen, in the position of his cheeks, bulging to some funny apple muscle. The skin presents a light pink. The most special is his nose. The original flat nose at this time like an elephant trunk, grayish-white trumpet, the length of 15 centimeters, slightly shaking, within a radius of 300 meters, in the direction directly in front of me. There is the scent of humans, there is the smell of blood. They should be hunting demonic beasts. There are about 7 of them. Awen slightly closed his eyes, and that elephant trunk slightly inhaled, and after a while, he said, there are 13 kinds of beast scents. There are red-blooded rabbits, fiery eagles, blue silkworm beasts, and fire spiders. Which one do we hunt? Let's start with the red-blooded rabbit. Let's familiarize ourselves with it first. We haven't been here for a month. Xia Bing made the decision. Let's go then. Arwen nodded, and with him leading the way, the crowd ran towards one. Next, the squad began to hunt first-grade demonic beasts. Along the way, Lin Feng had seen hundreds of human or demonic beast corpses. Some had only just died a short while ago. Some had already turned into rotten white bones. The cruelty of the otherworldly world was once again placed before the eyes of all. Although Xia Bing's squad had the strength of a first-grade martial artist, their combat skills were rusty, and although there were 5 of them, the speed of their hunting was instead not as fast as that of Lin Feng alone. Lin Feng's performance also surprised the squad. In their eyes, some of Lin Feng's evasive maneuvers and hunting skills at this time were strong and beatable, and when he faced the demonic beasts, his unusual calm performance was even better than the old mercenaries who had been mixing in the Mori Sea all year round, or even more excellent. This kind of calm reaction could be called a combat talent. Strength is not equal to combat power, and in the process of fighting the enemy, maintaining absolute calmness is sometimes even more important than strength. The crowd wondered what on earth could make a teenager, who was obviously a bit younger than him, possess such a talent? On top of that, Lin Feng's superb physical strength shocked them even more. Many of them were getting physically overdrawn, while Lin Feng didn't blush or gasp. Although Lin Feng had never been spiritually possessed, in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Feng's strength was unquestionable. They didn't realize that all the time, the aura of the heavens and the earth was slowly, but uninterruptedly penetrating into Lin Feng's body, causing his sore muscles to quickly return to their optimal state. In the end it was clear that the speed of the squad's advance began to slow down, and Lin Feng bid farewell to the squad. Xia Bing originally wanted to leave a phone number so that he could contact them when he got out, but he was politely refused by Lin Feng. Other than this one time, they shouldn't cross paths in the future. There's no need to be friends. Roar! Miserable screams. A demonic beast collapsed with a loud bang, its body twitching a few times and not moving. Shoo! Dagger drawn. A blood-red blood arrow shot out. In the dense jungle, the dagger in Lin Feng's hand skillfully cut the trophies, while the floating demonic spirit was casually slapped into his body as food for the nightmare. Steeply, Lin Feng stopped. His right hand reached back. The pitch-black war bow had appeared in his hand. The bow was pulled into a full moon. Lin Feng loosened the bowstring. A harsh cracking sound rang out. The arrow was as fleeting as lightning. 80 meters away, a wind leopard was hidden in the grass. A pair of yellow pupils, staring at Lin Feng, it crept around ready to sneak attack. But when Lin Feng turned around and picked up his battle bow, it was ready to flee. But before it could dodge, the powerful arrow had already appeared in front of it and pierced through its right eye until it flew out of the 7 or 8 meter yard before it perched sun-pierced into a large tree. Blood flowed from the wind leopard's hideously hollow right eye, and soon its heart stopped beating. Wind leopard. Wind attribute demonic beast. Speed as fast as the wind. Even a 5-person squad would find it tricky to encounter. But it died so easily under Lin Feng's arrows. And that's where archers are powerful. The archer's attack was not as powerful as a warrior, not as agile as a thief, and not as lethal as a mage. So if he was meleeed, even a thief might kill him, but as long as they pulled away, a strong divine archer would make all professions fear for their lives, even assassins. Coming into the jungle, Lin Feng forcefully pulled out the arrow that had pierced into the big tree. This one tier 3 alloy arrow was very hard without the slightest damage, worth 10,000 SGD arrows. Naturally it had to be reused. After harvesting the loot, Lin Feng's body moved and traveled like a ghost. With his speed and fighting skills, Lin Feng was like a demon hunter, constantly harvesting the lives of first-grade demonic beasts. Constantly hunting, the package behind Lin Feng's back gradually became heavy, and while hunting demonic beasts, Lin Feng was also constantly drinking demonic beast blood, eating demonic beast flesh and blood raw. The qi and blood in his body was getting fuller and fuller, due to the fact that he was eating too much flesh and blood. Even with Lin Feng's body, he was a little bit unable to digest it, and all that qi and blood gradually built up in his body. Yi Qiu's diary only records that the nightmare will absorb essence, but it doesn't seem to absorb qi and blood. Lin Feng's face was a bit ugly, because he realized that the qi and blood that had piled up inside him was quickly absorbed cleanly by the nightmare, and the originally blood-red nightmare red was somewhat demonic. Forget it, couldn't care less. Strength is most important. Lin Feng didn't pay too much attention to it because he simply couldn't do anything about it. After a period of hunting, Lin Feng's complexion was even colder, his eyes smelling of indifference to life. Brush. Suddenly, just as Lin Feng was about to leave, he saw a black shadow suddenly appear from behind him and violently pounce towards him. Monkey demon? Lin Feng's body exploded back, dodging the attack, only to hear the sound of a brush as a red-eyed monkey darted around him, screaming strangely. At the same time, there was also a huge-sized tiger demon that appeared beside Lin Feng, and in the jungle behind the tiger demon, there was actually a pair of yellow eyes watching it. It was a tiger cat, caught in a siege. Although they are all first-grade demonic beasts, but it's tough to deal with 3 of them appearing at once. Lin Feng's face was a bit gloomy. Kill that monkey demon first, it should be the fastest, then kill that tiger. And finally, just as Lin Feng was still thinking, that red-eyed monster monkey had already waved its sharp claws, squeaking and screaming, and pounced at great speed. Lin Feng's body moved and appeared behind it, only to hear a brush sound. His right leg was like a piece of black lightning, and he jerked towards this monster monkey's head. If it was drawn, with Lin Feng's swift explosive force, it would be enough to blow his head off. But unfortunately, the strange monkeys were small and extremely fast, and with just a flash, they disappeared. The tiger demon pounced towards Lin Feng, his tail flung violently, trying to whip Lin Feng away. The tiger cat, on the other hand, was watching from the side, sneaking in to attack from time to time. Under the combined attack of the 3 demonic beasts, Lin Feng was in danger. Each of the 3 demonic beasts was stronger than him. If it was one-on-one, Lin Feng could win with his experience, but if he was caught in a siege, it was a bit difficult for him to fight. Lin Feng was still in the physical cultivation realm. He couldn't perform martial arts, although he was an archer. But at this time, when he was caught in a siege, the bow and arrows weren't as effective as daggers. All he performed was pure physical arts, one move at a time, simple and direct. In the end, after a bitter battle, Lin Feng finally killed that strange monkey, and there was an extra wound on his body. His clothes had been torn and bloodied. Fortunately, he hadn't been attacked by the tiger demon. At one point, Lin Feng had deliberately been caught by the tiger cat and killed it with a wound in his chest that went deep into his flesh and blood. In the end, Lin Feng, who was already a bit tired, used speed and patience to carefully kill the tiger. When all 3 demonic beasts were dead, just as Lin Feng finished harvesting the demonic spirits and just wanted to rest for a while, suddenly another wolf whistle came from a group of first-grade wolf demons that smelled blood and searched all the way here without giving him any chance to catch his breath. Lin Feng was a bit tired. Apart from his body, he was also extremely mentally fatigued and highly concentrated, because if he slacked off just a little bit, what was waiting for him was to be eaten alive by the demonic beasts. All the wolf demons, one by one, growled lowly and rushed over recklessly from all directions, pairs of ghastly white and cold fangs greeting Lin Feng at various parts of his body. Kill! There was no escape, no hesitation. With a loud shout, Lin Feng's figure, in an instant, impacted amongst the wolves. At such a close distance, a primitive fight began. Lin Feng's pace was fast, whether it was his hands, feet, head, All parts of his body became the most perfect weapon to kill deicide. His movements were simple and direct, full of violent aesthetics. In the midst of a violent tussle, bang! The black shadow popped out. Lin Feng was in the air, flew backwards, landed, legs in the mud, dragged out a deep trace, which stabilized the body. Violent gasping, chest violently rising and falling. More than a dozen blood-soaked wounds littered his white body, but the bleeding soon stopped. Is this resilience brought on by the nightmare? Lin Feng glanced at the wound, slightly bloodthirsty, excited and frenzied. This kind of careless, purely physical battle made him want to scream. Ice cold in the eyes. Not far ahead, more than a dozen blood-drenched wolf corpses fell motionless on the ground, staining the earthy yellow ground blood red. A breeze blew through the air, and a pungent odor of blood filled the air. Such a strong smell of blood is likely to attract more demonic beasts. We must leave in a hurry. Holding a dagger in his hand, Lin Feng quickly cut the required materials quickly in the corpses of the demonic beasts, and then absorbed more than 10 demonic spirits, all of them close to his body. Then the figure quickly disappeared in place. Not long after he left, the horrible roar of the beast came. This fighting style is so familiar. In this way, Lin Feng, who was alone, kept traveling through the Mori Sea, which could be said to have experienced life and death, and danger was everywhere. The sun was high in the sky, and even with the cover of the dense trees, the air was hot and humid. At this moment, Lin Feng didn't have the calmness he used to have, and at this moment, he was desperately running away. In the Mori Sea, although most of them were first-grade demonic beasts, it didn't mean that there were no second-grade demonic beasts, and sometimes third-grade demonic beasts could be encountered, but the probability was very small. But very unhappily, Lin Feng came across it at this moment. Just now, he was unlucky enough to encounter a third-grade demonic beast and entered its territory. A 2-meter-long fire cloud lion with terrifying strength. This fire cloud lion was extremely strong. The only thing that was fortunate about it was that it wasn't good at speed. Lin Feng frantically fled, his feet stomping furiously on the ground. In the forest, as if he was a black lightning bolt traveling back and forth. Although he was very fast, Lin Feng kept running around a distance, back and forth. Otherwise, if he ran for a long time and then accidentally intruded into another demonic beast's territory, it would be really dangerous. Damn, what's with all the chasing and all? An hour later, when Lin Feng realized that the demonic beast behind him was still persistently chasing him, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. It's not just stepping into your territory for a little bit, as to kill it off in such a hurry. It's coming again. Lin Feng's heart violently lifted and he hurriedly increased his speed. Roar! With a loud hissing sound, the air shook as if it was a wave of water. And in this shockwave, Lin Feng's originally fast-fleeing figure slightly lurched as if it was frozen in place. What a powerful sonic attack. It's a pity I already have experience. Lin Feng's face turned white. His head roared and he couldn't hear anything. This wasn't the end. After the sound wave attack, from the mouth of the fire cloud lion, a hot fireball was rapidly coalescing and with a mournful whistling sound, it shot towards Lin Feng, but due to Lin Feng's timely dodging, it didn't attack. The fireball whistled and with a thud, it snapped a big tree that was hugged by 5 people and quickly burned it. That was close. Under the pressure of death, Lin Feng once again increased his speed. Roar! The fire cloud lion let out an angry roar. After chasing for so long but never being able to catch up with that damned human, even though it was a third-grade demonic beast, it was really tired. When the human's shadow disappeared in front of its eyes once again, it spat out its tongue, and in the midst of panting rapidly, it finally gave up unwillingly. It's 5 o'clock. Getting rid of the pursuit of the fire cloud lion, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at his watch. At this point it was already 5 o'clock. It was getting late. Coupled with the fact that his physical strength was a bit overdrawn, he decided to return. The Moromi Sea at night is much more dangerous than during the day. Lin Feng was on his own, and he couldn't guarantee his safety without the help of the squad. After all, his real strength was only at the 8th stage of physical cultivation. On the way back, from time to time, Lin Feng would encounter some adventurous squads. Those squads curiously sized up Lin Feng. Their eyes lingered slightly on his huge package. Some were calm, some flashed a hint of greed, but they were all sensible and didn't make a move, daring to venture alone in the center area of the Mori Sea, or being an archer. And although Lin Feng had also suffered some injuries, the fact that his limbs were still intact was proof of strength. Then again, greedy adventurers were only a minority after all. Most of them were still rich in justice. Of course there were also those who weren't long in the tooth. There was a 3-person squad that saw Lin Feng alone and was ready to engage in extortion, but after being shot through one of their thighs by Lin Feng's arrows, the rest of the 2 instantly became honest. Such a strong archer. They genuinely can't afford to mess with it. Although Lin Feng hadn't taken their lives, he had nevertheless swept away everything of value from them. This was still the reason why he was merciful, as he sensed that there was no killing intent on the other party and that he was simply blackmailing them. If it was to a hunter-killer who hunted adventurers and thus got rich, that kind of scum, Lin Feng abhorred it, and if he found out that he was aiming for the heart, Lin Feng was returning the same way. When he was going to pass the water pool, in the roar of the waterfall, he vaguely heard a tussle and cries. The crying shouts, a little sharp, a little familiar, as if it was the voice of that Xia Lingling of Xia Bing's squad. There's no sound of demonic beasts, it's fighting with people. Why haven't they left yet? Lin Feng frowned. More than an hour had passed since they parted. By all accounts, Xia Bing had long since left Sunhai. How had she returned to the waterhole? What's with all the fighting? With a bad premonition in his heart, Lin Feng stamped his feet and quickly ran towards the waterhole like a cheetah. When he got close to the pool of water, Lin Feng smelled a faint odor of blood. Lin Feng stopped and hid behind a big tree, probing, only to see that by the water pool, at this moment, Xia Bing and the others were covered in wounds and their clothes had long been stained red with blood. They were back to back, and around them, 4 men wearing pitch-black masks were surrounding them in a constant attack. While on the grass, there were 3 more corpses in addition to the original limbs and arms. 2 of the corpses were a man and a woman, about the same age as Xia Bing and the others. There was a bloody hole in each of their left chests. These 2 people Lin Feng didn't recognize, while the other one, Lin Feng was very familiar with. It was none other than Arwen, the thief Arwen, who wasn't very tall and who had refined the demonic spirit of the long-nosed beast. At this time, Arwen was motionless and paralyzed on the ground, his eyes bulging out and covered with blood. At his neck there was the same fist-sized bloody hole. The dark red blood was continuously flowing out, obviously already dead. There are archers, although Lin Feng hadn't seen the arrow. As an archer profession, that wound was more than familiar to Lin Feng. None of the 4 men in the battlefield were using bows at this point, and it was clear that 1 or perhaps more archers were hiding in the shadows. Go to hell! Xia Bing in the middle of the battlefield let out an angry hiss. Having refined the 4th grade wind fox, he was now possessed by a demonic spirit and was in a state of demonic transformation. His cheeks were sunken and became narrow. His pupils became golden. His small face had a lot of extra thin yellow hairs, furry triangular ears, and an extra yellow tail. His left hand emitted a faint greenish glow. A greenish wind blade emerged from his left hand and flew towards the masked man and exploded in midair. 3 straight shots. This was precisely the first skill of Xia Ice Windfox. However, it was a pity that the 4 masked men had already prepared for this, and quickly retreated before Xia Bing could raise his left hand. They were not in a hurry to attack, as if they were purposely depleting Xia Bing and the others' physical strength and soul power, and then waiting for the best time. Captain, what to do? At this time, Lin Xian was also in a state of demonic transformation, and he asked anxiously. Lin Xian, who had refined the 3rd grade heavy armored rhinoceros, was like a giant at this moment. His entire body was covered in dense gray muscle bumps, and the muscles at his arms and thighs were sliding like pythons, as he held a huge shield, carefully protecting the crowd while his eyes cautiously observed the distance, his eyes flashing with a hint of fear. Captain, I don't want to die. Xia Lingling looked at one, who had fallen in a pool of blood, and trembled slightly. She was holding a superbly crafted longsword, but she felt so weak that she couldn't help but collapse to the ground. She knew that she had no stamina left. Hang in there, an adventuring party will soon pass by. Xia Bing's voice was a bit hoarse. He was actually in despair. He had never regretted so much. Wind Forest had already reminded them before that it was out of their hands. They had all left the waterhole, and having already gained something, they were ready to leave the Morihei as well. But just on their way back, they came across a man and a woman, the 2 who had fallen in a pool of blood, sophomores from Yunwu University, who were looking for their classmates, that is, a squad of 5. Based on their descriptions and the direction of their advancement, Xia Bing and the others judged that it was likely to be the 5 people in the waterhole, and his momentary kindness was exchanged for the deaths of his classmates, and now even his own 4 people would die. He regretted it so much, he really did. He wouldn't mind his own business if possible, and even if he wanted to, he wouldn't be so reckless. Self-blame and regret seemed to consume him, and his soul power was overdrawn as he withdrew from the state of demonic transformation. Dying? Seeing Xia Bing exit the demonic transformation state, Xia Lingling's face turned pale, and with a dang sound, her weapon had fallen to the ground, apparently having given up resistance. Originally, they were not as strong as these 4 people in front of them, and with a powerful archer hiding in the dark, they had no hope of escaping. Hold on. Lin Xian was still trying to overdraw his soul power as he held his shield as if he was self-hypnotized and struggling to hold on. Oh, they can't hold out. Someone made a teasing noise, a hint of cruelty in their voice. Where? Lin Feng hid behind a large tree, his eyes quickly scanning, but there was no sign of the archers. If assassins were the elves of the night, then the archers hiding in the shadows were even more terrifying than the assassins. Assassins are close-range killers who can only attack if they are close to their target. But an archer, who can take the head of an enemy from as far as 10,000 meters away, is actually more threatening than an assassin, because you simply don't know when he's going to launch his attack, from what angle, and where he's aiming at your body. Lin Feng was holding a war bow. His arrow was always on the bowstring. He was waiting, quietly waiting. Although he was certain that he could shoot the 4 masked men, without knowing the location of the archers or how many of them there were. If he shot them hastily, even he might have to be put in danger. Just as Lin Feng was searching, 200 meters away in the distance, on the branches of a leafy tree, a middle-aged man was holding a longbow in his left hand, his right hand pinching an arrow and placing it on the bowstring, and just like Lin Feng, he was also keeping an attacking state at all times, his eyes coldly watching Xia Bing and the others. Right at the moment Xia Bing exited the demon transformation state, he lifted his battle bow and violently pulled it into a full moon. The pitch-black arrow had a faint white light lingering around it, transforming into a sharp arrow that flew out. A mournful air-breaking sound rang out, and the distance of 100 meters was instantaneous. What to do? Xia Bing, who had exited the demon transformation state, instantly looked ashen. His soul power was already overdrawn. Because of the threat of the archers, they could only cower together. As much as they could under the coverage of Lin Xian's shields, they didn't dare to venture out at all, much less escape. If he ran away, he would undoubtedly become a living target. That archer was terrifying. The first arrow pierced Arwen, and after that the man and woman followed in their footsteps. Phew! Right at this moment, the sound of air breaking vaguely coming from his ears caused Xia Bing, who was originally on constant alert, to have goosebumps rise all over his body, and he hurriedly shouted, 3, that's 3 o'clock. But unfortunately, even though he was warned in time, he still heard a poof, a sound. That in the group, Zhang Sun, who had always been very quiet and not talkative, was shot directly through his thigh by an arrow and nailed directly to the grass. Ah! Zhang Sun's mournful screams rang out, accompanied by a sardonic laugh of gloating. My 4 o'clock position. In the tree, alone. Lin Feng inclined his head towards a large tree. He didn't search for the location of the archers. He just confirmed the approximate location and also the number of archers. Lin Feng quickly drew his bow and an arrow flew off. Without any pause after that, 2 arrows appeared in his hands and at the same time, flew off the bowstring. Ha! One of the masked men let out a playful laugh, looking at Xia Bing's trio with eyes like a cat catching a mouse. As the captain with the strongest attack power in the team, Xia Bing's soul power had already been overdrawn and exited the demon transformation state, while Xia Lingling had also long lost her combat power. With only Lin Xian struggling to support him, the end seemed to be doomed. A faint whistling came from the air. Xia Bing's afterglow captured a black mane that shot from the distance, despair in his eyes. That direction. There are even archers? Boo! Wen's shield also fell to the ground. He too was exhausted, and Xia Lingling even closed her eyes as if she was waiting for death to come. Put! A chilling sound rang out, until the arrow with an amazingly cold air went through the back of a masked man's head, splashing red and white liquids in all directions, some of them even splashing on Xia Bing's face, only he hadn't reacted to it yet. Everything happened too fast, out of everyone's expectation. Before the masked man's body fell to the ground, 2 arrows once again reappeared with a mournful whistling sound. Little! Someone shouted, and before the words fell, with 2 poofs and poofs, 2 arrows passed through the chests of the 2 masked men, once again taking away 2 lives, until they shot out a long way and disappeared. The 2 masked men lowered their heads and subconsciously looked at the bloody hole that appeared in their chests, their eyes blank and unbelievable. It's the captain? Is the captain trying to kill them? Not an opponent. The captain's archery skills aren't that strong. So who is it? Unwilling. Extremely unwilling. They were all demon spirit masters. They only chose not to demon transform in order to hide their identities and to avoid others from discovering them. If they had known this, they would have ended the battle quickly. Boom boom boom. The 3 bodies hit the ground almost simultaneously, and it was only then that the people in the room reacted. There's help. Xia Bing's 3 eyes were permeated with a hint of ecstasy, almost unable to believe their own eyes. In just a moment ago, they had actually given up resisting and were ready to meet their deaths, but the surprise came so suddenly. With 3 of his teammates dead, the remaining masked man reacted with a quick lunge towards his side and quickly stood up, wielding a small shield and keeping a careful watch. Archers! The one remaining masked man was none other than the eagle. He looked towards the direction the arrow had come from. His body trembled slightly, his features changed slightly, his hawkish nose, his upper beak curved, His arms were covered in gray feathers forming a pair of wings. His nails turned into sharp talons with a hint of a chilling light. The dark eyes turned yellowish-brown, in which there were 7 golden dots. His eyes became sharp. The golden pupils continuously enlarged and contracted, and soon a figure appeared in his pupils. The one with the hat? He was nicknamed Eagle precisely because he was refining a second-grade Shan Eagle, and with his superb visual ability, he recognized Lin Feng, only that he simply couldn't have imagined that Lin Feng's archery skills would be that strong. If he hadn't been lucky enough to be the first one to take aim, I'm afraid he would have died. He didn't flee, let alone fly. His captain was none other than an archer, so he knew that fleeing in front of an archer was the equivalent of moving a living target. Looking for the rhythm of death, the eagle's eyes stared silently at Lin Feng, taking one step backward, hoping to pull away and get closer to the captain. Marksman! In the branches of the tree, the middle-aged man's face was grim as he quickly put on his mask, jumped down from the tree, and rushed towards the eagle. A trace of shock remained in his eyes. In just 5 seconds, 3 of his men were dead. 3 arrows, just like that, easily took away 3 lives, although it was a sneak attack without any defense. But such archery skill, even he couldn't reach it. 1 bow and 2 arrows. The middle-aged man's body trembled slightly as he ran. Those 2 arrows, piercing his men at the same time, must have been a bow and 2 arrows. Such an arrow skill was something he could do, but there was no guarantee of success. Even the usual occasional attempts have a success rate of 2 or 0.3% at best, and in the battle, he even never used a bow and 2 arrows, because he didn't have that confidence. What really shocked him was that he clearly saw that those 2 arrows were shot directly through the heart position. As an archer, he knew how difficult it was to secure a hit with a bow and 2 arrows while also aiming for the heart. A marksman. Only a marksman could have such archery skills. Only a marksman would have that confidence. But such a marksman has to be trained over a long period of time in addition to his talent. With at least 20 or 30 years of experience, such a divine archer was at the very least a third-grade martial artist. How could he appear in Mori High? The middle-aged man had some chills in his heart, but he didn't run away. He knew that he had exposed his position, and he also knew the other party's position. The distance between the two of them was no more than 300 meters, and exposing his back to the archers was equivalent to looking for death. Even if he escaped, the eagle was still there, still alive, and if he gave him up, he'd be a wanted man, and there was no going back. I should have known to fight quickly. The middle-aged man also had some regrets. If it had been a quick battle, they would have left the scene long ago. Maybe it's not a divine archer, but a demon spiritist who has refined a demon spirit suitable for archers. Is his skill a continuous shot, lock-on, or a bow and 2 arrows? Quick, rest and prepare for battle. At this moment, Xia Bing hurriedly reminded, and Lin Xian quickly picked up the shield that had fallen to the ground as they looked towards the direction the arrows had come from. Windwood. When they saw Lin Feng holding his battle bow and walking out of the jungle, the 3 Xia Bing exclaimed. They simply couldn't imagine that their savior was Lin Feng, who had traveled with them all the way. On this journey, Lin Feng hunted and killed demonic beasts, using daggers. That magnificent dagger technique made them envious, never using a bow and arrow. They thought that Lin Feng was just pretending and didn't know how to do it at all. Where did he think that Lin Feng's archery skills were so powerful? A bow and 2 arrows. Such a skill of a divine archer would even know. Before, when Lin Feng refused to leave his contact information, they were still a bit dissatisfied in their hearts. Where did they think that it was Lin Feng who saved them in the end? An eagle-type demon spirit? Lin Feng was holding a war bow with an arrow on the bowstring and flew to Xia Bing and the others. What made him a little surprised was that this masked man was actually a demon spirit master, and by the looks of it, the one who refined it was still an eagle-type demon spirit. The natural ability of all eagle demon spirits was the superb visual ability. Their slight movements would be detected by the other party and defended against. For martial artists, the speed of the arrow was too fast to capture the trajectory with the naked eye, but the other party could, and this was the reason why demon spirit masters overrode martial artists. Plus, Lin Feng knew that the archers in the distance were on their way, so he didn't make a move. It's you! At this time, that middle-aged man also rushed to the eagle's side. At this time he also recognized Lin Feng. He just didn't dare to believe it at all. The divine archer who seemed to him to be able to shoot a bow and 2 arrows was actually a 16 or 17-year-old boy, not the demon spiritist. Is it a rookie? Lin Feng and the archer Meng Hai were separated by a distance of 30 meters. Both of their right hands were pinching and holding an arrow, always resting on the bowstring. They were both observing each other. They were both guessing each other's strength. Xia Bing's 4 and the eagle didn't say anything. Even Lin Xian, who was shot through his thighs, forced himself to endure the pain without uttering a word. The atmosphere was oppressive and gloomy. At this point it was no longer a simple fight, but you live and I die. Xia Bing looked at Lin Feng, His and Lin Xian's soul power had long been overdrawn. Even their physical strength had been depleted. They could only rely on Lin Feng. While the eagle was looking at Meng Hai, he was maintaining his best condition, but he was only a thief. Although he was a demon spiritist, the refined Xian eagle only granted superb vision and did not enhance his combat power, while Xia Bing had 3 people, although he was physically overdrawn, but it was not a problem to trap him. So the key to this battle was the duel between the 2 archers. Whoever wins, lives. Not a demon spiritist. How is that possible? Meng Hai's gaze was icy cold, simply unable to believe what he was seeing. At this point in time, less than a minute had passed since Lin Feng had shot the 3 people. A demon spirit master would not easily exit the demon transformation state if he had demon transformed, because redemonizing would consume a lot of soul power, which meant that just now Lin Feng had shot a bow and 2 arrows by virtue of his archery skills. Although Lin Feng's face was covered by a hat and he couldn't see his exact appearance, but from the outline that was vaguely revealed, this kid was at most 17 or 18 years old. How was it possible that a 17 or 18-year-old's archery skills were stronger than his? His martial arts talent was poor, but as an archer, he had been practicing bow and arrow for 30 years and was almost twice as old as this boy. In the Senkai, he wasn't the strongest, but he was confident in his archery skills. Very few people could win against him. But now, facing Lin Feng, he didn't have that confidence anymore. Demon spiritist? From the performance of the masked man, Lin Feng could tell that this archer had a higher status and was probably the captain. For demon spirit masters, even if they were martial geniuses, it would be hard for them to submit to a martial artist. To be the captain of a demon spirit master, one would only be a demon spirit master. Compared to Meng Hai's scorn and uneasiness, Lin Feng was relaxed, as long as the difference in strength wasn't too big. One-on-one, he wasn't afraid of any archer, even one who had refined demonic spirits. Lin Feng and Meng Hai made eye contact. Both were calm. Both were getting into a fighting stance. One cold, the other icy. Phew! In the next moment, both of them ran at the same time, drawing their bows and shooting arrows. Each of the 2 arrows shot out from their bowstrings, as fast as lightning. This first countershot, it was obvious that Meng Hai's power was better. That black arrow carrying a stern sharpness was the first to appear in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng slightly inclined his head. The arrow passed through his eyes, blowing his hair. That sharpness made Lin Feng's eyes squint, and at the same time of dodging, Lin Feng's right hand had already pulled the bow and the second arrow was shot out. At that moment, Meng Hai also easily dodged Lin Feng's bow and arrow. At the same time, a greenish light appeared on his brow and quickly spread backward. His hair began to grow into a greenish color. His appearance also changed strangely. The same hawkish nose, the upper mouth was curved, the dark pupils turned into a greenish-gray color, and a pair of greenish-colored feathered wings scuttled out from his back, slightly inciting. Right after Meng Hai completed his demonic transformation, Lin Feng's second arrow had already appeared in front of his eyes. At this moment, Meng Hai looked at the oncoming arrow. His greenish-gray pupils flickered slightly. His head tilted back slightly and he quickly dodged it. The demonic transformation had already allowed him to capture the arrow's trajectory. A third-ranked green feathered eagle. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. As expected, the other party was a demon spiritist. As for it being an eagle-type demon spirit, he was not surprised at all. For archers there was no better demon spirit than an eagle-type demon spirit. Superb eyesight was vital for archers, plus the eagle-type demon spirit's ability to fly. There were almost very few archers who would choose any other demon spirit. Flying demonic beasts are very difficult to hunt. Martial artists who do not have refined flying demonic spirit or flight skills must break through the 9th grade and become a martial king in order to have the ability to fly. And among all the flying demonic beasts, the eagle lineage demonic beasts are considered to be one of the several demonic beasts that are the most difficult to hunt and kill, and precisely for this reason, the eagle lineage demonic spirit's price is selected to be higher than the other lineage demonic spirit, a few or even 10 times the difference, and it is extremely rare, and is almost invisible in the market. As soon as it appears will be bought away. It was quite unexpected for this squad of 5 to have 2 eagle-type demon spiritists. Go to hell! Meng Hai pulled the bowstring and while looking at Lin Feng, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Through the first sparring session, based on the speed of the arrows, he could already tell that Lin Feng's strength, surprisingly, was not a martial artist, or was still in the physical cultivation realm. Physical training 9 Dan, or physical training 8 Dan, a divine archer of the physical cultivation realm. Saying it out loud would only make people laugh their heads off, and the world wouldn't be able to find one. He didn't understand why Lin Feng had such archery skills at such a young age, but he knew that if Lin Feng's martial arts talent was outstanding, if he could refine a demon spirit, even if it was just a mid-grade demon spirit, when he grew up, he'd definitely become an archer that would make everyone fear for him. At this moment, An intense jealousy and a hint of pleasure welled up in Manhwa's heart. Such a supreme archery genius was going to die under his own arrows. Originally, he was still a bit wary of Lin Feng's archery skills, but after the demonic transformation state, his supervision could capture the trajectory of the arrows, and a physical cultivation realm martial artist couldn't threaten him even if his archery skills were strong. At this point, he was already sure of shooting Lin Feng. Ha! Lin Feng could feel his opponent's confidence. He didn't talk nonsense. 2 arrows appeared on the bowstring and flew out at the same time. 1 bow and 2 arrows. Manhwa tightened his smile. His green pupils constantly contracted and enlarged. With his demon spirit talent, he quickly captured the 2 arrows that were shot at him, which were aimed at his heart and head. Although he captured the trajectory of the arrows, such an archery skill still sent some chills down his spine. This teenager was indeed a divine archer. A physical cultivation realm archer who still had the courage to make 1 bow and 2 arrows even if the enemy was a first-grade martial artist or a demon spirit master's archer. Phew! Manhwa quickly dodged it, and just as he was about to pull the bowstring, an arrow appeared in front of him again. Manhwa was ready to dodge to the right, but at that moment, he stopped abruptly because another arrow appeared to the right, and if he dodged to the right, he would be hit by the second arrow, the arrow of prejudice. Manhwa wasn't surprised or alarmed. This was one of the skills an archer had to master, and he would. Manhwa dodged to the left. Just when he thought he was safe, an arrow appeared in front of him again. Manhwa tapped the ground with his toes and quickly dodged right. After that, no matter how he dodged, the silver-white arrow was right behind him. The third, the fourth, the fifth, not allowing him to have a moment's pause at all. After dodging 7 arrows in a row, he didn't know when an arrow suddenly appeared in his eyes. Too close. For the first time, anxiety and fear appeared in Manhwa's eyes, and the spiritual energy in his body surged rapidly, wanting to escape, but out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that an arrow was flying, and the trajectory, it seemed to be the position that he was trying to avoid. How do I hide? Put. Just in the moment Manhwa hesitated, the arrow pierced through his heart, leaving a bloody hole. Manhwa fell to his knees, ignoring the sharp pain in his chest, but instead stared at Lin Feng, a trace of shock still lingering in his darkening eyes. He could not have imagined until his death that he would die in the hands of a physical cultivation realm martial artist, and he could not have imagined that this arrow of prejudice, which just about any archer would know, could be played like this. It was also only until he died that he realized that every time he dodged, it wasn't because he captured the trajectory of the arrow, but it was the result of Lin Feng's careful design. From the very first arrow it was a trap that was step by step closer to death. What kind of archery is this? Xiaobing was surprised and extremely shocked at the same time. He couldn't believe his eyes. Lin Feng and Manhwa's sparring match, the result of the first arrow. It was obvious that Manhwa's power was stronger, especially after Manhwa's demonic transformation. He started to be afraid, but where did he think that from Lin Feng's second arrow? That is, from the beginning of the double arrows of the bow. Manhwa jumped up and down as if he was being hunted and teased by a monkey. Without the slightest pause, I surrender. I'll give you the primary demon sealing soul artifact worth $10 million. Please let me go. After Manhwa's death, Eagle threw his dagger and shield on the ground and raised his hands to shout. He had completely given up resisting. Even the captain, who was much stronger than himself, had died at the hands of Lin Feng. There was no possibility for him to escape. Shoo! Just as the eagle had finished speaking, Lin Feng didn't hesitate, pulled the bowstring and an arrow had pierced his throat. He already knew the location of the archer, and those things, which were only in the big tree where the archer was, didn't need to be told by the other party at all. He knew that the muzzled 5 were probably killers, not simple adventurers, but this matter had nothing to do with him, and he didn't want to get involved in any right or wrong. He was still weak and protecting himself was paramount. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't hesitate to shoot the eagle, Xiaobing's 4 men trembled slightly and looked at each other in disbelief, unable to hold back some chills in their hearts. They were all a bit nauseous when they saw so many corpses, but Lin Feng's expression didn't change the slightest bit when he killed 5 people in a row. That look was no different from killing a demonic beast. Feng Lin, thank you. If it wasn't for you, we'd only be in grave danger. Xiaobing quickly returned to his senses and thanked him. The 3 of them, Xia Lingling, returned to Arwen's side. They didn't say anything, but the gazes they looked at Lin Feng were also filled with gratitude and touched. If it wasn't for Lin Feng, they would have only been in a bad way. I'll be back in a minute. Lin Feng glanced at Xiaobing and didn't say anything more as he ran towards the tree where he had found the archer before. After searching it one after the other, he quickly found the package that the archer had hidden in the branches of the tree. 4 packages. 3 of them were some demonic beast materials. All of them were some first-rate demonic beasts that were worth just a few $100,000 or so. And the one that was really worth it was a basketball-sized transparent crystal that was flooded with yellow lines. Primary Demon Sealing Soul Artifact. This size is at least 10 million Singapore dollars. It's no wonder that some people choose to become hunters even though they know it's a road of no return. Lin Feng thought darkly. In the Mori High, a 5-man standardized adventure squad would not be able to earn 10 million SGD in just 1 year's time. And if they were not careful, they would probably even lose their lives and be buried in the Mori High forever. And hunting a rookie squad to reap a year's worth of income was too easy. Not everyone could resist this temptation. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. An unexpected pleasure. Who would have thought that entering the Mori High for the first time would give him such a great harvest? 10 million. Enough to feed Nightmare for 3 months. Carrying 4 packages, Lin Feng quickly returned to the waterhole. When the 4 of them, Xia Bing, saw Lin Feng's package, they glanced at it and didn't inquire. They knew that these packages were most likely worth $10 million, but it had nothing to do with them. The 5 people were killed by Lin Feng. Even their lives were saved by Lin Feng, so how could they dare to think otherwise? These 2 packages should be worth $1 million, and since Wen is dead, this goes to Wen's parents. Lin Feng threw the 2 packages to Xia Bing. This matter, don't say anything about it, or you may be in trouble. Lin Feng said to Xia Bing. Thanks. Xia Bing hugged the package and nodded. He also knew that this matter was not simple. Everyone was dead, and staying away from right and wrong was the safest thing to do. Got it. Xia Bing was emotionally drained. His eyes reddened as he glanced at Arwen. Although they were lucky to have survived, Arwen was dead. Dead because of a decision he made. He didn't know how to break the news to Arwen's parents. It's after 5. You 4 get out of Senkai quickly. I'll cover you from behind. Lin Feng picked up his own parcels on the ground. The 2 parcels weighed more than 100 pounds. Not too heavy. Eat these 2 soul-nourishing pills. After throwing 2 soul-nourishing pills to Xia Bing and Lin Xian, Lin Feng disappeared in front of the crowd. Xia Bing and Lin Xian were grateful in their eyes. A soul-nourishing pill was worth $200,000. Lin Feng, who had met in passing, could not be said to be ungenerous. Let's go. I'll carry one. Lin Xian, you carry the injured Zhang Sun. This way, with Lin Feng's escort, the demonic beasts that were hidden in the jungle couldn't escape an arrow. Xia Bing's squad walked without any danger. Half an hour later, looking at Xia Bing's 4 people not far from the entrance of the Mori Sea, and more than a dozen adventurous squads met, Lin Feng didn't have the necessity to continue escorting. He took the first step out of the Mori Sea. 670,000. Aha! In the trading area, Lin Feng sold all of the materials he had hunted and only left behind a package that hid a primary sealing crystal. And then he went back to the equipment area to store his bow and arrows to save him the trouble of bringing them back. And the storage locker wasn't too expensive. 20 new coins a day. When Lin Feng stepped out of Mori High, he didn't realize that at Jiangxin Middle School, all the directors and school leaders were not off duty, and a meeting on his topic was being discussed intensely. In a conference room that could hold hundreds of people, almost all the school leaders of Jiangxin Middle School were present. 10 leaders, 5 of them are in middle age, 4 are fat, and 3 are old smokers. Gulping clouds of pungent smoke spreading throughout the conference room. A video was playing in the conference room at the moment. The protagonist of the video was Lin Feng, and the video started with Lin Feng's usual training, and then moved on to the Thunder Martial Arts School's rise to fame and qualification for the Blue Moon Guardian, accompanied by heated discussions. And the atmosphere of the meeting was obviously a little bit gloomy. What do you guys think about this? Everyone say what you think and speak freely. Zhang Yishan, the principal of Jiangxin Middle School, spoke up. Zhang Yishan was 57 years old, but his strong physique and full head of dark hair made him look in his prime. Jiangxin Middle School had 300,000 students, and every year, some of the graduating students became powerful martial artists in the future, and some became the leaders of Jiangchang. So as the principal, no matter whether it was the social status or development prospects, it was not much better than the general city leaders. To be able to sit in this position for 10 years, in addition to the relationship, Zhang Yishan's ability is naturally not bad, and over the years Jiangxin Middle School is also gradually developing, and already has the trend of ranking 3rd. From the very beginning of the teacher to the director to the principal, Zhang Yishan step by step, he under the students hundreds of millions. What kind of genius did not see? But he has never heard of a student who dared to make conditions with the school, and even directly asked how much the top scorer of the college entrance examination? Undoubtedly, Lin Feng broke the record. Zhang Yishan listened while looking at a report card in his hand. Senior Class 7. 16th Advanced Placement Test. Strength Physical Cultivation 7th Stage. Culture Score 189. Physical Fitness Score 212. Actual Combat Score 150. Total Score 551. Such a report card. In the 3rd year of senior high school. was just ranked around 500 or so, and was not qualified to get his attention at all. But no one could have imagined that Lin Feng, the owner of this report card, was now famous in Jiangcheng, South Yiqiu and North Lin Feng. He had heard this name in his ears many times over the past few days. A lot of people had found him these days to inquire. Some of them had identities and statuses that even he had to flatter. He had originally thought that he had paid enough attention to Lin Feng, but he hadn't thought that it was far from enough. I think that some resources and financial support can be appropriate. After all, if we can take the title of high school student, it will be a great benefit to the school. Indeed, you should know that there is only one top student in the college entrance examination in the whole country. Not just our school. Even Jiangcheng has never had anyone get it. If we get the high school entrance exam, our Jiangxi No. 1 middle school will be famous in front of the whole country, and so will Jiangcheng, and the financial aid and resources for the next period will only be doubled. The resources should be given, but we still have to warn that Lin Feng. After all, he's what the school has worked so hard to cultivate. This can't be a bit of talent and strength and then dare to make conditions with the school. The guts are too big, and too uneducated. Everyone opened their mouths, and there wasn't much disagreement as to whether Lin Feng could get the high school entrance exam. After studying and discussing the videos and information, most people held an agreeable opinion. After all, if they could really get the title of the top student of the college entrance exam, the benefits would be obvious. Without exaggeration, it would put Jiangxi Middle School directly on a pedestal. Whether it was fame or comprehensive strength, the main point now is how much money should be given. How big is Lin Feng's appetite? What do you think, Mr. Zhang? Zhang Yishan inquired to old Zhang, Lin Feng's homeroom teacher. The top student of the college entrance exam, although a genius, was not necessarily a super genius, and likewise did not necessarily become a martial king in the future. True super geniuses were specially recruited by the 3 major hero academies without even having to take the college entrance exams, but it was undeniable that every year's college entrance exam winners still had a high level of attention. After all, there is only one high school student out of the 10 million test takers a year. The same is true for schools, and even more so for base cities. Nowadays, although the 12 base cities of Huaxia were very united, there were all kinds of open and secret struggles in private. From the rankings of the base city's guardian artifacts, the rankings of each year's Glory Rookie list, the rankings of the Glory battle teams, to the strengths and weaknesses of each base city's sons are all the focus of media comparisons, and the college entrance exams are naturally no exception. If Jiangxi No. 1 middle school could get this title, it would naturally be an extremely long face for Jiangcheng. Being questioned by the principal, Lao Zhan was obviously a little nervous. Originally, with his seniority, he wasn't qualified to participate in this meeting, but as Lin Feng's homeroom teacher, that's why he was authorized to participate. Under the gazes of the crowd, Lao Zhang froze for a moment before returning. Everyone has seen Lin Feng's transcripts, and martial talent can be detected from middle school. Lin Feng has been hiding it for almost 6 years. With a mind and willpower like that, I think that no matter if it's a threat or a temptation, it just doesn't make any sense to him. The leaders were somewhat silent. Zhang Yishan looked unchanged and nodded to Lao Zhang, signaling him to continue. That Lin Feng's grades have been maintained at over 500, and only the top 100 in the yearly section can receive a school subsidy, so he has never received a subsidy from the school. Every year the tuition fees that should have been paid were paid, so in another way, Lin Feng did not owe the school. After Lin Feng obtained the Blue Moon Guardian, I gave him the school's resources for the top 100 seniors ahead of time, but he didn't take them. And Lin Feng turned down contracts from 3 S-class clubs, including Gathering A. Only a senior in high school, he endorsed an advertisement with a whopping $18 million endorsement fee. He even gave his tablemate a multi-million-dollar house. Lin Feng and I have said that if our school is not sincere, he believes there are other schools interested in this. Old Zhang said slowly. He was self-aware and knew that in his capacity and position, giving an opinion certainly did not have the right to decide, and if Lin Feng chose to leave, he who gave the opinion might be implicated. So Lao Zhan was just stating the facts, but it was this fact that made the leaders, who originally felt that everything was under control, look at each other and see the gravity and worry in each other's eyes. And how much is the right amount to pay? Zhang Yishan exhaled a breath. His entire body seemed to be hidden in the smoke as he inquired, his tone somewhat serious for the first time. From Lao Zhang's words, he had a deeper understanding of Lin Feng. Undoubtedly, such a supreme genius with a rare heart and talent, trying to use means to make him submit or seduce him would not work. Millions of dollars of houses said to give away. With such a bottom line, the resources they gave only fear that Lin Feng cannot even look at the eye. In the end, he was just the principal of a middle school. To ordinary students, he was an unattainable leader who could decide their fate. But Lin Feng could completely ignore him if he didn't attend Jiangxin Middle School. For a genius who had obtained the Blue Moon Guardian and dared to reject the 3 major clubs, his identity and status was really a bit inadequate. Let's say $20 million. At least it's higher than the advertisement fee for his endorsement. It has to be $30 million anyhow. It's too low a quote, and it'll be a problem if the person runs away. I think $50 million. I heard that the first middle school offered Yichio the same deal. Zhang Yishan listened to the murmurings and said, after a long time, Mr. Zhang, go and talk to Lin Feng. The school's bottom line is no more than $50 million. Is it worth $50 million for the title of a high school student? It is naturally worth it for all schools. The sky was dyed blood red by the setting sun, and the sky looked like it was ablaze with fire. Looking from afar, the Cloud Mansion, located in the southeast of Jiangcheng, was like a huge golden castle in splendor. The Cloud Mansion covers an area of hundreds of acres, with a vermilion red gate, a golden plaque, and a pair of red lacquered double-winged lions at the entrance that are 3 people high. This ancient tone gives rise to a sense of solemnity. To be able to have such a large area of quadrangle as a residence in the inch of land of Jiang City was enough to illustrate the strength of the Yun clan. As a family whose ancestors had appeared as transcendent powerhouses, although it had declined a bit over the years, the strength and heritage of the Yun clan was still not to be underestimated. Going home. Outside the courtyard, Yun Kai stood in place with a somewhat complicated expression. For him, home is the only place he can settle down, but at the same time, he hates going home. The Yun clan, inherited for more than 500 years, tens of thousands of clansmen lived in the Yun mansion, flowing each other's blood from the same ancestor, but sometimes they were colder than strangers. Yun Kai turned over, and not far from him, his clanmates, relatives and friends were gazing at him with a strange gaze, the mockery and disdain in their words undisguised. It was even more excessive, even cruel, than the comments of his schoolmates. As he heard words like bastard, such a conversation was not veiled in the slightest. There was nothing to worry about, and it was as if those people didn't care how much such words could hurt the heart of a teenager who was still a minor. This kind of injury has silently changed Yun Kai's character and values, and can never be repaired to make up for it. Bastard? The corner of Yun Kai's mouth turned upwards, revealing a strange smile. How dare your own relatives call you a bastard? This is ridiculous. A supreme genius who inherited the extraordinary bloodline talent of his ancestors was actually called a bastard by his clan. How dare even some sweeping ants and gardeners mowing their gardens look at themselves with that kind of disgust and bloating? Is there really any point in continuing to live in this family? Yourself? How sad. Yun Kai shook his head inside, a hint of self-deprecation and hatred in his tone. Strange. There seems to be something different about Yun Kai today? Quite a few people looked up and observed Yun Kai with some doubts in their eyes. It was obvious that they had noticed a change in Yun Kai. If it was in the past, Yun Kai would have kept his head down, remained silent, and endured all of this in silence. But today, he straightened his back and held his head high, his face unchanged, and his eyes exuded a strong sense of confidence. Yun Kai looked carefully at the faces of his relatives and clansmen. Which one showed ridicule and which one showed disgust? He memorized them all. There was no resentment or anger on his face. He did nothing and did not retort. He was very calm as usual, because he's used to it. From the day he was born, he seemed to be accustomed to such glances and words, and it was these things that stayed with him. It was just that Yun Kai really wanted to know what kind of expression these people should use to face him when they next met. What kind of expression should I put on my face to face them? In the midst of various strange gazes, Yun Kai walked into the Yun mansion, weaving through cobblestone pathways and around the curved corridors of the mansion. He passed through multiple gardens with trickling water, rockery with rocks, and fresh greenery. Although the Yun mansion is shaped like a courtyard, it covers an area of hundreds of acres, and in addition to the bungalows, in the core area, there are also small villas in a Chinese style. Under the setting sun, hazy yellow light filtered out from between the branches and leaves, as if staining the canopy with a hint of Buddha's light. At this time it is the time to get off work and after school. Yunfu people come and go, bustling. There are children who go home from school to walk together. There are couples who buy food from the market to go home to prepare for dinner. There are also sweet whispers ready to go out of the couple. Don't hurry home after school, don't cultivate properly, just know how to play blindly all day long. Brother, wait for me, I'm talking to you. I've been bullied today. You have to avenge me. Do you hear me or I'll make a report about you with Mom. From time to time, all kinds of voices came to my ears. There were mothers scolding their children. There were those who told their children to go home quickly for dinner. And there were also many mischievous children who were beaten by their parents, crying all the way to escape. But only one voice belonged to Yun Kai. How Yun Kai longed for someone to call out to him and talk to him, even if it was just a simple inquiry. Even the sound of heckling seemed a luxury to him. Walking down the familiar yet unfamiliar pathway, Yun Kai arrived at the entrance of a villa when the illumination of the mansion was lit up. He lingered in the doorway for a long time, his expression shifting, somewhat hesitant. Eventually, he made up his mind and walked into the villa. The Yun mansion was inhabited by the Yun clan, and the villa was not closed, so Yun Kai quickly entered it. The TV was loud in the living room. On the sofa, two little boys and girls wearing the same school uniform, about 11 years old, were playing around with pillows. When they saw Yun Kai who walked in, the playful laughter came to an abrupt end. Seemingly startled, the two of them trembled and let out a violent scream. Ah! The piercing scream made Yun Kai blush a little. He hadn't expected that after a year of not seeing him, his own sibling would be so horrified at the first sight of him. That gaze was as if he had seen a monster. What's wrong? Accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a somewhat elegant look quickly ran out. His body was wearing a simple housecoat, and his head was still wet, as if he had just taken a shower. Kai, what are you doing here? The middle-aged man quickly noticed Yun Kai at the door and asked with some surprise, "Isn't this my home? Can't I come?" Yun Kai asked rhetorically. He felt his heart go a little cold, and an unspeakably complex emotion welled up in his heart. Yun Kai, who could be calm even when being bullied and called a bastard, stiffened slightly the moment this figure appeared. Kai, you're back. Soon. Su-nan, the mother who was cooking in the kitchen, also heard the sound and walked out. She saw Yun Kai with more surprise than a hint of surprise. Come in, just in time for dinner. Yun Shu-win frowned slightly, as if he hadn't expected Yun Kai to speak to him like this. He's your brother. What's all the fuss about? Next time he does it again, he'll clean you up. Yun Shu-win chided his daughter and son. Oh, got it. The little boy and girl scowled in response. And don't call your brother. Yun Shu-win chided again. The little boy and the little girl bowed their heads and coyly called out brother. Seeing his lovely brother and sister so fearful and repulsed by himself, Yun Kai's heart flooded with sorrow. Kai, sit down and watch some TV. The meal will be ready soon. After her mother, Su-nan, finished speaking, she quickly returned to the kitchen. Yun Kai sat on the sofa, watching the TV, expressionless, while his younger siblings sat carefully on the sofa, not daring to raise their heads to look at Yun Kai at all, and not chatting and playing. The original pleasant and cozy atmosphere instantly disappeared. Kai, how's life these days? Do you still have enough money to spend? Yun Shu-win glanced at Yun Kai. There was some doubt in his eyes. He also noticed a change in Yun Kai. Without his previous inferiority complex and cowardice, he became more confident. Same as before, Yun Kai said indifferently. He longed to return to the family, longing to have the same loving parents as my classmates. He longed for a younger sibling to play with, but he was afraid to come back here because the way his parents and siblings behaved towards him proved at all times that he was out of place, that he belonged to that extra one. His own arrival had wiped out what had been a cozy family atmosphere. Yun Shu-win briefly inquired about Yun Kai's life and studies, and after that, he didn't know what to say. He was also aware of the disconnect between Yun Kai and himself, but didn't know what to do about it. This child of his was different from the norm from birth, and as a father he was much ridiculed by his clan, and even couldn't hold his head up in the family for a while. It was undeniable that he didn't like Yun Kai, even though Yun Kai was very obedient and understanding, and was even careful to please himself at one point. He never liked him. He tried, but to no avail. As he got older, he was even a bit repulsed by the changes in Yun Kai's appearance, and when his second son and youngest daughter were born, he gave Yun Kai up, perhaps because of the attitude of himself and his wife. Soon, Yun Kai chose to move out and live alone by himself, and at that time he did not refuse, and was even slightly relieved in his heart. The dinner table was very silent. No one opened their mouths. The atmosphere was very heavy. Yun Kai ate somewhat tastelessly, and put down his chopsticks in no time. Why don't you eat more? Su-nan was concerned. Yun Kai glanced at his mother, and the pupils that were like beasts made Su-nan slightly dodge, not daring to look directly at her. Scared of me? Yun Kai laughed and said, his voice transmitting a hint of self-deprecation. How ridiculous that a mother should be afraid of her own child. Su-nan's body trembled slightly, her eyes reddened slightly, but she did not defend herself with her head lowered. I didn't come back today to have dinner with you guys. Yun Kai smiled and said, smiling somewhat bitterly, somewhat determined, don't worry. I'm not trying to come back to live. I'm happy and comfortable living alone. Yun Shu-win and Su-nan looked at each other in disbelief, and for some reason, both of them were relieved in their hearts as they both remained silent. I came here just to tell you that I, Yun Kai, am not a genetically mutated orc, much less a bastard. Saying this, Yun Kai took out a piece of paper from his pocket and threw it to his father, then stood up and smiled. Don't worry, I will never come back again. Even if you guys beg me, I won't come back. Don't worry about it. After saying that, Yun Kai got up and left. not even paying attention to his mother's slightly crying shouts as he quickly left the villa. He was going fast because he could hardly control the tears that were about to fall low. He would not allow his tears to remain in the house, and after Yun Kai left, Yun Shuwen's face was a bit ugly. After a while, he picked up the piece of paper that Yun Kai threw to him and casually glanced at it. He soon sat up straight. His eyes were first in disbelief, then shock, and finally surprise. Returning demonization? Yun Shuwen stood up violently, and because the movement was too large, he even overturned the entire dining table, scattering the food all over the place. His actions startled the two children in Sunan, but at this moment, Yun Shuwen didn't pay the slightest attention, and when he quickly rushed out of the house, he couldn't see Yun Kai's figure. When Yun Shuwen returned home, as if he had lost his soul, he looked a little disoriented. Shuwen, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Sunan's body trembled slightly, and he said with some fear. She had never seen her husband so disoriented. Yun Shuwen looked at Sunan. His eyes were flooded with tears. He violently hugged his wife and cried bitterly, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm really wrong. Really wrong. What are you wrong about? Was it Yun Kai? That's my fault. He was born to me. That's my fault. Feeling her husband's sadness, Sunan blamed herself. I was wrong. We were both wrong. After a while, Yun Shuwen stopped crying. He gave the note to Sunan and said, it's not just us. The Yun clan is all wrong. Sunan took the note with some confusion and quickly reacted as her husband had. Is this true? Yun Shuwen nodded and affirmed. Since Yun Kai knew to tell us, it must be true. His appearance is indeed very similar to the transcendent ancestor after his demonic transformation. After saying that, Yun Shuwen went back to his room, and soon after he was fully dressed, he walked out of the house. He was going to tell the One clan about this. His son is not an orc, not a bastard. He is a genius who inherited the gifts of his transcendental ancestors, a clan's finest supreme genius. Dang! Half an hour later, the sound of an ancient bell was heard steeply in the Cloud Mansion, and all the clansmen quickly walked out of their homes, amazed and a little worried at the same time. For the Cloud Mansion, except for once a year when they paid homage to their ancestors, the ancient bells hardly ever rang, let alone rang 5 times. The 5 chimes of the ancient bell signified a major event concerning the survival of the clan, and all clansmen above the rank of steward had to go to the ancestral hall within an hour to attend the meeting, no matter where they were. What happened? Did something big happen? The atmosphere of uneasiness spread in the Yun clan. The original slightly dim neighborhood has been brightly lit. All people simply cannot care about dinner. Out of the door to talk about it. And inside a darkened room, Yun Kai stood by the window, listening to the sound of an ancient bell. The corner of his mouth gradually hooked into an icy arc. Before going home, Lin Feng had already cleaned himself up. His bloody wounds had been treated, and he had bought new clothes to wear. Although it was common for martial artists to get injured, he didn't want his family to worry about it, let alone let them know that he had ventured into the otherworld. Listening court neighborhood. In order to avoid trouble, Lin Feng wore a duck-tongued hat to cover up after entering the district, but no one recognized him. When he got home, Lin Feng realized that his family had all gone home, and there was one more person in the house, his sister's boyfriend Chen Hao. Chen Hao was wearing a blue suit. He looked very civilized. He was sitting on the sofa with his big sister watching the TV, but his attention was obviously not on the TV. He seemed to be a bit jittery. At the sound of the door opening, he turned around in a hurry. When he saw that Lin Feng was back, he stood up in a hurry. Little Feng is back. If it was in the past, as a future brother-in-law, although he was polite to Lin Feng, he would at most nod his head and wave his hand, and would definitely not stand up to greet him in such a manner. But times are different now. He hasn't changed at all, but Lin Feng is not what he used to be. In just a few days' time, Lin Feng had become the focus of hundreds of millions of people in Zhangchang, endorsing advertisements when he was only in his 3rd year of high school, obtaining the Blue Moon Guardian, a super genius hotly touted by the media, and a big star in the future Glory Pro League. In whichever of these identities, it wasn't something that he could be compared to. Now, even his parents regretted it, and there was even a hint of trepidation in their hearts. Who would have thought that back in the box, that teenager's arrogant, laughable vow would be realized in a few days? After that get-together, the family became a laughingstock in the eyes of their relatives. When Lin Feng rose to power, the jeers disappeared, but they became an example of those who had eyes but no eyes. But there were many people whose relatives were envious and even came to their house to comfort and persuade them, because they could also see that although that Lin Feng had a cold personality and was not to be messed with, his sister Lin Kara was a gentle and understanding woman, so there was still hope for Chen Hao. Although the relationship between each other was a bit awkward now, there was no problem of principle. If Chen Hao could marry Lin Kara, Chen Hao's family would surely rise to prominence. The benefits they could obtain were obvious. And as relatives, they could also get some light. Relatives of the future glory big star. The deterrent power of this name alone was enough to make some of the business partners scornful, and no one dared to mess with them easily. Chen Hao's parents had already regretted it, and now after such a persuasion from their relatives and friends, they hastened to tell Chen Hao to come to the door to apologize. First, to see the attitude of Lin Feng's family. It would naturally be great if they could still be in-laws. If it doesn't work, it can't make Lin Feng's heart jealous. Aha! Lin Feng nodded as a greeting. He didn't really see Chen Hao, and even felt that he didn't deserve his big sister. But feelings were a matter of two people, and although he was the younger brother, he couldn't intervene too much. He could only make sure that no one dared to bully his own sister, and that was enough. Although Lin Feng's attitude wasn't exactly warm, and was even a bit cold, Chen Hao was relieved in his heart. Since Lin Feng had greeted him and didn't kick him out, it proved that there was still hope for him. Now it was up to him to perform. Don't be so nervous, he's my brother. It's fine. Lin Koro shook Chen Hao's hand and whispered comfortingly. She could feel her boyfriend's nervousness, and her palms were wet, slightly distressed and at the same time a little proud. In a matter of days, her life was turned upside down. Her mother quit her hard work and moved to a new home, and it was all brought about by her brother. Thinking of this, Lin Koro couldn't help but recall her brother's promise to herself on the day of Awakening Day. Within the dark and damp staircase of the shoreline neighborhood, she still remembered that she was a bit frustrated and didn't care at all about what her brother said, but she didn't expect it to be fulfilled just like that. Now that she and Chen Hao were no longer hindered, Lin Koro felt happy. What's the matter? You guys are a little weird? Old Ma asked, a little puzzled. He always felt that there was something wrong with Chen Hao today, and he even looked a bit terrified. Although their family was different from the past, it wasn't so bad. It's fine. Lei, stop snacking. It's almost time to eat. Lin Koro smiled faintly at Old Ma, then hurriedly changed the topic. At the dinner table, since his mother and Old Ma did not know what had happened before, their attitude towards Chen Hao did not change, and they were still as enthusiastic as before, as if they had already taken him as their son-in-law. This made Chen Hao slightly relieved and tried to behave himself. Lin Feng looked on at this and made no comment. After dinner, Lin Feng watched TV for a while and returned to his room. Outside the living room, a burst of laughter came from time to time, which caused a faint smile to appear at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. This is the life he wanted for his family despite everything and for all his efforts. You don't have to worry about life, you don't have to turn out the lights before 9 o'clock, you can enjoy your life. For that, he would give anything. Pulling the curtains closed, Lin Feng took off his shirt and stood in front of the mirror. Lin Feng slightly closed his eyes, and when he opened them, a flash of blood color spread out from the center of his pupils, and soon it was like two dark red vortexes constantly rotating, looking incomparably evil. A dark red ghostly shadow like a ghost wrapped his entire body, and Lin Feng was like a red armor, an evil aura that violently erupted from Lin Feng's body. Evil, cold, violent and chilling. Lin Feng had gotten used to this kind of aura. Even from the pair of dark red swirling pupils, he could feel the nightmare's gaze. Only what really disturbed him was that this nightmare's color didn't return to black. Instead, it became more and more blood red as it devoured the demonic beast's blood. Lin Feng didn't know if this situation was good or bad, but his far superior endurance and recovery nowadays were the new abilities granted by this red nightmare. Endurance and resilience, while not as good as a direct boost to combat power, were also vital to martial artists and demon spiritists. The skills that many demon spiritists choose to refine are then endurance and resilience. It was just that it was extremely difficult to obtain the demon spirit technique of endurance and resilience by refining the demon spirit. Lin Feng was now equivalent to having 2 more demon spirit skills for no reason at all, and as the nightmare evolved in the future, his stamina and recovery would only get stronger. With the nightmare possession, the world in front of Lin Feng's eyes became colorful, and all his senses were heightened by more than 10 times. A trace of aura that was visible to the naked eye was continuously surrounding him. Due to the amount was too much, it even took on the form of a green-colored mist wrapping Lin Feng. After a minute, Lin Feng's body was already saturated and couldn't hold the aura in, and he withdrew from the state of demon spirit possession. With Lin Feng's current soul power, the demonic spirit possession only lasted for a minute, but even if it was just a minute, his body couldn't completely absorb all that spiritual power, and more than half of it was absorbed by the nightmare. As the spiritual energy was absorbed, a red meridian emerged on the surface of Lin Feng's body. There were already 87 meridians by careful count. I'm afraid that in less than 2 days, he would be able to break through the 9th stage of the physical cultivation. What a terrifying cultivation speed! I've only just reached the 8th stage of physical cultivation, and I'm actually about to break through again. Lin Feng sighed. Demonic beast blood and flesh paired with the effects of nightmares. This kind of cultivation speed was enough to make everyone appalled. If he didn't have the experience of cultivating in his previous life, even Lin Feng would be worried about the unstable foundation. Lin Feng was certain that within 3 days, he would break through the 9th stage of physical cultivation, and within a month, he would become a martial artist. What he had worked for was now within reach for him. In order to provide food for the nightmares, Lin Feng went out early and returned late every day after that, venturing into the Mori Sea, and with his superb archery skills, he began to make a name for himself in the Mori Sea. There was a legend of a divine archer circulating in the Senkai, but not many people believed it. It wasn't hilarious that a lowest-level otherworldly entrance, a Senkai that only allowed first-grade martial artists to enter, would have a divine archer. A week later, when Lin Feng re-entered Jiangxin Middle School, he had already broken through the 9th stage of physical cultivation, which caused the 4 members of the Jianghu Martial Arts Club to be somewhat shocked. "Brother Feng, where have you been for a week? How come your cultivation speed is so fast?" Also on the rooftop, Yang Fan asked with some surprise. It had only been less than 10 days. Lin Feng had broken through from the 8th stage of physical cultivation to the 9th stage of physical cultivation. This cultivation speed was so exaggerated that it could be called a demon. A normal person, even if they were a martial arts genius, would need a small half-year to break through. Although they knew that Lin Feng's 36 styles of body refinement had reached 21, and that the effect on hardening the body and enhancing the qi and blood was more than 10 times stronger than theirs. But even so, there was no way to deny the excellence of Lin Feng's martial arts talent. "Really, I've been adventuring in the Mori Sea for the past few days," Lin Feng said. "Sanhai, you went to Sanhai?" Except for Gao Hai, the 3 of them, Yang Fan, were startled. After the initial shock, the heart is also a little daunting. Undoubtedly, into the other world hunting demonic beasts is the fastest way to enhance the strength. Just they are still physical cultivation realm. Even if the breakthrough to become a martial artist, I am afraid that it will also have to be sophomore before they dare to enter. The boss is really the boss, not something they can compare to. "Brother Feng, if you hadn't hidden your talent, I'm afraid you would have been a first-grade martial artist long ago, right?" Gao Hai asked curiously. With Lin Feng's cultivation speed, it wasn't impossible. To be able to break through to become a martial artist at the age of 16 was a recognized martial genius. And even Yi Qiu, at this time, was still in the 9th stage of physical cultivation, and was delayed in breaking through, so one could imagine the degree of difficulty. Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, "You guys are underestimating me, aren't you? At least a second-grade martial artist." Gao Hai was shocked in his eyes, somewhat in disbelief. A 16-year-old first-grade martial artist, there were more than a dozen of them in Zhangcheng every year, but a 16-year-old second-grade martial artist, not to mention Zhangcheng, even in the whole world, could not find one. "Brother Feng, don't scare me. I'm timid and can't stand being scared," Gao Hai joked. "What's the point of lying to you guys? You have to remember that Brother Feng will always be your Brother Feng, and our martial arts club isn't just a martial arts club." Lin Feng didn't explain. "Kai, how have you been?" Lin Feng patted Yun Kai's shoulder. He was also a bit surprised by Yun Kai's change. It hadn't changed in a week, and Yun Kai had changed drastically. First of all, it is wearing, originally Yun Kai in order to cover up the hair on, deliberately wearing long sleeves and long pants. The clothes look like cheap goods, but now it is a black martial artist standard combat uniform. Look at that material, at least to tens of thousands of new coins. Yun Kai originally skinny body also plumped up a bit, already has the outline of the muscle, all up and down through a faint fishy sweet smell. That is the qi and blood Dan in the body has not yet been completely absorbed the performance of the performance. At this time, Yun Kai no longer looked like a bamboo pole, originally as high as 1 meter 9 tall, with the appearance shaped like a demonization. He looked somewhat domineering, only to see his original depressed and inferior temperament, at this time was completely replaced by self-confidence and sunshine. "I've told the family that I'm getting 100 times more of everything and eating resources until I want to puke." Yun Kai chuckled. These days, he became the favorite of the Yun clan, the true pride of heaven of the clan, and after learning of the returning demonization, his treatment was the envy of all the clansmen, and he jumped from being a bastard that the clansmen loathed, to becoming the object of the clansmen's bows and currying favor. Even the high-powered patriarchs and elders of the family were courteous in front of him. Such treatment was something he could only dream of, but he realized he couldn't be happy. His parents also apologized to him, and Ku's younger siblings no longer rejected him and began to look at him with admiration. They all wanted him to move back home, but Yun Kai refused without any hesitation. Ever since that night, when he had run out of the house with his last glimmer of hope and eventually tears, he had vowed never to return to that home. What they liked was the Yun Kai who possessed the return demonization, not the special-looking orc Yun Kai. Nothing happened, did it? Lin Feng frowned slightly. He could feel a hint of coldness in Yun Kai's sunny smile. It was obvious that everything unpleasant had happened to Yun Kai and the clan or his family during this week. What could be going on? I'm a baby in the first clan now. Everyone is trying to please me. I'm numb. Yun Kai smiled. Yun Kai preferred to stay in the Jianghu Martial Arts Society than staying at home. Lin Feng's four were the first people to release their friendship to him, although Lin Feng also became friends with him only when he knew again what reverberating demonization was. But Lin Feng unconditionally told him to awaken reverberating demonization. And that was enough. And in front of Lin Feng, Yun Kai couldn't be confident. His talent of returning to demonization seemed to be somewhat inadequate in front of Lin Feng's cultivation speed. These days, I'm bored to death when you're not around. Brother Feng, Yun Kai complained. Why don't I go to Sinhai with you? You can go? Lin Feng asked with a smile. As a genius with a returning demonization, for the Yun clan, Yun Kai was the hope of the family to rise again. The side was protected by bodyguards all the time. Where would he be allowed to enter the Sinhai? Yun Kai quickly reacted with a bitter smile and shook his head. Alright, how did you guys do on the first mission of the martial arts club? Lin Feng inquired. Seeing Lin Feng inquiring, Yang Fan hurriedly took out his notebook and explained to Lin Feng. We've searched all 782 pharmacies in Jiangcheng and found 465 purple-winged spirit insects, which were bought for no more than 80 SGD. Yang Fan continued. These days, with Yunnan's connections, we bought 564 purple-winged spirit insects from the Demon Spiritist Association, plus the 465 from the pharmacy, a total of 3,029, and looked for specialized people to raise them. But there are already people in the market who have started to notice our movements. Although they don't know what we are trying to do, the purple-winged spirit insects have started to increase in price, and now one purple-winged spirit insect has soared to SGD 800. The 3 million you left for us is long gone, and Yunnan still owes 870,000 there. Lin Feng nodded his head. Being able to collect 3,029 purple-winged spirit insects had already satisfied him. If he did it right, he would make 300 million at the very least. Yunnan, good job. Keep collecting purple-winged spirit insects and let me know when the price breaks through 10,000 new coins. Lin Feng nodded and gave Dong Yunnan a word of encouragement. Being able to get so many purple-winged spirit insects from the Demon Spiritist Association was obviously relying on Dong Yunnan's connections. Brother Feng, I'm also a part of the martial arts club. I should be. Dong Yunnan, who had a watermelon head, smiled with his eyes narrowed. Originally, she had joined the Jianghu Martial Arts Society because she had a good feeling about Lin Feng, and even had some small admiration for him, but as the daughter of the vice president of the Demon Spiritist Association, plus the refining of the 8th grade Siren Demoness spirit, as a therapist, Dong Yunnan was still very confident in her heart about the four of them and Lin Feng and was even a little bit proud of them. But at this point she had long since put away her little pride and was going to lay low as much as she could. She, who had been a bit of a chatterbox, was much less talkative. She found that apart from Yang Fan and Gao Wei, her own talent was crushed by Lin Feng and Yun Kai, and she was defenseless. Even though he had refined the 8th grade Siren Maiden, he still couldn't be compared to the supreme geniuses. Here's $1 million. Pay it back. Yunnan, when is your father free? I want to meet him, Lin Feng asked after handing Dong Yunnan a card. See my dad. See my dad for what? Dong Yunnan was a bit surprised and didn't know why Lin Feng wanted to see his father. Do you guys know how much these purple-winged spirit insects are worth? Lin Feng asked. The four Gao Hai looked at each other and shook their heads. This was exactly what they were curious about. It was just that Lin Feng didn't say anything, so they didn't ask. $30 million? Yang Fan tried to guess, although he didn't know what Lin Feng's purpose was in collecting purple-winged spirit bugs. But 10,000 for a bug that originally only cost 50 new coins was already outrageous. Lin Feng smiled and said, there's a zero missing. 300 million. Yang Fan exclaimed out in shock. Even Yun Kai, who had remained calm, was startled. They had only spent how much to collect these purple-winged spirit insects, which was more than $3 million. Nearly 100 times the profit. Yes, 300 million. Brother Feng, are you making a deal with my father? Dong Yunnan asked. There was no doubt that they were only senior students. Wanting to collect purple-winged spirit insects in large quantities by themselves was a bit unrealistic, and now that the price of purple-winged spirit insects had already skyrocketed to SGD 800, Lin Feng didn't have that kind of funds to acquire them in large quantities anymore, and they were only collecting them in Jiangcheng, the 12 base cities in the country, which meant that the purple-winged spirit worms could bring in at least $3 billion in profit, a profit of $3 billion. Even some big consortiums don't make that much profit in a year, right? It's not me, it's our martial arts club, and I want you to be clear on this point. You guys get credit for this money, which means there's a portion of it for you. and each of you will get at least $5 million. Lin Feng shook his head and said, as I said, your contribution to the Wudao Society determines the treatments you can get from the Wudao Society in the future. Those treatments, many of them cannot be bought with money, and that's what's most precious. Dong Yunan nodded her head repeatedly. Lin Feng saying so made her feel like she was doing a big thing worth $3 billion new dollars, and her heart was inevitably a little excited. After learning that the development of the Martial Arts Society was closely related to himself, and even that $300 million of profit, there was $5 million of his own, the excited Dong Yunan quickly called his father, and after a few brief words, confirming the time and place of meeting, he hung up the phone. My dad is at the Demon Spiritist Association right now. We'll just go straight there later, Dong Yunan said. Brother Feng, then we'll go back to class first. Are you still going back to school in the afternoon? Old G has been looking for me every day to ask about your whereabouts, Gao Hai asked. This week, he was about to be annoyed to death by Old G. Every day he grabbed him and asked about Lin Feng's whereabouts. If it wasn't for the fact that he said that Lin Feng would be returning to the school in a few days, Old G would have just found Lin Feng's home. Yang Fan was a little disappointed, like Gao Hai. As a member of the martial arts club, he actually wanted to go. He was curious about how Lin Feng would negotiate or collaborate with Dong Yunan's father on this big business worth $3 billion new dollars. $3 billion new dollars. It's a little exciting to think about. Only that they've never had the opportunity to be exposed to such large sums of money after college, or even in their entire lives. Even his father's entire assets added up to just $1 billion. Yang Fan's original goal was to surpass his father's achievements, but now he realized that their martial arts society seemed to have already surpassed his father's company. Whether it was money or background, his father couldn't match it. Although Yang Fan was curious, he knew that there was no need for them to go, plus the fact that they were facing the vice president of the Demon Spiritist Association. As students they were more or less lacking in courage. In front of that kind of big shot, they would only show their cowardice, so it was better not to go. Don't mind Old G. You guys are coming along this time. We're going too? Gao Hai and Yang Fan's eyes lit up in surprise. Yun Kai didn't have much of a reaction, looking somewhat indifferent. Lin Feng nodded his head and smiled. This time it's a collective mission for our martial arts club, so naturally we'll all go. Brother Feng, it's fine for you and Kai to go. After all, you guys are geniuses. Can Yang Fan and I go? Gao Hai said with some hesitation. Yang Fan did the same, although Yang Fan was confident that he would accomplish something different in the future. But right now he was simply not qualified to talk to Dong Yunan's father. A big shot like that, even his father was not qualified to deal with him. Yun Kai was a clan member of the Yun clan, or a supreme genius who possessed the returning demonization, and went to support the scene. The most they could do if they went was to mix up the numbers. What are you worried about? Come along. My father is very nice to talk to. Dong Yunan smiled and comforted. However, Yang Fan and Gao Hai were still a bit apprehensive. Dong Yunan was naturally good to talk to as a daughter. They were not so sure. What's the hesitation? This is only the first collective mission for our Budo Club. You guys have to get used to it gradually. For the Budo Club, Kai and I's mission is to be strong. So in the future, we can't possibly show up for any of these things. It's all going to be handed over to the two of you. Looking at Gao Hai's three excited and uneasy looks, Lin Feng smiled. Gao Hai and Yang Fan were too weak and their identities and backgrounds weren't good enough, so naturally they couldn't play much of a role if they went. But Lin Feng still chose to bring them both, because he was going to start training them. After all, he couldn't personally do anything about the martial arts society in the future. To Lin Feng, improving his strength was the most important thing, and he didn't want to waste his time for that. Yang Fan is smart, has a plan for his goals, and executes well, as evidenced by the JHNS. As for Gao Hai, although he looked a bit dull, as a brother who had grown up together, Lin Feng knew that Gao Hai actually had a talent for reading people. A lot of people can read people's words, but Gao Hai is at the top of his game in this aspect. No matter it's a partner, or a stranger, he can always be the first to quickly analyze the mood of the people around him. Who's happy, who's forcing a smile, and he'll mediate the atmosphere so that it's maintained in a relatively pleasant atmosphere. And while Takumi may seem a bit dopey, that's exactly why he's so easy to approach and trust. In senior class 7, if we were to find out the most impressive person in the class, that person would definitely not be Gao Hai. But if we were to find out the person most liked by the classmates, that person couldn't be Gao Hai either. But if we were to pick out the person who was the least hated by the classmates, then Gao Hai would definitely be on the top of the list. Because of his talent and background, Gao Hai had some low self-esteem, but Lin Feng believed that only if he gave Gao Hai a chance, he would shock everyone. Give it to us? Gao Hai and Yang Fan looked at each other with unconcealed excitement in their eyes. They have always felt that they cannot play a big role in the martial arts club, whether it is talent or strength. are far inferior to others, and now finally know the role they have to play in the future. The heart is no longer at a loss. Well, then go. With Wind and Kai. Who would dare to underestimate us? Yang Fan smiled. Just as he said. With Lin Feng and Yun Kai. No power would dare to underestimate them. Lin Feng. Just as Lin Feng's 5 people had just walked off the rooftop. In the shade of a tree, the class teacher Lao Ji, who had waited early, appeared in front of them. Homeroom teacher. Lin Feng, come here, I'm looking for you for something. Finally waiting for Lin Feng, Lao Ji breathed a sigh of relief. As for why Lin Feng's 5 had missed class and stayed on the rooftop, he had long since ignored it. Old Ji glanced at Yun Kai with some suspicion, wondering how the orc that was known throughout the school had gotten mixed up with Lin Feng. As for Dong Yunan, he naturally knew. The genius girl who refined the 8th grade Siren Maiden. The future 8th grade healer. Already possessing the qualification to be specially recruited by the 3 major hero academies. Her father was also the vice president of the Demon Spiritist Association. A figure that even the school leaders had to bow to. Let's be direct. We're all on our own, Lin Feng said directly. It was nothing more than a matter of numbers. Lao Ji hesitated for a while, and when he saw that Lin Feng was indifferent, and even a little impatient, he spoke. $50 million. This is the limit that Jiang Xin can come up with. $50 million? Yang Fan's 4 looked at each other. All could see the surprise and doubt in each other's eyes. They didn't understand what Lao Ji was talking about. $50 million new dollars? How is it even related to money? I'm already at the 9th stage of physical cultivation, Lin Feng said to Old Ji. Old Ji was first stunned, and then his expression was delighted. In such a short period of time, he had broken through the 9th stage of physical cultivation. Lin Feng really was a genius. At this speed, that breakthrough to become a martial artist was just around the corner. In that case, the high school students are really 9 out of 10. Just as Lao Ji was still secretly happy, Lin Feng's next sentence was like splashing a touch of cool water at him. Somewhat penetratingly cold. 100 million minimum. That's my bottom line. $100 million. Are you crazy? The school can't even get that much money. Old Ji exclaimed with a somewhat ugly expression. $100 million is the equivalent of a doubling. So how could school leaders agree to that? No, that's fine. I'm sure there's a school that would be willing. Lin Feng ignored Old Ji's somewhat exasperated appearance. $50 million is too cheap to get a high school student. If it wasn't for the fear of trouble, plus the fact that Gao Hai and the others were also in Jiang Xin, Lin Feng had the certainty to sell it for a higher price. As for Lao Ji and the school's feelings, Lin Feng didn't care at all. Anyway, he had never received any subsidies from the school, so there was no such thing as a deficit. If he didn't have value, the school wouldn't even care about him. It was mutually beneficial. It was just a simple deal. Within a week, if there's no result, I won't come back to school. After saying that, Lin Feng ignored Old Ji and took the lead to leave. And at this time, Yang Fan's 4 people also reacted. Just still a bit incredulous. Selling high school students to schools? Sure enough, it's the boss. Although they had learned that Lin Feng had the power to win the entrance exam, they had never thought that they could also sell it for money. And it's not a small amount of money. It's $100 million. Why does Wendy's business move hundreds of millions of dollars? It's exciting to think about. The 4 Gao Hai people couldn't even imagine that Lin Feng had a nightmare inside him. That nightmare's daily food was a huge amount. And as the nightmare evolved, the amount of food needed was absolutely astronomical. Money was life to Lin Feng, which was why Lin Feng was racking his brains to make money. Now the first thing Lin Feng thinks about when he wakes up every day is how much money do I have left? How are you going to make money today? Vice President, your daughter is here, accompanied by 4 others. Inside a gorgeously decorated office, a woman dressed in professional clothes that looked like a secretary said to a middle-aged man. That middle-aged man looked like he was only in his early 40s, but his temples were clipped with silver threads. He had a beard, a medium build, and was wearing a gray vintage Zhongshan suit. He rubbed his eyes, looking a little tired, but his eyes were sharp as an eagle. Here they are. Then tell them to come in. Dong Xiaoxian frowned slightly, and his original, slightly gentle appearance suddenly gained a hint of an unruffled aura. He knew that his daughter had recently joined a martial arts club, and the president of that martial arts club was Lin Feng, who had recently risen to fame. Although he was a little curious about Lin Feng, a high school student's martial arts club, Dong Xiaoxian did not put it in his eyes, and just thought of it as his daughter playing house. A joke. What really interested him was that these days, his daughter was using his connections in the Demon Spiritist Association to collect a large number of purple-winged spirit insects. In just 1 week, more than 3 million SGD of purple-winged spirit worms had been collected. This also led to the fact that it was now difficult to find a single purple-winged spirit bug in any of the pharmacies in Jiangcheng. And the purple-winged spirit bugs that were originally worth a few dozen dollars had soared to $800 new and were still difficult to buy. There are already some rumors in the market nowadays, some of which say that the purple-winged spirit worms can be used as medicine, and can even nourish and tonify the kidneys. Dong Xiaoxian was curious as to what other effects the purple-winged spirit worm could have as an anesthetic in the wild, and why someone would want to collect it in large quantities. As much as 3 million New Zealand dollars could definitely not be something to simply play around with. For this reason, he even asked his daughter about it, but she was vague, saying that this was a task given to her by the president, and that she didn't know about the special effects of the purple-winged spirit bug. Meeting with me, this Lin Feng is really interesting. Dong Xiaoxian revealed a hint of a smile. Soon, he saw his daughter and her party, and the first thing that caught his attention instead was not Lin Feng, but Yun Kai. As the vice president of the Demon Spiritist Association, there were very few things in Jiangcheng that he didn't know about. For the recent changes in the Yun clan, he had already heard about it, and he heard that this Yun Kai had become the favorite of the clan. He didn't know exactly what the reason was, but he could more or less guess some of it. For a gradually declining transcendent clan, a clan member that could make a clan so valued, it was hard to have a reason other than talent. Dong Xiaoxian's gaze lingered on Yun Kai's face for a few seconds. This teenager's appearance was only not simple. Soon, Dong Xiaoxian shifted his gaze to Lin Feng. He was no stranger to this talented young man who often appeared on TV recently and was known as South He Chiu in North Lin Feng. What surprised him a little was that even Yun Kai stayed honestly behind Lin Feng at this time. It was obvious that this team of 5 was led by Lin Feng. As for the big-headed teenager and the clean-cut teenager didn't attract his attention. Dong Xiaoxian didn't say anything and just curiously surveyed the 5 Lin Feng people. Kind of. Soon, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Dong Xiaoxian's mouth. Under his gaze, the others looked obviously a little uneasy. Yang Fan and Gao Hai even had their holy bodies trembling slightly. Even Yun Kai didn't dare to look directly at his gaze. But that Lin Feng was the only one who actually locked eyes with him as if nothing was wrong and smiled faintly at him. Lin Feng? The secretary at the side was also surprised. As the vice president of the Demon Spiritist Association, Dong Xiaoxian was a 9th-grade martial artist with a refined 9th-grade demon spirit. With his strength and status, there were very few people who could be comparable to him in Jiangcheng, except for the Guardians. Although he didn't purposely condense his aura, a normal person wouldn't even dare to look directly at Dong Xiaoxian and would subconsciously avoid it, and his aura would be weaker in the first place. But this 16-year-old teenager was surprisingly equal to the vice president in terms of aura. So you're Lin Feng, the genius who dared to reject the 3 major clubs is truly extraordinary. Dong Xiaoxian smiled and said, and with this smile, the original slightly gloomy atmosphere suddenly dissipated. Dad, don't scare my classmate. Dong Yunan pouted and came to Dong Xiaoxian, hugging his arm and pouting. Oh, how? Dong Xiaoxian pinched his daughter's small face and somewhat doted on her. You're all very small. I won't make tea. Shaoling, bring a few bottles of drinks. Dong Xiaoxian first spoke to his secretary, then pointed to the sofa and said, you guys sit. Don't be formal. Thanks. After Lin Feng sat down, the 3 Yun Kai people also sat down. Shaoling, you go out. I'll talk to Yunan. Classmate Lin Feng, I heard Yunan say that you're looking for me for something? Dong Xiaoxian asked to Lin Feng. In fact, he already had an answer in his mind. It was nothing but related to the purple-winged spirit bugs, which was why he had deliberately used his aura just now to try to mess up Lin Feng and the others. But it didn't occur to him that Lin Feng wasn't affected in the slightest. Well, I want to make a deal with President Dong, Lin Feng said with a smile. Oh, trade. What qualifies you to trade with me? Dong Xiaoxian shook his head in some amusement. He had always thought that Lin Feng was looking for his help, but now it seemed that he wasn't. It does seem a little funny that a high school student would want to make a deal with him. As for Lin Feng addressing him as President Dong, it was clear that Lin Feng did not want to mix personal feelings. Dad, this is big business. Don't laugh. Be serious. Dong Yunan was dissatisfied, which caused Dong Xiaoxian to gradually tighten his smile. It could be seen that he loved his daughter very much, but the smile in his eyes clearly did not put Lin Feng in his eyes. President Dong, if you laugh again, this business worth 3 billion Singapore dollar will most likely have nothing to do with you. Oh, Lin Feng said indifferently. 3 billion? Dong Xiaoxian was surprised in his eyes and unconsciously began to adjust his sitting posture. No longer looking indifferent. 3 billion? This was definitely a big business. Originally he thought that the most he could make was a profit of tens of millions or hundreds of millions. This far exceeded his expectations. Just with the purple-winged spirit bug? Dong Xiaoxian asked. Lin Feng nodded his head and said, just with the purple-winged spirit worm. Dong Xiaoxian was slightly silent for a moment before speaking. What special effects does the purple-winged spirit insect have? That's something I can't talk about right now. How can we work together if you don't say? I'm sure there are many people who are willing to work with me even if I don't say so. Lin Feng laughed. Dong Xiaoxian looked at Lin Feng. His eyes gradually became a bit stern, but Lin Feng didn't change his face. He wasn't the least bit surprised. Then you have to tell me how much a purple-winged spirit bug is worth. What is your mode of cooperation? Dong Xiaoxian said somewhat helplessly. Even as a 9th grade demon spirit master and vice president of the Demon Spirit Master Association, $3 billion was a large amount for him. He had spent almost all of his assets for his daughter's demon spirit, and he desperately needed money now. If it was just an ordinary teenager, he had ways to make the other person obediently speak up. But Lin Feng wasn't an ordinary person. He was a genius who had obtained the Blue Moon Guardian. The future of such a genius was unlimited. It wasn't unreasonable to say that one shouldn't deceive the youth. Who knows where this teenager will grow to in a few decades. Plus that orc. This martial arts club is not worth mentioning now. But the future is not to be underestimated. Lin Feng is still his daughter's classmate. He can't really force Lin Feng to speak out. What I can tell you is that 2 months from now, the price of a purple-winged spirit bug will soar to over 100,000 SGD, Lin Feng said. 100,000? Are you sure? Dong Xiaoxian's heart jumped and his tone was serious. A purple-winged spirit insect of a few tens of new coins could surprisingly skyrocket hundreds of times in value. Although Jiangchang was now out of stock, there were still a lot of them in other base cities, and a lot of them in otherworldly spaces as well. And if operated well, this profit would even be more than $3 billion. All my money all bought, you say? I'm sure. Lin Feng said calmly. If I didn't run out of money, plus I don't have the connections to get it done alone, I wouldn't be looking for someone to work with. Dong Xiaoxian nodded and said, how do you want to cooperate? 2 types of cooperation programs? One, I want half of the final profit. The other, I want $1 billion. You give me $1 billion now and I'll directly tell you the special value of the purple-winged spirit bug, Lin Feng said. He actually cared more about the second option, which was simple and straightforward. Even though how outstanding the talent was, at this point Lin Feng was after all just a high school student, without the power to control the process of this deal, or really know how much the exact profit would be. Lin Feng didn't think that this President Dong would be that honest, knowing that this was a multi-billion-dollar business. It wouldn't be fun to fall out at that time, and Lin Feng didn't want to challenge human nature. Yang Fan's trio was silent at this time, and their hearts were beating fast. This kind of intense negotiation made their blood boil a little. Dong Xiaoxian tapped on the table and after a while, he said, I'll choose the second one, but the money will have to be given to you in 2 days. Alright then, I'll give you Nan the card number. When the money arrives, I'll tell you about the special effects of the purple-winged spirit bug. Lin Feng got up and was ready to leave. Dong Xiaoxian didn't stay. With his status in Jiangchang, he didn't worry that Lin Feng would dare to play tricks. And a teenager who could be on par with Yichio was much more than $1 billion. At 8 o'clock on the following day, Lin Feng walked down the bustling street in the direction of Sunkai. Ding! The cell phone in his pocket vibrated slightly. Lin Feng pulled it out and looked at it. The corners of his mouth showed a hint of a smile. The SMS notified him that there was an extra $1 billion on his bank card. Originally Lin Feng thought it would take 2 days for this money to arrive. It was less than a day. Dong Xiaoxian was much faster than he thought, but it was expected. To a 9th grade demon spiritist, $1 billion wasn't a small amount of money, but as the vice president of the Demon Spiritist Association, even if he didn't have any money on hand, it wasn't difficult to borrow money. It was a surefire business, and there was no reason why Dong Xiaoxian would refuse. The bite of more than 10 purple-winged spirit worms, in pain worse than death, will bring about a body-hardening effect without any side effects. Lin Feng sent the text message to Dong Xiaoxian, and after a while, he received a reply. Remember to keep it a secret or suffer the consequences. Lin Feng put down his cell phone and didn't reply. After earning $1 billion in one go, Lin Feng's heart breathed a sigh of relief. With this amount of money, at least the nightmare's food expenses would not be lacking for 2 years. Plus he still had 3,000 purple-winged spirit insects in his hands, which meant that in 2 months' time, when Dong Xiaoxian announced the special effects of the purple-winged spirit insects, he would still be able to earn at least 300 million. To make $1.3 billion in half a month had exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. However, Lin Feng wasn't satisfied. This amount of money seemed quite a lot, and he could spend it for a long time on spending, but it wasn't actually enough to buy a 9th grade demon spirit. Some rare and powerful 9th grade demonic spirits were asking for billions of dollars, just like the 8th grade siren lady that Dawn Yunnan had refined. Although it was only an 8th grade demonic spirit, as a healing demonic spirit, Lin Feng estimated that it would cost $5 billion at the very least. This is still only the 9th grade demonic spirit. As for the Earth-list demonic spirit is even more tens of billions up. Truly powerful demon spiritists are gold-swallowing monsters, and this money doesn't really stand to be spent. Fame is really something. Lin Feng sighed a little. It's pretty much all on his reputation that this thing is going so well. If he hadn't become famous in the martial forum, endorsed advertisements, entered the Glory Rookie ranking, and gained the qualifications for the Blue Moon Guardian, he wouldn't have been able to get Dong Yunan to join the martial arts club. Without Dong Yunan's help, he wouldn't have been able to get the Demon Spiritist Association to be so dedicated to helping him collect purple-winged spirit insects. Even more so, he wouldn't have been able to meet with the big shot Dong Xiaoxian. It was also with fame that Dong Xiaoxian had scruples and chose to accept the deal without taking it by force. Otherwise, he was just a student and would have been approached and coerced. Fame was a good thing that could solve a lot of things, and experiencing the benefits of fame, Lin Feng decided that he wanted to keep his name in front of the public. Not long after Dong Xiaoxian's billion-dollar remittance arrived, Cao Hai's phone call also came. Brother Feng, Old Ji asked me to tell you that the school has agreed to your request. Cao Hai also brought good news that another billion had been credited, but with the previous $1 billion in revenue, Lin Feng wasn't too excited. Cao Hai, tell Yang Fan to announce the news of my 9th stage of physical cultivation on the martial artist forum, Lin Feng said. He does this to keep the heat on. Lin Feng hadn't refined the demonic spirit yet, and demonic spirit masters were above martial artists. In people's eyes, even if one was a martial arts genius, if they were unable to refine demonic spirits and didn't have the talent to become a demonic spirit master, they were just as worthless. Although Lin Feng had refined the nightmare had undergone a mutation and could not be exposed for a short period of time. And for his second demonic spirit, Lin Feng already had a decision. His second demonic spirit would be a waste demonic spirit in everyone's eyes. When he became a martial artist, Lin Feng would refine the second demonic spirit, and Lin Feng could imagine that when he refined the second demonic spirit, he would be knocked from the throne of genius into the abyss. And before refining the second demon spirit, that is, before being knocked into the abyss, Lin Feng had to maintain the heat so that he could ensure that he wouldn't fall out of the Glory Rookie ranking. Before he was truly powerful, Blue Moon Guardian was his talisman, and fame could bring him some convenience and benefits. Before refining the second demon spirit, it would be best if he could still endorse a few advertisements and make a couple of bucks. Also, the teacher in our class, Su Wei, told Yang Fan to find a way to get her out of Jiangxin First Middle School, as soon as possible. Get her a good job, find connections and spend money. Got it. Although he was a bit strange as to why Lin Feng wanted Su Wei to leave the school, Cao Hai didn't ask much. At the same time, on the martial artist forum, the high school students violently beating martial artists post that was once hotly debated by netizens and topped the first place had originally been gradually sinking, and had already withdrawn from the top 10 of Jiangxing's daily list, coming in at the 31st place. However, when the altar master, the account named Please Call Me Jianghu by Xiaosheng posted a comment titled Just 12 Days, Physical Cultivation 7th Stage to Physical Cultivation 9th Stage, this is a supreme genius. The comment once again caused the netizens to talk about it. The post that was originally ranked 31st was soaring at a terrifying speed, and 2 hours later, it had returned to the 17th position on the daily list, and was sprinting towards the top 10 positions on the daily list, with a large number of netizens commenting frantically. Fake. It must be fake. Someone's faking it. Come on police uncle. Come on. It shouldn't be a fake. This Jianghu Bai Xiaosheng is most likely Lin Feng's classmate, and every time he said it, he corroborated it. Really? Don't scare me. You know that it took me a year to go from the 7th stage of physical cultivation to the 9th stage of physical cultivation in the first place. Is upstairs showing off? It took me 2 years to take 30 chi in blood pills. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This kind of cultivation speed is impossible even for Yiqiu, let alone Lin Feng. My family's Lin Feng can be stronger than Yiqiu. Who says it's impossible? Many netizens couldn't believe it. After all, this cultivation speed was demonic. Physical cultivation 7th stage to physical cultivation 9th stage. Even if it was a martial arts genius, it would take at least a year. Just 12 days. What a joke. Let's not forget that Lin Feng has been hiding his talent and building up his talent. Besides, his 36 styles of body refining has reached 21 styles, comparable to a 4th grade martial artist, and the effect of quenching the body is more than 10 times that of the physical cultivation realm. So as long as there are resources to assist him, it's actually possible. Lin Feng even endorsed the advertisement. Surely he's not bad with resources. The chi and blood pills can be eaten at will. Scared shitless. In that case, Lin Feng is actually the great god. You guys say, if it goes at this rate, will Lin Feng become a martial artist before the college entrance exam? If Lin Feng becomes a martial artist, the top student of the college entrance exam is only scheduled. Yeah, the high school seniors booked it straight away. Who's the competition? It seems like it's possible. Lin Feng is a ruthless character who can violently beat up martial artists. It's not an exaggeration to get a perfect score in actual combat. If he becomes a martial artist, this college entrance exam top student is destined to spend his time in Jiangchang. Jiangxi number 1 middle school is only going to have a great time. And this number 1 school in Jiangchang is only going to change. Netizens went crazy. And when they guessed that Lin Feng might get the top prize in the college entrance exams, the post had already returned to the 10th position on the daily list and was soaring wildly and uncontrollably. And even the Jiangchang news had begun to report on it. What a high school student! How could the TV news miss something so revealing? Demon Spiritist Association. Dong Xiuxian looked at the report on the TV with some surprise in his eyes. A high school senior. It seems that he was still underestimated. Dong Xiuxian muttered. A day ago, Lin Feng had already left a deep impression on him. A 16-year-old teenager without any background dared to trade with him. And he was surprisingly not defeated when confronting and talking to him. But he did not expect that this teenager born in the slums was about to become the top student of the college entrance examination that the whole country was watching. For Lin Feng to take away $1 billion, Dong Xiuxian was originally some dissatisfaction. After all, this $1 billion is not a small sum, otherwise because of his daughter. In addition to Lin Feng to obtain the Blue Moon Guardian, he has some scruples, otherwise with some means, he is possible. But at this time, Dong Xiuxian was somewhat glad that he had not made a mistake. There's really something to be said for not deceiving the youth. Dong Xiuxian sighed. Every year, the college entrance examination is destined to be the center of attention of the whole society. Even though there were still more than 2 months to go before the college entrance exam at this point, hearing that the top student of the college entrance exam seemed to have already been booked. Apart from Jiangchang, the other 11 base cities in the country had also begun to notice the postings on the martial arts forums, and had also really taken notice of Lin Feng's name. Although Lin Feng had already had a considerable amount of fame before, and many people had heard of the name, it was nowhere near as good as Yiqiu, and Lin Feng's popularity was mainly in Jiangchang. But at this time, Lin Feng for the first time really appeared in front of the names of people in the country. Every year is full of uncertainty and no one dares to ensure that they will get the title, which is why people are more curious about what kind of character the person who dares to book the GCSE is. Soon, Lin Feng's information was investigated by the media. Shoreline neighborhoods, slum origins, no background and no resources, moderately talented and accomplished since middle school, but not a genius. At the age of 16, he failed on the day of awakening and did not refine the demon spirit, while his girlfriend, Ya Ge, refined the 8th grade charming butterfly and signed on with gathering stars. After breaking up with his girlfriend, Lin Feng turned on the crazy mode. Physical cultivation of 8 paragraphs will be in the Thunder Martial Arts Museum. Violently beat martial artists. Martial artists forum to make a name for themselves, bursting out in order to love to hide the talent. Awakening Day is not a failure of awakening, but rather to refine the earth list of the demonic spirit. Endorsement advertisements. Endorsement fees as high as 18 million. Rejecting the 3 major S-class clubs, and not even looking at the earth ranking demon spirit. Entering the Glory Rookie ranking and obtaining the qualification for the Blue Moon Guardian. In just over 10 days, he had broken through from physical cultivation 7th stage to physical cultivation 9th stage. From the day he broke up with his girlfriend, Lin Feng's development has been full of fantastical dogma, leaving many people who are just learning about it staggered. Could this story be any more doggerel? And after the spitting doggerel was admiration and full name talk. And this time, Lin Feng really made a name for himself in front of the nation. About the senior high school scholars belonging to the problem continues to ferment. The country's 12 base cities are discussing. Over the years of the college entrance examination, the country's candidates nearly 15 million. So many candidates to compete for the only high school student throne. You can imagine the intensity of the competition. This can no longer be described as 1,000 horses crossing a single wooden bridge, or a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. To get the honor of being the top student in the college entrance examination, it is not only talent and hard work, but also luck plays a big part, and a single point of difference may be lost. Every year's college entrance examination. The college entrance examination is the biggest suspense. No one can guess the result until the last moment. Never any student has the strength to book the college entrance examination directly. Now that a teenager of the 9th stage of physical cultivation in Jiangchang was so arrogant as to indicate a direct booking, it naturally attracted the attention of the entire nation. And for the first time, the name Lin Feng really appeared in front of the names of people across the country, especially about Lin Feng's rise to power, which is a dogged and fantastical journey that has everyone talking about it. There was no doubt about Lin Feng's fighting talent. Those who had seen him fight understood that no one in the physical cultivation realm could be comparable to him. His speed from physical cultivation 7th stage to physical cultivation 9th stage was shockingly fast, but after all, he had not yet broken through to become a martial artist. And apart from Zhongchang, the rest of the base cities naturally expressed their displeasure, one after another. They listed their own cities with talented youngsters who had the strength to compete for the top spot in the college entrance exam. For a while, the TV was filled with all kinds of comparisons, but this didn't affect Lin Feng in the slightest. As Lin Feng expected, as he became known throughout the country, he began to consistently receive contracts for endorsements from various advertisers. For celebrities, traffic and money are equated. In just a week's time, 47 advertising manufacturers had contacted Young Fan through the martial artist forum, showing that they were willing to seek endorsement from Lin Feng. The endorsement fees also ranged from a minimum of $10 million to a maximum of $80 million, and the endorsement years ranged from 1 year to 10 years. For the money delivered to the door, Lin Feng did not agree, but let Young Fan keep the contact information, while replying to consider the consideration. Right now, the prices for these endorsements were too low, and when he broke through to become a martial artist and became a high school student, the prices for endorsements would have to go up a bit. After that sub, Lin Feng went out early and stayed up late every day, adventuring in the Mori Sea, and more than half a month later, the Glory Rookie list was released again, and Lin Feng was still on the list, still in last place. Obviously, the Glory Professional League had expectations of Lin Feng, but only if he could refine demon spirits and become a demon spirit master. Otherwise, even if his martial arts talent was excellent, he would still only be ranked last. Lin Feng didn't care about this. All he wanted was to be on the list. As for the ranking, he didn't care at all. As the college entrance examination approaches, the TV news about the attribution of the college entrance examination scholar, the major base cities are still arguing. August 6th. It was a windy and beautiful day, and the annual college entrance examination came in the midst of all the attention. Jiangxin Middle School entrance gathered countless parents and students. There are thousands of uniformed police officers in order to maintain order. In the crowd, vaguely can also see the shadow of many journalists. The college entrance examination not only decides the fate of the candidates, but also changes a family. All parents are eager for their children to get a good result. Although there are a lot of things they want to say, they are afraid of putting pressure on their children. So although parents are very nervous, they can only pretend to be calm. Only that they can't help but give more advice in their words. Windy, go for it. Today, Lin Feng's whole family came out. His mother and old horse, his younger and older sisters came to cheer him on, though they seemed especially relaxed compared to the nervousness and agitation of the other parents. They all knew that with Lin Feng's current strength, getting into the 3 hero academies wasn't a problem, and what Lin Feng wanted to get was the top student of the college entrance exam. Don't worry, little Wind will definitely be fine. On the side, Gao Hai's parents said with a smile. For Lin Feng, the couple only had gratitude. Lin Feng not only sent Gao Hai a room and changed their family's life. In just over 2 months, Gao Hai, who originally only had the strength of the 6th stage of physical cultivation, at this time also had the strength of the 8th stage of physical cultivation, and undoubtedly this was all due to Lin Feng. Yeah, Brother Feng took the top spot in the college entrance exam, Gao Hai said confidently. Only he knew that Lin Feng had broken through to become a martial artist half a month earlier, and with his current strength, the top student of the college entrance exam was a sure thing. It's Lin Feng, the genius boy who's going to get the top prize in the college entrance exam. This year, Jiangxin Middle School is going to be famous. Jiangchang has never had a top student in the college entrance examination before. It's not necessarily true. It's not realistic at all for a physical cultivation 9th stage to take the high school entrance exam. And I don't know if Lin Feng has broken through to martial artist yet. A number of parents recognized Lin Feng and murmured. In these 2 months, the name and deeds about Lin Feng had long been spread all over Jiangchang, and everyone was no stranger to Lin Feng's appearance. Hearing the comments of the people around them, although Lin Feng's family acted calmly, they were proud in their hearts. What a high school student! The top student of just one in the whole country. Are those the school board leaders? Not far away, there was a group of people who caught the attention of the students, and from time to time they cast their eyes there. For the students, the principal, Zhang Yishan, was no stranger, and the rest of the line of vice principals and numerous teachers were also familiar. At this time, in the eyes of the students, the school leadership is surrounded by 4 or 5 people. Words and deeds show respect. Some parents who work in the government sector recognized that those are the leaders of the Education Bureau. That's Lin Feng, isn't it? The biggest expectation in Jiangcheng this time is him. The student who dared to sell the GCSE for N100 million is really bold. Little Li, don't use words like sell. It's too unpleasant. Resources are essential for Lin Feng to achieve the top spot in the college entrance exams, and it's these resources that made his cultivation speed so fast. Yes, leader, I was wrong. Being nationally known at a young age is really good. If we don't get the top student in the college entrance exam this time, Our Jiang Chang will become a joke. Jiang Yishan accompanied the leaders of the Education Bureau in their conversation, and their topic always centered around Lin Feng. For Jiangxin Middle School, it is undoubtedly a privilege for the Secretary of Education and leaders to come to the school to command this time. Even the number 1 middle school in Jiangchang, which was ranked number 1, didn't have this kind of treatment. In response, Jiang Yishan naturally understood what it was for, all for the honor of being a high school senior. After all, the martial arts forums and TV news had made such a big deal that Jiangchang had already blown its bull out of the water, and if it failed, it would undoubtedly become a joke to the other base cities. In this regard, Jiang Yishan was also nervous. He didn't know how strong Lin Feng was nowadays, whether he had broken through to a martial artist or not. At the beginning, he and Lin Feng had an agreement that if he didn't get the high school entrance exam, 100 million SGD Lin Feng would return it as it was. He cared more about fame than money, and the fame of a school could not be bought within 100 million. Son, one-hit wonder, no pressure, come on, daughter, daddy believes in you. With a chorus of encouragement from the parents, the doors of Gangshan 1 Middle School swung wide open and one by one, the students were checked and entered the school. Lin Feng also entered the school gates with Gao Hai amidst encouragement from his family. Windy, I'm leaving. Gao Hai and Lin Feng were not in the same examination center, and the two soon went their separate ways. Ding ding ding, when the bell for the exam rang, it was as if all of Jiangcheng was quiet at this time. There are 3 parts to the high school exam, totaling 750. First part of the cultural score, 200 points. Part 2 physical performance, 350 points. Actual score for part 3, 200 points. Unlike the pre-cataclysm exams, which took 2 days, today's exams are over in 1 day. Liberal arts exams in the morning, and direct practical challenges in the afternoon after the physical fitness test. If there's no monitoring, it's easy for some demon spiritists to cheat. Sitting in the examination room, while waiting for the test papers, Lin Feng thought in his mind, demon spirits have a myriad of natural abilities. Clairvoyance and smooth ears are just child's play, and some can even control insects for screen sharing, which is simply a cheating artifact. Although refining a demon spirit could enhance a demon spiritist's physical qualities and senses, in order to fully utilize a demon spirit's innate abilities, it was necessary for the demon spirit to be possessed, and trying to cheat in full view of the public was obviously impossible to succeed. 3 hours later, the cultural exam ended and Lin Feng walked out of the classroom. The test started at 9 o'clock, which was exactly 12 o'clock, with an hour's break at noon, and the physical and practical tests began directly. 5 points. When the bell announcing the end of the college entrance examination rang, parents waiting outside the examination city gave a jolt and rushed up to greet their children. 300,000 candidates poured out one after another in batches, and waiting parents were immediately served water and impatiently asked, "How did you do?" Although the results of the college entrance examination will be announced only 3 days later, but how well they play, candidates actually have a number in mind. Some students had a look of relief and joy, some had a look of depression and sadness, and some even cried out in direct pain. Hey, Lin Feng sighed. A few families are happy and a few families are sad. 10 years of hard study and hard practice. Bet on the green. Exhausted energy. 1 day to decide the fate of the college entrance examination. The cruelty of the college entrance examination is manifested in the best way. Lin Feng quickly found his family, facing their expectant gazes. Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, "I'll take the first prize. My brother is the best." Marlo was the first to jump up and exclaim. Her own brother was the top student in the college entrance exam, and she had already figured out how to brag about the joyous news to her classmates. Lin Feng's mouth was tinged with a smile. She was obviously extremely pleased that her son was so successful. At this point she no longer had to worry about her son's future. Lin Feng's achievements had far exceeded her expectations. Old Ma was also very proud. This stepson had given him a big surprise. In these 2 months, after learning that Lin Feng was his own child, even the leaders were polite to him, deeply afraid of offending him, not to mention his colleagues. That is, compliments and envy. Just as Lin Feng's family was caught up in ecstasy. 30 meters out from Lin Feng, a seductive and moving young girl wearing a black combat uniform was silently watching Lin Feng's shadow, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, her eyes complex. It's Yako. She's back too. Ah, Yako. It's so pretty. I like her so much. There are many students recognized the young girl. They were surprised to find that just more than 2 months' time gone. Originally charm-moving people Yago became more dazzling, although the hair cut short, but added a point of self-confidence and vivacity. Pretty material in the combat uniforms hidden. The sense of the young girl called out. Charm can be pleasing to the eye. Jocko, can I have your autograph? Some fans couldn't help but go forward to seek autographs and photos, but they were stopped by 2 black-clad, burly bodyguards. Why didn't you say so? The young girl, guarded by her bodyguards, looked at Lin Feng without moving, her eyes slightly red. After more than 2 months, seeing Lin Feng again, Yago realized that she still couldn't let go. She had tried not to think about Lin Feng or pay attention to this name for the past 2 months, but all the time, she always heard people talking about this name on various occasions. The boy she grew up with and said he would marry had grown to this point. But why? Has he become so strange? Why didn't you tell me if you can become a high school student and have the talent to refine the demonic spirits of the earth list? Is it a test? Or are you laughing at me? If so, you made it. I did become a joke in everyone's eyes. Yako turned away, a single crystalline teardrop dripping down, instantly vaporized by the earth as if it had never been there. While the entrance exams are a source of joy and sadness for a few students, no matter what the results are, there are no shortage of class parties in the evenings. After this reunion, classmates will have to go their separate ways to pursue their own future, and it is very likely that they will never see each other again for the rest of their lives. Originally, Lin Feng was also prepared to attend, but after learning that Yago was also likely to attend, Lin Feng chose to decline in order to avoid embarrassment. In his current state of mind, he genuinely couldn't hang out with a bunch of 16-year-olds, and in the class, the slightly aloof Lin Feng, in addition to Gao Hai and Yang Fan, does not have friends who play together. It does not matter if he does not go. In Lin Feng's opinion, getting into the 9 elite united schools or the 3 hero academies wasn't really a blessing. The greater the capacity, the greater the responsibility. Although the status of martial artists and demonic spiritists were above ordinary people, their mortality rate was high, and sometimes they were not as easy and happy as ordinary office workers living a life of ease and joy. 3 days later, at 9 in the morning, when the results of the college entrance exams were announced, the country was in an uproar. Although the remaining 11 base cities, with the exception of Jiangcheng, were somewhat unimpressed and did not agree with Lin Feng's direct booking of the college entrance examination, they actually had more or less predicted it in their hearts. It wouldn't be too much of a surprise if Lin Feng really became the top student in the college entrance exam, but when Lin Feng's results were actually announced, the 747 score still scared a crowd. With a full score of 750 points for the college entrance exam, Lin Feng only deducted 3 points. Still, with 3 points deducted from the cultural score, and full marks for the physical and practical scores, that's a full 39 points more than the second place score of 708, or the top spot. Obviously, Lin Feng had broken through to become a martial artist and hadn't let the people of Jiangcheng down. Lin Feng's score, the highest score of all the college entrance exams, any university in the country to choose at random, or the kind of full scholarship. Brother, you've really become a scholar. Today, old Ma took the day off. Ma Lele was on vacation, and Lin Feng's family all stayed home and woke up early. After learning about Lin Feng's score, the whole family was a bit incredulous in addition to being excited. We must celebrate today and go out to eat tonight. Old Ma laughed out loud, trembling with excitement. Looking at his family's happy appearance, Lin Feng's mouth showed a hint of a smile, but he wasn't surprised by his score. Lin Feng opened his cell phone and asked in the group, "How are everyone's scores?" The name of the group was Jianghu Martial Arts Society. Lin Feng was the group master, and there were only 4 group members. Soon, Gao Hai was the first to reply. 549 points. I don't dare to face Brother Feng. Young Fan, my score is too bad. 529 points. Or Brother Feng is mighty and domineering. Both Yang Fan and Gao Hai scores were in Lin Feng's prediction. Gao Hai and Yang Fan, with the help of the Qi and Blood Pill and the purple-winged spirit bug, broke through the 8th stage of physical cultivation, which wasn't a low achievement, but it didn't reach the qualifications of the 9 elite joint schools. Dong Yunan, 632 points. Brother Feng is awesome. My dad told me to learn from you. Well, what about Yun Kai? Lin Feng asked. Although Dong Yunan's college entrance examination scores did not reach the admission line of the 3 great hero academies, however, the demon spiritist had extra points, and a siren maiden of the 8th grade could add 40 points, which meant that Dong Yunan had already stepped into the 3 great hero academies. Plus, as a healer, Dong Yunan wouldn't be able to reject precious healers from the 3 major hero academies even if their scores weren't enough. After 3 minutes, Yun Kai replied, 626 points. Congratulations to Brother Feng for becoming the top student of the college entrance exam. In just over 2 months, Yun Kai had broken through from Physical Cultivation Section 3 to Physical Cultivation Section 8, with the talent of returning demonization, and with the guarantee of sufficient resources. The speed of cultivation was so fast that even Lin Feng was surprised by it. And a week ago, Yun Kai also succeeded in refining the demon spirit and became a demon spirit master. At Lin Feng's suggestion, he refined the demonic spirit that had once been refined by his ancestor. the Golden Lion King that ranked 97th on the Earth ranking list. Lin Feng didn't know where the Yun clan had gotten the Golden Lion King demon spirit from, whether it was sealed by a transcendent ancestor using special means or whether he had bought it for a large sum of money. However, it was foreseeable that Yun Kai's talent for returning to demonization would be even stronger after he refined the demon spirit that matched his bloodline. And on the day of the end of the college entrance exam, the Yun clan also made public what was the returning demonization, and the Transcendent clan, which had been gradually declining, had already been on the rise because of Yun Kai, and Yun Kai became the genius that all the universities aspired for, although he was not as strong as Yi Chou, who had also broken through to become a martial artist before the college entrance exams and had refined the thorny demon dragon that was still at the 46th position on the Earth ranking list. Yun Kai's potential was not inferior to Yi Chou's, and was already on a par with Yi Chou. Alright then, Yunnan and Kai don't feel free to agree to any university's conditions. Wait for my notice, Lin Feng said. Dong Yunnan quickly replied, got it brother Feng. Yun Kai then replied with a single word, aha. Although for the vast majority of students, the three great hero academies were unattainable existences. Even the three great hero academies were extremely eager for super geniuses and competed fiercely with each other. Dong Yunnan was a bit better, and Yun Kai was bound to be madly snatched up by many universities. Yun Kai, who possessed the returning demonization, would surely become a powerful demon spiritist in the future, and would become a warrior that would make the Glory Alliance pay attention to him. As for Lin Feng, although he had yet to refine his demonic spirit, it was rumored that he couldn't even look at the Earth-ranking demon spirit, and as the top student of the college entrance exam, his fame was still firmly ahead of Yi Chou and Yun Kai. In fact, Lin Feng already had a decision in his mind about the university he would choose. The 9 elite joint schools were directly excluded. As for the 3 major hero academies, they were the Great Wall University, the Magic Star University, and the Red Cloud University. Great Wall College, located in Shangjing, has the longest history of establishment, the greatest fame, the strongest comprehensive strength, and the highest admission score, as high as 677 points. Magic Star University is located in Mordor and has the next best overall strength, though with an admission score of 668. As for Red Cloud University, it belonged to a semi-military university with an army background, but it was founded only 100 years ago and had the worst heritage, with an admission score of 652 points, the lowest of the 3 major hero colleges. It was Red Cloud University that Lin Feng was going to choose. Lin Feng's reason for choosing was simple. Although Red Cloud had the weakest reputation and the worst heritage, there were 2 otherworldly space gates on the campus, which was the main reason why Red Cloud had chosen the place to create the school in the first place. For the students of Red Cloud University, it was very convenient and easy to enter the otherworld, and as the nightmare inside Lin Feng needed a lot of food, there was no doubt that for Lin Feng, Red Cloud was the most suitable for him. Ding! Just then, the doorbell rang. Marlowe was the most aggressive and rushed to open it. Who are you looking for? Marlowe, who opened the door, said in shock. By now in front of her house, it had long been covered by a crowd of up to 100 people, piling the spacious aisle with people, even at the stairs. Hello, I'm a teacher from the enrollment office of Great Wall Academy. Is student Lin Feng at home? An old man in a tang suit with cranberry hair smiled at Malele. My brother is at home. Please come in. Please come in. Marlowe nodded her head in a hurry. Thanks little girl. Want to change your shoes? The old man nodded and smiled at Marlene and entered Lin Feng's home. No, Marlowe said evenly. Behind the old man, a middle-aged man in a white shirt and suit pants and a young girl about 20 years old were not far behind, following closely behind. I told you he's an enrollment teacher at Great Wall University, and you still don't believe me. This Lin Feng family is going to be rich. People have been developed for a long time. Lin Feng endorsed advertisements in his senior year of high school. A future big star. My son will also take the college entrance exam next year. I have to call him down to dip his toe in the water. How can there be such a big gap between people? My boy scored 490 and still has the face to eat. Fair enough. I'll call my daughter too. What time is it and she's still sleeping? The rest of the neighbors chatted enviously, though the door to the room was closed, though they refused to leave. Student Lin Feng. I'm the enrollment teacher of Great Wall University. You can call me Mr. Bai. The old man in a tang suit introduced himself. Student Lin Feng. I'm the admissions teacher of Magic Star University. Just call me Mr. Huang. The middle-aged man introduced. After the old man and the middle-aged man had introduced themselves, the youngest of the 3, the girl who appeared to be around 20 years old, also introduced herself. I'm Jiang Hong, the enrollment teacher of the Red Cloud University. Student Lin Feng. You can just call me Teacher Jiang. Hello guys. Lin Feng nodded and said graciously, Seeing the three major Hero Academy teachers visiting, Lin Feng hurriedly made tea, deeply afraid of being slow. Teachers drink tea. Thank you. Mother Lin has done a great service by producing a top student of the college entrance examination like student Lin Feng. No really, that's the kid working on his own. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the three teachers got to the point. Mr. Lin Feng, I'd like to invite you to join Great Wall University. I'm sure there's no better university for you than Great Wall. Mr. Bai was the first to speak. Seeing old man Bai say that, Mr. Huang was not happy. He retorted, Student Lin Feng, the Great Wall is not necessarily suitable for you. Our Magic Star is not inferior to the Great Wall University, no matter if it's the faculty or the strength, and we're willing to give you a $20 million scholarship for a year. Old man Bai was not concerned when he was directly rebutted and smiled lightly. The Great Wall Academy is likewise willing to give a one-year scholarship of $20 million, as well as the guidance of a professional and experienced martial arts teacher. As the enrollment teacher of Great Wall University, he was equally confident even when facing his rival, Demon Star. Our Red Cloud is willing to give the same conditions, so student Lin Feng can consider it, Jiang Hong said with a somewhat bitter smile. In front of the Great Wall and the Magic Star, Cloud Red University really wasn't competitive, although the same three major hero academies, but after all, the time of the establishment of the school is too short, although there is a military background, but no matter whether it is fame or comprehensive strength is not as good as the other two. The attraction for the candidates is even far less. The universities of choice for true super geniuses are the Great Wall and Magic Star, and finally Red Cloud. Of course, Red Cloud also had his own advantages, such as the otherworldly space gate. Being able to go into the otherworldly space gate to practice and hunt demonic beasts anytime, anywhere at school was indeed a temptation for many students. Overall, there were also many geniuses in Red Cloud University, not much less than the Great Wall and the Magic Star, but many of those geniuses, who had shown exceptional martial arts talent in high school, or even junior high school, were targeted by the Red Cloud admissions department, promising high scholarships and conditions, and were directly recruited into Red Cloud on a special basis. Red Cloud's talented students mainly relied on special recruitment, and as a university with a military background, Red Cloud's information network and financial resources were slightly better than the Great Wall and Magic Star. There were also some students from military families who would also prefer Red Cloud. But after the real college entrance exams were over, Red Cloud University, indeed, had less of an advantage than the Great Wall and Magic Star. Jiang Hong had already lost hope, and Red Cloud University obviously knew this as well, otherwise it wouldn't have sent her, a teacher who had just interned for 2 years. Jiang Hong knew that some of the more senior and experienced admissions teachers in the academy wouldn't pick highly known and recognized supreme geniuses like Lin Feng, Yi Qiu and Yun Kai. Instead they would pick students with weaker reputations but strong talent and strength. That way the success rate would be higher instead. The Great Wall Academy and the Magic Star clearly did not take Red Cloud in their eyes as well, and the two families kept raising the amount of the scholarship. Eventually the scholarship soared to $30 million a year. This also seems to have reached the limit, and both sides also understand that if they add more, the other side will likewise add, so they both sensibly stop and wait for Lin Feng's choice. I'm honored to have 3 teachers. Lin Feng smiled, but didn't choose to. Instead, he turned his words around and said, I don't know if the 3 teachers have heard of the names Yun Kai and Dong Yunan? Of course I've heard of it. The returning demonized Yun Kai, the Dong Yunan who refined the 8th grade C demoness. Teacher Bai nodded his head and said with some uncertainty, these 2 geniuses were the same geniuses that the Great Wall Academy was bound to fight for, and Yun Kai in particular was the focus. His colleagues have long since stepped in, and I'm only afraid that they're now negotiating terms, in fierce competition with Magic Star. Is Mr. Lin Feng trying to go to the same university as them? Mr. Huang guessed. Jiang Hong acted a little silent. Just the corners of her mouth showed hanging a faint smile. She had already given up hope and completely acted as a spectator. As for whether Great Wall University or Magic Star competed successfully, it didn't have much to do with her. Lin Feng shook his head and said, the 3 teachers don't know. I'm a member of the same martial arts club as Dong Yunan and Yun Kai. We had an agreement that we would go to the same university in the future, and I'm the president. This choice, it's in my hands. After Lin Feng finished speaking, the 3 of them froze for a second or two, slightly subdued, and looking at that expression, it seemed that they hadn't reacted for a while, but soon, they looked at Lin Feng, their watches slightly incredulous and shocked, their breathing a little short, forcing back the excitement and surprise in their hearts. As the enrollment office teacher of the 3 hero academies, Mr. Bai had arrived in Jiangcheng half a month earlier, accompanied by 17 colleagues. For some super geniuses' family information, they have long been in possession of it. As a strong contender for the top spot on the college entrance exam, Lin Feng was naturally a genius that many prestigious schools competed for. The results of the college entrance exams were announced today, and from early in the morning, he had been waiting at the door of Lin Feng's house early in the morning. The purpose was so that when the results of the college entrance exams were announced, he could be the first to react and compete for the geniuses. And the same was obviously true for Demon Star and Red Cloud. Mr. Bai, like his colleagues, had 11 goals for this trip to Jiangcheng. Being experienced, he targeted Lin Feng. If it was really like what Lin Feng said, then his trip was definitely not a wasted one. If he could admit Lin Feng's trio, he would be the biggest winner not only in Jiangcheng, but even among the 12 base cities. Does student Lin Feng mean that you and Dong Yunan and Yun Kai will choose the same university? Teacher Bai inquired, his tone dripping with a hint of shock and uncertainty. And it's up to you? Magic Star's Mr. Huang's eyes burned. There was no doubt that in Jiangcheng, Yun Kai was a super genius who had refined the earth-ranking demon spirit, inherited a transcendent ancestor, and possessed a returning demonization, and was one of the talented youngsters that the Demon Star aspired to obtain. As for Dong Yunan, the rare and precious 8th grade healer of the future, she was an indispensable role in any prestigious school and team. As for Lin Feng, a martial arts genius who might refine the earth-ranking demon spirits in the future, he also possessed an outstanding fighting talent and was the nation's top student in the college entrance exams. Any one of the three was a super genius competing in the 3 major hero academies. And what concept would that be if all 3 were added together? What a top-notch setup. The Glory Union had 5 people in a squad, and Lin Feng's 3 people alone were enough to call it a top configuration. Not to mention in college, even in the talent-ridden Glory Pro League, such a luxurious setup is not often seen. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the 2 of them, Lin Feng and Yun Kai, already had the potential to become Glory All-Star players. And for a university, if they have Lin Feng's trio on board, when they are juniors or seniors, a top configuration like Lin Feng's trio is the strongest guarantee that the Battle of Glory for national college students will hit the championship. Taking home the NCAA Battle of Pride title is an honor for any university, and only the team that wins the championship is eligible to participate in the World University Student Battle of Glory, which is a demonstration of fame and comprehensive strength that will be noticed by people all over the country. Well, Yun Kai and I and Dong Yunan, we belong to the same martial arts club. As classmates, we are familiar with each other, and our battle coordination is also very tacit. For the sake of the National Collegiate Battle of Glory considerations, we'll choose the same university, and as the president, I can make the decision for them. Lin Feng swore. As for working well together and being familiar with each other, naturally Lin Feng was just talking off the top of his head. Jianghu Martial Arts Society was officially created less than 3 months. The squad members can only be considered familiar with each other, but not to the degree of tacit understanding. As for the fight with is never there. Lin Feng said this, the purpose is to have more confidence to negotiate conditions. Anyway, there is no way to test, not afraid of the other side to investigate. As Lin Feng had expected, after hearing that the squads worked together well, Mr. White's trio obviously paid more attention. Geniuses who cooperated well with each other. If they were in the same Glory battle team, they naturally had an advantage over others, and they didn't have to worry about their team members not getting along. Lin Feng students, the Great Wall Academy is willing to give each of you a scholarship of $40 million a year, and promises that there will be specialized martial arts teachers and demonic spirit masters to assist you in your regular cultivation. Teacher Bai said excitedly. Magic Star's teacher Huang even stood up. Student Lin Feng, Magic Star is willing to give each of you a scholarship of $50 million a year. Martial arts teachers and demonic spirit masters will naturally be available as well, and I guarantee that in your junior year, the 3 of you will be able to enter the Glory varsity team directly, and take part in the battle of the college students' Glory as the main force. Great Wall Academy likewise promises that you will be able to enter the varsity team and give a 1-year scholarship of $60 million. Teacher Bai quickly said. 2 top-ranked schools in the eyes of the nation have started a fierce competition over this, which makes Lin Feng and the others a bit unbelievable, and at the same time there is a strong sense of pride, compared to the competition between Magic Star and Great Wall. Although Jiang Hong was also extremely eager in his heart for Lin Feng and the 3 of them to join Red Cloud, he nevertheless behaved in a much calmer manner. Facing Lin Feng's casual gaze, she put a smile on her face and said, I very much hope that Mr. Lin Feng can join Red Cloud, and Red Cloud University is willing to offer the same conditions. Although it was said so, but Jiang Hong was not hopeful in his heart, and although he was unwilling in his heart, he could not do anything about it. By the end of the day, Mr. White and Mr. Huang were going back and forth in a heated debate. The scholarships quickly soared to $100 million a year, which seemed to be the limit of the 2 colleges, and they fell silent, waiting for Lin Feng's choice. Seeing that the 2 stopped competing, Lin Feng knew that $100 million was already the limit. He looked at Jiang Hong, who was a bit silent, and asked, "What does Red Cloud University mean?" A trace of doubt flashed across Jiang Hong's pretty face as she said, "Red Cloud is willing to give the same conditions." "Alright then, I'll choose Red Cloud." Lin Feng nodded. When these words came out, Mr. Bai and Mr. Huang and Jiang Hong were stunned. At the very beginning, Mr. Bai and Mr. Huang didn't put Red Cloud in their eyes. Where did they think that Lin Feng would end up choosing Red Cloud University? Jiang Hong, on the other hand, had never been hopeful, so she was even more surprised and simply couldn't imagine that Lin Feng would choose himself. Student Lin Feng, you have to think clearly. Red Cloud's heritage and strength is nowhere near as good as our Great Wall University. Teacher Bai's face was a bit ugly, but he was still making one last effort to persuade. The same goes for Mr. Wang. Student Lin Feng, don't worry. Although Red Cloud wasn't built for as long as the Great Wall or the Magic Star, but its comprehensive strength isn't weak. Red Cloud University is definitely more sincere and will definitely give you the resources and environment you want, Jiang Hong hurriedly said. As an admissions teacher, Jiang Hong is naturally eloquent in addition to her good looks. Originally, her silence was only because she felt that there was no hope, but now that she knew Lin Feng's intentions, she, who was deeply afraid of being sabotaged, repeatedly expressed the advantages of Lin Feng's enrollment in Red Cloud. Teacher Jiang, aside from Dong Yunan and Yun Kai, there are 2 other members of my martial arts club. Their grades are close to the 9 elite United Schools. However, they can't reach the admission standards of the Red Cloud University. We promised that we would go to the same university together. Before Lin Feng had finished saying 2 words, Jiang Hong quickly said, "No problem, as long as you can join Red Cloud University, your 2 classmates." Red Cloud also specially recruited. Jiang Hong didn't hesitate. Merely special recruiting 2 students with average grades could be exchanged for the addition of 3 super geniuses. There was no need to consider it at all. Jiang Hong directly agreed. "We at Magic Star are equally willing," Mr. Huang said. "We at the Wall are willing too," Mr. White chimed in. Giving the same promise at the Great Wall and Magic Star, Jiang Hong was obviously nervous as she looked at Lin Feng expectantly, her heart beating fast. "Sorry, I'll choose Red Cloud University," Lin Feng said. At this time, hearing Lin Feng's precise reply, Mr. Huang and Mr. Bai's faces turned slightly cold. At this time, they finally realized that Lin Feng actually had a decision in his mind and the choice was Red Cloud. The 2 of them were competing so fiercely, just for Lin Feng to do the graft. Although there was some anger, the 2 did not show it. As one of the most recognized colleges in the country, they have the power to be able to pick different students. But for the super geniuses, they are equally qualified to choose them. There's no right or wrong in this case, just resentment. Because the addition of Lin Feng's trio was bound to make Red Cloud University the biggest winner. Mr. Lin Feng, never think about it, but don't regret it. While Mr. Bai spoke, his eyes looked towards Lin Feng and Old Ma, obviously hoping that as parents they would change Lin Feng's decision. After all, Great Wall University is recognized as the #1 school in the country. Lin Feng and Old Ma glanced at each other and politely smiled at Mr. Bai, but did not persuade him. Lin Feng was very opinionated, and since he had already decided, they wouldn't have any opinions. Seeing that the plan had failed and Lin Feng had no intention of changing it, the 2 of them, Mr. Bai and Mr. Huang, could only leave unwillingly. After the 2 left, Jiang Hong's heart, which was originally lifted, finally relaxed. "Mr. Lin Feng, I'm going to make a call to the school first. Please wait for me for a moment," Jiang Hong said to Lin Feng. She was just a teacher in the admissions office. The 100 million scholarships a year was beyond her authority, so she had to ask the leaders to sign the admission contract with Lin Feng. But she had certainty in her mind. It was extremely difficult for Red Cloud to snatch 3 super geniuses from the Great Wall and Demon Star. It could even be said that it was an unexpected blessing, and it was simply impossible for the school leaders to give up. Sure enough, as she had predicted, when she used her cell phone to call the leader of the school's enrollment office, the leader was extremely excited and surprised upon learning that the 3 of them, Lin Feng, had joined Red Cloud together. As for the scholarship of up to 100 million a year, it was actually not too much. The Great Wall and Magic Star could afford it, and Red Cloud could naturally afford it as well. As for the 2 incidental enrollment slots that Lin Feng wanted, it was no problem. Every year Red Cloud also has students who don't make the grade but pay sky-high school choice fees. It's just 2 more students. It doesn't matter. "Mr. Lin Feng, please inform students Yun Kai and Dong Yunan that my 2 colleagues are at their doorsteps, and that after signing the acceptance contract, they can directly use their cell phones to log into the college entrance examination website and directly volunteer to fill in the application." Jiang Hong hung up the phone and said to Lin Feng, at the same time looking at Lin Feng with a pair of big expectant bright eyes, if she could sign 3 super geniuses, The leader had already promised her that she would give the internship to be regularized, and the benefits and salary directly tripled. Then wait a while. Lin Feng took out his cell phone and typed quickly. It's already done. The choice is Red Cloud University. The three of us, each with a 1-year scholarship of 100 million. Gao Hai and Yang Fan can also attend Red Cloud. The people from the Red Cloud admission office are right in front of your house. You'll sign the admission contract directly. After a second, Gao Hai was the first to reply. Boss is mighty. Boss is domineering. Yang Fan didn't dare to lag behind and was the second to reply. Boss is mighty. Boss is overbearing. Dong Yunnan, to have a scholarship of 100 million new dollars. Brother Foam, you are too good. I definitely have no problem with it. But my dad is right next to me. He asked you why you chose Red Cloud and not the Great Wall or Magic Star? Obviously. The Wall and Magic Star are everyone's top choices for prestigious schools, so it's not surprising that there's such confusion. Yun Kai, got it. Red Cloud University. Yun Kai's reply was just as concise and powerful, not asking for reasons at all. Unconditionally trusting Lin Feng. Perhaps it was Yun Kai's trust in Lin Feng that made Dong Yunnan a little anxious. Soon she replied, Brother Feng, I'm not questioning you. Red Cloud can naturally do it too. It's just that my dad wants to know why. Lin Feng, there's only one reason. The campus of Red Cloud University has 2 otherworldly space gates. It's very convenient. And I can take you guys to quickly increase your strength. After a minute, Dong Yunnan replied, Got it, Boss Mighty. Apparently Dong Yunnan agreed. In fact, in Lin Feng's opinion, it was naturally better if Dong Yunnan could join Red Cloud. If he didn't agree, it didn't matter much. As long as Yun Kai could join, Red Cloud University wouldn't change the admission contract. And Lin Feng believed that as the Jiangqing Demon Spiritist Association, one of the 3 vice presidents, Dong Xiuxian, he thought that he wouldn't be so short-sighted. Having him and Yun Kai as teammates would be very helpful to Dong Yunnan. Teacher Jiang, they've all received the news. They should be signing the admission contract soon, Lin Feng said to Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong could not hide the excitement in his heart and hastily took a sip of tea. Soon, Zhang Hong's cell phone vibrated slightly. She opened it and immediately smiled. Student Lin Feng. Student Yun Kai and Dong Yunnan have already signed the admission contract. We can sign the contract as well. While speaking, Zhang Hong had already taken out an admission contract and began to fill it out. When Lin Feng signed his name and filled out the admission volunteer, Lin Feng officially became a freshman at Red Cloud University. And for him, a new journey officially began. Since becoming the top student in the college entrance examination, with a score of up to 747 points, Lin Feng has become a big household name in the country. As Lin Feng exploded across the country, he seemed to have become a manufacturer's favorite for a while. Although Lin Feng's fans and popularity are far from being able to compare to that of a professional glory star. As a high school student, Lin Feng's degree is significantly higher. Although Lin Feng had not yet refined the demonic spirit, many companies and manufacturers were ready to press their luck, trying to win back a future big star at a smaller cost. As for those manufacturers who were already interested in Lin Feng, they were even frantically contacting Yang Fan. On top of that, there were a few more new manufacturers ready to seek endorsement from Lin Feng. In this regard, Lin Feng uniformly left it to Yang Fan to handle. His requirements were simple, excluding undesirable goods such as pharmaceuticals or women's products, as well as endorsements that were too old and in harsh conditions. Other than that, Lin Feng came and went. Good things like the purple-winged spirit bug were just an example. Lin Feng didn't have the means to make such fast money again. As for when he refined the second demon spirit, he was only afraid that he would become a liar that everyone would shout at. Lin Feng estimated that, at the very least, within 3 years, no company would approach him for endorsement. Now that he could take advantage of the fame of the top student of the college entrance examination and make a fortune, how could Lin Feng let go of this heavenly opportunity? Make more money so Lin Feng could afford to feed the nightmare. Although he had recently made a hard profit and had an extra $1.8 billion of assets inside his bank card, Lin Feng didn't dare to relax at all. Because ever since he broke through the 9th stage of physical cultivation and became a martial artist, he realized that the nightmare had also become stronger and his appetite had become much bigger. Now if he didn't go hunting demonic beasts in the forest sea, Lin Feng would have to feed the nightmare a soul-nourishing pill a day. It had only been 3 short months. The nightmare's appetite had nearly doubled. And this amount of food made Lin Feng not dare to slack off in the slightest. The only thing he had to do was to make money and try to make money. Yang Fan has been very busy lately. Ever since Lin Feng became the top student in the college entrance exams, his phone calls had almost never stopped. His newest model, the one that claimed to be an ultra-long standby phone, now had to be charged twice a day or it simply didn't have enough power. Those manufacturers and companies didn't have Lin Feng's phone number and had to contact him through the martial arts forums. As Lin Feng's agent, Yang Fan received tons of calls every day. At first, Yang Fan stayed at home, but in the face of his family's astonished gazes, he went straight to the economy hotel and rented a room, calling Gao Hai and the 3 juniors from the Jianghu news agency, as well as offering his juniors a salary of 1,000 SGD a day. Thus, a small 5-person studio was officially opened. Yang Fan began to receive calls from vendors one after another since 8 o'clock in the morning, while Gao Hai began to verify the company's information. The 3 minions screened the contracts for Lin Feng, and the 5 of them had a clear division of labor, and sometimes they had to work overtime even at night, and they were so busy that they were in a daze. Although it was tiring, Yang Fan and Gao Hai were happy to work hard. With their scores, they wouldn't even be able to reach the scores of the 9 elite joint schools, but now that they were able to enter Red Cloud University, one of the 3 major hero academies, the 2 of them were as excited as if they were pumped up with chicken blood every day. They also all knew that this was the credit of Lin Feng's 3 people, but of course it was more mainly Lin Feng's credit, and they naturally had no complaints if they could work for Brother Feng, coupled with the fact that since they knew the functions they would be performing and the roles they would be playing in the martial arts society in the future, Gao Hai and Yang Fan were no longer at a loss, and had already begun to study books on business marketing, and were both adapting in advance. At only 16 years old, they were able to negotiate cooperation with so many companies, even some well-known enterprises, and although they were very busy these days, both of them felt a sense of accomplishment. In 1 week, a total of 93 manufacturers and companies wanted to seek endorsement from Lin Feng. Yang Fan 5 people selected 27 endorsement contracts from them that met Lin Feng's requirements and sent them to Lin Feng for a final decision. Afterward they checked out of the hotel room and the 5 of them had a nice big meal before heading home, ready for a good night's sleep. What's wrong? When he returned home, Yang Fan originally wanted to have a good rest, but he realized that the atmosphere in the house was depressing. Father's face was heavy sitting on the sofa smoking a cigarette. Mom's eyes were red. The table was somewhat aggrieved, and big brother and second sister also have a heavy face. Even the third brother who usually always bullies him and jokes around is also very silent. And you ask what happened? Where did you go after the college entrance exam? There's a big deal going on at home these days, and you're still out fooling around all day. When he saw Yang Fan go home, his third brother Yang Li, who was already in a bad mood, snapped. Big brother and second sister also glanced at Yang Fan with a hint of complaint in their eyes, as if they were blaming him for not understanding things. Yang Li, where I go has nothing to do with you. Don't think that just because you're 2 years older than me, you can pose as your third brother in front of me. Yang Fan frowned slightly and said in a somewhat cold tone, he doesn't have a good relationship with any of his family except his mother. As the youngest fourth brother in the family, he should have been the most favored by his brother and sister, but that was not the case. Big brother is 7 years older than Yang Fan. The two and the age difference is very big. Since childhood they cannot play together. As for the second sister and Yang Fan, they were still on good terms when they were young, but as they grew up, their relationship began to drift apart. As for the third brother, there was only a 2-year age difference between him and Yang Fan, but the relationship between the two had not been good since they were young, and was even a bit harsh. Yang Li is handsome, looks most like his father, and has excellent talent in martial arts, and has been favored by his father since he was a child. Yang Li was also very competitive. After awakening and refining the 5th grade demonic spirit, he was admitted to the Chongkong University, which was one of the 9 elite joint schools. Chongkong University was located in Zhangcheng, so Yang Li would go home on weekends. Yang Li has loved bullying Yang Fan since he was a child. Even if Yang Fan went to complain, his father never backed him up, and his mother didn't have much of a deterrent effect on Yang Li, so over time, Yang Li became more and more unscrupulous, and Yang Fan was more like his mother, and his talent was the worst among his father's 4 children, which led to him not being treated well by his father, and even for the college entrance exams, his father didn't ask about it, as if he had already given up on him. Although Yang Fan relied on Lin Feng's relationship to be specially recruited into Red Cloud University, he didn't talk to his family because he had been too busy lately and his family hadn't asked. What did you say? How dare you talk to me like that? Yang Li violently stood up from the sofa, looking a bit angry, his fists clenched all of a sudden. He had been used to bullying Yang Fan since he was a child, and he didn't expect the always rebellious Yang Fan to dare to refute him like this today. Who the hell are you to ask me to talk to you? Yang Fan sneered. Since joining the Jianghu Martial Arts Society, Yang Fan's eyesight was much higher. The originally outstandingly talented Yang Li was just that in his eyes at this time. Yang Fan was also a second-grade martial artist in his junior year this year, and Yang Fan believed that as a member of the martial arts club, as well as a freshman at Red Cloud University, he would soon be able to surpass Yang Li in terms of strength. Originally, He went against the grain simply because he didn't want to fight back, because he knew it was futile to fight back and there was no one to back him up. But it's different now. No one can just bully him. Good boy. I'd like to see what qualifications you have to be so arrogant in front of you, Yang Li said, and wanted to teach Yang Fan a lesson, but he was stopped by his big brother. Enough, don't you guys think the house is messy enough? Older brother Yang Mingza glared at Yang Li, then scolded Yang Fan. How to talk to your third brother? No big deal. Ha! Yang Fan let out a disdainful sneer. It was hilarious to be an older brother without the appearance of an older brother, and to have a younger brother to respect. As for his big brother, he couldn't really talk about any feelings. After all, the other man had never really cared for him either. Yang Ming's face changed slightly, as the eldest in the family, but he didn't expect that Yang Fan didn't even put himself in his eyes. If it wasn't for the presence of his parents, he was bound to give Yang Fan a lesson. Second sister Yang Yi observed Yang Fan somewhat strangely. She had a good sister whose brother was also in Jiangxin Middle School, so she knew that in the past 2 or 3 months, Yang Fan had a great reputation in the school and no one dared to mess with him, and the reason for that was because he was close to Lin Feng, and it seemed that the two of them had a good relationship. Yang Yi could obviously feel the changes in Yang Fan. Not only did he become more energetic, he was also more confident, but facing his third brother's outburst he even directly disliked him angrily. Even his elder brother did the same. Where did he get his backbone? The family's company is going out of business, so get out of here if you keep arguing. In the face of the three brothers' rivalry, the father, who was already distracted and upset, chided. Seeing his father angry, Yang Li also tightened up a bit. Yang Fan glanced at his father and inquired, "Dad, what happened to the company?" Yang's father glanced at his son and didn't explain. Among his many children, Yang Fan was the one he valued the least. Although Yang Fan was his youngest child, he did not have the martial arts talent of his third brother, nor the business talent of his elder brother, nor the sweet-talking and likable second sister, and had the lowest sense of existence in the family. What's the point of asking so many questions? Can you help? Third brother Yang Li couldn't help but taunt. Idiot! Yang Fan's mouth opened, but no sound came out. But by looking at his mouth, Yang Li knew what it meant. But with his father present, he had to hold back from having a fit. When the second sister saw that Yang Fan was so confident and dared to directly provoke Yang Li, her eyes flickered as if she understood something. "Xiu Fan, Dad's company has a big project payment that can't be recovered. The other party doesn't say they won't pay it back. They just say they don't have the money, and they plan to keep dragging it out. It's been dragging for 2 years now, and the company can't hold it out. It's about to go bankrupt," the second sister explained. Yang's father looked at his daughter with some surprise, wondering what she was doing explaining to Yang Fan and what was the point. "How much is owed? Who owes it?" Yang Fan asked. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. Yang Fan's self-confidence let her immediately feel that there is a game, and hastily said, "Kaiyuan Real Estate owed. The project payment is 1.2 billion, gave 500 million, and still owes 700 million. Kaiyuan Real Estate?" Yang Fan was not familiar with the name of this company, but these days, there was a real estate company that was ready to find Lin Feng's endorsement, so he should know about it. "Let me ask?" Yang Fan said, pulling out his cell phone and making a call in the astonished gaze of the whole family. "Really? You ask?" Yang Li and Yang Mingza were a bit speechless looking at Yang Fan on the phone. "Making it look like you have a fierce relationship? You're a high school senior. You haven't even stepped out into society yet. Who are you to find connections to get in touch with the leader of a tens of billions of dollars worth of real estate company?" Young's father apparently thought the same thing and didn't take it seriously. Only Yang Yi looked at Yang Fan with an expectant face, the disbelief on his father's face, the mockery and disdain of his elder and third brothers. Yang Fan was not too surprised. After all, ever since he was a child, his martial arts talent was average, and he had always been a waste of time in their eyes, so it was normal for him to distrust himself. For Yang Fan, his childhood wish was to make a career, which was also the reason why he created the Jianghu News Club at school and chose to refine the auxiliary demonic spirit, the sound-seeking beast, on the day of awakening. He wanted to let his family who looked down on him know that even if he didn't have martial arts talent, he could still accomplish something. He, Yang Fan, would not be worse than any. Now, however, he realized that he was relieved. He was much less angry at the attitude of his father and the others, except for some resentment. Joining the Jianghu Martial Arts Society, facing such supreme geniuses as Lin Feng and Yun Kai, who were about to be specially recruited into the Red Cloud University, coupled with the experience of these days, Yang Fan's eyesight was much higher. His father's accomplishments were nothing in his eyes anymore. "Hello, Manager Chen. I'm Yang Fan. Do you remember me? We contacted each other yesterday." "Huh, that's good. And it's okay. I want to ask you if you know about Kaiyuan Real Estate?" In the eyes of Yang's father and the others, the young fan at this moment was obviously a bit ridiculous. Only Yang Yi felt that young fan was different, as if there was an extra aura on him. And Manager Chen, where's the little character from? Although Yang Li was a bit surprised by young fan's change, he still didn't believe that young fan could ask for $500 million for the project. Not even his father's decades-long business connections were able to handle it, let alone his brother, who was a waste of space in his eyes. Alright, I'll take care of this matter. Don't fool around. Yang's father frowned slightly and said, in his opinion, Yang fan just couldn't get down in front of his brother and was bluffing in order not to lose face. What kind of big shot does a student know? And Manager Chen? How can a normal manager deal with a group like Kaiyuan Real Estate? Xiaofan is also anxious for you. Xiaofan, if young mother was also a bit anxious. She pulled young fan's sleeve, deeply afraid that young fan would annoy his father. Yang fan held his mother's hand and smiled slightly. He did not hang up the phone, but went on to say, it's just a small thing. My father is a new source of the company's Yangzan. There is a $500 million of the project payment. Kaiyuan Real Estate has been in arrears. I do not know the people of Kaiyuan Real Estate. I think Manager Chen is also in the real estate company. May know. That's great. With Manager Chen's help, it's naturally the best. Well, okay, then I owe you a favor. I'll wait to hear from you then. Yang fan hung up the phone and was greeted by a pair of surprised and mocking gazes. Spoken like the truth. Yang Li couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yang's father also shook his head, and in his heart, he was even more disappointed in Yang fan. It was just as well that he had no talent, but he had learned to brag, and as a businessman, he most avoided and hated such people. Mom, it's okay. Yang fan didn't explain and smiled at his mother. If it wasn't for her, this home would have nothing for him to hold on to. Ding! Suddenly, the ringtone of the cell phone rang. Yang Zhan picked up the cell phone on the coffee table. He didn't care at first, but when he saw the name of the caller, he quickly picked up the phone. Hello, Manager Gao. What? That's really thank you. Yes, or the original company. How can you please? Well, some other day when you are free I'll do the host. Yang Zhan hung up the phone and looked at young Fan with some shock and incredulity. Fan, who are you looking for? Jansen stood up, surprised. The phone call just now was from none other than Kaiyuan Real Estate. The high manager he was talking about was none other than the manager of the project department, who was notoriously difficult to deal with in the industry. He refused no matter how he invited the other party, softly or hardly, but just now he told him on the phone that he would soon arrange for the project payment to be settled for him at the finance place, saying some reasons for being in arrears for such a long time, as if deeply afraid that he would misunderstand the situation. The most unbelievable thing for him is that this high manager even opened his mouth to invite him to dinner. In the industry there can be a few people who have eaten the meal invited by the high manager, said not to go, only afraid that no one believe. What? The mockery on Yang Li's face had long been replaced by shock, and he grew his mouth, looking a bit frozen. Judging from his father's performance, it was obvious that the phone call Yang Fan had just made had an effect. Just how did Yang Fan know such a big shot? Little brother, I knew you could, Yang Yi said with some complacency. She was the only one who had expectations for Yang Fan. Yi, you know? Yang Zhan asked in a hurry, his heart somewhat dawning. No wonder Yang Yi had explained to Yang Fan earlier. Yang Yi smiled and said, I'm not really sure. It's better to ask my little brother to explain it to you. Facing his family's surprised and inquiring gazes, Yang Fan acted calmly. I joined a martial arts club, and the members of the martial arts club are Lin Feng, Yun Kai, and Dong Yunan, so that high manager doesn't dare to not give it. How do you know these three? Yang Zhan took a deep breath, and although he tried hard to maintain his calm, his words couldn't help but tremble a little. These three names, he had naturally heard of them. Lin Feng, the senior high school student, the genius Yun Kai of the transcendent family who possessed the returning demonization, Dong Xiuxian's daughter, healer Dong Yunan who refined the 8th grade siren female demon spirit. This recent week, the frequency of these three names appearing in the TV news was at least more than 100 times, more than Yi Qiu, and it was hard not to recognize them. He socializes and drinks with his business associates, and the conversation often revolves around them. This year's high school exams were much more exciting than any previous year. It was even more so for Jiangchang. Not only did it make a splash in front of the nation, but even the quality and quantity of geniuses far exceeded that of other base cities. This time, there were a full 7 recognized super geniuses in Jiangchang. 2 of them joined Great Wall University, and 1 of them was Yi Qiu. 2 joined Magic Star University. The remaining 3 super geniuses, Lin Feng, Yun Kai, and Dong Yunan, such a top-notch configuration, had joined Red Cloud University at the same time, which was out of everyone's expectation. The news media made a big deal out of it, and rumor has it that the University of Red Cloud paid a big price for a private deal early on. and Young Fan even knew them all and joined the same martial arts club. No wonder that high manager changed his attitude, deeply afraid of offending him. Although Kaiyuan Real Estate is a real estate company with a market capitalization of tens of billions of dollars, as a real estate company, it is only a small company, and its strength is actually not that strong. As the vice president of the Demon Spiritist Association, in Jiangchang, Dong Xiuxian's power is so great and strong that as long as he lets the word out, Kaiyuan Real Estate is only not far from bankruptcy. As for the transcendental family Yun clan, even if it has declined a bit over the years, the thin dead camel is bigger than a horse. No matter whether it's financial strength or connections, it is far beyond the Kaiyuan Real Estate. Give Kaiyuan a few guts, but also absolutely do not dare to offend the Yun clan. As for Lin Feng, the recent hotshot college entrance exam scholar, no group would offend such a genius if they didn't have to. Any one of Lin Feng's 3 people, Kaiyuan Real Estate wouldn't dare to easily offend, let alone 3 people. It just made Yang Zhan a bit puzzled even if he joined the same martial arts club, but a martial arts club established by a student was just for fun. How could Young Fan know such a big shot? That manager Chen even really gave him face. Fan, Dad is really thanks to you this time. Yang Zhan patted Young Fan's shoulder and sighed somewhat. He hadn't really thought that his least valued son would have a day to help himself. Without Yang Fan, in another half a month, he might really have to declare bankruptcy. Although the 500 million Kaiyuan company is not so bad as to renege on the debt, but dragged a year or two, his company absolutely collapsed. It's okay. The first time he was recognized and even encouraged by his father. For some reason, Yang Fan didn't have much joy. How much did you score on this college entrance exam? Yang Zhan remembered at this time that he still didn't know Young Fan's college entrance examination results, so he asked. Took 529. Young Fan said, 529 points? Obviously, this score was a bit out of Yang Zhan's expectation. He thought it would be just over 400 points. I broke through the 8th stage of physical cultivation. A hint of mockery permeated the corners of Young Fan's mouth. Other people's children. To take the college entrance examination, parents are concerned about nervous. After all, it is a major event concerning the future. And it's ironic that he what strength. A week after the entrance exams. And how many points he scored on the exams, as a father doesn't know. 529. Plus you can add 10 points for the second grade demon spirit you refined. That's 539. Seeing the mockery at the corner of his son's mouth, Yang Zhan, as a father, felt more or less guilty in his heart. He realized that he had really neglected this youngest son a lot. This time the admission line for Longhorn University is 574 points. You are 45 points short, but it's okay, Dad paid for this. The guilt in his heart makes Jansen decide to make it up to his son. It just so happened that this money was also what Young Fan wanted back, and it counted as a reward. Dad, think about it. Big brother Young Ziming couldn't help but say at this time. Although he was a little shocked that Young Fan knew the 3 Lin Feng and was still in the same martial arts club, he didn't care too much. He also went through the college entrance examination, so he knows that with graduation, even the best classmates, as long as they are separated, the original friendship will gradually fade with the passage of time. Lin Feng they would meet new classmates and friends and that super geniuses and ordinary people wouldn't have anything in common. Yeah Dad, 1 point from Chongqing can cost $3 million, and 45 points can cost more than $100 million. Yang Li also persuaded. In his eyes, Yang Fan's talent was so poor that even if he went to Chongqing University, it wouldn't be of much use and would be a complete waste of money. It's a good thing for little Fan to go to the long sky. It's good for his future. Besides, he still wants this money back. Mother Yang supported Young Fan to go to Chongqing. Yang Fan, what are your own plans? The son's persuasion. Yang Zhan obviously some hesitation. More than 100 million is not a small amount. If given he will also heartache for a long time. If Young Fan has talent, give it or take it. It's worth it. However, it was obvious that Young Fan did not have the talent to cultivate, which was why he hesitated. It's just that the words have already been said, and as a father, it's not good for him to backtrack directly. No need. The long sky rank is too low. I don't even care about it. Young Fan smiled. The persuasion of his elder brother and third brother had obviously made his father somewhat hesitant, which made Young Fan a little heartbroken. He was really still not valued by his father. Yang Fan, don't think that just because you helped Dad get his money back, you can be so loud, Yang Li said. He went to Long Hollow University, and it was something he was proud of. It was also why he was most valued by his father. Yang Fan was naturally upset when he belittled Chongqing so much. If Young Fan hadn't asked for $500 million back for his father and solved the family's crisis, he would have designated to give Young Fan a lesson. Yang Li, you're in front of me now, Yang Fan said while pulling out the Red Cloud University acceptance letter from his carry-on bag just like a clown. Red Cloud University? Yang Yi suddenly screamed out of breath. What? Yang Zhan grabbed the admission notice in Yang Fan's hand, and when he opened it, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Yang Li and Yang Ziming also saw Red Cloud's acceptance letter at this time, and their expressions were wonderful, full of unbelief. How could Yang Fan with 529 points be specially recruited by Red Cloud University, knowing that it was the three major hero academies? Really? Yang Li lost his voice and felt some frustration in his heart. He was the most favored in the family, precisely because he had been admitted to Chongqing University, one of the 9 elite joint schools, and both his elder brother and second sister were far inferior to him. This had always been his pride. But now, his pride was ruthlessly trampled and crushed by a single admission notice from Yang Fan. In front of the three great hero academies, the Long Sky Academy was simply not enough to look at. The three hero academies were more than just a university. That represented a class and privilege. In front of this acceptance letter, he is indeed like a clown. What do you say? Yang Fan glanced at the disoriented Yang Li and faintly said, Yang Fan, what's going on? How did you get specially recruited by Red Cloud? Yang Zhan was excited in his heart. The smile at the corner of his mouth slowly widened. He didn't expect that Yang Fan, who was least favored by himself, could be specially recruited by Red Cloud. Ah, Red Cloud. Who wouldn't think highly of his business associates if they knew his son had gotten into Red Cloud? Because of Lin Feng and the others. Yang Fan didn't explain too much as he spoke to his mother and returned to his room. After Yang Fan left, Yang Zhan and the others looked at each other, and were somewhat silent for a while. Compared to Yang Fan and Gao Hai's busyness, Lin Feng was not idle these days. For Lin Feng, fame has benefits but also troubles. Once you become famous, the world will know you. The title of top student in the college entrance examination made Lin Feng the center of the media's hot debate, and every day, reporters appeared in the district, ready to interview him. As for welcoming neighbors, they are everywhere. From 8 in the morning until dinner, the house was so crowded that those who didn't know thought his house was a chess room. At first, Lin Feng and Lao Ma were very warm reception. After all, just moved to the district, they and the neighbors are not familiar with. For this reason they deliberately bought a lot of pastries and fruits, deeply afraid of slowing down the neighbors. At the end of the day, though, both felt their faces stiffen with laughter and their throats dry. When the weekend was over and old Ma went to work, leaving Lin Feng alone, she had some trouble keeping up, so she took off the doorbell and pretended she wasn't home even when a neighbor knocked on the door, or else she had to have a breakdown. Why don't you buy a villa? I can afford it now, Lin Feng suggested. What villa to buy? This place is quite good. Lin Feng directly vetoed it upon hearing it. In Lin Feng's opinion, buying a villa is a waste of money. With that money it would be better to buy some elixirs to strengthen Lin Feng. Although he didn't have the talent to cultivate, Lin Feng knew that the expenses of a demon spirit master were much greater than a martial artist. And although Red Cloud University had promised to give Lin Feng a scholarship of $100 million a year, he didn't know if it would be enough. And for those who were already used to living in a dark, damp, small house of only 30 square feet, the current house was simply too comfortable. She and the old horse were so happy with it that they couldn't afford to move. As for the neighbors who were enthusiastic to the point of being a bit overzealous, when Lin Feng went to college, he naturally cleared up. Seeing that his mother was unwilling, Lin Feng didn't force himself. Although he had become a senior high school student, Lin Feng's lifestyle had not changed. He was about to leave home in a little over 2 months, and apart from spending more time with his family, he spent the rest of his time in Shanghai. After breaking through to become a martial artist, there were already very few demonic beasts in the Morihei that could threaten Lin Feng. With a large amount of demonic spirits feeding him, the nightmare ate well every day, and Lin Feng's cultivation speed was getting faster and faster as the nightmare became stronger. Soon, however, this rhythm of life was broken with the 27 endorsement contracts sent by Yang Fan, a total of 27 endorsement contracts, except for 2 who regretted for no reason. Lin Feng took all of them. Next, Lin Feng went out early and came back late every day, shooting advertisements and attending business events, and after nearly a month, he finally took care of everything, and 25 endorsement contracts, ranging from food to home, with endorsement years from 1 to 5 years, brought Lin Feng a total of $1.4 billion. In this regard, Lin Feng was satisfied. When Lin Feng returned home from attending the last company event, he found his mother's eyes reddened and bean-sized teardrops dripping down, while his eldest sister comforted him. Mom, what's wrong with you? Lin Feng's complexion changed and he asked in a hurry. It was the first time in all these years that he had seen his mother cry. As far as Lin Feng could remember, even 10 years ago, when that man left the house, his mother was just disheveled and cried for half a year. After that, my mother became very strong. Even if her work did not go well, even if life was hard and tough, in front of them, My mother never faced with a smile. And what could make her sad? How now? Who bullied you? Lin Feng's fists clenched and a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. There weren't many things in this world that Lin Feng cared about. He doesn't care if the world is peaceful. He doesn't care about fame and money. Those are just tools. What he really cares about is if his family is happy. Family is Lin Feng's scales. If anyone tried to harm them, Lin Feng would reveal his most insane and tyrannical side. It's okay. No one is bullying Mom. It's Mom who just got a call from her great uncle. For some reason, seeing her brother's eyes at this moment, Lin Kuro's heart trembled slightly. Her body stiffened and chilled a little, and she hurriedly explained. She didn't realize that it was Lin Feng's killing intent that was sending chills down her spine. The current Lin Feng was a recognized super genius, but in everyone's eyes, he was just a student who hadn't yet gone through the experience. But they didn't realize that once upon a time, Lin Feng had survived from a mountain of corpses and blood, and hundreds of enemies and demonic beasts had died at his hands. Although his hands were not yet covered in blood now, the killing intent had long since penetrated into his soul. Great uncle? Lin Feng frowned slightly. Regarding his mom's relatives, Lin Feng knew something about them, but had never come into contact with them. After the man had left the house in the first place, his mother, who had spent all her savings and had been unable to find a job, had taken the siblings and brought them outside the door of what seemed to him to be an imposing gates. But the three stood at the door, hesitant to enter in the face of security guards' wariness and the strange stares of others. Lin Feng didn't know at the time whose home it was. He only knew that it was guarded by a lot of soldiers in military uniforms, and that only people with status and position could live there. Later, his big sister secretly told him it was Grandpa's house. At the time, Lin Feng did not understand why his mother was afraid to enter his father's house. But when he grew up, Lin Feng vaguely understood that it should be that his mother did not dare to go back. Although Lin Feng had never returned to that place, he knew that it was a villa area called Zidong Beiyuan, which belonged to the Jiangcheng military and where high-ranking officials lived. Lin Feng guessed that his grandfather was probably a soldier. A soldier who could afford to live in a villa was only afraid that the lowest rank would be Major General. At that time, Lin Feng was still very young and didn't know any better. But from his big sister's words, he guessed that at that time, when his mother was with that man, Grandpa didn't agree. They probably eloped. For a soldier, with a life of military service and a very strict upbringing, it was bound to be a matter of extreme shame and anger that his daughter should run away with a man against him. And for the mother, against her father's wishes, she ended up giving everything she had in return for abandonment. Perhaps it was because of this that the mother stood in the doorway and hesitated for a long time, eventually not having the courage to face it. Did you see the news? Lin Feng thought darkly in his heart. In their last life, the family had never dealt with Grandpa's family. Most likely Grandpa's family saw the TV, which is how they were contacted. In response, Lin Feng was in a calm mood and did not have the joy and excitement of being about to meet his loved ones. In Lin Feng's opinion, being in the same Jiangcheng city, with his grandfather's status, it wasn't difficult to find his mother if he had the intention, but the reality was that he didn't. They were as strangers who had never met. Little Wind, tomorrow is your grandfather's 70th birthday. Your great-uncle called me and wants me to take you and your sister back. What do you think? Lin Feng asked her son with reddened eyes. It's clear that she wants to go but is too scared to face it, along with some concern that her son won't approve. Go on then, and later we'll go out and pick out a present. Lin Feng sat beside his mother, whose uncertainty and uneasiness caused him some heartache. Gently drying his mother's tears with his hand, Lin Feng smiled and said, Mom, you don't have to worry, no matter what happened before, but your son is the top student of the National College Entrance Examination. Who would dare to look down on us? Right, who dares to look down on us? Lin Kuro also laughed. His younger brother is now known nationwide, and even the media has said that he will be a future all-star player in the Glory Pro League. Lin Kuro knew that it had only been a month and Lin Feng had made more than $1 billion endorsing advertisements. So who dared to underestimate them? Who was qualified to underestimate them? Well, Mom listens to you. Seeing her sons and daughters say so, Lin Feng finally felt a lot more at ease, no longer so uncertain. With a hint of relief smile on her face, her son, who has always been her dependence and her greatest pride, and seeing his mother smile, Lin Feng smiled back. His favorite thing to see was his mother's smile. No matter what troubles or difficulties, they all seemed insignificant in front of that smile. The next day, as night fell, the sky was filled with stars dotting the deep blue sky. At 7 o'clock, in Zidong Beiyuan, which was located in the southeast of Jiangcheng, a colorful limousine flashed with nobility and slowly drove into the basement in an orderly manner under the command of uniformed soldiers. Guys, there are a lot of people today, so pay more attention. Got it, Captain. Because they were notified in advance. As escorts, they knew that these people had the same destination, and that was to head to the Lin family. to attend old General Lin's 70th birthday. Although elder General Lin was already over 70 years old, for a powerful martial artist with strong chi and blood, this age was still in his prime. The old general had spent his entire life in the military, joining the army at the age of 20, and after 50 years of military service, he was still active in the military world today, one of the 37 major generals of Zhangcheng, holding the position of deputy chief of the Zhangcheng Guards. For this old General Lin, as soldiers, they also respected him. Although he was not General Lin's soldier, it was well known that General Lin not only defied life and death to protect his family and country, but his family's teachings were even more notoriously strict. To his family, he was not only a man of his word, but even a bit unsympathetic. Old General Lin had once said that no one who was his child or descendant should be allowed to use his name to gain benefits. If a mistake of principle was touched, no matter who it was and how favored they were, they would be severely punished, and in serious cases, they would even be kicked out of the family by him. Last year, old General Lin broke one of his 7 sons' legs and then kicked him out of the house, and even publicly announced that he had severed his father-son relationship. Perhaps it is this kind of tutelage that has led to General Lin's sons and daughters being in awe and even fear of their father. But each one of them is very successful, and many of them are active in both the military and the political arena, with many of them holding important positions. There have also been some who have gone into business, and all of them have achieved notable success. In Zhangcheng, although the Lin family could not be compared to the top families, it was not comparable to ordinary families either. Now that they had heard about old General Lin's birthday, those who had received the news carried gifts and came to congratulate him. The people who came to celebrate the birthday were either rich or wealthy, with different purposes. Some of them were to develop connections. After all, many big names in Zhangcheng would be coming to celebrate their birthday today. And of course, some were personal relationships, and some admired old General Lin's character and simply came to celebrate his birthday. Elder Zhang, you're here, please come in. My father has been chanting about you lately. Your dad's big birthday. I have to come even if I'm far away. Why did you kid gain weight again? Even if you don't practice martial arts, you have to be careful of the 3 highs. Outside the high-ceilinged foyer, the green-gray stone stacked gate is 4 square, with distinctive corners, and a majesty in its grandeur. Elder Zhang is right. I've been on a diet recently, but it's not very effective. At the gate, Lin Anbang greeted guests who came to congratulate him from time to time. As the oldest son of General Lin, Lin Anban was 48 years old this year, with a body type that was clearly middle-aged and blossoming, and a stomach that looked like it was already showing signs of being 7 or 8 months old. Although he was teased about his figure from time to time, Lin Anban was not angry and even laughed at himself twice with a smile on his face. Isn't the 5th sister coming today? Although Lin Anban was receiving guests, his eyes kept searching through the crowd. Big brother, you're so bold today, daring to make a private decision. Are you really not afraid that the old man will just flip out? Regarding his elder brother's behavior of not informing and directly deciding beforehand, Lin Xinyuan, who was the 3rd oldest among the 9 siblings, said with some concern, "You have to know that with the old man's character, if he gets mad, he doesn't care how old you are and how many children's dads you are. Catching you is a brutal beating. That's not a simple lesson. It's a real one, and if you're not careful, there's a good chance you won't be able to get out of bed for 10 days and a half months. Right, old Lin? Today is the old master's big birthday. You shouldn't be a jerk." A middle-aged woman with a pretty face and wearing a flashy gown also persuaded. Lin Anban was somewhat unimpressed by his wife's and 3rd brother's persuasion and said, "It was hard for me to find the 5th sister. Why are you guys talking about demoralizing words? Besides, today is the old man's big birthday. So many guests, in front of his comrades and old leaders. How could he flip out?" Speaking of this, Lin Anbang straightened his collar, confidently said unusual birthdays old master are not. At most, the whole family to eat a meal. This once in a decade will be a big birthday. Such a good opportunity to miss can be no more. I said that the old man's big birthday this year why you are so active, and also invited all of his old comrades and leaders. So it was this intention, Lin Xinyuan said with some sudden realization. For his 5th sister, he also hadn't seen her for more than 20 years and naturally missed her. "Dad, aren't you going to surprise me today? It's not going to be Auntie 5, is it?" Beside Lin Anbang stood an inch-haired teenager around 16 years old. The teenager was wearing a set of black sportswear, well-proportioned body, red lips and white teeth, bright eyes. Through a trace of agitation and childishness, some crooked lips from time to time hooked up a hint of a bad smile. Overall counted as a small handsome boy. "That's not true. I found a boss for you. With him covering you, you can let yourself go in Red Cloud University." Lin Anbang touched his son's inches. His hand felt really good. Lin Xiaofei was a little confused. Originally thought that when he got into Red Cloud University, His dad was going to send him a car. How come he was looking for a boss for himself? Boss? Dad, you might as well find me a girlfriend practically. Don't you know your son's strength? Who has that qualification to cover me? Lin Xiaofei stretched out his index finger and shook it in front of Lin Anbang, saying with some pride, with his strength of the 9th stage of physical cultivation, refining demonic spirits as high as the 8th grade, even in Red Cloud University, he would only belong to the ranks of experts. Ha ha, although your kid's strength is good, but in front of a true genius, it's still a bit short. Don't be so arrogant. I hope that when the time comes, you still have the courage to say that, Lin Anbang said with some amusement. At this moment he was looking forward to the expression on his son's face when he saw Lin Feng. In fact, Lin Anbang wasn't unaware of his father's temperament. He dared to make the first move. Apart from the presence of guests, it was more because of Lin Feng. Even if father was angry with fifth sister, in the face of such a promising grandson, I'm afraid he wouldn't just drive him away. Aside from missing his fifth sister, it was undeniable that he had some selfishness as well. As he said to his son, Lin Anbang did want to find a boss for his son. As a father, Lin Anbang knew his son Lin Xiaofei very well. Lin Xiaofei was able to get into Red Cloud University on his own, so he naturally had talent. But with his talent and strength, in front of the true sons of heaven at Red Cloud University, that was really a bit of a rank. Coupled with the fact that Lin Xiaofei's personality was a bit jumpy and not mature enough, as a father he was actually worried. If not for being a military family, Lin Anbang had instead wished for his son to be admitted to Magic Star instead of Red Cloud. Of the 3 major hero academies, although Red Cloud University was at the bottom of the list in terms of fame and overall strength, it didn't mean that Red Cloud students were weaker. Compared to the Great Wall and the Demon Star, the only advantage of Red Cloud University was that there were 2 otherworldly space gates within the campus, and as long as one was a student, one could enter the otherworldly world at any time to venture out and hunt demonic beasts. It was also for this reason that Red Cloud students were stronger in actual combat, which corresponded to a high casualty rate, the highest of the 3 hero academies. Although Lin Anbang did not cultivate martial arts, he was well informed as a businessman. He had investigated Lin Feng in depth after accidentally learning that he was the 5th sister's child. It wasn't a secret that Lin Feng had a relationship with Yun Kai and Dong Yunan at school, plus the fact that the 3 of them were admitted to Red Cloud University together. Any idiot would know that it wasn't a coincidence. There was no doubt that if Lin Feng took care of him, Lin Xiaofei would be able to walk completely sideways in Red Cloud University. If they entered the other world, if they were in a squad with Lin Feng, their safety would be guaranteed, and they would be able to improve their strength faster. In Zhangchang, although their Lin family had a certain status, when it came to Red Cloud University, they couldn't help Lin Xiaofei. Really? Lin Xiaofei was a bit unconvinced, but his father didn't look like he was fooling around, so he didn't retort, but only muttered, "Big brother, don't worry about Fei's surprise first. How did you find 5th sister? How is she doing in Shangjing? How many children has she given birth to? Just tell me in advance." Big brother, Lin Xingyuan pressed Lin Anbang's stomach and asked with a smile as he rocked like a wave. Pop. Lin Anbang flung Lin Xingyuan's hand open, looked around and said in a bad mood in front of so many people, "Pay attention to your image. If the 5th sister came today, you'll naturally know. Didn't come later." After saying that, Lin Anbang still hadn't discovered Lin Feng's figure and sighed in his heart. If it wasn't for an accident, he wouldn't have known that his 5th sister wasn't in Shangjing, but in Zhangchang, in the same city as them. If she had known, she wouldn't have suffered so much. Big brother, let's go. Seeing that there were no more guests and the birthday banquet was about to start, Lin Xingyuan said, "Hey." Lin Anbang was still a little undecided, and waited a little longer by himself until his father's neutral voice came from far away, and only then did he reluctantly walk into the villa. He didn't realize that not far away, 3 figures were slowly walking. Chapter 101. The atmosphere is frozen. The villa was bustling with activity, and since the birthday banquet hadn't officially begun yet, everyone looked for the right circle to make small talk, and as an old man appeared, the people quieted slightly and turned their gazes to him. The old man was dressed in an unusual dark green uniform with a red lapel pin on his collar. The old man's country face, a head of short black hair, slightly tan skin contours, although not very tall, but strong physique, stout and powerful, like a mountain, like a tower, straight spine like a lance, standing proudly, high nose, under the 2 thick eyebrows, majestic firm eyes, full of masculinity, so that many people's hearts solemn. He had the characteristic air of a soldier, serious and cold. "Dad, if you say a few words, the birthday banquet will begin so I can arrange for the food to be served." Lin Anbang came to the old man's side and said. At the same time, his eyes searched the crowd, but unfortunately found nothing. "You kid, hurry up and serve the food." It's that time of the day. Lin Yuanshan glared at his son, disgruntled. It's just a normal birthday. Why make it so grand? If there weren't comrades in arms and close friends he hadn't seen in years, he would have inevitably reprimanded Lin Hanbang. Lin Hanbang was helpless in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it. In front of the old man, he could only nod obediently. Thank you so much for coming to my big birthday. Everyone eat and drink well. Seeing his son leave, Lin Yuanshan glanced at the bustling hall and opened his mouth, his voice transmitting a hint of bravado and dominance. General Lin, as it should be. Old man, I must dunk you today. Right. We have to make a clean break today. We can't cheat with spiritual energy this time. There were quite a few old men in military uniforms who opened their mouths and laughed. Come on then, you losers. Lin Yuanshan laughed and scolded. Although he was dissatisfied with his son, he was obviously happy to meet his comrade and old friend after a long time. And at that moment, the waiters specially invited from the hotel began to serve the food, and the atmosphere was even more lively as the wine went in and out. On the other side, a young girl with a watermelon head was playing with her cell phone with a bored face. Dong Yunan, the food is being served. Can you stop playing with your cell phone all the time? Dong Xiaoxian looked at his daughter and slightly reprimanded her. Since the college entrance examination, his daughter has been like a housewife, staying at home every day, and today he brought his daughter to congratulate her on her birthday, with the intention of letting her make more friends. How boring not to play on the phone. Dong Yunan raised his head, picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the food, and proceeded to play with his cell phone. This made Dong Xiaoxian look helpless. On the side, a man smiled at Dong Xiaoxian and said it's normal for children to like playing with cell phones. My son is the same. Maybe there are common topics. While saying that, the man signaled to a teenager around 16 years old, who hurriedly asked Dong Yunan, what game are you playing? No games, just a simple chat. Dong Yunan looked up and muttered in his mind that he was not handsome, so he said somewhat perfunctorily. The teenager clearly sensed Dong Yunan's perfunctory behavior and somewhat resentfully dared not open his mouth. The boy, seeing this scene, Dong Xiaoxian felt a bit amused, but he didn't mean to blame Dong Yunan. Although old Huang's son had also been admitted to Red Cloud University, his talent could only be considered excellent, and if he wanted to chase after his daughter, he was still somewhat unqualified. Since coming into contact with a teenager like Lin Feng, Dong Xiaoxian's vision was much higher. It's a pity that the kid doesn't seem to be too keen on his precious daughter. Otherwise it would be nice to be his son-in-law. President Dong, it's still you who are blessed. Although this kid of mine has also been admitted to Red Cloud, he can't have a scholarship, so if possible, I'll have to trouble your precious daughter to take care of her for a moment or two. Old Huang politely said to Dong Xiaoxian with his wine glass. The preciousness of a therapist cannot be overstated, and there is no doubt that one's son's safety would be greatly assured if he were in the care of a therapist. Furthermore, it is now being rumored that Dong Xiaoxian's daughter is very close to Lin Feng and Yun Kai, so if she takes care of her, there will naturally be a lot of benefits. Old Huang, you're too polite. Well, that's right, tell them to leave a contact. They're all old folks, they should help each other when they get to Red Cloud. Dong Xiaoxian also took a sip of wine and signaled his daughter with his eyes. Although Dong Yunan is a little reluctant, but do not dare to disobey his father, or took out his cell phone and the teenager added contact information. Happy birthday to you. Just then, the music started and Dong Xiaoxian shifted his eyes, only to see a group of people pushing a cake in front of General Lin Lao. Happy birthday, Dad. Happy birthday, Grandpa. Happy birthday, Grandpa. Grandpa, blow on the cake. I'm starving. Lin Anbang and his younger siblings stood in front of the old man and congratulated him. A group of children, on the other hand, were looking at the cake with glowing eyes. One of them, a 6-year-old girl, even pulled Lin Yuanshan's hand and pouted. Okay, Grandpa will blow out the candles in a minute, and you guys don't want to do this kind of ceremony in the future. As a soldier, the old man was obviously a little uncomfortable with the ritual of blowing out the candles. Just a gentle wave of his hand and the 7 candles went out at once. That's okay? Such a way of blowing out the candles made Lin Anbang and the others look at each other, speechless. Yay, cake. The kids obviously didn't care how they blew out the candles and cut the cake right in the middle of the cheering. Dad, have a happy birthday and get younger and younger. As the oldest son, Lim Anpang was the first to present his gift. Aha! Lin Yuanshan casually took it and had no intention of opening it. He was more looking forward to drinking with his comrades than the gift. After Lin Anbang, Lin Xinyuan and the others also went up to say their blessings and then presented gifts. Old Lin, this bottle is my gift to you. A good wine that has been treasured for 50 years. Drink it today. At the same time, Lin Yuanshan's comrades and friends, as well as friends or business partners of Lin Anbang and others, all sent gifts one by one. None of the gifts were worth anything either, because based on past lessons, If a gift was worth more than $10,000, it would be returned straight away, and there was even the possibility of getting a nasty scolding. One by one, the people got up and lined up to give their gifts. Dong Xiaoxian didn't want to line up and only left his seat when he saw that there was almost no one left. Happy birthday, General Lin. Dong Xiaoxian presented the gift and smiled. President Dong. Thank you. Facing Dong Xiaoxian, whose status and position was not lower than his, Lin Yuanshan also stood up and politely said, although he was older, the world of the martial artist where the strongest were honored. Dong Xiaoxian was stronger than him, so he naturally couldn't take a stand. You're welcome. After a few words of polite chit-chat, Dong Xiaoxian was ready to leave, but when he turned around to see a woman behind him, his footsteps gave a slight lurch. Ha! Dong Xiaoxian let out a light eep. He thought there was something familiar about the woman, although the other party's head was slightly lowered. From the outline that was vaguely revealed, the corners of those eyebrows and features were very similar to a teenager. On top of that, the woman's appearance also seemed to bear some resemblance to old General Lin. It's just that old General Lin had 6 sons and 3 daughters, each of whom he knew. Obviously the woman in front of her did not belong to one of them. Somehow, in Dong Xiaoxian's opinion, there was something strange about this woman. Not only was her head lowered, but her body was trembling slightly. When she arrived in front of Elder General Lin, she, who had presented the gift, did not say a word of congratulations and turned around to leave. You wait. Seeing the woman, Lin Yuanshan originally did not care. Because of the woman's lowered head, he could not see the other party's appearance, thinking that it was just an ordinary guest, except that the trembling of the woman's body made him a bit strange, so he looked at it twice more. At this look, his face changed. His face, which was still slightly smiling, sank, and the originally pleasant atmosphere seemed to have been frozen in an instant. Chapter 102 Impressions. It's the 5th sister. At this time, Lin Anbang recognized Lin Fong at a glance and looked a little excited. He had been looking for her since the birthday banquet, and he had been disappointed, but he hadn't expected the surprise to come so suddenly. Has my nephew come yet? Lin Anbang's eyes searched through the crowd, but he didn't find Lin Feng's figure, so he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed and worried in his heart. If Lin Feng wasn't there, things would be a little bad. Is it the 5th sister? Lin Xinyuan hurriedly inquired to Lin Anbang, who nodded his head while looking for Lin Feng in the crowd. What 5th sister? Ji Feng? Ji Feng has returned from Shanjing? It's 5th sister. Really? 5th sister really came back. Big brother, you're not lying to me. Hearing the elder brother say this, all the rest of the siblings were excited at this time, except for Lin Xinyuan. Many of them didn't know about it. 5 sisters, my 5 sisters, the 7th sister, who originally had the best relationship with Lin Feng and was also a wife, even cried out and couldn't help but rush towards Lin Feng, but was pulled back by Lin Xinyuan. Wait, the old master hasn't nodded yet, Lin Xinyuan hurriedly advised. He was excited about the arrival of the 5th sister, but he knew that if his father had not yet agreed to the 5th sister's return home, they might instead add fuel to the fire. And at that moment, the guests whispered, and they too noticed the unusual atmosphere at that moment. What's going on? Who is that woman? Is it old General Lin's daughter? But how come I've never seen it before? Obviously that woman and old General Lin knew each other, but they didn't know what their relationship was? Lift your head. Lin Yuanshan's gaze was tightly focused on Lin Feng and his tone was serious. He had not expected that on the day of his 70th birthday, his daughter, who had disappeared for 25 years, would so suddenly appear before him. Dad, Lin Feng recited in her heart but never dared to raise her head. Originally she only wanted to secretly deliver the gift and then leave. Although she was looking forward to seeing her father and her long-lost family, she was terrified in her heart of having to face her father, who was always stern. She wondered if her father would ever forgive her. At the same time she was worried that she would spoil her father's 70th birthday. In Lin Feng's eyes, her father was as lofty as a mountain, which she was too timid to climb. Her body trembled even more out of fear. She tried hard to control it, but to no avail, and the serious tone of her father's voice made Lin Feng wince. A single crystallized tear fell, and her body's weakness and powerlessness caused Lin Feng to resist collapsing to the ground. 5th sister. Seeing Lin Feng's face pale under his father's questioning, looking like he was about to collapse, Lin Anbang, although he was in awe of his father, he was even more intolerant. He wanted to go forward to help him, but stopped in his tracks at his father's voice of rebuke. Stop, Lin Jifeng, raise your head. You dared to disobey me in the beginning. Now you don't even have the courage to raise your head? Lin Yuanshan's hands trembled slightly. His eyes were a little complicated, but his voice was even colder and angrier. He was even more angry that his daughter had never returned home in 25 years, not even for a phone call to say hello. than that she had disobeyed him and left without saying goodbye. Once upon a time, Lin Jifeng was well behaved and understanding, and was his most favored daughter, but she disappointed him the most. At that time, Lin Jifeng brought her boyfriend home, and as a soldier's man he could tell at once that although the other party had outstanding talent, his heart was not good, so he stopped it. But it did not occur to him that his daughter, who had always been very obedient, would disobey him and even run away from home, and this time she ran away for 25 years. He had searched for it, but the name Lin Jifeng was as good as gone from this world. He had also asked his comrades far away in Shangjing to look for him, but he found nothing, and over time, he gradually gave up. Lin Feng tried to raise her head, but somehow lost control of her body. At this time, she was like a lonely boat in the sea, facing the shocking waves, at any time may be overthrown. The uncertainty and fear made Lin Feng feel as if she had fallen into an abyss, until a familiar voice rang out and her world gradually regained its brightness and calmness. "Mom!" The teenager's confident and loud shouts broke the originally oppressive and silent atmosphere, and everyone's eyes locked onto the teenager who was walking quickly. The teenager was about 16 years old, with a slender body, white shirt with black casual pants, simple dress, but because of the handsome appearance, it became somewhat uncomplicated. Under the gaze of hundreds of people, that teenager was confident and calm. His pitch-black eyes were flat and indifferent, and at this moment, it was as if he had his own halo, attracting everyone's attention. Lin Feng? Lin Feng, the senior high school student? That woman is his mother. So what's the relationship between Lin Feng and old General Lin? Grandson? No way? At this moment, the scene seemed to stir a little. Everyone instantly recognized this nationally known teenager, the top student of the college entrance exam. And many young girls even exclaimed in shock, "Looking a little crazy. Why is Brother Feng here?" Dong Yunan, who was still looking bored, stood up and said in surprise, "Mom, not feeling well?" Lin Feng didn't pay any attention to the stares and comments of the crowd. He came to his mother, surrounded her with his right hand, lowered his head and asked with concern, "Can we go?" Lin Feng's tone was gentle. He could feel the trembling and stiffness in his mother's body, and she was clearly fearful of Grandpa, which made him heartbroken and a little angry at the same time. No one could bully his mother, not even his grandfather. Lin Feng looked up. This was the first time he had seen his grandfather, but at this moment, his eyes exuded a stern light that made people somewhat afraid to look directly at him. Lin Feng? Looking at the teenager in front of him, Lin Yuanshan's complexion was permeated with a hint of surprise. He was naturally no stranger to Lin Feng. It was just that he would never have thought that Lin Feng would be his grandson. "Lin Feng, why is your last name Lin?" Lin Yuanshan frowned slightly, puzzled in his heart, but in the face of the teenager looking at him with a stern gaze, he said a good boy in his heart, and his eyes narrowed slightly, his eyes equally stern. Originally, he thought that Lin Feng would soon be defeated. As a major general, he has been in the military since he graduated from college at the age of 20. In 50 years of military service, thousands of enemies died at his hands, and the average person wouldn't even dare to look him in the eye. Under his gaze, even some mercenaries who had spent years in other worlds and wandered between life and death would subconsciously dodge. But he didn't expect that in the face of his gaze. This grandson of his not only didn't dodge in the slightest, but from the aura alone he was not even weak. And that pair of dark eyes vaguely flashed a murderous and evil intent. Why is there such a strong killing intent on his body? Lin Yuanshan was somewhat appalled in his heart. A moment ago, under the pressure of his aura, a strong bloody aura had unexpectedly emerged from Lin Feng. Lin Yuanshan also knew that this aura had appeared passively because of his oppression and was not directed at him, but it was definitely murderous. He would never be mistaken. How could just a 16-year-old teenager, who had just finished his college entrance exams, have such a terrifying killing aura? He's definitely killed someone, and not just one. There should be many. Lin Yuanshan realized that he was somewhat unable to see through Lin Feng, and underneath that killing intent, there was a faint hint of evil intent. This trace of evil intent, more so than the killing intent, made him a little frightened, and this feeling made him very uncomfortable. The first time they came into contact, Lin Feng did not give Lin Yuanshan a good impression. Chapter 103, Hugging the Thigh. Although the first impression was a bit less than favorable, even Lin Yuanshan, who was a general, had to admit Lin Feng's excellence. Even with all the nitpicking, the light of the teenager in front of him couldn't be easily overshadowed. At only 16 years old, a first-grade martial artist, a martial arts genius, with an even rarer combat talent, holding the title of strongest high school student, plus becoming the nation's top student in the college entrance exams, all of this had already made him famous throughout the country. As the TV media and the Glory Rookie List gave their assessment, the day this teenager succeeded in refining the Earth-ranking demon spirit, he would become a true son of glory. and the whole country would open the way for him. Although he seems a bit cold, he has a real heart for his mother. Lin Yuanshan didn't know why a teenager would have such a terrifying killing intent and evil intent, but the heartache and anger in Lin Feng's eyes at this moment touched him somewhat slightly. He didn't have the slightest doubt that if he wasn't concerned about his mother, this teenager would absolutely dare to flip right out with him. Lin Feng is my nephew? My nephew is a high school senior? Am I not dreaming? Big brother, do you remember when I told you that Lin Feng and fifth sister looked alike and you still didn't believe me? It's true that my vision is the most accurate. Crap, the old man's not going to do anything, is he? Lin Anbang and the others were obviously very surprised by Lin Feng's appearance, but they couldn't help but feel a little worried after seeing the old man and Lin Feng sharply locking eyes. The old man's temper was notoriously stubborn, but it was clear that Lin Feng was not a character to be messed with either. These two grandparents and grandchildren meeting for the first time are clearly bearing it out with their eyes, neither one of them willing to show any weakness. Student Lin Feng, long time no see. Just as Lin Feng and Lin Yuanshan were not giving way to each other and the atmosphere was somewhat deadlocked, Dong Xiuxian's voice rang out, his gaze hovering over Lin Yuanshan and Lin Feng. Doesn't this Lin Feng come from a commoner's village? How did you get involved with General Lin? By the looks of it, it's not just any relative. President Dong, long time no see. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze obediently and nodded politely. Although Lin Feng treated Dong Xiuxian with respect, his posture and tone was clearly not that of a junior, which made Lin Yuanshan a little surprised. But what really surprised Lin Yuanshan was that Dong Xiuxian didn't seem to care about it, knowing that if he didn't look at his age, with Dong Xiuxian's strength, his position would still be above him, and a 16-year-old was actually talking to Dong Xiuxian on an equal footing? As for old General Lin's surprise, Dong Xiuxian saw it in his eyes, but felt that it was normal. In two short encounters, Lin Feng's maturity and mannerisms were so far beyond those of his age that it was easy to forget his actual age. And with the purple-winged spirit worm, he made 1.7 billion Singapore dollars in just 2 months, which made him a hard-earned profit when he was on the verge of bankruptcy. This is thanks to the blessing of Lin Feng. From Dong Yunan he also learned that taking advantage of the hotness of the high school entrance exam, Lin Feng had endorsed more than 20 advertisements in a month's time, raking in a whopping $1.4 billion in advertisement fees, together with the 1 billion he had originally given to Lin Feng, and the more than 300 million that Lin Feng had originally sold from his collection of purple-winged spirit insects. This teenager, whose fortune was already approaching 3 billion, was even more than his current fortune. As for Lin Feng, as the president of the Jianghu Martial Arts Club, in Red Cloud University, his precious daughter would have to trouble Lin Feng to take care of her. From the other side, Dong Xiuxian still had to flatter Lin Feng, so he really couldn't treat him as a junior. Student Lin Feng and old General Lin this? Dong Xiuxian asked curiously, actually already having an answer in his heart. Lin Feng didn't answer directly. Instead he looked at Lin Yuanshan. It depends on what General Lin wants. The teenager's unassuming reply made Lin Yuanshan couldn't help but look at Lin Feng one more time. Not only was he facing Dong Xiuxian, but even when he was facing him, his grandfather, Lin Feng acted confidently and calmly, as if he had a lot of confidence. I have to say, that's a very mechanistic answer, neither fawning nor showing weakness, but at the same time expressing his respect as an elder, turning passivity into initiative. Obviously the teenager is not only exceptionally talented, but also intelligent. This caused a trace of appreciation to flash in the eyes of Lin Yuanshan, who had a somewhat bad first impression of Lin Feng. President Dong, I'll have a drink with you later. Lin Yuanshan likewise didn't answer directly, but changed the subject. Dong Xiuxian didn't care about this. He smiled slightly. He patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said with a smile, Yunan is here too. She's getting bored. Take care of your mom. You can come over and have a drink or two when you have time. To outsiders, the two are clearly close. Lin Feng nodded his head, and when he saw that his mother's body gradually stopped trembling and recovered a bit, he asked, Mom, want to go home? Go home to what? This is your mom's house. Lin Anbang, who had been not far away, couldn't help but step forward and pretend to reprimand, while secretly observing his father's expression. Lin Yuanshan, who heard this, frowned slightly, but didn't object, which caused him to let out a slight sigh of relief. Fifth sister. With a cry, a figure rushed violently to Lin Feng and took her into her arms. Little sister. When Lin Feng looked up, she had long since burst into tears, and she cried and laughed at the same time when she saw her seventh sister, who had once had the best relationship for a long time. Ji Feng, I'm your third brother. Do you still recognize me? Lin Xinyuan couldn't wait to ask, and the rest of his siblings surrounded Lin Feng, telling him how much they missed him. They didn't ask any other questions. They had more or less guessed from Lin Feng's surname and experience. Shi Feng? Mother's nickname? Lin Feng was a bit puzzled. Little Feng, I'm your great-uncle. This is my son, Lin Xiaofei. After chatting with his sister, Lin Anbang brought his son to Lin Feng and said with a smile, "Great-uncle." Lin Feng nodded his head in greeting, after seeing the happiness and joy that flowed from his mother's face. Although there was some dissatisfaction towards the Lin family, even for the sake of his mother, Lin Feng couldn't show it. Seeing Lin Feng call himself great-uncle, Lin Hanbang's mouth was almost smiling. Although he had many nephews, there was only one that was so outstanding. Lin Hanbang touched his son's inch-head little Fei. "Call cousin. He was born in April, 2 months older than you, cousin." At this time, Lin Xiaofei, who was still a bit confused, hurriedly said, a hint of fervor and adoration in his eyes. It was at this point that he finally realized why he had been given a boss, and when confronted with his bravado, his dad wore an expression of waiting to see what would happen. Lin Xiaofei was somewhat confident in his own talent and strength, but that had to be judged by whom? In front of Lin Feng, he really was a younger brother. If it wasn't for the fact that today was his grandfather's big birthday, not his father's, Lin Xiaofei would have had to kowtow to Lin Anbang. That's more than getting yourself a boss. That's getting yourself a big brother. Rumor has it that he's also Yun Kai and Dong Yunan's big brother. With these 3 people covering him, he was not walking horizontally in Red Cloud. If we can form a squad with them, then if we can hunt demonic beasts in the other world, the speed of cultivation would not be. The more he thought about it, the more excited Lin Xiaofei became. He didn't care if his grandfather recognized his 5th aunt. Anyway, this thigh. He hugged it. Chapter 104, Can't Get Off the Stage. Lin Feng couldn't understand why this inch-haired cousin was so excited to see him. Could it be a fan of your own cousin? Lin Feng greeted back. Seeing Lin Feng call himself his cousin, Lin Xiaofei's mouth smiled even more crookedly, just like his father's. It was as if he foresaw the beginning of his good college life. Cousin is happy to see you. First time meeting, let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Xiaofei. I entered Red Cloud University this year just like you, Lin Xiaofei said quickly. Although they had met for the first time, Lin Feng could see that this cousin was clearly of a self-possessed character. When are you going to school, cousin? Can we go together then? That's kinda coincidental. The date is still uncertain. At this moment, Lin Feng more or less understood why Lin Xiaofei was so excited. Lin Feng glanced at Lin Anbang and a thought flashed through his mind. But he didn't care. Brother Wind, what brings you here? Just then, Dong Yunan appeared in front of Lin Feng with a surprised look on his face. Came to congratulate the same as you. Lin Feng rubbed Dong Yunan's head and didn't explain too much. Although she was the same age, Dong Yunan was like a younger sister in front of Lin Feng. Sure enough, it's a biggie. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiaofei secretly said in his heart. Although the Lin and Dong families were not considered to be worldly friends, their relationship was quite okay. Dong Xiaomei he naturally recognized, but unfortunately it wasn't pretty. And although it was somewhat cute, it wasn't his favorite type, and their personalities didn't get along, so their relationship was average. After the college entrance exam, after learning that Dong Yunan had also gotten into Red Cloud, Lin Xiaofei had also contacted Dong Xiaomei, thinking about making a good relationship, and it would be great if he could form a squad with Dong Xiaomei at Red Cloud University. With the aid of a therapist, safety is assured. If a squad had a healer, it would be the gold standard, and the 8th grade Siren Lady Demon Spirit was the ultimate demon spirit among healers. Dong Xiaomei alone could attract many geniuses to form a powerful team. Lin Xiaofei wanted to make a good relationship, but unfortunately this Dong Xiaomei became arrogant and ignored him. I didn't realize that in front of my own cousin, I was also a sister. Lin Xiaofei, what's your expression? Dong Yunan glared at Lin Xiaofei, his eyes somewhat unkind and said, No, what do you mean? Lin Xiaofei quickly changed his face, with a puzzled look, and even glanced at Lin Feng, spreading his hands to show that he was innocent. Ha ha. Seeing this, Lin Anbang couldn't help but crack a smile. As he had expected, Lin Feng and Dong Yunan had a good relationship, so Lin Xiaofei would have a backer in Red Cloud. Just as Lin Xiaofei and Dong Yunan were fighting, at least 40 to 50 people gathered in their direction. Most of them were children and teenage girls in their teens, and among them there were also men and women in their 20s, all of them with excited expressions on their faces. Lin Feng, can I take a picture with you? Brother Lin Feng, give me your autograph. I'm your little fangirl. There were quite a few people who came to attend Old General Lin today, and many of them brought their children out. Originally, these children were bored and playing with their cell phones just like Dong Yunan, but at this moment, seeing Lin Feng they crowded in like crazy, staring Lin Anbang and the others. At this moment, the handsome young man with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth seemed to be the protagonist of this birthday banquet. This left Lin Yuanshan somewhat speechless. It wasn't that he was jealous, but it was clearly his big birthday. Okay, so how was he being clamored for? Ergo, Is this really your grandson? No way. Lin Feng is second brother's grandson. How come I didn't know? Old Lin. You can do it. You're hiding the fact that your grandson is so accomplished. It's too low-key. Xiao Lin I've never begged you before, but this year my granddaughter has also been admitted to Red Cloud, so I'll ask your grandson to take care of her. Many relatives and friends inquired to Lin Yuanshan, their words showing excitement and envy, and even a hint of bashfulness. Obviously, in their eyes, it is an extreme honor to have a high school graduate grandson. Even Lin Yuanshan himself did not expect that the captain who had never begged him would ask him. The envy and jealousy of his comrades made Lin Yuanshan's mood a little complicated, but on the surface, he still didn't move. Eat your food. You old fart. I, Old Lin, have always kept a low profile. Lin Yuanshan didn't admit it, but it was an indirect acquiescence. And on the other side, the seventh sister who was holding Lin Feng glanced at Lin Feng and said with some envy, "Fifth sister, you're amazing, raising Lin Feng so well, so promising. If that boy of mine is half as promising as Lin Feng, I'll wake up laughing in my dreams." Yes, fifth sister. You see, the old man doesn't even seem angry anymore. Lin Xinyuan smiled back. Lin Feng stole a glance at her father. At this time, Lin Yuanshan's expression was still quite normal, which made the heart of Lin Feng, who was originally still on tenterhooks and was afraid of her father's anger, finally let go. No, that's the kid trying to make it on his own, Lin Feng said modestly in succession, but he couldn't help but feel proud of his son in his heart. Although he was born into a military family and his father was a strong martial artist, Lin Feng was not interested in martial arts from a young age and did not have a talent for martial arts. As a girl, her mother died early and her father, though strict, was loving and did not require her to practice martial arts. She wasn't interested in politics or business because she hadn't even graduated from college when she met that man. Her childhood wish was to be a working housewife with a doting husband and 2 children. That's the life she wanted. Of the 10 siblings, she was the least productive. To even break with her family for a man is, without a doubt, a complete failure. Because of her low self-esteem, because of her fear, she has been afraid to go home. But now, because of Lin Feng, she had more confidence in front of her family. She's been a failure all her life, but has a great son. An hour later, when the last dish was served, it represented the official end of the birthday banquet. The guests left the table in droves, while some of the comrades and relatives who were closer to Lin Yuanshan had not yet left at this time. Old Lin, the meal is finished. Where is your precious grandson? Tell him to come over and add my granddaughter's contact information, and take care of Red Cloud when he arrives. Yes, my grandson is waiting to worship his big brother. Why don't you call him? Yeah, Old Lin. What the hell are you putting off? Not giving my face, not even the captain's? At the end of the birthday banquet, the old comrades and friends and relatives were a bit dissatisfied with Lin Yuanshan. At this moment, Lin Yuanshan was as embarrassed as he could be. He hadn't forgiven his daughter yet. And what was this about calling his grandson over to help? In that case, how could he keep his grandfather's majesty in that boy's face in the future? But the face of comrades and relatives cannot not give. But this is not good to explain. So the atmosphere was frozen. Brother Lin, that's your grandson. You wouldn't be unable to call out, would you? If you can't, just say so. We won't laugh at you. A fat old man stood up, touched his big belly and smiled. From Lin Feng and Lin Yuanshan's behavior just now, he could vaguely see some of it, but it was obvious that it had nothing to do with Lin Feng, so he deliberately irritated. Li De Gun, you don't know who you are after drinking a few mouthfuls of horse urine. Our old Lin is known for his strict family teachings, and is a man of one word at home, so how could he possibly call his grandson immobile? The other old man pretended to reprimand, but in fact he was up in arms. Yeah, even if Lin Feng is the top student in the college entrance exams and a supreme genius, in front of old Lin, he still has to obediently call out to Grandpa. Not necessarily. It seems to me that Lin Feng isn't afraid of old Lin. Lin Yuanshan also drank some wine. At this time, his comrades and close friends squeezed left and right, making him a bit unable to get off the stage, so he could not help but scold. You guys talk shit. My grandson. I'll be called immobile. The friends looked at each other with a hint of smugness, but then teased. Then you call. See if he comes. Yes, it would be a real shame not to come. Next time I drink, I'm going to tell Hong Laochi, and he'll be designated to laugh his ass off. Lin Yuanshan didn't know whether he was pissed off or drinking. His face was a little red. Hong Laochi is Lin Yuanshan's nemesis. This time there is a mission, so did not come to participate in his birthday. The two are very good relations. Strength is almost the same. The rank is the same. But no one serves anyone. If the other party knows about this, designated to laugh into what kind of? Add to that the fact that his old captain had asked for him, and he simply couldn't refuse. Thinking of this, Lin Yuanshan made a decision in his heart and shouted fiercely, "Lin Feng!" It was a little loud and startled the crowd. Seeing someone call out to him, Lin Feng looked up and the person calling out to him seemed to be Grandpa. "Go, your grandpa is calling you," Lin Feng hurriedly urged. Seeing his mother's expectant gaze, Lin Feng nodded his head and walked towards Lin Yuanshan, facing a group of old men who were obviously older and many of them were wearing military uniforms. Lin Feng smiled faintly, came to Lin Yuanshan and called out respectfully, "Grandpa." Just now he had learned the truth, that his mother had changed her name after leaving home, and had tried everything to keep the family from finding her, and that his great-uncle had searched for her many times, but could not find her. As a result, the original stigma in Lin Feng's heart disappeared. "Aha," Lin Yuanshan answered calmly. He was originally worried that Lin Feng wouldn't give him face and that he wouldn't be able to get off the stage. After all, Lin Feng's temper looked like it stunk too, but he didn't expect Lin Feng to behave so well, which made him relieved. "Wow, old Lin, I can admit my mistake, and I'll drink to that first." The fat old man gave a somewhat quirky cry and poured himself a large glass of white wine, which made Lin Yuanshan feel a bit smug in his heart. "These are your grandfather's comrades in arms and friends. This is your third granduncle. They have grandsons and granddaughters who also got into Red Cloud University this year. You give them your contact information, and take care of them at school when the time comes." Got it, Grandpa." Lin Feng behaved well and had a respectful attitude, making Lin Yuanshan more and more satisfied. This kid is not bad as long as he is properly cultivated. Lin Yuanshan muttered in his heart. "Lin Feng, this is my granddaughter's phone number. Remember to add her. I can only have one precious granddaughter. She's my baby. Your grandfather called me captain. You have to give me this face." An old man with a broken arm smiled at Lin Feng. Although he was an elder, the old man did not put on airs for the sake of his precious granddaughter. "You're welcome. I'll definitely take care of it," Lin Feng promised seriously. "There's also my grandson, called Li Zi. His talent and strength are good. It's just that he's weak in actual combat. If there's time, Lin Feng, you teach him." The fat old man with a teenager said to Lin Feng. Compared to the flirting and teasing towards Lin Yuanshan, these old people were instead more polite to Lin Feng. They didn't dare to expect Lin Feng to form an adventure squad with their grandsons or granddaughters, but as long as they could take care of it, at the very least, no one would dare to bully their grandsons or granddaughters at will in Red Cloud University. If it was in a different world and encountered danger, Lin Feng would help if he happened to come across it, and that would be enough. For the sake of their grandchildren or grandchildren, in front of Lin Feng, they all put themselves in a very low position. "Okay, you can come find me when you get to school, and then I'll take you to the other world twice, and the actual combat will naturally improve," Lin Feng said to the teenager. Li nodded repeatedly on his own without saying anything, looking a little shy. "Brother Lin. Thanks, old brother is leaving. We'll get together again sometime." The fat old man nodded in satisfaction and thanked Lin Yuanshan. Lin Yuanshan waved his hand. "You kid, what are we thanking for our relationship?" After all the guests, relatives and friends had left, Lin Yuanshan and Lin Feng were left alone. There was some silence from the strange pair of grandchildren. After a while, Lin Yuanshan looked at Lin Feng with a hint of sternness in his eyes. "You've killed people?" Chapter 105, Departure. "Right." Facing Lin Yuanshan's serious questioning, Lin Feng had a calm face and didn't deny it. In his opinion, there was nothing to deny. In the world of martial artists, killing was one of the most normal things. Where and how many were killed? Hearing Lin Feng admit it, Lin Yuanshan's rigid face had two thick eyebrows slightly raised, revealing a gaze like that of a tiger or wolf. "In Senkai, there's about 30 of them." Lin Feng's body instantly tightened. With pure spiritual pressure, he could barely resist it, but this oppression from Lin Yuanshan, which clearly contained martial aura, was not something that he, a first-grade martial artist, could resist. "It's at least an 8th-grade martial artist, most likely a 9th grade, Lin Feng said in his heart. He didn't know the exact strength of his maternal grandfather and what level of demonic spirit he had refined, but to be able to become a general, he was bound to be no simple character. Mori Kai. Lin Yuanshan seemed to be in a bit of disbelief. How could a high school student dare to enter Mori High? However, the aura was obviously weaker, and Lin Feng's tense body relaxed slightly. "You dare to enter the other world? Why did you kill?" "I'm already a martial artist. Senkai. It's just the lowest level of otherworldly space." Lin Feng's face was calm. His tone had a hint of mockery. "Why kill someone? Isn't it normal for others to try to kill me and be killed by me?" Lin Yuanshan could clearly feel that with regards to life, Lin Feng didn't have any reverence. Instead, he was very indifferent. The indifference surprised him a little. Indifference to life is not a problem with character. Many martial artists have been mixing with other worlds for several years. Lin Yuanshan was equally indifferent to life, but that was because he had been in the military for 50 years and had long been accustomed to seeing life and death, even many times 9 deaths. And Lin Feng was only 16 years old and had only just graduated from high school. As for the people who wanted to kill Lin Feng, they were only some hunters, and just as Lin Feng had said, it was normal to be killed back, although there was still some doubt about the weight of Lin Feng's killing intent. After learning the source of Lin Feng's killing intent, the stigma in Lin Yuanshan's heart slowly disappeared. As long as it's not indiscriminate. For soldiers, killing is rather an advantage. Aha! Lin Yuanshan nodded, and the issue was considered to be over. It was only at this moment that Lin Yuanshan was able to truly recognize Lin Feng as his grandson in his heart. This grandson's talent was outstanding, and although his personality was a bit cold, there was no problem with his nature, and as the top student of the college entrance examination, he had given him a face and helped him today. After recognizing it, Lin Feng became more and more obedient in Lin Yuanshan's eyes. Dad, I'm sorry, I was wrong. At Lin Anbon's eyes and gestures, Lin Feng came to her father. Her eyes reddened and she said with some trepidation, "Aha!" Lin Yuanshan answered. When Lin Yuanshan recognized Lin Feng's identity, it meant that he had begun to forgive his daughter. In fact, just now, Lin Anbong explained to him, after learning that his daughter had not had a good time over the years, and that she did not go home because she did not dare to, and did not have the face to face him, Lin Yuanshan's heart had already been relieved, and even began to be heartbroken. Although Lin Yuanshan didn't directly forgive, his attitude had obviously changed, and at the sight of Grandpa forgiving his mother and his mother's joyful smile, Lin Feng also revealed a hint of a smile. Now, he could go to Red Cloud without any worries. "Mom, I'm leaving, take care of yourself." Outside the door of the 12th otherworldly space, Lin Feng said to his mother. Red Cloud University was not in Jiangchang, but in Nanhai Base City. Nowadays, outside of the base city, demonic beasts were everywhere. Not only high-level demonic beasts, even strong king-level demonic beasts were not uncommon, and only teams of strong martial artists could travel from the wild across 2 base cities. As for the students, their overall strength was too weak and they had no experience in fighting or surviving. Even with the protection of a martial artist, they would not be able to succeed, and if they weren't careful, they would probably all be wiped out, and it would take an extremely long time. The only way for a student to go to school off-world is to enter an off-world space gate and roll through multiple off-world space gates under the protection of the military to get to their destination. This is the safest and quickest way to do it. Because of the need for the military's protective cooperation, and for the sake of convenience and not wasting human resources, Jiangchang had specific rules about which otherworldly space gate to enter, the date, and the time, depending on the student's destination. Red Cloud University in the South China Sea. To get from Jiangchang to Nanhai, Lin Feng needed to pass through the number 12 otherworldly space gate, across 2 base cities and 7 space gates to reach his destination. And the city of Jiangchang stipulates that from September 11th to 17th, a 7-day period, students can choose any one of the days to enter. After the expiration date, Lin Feng knew that after going to Red Cloud, he would not be able to go home for a long period of time, so he cherished the days he spent with his family, and apart from the occasional few gatherings and celebratory feasts with Yun Kai and the others, he almost always stayed at home. Only a week before the start of the school year, on the 17th, the last required day, did Lin Feng move, and as members of the society, the 4 Takumi naturally looked up to the president. The grandchildren of Lin Xiufei and Lin Yuanshan's comrades in arms or relatives and friends waited until the 17th in order to mix it up in front of Lin Feng. Little Wind, take care of yourself. Peace is most important. Lin Feng and her big sister's eyes were red, and there was some worry and fear in their hearts. It was the first time Lin Feng had left them. Left home. It's okay, your son is strong. Lin Feng wiped the tears from his mother's face and smiled as he comforted her. Brother, you can come back and see me. Ma Lele also cried. Although there was no blood relationship, Lin Feng was like his own brother and doted on her. Good. Be good at home. And when the new year comes, brother will come back to see you. Pinching his sister's little face, Lin Feng smiled and said, while instructing old Ma a few words, Nephew Lin Feng, your mom and the others have big uncle to look after them. Little Fei will trouble you to take care of him at school. Great uncle Lin Anbang brought his son Lin Xiufei to Lin Feng and said with a smile, keep yourself safe. There are my comrades in Red Cloud. Call this number if anything happens. Lin Yuanshan also came to see his grandson and grandson off today, and he handed Lin Feng a note. Well, thanks Grandpa. Lin Feng opened the note and it had the word fire written on it, as well as a cell phone number. Old Lin. At the gesture of his comrades and relatives, Lin Yuanshan pointed to the 4 teenagers and 2 young girls and said, these are our own people. Go to Red Cloud and take care of them. Well, Don't worry. Lin Feng glanced at the 6 people and smiled slightly as a greeting. Gone. Taking one last look at his family, Lin Feng waved, and amidst the sounds of exhortations, as well as worried and unwilling gazes, the group of 11 people gradually drifted away. After passing the identity verification of the guard soldiers, Lin Feng and the others entered a huge building like a bird's nest. Each space door has a different shape, with space door number 1 being shaped like a yurt, and space door number 12 being shaped like a bird's nest. Inside the huge steel bird's nest, Lin Feng realized that at the center, more than 100 teenage girls had already gathered at this time. Just as Lin Feng had entered, a man in a military uniform appeared in front of the crowd. Come on over and get in line. Entry to the space portal starts at 9. The man's eyes were somewhat surprised, his gaze hovering slightly over Lin Feng and Yun Kai, obviously recognizing the two. Just the right amount of luck to see a high school student. Today's harvest must be good. Little ones, study hard and don't cry your eyes out. Lin Feng and the others had also attracted the attention of many martial artists, some encouraging, some slightly flirting. Space Gate 12, the otherworldly space gate that only martial artists of the 5th grade or higher dared to enter, was obviously not something that Lin Feng's group of rookies could enter and venture into. There was only one possibility for a rookie to show up here, and that was a student who had finished his high school exams and was going to be shuttled through an otherworldly space gate. And only rookies who had been admitted to the 9 elite united schools or the 3 great elite academies were qualified to use the space gate. Jiangcheng locally has a 9 elite joint school, Changkong University, and if there is no special reason, all the students in Jiangcheng will choose Changkong University. So almost all of these 100 or so were admitted to Red Cloud University. Under the man's leadership, Lin Feng and the others arrived in front of a spatial door that was about 3 meters in diameter, irregularly square, bright and dark, with a hint of glistening white distortion. It's Lin Feng and Yun Kai. The arrival of Lin Feng and the others caused a lot of shouts of surprise. Although they were both students of Red Cloud University, there was clearly a gap in talent and strength. Hello Lin Feng, my name is Li Xiao. It's nice to meet you. Yun Kai, it was nice meeting you. Quite a few people came forward to greet them. Lin Feng and Yun Kai nodded politely, after which they didn't say a word and acted a bit indifferent. There were many people who were dissatisfied with this, but they did not dare to show it directly. Offending Lin Feng and Yun Kai for the sake of a moment's anger was obviously not a wise choice. Space door, yeah, I've seen it on TV many times, but it's the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. Cao Hai had curiosity in his eyes. They had never entered an otherworldly world before. One after another, people joined the team, and when the time reached 9 o'clock, the team numbered over 200. Follow me. After registering his identity, the man spoke and took the lead in entering the space door, followed by Lin Feng's squad in an orderly fashion. Under the protection of the army, Lin Feng and his group traveled across 2 base cities, tossed around 7 space gates, and after 4 days, they finally arrived at the South China Sea. For Lin Feng, his path of martial arts had only truly begun at this point. Chapter 106, Protecting the Divine Artifact Red Lantern. Inside the Otherworld, a vast forest with ancient trees. A group of more than 200 people broke the tranquility of the forest, and some bloodstained clothes and dusty mercenary squads quickly noticed the group. What a bunch of rookies. A middle-aged man couldn't help but laugh. In their eyes, the crisis all over the foreign world at any time may lose their lives. These teenagers but the eyes of curiosity. Some small men and women are snuggling together. Love me, eating snacks and chatting, as if walking in the park in general. And when it came to the lunch break, having a delicious barbecue was as fast as a picnic for the students. But this laid-back goodness didn't last long. As they went deeper, the remains of corpses could be seen everywhere in the forest, and they even saw with their own eyes that someone had been torn alive by a demonic beast, and the spraying blood and warm corpses caused many students to turn pale, and some of them even vomited directly. With the exception of Lin Feng, this was the first time that all the students had personally experienced the bloodshed and cruelty of the otherworld, the angry hissing of the demonic beasts, the fierce attacks, the violent fluctuations of spiritual energy, and the bloody killings made the students' spirits highly tense, and there was no longer any sense of relaxation. From Jiangcheng to Guanglin, there were a total of 7 space gates to pass through, and at each space gate, the army protecting the students would be replaced anew, and when they passed through the 3rd space gate, Lin Feng and his group encountered a team that was also from Jiang City, but it was clear that this team's destination wasn't different from theirs. To the Great Wall University? Lin Feng's human eyes swept through the group and soon rested on the teenager who was surrounded by stars. Dressed in a black and white tracksuit and carrying a green travel bag, the teenager appeared easy to approach with a gentle smile on his lips and the face of the people around him courting and browbeating him, though his eyes were slightly lazy, seemingly unconcerned with everything around him. Yi Chou. Lin Feng's eyes flickered slightly, He hadn't expected that after 3 months after the Day of Awakening, they would meet in an alien world. It's Yiqiu. No way. So lucky to see my idol, South Yiqiu and North Lin Feng. The two great geniuses have unexpectedly gathered. Various exclamations of surprise and adoration rang out, and compared to the students' surprise, the military personnel in charge of protecting the students were used to it. To travel from Jiangcheng to Shangjing or Guanglin Base City, although the destinations were different, the first 3 space gates advanced in the same direction, and it was normal to be able to encounter them. Otherworld is big, because otherworldly space gates do not only appear in China, but equally in all parts of the world. Within the 12 base cities, there were a total of 856 space gates, and around the world, there were tens of thousands at the very least. Space gates appear without any regularity, connecting different areas of the otherworld. There are some space gates that are even directly connecting 2 countries. For example, space gates 39 and 42 in River City, before the Battle of Glory had appeared. Within these 2 space gates, cultivators from China and other countries were clashing all the time because of resources and because of territory. This led to large-scale killings and even evolved into wars between countries and nations. Lin Feng? There's also the orc Yun Kai. What a coincidence to come across this. It's Lin Feng, the top student of the college entrance exam. The team heading to Great Wall University apparently also quickly recognized Lin Feng, and Yiqiu followed their gazes and saw Lin Feng's figure as well. The moment he saw Lin Feng, Yiqiu's originally lazy eyes stared slightly. Yiqiu was confident in his own talent. He also has the capital to be confident. At only 16 years old, a first-grade martial artist, refining the Thorn Demon Dragon that ranked 46th on the Earth ranking list, he wasn't just recognized as a supreme genius in Jiangcheng, but even in the entire country. In terms of talent alone, there is no one comparable to them. But in the last 3 months, there's always been a name that's come up at the same time as him, and even grown to be on par with him. South Leaf Autumn North Forest Wind. To this title, originally Yiqiu didn't think about it. However, with Lin Feng breaking through the 9th stage of physical cultivation just like him, becoming a martial artist and becoming the top student of the college entrance exam, this disdain had long since disappeared without a trace. After the college entrance exam, Lin Feng's fame even steadily surpassed his. As for Lin Feng, Yiqiu had some scruples in his heart. Lin Feng's combat talent was much stronger than his. Physical cultivation stage 7 to martial artist, surprisingly it only took him 3 months. His martial talent seemed to be even more exceptional than his. The only advantage he had was that he was refining the Thorn Demon Dragon of the Earth ranking demon. But if Lin Feng could likewise refine the Earth ranking demon spirits, there was no doubt that Lin Feng's potential would even exceed his. Although they weren't friends, but they were the same 2 genius teenagers with the greatest fame in Jiangcheng. Lin Feng and Yiqiu locked gazes and nodded their heads as a greeting. Yun Kai. Yiqiu's gaze similarly lingered slightly on Yun Kai. With a height of 1 meter 9, a strong physique with muscles all over his body, the talent of returning to demonization, and the fact that he was refining the Golden Lion King of the Earth ranking, Yun Kai's talent wasn't any weaker than his. Lin Feng and Yun Kai would undoubtedly become the greatest rivals of his future glorious career. Yun Kai also noticed Yiqiu's gaze, but didn't care as he followed behind Lin Feng, looking somewhat silent. The road was long and the process was grueling. Everyone was trying to adapt, and no one lost their lives, except for a few injuries. The ones who were injured were soldiers, and as students they were well protected. Well, here it is. 4 days later, when they learned that they had arrived in the Guanglin region, from Jiangcheng, the originally exhausted students were suddenly refreshed. Finally, it's here, and it's been boring me to death for the last 4 days. I'd like a shower right now. My hair is greasy and I stink. I just want to get a good night's sleep and wake up to a big meal. Everyone was in a relaxed chatting mood. So many soldiers. When walking out of the otherworld space gate and onto the street, Gao Hai couldn't help but sigh. That's what's on a lot of people's minds. The first thing that struck the students from Jiangcheng about Guanglin was the soldiers that were everywhere on the streets and alleys. Although the same high-rise buildings, skyscrapers, and commercial plazas, compared to the relaxed atmosphere of Jiangcheng, the military atmosphere here was obviously much stronger. And even the pedestrians' footsteps were much faster. It's normal. Hiroam is the base city with the most space gates in the otherworld. Lin Feng had not been to Guanglin either, but he was not surprised by this. Jiangcheng and Guanglin were about the same size, and Jiangcheng had 46 space gate entrances while Guanglin had 68, nearly half more. Having half the number of extra space gates wasn't as simple as having 1/2 the amount of danger, but several times more. Thus Guanglin had 2 or 3 times more soldiers than Jiangcheng. Red Lantern. Lin Feng looked up at the sky. A reddish-colored structure shaped like a lantern floated in the void. Lin Feng knew that this was Guanglin's guardian artifact Red Lantern, the knot it emanated. Enveloping Guanglin, reflected a faint red color under the sunlight, as if even the air was tainted with a hint of blood. Chapter 107, A University Like a City. Just as Lin Feng and his group had just appeared, not far away, the welcoming teachers who had waited here early had already noticed. Mr. Lin Feng, long time no see. Jiang Hong appeared in front of Lin Feng with a smile. Her tall figure, her eyes were as if they were a pool of clear water, and she turned around in the faces of the three Lin Fengs. Originally, it wasn't her task to welcome the new students, but after learning that Lin Feng might arrive at Guanglin today, she purposely took time off work to mix in with the welcoming party. Teacher Jiang, Lin Feng raised his hand in greeting. Mr. Yun Kai, Mr. Dong Yunan. Jiang Hong smiled at Yun Kai and Dong Yunan behind Lin Feng. Yun Kai didn't recognize Jiang Hong, but the other party knew Lin Feng and he nodded slightly, looking a bit cool. Dong Yunan returned the same smile, revealing two dimples. Teacher Jiang, this is only the Lin Feng squad you're talking about. There were 5 people in the welcoming team, 3 men and 2 women, and besides Jiang Ir, there was a female teacher in her 40s. She stood beside Jiang Hong at this moment and asked with some curiosity, her eyes somewhat envious. The enrollment task after the release of the results of the college entrance examination was the most important task for both the 3 hero academies and the 9 elite joint schools. Whichever university that enrolls more geniuses is likely to stand out and receive more resources from the state. The academy nurtures students, and likewise super geniuses can bring honor and benefit to the academy. This enrollment mission, Red Cloud University has 129 enrollment teachers. Who did not expect? Still in the internship period, the least valued Jiang Hong, but the most outstanding results. Although Yichio had been accepted by Great Wall University, with the addition of Lin Feng's trio, Red Cloud was the biggest winner from the perspective of Jiangcheng Base City. Many people understood that the joining of Lin Feng's trio was not a matter of how eloquent Jiang Hong was or how beautiful she was. It was simply luck. Originally, because of the seniority of the older, she was still able to put up a fight in front of Jiang Hong, and sometimes she was able to instruct him to do something, but now she did not dare. Because of Lin Feng's 3 people, Jiang Hong not only had her internship converted, but she also received a 300,000 yuan cash award from the college and was praised by the leader of the admissions office, which made a group of intern teachers, including her, envious and jealous. Well, let's go back to school then. Jiang Hong didn't make too many introductions and greeted Lin Feng as the 3 of them boarded the bus that was parked on the side. As for the peer 178 freshmen who were also Red Clouds were directly ignored by them. No one greeted them. No one paid attention to them, which made many people's hearts uncomfortable and their faces a bit ugly. Being able to get into Red Cloud University, they were naturally geniuses, having grown up with the sound of compliments and encouragement from their parents and teachers. When had they been treated so coldly? They had no complaints about the 3 Lin Fengs being able to enjoy the treatment, because they were qualified to do so. As the same people came out of Jiangcheng, the stronger the Lin Feng trio was, the more of an honor it would be for them. But it's a bit unkind to be so generous. No matter what, they are also freshmen, newcomers, at least care a word. Give a smile face is so difficult? But to the very end, the pretty-looking female teacher, who hadn't even asked a single question, directly ignored them. Get in the car. The teachers welcoming the new students could see the group of teenage girls' dissatisfaction at a glance, glancing at each other with a hint of a smile at the corners of their mouths, but without the slightest intention of consoling them or putting them on their minds at all. Those who could get into Red Cloud were geniuses among their peers, but in Red Cloud geniuses were everywhere. Genius is not always talent. Only the strongest who were above their peers could be noticed. As teachers, this is the first lesson they teach the new students. If the Lin Feng trio hadn't been famous enough and talented enough for the academy leaders to have high hopes for them, they would have been similarly ignored. In a variety of mixed feelings, the group boarded the bus one after another. The bus weaves through the streets of Quang Lam. Lin Feng observed the strange city through the car window. Being the same base city, there wasn't much difference between Guanglin and Jiangcheng in terms of living standards as well as economic strength. The 4-way streets, the endless stream of traffic, the flow of people, the traffic, the various commercial plazas, martial arts halls. Lin Feng's gaze lingered on the displays on various skyscrapers, and he realized that in Guanglin, glorified professionals were still the mainstay of endorsement advertisements for companies and groups, and it was the players of the Beacon Battle Team, to which the Beacon Club belonged, who appeared most frequently. The Beacon Club is headquartered in Quang Lam. As a Glory League S-level club, its Beacon Battle Team was one of the top 10 clubs in the Glory League. Compared to Gathering Star's popularity in the league and Picking the Wind's superb record rankings, Beacon is much more low-key, with an unimpressive record over the years, hovering up and down near 7th place in the league. 2 hours later, the bus slowed to a stop. This is Red Cloud University? All the students looked out through the car windows with some shock in their eyes. Despite having seen photos and videos, it was still hard for them to believe that the building in front of them was a university when they saw it with their own eyes. It was clearly a huge city. The city looked ancient and had a long history, and the more than 20-meter-high thick walls couldn't be seen at a glance and were crawling with vines and thorns. A variety of modern weapons of great lethality are distributed in a number of dangerous positions or around corners. This was no longer just a simple city, but a war fortress, covering an area of 50,000 acres. The city could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people and was divided into 4 main gates: east, west, south, north and south. The bus stopped at the east city gate. Above the gate, a delicate unknown red flowers clustered into the red cloud, 2 big words. Although the architectural styles of universities across the country are varied and complex, it is unique to have a city as a campus. Coming. Above the city gate right in the center, there was an exquisite city tower built, which stood densely packed with figures, at least 2,000 to 3,000 people. Most of them are sophomores and juniors. For the students of Red Cloud University, every year's freshman enrollment is a lively and exciting casting call. Lonely and horny older siblings picking quality siblings. The university community picks the right people for the job. Adventure Squad picks the right crew. It's just that this year is significantly more lively and anticipated than previous year's drafts. That should be right. I've checked the information. This is the last batch in Jeonchung. It's definitely in there. I'd like to see what's so different about the high school seniors. What can be different? What I'm curious about is the Orc Yunkai. This is really the first time I've heard of returning demonization. I really want to see what's different. Many people were talking to each other and discussing. As early as 2 months ago, when he heard that the teachers of the admissions office, through great hardship and danger, hardened the tiger's mouth from the mouth of the Great Wall and the Demon Star, and recruited the college entrance examination top student Lin Feng, the half-orc Yunkai, and the therapist Dong Yunan to pack into the University of the Red Clouds, he immediately caused a hot debate among the students. The astronomical scholarship of $100 million a year has caused even more of a stir. It was important to realize that in Red Cloud, scholarships of $10 million a year were rare, and they were all for the most exceptional super geniuses in their grade. Even the captain of the Red Cloud battle team had a scholarship of $50 million. When had 100 million ever appeared? For the children of some consortia or big families, 100 million is not a small amount, and for students without families, this 100 million is even more astronomical. Everyone was envious and jealous and at the same time a little curious, and that's exactly why today is so lively. Coming down, that black suit is Lin Feng, and the big tall guy behind him is Yun Kai. When Lin Feng stepped off the bus, he was quickly spotted, and a gaze with curiosity was resting on him, and at the foot of the citadel stood 13 young men and women, dressed in uniform red combat uniforms. On their left chest were the 2 golden words glory, proving that they belonged to the Red Cloud University team. Compared to the crowded crowd, the surroundings of these people were instead somewhat empty, and the surrounding students from time to time cast their gazes towards them, a hint of envy and admiration flashing in their eyes. Red Cloud University had more than 70,000 people, and to be able to become a member of the Red Cloud battle team, these 13 people were all geniuses picked out of 10,000, lacking in both talent and combat prowess, and were the envy of everyone in the entire university. The resources available to them are unmatched by the average student. The subsidies given by the school and the Education Bureau alone every year were enough for them not to have to worry about basic cultivation resources. In the event of an important tournament, such as the annual National Collegiate Battle of Glory, it also receives support from the Guanglin government. If results are achieved, the reward is more than enough to mothball all students. Ishing, check it out? Among these 13 people, a youth holding a long sword looked down at Lin Feng. A trace of scorn flashed in his eyes as he touched his companion beside him with his shoulder. The youth known as Yixing had a thin body type and an ordinary appearance with no distinctive features. The only thing that attracted people was his eyes. A strange light flashed from time to time within his dark and deep pupils, causing people to fall into them without realizing it. Don't look. Your eyes hurt. Shaking his head, which Yixing directly refused without the slightest hesitation. Yixing, just look at Lin Feng. You're the most handsome. Another long-haired youth laughed. I think it's better to watch Yun Kai. I'm curious about returning demonization. Yixing, if you're a man, be more atmospheric. Big deal. I'll buy you a meal. The people all began to persuade, but Yixing was not moved at all. A meal just to get rid of him. Then these eyes of his were not too worthless. A level 2 demon spirit. In the end, a second-grade demon spirit was promised, and only then did Yixing agree. In fact, he was also curious about Lin Feng and Yun Kai, and even if the crowd didn't mention it, he couldn't help but take a look. Yixing came in front of the crowd, his slender hands constantly changing hand seals, and a cold and evil spiritual fluctuation came out, only to see his body change slightly. His entire body seemed to be vaporized, but the most special thing was that his originally pitch-black pupils gradually spread out, spreading to his entire eyes. The whites of one eye had disappeared, and it looked a little creepy. The light in Wu Yixing's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and from afar it looked as if his eyes were glowing. At this moment these eyes are reflecting Lin Feng's figure. Chapter 108, The First Throne. The one that Wu Yixing had refined was an 8th grade demonic spirit night ghost. Night ghost belonged to the undead category. The underworld clan. The spirit system demonic beast. This kind of demonic beast was extremely rare. Normal people had never even heard of it, let alone seen it. This was a demon spirit inherited from the Wu Yixing family, and its natural ability was mainly in those pitch-black eyes. These eyes are also known as ghost eyes because of their weirdness and creepiness, as well as their special abilities. Not only can ghost eye attack mentally, but it also has a special ability that allows it to see some supernatural phenomena that normal people can't see. For example, a person's talent, such as future destiny, such as the evils of traveling, and so on. And as the strength of the demonic spirit increases, the things it can see are different. Legend has it that when the night ghost evolves to the extreme, those ghostly eyes can peer into the world's rule of mystery. See what? Someone couldn't help but ask curiously. Wu Yixing's profession was demon controller, but because of the night ghost, he also had a recognized profession as a numerologist. A fortune teller is the nicer name for what is actually a fortune teller. Each of them had been looked at by those ghostly eyes, and each of them saw something different, but all of them were accurate, which is why everyone used the honorific, usually when they went out on a mission. If the mission was of a higher level and more dangerous, they would spend some money to have Wu Yixing give it a look. If it's an auspicious omen, then naturally you're more confident. If it's a bad omen, then you need to be more prepared or call in a few more people or just cancel the mission. Strange, how can I not see? Wu Yixing looked at Lin Feng from above, his brows slightly furrowed. In his eyes, Lin Feng hadn't changed in any way, generally speaking, unless the difference in strength was too great, or else even if it was a teacher of the 7th rank of the academy, he could vaguely discern something, and there had never been such a situation. And Lin Feng's strength was only a 1st grade martial artist. He hadn't refined the demonic spirit yet. With his strength as a 2nd grade martial artist and a 1st grade demonic spirit master, it was impossible for him to not be able to see it before he was right. White Hind. Wu Yixing frantically urged his spiritual power and unleashed his demon spirit technique. The light in his eyes became more and more dazzling, and a white dot suddenly appeared in his originally pitch-black eyes, contracting and enlarging like a pupil. Shadow? In his eyes, Lin Feng's figure grew darker and darker, swaying like a shadow in the night, and changed color, becoming crimson like blood. Ah! Wu Yixing screamed miserably, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Yixing, what's wrong with you? The team beside him was taken by surprise and had no idea what was going on. In their eyes, at this moment, Wu Yixing's expression was horrified, as if he had seen something horrifying, and his originally dark eyes had turned blood red at this moment, with 2 rows of blood flowing down from his eyes, which looked exceptionally horrifying. Stop it! On the side, Zhang Yu, who was holding a long sword and was the first to tell Wu Yixing to take a look, hurriedly chided loudly. But at this moment, Wu Yixing didn't have any reaction at all. Her body was stiff and her eyes were dull and lifeless, but she was still staring at Lin Feng in death. Zhang Yu's face changed, and with a flash of his body, he appeared in front of Wu Yixing, using his hand to cover it up, not daring him to look any further. Sure enough, as soon as he covered up, Wu Yixing slowly stopped trembling, and only then did the blood that had originally flowed from his eyes stop. Yixing, what's wrong? When Wu Yixing stopped trembling, Zhang Yu inquired with worry. If something happened to Wu Yixing, he wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. The witch family, too, would definitely not let him off easily. Luckily you made your move in time, or else I would have gone blind if I had looked at it for a little longer. Wu Yixing closed his eyes tightly. His expression was a bit horrified. If Zhang Yu had covered his eyes one step later, he might have really become blind. At that time he didn't dare to imagine his future days. It would definitely be worse than death. Until now, he was still afraid. Almost blind. That bad? Zhang Yu and the others looked grave, somewhat in disbelief. What's the point of scaring you guys? Now even if you're not blind, you won't be able to open your eyes for 2 or 3 months. Wu Yixing's tone was somewhat frustrated and fearful. Not being able to keep your eyes open for 2 or 3 months, and not being able to train or go off-world, is bad news for the warriors. Luckily, the main players of the battle team didn't come today because of training. Otherwise Zhang Yu, who was the instigator, would definitely be taught a hard lesson. Zhang Yu also had some regrets at this time. Almost all of the battle team's arrivals today were sophomores, as the freshmen's appearance would most likely take their place in the battle team. Instead, Juniors and seniors have no impact. And of these, Lin Feng and Yun Kai were the most famous and most likely to threaten his position. What did you see? Zhang Yu looked at Lin Feng's slowly disappearing figure and inquired. A shadow. A red shadow. Wu Qixing's expression was grave. A red shadow? What the hell? Zhang Yu was uncertain. I don't know. It's just a red shadow. Shaking his head, Wu Qixing did not understand what he had seen and why it had caused him to be seriously injured. Even the moment he saw that red shadow, he was so captivated that he couldn't control his body, and he couldn't even close his eyes. In that instant, Wu Qixing felt like a puppet, being controlled. Red shadow? That shadow is that Lin Feng? The red color. It could be an evil omen. Someone guessed, and it was shared by quite a few people. Soon, the tightly closed eyes of Wu Qixing was carefully led down the city building, causing many students to be surprised. And at that moment, when the Red Cloud battle team's crowd looked at Lin Feng again, there was a trace of gravity and scorn in their eyes. No matter what Wu Qixing saw, to make him almost go blind, this Lin Feng was obviously terrifying. Someone is spying on me? Lin Feng had goosebumps all over his body. He could feel a spiritual force secretly peering at him. In this instant, he had the feeling of stripping off his clothes and not having any secrets. At the same time, the nightmare in his body was a little disturbingly restless, but this mental energy only lasted for 10 or 20 seconds, and soon disappeared. Worthy of being Red Cloud University, there are all kinds of geniuses. Lin Feng looked up at the city tower. He could vaguely detect that the spiritual force was coming from the city tower, but the exact location was unknown. Lin Feng's expression was unchanged, but in his heart he was secretly on guard. Demonic spirits had thousands of strange natural abilities. Some of them were unheard of, so he had to be careful. It was a good thing that the nightmare seemed to have mutated because of the seal of evil. The nightmare within him seemed to be undetectable by the demon shining mirror because his blood was fused with him. This was also a good thing for Lin Feng, avoiding the danger of exposing the nightmare. In the midst of all the attention, the group from Zhangcheng entered the city gates. Inside the city gates, except for the architectural style that favored retro, the teaching buildings, training halls, and libraries that should be there were all in place, and there was not much difference between it and a general university campus. From time to time, small groups of adventurous teams in groups of 3 to 5 with weapons in hand, carrying demonic beasts' blood and flesh or trophies, and blood-stained clothes passed in front of them. Third grade Xian Tiger. Yang Fan couldn't help but let out an exclamation of surprise. At this time, a physically strong young man with a bare upper body, carrying a demonic beast with a fiery red body and a huge size passed by in front of them. A drop of blood dripped down from the wound on the neck of the demonic beast. Rookie! The youth glanced at young Fan, his eyes like knives, filled with a sense of aggression and ferocity. They are all juniors, just venturing into the other world. Zhang Hong introduced with a smile and pointed to the northwest. There are 2 otherworldly space gates within the school district. One is located in the northwest direction. The strength of the demonic beasts inside is in the 1st to 2nd grade, and the other is located in the central location of the school. The strength of the demonic beasts are all in the 3rd grade or above. Only the 3rd and 4th grade can enter, and some of the core area. It is even more of a forbidden place for the students, and only the teachers dare to go deeper. Lin Feng knew about this common sense before he came to Red Cloud again, but Zhang Hong, as a teacher, was naturally more clear and detailed, so he watched the school district while listening. Led by Zhang Hong, Lin Feng arrived at a huge square. Only tens of thousands of colorful tents spread all over the square, looking extremely shocking, and from time to time, there were new students coming out of the tents or entering them. You'll all be staying in tents for the next 2 days. The freshman competition officially begins the day after tomorrow. Zhang Hong, from the freshman reception, took a red tent and handed it to Lin Feng, smiling. Good luck with the first throne. Lin Feng received the tent and wasn't surprised. As the 3 major hero academies, Red Cloud is naturally not short of money. The campus covers such a large area. It is naturally impossible that there are no dormitory student residences, even if it is a detached student villa. It's just that when new students enroll, whether it's dormitories or resources, they're all going to be assigned based on the ranking of their strength. As for how the rankings are decided, it's the freshman competition the day after tomorrow. Red Cloud has 17,000 freshmen this year competing for 100 chairs, and the first chair, the first throne. Chapter 109 Invitation. Thanks to pieces of Red Snow's allies, the annual battle for the freshman throne was undoubtedly the most notable spectacle of the year at Red Cloud University. This is the day when new students from all over the world, from the 12 base cities, from all the big families and consortiums, as well as from the commoners' sons and daughters, will show off their talents and strengths to the fullest. It doesn't matter if it's a student, or a teacher, even school leaders will be there to see it in person. Red Cloud University. A class of more than 17,000 freshmen competing for 100 seats, which means that only one of 170 people will have a seat, and the rest will have to stand obediently. And the higher the ranking, the fiercer the competition. Extremely eye-catching. As for the first throne, it not only represented honor and privilege, but its rewards made the freshmen go crazy for it. It was no longer just a competition between students, but also a stage for the big families and consortia to compete and show their strength for the first time. Lin Feng's 5 people traveled through the campus, and all they heard in their ears was talk about this matter. Orc Yun Kai? Because of Yun Kai, Lin Feng and his group were the center of people's attention wherever they went, whether they recognized them or not. They all knew the names of the 3 of them, but there were no requests for autographs or anything like that. The talents that could get into Red Cloud were all excellent, and likewise had their own pride, and wouldn't easily worship anyone. In the other world has been fearful and windy. Originally thought to come to Red Cloud to have a good sleep. Where did I think it would be so miserable? Do we really stay in a tent at night? Will there be bugs? Staying in a tent, that's not as good as going out to a hotel. I'll treat you to a nightcap on the way. Those tents are still new. They smell like paint. They don't have formaldehyde. In the other world, because of her nervousness and fear, Dong Yunan acted quiet, but as a chatterbox, once she entered the school district, her mouth never stopped. She started with the gates of Red Cloud City, then the surroundings and architecture of the school district, occasionally interspersed with thoughts of home, and finally began to complain about the tents she would have to stay in for the night. As for living in a tent, Dong Yunan was very resistant. In her opinion, in such hot weather, staying inside a tent at night was also impossible to sleep at all. What hotel to sleep in? In the future we'll be going in and out of the other world a lot. If we spend the night there, not to mention a tent, it's a luxury to even think about a peaceful sleep. Lin Feng patted Dong Yunan's head and slightly reprimanded. This was also something Dong Xiuxian had specifically instructed him to do before he left. Talent represented the speed of cultivation, not who would live longer. Geniuses are naturally worth more compared to ordinary people, but every year there were countless geniuses who died in the other world, in the wild, and there was no point in not growing up. Dong Xiuxian gave 1,000 instructions, telling Lin Feng to protect Dong Yunan's safety, and on top of that, to make Dong Yunan suffer more and teach her how to survive in a foreign world. It only takes the strong to know that how to survive is sometimes more important than talent. As Dong Xiuxian's only daughter, Dong Yunan had been pampered since she was a child. Living in a villa with brocade clothes, it was normal that she wasn't used to it. Even Yang Fan wasn't used to it, but boys weren't that particular. And even if they were, he didn't dare to complain in front of Lin Feng. I'm just saying, this is not at school. Dong Yunan lowered her head and explained resentfully. But soon, her eyes lit up. Why don't we barbecue at night? Just as a picnic. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Lin Feng, who was expressionless and didn't show anything. Kai, do you have a problem with that? Dong Yunan didn't dare to ask more questions. For some reason she was a bit afraid of Lin Feng, so she patted Yun Kai. With her height she was only able to reach Yun Kai's arm. In the Jianghu Martial Arts Society, she had the best relationship with Yun Kai, and only Yun Kai could endure her chatterbox for a long time without running out of steam, and even enjoyed it. As for Yang Fan and Gao Hai, everything was aligned towards Lin Feng. They didn't have their own opinions at all. She directly ignored them and didn't even need to ask. I have no opinion. Yun Kai glanced down at Dong Yunan, who was winking at him, and revealed a hint of a smile, still shying away from words. Dong Yunan nodded in satisfaction and patted Yun Kai's arm again as a sign of encouragement. Windy, Kai doesn't have a problem with it, do you? Are you sure Kai is okay with this? Lin Feng shook his head somewhat breathlessly. If you ask that, Yun Kai will naturally say that he doesn't have a problem with it. You've used this little trick so many times. Do you really think I don't know? Then why don't you ask Kai? Dong Yunan tilted her head with an innocent expression. Alright, Lin Feng didn't want to spoil the fun and could only agree. Yeah, Dong Yunan let out a cry of joy, her heart stealing. Although they hadn't known each other for a long time and hadn't really come into contact with each other a few times, she realized that whether it was to her or Yang Fan and Gao Hai, Lin Feng had always said one thing or the other. And although Yun Kai never expressed an opinion, as long as he agreed, Lin Feng would almost never object. For Yun Kai, Lin Feng was very indulgent. Student Lin Feng, are you interested in joining our squad? Just as Lin Feng and his group were familiarizing themselves with the campus, 5 people slowly walked towards them. At the head of the group was a young man holding a long sword. He didn't exchange pleasantries and directly began to introduce the strength of their 5-member squad. Sorry, we have our own mercenary squad. Lin Feng interrupted the other party and rejected them directly. On this journey, 15 people had already invited them. There was no lack of people who were stronger than this squad. Among them there were even 4th grade martial artists and 3rd grade demon spirit masters. Being rejected, the young man was not amused. Instead, he turned his words around student Dong Yunan. As long as you join our squad, I guarantee that within half a year, I'll let you break through to become a martial artist. Whether Lin Feng and Yun Kai joined or not was dispensable to him. There was no denying that an adventure squad that could have Lin Feng and Yun Kai in freshman year was bound to be top-notch. But for the adventure squads formed by sophomores and juniors, the two of them were somewhat of a liability instead. And although Dong Yunan was even weaker, as a healer, strength was only secondary to a squad. As long as they could release healing spells, that would be fine. As for Dong Yunan, who had refined the 8th grade siren woman, the innate ability of her demonic spirit was the healing technique. Dong Yunan shook his head and stood beside Lin Feng, making his attitude clear. The youth did not die and promised some more favors, but when he saw that Dong Yunan was indifferent, he did not get angry. Instead he politely said something and left. It's still our little sister Dong who eats up the flavor. Comparable to a million people. Gao Hai laughed too. He could tell that the people who had invited them along the way were 10 times for little sister Dong, and Lin Feng and Yun Kai were incidental instead. That is, without seeing who I am? Dong Yunan deliberately showed a smug expression. As for breaking through to martial artist within half a year, she really couldn't see it. Joining a powerful adventure squad, safety was naturally more guaranteed. In the early stages of the strength increase might be faster, but not get the experience. But instead, the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. This point of reasoning, she was still clear. And Dong Yunan didn't think that his cultivation speed would be slow if he followed Lin Feng. Besides, her goal was the National Collegiate Battle of Glory, and if she could get in the top 3, those rewards would be impossible to get with her father's power. The two thighs, Lin Feng and Yun Kai, she was determined to hug. Thank you for the alliance of Red Snow Slice. Thank you very much. The first alliance in life. Recently there are some things at home. We'll add 3 more when things are finished. Thank you. In the evening, the sky is gradually rendered black. A full moon hangs in the sky, surrounded by twinkling stars, and the earth quietly blends into the cozy night color under the sky of stars. The playground covers hundreds of acres. That much? Originally, Lin Feng thought that the barbecue was a bit exaggerated and would attract too much attention, but he didn't realize that his idea was still too outdated. At night, all you could see were various grills everywhere in the open spaces next to the tens of thousands of tents. Not only barbecue, but even pot roast, grilled fish, and grilled tripe. Among the freshmen, there were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons, many chefs, and some freshmen bought fresh demonic beast blood and meat from who knows where. And with the sound of the charcoal fire zipping, the rich aroma of meat filled the air. In addition to the barbecue, there were people who started setting up some sound equipment on a raised platform in the playground. Although he didn't understand it, Lin Feng could more or less tell that those devices were very high grade and must be very expensive. In Lin Feng's opinion, this kind of behavior was a bit excessive, but no one stepped in to stop the students' behavior, and there were quite a few seniors and even teachers who also joined the barbecue. Just now I asked one of the seniors. They said that as long as they don't make trouble, before 12 o'clock, the school leaders won't care. Yang Fan saw Lin Feng's doubts and explained. It dawned on Lin Feng that it was worthy of college life. It was indeed much freer than high school. Hey, okay, the audition was successful. Hello classmates, my name is Deng Chang. Whoever wants to sing or has other talents today can come up on the stage and show them off. Tonight will be the welcome party. On the high stage, there were quite a few people walking back and forth. Some were debugging the sound, some were messing with the lights, and one of them, a teenager in a white tracksuit, had a mic on his mouth and was smiling. The teenager was handsome, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, appearing to be very gentle, with a kind of scholarly and literary style that could easily make people feel good. That Deng Chang is the son of a big family. His family is located in Guanglin and is very powerful in the military and political circles, and he has an uncle who works as a vice principal in Hongyun. Seeing Lin Feng looking at the white-clothed boy, Yang Fan explained from the side, although he had only just arrived at Red Cloud not long ago, for one of the 5 most active people in this freshman class. Even if Lin Feng did not give an account, Yang Fan had long investigated clearly. This was his talent and hobby, and in this aspect, Yang Fan was an absolute professional. He is ready to start looking for like-minded partners like him in college and start forming a journalism club, and that one in jeans is called Yiming. He spent $300,000 and specifically asked his senior to hunt down a 2nd grade fire-scorched pig. Today he's going to roast the whole pig. He's from Shangjing, a 1st grade martial artist, and refines the 194th Blood Shadow Beast of the Earth ranking. He refused the Great Wall University's special admission, mainly because his father works in Guanglin. There's also that little white guy wearing a purple top and surrounded by lots of girls called by Xiao Yun. Even his name is effeminate. He's heard that he's a genius clan member of the Bloodline clan, whose bloodline ability has been opened. There's also a Zhang Chunfeng and the only girl, Yun Lin, probably on the other side. Lin Feng listened silently and nodded in his heart. To be able to map out the information of these 5 people so clearly in such a short period of time, Yang Fan was worthy of being a Jianghu by Xiaoshang. Almost all of the new students had arrived today, and these 5 new students introduced by Yang Fan were the most active, not only in terms of their backgrounds, but also in terms of their talent and strength. Compared to Lin Feng arriving at the school at a pinch, these 5 people had come to Red Cloud earlier half a month ago and had relied on their respective means and backgrounds to rope in many new students to join their clubs. Brother Feng, we're too late. These days, this Deng city has already started forming clubs, and many talented freshmen have joined them. Yang Fan said with a hint of pity in his tone. It's nothing, it's just a simple group hug. True geniuses won't easily join any power without enough temptation. Lin Feng didn't care. This kind of society is not the same as the Kung Fu martial arts society. Although there are many people, among them there are also elites and talents. But in fact, there is not much binding force and cohesion. Just simply gather together to have fun. The community members Lin Feng wanted were very demanding, and almost all of these people were unsuitable. Also, Yang Fan thought about it and also reacted to the reasoning that precious essence is no longer more. Throne challenge the day after tomorrow. You can observe well. Good seedlings can be picked. Lin Feng said to Yang Fan. He wants to create a unique adventure squad, and good players are essential. Although he had only been here for less than a day, Lin Feng deeply realized that a university was not just a school. This was especially true for a heroic college like Red Cloud University, with nearly 80,000 students, plus teachers and other personnel. There are nearly 100,000 people at a university, nearly 100,000 martial artists and 100,000 demon spirit masters. Many of those who were able to get into Red Cloud were sons of big families or geniuses with military and political backgrounds and a lack of talent and strength. And after these students graduated, they would hold important positions in various fields in the future. Can such a force and power really be described as just a university? In middle school and high school, grades and strengths determine your standing among your classmates. But when it came to Red Cloud University, there were as many geniuses as dogs, except for some students who paid sponsorship fees. It's not easy to stand out amongst so much talent, to be remembered and recognized. These 5 people introduced by Yang Fan managed to do just that. In addition to their talent and strength, these 5 people were either from powerful families or wealthy. As for their purpose, Lin Feng naturally knew it well. There are natural benefits to expending so much energy and a lot of money to befriend freshmen. Being the boss, besides being able to borrow the family or power behind the new student to serve him or her, there are also people in the other world to charge for him or her and enhance his or her cultivation speed. Compared to the reality and cruelty of being out in society, college is relatively simpler, and the relationship is easier to relate to and identify with. This sentiment, if well maintained, will fracture this force when everyone really grows up, and no one can easily ignore it. Cousin, have a chicken leg. Lin Xiaofei was somewhat attentive and brought over a roasted chicken leg. Coming to Red Cloud, Lin Xiaofei, who was originally still confident in his own strength and talent, and was somewhat proud inside, profoundly realized how small he was. In the Red Cloud, although he wasn't considered weak and belonged to the upper middle class, but to become a man of the wind, then he really didn't have the qualifications. And although Lin Feng was very low-key, never deliberately befriending new students, and even showed some indifference to others befriending, as long as the 3 of them, him, Yun Kai, and Dong Yunan, existed, no one dared to underestimate them. Compared to the high-profile Deng Chang and others, in the eyes of many, Lin Feng's small, idiosyncratic group of only 5 people was instead more promising, and many people wanted to join, but did not know in what way. Because he was Lin Feng's cousin, Lin Xiaofei was able to stay in this small team, which made many people envious. Lin Xiaofei deeply appreciated the benefits of hugging the thigh, so he acted a little attentive, expecting that he would join the Jianghu Martial Arts Society. Aha! Lin Feng took the chicken leg and took a bite. It tasted pretty good. He looked to the side. At this moment, Yun Kai and Dong Yunan and Gao Hai were each holding meat or vegetables on the grill, turning them over and over in a decent manner. Brother Feng, come and eat. Dong Yunan waved a skewer and shouted. Yun Kai also raised his head, a little sweaty, a long-lost smile on his face. Barbecue. This kind of collective activity has never been for him. Very new and happy. Coming, responding, Lin Feng came to the grill, and just then, the music started abruptly. Take off with me. I don't know when. A boy appeared in the center of the stage. He held a microphone in his hand and sang a song Takeoff, which was very popular lately. His handsome looks combined with his good singing skills attracted a lot of girls' attention. Halfway through the song, the boy's appearance gradually undergoes animalization, and in the form of a beast, he jumps with flames on his fingers, which is very cool, and he starts to dance, with an endless stream of gestures, twisting his body like a willow, shaking his waist and crotch from time to time, which causes a lot of screams. So many girls. Cao Hai looked towards the direction from which the screams came and said with some surprise, "The full name of the great age of cultivation is cultivation of martial arts." However, because of the limitations of the physique, genius martial artists are still more men than women, like Red Cloud University, such as the semi-military university. The girl is even rarer. The ratio of men to women is as high as 5 to 1. There are too many monks and too few gruel, and being able to have a girlfriend is definitely a demonstration of strength. Hai, you go up and sing a song? Don't miss such a good opportunity. Lin Feng suggested that although Gao Hai was fat, he could sing really well, much better than the pentatonic hymn. Yeah, such a good opportunity. Hai, didn't your mom specifically instruct you to find a girlfriend in college? Yang Fan also coaxed. Hai can sing? I'll sign you up. Dong Yunan said and stood up. To go to enroll. Was Gao Hai a pull? The two pulled for a long half day. And finally Gao Hai begged for mercy. Dong Yunan reluctantly let go of Gao Hai. Ha ha, Lin Feng and the others laughed out loud. Such an easy life. I really hope it can go on forever. The welcome party was wonderful, and Lin Feng's squad was watching with great interest as they barbecued while casting their eyes towards the stage from time to time. There is no doubt that the dark, illuminated and colorful stage is where the most attention is paid. If you want to let unfamiliar students know you, getting on stage is definitely the quickest way. The program continued on, almost without a break, and became more and more exciting. Without real talent would not dare to go on stage to make a fool of themselves. Singing and dancing are the basics, and all kinds of magic and acrobatics are played out. For example, a teenager looks extremely cool in a tank top and shorts, with his skin changing colors and dancing as the different lights change. Others breakdanced, and it was a real breakdance, with lightning flashing through their bodies. There were also people who actually disappeared in full view of the crowd. Then after 10 seconds, only to steeply appear in the crowd. There was also a young man in red, disguised as a birdman, who stirred up his white feathered wings and flew into midair to sing a song called Paradise. The one that attracted the most attention was a young girl, only to see her stretch out her right hand. A mass of water appeared out of thin air in the center of its hand, and then the water flow changed into a variety of demonic beasts, making a variety of attacking movements, and finally turned into a foot under the belly, with horns imitating a deer, claws like eagles, the body of the crystalline blue dragon. Although this blue bar is only 2 meters long, but the body is robust. The dragon claws are strong and majestic. The fog is filled with the fog, like galloping in the clouds and waves, lifelike. The mouth is still spitting water. Under the control of the young girl, it seems to be to take off the clouds and ride the fog in general. Yes, do any of you know what her name is? I just love such an innocent girl. I've decided to pursue her. You don't deserve her. A sister like that is only for me. The young girl was good looking, wearing a long blue dress, spinning slightly as the water flowed with the dance, and the crowd roared with approval. More than the various magic tricks and singing, the young girl's performance was undoubtedly the most exciting. Awesome! Lin Feng also sighed in admiration in his heart. Nearly half a year had passed since the annual awakening day, and for the students who had refined their demon spirits, it wasn't difficult to simply utilize the demon spirit's innate ability, even though the demon spirit had just begun to grow, and they hadn't refined their demon spirit techniques. The performers on the field, whether it was their bodies changing colors or their invisibility and water control techniques, were undoubtedly borrowing the innate abilities of the demon spirits, but it was indeed rare to be able to control the flow of water as if it were in your hands, and it was definitely a talent that was unique to a young girl. To many, the young girl's performance, while spectacular, had no power to speak of, but Lin Feng doesn't think so. In his opinion, if the young girl cultivated a water system technique in the future, condensing water into ice, the superb water control talent paired with the unique freezing attribute of cold ice, she could completely become a powerful control system water system mage. If the young girl cultivated water system techniques at the same time, she could also supplement her cultivation of the thunder system technique. Then this blue dragon that didn't have much power would transform into a thunder dragon with terrifying killing power. It was just that martial artists all practiced the technique that best suited their body's affinity. That is, a single attribute. One technique was enough to consume a lifetime, and although cultivating two techniques multiplied their power, the gains were not worth the losses, and in the end, one could only end up doing nothing. But that wasn't a problem for Lin Feng. Although the nightmare didn't have any offensive power, it granted him superb enlightenment and cultivation speed, and as long as he could refine a demonic spirit that could combine both the water and thunder systems, then he would become a dual system professional. Everyone eat and drink well. Not far from Lin Feng, Deng Cheng walked off the high platform and came to the area where his club was located, from time to time patting others on the shoulder or greeting them, looking enthusiastic. Brother Deng, this stage is definitely dazzling enough today. There are already quite a few new students asking for information about the club, and 7 people have already joined. A teenager held a notebook and reported to Deng Cheng. Today the stage was built by Deng Cheng, and the sound and lights were provided by him. Because of the opening speech, many of the freshmen remembered his name, and had some interest in the club he had built. Well, hard work everyone. Deng Cheng smiled and gave an encouraging comment. He was also satisfied with the results tonight. He wasn't asking too much. There were over 17,000 freshmen. Only 1% of them were interested in joining his club, and the return on investment would be enough for today. Brother Tang, Yi Ming is coming over, someone whispered. Deng Cheng looked in the direction he was pointing, only to see a teenager wearing jeans and a white top slowly walking towards him. For Yi Ming, Deng Cheng was naturally no stranger. As one of the 5 most active people among the freshmen, the super genius who refined the earth-ranking demon spirits, how could he not recognize them? They occasionally cross paths with each other. They just compete with each other. So the relationship is a bit delicate. Deng Cheng, the stereo is good. It cost a fortune, didn't it? Yi Ming came to Deng Cheng's side and complimented him. Your roasted whole pig tastes good too. It has a lot of qi and blood. Not knowing Yi Ming's purpose, Deng Cheng said with the same politeness. Yi Ming was non-committal. Because of his father's work, he refused a special offer from Great Wall University to come to Red Cloud. There were also quite a few Yi clan members in Red Cloud University, so he knew that for them, this 2-day stage was the best opportunity to showcase their talents. Only that this opportunity had been booked by Deng Cheng a long time ago. In this regard, Yi Ming would not consider it unfair. For the children of families like theirs, background was part of strength, and aside from talent and hard work, it was a major reason why they were ahead of the others. Today puts you one step ahead, but it's nothing. The real highlight is still the throne challenge the day after tomorrow, Yi Ming said. Deng Cheng nodded and did not deny it. Today's orientation party would at best remember his name among the new students, attracting no real talent. And with the throne challenge, not only the new students but also the old students, the tutors and school leaders of the academy would notice, and that great reward was attractive to him. But compared to joining the Red Cloud battle team and becoming a main player, the throne challenge was nothing. Only by becoming the main member of the Red Cloud battle team would he be qualified to obtain some resources that even his family could not provide. Those resources and perks were enough to make a demon spiritist go crazy for them and disregard everything. Thinking of this, Deng Cheng, like Yi Ming, looked in the direction of Lin Feng and the others, his eyes flickering slightly. To try, Yi Ming suggested with a smile on the corner of his mouth. There was no doubt that for those who wanted to join the Red Cloud battle team, Lin Feng and Yun Kai were definitely their most prominent opponents. A combat genius who had entered the Glory Rookie ranking before he had even refined his demonic spirit. A genius demon spiritist who inherited his ancestors' transcendent bloodline, possessed the talent of returning to his ancestors' demonization, and refined the 97th Golden Lion King on the Earth ranking list. If they wanted to join the Red Cloud battle team and participate in the Battle of College Students Glory as the main force, Lin Feng and Yun Kai were a hurdle they couldn't cross. Among them, Yun Kai's position was hard to shake, and the Golden Lion King, who was ranked 97th on the Earth ranking list, was too high in rank, coupled with the returning demonization, and genuinely didn't dare to compare. As for Lin Feng, although he was rumored to have some demonic talent in martial arts, after all, he hadn't refined the demonic spirit yet, so he still had a chance. It's good to try. You or me? Deng Cheng was a bit impressed. Lin Feng was a recognized super genius. He was also the top student of the National College Entrance Examination, and a future Glory All-Star contestant in the eyes of the media. If he could defeat him on stage, then he would step on Lin Feng's corpse and fire all over the Red Cloud. Deng Cheng understood that this was a great opportunity, a chance to really make a name for yourself amongst the freshmen and have a great chance of success. Although Lin Feng was a strong fighter and had the biggest reputation, after all, he hadn't refined his demonic spirit yet and wasn't invincible. Demon spirit masters were above martial artists of the same grade, and martial artists who refined demon spirits were invincible at the same level. Powerful demon spirit masters even have the strength to cross levels. The one that Deng Cheng had refined was a 9th grade flame tiger, known for its strong fire attacks, and its attack power was among the top of the 9th grade. In his opinion, if he was in the state of demonic transformation, his physical attributes were substantially increased. Coupled with the Flaming Tiger's natural skill, it was still an unknown who would win and who would lose. As long as we can defeat Lin Feng, whoever goes on will be fine, Yi Ming said indifferently, not looking very concerned. It's better for you to go first. The one you refined is an earth-ranking demon spirit, so you have to be more certain. Deng Cheng glanced at Yi Ming, and after considering it for a while, he gave up on this intention. Although he had gained a lot after defeating Lin Feng, his status was after all the president of a club. Lin Feng hadn't refined the demonic spirit yet. Even if he defeated Lin Feng and made a name for himself amongst the new students, it would be a bad victory and bad for his reputation instead, unless he didn't demonically transform and simply had a martial arts duel. However, in a pure martial duel, with the same first-grade martial artist, he would only be abused miserably. Demon spirit level doesn't determine anything. For Deng Cheng's refusal, Yi Ming was not surprised and even guessed it long ago. Besides, we don't need to do it ourselves. Just call our men to do it. The henchmen do it? Deng Cheng somewhat realized at this time. Yi Ming didn't have to defeat Lin Feng, nor did he do it to make a name for himself. He was simply testing Lin Feng's strength, and the purpose is naturally for the throne challenge the day after. Yi Ming's strength was very strong, the strength of a first-grade martial artist, refining the 194th blood shadow beast on the earth ranking, was qualified to compete for the first throne, the freshman throne challenge. There were 100 seats, but there was only one throne, and the rewards were the richest. There isn't much difference in appearance between the second and 100th place seats. The throne challenge was just like the college entrance exam. People will only remember the names of the top students of the college entrance examination, and no one will pay special attention to the role models. As for Lin Feng, he could violently beat a first-grade martial artist at the 8th stage of physical cultivation, and now he was already a first-grade martial artist, and even though he hadn't refined the demonic spirit, no one dared to underestimate him, and he had the same qualifications to sit on the first throne. As for why Yi Ming didn't do it himself, it wasn't hard to guess that it was mainly for two reasons. The first is to avoid injury. Against Lin Feng, none of them had a certainty of victory, and if they failed, not only would it affect the ranking of the throne challenge the day after tomorrow, it would be a damage to the reputation of the society. Secondly, it was more important to join the Red Cloud Warriors than the throne challenge. Lin Feng and Yun Kai plus Dong Yunan, an exceptionally talented demon spiritist, a rare combat genius, plus a healer. This was already the top configuration of the Glory Battle Team. In the eyes of many school leaders, the addition of Lin Feng's trio had heralded the rise of Red Cloud University in the battle for the glory of the nation's colleges and universities 3 years later. The three of them seemed to have locked up the 3 starting spots on the Warriors early. Battle of Glory is a team battle, compared to the individual combat power, the tacit understanding between team members. The choice of the demon spirit and the matching of the demon spirit skills is more important. If, in the future, Lin Feng's trio joined the Red Jade Warriors and became the main players, the remaining 2 main player slots would most likely have to refer to Lin Feng's trio. Offending Lin Feng so easily was obviously not a wise choice. This was the main reason why Yi Ming didn't do it himself. Well, any comments? Yi Ming asked. The stage was built by Deng Cheng after all. Every new student had to be selected to perform on stage. Without his consent, the plan could not be implemented. Of course, why would I have a problem with that? Tong Cheng nodded. It wasn't like he didn't have to do anything himself, so he naturally didn't have any reason to refuse. He actually wanted to see the real strength of the high school student, and if possible, for the first throne he wanted to fight for it. As a first-grade martial artist, refining a 9th-grade demon spirit, he naturally had hope. After Deng Cheng agreed, Yi Ming had no intention to continue with the pleasantries, and after a few simple chats, he excused himself and left. Brother Deng, what's Yi Ming doing here? After Yi Ming left, a teenager came over and asked. Nothing, just a little something. Looking at Yi Ming's disappearing back, Deng Cheng's eyes flickered slightly, and there was more than a hint of scorn in his heart for Yi Ming. Not only in terms of background or strength, the two of them were not even close to each other, and even in terms of demon spirit level, Yi Ming was even stronger than him. Both of them also had the same purpose, to pull in new students and create their own forces to join the Red Cloud Warriors in the future. From the conversation he had just had, he realized that Yi Ming had considered things much more comprehensively than he had, and was bound to become his main rival at Red Cloud University. At 9 p.m., it was getting more and more lively, and the exuberant freshmen had no intention of resting a bit. There was still a continuous stream of freshmen performing on the stage. More than 17,000 freshmen, even 1%, 10 minutes per person, was enough to perform for a day. Not only the new students, many old students also joined in. For the old students, with the heavy daily classes, tough otherworldly fights, it was rare to have a good day where they could eat, drink and have fun. and they were not willing to let it go. Only 3 or 2 old students were gathered together, eating barbecue and chatting over a small drink. They also don't climb in with freshmen unless they're cute and pretty schoolgirls. In a corner, Zhang Yu looked at Lin Feng. His face was a bit ugly. That big tall guy is the Orcian Kai. The one beside him is Lin Feng. Yi Xing Night Ghost possessed, looked at him, and performed the first soul skill White Underworld. And he didn't see anything? If it wasn't for me realizing the danger in advance and covering his eyes, Yi Xing's eyes would only have gone blind. Sitting next to Zhang Yu was a long-haired young man. Long black hair shoulder length. Beside the body put a shape of the ancient long sword. Sniffing his brow slightly frowned, Zhang Yu, I heard that you encouraged the Game Star to use the ghost eyes. You know for the Witch Clan, the importance of the Game Star. The Night Ghost is not anyone can be refined. If he is really blind, Witch Clan will not be easy to let go of you. And then even the captain will not be able to protect you. So you will not be able to protect you. At that time, I'm afraid that even if the captain steps in, he won't be able to protect you. Zhang Yu's face changed slightly and didn't deny it. His tone was a bit bitter and regretful. Vice team, you also know the innate ability of the Game Star Demon Spirit. He hasn't had any accidents watching anyone over the years, and no one knew that this situation would happen. Yeah, Lieutenant, it's mainly because that Lin Feng is too weird. The Red Shadow, hell knows what it is. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit delicate, a young girl persuaded. Shepherd Starlight obviously also knew that this was the case, so he didn't blame Zhang Yu anymore. He slightly gazed at Lin Feng. He had heard of this top student of the college entrance exam many times, and even made the Game Star almost go blind. It was indeed unusual. Why is someone carrying a weapon? Just as Mu Xingguang was observing Lin Feng, the young girl who had persuaded him earlier gave a slight eep, and Mu Xingguang turned his eyes, only to see that on the stage, a burly teenager stood in the center of the stage, holding a giant battle sword. Hello everyone, my name is Hishan. Today's orientation party was wonderful, but in my opinion, it lacked some passion and fervor. Facing the crowd's astonished gazes, the teenager's right hand stretched out in front of him, his battle sword pointing at the new students. Martial artists, how can there be less fighting? I don't have any talent, but my strength is quite good. A first-grade martial artist, refined 8th grade of the Xian Iron Rhinoceros. I'm going to challenge one person today to give you all a helping hand. Challenge? Hishan's words were unexpected by many. No one had expected anyone at the orientation party to want a challenge. But it did seem very interesting. The show was also great, but it was a bit boring for 2 hours. Whereas the battles got the blood pumping. Anyone want to get in the ring? Or should I pick my own opponent? After Hishan finished his words, his eyes scanned through the new students. And finally, he pointed his battle sword in one direction and laughed loudly. Among the new students, there is one person who has the greatest fame. So I will challenge him. As soon as Hishan's words fell, the cacophony of people that was originally boiling over quieted down. There were some wonderful expressions on the faces of the new students, who hadn't expected the orientation party to have such a program. Following the direction guided by the battle sword, the crowd quickly locked onto a direction and captured the figure of a man. There are a lot of geniuses among the freshmen. Yun Kai, Dong Yunan, Yi Ming, Deng Chang, Bai Xiaoyun. The names are all, if not familiar, at least heard. Each name represented exceptional talent, but for fame, they were all far inferior to one. Lin Feng. Undoubtedly, the most famous among the freshmen was Lin Feng, endorsed the commercial in just his senior year, which is not many among freshmen. To refuse the invitation of the 3 major S-class clubs, it was only rare to have the qualifications encouraged to do so. Before refining the demonic spirit, it entered the blurry rookie list. Moreover, in addition to Lin Feng unique, on top of that, the title of college entrance exam scholar alone was enough to make Lin Feng famous throughout the country. Talent and strength. There would be a lot of controversy as to whether or not Lin Feng could be ranked number 1, but for fame alone, Lin Feng was definitely the number 1 person in Red Cloud. After the surprise, the freshmen steeply erupted into even greater clamor and chatter. Interesting. Surprisingly, someone dares to challenge Lin Feng. This is going to be a good show. Lin Feng hasn't refined the demonic spirit yet. This is not a good win even if he wins. What do you know? Can a high school student be the same as an ordinary martial artist? I guess Hishan will be abused very badly. It shouldn't be so bad. It's really not certain who will win or lose. Demon spirit masters can be much tougher than martial artists. The freshmen were talking a lot, and those who originally had no interest in the performance and felt bored playing with their cell phones lowly also looked up and joined in the discussion. Looking excited, the top student of the college entrance examination, the first person in the country, who was not curious about his strength. Oh, I was looking for a chance to test the waters. This is just right. Zhang Yu and the others also stopped gossiping. their eyes penetrating with a hint of amusement. Under the attention of all the people, Lin Feng grasped the skewer in his right hand and flipped it over from time to time. His face was calm as usual, and he was not surprised by the sudden challenge. It's only natural that someone would want to step on him to make a name for himself when his fame grows. Feng, Gao Hai and Yang Fan and the others looked at each other with a somewhat gloomy expression. Although he was confident in Lin Feng, it was true that Lin Feng had yet to refine the demonic spirit. This Yishan is strong, the same first-grade martial artist, refining is the 8th-grade Xian Iron Rhinoceros. Although the speed is slower, but it is notoriously high attack and high defense. Yishan if the demonic transformation, Lin Feng's fighting skills are no longer strong, but also do not necessarily hit the other party's defense. It's okay. Seeing the worried gazes of Gao Hai and the others, Lin Feng smiled lightly, looking cloudy. He patted his pants, and was ready to get up and take on the fight. In his opinion, it was just a game, and although the game was a bit boring, it was impossible to avoid the battle with so many people watching. What's more, the fight would soon be over, even if he hadn't refined the demon spirit yet. So what? Although a demon spirit master was above a martial artist, with his combat experience, he wouldn't have much difficulty dealing with a rookie who had just started college. Just as Lin Feng stood up, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Brother Feng, let me do it. At an unknown time, Yun Kai appeared in front of Lin Feng, and his brown eyes, which were like the pupils of a beast, revealed a brilliantly sharp light. Before he met Lin Feng, Yun Kai's life was gray. From the time he woke up in the morning, he was faced with the ridicule and disgusting gazes of his clan members. Even his parents and younger siblings were gradually estranged from him, and life was a kind of torment for him, until he met Lin Feng. Lin Feng was the first person to unleash his goodwill on him and was willing to be his friend. Because of Lin Feng, he knew about the return to demonization and became a supreme genius in the eyes of his clan and classmates. To Yun Kai, Lin Feng was not only his friend, but also his benefactor and relative. He doesn't allow anyone to challenge him and hurt him so easily. Yun Kai spoke to Lin Feng, and without giving him time to react, he took large steps towards the stage. With a height of 1 meter 9, a lanky body covered in muscles, and a seemingly demonic change in appearance, Yun Kai attracted everyone's attention as soon as he mounted the stage. If Lin Feng was the most famous, but when it came to talent and potential, in the opinion of many people, Yun Kai was the number one deservedly. Inherit the gift of the transcendent ancestors return to demonization, refining the 97th ranked Golden Lion King of the Earth ranking, not only in Red Cloud, but even in the whole country. There were very few people who could be comparable to Yun Kai. If there were no accidents, Yun Kai was destined to become the most dazzling new star in the Glory Alliance in the future. All of the top clubs in the Pride League, including the Giants Gathering Stars, had their sights set on Yun Kai, and made repeated invitations, but were all turned down. And last month's Glory Rookie list even ranked Yun Kai in the 7th position, higher than Yichio's ranking. Seeing Yun Kai on the stage, Hishan's face changed slightly. His mission was to challenge Lin Feng, not Yun Kai, against Lin Feng, who hadn't yet refined his demonic spirit. He still had some certainty, but facing Yun Kai, even though Yun Kai hadn't yet broken through to martial arts, and no one had ever seen him make a move, he didn't know why, but under those beast pupils, his body was slightly stiff. The one I want to challenge is Lin Feng. Seeing Yun Kai preparing to make a move, Hishan opened his mouth. Lin Feng is my big brother. If you want to challenge him, win me first. Yun Kai looked at Hishan and walked towards him step by step, his originally slightly hideous pupils transmitting a hint of ferocity and coldness. Hishan was scared inwardly. If he dared to challenge Lin Feng, he was naturally not weak, and since he knew that this battle was inevitable, he didn't have the intention of admitting defeat. Demon change, slightly closing his eyes. A gray light steeply appeared in Hishan's brow, quickly spreading throughout his body. At the same time, Hishan's appearance and body underwent huge changes. His entire body was swollen with muscles, his limbs were extremely thick, his pitch-black pupils took on a brass color, and his nose and forehead became abnormally fat, as if they had become edematous. Avalanche. At its chest 2 or 3 buttons were directly collapsed, revealing its explosive body as well as its dark gray skin. The black pants seemed to be special, elastic, and did not show signs of collapsing and cracking. Hishan will be in the hands of the war knife casually wave, directly inserted in the ground not far away. Double fist slightly clenched. The whole body will be covered by the Xian iron, and then the figure of a movement quickly appeared in front of the Cloud Kai, waved up the fist, flashing with a dark gray luster. Even the air seems to be then viscous in general. Yun Kai did not retreat. He stood still and looked at the attacking Hishan. His right hand clenched and his body blossomed with a golden brilliant light. Yun Kai's original appearance was just like that of the refined lion system demon spiritist, Not much had changed after the demonic transformation, only that his brown pupils had turned golden, as bright and dazzling as gold, and his body was just like that of a cast of gold, glittering with a golden luster. So handsome. After Yunkai's demonic transformation, he was like a golden god of war, with his long golden hair dancing slightly, and his entire body was as if it was cast in gold, looking extremely domineering, including Lin Feng. This was the first time everyone had seen what someone looked like after fusing the Golden Lion King, not to mention how the attack power and natural abilities were. This appearance alone was extremely extraordinary. So strong. After Yunkai's demonic transformation, He Shan's heart trembled, and at this moment, he felt a pressure, like the pressure of a low-grade demonic beast when facing a high-grade demonic beast. This was a kind of bloodline-level suppression, and although it didn't have much of an effect on his own strength, he felt a bit uncomfortable all over. Ah! With a roar, as if He Shan wanted to vent out this discomfort, he raised his grey fist covered in basalt iron towards Yunkai's head. Yunkai's fist clenched, again with a fancy-free punch. With a loud bang, two fists, one grey and one gold, collided, and a mournful whistling sound rang out, accompanied by the sound of bones crunching and cracking, and a grey figure shot out more than 20 meters away, directly flying out of the stage and falling into the crowd of freshmen. How is this? The scene was somewhat silent for a moment. The big battle that everyone expected didn't happen, and no one expected how easily the battle would end, ending beyond everyone's expectations. In just one move, the two men who were both demon spirit masters did not use their natural skills, and in a pure power competition, He Shan, who had reached the strength of a first-grade martial artist, was actually directly blown away. His arm was broken, and he directly fell unconscious. So strong, some people can't help but get hot under the collar. Is this the gift of returning to demonization? Yunkai was only at the 9th stage of physical cultivation and had yet to break through to become a martial artist, but even so, he had not only challenged and even crushed his opponents over the levels. Yunkai! Yunkai! Someone shouted out, and with it many others chimed in. The loud shouts seemed to put the entire academy in a state of boiling. So strong, returning demonization. Golden Lion King. Zhang Yu and the others' faces changed slightly. It was obvious that Yunkai's strength had shaken them a bit, by directly crushing their opponents, or by going over the top. By the time Yunkai was a sophomore, he might be able to threaten their position on the battle team. With just this battle, Yunkai not only intimidated the entire arena, but also made a name for himself in Red Cloud. He Shan, who had already fallen into a state of unconsciousness, collapsed to the ground and was carefully carried away by the two boys, the bent right arm hanging and swaying in midair, causing many people's hearts to tremble slightly. This is tragic. It's a shame that the basket is empty. The freshman exchanged whispers. Although he didn't know why He Shan had challenged Lin Feng, there were only two purposes, fame or profit. Although Lin Feng had a great reputation and was even known as the strongest high school student ever, but after all, he hadn't yet refined his demonic spirit. He Shan, as a demonic spirit master, was refining an 8th grade demonic spirit. It wasn't like there wasn't a possibility that he could win if he wanted to challenge Lin Feng, but who would have thought that Yunkai would come out of nowhere? He Shan was a 1st grade martial artist, refining an 8th grade Xiantai rhinoceros. No matter whether it was the martial realm or the grade of the demonic spirit, he was definitely considered strong amongst the freshmen, but when facing Yunkai, he seemed to be weaker as well. If there wasn't this accident, in the throne challenge the day after tomorrow, He Shan wouldn't dare to say that he would enter the top 10, but he would definitely have a place. Return to demonization. Looking at the burly figure in the center of the ring, Yi Ming was slow to calm down. For the return of the demonization, he has long been expected in his heart, knowing that it is the inheritance of the bloodline talent of the transcendental ancestors, the true pride of heaven, God's favorite. Even he is not envious, and simply cannot compare. That was why he had simply given up on Yunkai and switched to testing Lin Feng's strength. Now not only had Lin Feng's strength not been tested, but it had also caused He Shan to be injured. A genius like He Shan would easily not convince anyone. Although he could ask He Shan to help him test Lin Feng's strength, it didn't mean that He Shan was his subordinate. He had paid $300,000 to get He Shan to agree to go out and try, and now that He Shan would be absent from the throne challenge due to his injuries, the loss would be counted on his head. The rewards for the top 100 of the throne challenge were not a small amount of money for him either. In addition to being heartbroken, he was also a little jealous of Yunkai's strength. In addition to being shocked, he was stronger than He Shan, but as the same first-grade martial artist, the difference in strength between each other wasn't that big. Even though he was refining an earth-ranking demon spirit, He Shan was not even a match for Yunkai's one move, and he was only afraid that he would not be a match for Yunkai either. Right now, Yunkai was only at the 9th stage of physical cultivation. If he waited for him to become a first-grade martial artist, Who would still be his opponent in the same realm? At this moment, there were many people like Yi Ming, who experienced a feeling of powerlessness. Not only the freshmen and older students, even many of the teachers who mingled with the freshmen were intimidated by Yun Kai. That Shan is too stupid. With his first-grade martial artist realm, it's not like he doesn't have any hope of defeating Yun Kai. Knowing that the one Yun Kai refined was the 97th ranked Golden Lion King on the Earth ranking, with a rank that was unknown how much higher than his, and also possessing the talent of returning demonization, this still dared to put up a hard fight. The two teachers shook their heads. In their opinion, Shan's fighting style was idiotic. With a demonic spirit of the Golden Lion King's rank, paired with the talent of returning demonization, that martial advantage wasn't of much use. Freshmen, it's understandable that they don't know the fighting style of a demon spiritist, someone said with amusement. For demon spirit masters, the higher the level of the demon spirit naturally has more advantages. But new students do not realize that how to use the demon spirit's talent for combat and the choice of matching demon spirit techniques is more important than the level of the demon spirit. Many examples abounded of students who had refined high-grade demonic spirits whose combat power was far inferior to those who had refined medium-grade demonic spirits. It really is a top-notch configuration, a martial arts teacher exclaimed. Even if he was a freshman, even if Yun Kai had yet to truly display the power of the Golden Lion King, but through the tube, this was already a seeded player for the future Glory League All-Stars. The admissions office has been surprisingly helpful this time around, and I've noticed that the quality of this year's freshmen is all over the place. Some teachers began to praise the admissions office, and in their opinion, the $100 million in special admissions fees was worth every penny spent. Yun Kai alone was so amazing. If he was paired with Lin Feng, two of the top fighters in the alliance plus Dong Yunan, the future was really something to look forward to. Although Red Cloud had a good record in the National Collegiate Glory League over the years, it was suppressed by the Great Wall and Magic Star, and the resources allocated to it were far inferior to the two. And now with the appearance of Yun Kai's trio, the situation seemed to have taken a turn for the better. This turn of events could very well change the landscape of the three major hero academies. Yun Kai, K, I'm going to give you a monkey. Yun Kai, I want to be your girlfriend. Yun Kai, I want to be your boyfriend. Yun Kai's debut was successful. Like a golden god of war, he exited the demonic transformation state. Under the stage, a group of girls let out piercing screams one after another. Not only freshman girls, even many schoolmates were interested in this special schoolmate. Mr. Yun Kai, can we take a picture together? There were many girls who came up to the stage to give flowers and some even asked for a photo, posing in various intimate positions. My Kai is going to fall in love. Under the stage, Dong Yunan couldn't help but say, his tone a little strange. Ha! Looking at the screams of the girls under the stage, Lin Feng smiled and wasn't surprised. Yun Kai, who possessed the returning demonization, was a complete representation of testosterone. The representative of the Transcendent One clan, coupled with the stout figure, strong physique, the talent of an absolute demon spiritist and the superb fighting strength, combined. At this moment, it was unknown how many girls' hearts were racing and their faces were flushed. That originally beast-like appearance was also no longer loathed because of the returning demonization, but instead felt noble and extraordinary. Standing at the center of the stage, Yun Kai was obviously a bit unaccustomed to this kind of attention, and he looked a bit overwhelmed when facing the enthusiastic girls taking pictures or chatting with them. Yun Kai, my name is Luo Meng. There was even a girl wearing a tight martial artist power suit with a hot body who hooked Yun Kai's arm and smiled. Well, hello. Feeling the arm deeply into a mass of softness, Yun Kai looked down. The long eyelashes of the girl in front of him were slightly fluttering. Her white and flawless skin was translucent with light red powder. Her light red lips were as delicate as rose petals, and the slender martial artist's strong suit was outlined with a seductive art because of the extrusion. Yun Kai did not dare to look any further. His face slightly reddened. Once upon a time he was ostracized and loathed. Almost nothing to do with women. Conversations were rare, let alone physical contact. At this time, he even breathed much more sharply, his lion's nose slightly enlarged, and shy. Luo Meng could clearly feel Yun Kai's nervousness, which made her heart even more surprised. In today's society, where you start first grade at age 6, graduate from high school at 16, and are legally allowed to get married and have children at 18, boys and girls are more precocious these days, and while singles are still plentiful as dogs, quality guys are also rare, not to mention the special nature of the teenager in front of him. Everyone knew that if there were no accidents, this boy in front of him who was still a little tender and shy would become a big star resounding through the Glory Union in the near future, and become the man who would make all women's hearts flutter. There was no denying that she was moved. It wasn't just purely heartwarming. If she could become Yun Kai's girlfriend, she would be able to join Lin Feng's squad, and that speed of strength increase would definitely be far greater than the others. If you don't make a move at this time, you will definitely regret it in the future. That bitch, dare to hook up with my Yunkai. Under the stage, many girls saw Luo Meng's move somewhat sourly. There are also a lot of stupidity. Although Red Cloud has more men than women, but there are not many such dazzling boys. Use one less than one. Yunkai-san, I like you. Luo Meng grasped her cell phone in front of her with her left hand, pulled Yunkai tightly with her right hand, and looked at the camera and confessed. Yunkai froze slightly, and under Luo Meng's astonished gaze, he got out of the ring as if he was running away, and came to the side of Lin Feng and the others. I don't believe it. On the stage, Luo Meng looked at Yunkai's fallen figure with some amusement, but did not give up hope. How can you give up so easily on such a dazzling boy? Kai, you're amazing. Gao Hai slapped Yunkai's shoulder hard and said in an adoring tone. Although they were both demon spirit masters, the demon spirit he had refined was a second-grade demon spirit powerful demon bull, and in front of Yunkai, he was like a weak chicken. I'm not as strong as Brother Feng. Yunkai waved his hand, seemingly a little embarrassed. You're really strong now. This was also the first time Lin Feng had seen Yunkai after his demonic transformation, and he was secretly staggered at his strength. It was worthy of being a returning demonization, a world-recognized supreme talent. In response to Lin Feng and the others' admiration, Yunkai acted calmly, but the smile at the corner of his mouth revealed his inner happiness. He didn't care about the envy and admiration of the freshmen. What he really cared about was his value in the squad. The appearance of the cherished and rare Earth-ranking demon spirit Golden Lion King caused a sensation and hot debate at the very beginning, but it didn't push the welcome party forward. Instead, it made the atmosphere a bit subtle and cold. The exciting stage program seems to have become a bit boring to the freshmen at this point. They all compared themselves to Yunkai and quickly realized the gap between the two, and this unbridgeable gap made them feel powerless and frustrated. Damned he shone. No strength and yet he still thinks too much of himself, ruining the pleasant mood of my old man. Didn't Ji Ming make this stage? What kind of person goes on every show? It's just that such a happy day has made me feel inferior. Many of the new students cursed, which made Ji Ming quickly realize that he had made a mistake. Serious mistake. Lin Feng and the others were eating barbecue, and because of Yunkai's dazzling performance, people came to disturb them from time to time. A large portion of them were Yunkai fans. Most of them are women, and there are many beautiful schoolmates among them. On top of that, there were people from all sorts of clubs, such as various martial arts clubs and mercenary squads, which made Lin Feng overwhelmed. Once again refused the invitation of a mercenary squad. Not far away, a line of 5 people came to Lin Feng. These 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman. Extraordinary appearance, calm footsteps, eyes calm and confident. The head of a young man, light and clear white face, through the angular cold, dresses very well dressed, demeanor through a wave of elegance. He introduced himself and said, "My name is Cheng Nan. I'm the class president of the Demon Spirit Department's Senior Class 7, and I'd like to, I'm sorry, but we have no plans." Just as Yang Fan was about to refuse the other party's solicitation, he saw this young man named Chen Nan frowning and waving his hand, somewhat forcefully stopping Yang Fan's intention to continue. Listen to me to finish first. I am the head of the organization department of the student union, and I would like to invite the 3 of you to join the student union. Feng? The other party's forcefulness did not make Yang Fan embarrassed or dissatisfied. His expression remained unchanged. He only measured this Chen Nan with his eyes before turning back to ask Lin Feng what he meant. If it was a normal club, a refusal would be a refusal, but the student council was different. Long before he came to Red Cloud, Yang Fan had already understood some of the basic information of Hongyu University clearly. Red Cloud University had 2 major departments. One was the Demon Spirit Department and one was the Martial Arts Department. The students of the Demon Spirit Department are all demon spiritists and focus on developing the abilities of demon spirits. And according to the demon spirit's natural ability, the future career plan is divided into the Warrior Department, the Mage Department, the Thief Department, the Assassin Department and so on, whereas the Martial Arts Department was mainly focused on martial artists. Although there were also demon spiritists, the students who entered the Martial Arts Department did not have high demon spirit levels in general. So with martial arts as the main focus and demon spirits as the secondary focus, the number of people and their strengths were far inferior to that of the Demon Spirit Department. At Red Cloud University, there are various clubs and organizations that students can join at all their own characteristics and career directions, but those are student-created and are not recognized by the university, nor do they have any rights. The Student Government Association is the largest student organization in Red Cloud, and it is the only student organization recognized by the university. As the school's bridge and link to the students, it is not just a student organization, but a huge power in its infancy. And the student council has 7 departments. A student council minister, if on the influencer status even higher than the general school leaders. This is a semi-independent from the Red Cloud University student organization. Even the Red Cloud University only have the right to supervise, and does not have the actual right to manage, completely by the students' independent operation and management. If joining the Red Cloud Warriors represented exceptional talent and potential, but joining the student council represented his background and strength. Hello, I'm Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood up, although he didn't know the background of this Chen Nan, but to be able to become one of the ministers of the student council, I'm afraid that he should not be underestimated. Joining the student union was also Lin Feng's goal when he entered Red Cloud University. The student council manages and coordinates all the students in Red Cloud, and he needs to use this platform to realize his plans. I know, Lin Feng, the top student of the college entrance exam. Among the freshmen, you have the best reputation. Chen Nan nodded and asked, all 3 of you can join the student union and follow me in the future. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He didn't like the other party's tone. It was overbearing, and he's used to being the boss, not the little brother. What? Chen Nan frowned slightly, his eyes sharp, feeling the slightly heavy and depressing atmosphere. Yun Kai fiercely stood up and stood behind Lin Feng. His eyes were full of arrogance and a wildness. He didn't utter a word. He didn't move a muscle, but no one dared to ignore his presence, even if their strength was far stronger than Yun Kai's. Chen Nan's expression remained unchanged, but he was surprised in his heart. He knew that Lin Feng and Yun Kai were classmates and had a good relationship with each other, but he hadn't thought that with Yun Kai's talent he would be willing to be a junior. And after Yun Kai got up, Dong Yunan also stood behind Lin Feng, as did Yang Fan and Gao Hai. Although the strength of the 5 of them was far inferior to Chen Nan's 5, their aura was not weak at all. Not interested, Lin Feng said indifferently. Just a minister. You really think you're the student council president? If it was the president of the student council, Lin Feng might still have 1 or 2 scruples. A minister wasn't qualified to make him cower in fear and hold back. Chen Nan looked at Lin Feng. A hidden glint flashed in his eyes. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to reject so directly. There wasn't even the slightest bit of leeway. The 4 men and women behind him also looked at each other with a hint of incredulity and anger in their eyes. With the talent of the 3 of you, joining the student union will only benefit you and do you no harm. I'll give you 1 more chance, Chen Nan slowly said. Although you have talent, with your character you will only run into walls everywhere in Red Cloud. The same overbearing tone, with a hint of threat at the end of his words, made Lin Feng a little impatient. Can't understand the words? I'm not interested. Wow. Lin Feng and the others had originally attracted the attention of the freshmen, and the appearance of Chen Nan and his group was even more eye-catching. Those who were close knew what was happening, and many of them were a bit envious of this, but no one had expected that in the face of the strong Chen Nan, Lin Feng would directly provoke. Not only were the new students, even Chen Nan himself had not expected that there would be a new student who would dare to refuse and even provoke himself. In his position, he was showered with compliments everywhere he went, and even his teachers were treated as equals. Chen Nan had already overestimated Lin Feng. Otherwise with his status he wouldn't have come out to solicit himself. How could he not expect to be directly hit in the face? At this time, under the gaze of the crowd, he was somewhat riding a tiger. Do you believe I'll make it hard for you to move an inch in Red Cloud? Chen Nan directly threatened. You'll graduate in a year. Do you believe that in a year's time, I'll make the power you've worked so hard to build go straight to zero? Lin Feng asked. He wasn't afraid of the other party making a move. According to the school rules, the other party was stronger than him. As long as he didn't take the lead in provoking and making a move, Chen Nan wouldn't dare to move. As for that threat, Lin Feng didn't care. If Chen Nan could threaten him, he could likewise threaten the other party. Good. You're good. Chen Nan hadn't expected that Lin Feng would respond to his threat in such a way, and it had to be said that it was very threatening. He had worked hard for 3 years, relying on the support of his family and spending a lot of resources and money, and that was how he became the Minister of Organization. There was still a year left before he graduated from Red Cloud, but graduating didn't mean that the fruits of his hard work would be in vain. He could find a successor, and the resources of that student council would still be available to him and his family. But if a year or two later, when Lin Feng and Yun Kai had grown up, then at that time with their strength, if they entered the student council, it would be a bit dangerous to really try to sabotage his achievements. Needless to say, Lin Feng's threats were accurate and hit the nail on the head. 2 days later, early morning, it was a special day for the University of Red Cloud, and for the people of Guanglin. This day is a rare weekend, when they can finally rest and take a nap after working hard on weekdays. However, when the sky just brightened, many people lifted the quilt and the sound of the alarm clock, and the family quickly washed up and walked out of the house. Not even having time to eat breakfast, they couldn't wait to show up at the entrance of the Red Cloud University early. and clustered into the gates in twos and threes, heading in the same direction. The annual throne challenge is about to begin. I've been looking forward to it for a month. Last year, that Blackwing Zhang Xuanfei was amazing, but unfortunately he didn't ascend to the first throne and was only ranked third. I wonder if any such geniuses have appeared this year. How could there not be? I've heard that this year's freshmen are of a much higher quality compared to previous years. Lin Feng aside, I see that Orc Yun Kai is much stronger than last year's Zhang Xinfei. I'm here to see him today. In the sea of colorful people, a group of middle-aged men and women in their 30s and 40s, who were obviously office workers, were walking and talking. Red Cloud's Throne Challenge was an event not only for Red Cloud University, but for the people of Guanglin as well. On this day, the closed Red Cloud University would be open, and everyone would be able to freely enter and exit Red Cloud University to watch the Throne Challenge. Why do I feel like there are more people challenging for the throne this year? Is it just me? There was a sophomore youth wearing a white t-shirt and flip-flops, carrying a giant sword and eating a large meat bun looking at the crowded crowd. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes, although he knew that the annual Freshman Throne Challenge was very popular, with many people interested not only on campus, but even outside of campus, and there were also live broadcasts on television. The popularity didn't seem to be as high as this over the years, did it? How come it feels like it's already comparable to the National Collegiate Pride Battle? Even unusual regular season games aren't this popular, are they? It's not an illusion. There's at least a third, if not half, more people here. I think they're all here to see Lin Feng and Yun Kai, a boy explained. It's not really hard to guess why people are so curious and enthusiastic. Red Cloud University is one of the three major hero colleges in the country. Although the fame and history is far less than the Great Wall and the Magic Star, but since it can become one of the three major hero colleges, it naturally has its own heritage and special features. As a semi-military college, all the sons and daughters of military and governmental families or teenage girls who intend to move towards the direction of military and governmental development, the first choice is Red Cloud. It was also for this reason that Red Cloud University didn't have many geniuses, and it wasn't uncommon for the Pride of the Heavens to be there. The Freshman's Throne Challenge is the stage where the Pride of Heaven will be shown for the first time. Although many of this year's new students had only just reached adulthood, and some had yet to become martial artists, it was possible to see their potential and future trends. And it was true that a large part of the reason so many people had arrived today was because of Lin Feng and Yun Kai, who were really famous compared to others. Not only in Red Cloud, even the whole country is famous. In particular, the day before yesterday at the welcome party, Yun Kai's appearance as a golden god of war after his demonic transformation was captured on video and posted online, causing an excited buzz among the people of Guanglin. Although Yun Kai was born in Jiangchang, it could not stop Guanglin people from loving him, and even many netizens called him Guanglin's son of glory. Many people wanted to be there to see Yun Kai in person. For the vast majority of people, the 97th ranked Golden Lion King of the Earth ranking, such a high-level demonic spirit, many people had never seen it with their own eyes in their entire lives. As for returning demonization, there are only 3 in the country today. One is a child of only 3 years old, or a girl, just learning to walk. A middle-aged uncle who is already over 30 years old, has long missed the opportunity of awakening, overdrawn his life force, and is about to die soon. And the only person who truly possesses its demonic appearance and can still appear in the eyes of the world is Yun Kai. Of course, Yun Kai's rare talent was indeed eye-catching, but it wasn't necessarily the protagonist of this throne challenge. Brother Feng, there are so many people. Gao Hai looked around the martial arts arena. The seats in the form of a ladder had been covered by a sea of veteran students and spectators. At least more than 100,000 people were watching this event, and the kind of gazes and fervent discussions made his heart beat faster. Even if he knew that today was the stage where the Pride of Heaven was displayed, and it had nothing to do with him. Yeah, it's pretty crowded. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. It seemed to him that this newborn throne challenge actually had a few shocking sensations of the Day of Awakening. Not only were there a lot of people, Lin Feng also spotted a lot of journalists and photographers, and on the high platform not far away, many teachers and academy leaders in martial artists' power suits and military uniforms were taking their positions one after another. 8:50, 10 minutes to go. Yang Fan looked around and his expression was also excited. Like Gao Hai, his strength was at the bottom of the freshman, although it also had nothing to do with him. Today was undoubtedly the day that Lin Feng and Yun Kai would make a name for themselves, the day that all the people would be watching, and the best opportunity for the Jianghu Martial Arts Club to make a name for themselves. If the Jianghu Martial Arts Society grows and develops, then as the patriarch of the Martial Arts Society, the opportunity for him to fulfill his life's ambition will come. Compared to Yang Fan and the others, Lin Feng and Yun Kai acted calmly. I'd like to see what qualifications you have to be arrogant in front of me. 500 meters away from Lin Feng and the others, Chen Nan's face was calm, but a gloominess radiated from his body. He came to the welcome party confidently and wanted to recruit Lin Feng's 3 men, but ended up leaving in disgrace with 4 of his men, and didn't even dare to speak harshly under Lin Feng's cold and Yun Kai's insubordinate gaze. He had never imagined that as a senior, the head of the organization department of the student union, with his identity and strength in the Red Cloud would be ignored so much. Moreover, he could not imagine that Lin Feng, who had just graduated from high school and was only 16 years old, was so mature and old-fashioned, and in the face of his threats he did not even clash directly, and with one sentence he was made to scorn and shrivel up. Of course, this was also because Lin Feng's 3 talents were too dazzling and had long since entered the eyes of the school's senior leaders, and some of his small means simply didn't dare to be used. If it was an average freshman, he would have been played to death step by step. It was also because he had weakened his face in front of Lin Feng that he had been mocked by quite a few people in the past 2 days, and the attitude of the members of the organization department towards him had undergone some changes, and were not as obedient as they used to be, and one of them, a vice minister whose strength and background was not weaker than his, had been making frequent movements these days, and had begun to move against his ministerial position, and the culprit of all this is Lin Feng. If there was an opportunity, he would naturally want to launch a retaliation. So many powerful people. Yun Kai looked at the sky with some marvel in his eyes. At this moment, in the sky above them, there were 200 to 300 people with wings on their backs, flying in the air. These people had colorful wings. All of them were made of different attributes of spiritual power convergence. It was clear that all of them were above the 7th grade realm who could transform spiritual power into wings. In addition to this, there were also some oddly shaped feathers, like the wings of birds, and those who possessed these feathers had strange appearances and mutated their bodies. Obviously demon spiritists who had refined the flying demon spirits. There was no lack of 8th or even 9th grade powerhouses among these people. They were all very strong, but even they were interested in today's Throne Challenge. Red Cloud University's Throne Challenge could almost represent this year's latest heavenly talent to come out of Guanglin. Throne Challenge. The freshmen who get to have seats will most likely be inextricably linked to them in the future. There was an overwhelming number of strong people from families and consortiums that came with the purpose of recruiting. Freshmen with exceptional talent but no background are their preferred targets. The one called Yi Ming refined the 194th Blood Shadow Beast on the Earth ranking. His strength has reached that of a first-grade martial artist, and he has the strength to enter the top 10. There were many people looking in Yi Ming's direction. Regardless of the level and strength of the demon spirit, he was the best amongst the freshmen and had a great reputation. So many people were not unfamiliar with him. Compared to Yi Ming, although Deng Chang and the others were not weak in terms of fame, they had not refined the Earth-ranking demon spirits, and thus did not gain much attention. That one is Poison Beast Master Bai Ji. That's that Poison clan from the Western River. I heard that he's the Bai clan's most talented person in this decade. His strength should be able to enter the top 3. People's gazes looked toward a young man dressed in white, holding a jade flute, his face a little white, his expression revealing a hint of scorn and fear. Beast Controller was a legendary profession. It requires refining rare spirit-based demonic spirits in order to control demonic beasts, and the Poison Beast Master is a branch of the Beast Controller, a profession that everyone talks about. If controlling tyrannical, wild and untamable demonic beasts by nature was difficult and required raising them from a young age, cultivating feelings, and also required strong spiritual power, then controlling poisonous demonic beasts, these were almost useless. Poisonous demonic beasts were almost all cold-blooded animals with limited intelligence. Even if fed from a young age, they would not even know who their master was, and an accidental bite would have serious consequences, and it was likely to cost them their lives. In the eyes of all professionals, those who dared to use Poisonous Beastmaster as a profession were insane, unafraid to die a madman, and of these, the Guanglin Bai family was the most famous. The Bai clan was known for its poison, and the clan had been fed poisonous creatures since they were young. So even the Glory clan didn't dare to mess with them easily. Although Bai Ji was skinny and weak, he was able to become the best genius of the Bai clan in the past 10 years. So naturally he had his own special features, so no one dared to underestimate him. While Bai Ji was only one of the focal points of the people's discussion, there were many other heavenly prides who were not as famous, but had exceptional talent and had the same ability to compete for the first throne. Although Yun Kai possessed the talent of returning demonization and refined the 97th ranked Golden Lion King on the Earth ranking, he didn't necessarily have an advantage in front of Bai Ji and the others. As for Lin Feng, although he was the most famous, he hadn't refined the demonic spirit, so he wasn't looked upon favorably. Well, it's time. Once 9 o'clock arrived, an old man in yellow robes stood out on the high platform. He gently waved his hands, only to see the earth vibrate, and with a roar, a seat of varying sizes and yellow splendor rose up from the ground. The Throne Challenge. officially begins. The yellow-clothed old man raised his hand, and many people could feel the air shaking slightly. Amidst a crowd of astonished gazes, a seat condensed from an earth spell rose up from the ground and appeared in front of the 100,000 spectators and new students. These chairs are constructed entirely of earth and stone, the only difference being the shade of color and size. There were a total of 100 seats, one not too many, one not too few, 2 meters away from each other in a fan-shaped division, and the one that attracted the most attention was the one in the middle. There is a noticeable difference in this significantly twice as large seat. The chair had a diameter of 2 meters and a height of 3 meters, like a giant's chair, and its body was golden, as if it was made of gold, refracting golden light in the sunlight. The first throne. The freshmen looked at the chair, their fists clenched and a radiant light emanating from their eyes. In the first few days of enrollment, first throne was the most common word that came up in all mouths. There were 100 seats in the throne challenge, and those who were able to sit on them were all the deserved leaders among the freshmen. But there was only one throne, just as there was only one ancient emperor. For freshmen, being able to sit on it will undoubtedly make them the protagonist that everyone will be watching for, as well as the focus of the academy's training. After 100 seats appeared, the yellow-clothed old man did not introduce himself or speak nonsense. He nodded slightly to a middle-aged man in the center position of a high platform before sitting back down. The middle-aged man stood up. He was wearing a set of military uniform. There was no rank and no medal on his uniform, but when he stood up, no matter whether it was a freshman or a veteran student, their hearts were all tightened, as if they were being pressed by something heavy, and they could not breathe a bit. Hello everyone, first time meeting, introduce yourself. I'm Red Cloud's vice principal, Bu Zhang, and the dean of the Martial Arts Academy. The middle-aged man seems to be more than 40 years old, although the appearance and body are very ordinary, but there is a special belongs to the military temperament. Eyes stern through the majesty, he looked at the new students under the stage, opened his mouth and said, Red Cloud University was founded less than 100 years ago. No matter it is the history of the heritage or the comprehensive strength is not as good as the Great Wall and the Magic Planet, although there is also a special advantage there. But for many of you, this place maybe not be your first choice. Steps are being taken. A very rare surname. But these days this name Linfeng had been heard like thunder. The person with the most power in Red Cloud is the principal. But according to the old students, the principal does not care at all and does not teach. Many people from enrollment to graduation for 4 years have not seen the principal one side. Red Cloud really managed the 3 vice principals. Red Cloud is divided into 2 houses, Martial Arts Academy and Demon Spirit Academy. As the dean of the Martial Arts Academy, Bu Zhang had the strength of a 9th grade martial artist, and although he had not refined demonic spirits, with his self-created special secret technique, even demonic spirit masters of the same rank who had refined high-grade demonic spirits were no match for him. Ayumasa was nicknamed the Iron Giant. It was rumored that he would turn into a blood-red, 3-meter-tall giant covered in muscle bumps after he performed his secret martial arts techniques. And many students who couldn't become demon spirit masters tried everything to learn his secret techniques. But for some reason, Bu Zhang had never taught them. For this secret skill, Lin Feng was determined to win, transforming into a giant. This had a similar effect as refining the Berserker beast at the 68th position on the Earth ranking list. To be able to tough out a demon spirit master with a martial artist's body, and even crush the vast majority of demon spirit masters, it was enough to see the preciousness of this secret skill. Because of his own soul cultivation talent, Lin Feng was destined to be unable to refine high-grade demonic spirits in the early stages, compared to students who refine 9th-grade demon spirits, or even Earth-ranking demon spirits. Lin Feng was at a disadvantage even if he had a lot of experience in martial arts, and if he would have this secret skill, then he would be fearless of any demon spirit master. And this secret skill was where Lin Feng chose to join Red Cloud for a very major reason. Lin Feng knew that although this Dean Bu looked middle-aged, he was actually 83 years old. Perhaps it was due to the secret technique and thus maintained the appearance of his prime. As one of the 3 vice principals, his position was only below the principal and Huang Yong, the principal of the Demon Spirit Academy. Sweeping his eyes over the circle of new students, Bu Zhang continued, I don't care why you chose to enroll in Red Cloud, whether it's because of your family's relationship or some other reason. I just want to tell you that of the 3 hero academies, the students who graduated from Red Cloud may not be the strongest, but the most no one dares to mess with. Other than some students who rely on connections and sponsorship fees for special recruitment, those who can enter Red Cloud by their own efforts are all geniuses. But in my eyes, there isn't much difference between you geniuses and ordinary people. Many of the new students looked at each other when they heard this, some of them frowning slightly, just as what Bu Zhang had said. Those who were able to enter Red Cloud were geniuses. They grew up facing the envious and admiring gazes of their peers, the encouragement and praise of their teachers, and it was hard not to be convinced now that they had just enrolled in school and were being ignored so much. Bu Zhang was the dean of the martial arts academy and also the vice principal. Even if he was unconvinced, no one was idiotic enough to dare to directly retort. Only in his heart there was more or less some discomfort. But for this, Bu Zhang didn't care at all, turning a blind eye and said, "There's a difference between a genius and a talent, and only a talent deserves to be cultivated. There are 17,564 freshmen in Red Cloud this year. So many people, and you want to prove that you're talented, that you want to gain the attention and resources of the school, then you have to stand out from those around you. As for how to stand out, it's simple. There are 2 practical tests every semester. With a high grade ranking, there are naturally more resources, and mediocre people are not eligible for resources. As for today, speaking of this, Bu Zhang pointed to the hundreds of seats, 100 seats, numbered from 1 to 100. Think you have that strength? Then you sit on it yourself. Those who don't have the ability to do so shut up and stand obediently. The largest seat is the number 1 seat. That is, the first throne. Being able to sit on it proves that you're the number 1 among the new students. Each seat has a package with resources rewarded by the academy, and there are also some treats that other people can't enjoy, so I won't say much here. I'm sure you all know something about it. Alright, although society promotes that all people are born equal, the strongest is honored in the world of martial artists. I don't like nonsense. The throne challenge now officially begins. As Bu Zhang stopped talking, the freshmen began to talk, with no one taking the lead. Quite a few people looked at the resources on the seats with eager expressions. Although Bu Zhang did not specify what resources they were, they had long since understood clearly. So many people are talking about it these days, it's hard not to know. The freshman challenge. While the rewards vary from year to year, the basics remain the same. The first is the cash incentive. The first 100th place is 100,000, and each advancing place increases by 100,000, and the first throne gets $10 million. $10 million isn't much. It's just the money for a fancy sports car for some of the big money scions. In addition to money, there are pills. Similarly, the 100th seat was 10 medium-grade body-quenching Dan. One body-quenching Dan was worth $500,000. The ranking increased by 1 every time you advanced 1. The first throne had 100 body-quenching Dan. In addition to the resources, these seats also represented a separate villa. Although Red Cloud is large, land resources remain limited. Generally, students are 5 to a dormitory. If you have good grades and enter the top 5,000 of your grade, you can choose a 3-person dormitory. If you enter the top 1,000 of your grade, a separate apartment. And if you enter the top 100 of your grade, you even have a single house. And the freshman challenge is the first test for freshmen. 100 seats. Only if you can sit in it, you can stay in the villa. As for the top 10, in addition to the reward of resources, the special treatment they can enjoy is even more enviable to all students. One of the perks is unlimited access to other worlds. There are 17,564 freshmen this year, but there are only 100 seats. That is, only 1 person out of 175 has a seat, and the vast majority of the freshmen are self-aware, and therefore act as a spectator, only without complaining much. The older students, however, were not impressed. They had long been accustomed to it. There is a distinct difference between Budo University and high school. A gifted person at the top of his or her high school grades might be favored by teachers, but not too much. The vast majority of ordinary high schools, for some less talented students, will also pay attention to, and high school does not have too many resources tilted. The treatment is similar, and will not feel too much differentiation, but to the university is not the same. Achievement is related to resources and treatment. Without grades, not to mention teachers, even classmates don't pay attention. With hundreds of students in a class, there are countless students who don't remember their names after 4 years. College is realistic and brutal, and Red Cloud brings it out in spades. Only the strong are favored, the weak have the luxury of even a single glance. Many are resentful and angry, but what can be done about that? Many grow accustomed and numb, while others defy the current and become part of the privileged. Even those who had the strength to compete for the seat were observing. They had to pick their own seats based on their strength. If they overestimated their strength and picked a seat that was ahead of the others instead, they might lose more than they gained. Audience. There's a good show. Many of the older students watched with great interest, and from time to time made a few comments. As former participants, they knew more than the freshmen, and they knew that the throne challenge wasn't that simple. Competition for seats, which is not only a duel of strength, but also requires intelligent choices and trade-offs. Anyone can sit in a seat, but it's the ability to sit still that counts. If you're confident enough to sit directly on the first throne in the center, there's nothing wrong with that. However, the competition for the first throne was the fiercest, so sitting on it too early would instead become a target. and it was even possible to withdraw from the throne challenge early. The freshman challenge could be described as a gathering of geniuses and stars, the inherited martial arts family, the special demon spirit clan. All kinds of talents and demon spirit techniques were endless. No one had absolute confidence that they could override the crowd, and until the last moment, no one knew who would be able to ascend to the first throne. And that's what makes the throne challenge so appealing. After Bu Zhang announced the official start of the throne challenge, the atmosphere of the scene coalesced to the point where if a volcano that had been suppressed for many years, it was ready to erupt. But what was strange was that apart from the bursts of chatter coming from the audience, the freshmen, who were the protagonists of the day, were instead somewhat eerily quiet. Over 10,000 freshmen and only 100 seats. Each seat represents talent and strength. It's a symbol of being above your peers. But those who really have the strength to obtain a seat are after all a minority. So the vast majority of new students have self-awareness, although their hearts are reluctant. But as the vice dean said just now, even if they are reluctant, what can they do? Without the strength, then obediently stand on the sidelines, acting as a spectator. Some freshmen who considered themselves extraordinary were also looking at each other, as if waiting for someone to take the first step. This silence did not last long, and as each figure surged out of the crowd to the central area of the martial arts arena, the atmosphere in the audience grew more and more enthusiastic. I wonder if there will be any surprises this year. There must be. Orc Yun Kai is here. There's sure to be a good show today. That Bai Ji is a terrifying character. The Bai clan are all monsters, and this kid is even the monster of monsters. That Yi Ming is also very strong, refining the Earth Rankings Blood Shadow Beast. He has an advantage in a group battle. Guanlin has been too low-key all these years. It needs some real geniuses to break this calm. The convergence of over 100,000 spectators' eyes and the deafening chatter caused the blood of the new students who had just stepped into the world of martial artists to instantly boil. Even those with a firm heart and indifferent character had their hearts beating faster at this moment. And the new students raised their heads and chests, looking around, forcibly holding back their inner excitement and enjoying this feeling of being in the limelight. In this moment, they are the well-deserved center of attention. Even Yun Kai's complexion changed slightly under this atmosphere, and his breathing was slightly shortened. The feeling of being in the spotlight, in control of the stage, as if the whole world was cheering for you, was mesmerizing and overwhelming. This sense of vanity is so tempting to freshmen just starting college that no one can easily resist it. Seeing this, a smile appeared at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth on his calm face and waved his hand. Let's go too. Behind him, Yun Kai and Dong Yunan and Lin Xiufei hurriedly followed in his footsteps. Go for it. Yang Fan and Gao Hai waved their fists in the crowd. They also wanted to be the protagonists of this event, but they were too weak and were destined to be spectators. Although he was a demon spiritist, the one Gao Hai had refined was a second-grade vigorous demon bull, which simply enhanced his strength and did not have any additional magic damage, nor did he have any natural abilities. If not for Lin Feng's trio using this as a condition, he would not have been qualified to even set foot in the Red Clouds. With his grades and talent, he belonged to the bottom of the pile in Red Cloud. As for Yang Fan, it was the same, even worse than Gao Hai. The powerful demon bull refined by Gao Hai, although its level was a bit lower, it was good enough to be considered a combat demon spirit, and the second-grade Sound Seeker beast refined by Yang Fan as a supporting demon spirit had almost no combat power. They can't do much to help when they're on the field. They're just sandbags. And although Lin Xiufei hadn't yet become a martial artist, his strength wasn't weak, and he was refining a high-level demon spirit, so his hopes of competing for a seat were a bit slim, but he was undeterred in wanting to try and see. Wow! Lin Feng and Yun Kai are out. Lin Feng, Yun Kai and Dong Yunan were very famous and had always been the focus of the audience's attention, and when they saw the three of them walk out, a pair of gazes locked onto them, making the atmosphere even more fiery for a while. On the high platform, many tutors and school leaders also gazed curiously at the three people with the greatest reputation. It was the appearance of Lin Feng and Yun Kai that made this year's throne challenge much more interesting and attracted the attention of more people in Guanglin. This throne challenge had been broadcast live by 3 large media outlets, a treatment that previous throne challenges did not have. So as mentors, they were eager to see what was so special about the two men who had only just stepped into college, but were known across the country as the most anticipated in the league. Returning demonized Yun Kai, he only has the strength to enter the top 10. Many tutors are interested in Yun Kai. Earth-ranking demon spirits were already extremely rare, and every refining Earth-ranking demon spirit was a supreme genius. Moreover, Yun Kai was also the Golden Lion King who was 96th in the refined Earth ranking. As a metallic berserk battle system demon spirit, his combat power naturally needed no introduction. Plus Yun Kai also possessed the talent of returning demonization. The combination of the two, his potential could be described as the first person of the newborns. Of course, potential doesn't mean fighting ability. After all, Yun Kai had not yet become a martial artist, and even if he did, it did not mean that he was invincible at the same level. Every year of the Throne Challenge, many freshmen who didn't seem to have the best talent instead became the final winners. As for Lin Feng, although he had a great reputation and was a fighting genius, after all, he hadn't refined his demonic spirit yet, and even if he had the strength to compete for a seat, his ranking wouldn't be too high. So many tutors didn't think highly of him. Teacher Yun, how many new students are in the field? A middle-aged man looked at the freshmen in the field and asked with some curiosity. 542. That was called Teacher Yun was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. She wore a dark green robe. Her appearance was ordinary, but she gave a sense of extraordinary temperament. She slightly closed her eyes. A strange spiritual fluctuation spread to start. After a while she opened her mouth. How many first-grade martial artists are among them? The middle-aged tutor then asked. 200. I think, less than 300. In the Throne Challenge, there were only 100 seats, but the number of competitors was 542, of which those who were truly qualified to compete for a seat were only those 200 or so freshmen who had become martial artists. The rest of the 9 physical cultivation stages were just filling up the numbers and playing soy sauce. A lot of people obviously know this as well, but are holding out on trying to fish in troubled waters. The fun begins. In the crowd, Zhang Yu's eyes kept hovering over Lin Feng. Compared to the audience, as a veteran student, he knew more about the Throne Challenge. The Throne Challenge can use weapons. There are no rules, no restrictions. Coupled with the many healers and the attention of a large number of strong mentors, there was no need to worry about students dying from injuries. So this Throne Challenge was infinitely close to actual combat, because there is no limit to the strength and number of people. So which team has a large number of people naturally dominate the advantage? Personal strength is strong if the lone battle, no team to assist, may also be the first to be out of the game. And this was one of the reasons why Yiming and Deng Chang and the others were paying the price these days, desperately trying to pull together a gang. Many freshmen know they have no hope and just act as playmakers. There might be many new students who would feel that it was unfair, but there was no such thing as fairness in the world of martial artists. Talent, family, resources, which is fair. If you enter the other world, there are no laws or rules to bind you. Who will talk to you about fairness? Who's going to fight you fair and square? The law of the jungle in the other world is that the strongest will be honored. The Throne Challenge is, in fact, a lively lesson for new students. Windy, what do we do? In the middle of the crowd, Dong Yunan asked in a low voice in the guardianship of the 3 Linfeng people. The rules of the Throne Challenge were understood by the freshmen very early on, so in the past 2 or 3 days, the freshmen who felt that they had the strength to obtain a seat and had a certain amount of resources under their belt began to gang up and form a team. These teams numbered less than 5 or more, and many of them were more than 10, while Yiming and the others even had 30 to 40 people. Except for some solo travelers, their 4-member squad was considered sparse in the number of people in the various squads. As a therapist, Dong Yunan originally didn't intend to take part in the Throne Challenge. Her combat strength wasn't as good as Lin Xiaofei's, and logically she didn't stand a chance in this Throne Challenge. But the two of them, Lin Feng and Yun Kai, intended to forcefully occupy a seat for her. The rewards of the Throne Challenge were still secondary, and Lin Feng really didn't care about the millions today, but some of the privileges were extremely important to the squad. Don't worry, just wait and see what happens, Lin Feng said calmly, but he was also looking around. Although he hadn't refined the demon spirit, with his combat experience, he had no fear of anyone in single combat. But even if an individual's strength was strong enough, facing a small team, especially when that team was almost all demon spiritists, the result could be imagined. Perhaps because they didn't have much combat experience, or perhaps because they were merciful at heart. None of the freshmen took the lead, and a small impromptu team watched carefully with excited and uneasy gazes. However, with the appearance of a boundary around the martial arts arena, accompanied by a hissing and shouting sound, all kinds of colorful spiritual energy erupted, and the battle was instantly fought. The diameter of this boundary was a full 400 to 500 meters, but it kept shrinking towards the center of the martial arts arena. The new students frantically surged towards the center area, as appearing outside the boundary also meant elimination. Crap, how dare you hit me, kid, don't run if you have the guts, come after me, you dumbass. An angry shout came continuously from the martial arts arena. Although there were some new students who had already broken through the physical cultivation realm and become first-grade martial artists, after all, they had not yet practiced martial arts, and at the very beginning, the fighting style was almost always rough, almost like punching to the bone and knifing to the bone, competing for speed and strength. Of course, as a demon spirit master, the demon spirit was naturally the most important means of attack. and many of them let out hissing roars like wild beasts, their bodies mutating, demon spirits possessing their bodies, and their natural skills blossoming. Lin Feng's four didn't join the fight, but first ran towards the center of the martial arts arena. Retreat! And just at this moment, he pulled Dong Yunan's figure back quickly, only to see that 10 meters away from him, 7 small groups quickly formed a conical square, and at the forefront of them was a young girl in a long white dress, the girl from the party. Lin Feng instantly recognized the young girl. It was the young girl who had performed the water control technique on stage at the freshman gala. The young girl raised her hands, and faint blue light converged in her hands. Rainfall, an azure blue waterfall descended through the sky. The turbulent water swept towards hundreds of students not far away. Some students found that they hastily dodged away, but there were still some unlucky people who were hit. At the same time, behind the young girl, the left side of a teenager's face was covered with silver-white scales. Hissing from his mouth, an arc of electricity flickered in his body. A path of purplish-red lightning fiercely shot out. The originally turbulent ton of current shuttled out. The students who were swept away convulsed slightly, letting out agonizing screams, and were directly rushed out of the boundary by this waterfall. This sudden waterfall broke the stalemate and caused a certain amount of chaos. From time to time there was a dull sound. Many people fell to the ground. Their noses were bruised and swollen, but one person turned a blind eye. Instead, he directly rushed into the water current and disappeared. It's Baiji. Some people recognized the figure. It was clearly the genius young man of the Bai clan of the Western River. Poison Beast Master Baiji. Retreat. Those who saw this scene hastily backed away. If it was said that each and every one of today's strongest freshmen had a different opinion, but if they had to pick out a guy who was the most scorned and even feared, then this Baiji definitely deserved his name. Snort. Right at this moment, the turbulent waterfall was like boiling. A tiny bubble surfaced and burst. A small black as fly bug shot out from it. These small bugs followed the water flow of the waterfall and drilled through the bloodied wounds on the injured freshman's body, making people a little creepy. These weird little bugs flew at a very slow speed and didn't even have much attacking ability, but with the cover and assistance of the water current, at least a dozen freshmen were hit, and they were quickly brought down by convulsions, constantly tearing the skin of their bodies. Sure is a monster. It's disgusting. Many people see this heart chills. Avoiding the waterfall at the same time, hastily demon spirit possession, stirring the feather wings to fly to the mid-air, but not yet wait for them to slow down. Mid-air densely packed fist-sized stone will be smashed down. The ground once again more than a dozen figures. In less than 10 minutes, the number of people in this great melee had been reduced by nearly a third. All sorts of strange abilities, all sorts of rare talents, and even bloodline talents bloomed in unison. In this moment, the stars are shining brightly. Melee. The melee that erupted in an instant completely brought the originally slightly quiet atmosphere on, and many people in the audience couldn't help but stand up, erupting into tsunami-like cheers and cheers. Although the new students were generally not strong, many of them were still hovering around the 9th stage of physical cultivation, and it was not too much to say that they were weaklings. Even the 200 or so people who had become martial artists had only broken through not long ago, and many of them had yet to cultivate their techniques, and their fighting styles were juvenile, one could even say childish. But even that can't overshadow some of the geniuses, and these geniuses were almost exclusively demon spirit masters who had refined high-level demon spirits. Although every type of demonic spirit had natural abilities, even first-grade demonic spirits had them, only intermediate and high-level demonic spirits had natural skills. This natural skill was equivalent to a martial art, but it was more powerful than a martial art and did not need to be learned. A demon spirit's natural skill could be easily executed by a demon spirit master as long as the demon spirit was possessed. Many of the new students were still at the 9th stage of physical cultivation, and even if they became martial artists, they did not cultivate martial skills, so the strength of the new students who possessed this natural skill overrode their peers. Many new students did not have a high level of demonic spirit refinement, but they had a high level of understanding of the demonic spirit they had refined. There were even some new students who, based on their own strengths, played with the innate abilities and skills of the demon spirits in a way that was astonishing. It wasn't inferior to some geniuses who became martial artists and refined 8th and 9th grade demon spirits. In addition to some natural skills, some bloodline talents and family heritage secret skills were also eye-opening. For example, Baiji, although he had yet to be possessed by a demon spirit and did not use his natural skills, as a lone wolf, just one person had already eliminated hundreds of people with his family's inherited secret technique of controlling insects. And this was the reason why the Throne Challenge would attract so many spectators. Where else but the annual Throne Challenge could one see so many talented skills and inherited secret skills? Why haven't Lin Feng and Yun Kai made their move yet? Many people had their eyes focused on both Lin Feng and Yun Kai, a high school senior, combat genius, a peerless demon spirit master who possessed the returning demonization and refined the earth-ranking Golden Lion King. There's no doubt that more than half of the audience is here for these two. In the center of the martial arts arena there were 5 huge light curtains. Whenever there was an exciting battle, it would be projected into the light curtains, but only one of the light curtains had never changed, and from the beginning to the end of the day it played the situation of Lin Feng's squad. This treatment is only possessed by Lin Feng's squad, because they are the biggest attraction of this throne challenge. But what surprised people was that from the beginning to the end the two did not make a move. Under Lin Feng's leadership, the 4-member squad ran towards the central position of the martial arts arena, constantly dodging attacks, and even when they encountered some enemies chasing after them, they also turned around and fled without any hesitation. Other than that, Bai Ji, Yi Ming and the others didn't make a move either. It was all their men who made another move. They were all reserving their strength. Although it's a 4-member squad, only Lin Feng is a martial artist. The remaining 3, except for Yun Kai, I'm afraid that their fighting strength isn't very strong. It's not a big deal to go one-on-one, but it's more disadvantageous to have a big melee like this, so we definitely need to escape first. The audience murmured and commented. The throne challenge had no rule limitations, and at the very beginning, whoever had the most people had the advantage. Of course this is only in the early stages of the great melee to dominate. As the boundary continues to shrink towards the center area, the number of people will become smaller and smaller, and the purpose of this is to weaken the advantage of this large number of people a little bit, so as not to make some truly outstandingly gifted lone warriors eliminated out of the game. The current melee is more about eliminating some of the weaker guys who are ready to fish in troubled waters. Watch out! Lin Feng's gaze wandered around. Though in Red Cloud he was well known and many people wanted to befriend him. If it was a one-on-one single fight perhaps there would be people who would be afraid and wouldn't dare to make an enemy out of this. But for demon spirit masters, in this kind of big melee, all sorts of natural skills blossomed, and there were 1,000 different means of attacking, which made it impossible for people to defend themselves. It was simply hard to find out who had struck, so very few people would be concerned about Lin Feng and Yun Kai's fame. If it wasn't for Lin Feng's rich combat experience, their 4-member squad would have been eliminated from the game long ago. But even so, there were still many times when they almost got hit. This melee is exhausting. Lin Feng was highly concentrated. This kind of big melee wasn't something that could be won by being strong. Many geniuses who had the strength to compete for seats were also eliminated from the game if they weren't careful. Right in the middle of running, Lin Feng smelled a faint fragrance. Hold your breath and watch out. Lin Feng hurriedly let out a low shout, reminding the 3 people behind him, and at the same time, the ground shook slightly. Sneer at. A purple-black vine rose up from the ground. These vines were extremely thick. The surface was covered with black thorns. The vines that had just broken out of the ground were like poisonous snakes winding their way towards the 4 of them. Lin Feng. Lin Feng tapped his toes on the ground. A vine weaved its way out from in front of his eyes, bringing with it a faint floral scent, followed closely by 4 or 5 vines winding their way towards his neck and shoulders. The vines are poisonous too. A thought flashed through his mind and Lin Feng hurriedly reminded the squad that his figure was rapidly dodging. The earth shook and a sharp thorn rose up from the ground. In an instant at least a dozen half-meter-long ground thorns kept popping up and appearing under Lin Feng's feet, and together with the thorny vines in all directions. Such a dense attack caused the audience who were always paying attention to the light screen to steeply let out a gasp of surprise. Even the tutors on the high platform shook their heads and prepared to come to the rescue. But no one expected that even such an attack wouldn't be able to capture a piece of Lin Feng's clothes. Just as Lin Feng kept dodging, his eyes flickered slightly. He seemed to have discovered something, but he didn't move, and after a while, without any warning his right leg flew out like lightning. Boom! With a sound, a dark figure appeared out of thin air, legs in the air. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, like a rag bag shooting backwards, flying more than 10 meters before falling to the ground, paralyzed and motionless, directly sent out of the martial arts arena by the tutor. Crap! Force me to swear. Worthy of being a combat genius? This dodge is simply divine. It makes me feel inferior to look at it. More than an old bird, dodging and still spotting an assassin at the same time? Why is this teenager so sensitive? Those who noticed this scene couldn't help but feel emotion in their hearts. From the beginning of the great melee, although Lin Feng had never made a move, no one dared to underestimate it. Although it seemed like he had been running away all along, it was a skill to be able to escape in a big melee like this. Not to mention that Lin Feng was leading the remaining 3. Some very strong and numerous squads were eliminated from the game, but Lin Feng's 4-member squad didn't even put up a fight. They didn't consume spiritual energy. They didn't consume soul energy, and there was no loss of combat power. It's hard to imagine how this kind of combat experience could come from a 16-year-old. No wonder he was able to enter the Glory Rookie ranking before he had even refined the demon spirit. because Lin Feng had warned them in time and had attracted the vast majority of the attacks. The remaining three were a little flustered but not injured. It's him! Dodging the last vine attack, Lin Feng stopped in his tracks. His cold eyes scanned around and soon caught the source of the scent. It was a teenager. A teenager hidden in a team of 10. The teenager stood around 1.75 meters and could no longer be seen, as half of his body had been arborealized. The original white skin is old trees like cracks. In its neck is also covered with thick dark green moss. Even more bizarre is the teenager's hand slightly bent into a vine, and in the vine also cohesion out of a nail cap-sized purple flowers. The budding purple flowers swayed slightly in the wind, and a faint scent of flowers wafted through the air. This scent is very faint. In this kind of chaotic chaos, ordinary people cannot be detected. Even if they did, they wouldn't be too defensive. And beside this teenager, a teenager wearing a white shirt covered the ground with the palms of his hands. His body emitted a faint yellow light. His breathing was a little short, and he looked like he was physically exhausted. Following Lin Feng's gaze, Yun Kai and the others, who were also holding their breath, also discovered the teenager hidden in the crowd, and their hearts chilled slightly. Luckily Lin Feng realized it in time. Otherwise if he took a few more breaths, even if he reacted, I'm afraid it would be too late. It's the tree people. They were no strangers to the appearance of the teenager after the mutation, as well as the purple flowers and thorny vines, which they had learned in middle school spiritual plant appreciation. This was an innate ability unique to 7th grade demon spirit tree people. This special plant realm demon spirit generally existed in other worlds and was much rarer than the demon beast realm demon spirit. Extremely treasured and rare, although it is only a 7th grade demon spirit. But because of its speciality the price is not lower than some 8th grade demon spirits. And the combat power is also very strong. Especially in the early stages of this control system demon spirit is extremely difficult to deal with. I can't believe I found out. Even AJ's sneak attack failed. The clean-cut teenager hidden in the crowd looked at Lin Feng with some surprise. The purple flowers in his hands trembled slightly. The original tree-like body returned to whiteness, and soon a slightly clean-cut teenager appeared in front of the crowd. His soul power was almost depleted and could no longer support his next attack. What a strong perception! The clean-cut teenager lamented in his heart, hiding in the crowd. He had already gotten 2 squads hit by the tree man's natural skill, paired it with his teammates' ground stabs and stealthy sneak attacks, eliminating dozens of people. But how could he not expect Lin Feng to have such a keen sense of smell and such a fast reaction time? Do it? Not only the clean-cut teenager, even the teenage girls surrounding him were surprised. They looked at each other with some hesitation as they glanced at each other. Since they were sneak attacks, they naturally wanted to eliminate Lin Feng and his party, but that was in a sneak attack state. There was still some hesitation to meet them head-on in a hard fight. After all, Lin Feng and Yun Kai were not simple characters. 11 against 4. Even though they had the certainty of victory, they didn't want to consume too much spiritual energy and soul energy. After all, eliminating people wasn't their goal. Competing for seats was the key. Isn't it a little too early to fight? Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly and he said indifferently, even though the other party was a team of 10 and had the advantage in numbers. Above his face, there wasn't the slightest bit of cowardice. His eyes grew colder and colder, and a pitch-black dagger appeared in his hands at an unknown time, jumping and flying in his hands. This beautiful dagger technique was extremely eye-catching, and it also made the opponent's mind even more fearful and wary. The throne challenge had no rule restrictions, not even on the use of weapons. All kinds of weapons could be seen everywhere around the martial arts field. Only not many freshmen used them. Although it was the era of all-name cultivation, high school was mainly focused on body refining, and the martial arts teachers taught basic fighting techniques, and only in college were there specialized courses in swordplay and the like. The vast majority of freshmen did not choose a weapon, though there were a few who used them. In this melee that was infinitely close to actual combat, because there were mentors who were always paying attention, there would be no fatalities, but a broken arm was unavoidable. But with the presence of a senior therapist, it would eventually be connected, that's all. But the blood-drenched wounds also sent chills to the hearts of the freshmen, and some of the girls didn't dare to look at it more than they had to. Knowing how to use weapons naturally gives you an advantage over bare hands. Although they had never seen Lin Feng use a dagger before and didn't know what the combat strength was, but just by looking at the dagger technique that Lin Feng was juggling at this moment they knew that it wasn't simply for fun. Without uttering a word, Yun Kai and Lin Xiaofei stood to the left and right of Lin Feng, and Dong Yunan, who was a therapist, stood in the middle of the three. Yun Kai's eyes were brash and determined. His left leg was slightly bent backward. He had already assumed a fighting stance, while Lin Xiaofei's eyes were a little uneasy. After all, the other party was much more numerous than them, but as a military family origin, he was not timid. Instead, he was a little bit eager to give it a try. Although their numbers didn't dominate, under Lin Feng's leadership, The four-member squad's aura wasn't weak at all. Crap, is it finally going to be a fight? Seeing Lin Feng's four posturing for battle, the people in the audience immediately became a little excited. How many people were watching Lin Feng's four actually striking? After waiting for so long, they were getting a little impatient. Fight it. Apart from the audience, there were also quite a few people in the martial arts arena who noticed Lin Feng's four, including Yi Ming. Yi Ming's team originally had 37 people, but in the big melee just now there was one-third less. Only 19 people were left. 7 of them were first-grade martial artists, and the remaining ones, even if they weren't martial artists, but the refining were all high-level demon spirits or auxiliary demon spirits, which helped the squad a lot. So it could be said that in the field, he and Deng Chang had the biggest advantage. Lin Feng and Yun Kai were the biggest attraction of this throne challenge, attracting the attention of the vast majority of people, and could also be said to be his main opponents. And although he wanted to kick the 4 of them out of this throne challenge, he wasn't going to do it himself. Even if he wanted to fight for the first throne, if he took the lead at this point and kicked Lin Feng's 4 out, it would be a feud. And with Lin Feng's and Yun Kai's potential, it wasn't wise to make such a feud. There were not a few people who had such thoughts with Yi Ming, and there were even many, even more so for those who wanted to join the Glory Warriors in the future. Also, the small team eventually gave up the intention to fight. After all, there are still many people around watching intently. The snipe can't be the graft of others. The spectators on the lookout were very concerned about the dynamics of Lin Feng's squad. Seeing the two squads confronting each other at each other's throats, they began to shout, "Fight! What the hell? Cowering like a pussy. Emperor Kai. I want to see the Golden Lion King. Go King Kai." A number of spectators couldn't help but stand up and shout at the top of their lungs. Many of them had come just to see Lin Feng and Yun Kai. Lin Feng's strength hadn't really been displayed yet, but his agility and battle sense were already amazing enough, worthy of being a combat genius that even the Glory Union had praised. This combat talent could be called the number 1 amongst the freshmen. Under Lin Feng's vigilance and protection, Yun Kai had never had the chance to strike, so the audience was even more eager to see Yun Kai's performance at this point. If you want to talk about attention and popularity, Yun Kai is the number 1 person who deserves it. With a height of up to 1.93 m and a strong physique with muscles all over his body, coupled with the special appearance given by the returning demonization, Yun Kai gave the first impression of dominance. In the battle 2 days ago, the demon spirit possessed Yun Kai's stance like a golden god of war was an even better expression of this dominance. Some of the people who had watched this video on the internet had nicknamed Yun Kai Emperor Kai. Everyone was expecting a dazzling performance from Emperor Kai, but to their some regret the two squads sensibly dispersed after a moment of confrontation, which was a bit unfortunate but to be expected. At this time, 20 minutes had passed in the throne challenge. More than 1,500 people had already eliminated 2/3 of them, and less than 500 people or so were left in the arena. And at this time, it was not yet time to really fight for their lives. Many of those who were truly strong enough to compete for seats were also protected by squad members, conserving their strength to prepare for the final seat fight. It was also because of the elimination of 2/3 of the people. Compared to the chaotic scene just now where all kinds of talent skills bloomed and the group of devils danced, the battle at this time had gradually returned to calm. Judging from what we just saw, the quality of today's freshmen is indeed a bit higher than last year's, but there are still a lot of idiots. Indeed, some freshmen are too mute. Obviously they have strength and demon spirit talent skills, but they are eliminated from the game early. This kind of fools only won't be able to live for a few days in the other world, wasting resources for nothing. Teacher Chen, it's not as exaggerated as you say. Freshman, it's normal to have no combat experience dash, but this Lin Feng is out of my expectation. Let's not talk about strength first. Why do I feel that he's more seasoned than a senior bird? The senior high school students are not simple characters, and the 100 million a year scholarship is not for nothing. It's good to give these new students a lesson, so that they understand the importance of the team, and more importantly, so that they understand that talent doesn't mean everything, and that refining a high level of demonic spirits is not something that can override their peers. On the podium, the mentors watched the battle while talking to each other. For mentors, exceptional talent is naturally more advantageous, but sometimes it's not as important as having a good brain. The rules of the throne challenge are that there are no rules. Success is king and defeat is king. As long as you can win and get a seat, there's no such thing as fair or unfair. Fair and square, and all means can be used. Sneak attacks, backstabbing, and taking advantage of people are also tactics. And that's exactly why it's not always a matter of being strong enough to make it to the end. Some squads that were very strong, but had no combat experience, would also be eliminated from the game. In contrast to that, some people who were moderately strong but smart instead went farther. The big melee ended. The remaining people are obviously much more sensible. Even if the strength is stronger than the other side, but if there is no absolute advantage, will not be too entangled, deeply afraid of being sneak attacked under the underhanded, more as a touch on the retreat. In order to retain the combat power, can a physical cultivation 9th stage, refining 7th grade arcane flame leopard join? I'm a 1st grade martial artist, refining a 6th grade black scale beast. Many people dodge the fight while quickly weaving through the field, but not getting too close, loudly introducing their strengths and seeking to join the squad. At this time, the melee had already ended, and unable to fish in the water, the lone warrior in the smaller squad could only be passively beaten and miserably ravaged, and step by step, they were driven out of the boundary by the powerful squad. I'll keep watch, you guys grab some rest. Lin Feng led the squad to escape another sneak attack and began to build up his strength, running all the way without interruption. Although not injured, but for physical strength is a kind of overdraft, he didn't feel anything, except for some fatigue from the high concentration of his mental energy. His body had spiritual energy pouring in all the time because of the nightmare, making his physical strength far superior to others. Yun Kai, because of his return to demonization, his physical qualities were far beyond normal, comparable to a humanoid demonic beast, and he was gifted as if he was fine, while Dong Yunan and Lin Xiufei were a bit physically overdrawn, sweating, and breathing a bit sharply. And while Lin Feng's 4 were resting, there were quite a few squads that passed by the 4, but none of them made a move. Some of them didn't dare to make an enemy of Lin Feng and Yun Kai because of their fame, while others were concerned about the strength of the two. Although Lin Feng only had 4 people, and didn't even have an advantage in today's squad of basically 10 or more people, no one dared to underestimate him. No one wants to go to war before the seats have been fought over. As time slowly passed, the battle was instead not so fierce. After gradually expelling some scattered squads out of the boundary, at this point, there were only 300 people left in the field, which was obviously much more empty, and at this point, the boundary also stopped moving, guided by the boundary. At this point, the new students were very close to the 100 seats, and all of them looked at the seats that represented resources and privileges with a slight twinkle in their eyes. Even the cheers of the audience were much smaller. The members of the same squad who had originally cooperated with each other to fight against the enemy also began to be on guard against each other. After all, no one dared to guarantee that in the face of the temptation of the seat, there would be no one who would make a move. Realize that if only the number of people were 200 less, then almost everyone would have a seat as well. The fun is about to begin. A thought flashed through everyone's mind. Now is when the throne challenge really gets exciting. For the freshmen, being able to get this far already represents talent and strength. But having strength is only part of the equation. If you overestimate your strengths and choose a seat near the front, it is likely that all your efforts will be in vain, and that's going to be a test of trade-offs. The freshmen stood in front of the 100 seats, acting somewhat silent, though their eyes were eager. This seat is mine. Soon, with a bellowing sound, a single figure madly rushed towards the seat, and the battle was instantly fought. At the same time, the screams and shouts, if a landslide and tsunami, were deafening. As the number of people gradually reduced, at this time can still stay in the martial arts field of new students are 1 in 100 geniuses, but since it is a big melee, naturally there will inevitably be some strength is not strong. Fish in the water, but undeniably, at this time can also stand in the field are not lacking in combat wisdom. That is to say, the mind is very smart. Although smart people are far less noticeable and valued than geniuses, sometimes smart people will go farther than some stupid geniuses. Get out of the way. This seat is mine. Angry hisses and reprimands rang out, and the battle was fought in an instant. For those who truly had the strength to compete for the seats, at this point in time, there was no longer any need to hide their strength or preserve their fighting power. They already had a basic judgment about their own strength, and had a certain range and goal for their choice of seats, so the conflict quickly erupted. Go for it! The audience all stood up at this point and let out cheers like a tsunami. The cheers of 100,000 people made everyone's blood boil. In a split second, hundreds of people were possessed by demonic spirits. The picture was too shocking, and at the same time, all kinds of talent skills blossomed. The picture was brilliant and radiant. Alright, here we go. According to the pre-match arrangement, each instructor is responsible for the seats without any surprises. On the podium, Vice President Bu Zhang said solemnly, "Yes, don't worry, Dean Bu." The instructors in charge nodded. Some began to adjust their sitting positions. Some stood up with their hands propped on the ground, with faint fluorescent light entwined around their bodies, and some even directly entered the state of demonic transformation. But without exception, the instructors' originally idle attitudes began to take things seriously. Although the freshmen were generally not strong, even if they were first-grade martial artists, as long as they didn't use weapons, And as long as they didn't aim for fatal parts such as the head and heart in their punches and kicks, they basically wouldn't have too many accidents, and at most, they would just get injured. But for a demon spirit master, the sharp claws of a demon transformation possessed are enough to easily tear a person apart. Not to mention the unique natural skill of a demon spirit has a strong killing power. The podium was less than 100 meters away from the 100 seats, and the tutors in charge of this task all had remote control means, so if the freshmen's lives were in danger in the heat of battle, they would instantly step in. Amidst the cheers, the battle lasted only 3 minutes, and the number of people in the arena was directly reduced by a third, and there were already less than 200 people, and the eliminated 100 people, some were carried out of the field. Some were paralyzed on the ground struggling in pain. Limbs and broken arms are not uncommon. The scene looks a little bloody. However, this bloody picture did not affect the enthusiasm of the audience, but instead made them more emotional, calling out like a wave. Not doing it yet? Many spectators always paid attention to the direction of Lin Feng and the others, but no matter how fierce the fight for the seats was, the four of them stood still from the beginning to the end and did not make a move. Not only Lin Feng, including Yi Ming, Deng Chang and Bai Ji, the recognized leaders of the freshmen who were qualified to compete for the first throne, did not make a move. At this time, 1/3 of the 100 seats had already been occupied, and almost all of them were seats at the back of the rankings. The further back the seats were, the fiercer the competition was instead. The top 10 seats are rewarded and treated significantly higher than the sort after that. The first 3 were clearly another notch higher, but at this time, except for the seats from number to 10, the rest were instead not being fought over. This is going to be a good show. I wonder who will sit on the first throne. Of course the first throne belongs to my family's Kai Huang. Haven't you guys seen my Kai Huang's videos? Who among the freshmen can have the strength and dominance of my Kai Huang? That's what you think. I guess it's that Bai Ji. That guy has already eliminated hundreds of people by himself. Poisonous beast masters are monsters. And that guy is even the monster of monsters. The audience looked expectant and murmured. There is no doubt that everyone is most concerned about the return of the first throne. There is only one throne, and people will only get used to remembering the name of the first place winner. Although there was a longing for the first throne, no one wanted to take the lead and be picked up later. No one was absolutely confident in their strength to the point of being above their peers. Not even Bai Ji, who had eliminated hundreds of people on his own. He wore a white robe in which all his limbs were hidden, and his face was sickly pale without a trace of blood. With his thin figure, he looked somewhat weak. However, no one dared to approach, as if avoiding a snake and scorpion. No one wanted to be the one to stand out, so they all stayed put. This stalemate, however, was broken as seat number 9 and 10 were taken, and competition for the rest of the seats was fierce, at which point some people got anxious. Dang, it can't be delayed any longer. In the Dengcheng squad, a teenager couldn't help but say, at this point in time, the fact that they could still stand in the center of the field was proof of their strength. Although they were using Teng Chang as their captain, it did not accidentally mean that they gave up fighting for the seats. It's too late. The seats are almost half gone. The other teenager in sportswear looked around, his eyes flickering slightly, and when he saw that half of the seats were occupied, he was obviously a little anxious as well. He glanced at Deng Chang, who did not indicate anything, then he stepped on the ground and stormed towards the 64th seat, and in the process, his body was gradually undergoing a mutation. As soon as that teenager left, those who had been hesitant made up their minds, and without any further consideration for the captain or the team, they rushed towards their expected seats. Zhang Xin. Deng Chang glanced at the departing teenager and recited his name silently in his heart, but did not say anything, although he was the captain. At this stage, his strength wasn't much stronger than the other party, and the only advantage he had in becoming the captain was that his uncle was the vice dean of Red Cloud, coupled with the fact that he is generous. Under his deliberate befriending, some new students are just tempted. At this point he didn't have the absolute authority to make the players obey him. After all, it was about the seat fight. Going on like this is not a solution. Zhang Xin is gone. I still have 7 people in my team now including me, although the number of people has the advantage, but if I drag it on any longer, this advantage will soon be gone. Deng Chang secretly said in his heart. Zhang Xin was not the first person to leave. Originally there were 15 people in his squad. Half of them left to fight for the seats. Zhang Xin leaving now was also considered benevolent and did not have anything to complain about. 7 more people on a team wasn't a small number, and other than Yi Ming's people being small, he was the most. It was just a 7-member squad, and besides him, there were only 2 people who really had the strength to compete for the seat, and if it dragged on any longer, I was afraid that these 2 people wouldn't be able to hold on anymore. As for the remaining 4 people are self-aware, know that with their own strength cannot compete for the seat. He promised the conditions and then assisted him to ascend to the first throne. I say, even though it's still early, it's not a good idea for everyone to be so silent, so why don't we discuss it? Deng Chang walked out and was the first to break the silence, saying, how do I discuss it? Yiming similarly stepped out and asked with a smile. Although he had an absolute advantage in numbers, like Deng Chang, the longer he dragged on, the more unfavorable it would be for him. Deng Chang, you don't want us to give up, do you? If that's the idea, I'd like to advise you not to open your mouth. An extremely handsome-looking teenager wearing purple clothes shook his head and said, if he didn't have a knot in his throat, there would be people who would believe it if they said he was a woman. That fair skin and delicate features couldn't be overly described as beautiful. The teenager was named by Xiaoyun, only having a 9th stage of physical cultivation, not yet breaking through to martial artist, but had inherited the family's bloodline talent, although no one had ever seen him strike, and did not really know what kind of ability his bloodline talent was, but no one dared to underestimate it. It was because every genius with a bloodline talent possessed the qualification to cross the level. Yun Kai's returning demonization was actually a bloodline talent, only that returning demonization was more advanced. For those who haven't made a move yet, I'm only afraid that everyone is only interested in the top 7 seats, but if everyone doesn't make a move, I'm only afraid that in the end, some people will not even have a seat. I propose that everyone first name the seats they want, and if there is a dispute, what price are they willing to pay? Deng Chang suggested, but no one answered. Everyone had different expressions. Seeing this, Deng Chang smiled, looking very civilized. No one chose? Otherwise, let's eliminate the strongest person first. The strongest man? Speaking of which, for some reason, Yiming and the others unconsciously glanced towards Lin Feng and Yun Kai. In response to Deng Chang's suggestion, many people's eyes flickered, and while looking around, their gazes glanced at Yun Kai and Lin Feng without any trace, but almost all of them were fleeting, not daring to stay for too long, for fear of causing unnecessary misunderstandings. In many people's eyes, Lin Feng had the greatest fame, but after all, he hadn't refined the demonic spirit yet, and even if he was a combat genius, in this state of melee, there was very little hope that he would be able to compete for the first throne. The real threat is Yun Kai. Deng Chang and the others didn't mind letting the two get a top 10 spot. With Lin Feng and Yun Kai's strength, they also had this qualification. If there were no accidents in the future, the two would occupy the 2 main positions of the Glory Battle Team. Even if they couldn't befriend each other, no one would want to easily cross paths with them. Furthermore, the big melee had already reached the final stage. The number of people in each squad had been cut down considerably. Even though some people really wanted to eliminate Lin Feng's squad, they all knew that Lin Feng and Yun Kai weren't to be messed with, and if there was a real clash, they weren't destined to win easily, and it was very likely that they would get caught on the back of their stomachs, and cheaply, and would be put into danger. So even though their numbers were dominated by their numbers, no one dared to make a move so easily. For people like Deng Chang, what they were really worried about was what Lin Feng and Yun Kai were aiming for. Top 10 seats or top 3? Or the first throne? The first throne was not just a symbol of status, it also had a privilege that was unique. Its importance was unquestionable. They were bound to get it. There was no room for negotiation at all. Going on like this is not a solution. The longer time drags on, the less favorable it will be for everyone. It's better to discuss it. Although no one responded and the scene was somewhat cold, Deng Chang still asked with an unchanged face, since today is called the Throne Challenge, I'm only afraid that anyone is interested in the first throne. And I'm no exception, but my requirements can be lowered a bit. Just make sure I can sit in the top 3. Bai Xiaoyun spread out his hands and said with a smile, the top 3 will do. Where are the others? Deng Chang did not show anything on the surface, but in his heart, he shook his head. This request was not low. He also didn't think Bai Xiaoyun had the qualifications. Yi Ning also didn't make a statement. He was eager to sit on the first throne and become the first person of the newborns, but this didn't accidentally mean that he had a certainty of victory. His eyes scanned around. At this moment, Bai Ji stood 10 meters away, his whole body hidden in white robes. Alone, although he had been silent, he made people's hearts fearful. As for Yi Ming's squad, there were more people than him, and their strength was half a catty, so no one had an absolute advantage. As for Lin Feng and Yun Kai, they were not characters to be messed with, and there were also quite a few strong freshmen who stood on the sidelines and watched intently. In this chaotic situation, no one has the certainty of victory. If they can't compete for the first throne, then how can the top 3 positions not be discarded? Top 3 is his bottom line. So much bullshit, making it sound like you're in charge of all this. I don't know. Just as the crowd was still thinking, a sudden sound caused many people to faintly freeze and turn their heads, only to see 5 people slowly walking out, the leader being a young girl with a slim figure. Teenage girl tall, Upper body a fan of cartoon pattern shirt. Head of black soft hair such as waterfalls casually scattered behind. Slender jade neck. A piece of B&N's hidden. Simple jeans outlined a delicate and chiseled curvature. A pair of proportion of some exaggeratedly long legs is extremely attractive to the eyeballs. I have to say, the young girl really knows how to dress up. A simple set of dress, but the advantages of the body perfectly reflected. The young girl was holding a miniature transparent crystal longsword like a decoration. She looked at Deng Chang, the corners of her small mouth slightly curved up, outlining a faint arc, somewhat seductive and moving, and said with a smile, "Even if we discuss it now, can you guarantee that everyone will abide by the rules and no one will snatch it?" "Yunlin, what else do you think is the best thing to do?" Being questioned, Deng Chang frowned slightly, but still asked with a smile. Having the guts and qualifications to dare to talk to him like this young girl named Yunlin was naturally not an ordinary person. Being the same first-grade martial artist and refining a ninth-grade demonic spirit, no matter her talent and strength as well as her background, she was not inferior to him. During this period of time, among the freshmen, he and Yi Ming were the most high-profile, but apart from them, there were quite a few people among the freshmen who had risen to fame. Bai Xiaoyun was one, and so were Zhang Chunfeng and Yunlin. Yunlin was the only girl among the five. With her outstanding appearance and talent, she was extremely popular amongst the boys. And although she had only just arrived at Red Cloud, she had heard that there were already quite a few suitors, including some strong Windy Cloud seniors. It's true that red faces are a curse. Glancing at the four boys beside Yunlin, Deng Chang secretly sighed. His uncle was one of the 3 vice principals of Red Jade, and while he couldn't give him the privilege of overriding others, he was able to provide some assistance. And not too long ago, he was given a new student profile. Therefore, he knew which freshmen had broken through to martial artists, and which ones had refined high-level demon spirits and had outstanding talent, and he investigated them to the letter. The 4 people behind Yunlin, although he didn't recognize them, he had a vague impression that they were all only first-grade martial artists. One of the teenagers named Shirley's strength and talent was so good that he even made a point of soliciting him, only to be rejected outright. So how could he not imagine that this greasy guy would be a licking dog? "I don't care how you guys choose. I can't sit comfortably on the throne as a woman. The second one is not good to listen to. It's better to forget about it. I'll just sit honestly on the 3rd place," Yunlin said with a faint smile. Although she also longed for the first throne, Yunlin knew that it was bound to be an extremely grueling fight. Even if she had the assistance of her 4 companions, the chances of getting a seat were slim. Among the crowd, her strength was not able to dominate, and being able to sit in the 3rd position was enough. If she was too greedy to be besieged, she might not be able to get anything instead. The young girl slowly walked towards the 3rd seat, her slender legs attracting the crowd's attention, and the 4 teenagers protected her in the center, their eyes carefully observing the surroundings. The 3rd seat was not as maddening as the first throne, but it was just a step behind. Facing the gaze of the crowd, Yunlin looked calm but was actually under pressure. Her eyes faintly signaled her companions around her, ready to face the possible outbreak of battle. Just let her sit on it like that? As the young girl got closer and closer to the 3rd seat, Yi Ming frowned slightly and inquired, "If you want it then just grab it." Deng Chang smiled faintly and didn't seem to care too much. He actually hoped that Yi Ming would be able to stop it, and that would mean that Yi Ming had given up the fight for the first throne. "Brother Wind, should we do it?" Behind Lin Feng, Lin Xiaofei asked carefully. At this point, there were only 20 minutes until the end of the throne challenge, so time was a bit tight. "Not yet." Lin Feng shook his head slightly, and hitting the head of a bird. He and Yun Kai had already made people jealous. Exposing the target too early was not a good thing. Each person had a different mind, and to everyone's surprise, when Yunlin took the 3rd seat, surprisingly no one made a move. "Alright, Zhang Bing and Xi Kai, thank you. You guys hurry up and fight for the other seats." Sitting on the 3rd seat, Yunlin secretly breathed a sigh of relief and thanked the 2 teenagers beside him. "It's okay, we'll go then." The 2 teenagers nodded and quickly disappeared. As for the remaining 2 teenagers, they were to protect her until the throne challenge was over. "Be careful," Yunlin reminded the 2 people who were behind him as she picked up the package on the seat. Within the package was a chi and blood elixir and a soul-nourishing elixir. Because she had been protected, Yunlin did not have any loss in terms of chi and blood or soul power, so she collected it and hid it in her bosom. At this point in time, there were less than 100 people in the arena, and 2/3 of the 100 seats had already been occupied, and the top 10 seats, 4 of which were occupied, were the 3rd, 1st, 9th, and 10th seats. Being able to sit in a seat is already half the battle, but if the deterrent is not enough or too weak, you will still face challenges from others, so seat replacements are constantly happening. For some, sitting in the top-ranked seat is not a good thing. Being kicked off the throne is not bad. After all, there is still a chance to continue. And some are directly injured and lose the fight, eliminated from the game. I'll just go with number 2 then. Seeing Yunlin ascend to the third throne unharmed, Bai Xiaoyun's feet stepped on the ground and his figure shot towards the second seat like a bolt of lightning, with the 5 people under him following in his footsteps. Bai Xiaoyun's action was as if it had touched everyone's nerves, and with hardly any hesitation, the 20 to 30 people present instantly struck out. But before he could really get close, all sorts of attacks poured madly towards them from all over the sky. Not good. Hide. Bai Xiaoyun, always keep alert, instantly found the danger. Panic in his eyes. He just wanted to avoid, but not yet wait for him to make a move. The air in a flash becomes sticky, speed becomes slow, and at the same time a silver ball of light appeared in the center of the 6 people, blinding light instantly in front of their eyes white, accompanied by a blinding burning sensation. The next second, the size of the fist of the hailstones, as the python of the fire snake shuttle, not giving Bai Xiaoyun's 6 people a chance to resist at all. The various demon spirit talent skills engulfed them in a split second, and the air was filled with fluctuations of spiritual energy. In the next moment, a tutor appeared, and with a flick of his right hand, a transparent ball of light wrapped the 6 people and flew directly outside the boundary, and soon a healer came forward to treat them. Crap, that pussy is so unlucky. I heard that it's still a genius of the Bloodline clan. Ha ha, killed in seconds. Many viewers found it somewhat amusing. As the favorite for this throne challenge, Bai Xiaoyun with his Bloodline talent wasn't bad, and had the strength to compete for the top 10. So who would have thought that he would go out like this? Until the moment he was stunned, Bai Xiaoyun couldn't figure out that he wasn't the one who came out on top. And with the same move, why Yunlin was fine while he was being attacked by the group. A lot of people couldn't figure it out, but that didn't stop the battle from continuing, as if Bai Xiaoyun was the signal to fight. At this moment, the people in the arena frantically rushed towards their seats. At this moment, no one had any reservations, and all sorts of talents blossomed like fireworks. In a chaotic situation, there is no doubt that the greater the number, the greater the advantage. Yunlin, get up! Lin Storm bellowed and led the lower squad members towards Yunlin. During this process, Deng Chung Yiming and the others were always watching every move of Lin Feng's for. Originally they all intended to make a move, but when they saw that Lin Feng's target was Yunlin, they instead breathed a sigh of relief and gave up their intention to attack. They might have a problem with Yunlin taking the third seat, but if it was Lin Feng or Yun Kai, giving up the third seat was not unacceptable. Just let them fight each other. Perhaps it was because Lin Feng's cry had let the crowd know Lin Feng's target, so there was no sneak attack. So many positions. Why are you taking mine? Yunlin had already stood up when Lin Feng and the others arrived in front of him, and the 2 teenagers stood behind him as if they were enemies. Up or out? Looking at the moving young girl, Lin Feng spoke in a cold tone and didn't explain. Yunlin's face was icy cold, and deep within his dark eyes, a faint silver light was entwined, transmitting a hint of mysterious fluctuations. 11. Are you really going to fish to death? In the face of Lin Feng's threat, Yunlin placed the crystal sword in front of her chest and asked in a somewhat gloomy tone, the eyebrows on her originally delicate and pretty face rising slightly, transmitting a hint of firmness and determination. As a girl, her beautiful appearance and moving body could give her advantages and benefits, and she was good at utilizing such advantages. But to be able to rise to fame among the freshmen, Yunlin relied on more than that. Her talent and strength were no weaker than anyone else's. The importance of the throne challenge cannot be overstated for the team she intends to form. With fame, she can recruit new students quickly. The special treatment that the top 3 of the throne challenge could obtain would also directly affect her cultivation speed afterward. Since she dared to be the first to sit on the third throne, Yunlin naturally had the self-confidence and confidence that she wasn't afraid of people competing for it, much less being simply scared off. Up or out? Lin Feng still said calmly, even his tone didn't change. He didn't care about the threat of the fish dying. With their strength in their favor, the fish wouldn't break if they didn't want to die first. Is he trying to scare me off? To give up without a fight? There's only 4 of them. Dong Yunnan is a healer and definitely not strong in combat. And that inch-headed teenager, although he doesn't know what kind of demonic spirit he's refined, he's obviously not a martial artist yet. Even though it's 3 against 4, they can't hold much of an advantage. Lin Feng and Yun Kai both have the qualifications to compete for the top 10. They definitely won't dare to fish to death. While thinking about this, Yunlin's heart gained strength as the silver aura within his eyes gradually converged into a triangular pupil, and his appearance began to change, only to see its white forehead appeared as silver diamond-shaped scales. The original slim body has become more and more soft, slender and boneless waist swaying through a hint of seductive atmosphere. The original slender legs at this time has been transformed into a snake tail. The snake tail is covered with purple and black scales, the snake tail slightly swaying, Surprisingly, let a person's spirit slightly trance. The ninth grade silver Stygian snake. Lin Feng recognized the demonic spirit that Yun Lin had refined at a glance, like the charming butterfly that Yagu had refined back then. The silver stick snake also belonged to the spirit system demon spirit. Outstanding appearance paired with the spirit system demon spirit, coupled with the unique seductive feeling of the snake system demon spirit. It was no wonder that this young girl was surrounded by so many teenagers who were willing to sell their lives for her. Lin Feng, don't push me. With your and Yun Kai's strength you can totally compete for first and second. Why bother competing with me for third? Yun Lin said indifferently. Her silver triangular pupils flickered with silver light. At the same time, the crystal longsword in her hand was unexpectedly flickering with silver light. The two were intertwined, and that palpitating feeling became more and more intense. Spiritual weapons? One that aids in spiritual attacks? Lin Feng's eyes lingered on the crystal sword. Compared to ordinary weapons, the biggest advantage of spiritual weapons was that they could sense and conduct the spiritual power of the heavens and earth. So they were worth a lot of money. Even the most low-grade spiritual weapons would cost tens of millions of New Zealand dollars, and there was still no market for them. Spiritual weapons that could be used by a first-grade martial artist were even rarer, and could not be bought on the market. Worthy of being the son of a big family, a spiritual weapon in his hand. Lin Feng didn't talk nonsense and took one step towards Yun Lin, and behind Lin Feng, seeing Yun Lin not budging an inch, Yun Kai steeply let out a hiss. As the hissing sound rang out, Yun Kai's body bloomed with a brilliant golden light. A series of crackling and crunching. The original height of 1.93 meters directly broke through 2 meters 1, as granite-like muscles expand again to become larger, as if cast in gold. The whole body is covered with a dark golden lines like meridians, flowing on its body surface. Extremely shocking, the original brown eyes into gold, filled with madness and bestiality. After the demonic transformation Yun Kai, like a golden god of war. The original character is silent and quiet. He seems to have become a little manic in this situation. Yun Kai stared at Yun Lin, his golden eyes filled with battle and bloodthirsty en. Under that gaze, Yun Lin tried to remain calm, but his body instantly tightened, and unknowingly, there was already timidity in his heart, and Yun Kai didn't have any intention of talking nonsense. His feet stepped, his long golden hair flew, and he quickly appeared in front of Yun Lin. His fists and shoulders flickered with golden light, slightly retracted, and then stabbed out in a flash like a long en. Unstoppable, so strong. Facing that oncoming golden fist, before it really got close, a mournful whistling sound rang out, and Yun Lin felt a needle-like pain in his skin. Facing the ferocious and brutal Yun Kai, Yun Lin's heart chilled slightly. She was refining a spirit system demon spirit, specializing in spiritual attacks, and did not have an advantage in strength, so she did not have the idea of a hard fight. She snake-tailed a bit of the ground, and quickly bounced away. So fast that it was hard to catch her figure, and the two teenagers behind her likewise quickly retreated, not daring to face Yun Kai directly. Landing not far away, Yun Lin's snake tail swayed, his silver eyes looking deeply at Yun Kai as he turned around and rushed towards the fourth seat. Facing such a strong Yun Kai, although she also had the power to fight, she didn't have the confidence to defeat. Plus there was Lin Feng spying from the side, not wanting to fish to death. She could only back down. At this time, the fourth seat was already occupied by a teenager, who was strong despite looking ordinary, not tall, and not physically strong. Although the demonic spirit that was refined was a 6th grade demonic spirit, which was not a high grade, its demonic spirit's natural skill played out in its hands. Although it was only a 3-member squad, they cooperated well with each other, and their demon spirit talent skills and pairings were reasonable. Facing the raging Yun Lin, they glanced at each other and instead of retreating, they took the lead in launching an attack. Seeing Yun Lin fleeing away, Yun Kai also breathed a sigh of relief. It was naturally best to not fight. Whoever could maintain their form would naturally have the most advantage. He was just about to ascend to the third throne. Feet! Lin Feng shouted violently, his body quickly rushing towards Yun Kai. Under the blazing sun, at an unknown time, a long shadow appeared on the ground, passing through the crowded crowd and shooting towards Yun Kai like a chain. This long shadow appeared too strangely, still on the ground, noiselessly, and Yun Kai did not even notice it. Although he didn't notice, Yun Kai reacted very quickly. Hearing Lin Feng's reminder next to his ear, he didn't subconsciously lower his head to check. Instead, his knees were slightly bent and he directly leapt up, but the shadow was like a snake's shadow, directly leaping up to wrap around Yun Kai's right foot. Shadow bind. Lin Feng's spiritual energy covered his feet. Instantly his speed increased again. Shadow binding was the natural skill of the 9th grade demon spirit Dark Golem, one of the demon spirits that assassins and thieves could only dream of. Shit! The moment he was bound, Yun Kai trembled. his body instantly losing control, and in the next second, he only saw his right hand violently swinging upwards, sharp claws stabbing directly towards his eyes. Yun Kai is going down. It's the shadow puppet. Which despicable villain dares to assassinate my family? Emperor Kai. The shadow golem is the perfect demonic spirit for the assassin profession, and although it doesn't have a strong combat power, as long as it's caught by the shadow, it's almost very difficult to survive. My King K. Many of the spectators looked at the light screen and let out bursts of gasps, deeply afraid of seeing the scene of brains bursting. Get out! As soon as he realized that he was being controlled, Yun Kai let out a frantic roar. His dark golden pupils contracted slightly, just as his own right claw was only 3 centimeters away from his eyes. It stopped abruptly. Yun Kai's right hand trembled slightly, as he zigzagged frantically. That feeling of being controlled was getting weaker and weaker. Just as he felt that he was about to succeed in reclaiming his body, the 5 silhouettes rushed towards him quickly. The bodies of the 5 had all changed demonically, 2 of them meeting Lin Feng, and the remaining 3 had appeared in front of Yun Kai, their sharp claws waving towards Yun Kai's circumference. Point 11. 3 teenagers in a straight line towards Yun Kai quickly rushed. See this? The original crowded crowd quickly avoided to open a pick of the road. No one blocked. No one sneak attack. Obviously, one less person was one less competitor, and everyone wanted to eliminate Yun Kai first. Spiritual power wrapped around his legs. The 3 demonic transformations in the state of demonic transformation were extremely fast. From the time Yun Kai was bound by the shadows to the launch of the attack, almost in an instant, the 3 teenagers had already appeared in front of Yun Kai, waving their sharp claws and quickly greeted towards the vulnerable parts of Yun Kai's body. 3 sharp claws coming from different directions whistled, and before they actually made contact, the mournful sound of the wind caused Yun Kai's complexion to change slightly. Because he hadn't broken through to martial artist yet, Yun Kai couldn't possess his body with spiritual power. He could only scramble the soul power in his body. Under the effect of soul power, Yun Kai's originally muscular and gnarled body swelled once again. His sinews and flesh protruded and bulged, giving people an extremely exaggerated explosive beauty, and the muscle lines that glittered with a metallic color glistened under the sunlight, making many female spectators' eyes glow, and in their hearts they exclaimed that it was worth it, and it wasn't worth it for them to get up early in the morning and queue up. In the midst of the violent struggle, the shadows under Yun Kai's feet swayed slightly. The binding force was getting weaker and weaker. As long as he was given another second or two, he would be able to break free and regain his freedom, but as if it was calculated, his opponent didn't give him a chance at all. The sharp claws scratched across Yun Kai's body, flashing out a golden spark, making a sound like a metal clash, which was extremely ear-piercing. At this moment, the dark golden lines all over Yun Kai's body that were like veins became brighter and brighter. The faces of the 3 teenagers changed slightly. Their eyes became much more grave. The claws of the 3 attacking hands were all stinging a little. One of them was as sharp as a short blade was even directly snapped off and fell to the ground, a large amount of blood gushing out from the wound. At this moment, Yun Kai's body seemed to be poured in gold, and even the sharp claws that could easily tear through a person's body were unable to leave a single mark on his body. How come the defense is so strong? Before the throne challenge, they knew something about the freshman with the most notoriety, fame, talent and strength. For the geniuses who had the strength to compete for the top 10, they even made a detailed battle plan. This includes Yun Kai, the captain who refined the shadow puppet. Xiang Nan was the key to their surprise victory, because of the special nature of the shadow binding. If they used a long-range attack, although it could also bring damage to Yun Kai, it would make the shadow binding disappear. So they chose to attack in melee, and as long as they attacked quickly in a short period of time, it would not be helpful to Yun Kai even if he had a strong defense. They had specifically found someone to experiment with them, and even a first-grade martial artist who had refined a 9th-grade demonic spirit that favored the defensive attribute would not be able to hold out for a second under such a rapid attack from them. And even if the Golden Lion King of the Earth list is powerful again, it is also powerful and limited at this stage, and the maximum will only last for 1 or 2 more seconds. 81 WWWC. The plan is sound, and they did make that step. However, no one had expected Golden Transformation's defense to be so strong. They could all be first-grade martial artists, while Yun Kai was only at the 9th stage of physical cultivation. Could the Golden Lion King really be so strong? Golden Change. It's finally appeared. Damn. I've been looking forward to it so much since I saw Emperor Kai's video. This fascinating golden color is really brightening up my eyes. netcomputerside:///www/ What a pervert. Full body metallization. This natural ability is so exaggerated. It's so damn handsome. Stiffly resisting the attacks of 3 people in a row. Are Earth-ranking demon spirits really this strong? How does this let those of us who have refined high-level demon spirits live? Are you showing off? How can you let me live by refining a mid-grade demon spirit? Worthy of being a top 100 ranked Earth-ranking demonic beast, this defense is invincible at the same level. Crap. Jian Gue, why do you keep trembling? What do you know? Give me a hand. My whole body went weak the moment the gold changed just now. Seeing this scene, the audience uniformly let out exclamations of surprise and murmurs, and the huge waves of sound rose attracted all eyes. Everyone was staring at the light screen, and at this moment, even many of the freshmen who were in the middle of a heated battle for their seats couldn't help but take a look. Not only the students, but even the mentors on the podium were keeping an eye on the battle. As the biggest highlight of this throne challenge, who wouldn't be curious about the 16-year-old Yun Kai, whose strength was only at the 9th stage of physical cultivation but was ranked 7th on the Glory Rookie ranking, and who was known as one of the future Glory Alliance's most anticipated rookies. Because of Yun Kai and Lin Feng, this year's Red Cloud University's attention was in no way weaker than the other two hero academies. Quickly, under everyone's watchful eyes, the three teenagers seemed to have gone crazy, waving their sharp claws like a storm, disregarding everything, even if their fingernails broke and their roots snapped. It has come to the point where there is no going back. Regardless, the third throne is theirs for the taking. In this state of rapid attack, Yun Kai could only be forced to defend, and did not even dare to open his eyes. At this time, his golden transformation was still in the initial stage, and did not yet have the effect of defending his eyes, and somewhat shaken, he could only hold on bitterly. It's a pity that Emperor Kai's soul power is limited. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold out for long. It's already very strong. This defense is frighteningly strong. If they weren't caught by the shadow binding, those three wouldn't have been Yun Kai's opponents at all. Yun Kai's strength is still too weak. It's only the 9th stage of physical cultivation. As the crowd murmured, Yun Kai's body trembled slightly, but the dark golden veins of his body began to flow, and the lines became more and more brilliant, and at this moment, Yun Kai was like a miniature sun blossoming with brilliant light. At this moment, all the spectators thought that Yun Kai was about to be unable to hold on, and even the male tutor in charge of the third seat stood up, ready to make a move to stop him. But no one had noticed that not far from Yun Kai, a teenager who was fighting with his opponent for the 13th throne. The teenager was holding a long sword. His swordplay was not very subtle, but his moves were decent, and he obviously had a few years of experience, pressuring his opponent to keep retreating. Good chance. The teenager's eyes lit up. Seizing a break in his opponent, he fiercely took a step forward, intending to take advantage of the situation to win with one blow, but he abruptly stopped. He looked down. The long sword in his hand was even slightly trembling. The trembling was getting more and more violent. Even though he was holding the sword in both hands and grasping it tightly with all his strength, the long sword was still breaking free from his hands, and in the midst of his shocked gaze, it transformed into a sword shadow that flew off in one direction. And this was not exceptional. The sword in the hand of a young girl likewise broke free from her right hand and disappeared. All kinds of swords broke free and shot in one direction. The bizarre scene was caught on camera and caused many gasps. Well, on the podium, Ayumu was the first to notice the anomaly. From the beginning of the throne challenge, no matter whose performance it was, he was always able to remain calm with a hint of surprise in his eyes at this moment, as he reached out his right hand towards Yun Kai's direction and slightly shook it. Ah! As blood splattered, a mournful scream rang out. Silence. The originally noisy audience fell into an eerie silence. Just when everyone thought that Yun Kai couldn't hold on and was going to be eliminated by the three people's sharp claws attacking their defense, no one expected that in all directions, a sword shadow sped by like lightning. 10 new students were pierced through their bodies in an instant. And that wasn't the end of it. The target of those more than a dozen sword shadows was clearly Yun Kai. Snicker. The sound of swords entering the body was chilling. The bodies of the three teenagers who had originally surrounded Yun Kai stiffened, and each of them was impaled by 3 or 4 swords, as if they were skewered. There were also 4 long swords that originally stabbed at the hearts or heads of the 3 teenagers floating in the void, as if they were bound by a mysterious force, not moving at all. Everyone's eyes stared blankly at this scene, and they couldn't help but feel chills in their hearts. At this point, for some reason, one word popped into everyone's mind. 10,000 swords. Shokan. Quiet. It's really quiet. It was hard to imagine that a martial arts arena with over 100,000 people would be so quiet at this moment. From the moment the throne challenge began, the martial arts arena was covered in all sorts of clamor. As the game went on, the atmosphere became more and more boisterous. Whenever both sides of the battle appeared to have a wonderful battle or a splendid talent skill, cheers would erupt that would make everyone boisterous. But no one could have imagined that the cheers that were like a mountainous roar in the previous second would come to an abrupt end in a split second. Put. Hiss. In the audience, many spectators were watching the match while drinking their drinks. but at this moment, they took a mouthful of ejaculation, which was followed by a piece of sound that sucked in a mouthful of cool air. 10,000 swords return. Everyone stared at the figure in the light screen that was covered in golden light, full of unbelief. Even their eyes were slightly dull. Isn't this the annual freshman challenge? Aren't all freshmen rookies? Even if the talent was outstanding and the refined demonic spirit was of a high level, would it be difficult to display true power because of the scarcity of soul power? And why is that such a strong natural skill? Besides, isn't the Golden Lion King's natural skill golden transformation? Isn't the effect of golden transformation the metallization of the entire body? Not only the spectators, even the contestants who were fiercely fighting for their seats hurriedly backed up at this moment, moving away from Yun Kai, but could not help but look towards him. At this moment, the longsword hanging in mid-air, as well as the blood, were all confined and bound by a mysterious force, and even the bodies of the three people who had attacked Yun Kai did not move at all, and their eyes were still filled with horror and pain. Clunk! As the longsword clanked to the ground and blood dripped down, the imprisoned trio instantly regained their freedom. Ah! The confinement disappeared, and the next second a succession of miserable screams rang out. The screams that sounded like death by 1,000 cuts made one's scalp tingle and goosebumps stand up all over the body. At this time, those who could still stay in the martial arts arena were all geniuses of 1 in 100, the real pride of heaven. But for those who had just stepped into the university career, where had they experienced this kind of pain? And many of them were directly knocked out by the pain. Good grief! It hurts! It's not going to be a straight-up pain in the ass. So much blood has been shed. How many chi and blood pills do I have to eat to make up for it? Looking at that tragic picture, many people's faces turned a little white and their hearts chilled. They looked at each other in disbelief, then turned their attention to the podium, to directly imprison multiple people at a distance of more than 100 meters. If they weren't casting a demon spirit technique, I'm afraid that only a 9th grade powerhouse would be able to achieve this step. And just now, it was obviously Bu Zheng who had struck. He had obviously realized long ago that he could imprison all of the long swords, but chose to imprison only the long swords that were stabbing at the vital parts, and didn't care about the others. As Bu Zheng said, this is a challenge that won't kill you, but is infinitely closer to actual combat. For the freshmen, blood and pain are the best baptism. At this time, the mentors were protected from accidents, and this baptismal opportunity was extremely rare. The screams continued for a while, and when the screams went from high to weak and then intermittent, a red figure then came late and appeared in front of the crowd. Obviously, he did it on purpose. Shut up! None of them missed the vitals enough to die. The middle-aged man in red robes acted calmly at the scene in front of him and said with some impatience, his right hand stretched out. A red brightly colored flower appeared and bloomed in his palm and released a red liquid, along with him continuously pulling out his long sword, covered by the red liquid. The original bloody wounds were recovering fast. So strong. Not far from Yun Kai, Deng Chang and Yi Ming were besieging Bai Ji, as a poison beast master. Bai Ji was alone but had the strength to compete for the first throne. His existence was a great threat to the two of them, so the two of them temporarily cooperated with the intention of taking the lead in kicking him out. But at this moment, the three parties fighting stopped their attacks and their gazes were all looking at Yun Kai with some shock. At this moment, even the confident and proud trio had some frustration and envy, even jealousy. He's the real monster. Bai Ji looked at Yun Kai and said silently in his heart. Bai Ji's experience was somewhat similar to Yun Kai's, growing up in the gazes of other people's strange and disgusting gazes. But fortunately, from a young age, he had shown outstanding talent. He was a genius in the eyes of the clan, and although his classmates were jealous of him and afraid of him, no one dared to humiliate and bully him. He was called a monster. But at this moment, he felt that Yun Kai was the real monster. A monster who inherited a transcendent bloodline. That was close. Good thing I'm smart. Being in the midst of a fierce battle, the snake's tail was slightly swinging, and Bai Lin, who was bruised and battered, was also in a state of fear at this time, and was originally a bit angry, but at this time, he was thankful. It was good that he didn't choose to die with Yun Kai, or else the one who turned into a hedgehog at this time would be himself. What a 10,000 swords! On the podium, many tutors stood up violently and marveled. Every year's throne challenge is an event for the mentors. On this day, they could see all sorts of rare demon spirit talent skills and even bloodline talents. But since the strength of the new students was still weak, even if they refined high-level demon spirits, they couldn't really show their power and effects. But no one expected that Yun Kai would be able to perform a rare and powerful talent skill like Golden Transformation, and that he would also be able to perform 10,000 swords returning to the soul. Perhaps using 10,000 swords to describe it is too exaggerated. After all, Yun Kai controls only a dozen or so swords, far from 10,000 swords. But we must know that Yun Kai's strength is only the 9th stage of physical cultivation, has not yet broken through the martial arts. and the refining of the demonic spirit is less than half a year, then this is really some horror. As long as Yun Kai didn't fall, who could guarantee that he wouldn't be able to achieve a true 10,000 swords return? The Golden Lion King's natural ability is gold transformation. The effect of gold transformation is the metallization of the entire body. Although when the demon spirit grows to the middle grade, it possesses the ability to control metal, but Yun Kai has only just been refined for less than half a year. It's simply impossible for him to achieve this step. He absorbed the first soul skill? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Only just refined the demonic spirit. The soul power would have been severely overdrawn and pitifully low. Even the earth-ranking demon spirit is very weak at this time, which is so easy to absorb the soul skill? At least have to wait for another year. Besides, the soul skill that can control metal is extremely rare. Also not at all a body cultivation 9th stage rookie can absorb. Many tutors had murmured suspiciously that the effects of Yun Kai's demonstrated natural ability had far surpassed the golden transformation. Dean Bu, what do you think? A tutor asked. As the head of the martial arts academy, Bu Zhang was a 9th grade powerhouse. At this realm, he had already stayed for 10 years, and was only one step away from Martial King, and he who had seen a lot might know something about it. Under the curious gazes of the tutors, Bu Zhang acted calmly, but his tone was more or less filled with a hint of exclamation. Returning demonization. The bloodline talent inherited from a transcendent powerhouse has increased the effect of the demonic spirit by several times, Bu Zhang said faintly. At this moment, he finally understood the preciousness of returning demonization. If you break through the 9th rank, you are a Martial King. Martial Kings were also honored as guardians, possessing the strength and qualifications to guard a city. And above Martial King is Transcendent. Transcendent powerhouses had the ability to turn the world upside down even if they hadn't refined their demonic spirits. And as a country's ultimate power, each of them had a respected status and were admired by the entire nation. Transcendent powerhouses were strong, and transcendents who could elementalize their entire body had even transcended the realm of humanity. But even so, not every transcendent powerhouse was able to pass on their bloodline talent to their offspring, and those who could do so were top-notch existences among the transcendents. And inheriting the bloodline talent of a transcendent powerhouse was also known as bloodline inheritance. As for returning demonization, it was inheriting the demonic spirit talent of a transcendent powerhouse, and was much more precious than a bloodline inheritance. Although the bloodline clan was rare, there were dozens of people in Red Cloud, but there was only one person, Yun Kai, who returned to demonization. It was also with the increase in returning demonization that Yun Kai was able to control the metal. So that's how it is. It's really enviable. Hearing Bu Zhang's explanation, many tutors shook their heads with sighs, undisguised envy showing in their eyes. It's just a talent that can't really be envied. For others, the pursuit of a lifetime of hard work was indeed an innate talent in Yun Kai's case. How to compare? How dare you compare? Not bad for one of the most anticipated rookies in the Pride Pro League. His future is destined to be bright. Under this bright light, many people cast their eyes to another place, where Lin Feng, who was the most famous among the freshmen, who had yet to refine his demonic spirit, and who was in the middle of the crowd, appeared more or less dim. The appearance of two rare and powerful talent skills, Golden Transformation and 10,000 Swords Returning, shocked people with Yun Kai's talent. The appearance of one of these two natural skills was enough to shock people, not to mention the appearance of both at the same time, or in one person. It was enough to drive people crazy. After a moment of silence, various shouts and screams swept through the martial arts arena like a storm. Yun Kai! Emperor Kai! Emperor Kai! At this moment, the audience vented their excitement and thrill with abandon. A pair of burning eyes, faces that are red from shouting like crazy. It wasn't just ordinary spectators. Even some martial artists were no exception. Infected by this emotion, the podium, even his mentors who had experienced dozens of throne challenges, felt a bit of blood boiling. It's been a long time since I felt this way. That's not so bad. Isn't every battle of glory like this? It's just that there hasn't been such a supreme genius in a long time. The mentors laughed and talked. They were not surprised by the performance of the audience who were so crazy that they were a bit out of their minds. Rather, they were used to it. In the Great Cultivation era, the strong enjoyed privileges and martial artists were a respected and envied profession. The status of the demon spirit master was above that of a martial artist, and the geniuses who refined the top-level demon spirits were even more recognized as the darlings of the times. Old Yellow, a middle-aged female tutor, looked at this crazy scene, her mouth pronouncing a name, her eyes somewhat complicated. In the era of spiritual resurgence, facing the ravages of demonic beasts, human beings once became the lost dogs in food. Even if the whole country is mobilized and the government has spent decades casting the 12 guardian artifacts, so that people can go to and from work normally, marry and have children in the 12 bases without having to be terrified and threatened with their lives every day, Nothing seems to be different, but every once in a while, a massive demonic beast attacked the city. The appearance of other worlds, the threat of demonic beasts, and the increasing frequency of space gates appearing. Although the government deliberately controls the news in this regard, and the relevant posts and discussions appearing on the network will be quickly cleared, but all the people unspoken, but also understand that they are not actually safe. As soon as they stepped out of the Guardian artifact, they were still prey in the eyes of the demonic beasts. That comes up every once in a while. Some hit on the arrival of the end times, and salvation organizations cause some panic now and then. Maybe someday. In the midst of this uneasiness, people seem to be living in peace and contentment, but the worries in their hearts are so bitter that they cannot give vent to them, and they can only divert their attention, and the target they move to was the Battle of Glory. The importance of the Battle of Glory to the country is self-evident. The ranking of the Battle of Glory determines the belonging of the otherworldly region, the voice of the country over the country, the distribution of resources. For people, the Battle for Glory isn't just the biggest event in the country, it's a way for them to forget their worries and fears for a while. For them, it's a kind of spiritual support. As long as mankind is strong, there is a chance to change the destiny of mankind. A supreme genius, perhaps a savior. So what could be more exciting than witnessing the rise of a supreme genius? It's the same thing not only for ordinary people or martial artists. Hey, Dad, did you hear that? Screaming ah. I'm telling you ah. Yunkai just performed the golden transformation and 10,000 swords returning ah. Big brother, are you watching the live broadcast right now? Speak louder. I can't hear you. You weren't there. I'm telling you. Just now at that moment I shuddered and almost peed. Many felt that cheering was not enough, and couldn't wait to pull out their cell phones to share the excitement in their hearts and enjoy the envy of their partners who didn't come to the site to watch. In the martial arts arena, the 10,000 swords returned eliminated more than a dozen people in a single moment of impalement, causing no one to dare approach Yunkai. Yunkai's battle seemed to have ended, but the cheers still continued. At this moment, Yunkai, whose entire body was metallized and glittering with golden light, was the recognized king of the throne challenge, and no one could compare to him. It's a pity that such a genius can't be recruited. In midair, many powerful people with powerful breaths flapped their feathers, their tone somewhat envious. A genius supports a family. Seeing Yunkai's talent, everyone let out this exclamation. As long as Yunkai didn't fall, the day of the Yun clan's rise would be just around the corner. Inheriting a transcendent bloodline, there was no problem of bottlenecks at all. Perhaps in a few decades, the Yun clan was going to produce a martial king. As for the possibility of becoming transcendent, it's not impossible. Thinking of this, many people's eyes moved slightly and incited their feathers to fly in one direction. Mr. Yun, I'm Fong De, the general manager of the Zhong Yun group, and I've heard that the Yun clan is the main business. Mr. Yun Yong, I'm from the Zhang family that deals in pills in Guanglin. My name is Zhang Yuanlin. This is my business card. If there's a chance you can contact. In midair, a middle-aged man in a suit was surrounded by quite a number of people. And while he flapped his green-colored translucent feathers and faced the crowd's enthusiastic bashings, he talked and laughed and acted in a very graceful manner, but his gaze was always fixed on Yunkai's direction. Overnight, after the crowd left, a woman beside Yun Yong who had refined the flying demon spirit side, the 10 of them were sent to Guanglin with the main purpose of protecting Yunkai, who nowadays, as the key to the rise of the first clan, safety was important. On top of that, the Yun clan also hoped to open up the market in Guanglin. These days, they had visited quite a few groups and families, and the other party was polite to them because of Yunkai, but they were far from as enthusiastic as they were just now. As a declining transcendent clan, the Yun clan's comprehensive strength didn't have any advantages, and it wasn't even comparable to some groups. It was better in Jiangchang. After all, it was a base camp, and the name Yun clan still had some use and a lot of connections. But in Guanglin, an unfamiliar base city, if it wasn't for Yunkai, no one would care about them. As for the intention to cooperate, the families and groups that visited also did not follow up. But where was the thought that it was only overnight that the attitude changed radically? That Zhang Yuanlin just now, who had been slightly arrogant yesterday, was instead somewhat humble. You can ask the family to send someone. We're officially moving into Guanglin. We'll choose the branch address at noon. In response to his men's exclamations, Yun Yong's mouth showed a hint of a smile. Who would have thought that the orcs that everyone in a clan loathed and mocked would now be the favorites that made the people of Guanglin go crazy screaming and cheering? Now because of Yun Kai, the declining transcendent clan had begun to rise. Supervisor Yun, while we have this opportunity, shouldn't we let young Master Yun Kai form his own force? Your own forces? Hearing this, Yun Yong's smile disappeared and he frowned slightly. He had had this idea long ago, and it was one of the tasks given to him by the patriarch. in the Red Cloud by Yunkai to form their own forces. Then its forces members of the family will inevitably have a connection with the Yun clan. This thread of connection is likely to generate billions of tens of billions of dollars in profits, which for the economic sum embarrassment of the Yun clan for the benefits are obvious. Yun Yong had also discussed it with Yun Kai, but Yun Kai didn't care much about him, his so-called elder, and directly refused. The meaning of Yun Kai's words wasn't going to leave Lin Feng's squad, and as for cooperation, it wasn't rejected, but it was up to Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Yun Yong looked at Lin Feng with some strange eyes. He didn't understand why Yun Kai listened to Lin Feng so much. As the top student of the college entrance exam, Lin Feng's fame was great, and there was no doubt about his fighting talent. As for the fact that he could refine the demonic spirits of the Earth list, he expressed some doubts. Even if he really succeeded in the future, he didn't think that with the presence of Yun Kai, Lin Feng had the qualifications to be the boss. Thinking of this, Yun Yong felt that he needed to talk to Lin Feng to get him to back off. Point 11. Feeling the oncoming harsh wind, Lin Feng slightly backed up and dodged a ferocious whip leg. At the same time the BS of his right hand was blocked across his chest, and in the midst of the sparks, he sliced the oncoming machete away, and by using the force of the impact, he retreated violently. In the midst of the four people's pincer attack, Lin Feng looked like he was having some difficulty resisting, but he hadn't suffered a single injury since the beginning. Kai, this kid even has this skill, causing me to worry for nothing. Seeing that Yun Kai was safe for the time being, Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry to defeat the opponents who were surrounding him. He just signaled with his eyes for Dong Yunan and Lin Xiufei to quickly go find Yun Kai and not join the fight. At this point, it was already the most crucial time of the throne challenge, and everyone had chosen their target seats, hissing and screaming. At this time there might still be people hiding their strength, but absolutely no one dared to avoid fighting. Even if they intended to fish in troubled waters, they didn't dare to be too obvious. They had to pretend to fight anyhow, or else they would become the target of the crowd's attack. What a 10,000 swords! Lin Feng was also shocked at Yun Kai's performance. In the face of the natural ability of returning demonization, even he had to sigh a word of perversion. He was considered to be the person who knew Yun Kai the most, and he naturally knew about the Golden Lion King's natural ability, gold transformation, but he didn't know that Yun Kai could actually control metal. It was logical that Yun Kai wouldn't hide it from him, and Lin Feng guessed that it was likely that this natural ability of Yun Kai had just been awakened, to directly abuse more than 10 first-grade martial artists in a split second. Even he didn't have the ability to do that, and Lin Feng didn't think that any new student could do it, not even Bai Ji. As a poison beast master, Bai Ji's attacks were bizarre and unpredictable. His body seemed to harbor countless poisonous insects, but other than that, his physical qualities were actually not strong. His speed and strength were far from being equal to that of an ordinary human being, so if there was no one to assist him, as long as he was careful, and controlled the distance between him and him, he would still have the ability to fight back. In the midst of this boiling cheer, Lin Feng remembered Yiqiu. How similar the scene is to the day of the awakening. As for Yiqiu, the one he refined was the Thorn Demon Dragon ranked 46th on the Earth ranking list, a nationally recognized genius demon spiritist, but the demon spirit had yet to grow, and at the initial stage, with the advantage of returning to demonization, it was still significantly inferior to Yun Kai. The shock and intimidation brought about by the return of 10,000 swords to the clan left a puddle of blood under Yun Kai's feet. And the surrounding area was so empty that no one dared to touch the front at all for a while until Yun Kai ascended to the third throne, and only then did all the people sort of react. Soul power overdrawn? Although Yun Kai acted calmly, he had just sat on the third throne and quickly withdrew from the state of demonic transformation. Seeing this scene, many strong freshmen's eyes flickered slightly. At this time, everyone understood that Yun Kai's soul power was already overdrawn, or else he wouldn't have easily exited the demon transformation state in the battle state. It was also true that casting two natural skills, golden transformation and 10,000 swords in a row, it would be strange if the newborn's soul power at this stage wasn't overdrawn, because Yun Kai's soul power was overdrawn. Many people who originally had no hope for the third throne were a bit foolish at this time. The throne challenge was not bound by rules, and roundabout tactics, bullying the few with the many, taking advantage of people's danger, and the yellow bird in the back were all types of tactics. Whoever occupies a seat and laughs until the end is the one who succeeds. If it was someone else, even if it was Yi Ming and the others, the freshmen nevertheless had such scruples. It was really that Yun Kai's light was just too dazzling, and many people's hearts admired it. And even if there were people who had ideas, they didn't want to easily make enemies with them. With Yun Kai's talent and strength, in the future, he was bound to become the man of the hour at Red Cloud University, and no one wanted to be settling scores, so it was better to be sensible. So even though many people think they can take their place, they still give up on that intention. Get down here. However, this hesitation did not last long. Seeing Yun Kai pull out pills from his package in preparation for restoring his chi, blood and soul power, Zhang Xin, who was originally fighting for a seat, finally could not resist the temptation to ditch his opponent and storm towards Yun Kai. At this point, it was less than 10 minutes before the end of the throne challenge, so fighting hard might not be out of the question. To Zhang Xin, the lure of the reward of the third throne clearly prevailed over the consequences of offending Yun Kai. He didn't have the resources. In the star-studded Red Cloud, his talent could only be considered medium. At this point, if he didn't fight, how could he get ahead? Zhang Xin was very fast, but before he could rush to Yun Kai, a strange pitch-black shadow reappeared, following the ground and quickly tracing his footsteps. Come again. The teenager soon found the shadow. His face changed slightly, and he avoided it in time. But in the moment he just leaped up. A green vine intertwined and twisted into a cage, trapping the teenager in it, and soon after, he only heard a cry, "Fireball art!" The violent flames broke through the cage and instantly wrapped the teenager. Ah! A mournful scream rang out along with a pungent, charred odor. If you want to fish in troubled waters, you don't pick your targets. Looking at the wretch who was saved from the fire and was about to become charred, a teenager sitting on the sixth throne sneered. The fireball spell just now came from him. Seeing the gaze of Yun Kai's eyes, the teenager waved his hand in greeting. He stepped in. One, because Yun Kai's 10,000 swords returned to the palace that he had executed earlier had impaled his opponent and eliminated him, and he was able to successfully sit on the sixth throne, returning the favor just a little bit. The second was also the intention to make good friends with Yun Kai, even if it was to mix up a face. There might be a return in the future. Yun Kai also nodded slightly, his gaze lingering slightly on his face, and did not say anything more. As for the two other people who helped just now, Yun Kai was no stranger to it. One of them was the tree man teenager from before, and another was the teenager who trapped him and refined the shadow puppet just now, and this outburst was only meant to release all the previous suspicions. Yun Kai quickly ate the elixir in his chi, blood and soul power quickly recovered, and by this time Lin Xiufei and Dong Yunan had already arrived behind him. Seeing Zhang Xion's downfall, for a while no one dared to try again. The battle was not yet over, and he was not really sitting on this throne. The third throne is occupied. Seeing Yun Kai sitting on the third throne, Yi Ming and Deng Cheng glanced at each other and were obviously a bit anxious. The field to their two teams with the strongest overall strength. Both of their goals are the first throne. The fight is naturally inevitable, although they want to eliminate Bai Ji, but it is clear that because of each other's scruples, as the captain of the team have not even yet demonic change, try to maintain the state. But at this time, the two had no intention of saving their fighting strength. Eliminate Bai Ji first. The two of them had a heart-to-heart. Their soul power possessed their bodies, and their bodies rapidly mutated. The six of them struck out at the same time, and for a time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged, and their natural skills blossomed. Flash! Bai Ji didn't have any hesitation and dodged in a hurry. Originally he was in a precarious position surrounded by the two teams. If not for Yi Ming and Deng Cheng's scruples, he would have been eliminated a long time ago. Little fool, come and chase me. Bai Ji slipped away very quickly, and while dodging, he still had the time to turn back and taunt. In response to Bai Ji's provocation, Yi Ming and the others' complexion remained unchanged, but their speed obviously increased once again. Bai Ji had the strength to compete for the first throne, and they were uneasy not to eliminate him from the game. Why should the two of us fight to the death? As long as we work together, no one in the arena is our opponent. Let me have the first throne. I'll give you $50 million before I owe you a favor. While running, Deng Cheng said quickly to Yi Ming, "You know who my uncle is, and this favor is definitely worth every penny." Yi Ming ignored it and smiled. "Cooperation is fine. Why don't I give you $100 million, plus a favor for me to sit on the first throne?" $50 million was quite a lot, but for Yi Ming, who was originally a consortium young man, there was no shortage of money, and as for favors, it was still a question of whether or not this thing was worth it. As for Deng Cheng's vice principal uncle, Yi Ming didn't care. Although the three vice principals had a lot of power and could provide Deng Cheng with some facilities, they would not be directly involved in the competition between students. Just as the two of them were discussing it, Bai Ji, who was circling around the field, looked puzzled and ran in the direction of Lin Feng. "How about a little cooperation?" Bai Ji inquired. Even if he hadn't refined the demonic spirit, Lin Feng's combat power was unquestionable, and he definitely possessed the qualifications to compete for the top 10 seats, and if he had Lin Feng to cooperate with him, he wouldn't have been chased wildly by Yi Ming and the others. Lin Feng stood still. He wasn't repulsed by Bai Ji's proximity, but for Bai Ji's suggestion, he was just about to open his mouth to reject it when his face steeply changed. and a single fiery red sizzling fireball shot towards Lin Feng. Explosive. Lin Feng's figure shifted and was just about to avoid it when the fireball violently burst. Under the unbridled hot and furious energy, Lin Feng hurriedly attached his spiritual energy. Although he reacted in time and didn't suffer any injuries, but his upper garment broke a big hole. Lin Feng looked up at one of the teenagers who had attacked him. Facing his gaze, the teenager's face didn't change. The flames on his hands rose and jumped. The corners of his mouth curved upward slightly as he laughed and asked, "What? Don't you want to serve? Yang Rui, who told you to make a move?" Deng Chang, who had caught up with him, looked at the teenager playing with the flames with a hint of dissatisfaction in his expression. From the beginning of the throne challenge, he had avoided clashing head-on with Lin Feng's squad. How could he have never imagined that his men would make a move? It was just a matter of making a move. After all, it was normal to fight in the throne challenge, but to provoke the other party with words after making a move was a bit excessive. "Let's not do it," Yi Ming whispered to the team member beside him. He planned to watch with cold eyes, and in his heart, he was also a little confused as to what Deng Chang's little brother was mad about. If you have nothing to eat, is it necessary to provoke Lin Feng? Seeing Deng Chang's reproachful gaze, Yang Rui didn't say anything, but showed that he didn't really care. Deng Chang frowned. Although he was dissatisfied, he did not say much. Even if Yang Rui was being unreasonable, he was still his own team member with excellent talent and strength. If he reprimanded, he might just break away from the team, and he still had to rely on the other party if he wanted to compete for the first throne. "Want to cooperate?" Behind Lin Feng, Bai Ji asked again. "Yang Rui? Yang?" A thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind. He didn't know why Yang Rui made a move and didn't care. It was just that he realized that when Yun Kai became the center of attention in the room, shining brightly, he seemed to be underestimated. He could vaguely sense it in the stares of others. Crap! How dare someone provoke Lin Feng? What is this kid's origin? The strength looks pretty strong. Bai Ji and Lin Feng have a fighting chance when they work together. Yi Ming and Deng Chang are too strong. 6 against 2. How can they be opponents? A good man is not a good man. The seat is important. The audience looked at the two sides facing each other in the light screen and murmured. There wasn't much excitement or thrill, because in everyone's opinion, Lin Feng would know when to retreat. After all, the two sides were so far apart in strength that there was no chance of winning. But in the next moment, everyone jerked to their feet, and cheers and screams once again resounded throughout the martial arts arena. In the light curtain, Lin Feng's eyes were cold, and with a flash of his body, holding a BS, he charged towards Yang Rui. Under the shocked gaze of the entire audience, Lin Feng used his actions to interpret a sentence. Do it or don't do it. 11. Yun Kai sensationalized the whole room. Everyone stood up, danced their hands, shouted and yelled, frantically venting out the stress and trepidation of the past days. The horse shouting went on for a while, and many of them sounded a little hoarse, just as the audience had calmed down their excitement. But in a split second, when Lin Feng picked 6, the atmosphere rioted once again, and the excited shouts and screams once again resounded throughout the arena. Lin Feng, fuck him, fuck him, fuck him. Wind God, I support you. Not just the live audience, but many people watching the live stream at home in their offices were going crazy at this point. Worthy of being the strongest and most arrogant high school student ever. With personality, I like it. A number of Hirohashi people found themselves liking the cool-looking teenager. For the freshmen who were qualified for the top 10 seats in this throne challenge, they all had a certain understanding, and Deng Chang and Yi Ming were the best among the freshmen regardless of their talent and strength. And even at this time, each squad had 3 members with the strongest overall strength, and had the strength to compete for the first throne. Even in the face of such a strong enemy, Lin Feng still had no fear. This is a battle for the first throne, if not exciting and shocking. No bullshit, not even any hesitation, take it or leave it, even if one picks 6. In the audience, Jiang Jun, who had invited Lin Feng to join the Plucked Wind Club 3 times, also stood up, and in the midst of this kind of full-court cheering, even he couldn't control his emotions a little. Elder Zhang, did you see that? Jiang Jun suppressed the excitement in his heart and said to a white-haired old man beside him. The white-haired old man wore a gray and black tang suit. His temperament was stern and unsmiling. He looked a little hard to approach, and compared to Jiang Jun's excitement, he acted calmly. And beside this Elder Zhang, there were more than a dozen men and women in uniform overalls. These men and women, laptops in hand, are now staring at the light screen, occasionally tapping the keyboard to record something. At this moment, there are more than 100,000 people cheering for him. Jiang Jun looked at Elder Zhang with firm eyes. Red Cloud University's annual Throne Challenge was a great opportunity for all clubs to select promising rookies, and Jiang Jun was one of the people in charge of this. The old man beside him, Zhang, as a senior member of the Plucked Wind Club, was not originally prepared to come, and it was only because of his painstaking persuasion that he reluctantly agreed. Popularity is indeed high. Although Elder Zhang acted calmly, he was actually a bit surprised. Who could have imagined this was a college freshman challenge? This challenge is no less hot than the National Collegiate Pride Battle. Elder Zhang. This is the all-star player we need for win picking. Seeing that Elder Zhang did not comment, Zhang Jun could not help but say again. At the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, Lin Feng, who was still in the physical cultivation realm, had shocked everyone. As he had predicted at the time, Lin Feng not only had exceptional talent, but also possessed the ability to make fans go crazy for him. What gets fans blood pumping in League of Glory more than a head-to-head, hard-hitting battle? The talent is there, but it's a little self-indulgent. Elder Zhang said indifferently, the motto of the Plucked Wind Club, the winner takes all. Everything is in the service of victory. Lin Feng's way of fighting was certainly able to positively mobilize the audience's emotions and make them cheer for him. But in a situation like this where his strength didn't dominate, this kind of childish and even stupid behavior was a bit ridiculous in his eyes. The importance of the throne challenge was self-evident. So what was the point of acting cool if you lost? Zhang Jun, do you know how much it costs a club to develop an all-star player? Choosing the wrong target will probably affect the performance and income of the battle team for the next few years, or even a dozen years. If it's just a level contract it's fine, at most you'll lose a few $100 million. But you know that Lin Feng isn't short of money, which would mean that his appetite would be huge, and it won't be easy to satisfy. Elder Zhang looked at Lin Feng's figure and continued, actually, it doesn't matter if he has a big appetite. The main thing is that he hasn't refined the demonic spirit yet. Refined the earth-ranking demon spirit? Can you guarantee that? Who can guarantee that? Compared to Lin Feng, I'm looking forward to Yun Kai more. Elder Zhang. Zhang Jun couldn't help but try to argue, but when he saw Elder Zhang raise his hand, he could only shut up helplessly. If you don't sign it at this time, when Lin Feng really refines the demonic spirits of the earth list, will you still have a chance to pick the wind? As for Yun Kai? Zhang Jun looked around. Dozens of club leaders who do not dare to be interested. Where is our chance? Not only was the audience shocked, even the 6 people of Dengchang were likewise so. Is this going to be tough? Sure is arrogant. Looking at the teenager who was holding BS and stepping quickly, Yang Wei was slightly stunned, with some surprise in his eyes, and after a while, a hint of an icy smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth. What a bastard. Although he was self-important, he did have some guts. No wonder he dared to not even put the family in his eyes. Yang Wei and Lin Feng didn't know each other and had no grudges. Before, he didn't even know Lin Feng's identity. It was just that someone wanted him to teach Lin Feng a lesson, and although it was a bit difficult for him, he couldn't refuse and could only do as he was told. Baiji didn't make a move. Yang Wei's gaze rested on Baiji. Compared to Lin Feng, Baiji was obviously more dangerous, but at this moment, he stood still and had no intention of helping. Seeing this, Yang Wei had nothing to worry about. Lin Feng was very fast, and as he ran, the silver-white BS in his hand flashed blindingly bright under the sunlight. Hey! Regarding this sudden battle, Deng Chang was a bit speechless. His eyes scanned. At this time, more than 10 meters away, Yun Kai was sitting on the third throne, but his eyes were fixed on their direction, as if he would strike at any time. In this regard, Deng Chang was not worried. In the battle just now, Yun Kai's soul power was obviously severely overdrawn. Both exited the demon transformation state. Even if he ate the soul-nourishing pill, he was unable to replenish his soul power in a short period of time. Deng Cheng genuinely didn't want to make an enemy of Lin Feng. Offending both Lin Feng and Yun Kai wouldn't do him any good. The bad side was obvious. Damn Yang Wei, disobedient guy. Have to find a chance to teach him a lesson. A thought flashed through Deng Cheng's mind. Only now that it had come to this point, there was no way to avoid a fight. Let him know what's going on. Don't hit him hard. Be careful of sneak attacks. At this moment, Lin Feng was less than 2 meters away from them. Deng Cheng reminded. The only one who dared to sneak up on him at this time was Yi Ming, to which Yi Ming smiled, his expression looking somewhat disdainful. As soon as Deng Cheng's words fell, behind him, a teenager who was like a hedgehog and whose body was covered in black spikes stretched out his left hand and swung it violently with his palm facing downwards, and a single black spike shot towards Lin Feng like a torrential downpour of pear blossom needles, while Deng Cheng's toes pointed on the ground. The clear wind surrounded his body, and the green-colored wings on his back gently stirred, and 3 tornadoes quickly coalesced and took shape. Deng Cheng didn't look much different after the demon transformation, and only had an extra pair of green pupils and winged wings. Bang bang bang! The BS was waved quickly in front of his chest, so fast that dozens of black spikes were avoided or picked off by Lin Feng. In mid-air, Deng Cheng's green-colored feathered wings stirred violently. Under his control, 3 light green tornadoes in a triangular formation swept towards Lin Feng. For a time, the debris and dust on the ground flew unattracted until it shattered. Retreat, Lin Feng. Deng Chang persuaded. Even if He Ming didn't make a move, he didn't think Lin Feng would be their opponent. At this time Lin Feng was already struggling to face the countless spikes, and there was no way to avoid facing his tornado attack other than to back off. 11. The young man who resembled a hedgehog was named Yi Xiangyang, and the one he refined was a 6th grade demon spirit. Thorn Iron Hedgehog. The Thorn Iron Hedgehog is covered in spikes and belongs to the demonic spirit that combines offense and defense. These spikes are mainly concentrated on the surface of the teenager's body, and can be used as defensive armor when the enemy attacks, or as a hidden weapon attack when pulling away for a long-distance attack. So enchanting, many viewers laughed. At this time, Yi Xiangyang's right hand upward formed a curved semicircle. The spikes flew out. The left hand upward. The spikes flew out, and the body circled back. If the movements weren't so monotonous, it would only be mistaken for dancing. Bang bang bang. The BS danced quickly and made a crisp sound. These spikes were fast enough and numerous enough that they couldn't cause damage to Lin Feng, but they held him at bay for a short period of time. And at that moment, 3 small tornadoes quickly surrounded towards Lin Feng in a triangular formation. Exhale. Before he could really get close, the powerful wind swept through the dust and debris, not only dirtying Lin Feng's clothes and pants, but even cutting his arm and brow, making Lin Feng look a bit lousy. Duck, what are you standing there for? Waiting for your box? What the hell? Scared silly? This is the strength of a high school student. Too wasted, right? The audience couldn't help but shout. They have no idea what Lin Feng is waiting for. In the face of 3 tornadoes while being remotely held back, what else could one do but dodge? Many people shook their heads and sighed. Although at the very beginning, Lin Feng's act of picking 6 was indeed very hot, after the initial excitement, there was more disappointment. Lin Feng is known as the strongest high school student. To be able to be called the strongest in a certain realm was an extremely difficult thing to do, but that's only in the high school range. After all, the vast majority of high school students were not martial artists. A small number of geniuses, breaking through to 1st grade martial artists, but they all did not have cultivation techniques, and some of them had not even refined their demon spirits. Although Lin Feng claimed that he could refine Earth-ranking demon spirits and couldn't even look at ordinary Earth-ranking demon spirits, after all, he hadn't yet refined demon spirits at this point. It wasn't for nothing that demon spirit masters were above martial artists. Demon spirit masters refine demonic spirits and can demonically transform, possessing strong physical bodies and sharp claws, while others can unleash spells and attack remotely by virtue of their natural skills. For the freshman martial artists who had just stepped into their college career, they simply hadn't had time to practice martial arts yet, and could only be powerless in the face of the demon spirit talent skill. This was the main reason why many new students, who clearly had outstanding martial talent and the strength of a 1st grade martial artist, gave up on the throne challenge because they hadn't refined their demon spirits, or because they had refined low-grade demon spirits and their natural skills weren't strong. Idiot. Seeing Lin Feng being held back and hesitant to give up and retreat in the face of danger, Yang Rui's mouth was tingling with a hint of mockery. His gaze tracelessly glanced at Yun Kai, who was not far away, and there was some hesitation in his gaze, but it quickly disappeared. Demon change, Yang Rui silently recited. A crackle of bones, spine slightly curved, muscles slightly expanded. The original dark eyes changed into dark red vertical pupils. A piece of delicate scales penetrated out from the muscles and covered the whole body. These scales are hexagonal in shape, with the dark scales bulging upwards to form an irregular red block shaped like a square. A hard armor that can defend the whole body wraps Yang Rui tightly, and faint white smoke gulps out from its mouth. The air is filled with a slightly pungent smell of sulfur. Pin Demon Spirit Flame Armor Lizard. The crowd couldn't help but let out a soft cry as the light screen captured Yang Rui's figure. The Flame Armor Lizard specialized in fire attacks. The Pin Demon Spirit, although very strong, was not rare in the star-studded throne challenge. It was just that in the viewer's eyes. At this time, Yang Rui demonic transformation. Was he trying to drive Lin Feng to extinction? Great fireball spell. Sure enough, only hearing a low drink, Yang Rui's left hand was put together in the shape of a round hole at his mouth, and a fiery red slender line of fire was violently ejected from his mouth. Yang Rui, what are you doing? Deng Chang let out a fierce cry and violently stirred his feathers, trying to change the direction of the tornado. At this moment, he finally realized that Yang Rui wasn't just being bored and simply provoking. He was trying to completely eliminate Lin Feng from the game. Deng Chang had the intention to stop it, but it was simply too late, only to see the thin line of fire shooting straight into the 3 tornadoes. The original line of fire instantly coalesced into a half-meter diameter, blazing fireball. Blast! Yang Rui's hands made a quick seal on his chest, and the fireball seemed to explode in an instant, instantly igniting 3 tornadoes. Sparks splashed everywhere. The original light green colored tornado turned into a fiery red volume, carrying a terrifyingly high temperature in a triangular formation entwined with each other. And in the flames, Lin Feng was hidden in plain sight. His eyes were cold and indifferent, and was standing motionless, as if he had already given up hope. A deadly feud. Deng Cheng's face was a bit ugly. At this moment, Yun Kai had already stood up from the third throne, his body glowing slightly with golden light, his dark brown beast pupils flickering with cold and icy killing intent, and behind him, Dong Yunnan and Lin Xiufei were also staring angrily at them. By this time, it had already reached the final stage of the throne challenge, and the original melee had long since ended. At this time, the number of people still remaining in the arena was not much, just 134. The guys who were not strong enough and intended to fish in troubled waters were kicked out of the arena. And of these 30 to 40 extra people, some of them were not very strong or did not intend to compete for the seats, such as Lin Xiaofei and Dong Yunnan, who stood behind Yun Kai, and acted as a supportive presence. The vast majority of those who were still fighting at this point were those who were not satisfied with their rankings and were planning on fighting to advance a few spots, but it was almost guaranteed that every single one of them would have a seat in the martial arts arena. 100 seats, except for the first, second and fourth. The rest were almost all occupied. 17,000 people, 100 seats. At this time can still stand in the field or 1 in 100 genius, since it is already possible to ensure that everyone has a seat. If there is no enmity, naturally there is no need to lay down a harsh hand. The victor point to point, easily is not going to eliminate each other. The throne challenge, for freshman importance cannot be overstated. Lin Feng had the strength to compete for the top 10 seats and hadn't taken the initiative to attack them since the beginning. So if they were eliminated, the feud would be complete. The light curtain. Lin Feng was surrounded by flames and the air began to distort in the scorching heat. In the face of all this, Lin Feng remained calm. The glistening white spiritual energy enveloped his head. His dark and deep eyes rippled. But many people noticed that the corners of his clothes were bent and blackened. That was caused by the high temperature. Just as the tutor was planning to make a move to rescue him. In the fire-red world, an arc of violet light appeared steeply, out of thin air, at Lin Feng's feet. Sneer at. Purple arcs of light flashed, and in the next moment, Lin Feng broke through the flames and the fire tornadoes and appeared steeply in front of Yang Rui, face to face, with a straight line distance of less than a meter. Fuck. What happened? What kind of spirit weapon was used? Cheating. This is cheating. The audience could not believe their eyes a bit, and after the surprise, there was an uproar. Just a moment ago, just when everyone thought that Lin Feng couldn't escape and would surely be defeated, the next moment, Lin Feng broke through the blockade and appeared in front of Yang Rui out of thin air. How could that not shock people? No wonder there are cries of cheating, because it's almost impossible to do anything but cheat. Yang Rui was horrified in his eyes, as if he had seen a ghost, but he quickly reacted and waved the sharp claws in his hands towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked indifferent, the BS in his hand tilted downwards, and a blinding light pierced Yang Rui's eyes under the reflection of the sunlight. No good. Stimulated by the light, Yang Rui violently closed his eyes, and in his heart, he said that it was not good, and his heel violently stomped on the ground, and his body shape violently retreated and was about to escape, but Lin Feng's body leaned forward, like a shadow, and the BS fluorescence in his hand twisted and violently scratched through. Hiss. As a bloody sword soared, everyone fell silent. At this moment, Yang Rui grabbed his neck in death. His demonically transformed beast claws trembled a little. He looked at Lin Feng. His eyes were permeated with despair and fear. Blood slowly left along his fingertips, snaking on the ground. From the time Lin Feng PNS appeared in front of Yang Rui, it was almost a blink of an eye, not even 2 or 3 seconds, before anyone could really react. Yang Rui had already been eliminated from the tournament. A sword to the throat. Incredibly fast. Last name Yan? Lin Feng glanced at Yang Rui and faintly inquired. Without waiting for the other party to reply, Lin Feng rushed towards Yi Shangyang, who was not far away and was ready to flee when he saw the situation. Woo! Yang Rui tightly covered his neck. In addition to the pain, this feeling of being infinitely close to death, so that his body couldn't help but tremble a little. He knew that with the presence of the therapist, he wouldn't die, but at this time, at such a close distance, facing those eyes, Yang Rui's heart was a little chilled. Those eyes, cold, as if they didn't carry an ounce of emotion. It was as if he himself was not one of his own kind, but a prey in the eyes of the other. Yang Rui's body trembled, and at this moment, he had some regrets. Regretted having messed with Lin Feng. Soon, just as Yang Rui was staggering and about to fall to the ground, a middle-aged man appeared. He wasn't in a hurry to treat Yang Rui, but instead he surveyed Lin Feng's back, a hint of surprise in his gaze. "Ray?" The middle-aged man's eyes wandered around Lin Feng's feet, muttering, and only after a while, under Yang Rui's angry and powerless gaze, did he come back to his senses. "See what?" the middle-aged man asked with a frown. Yang Rui was depressed. "I'm dying. You don't hurry to treat me and ask me what I'm looking at? Besides, do I look like I can answer right now?" Yang Rui was angry in his heart, but with his life in his hands, he didn't dare to show it at this time. "If you don't have the strength, don't just provoke, and even if you do, you don't know who you're provoking. Stupid one," the middle-aged man continued to say. Yang Rui dared to be angry, and was about to be unable to stand on his feet, and he could only close his eyes and not see his heart. "Oh," the middle-aged man sneered, which slowly stretched out his right hand, palm spread out. Dark red flowers quickly bloomed, red liquid flowed out, through a strange fragrance, covered in Yang Rui's bloody wound. "You're out," the middle-aged man said to Yang Rui, who had lost a lot of blood. His face was pale and he was weak and powerless. He took one last look at Lin Feng and walked out of the boundary with a somewhat uncertain gait. So strong. Amidst the cheers and skepticism, Lin Feng had already caught up with Yi Shangyang, no more than 5 seconds before and after. Yi Shangyang's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. He just wanted to open his mouth, but Lin Feng didn't give him a chance to open his mouth at all. Silver-white BS with a trace of coldness stabbed at his throat. Tilting his head back to dodge it, Yi Shangyang retreated back and forth. At this point the spikes on his body had almost all shot out except for his back. How could he be Lin Feng's opponent? He looked up into midair and breathed a sigh of relief. By now Dunsheng had come back to his senses, waving his feathered wings and swooping down in his form, and would soon be able to rescue him, and with a few seconds of support, he would be safe. But he didn't even think that it was these brief seconds that would declare the end of the battle. At this moment, some sharp-eyed people noticed that a lavender arc was weaving on the surface of Lin Feng's body. The next moment, Lin Feng seemed to fall into a kind of berserk state. BS quickly swung, paired with elbows and legs, attacking as fast as thunder. In this kind of attack that was like a raging storm, Yi Xiangyang's face changed drastically, and he was only barely able to withstand it for 2 or 3 seconds. Then his blood splattered all over the place, and a handful of silvery white BS pierced through his left chest. And that's when Deng Cheng arrived late. Watching Lin Feng step on Yi Shangyang's chest and slowly pull out the BS, Deng Cheng's face was unusually ugly. He had made 1,000 calculations and spent more than half a month to make a name for himself among the freshmen, and had spent a huge amount of money to gather a squad of more than 30 people, with the aim of ascending to the first throne. He had come this far and was on the verge of success, but just because of Yang Rui's provocation, everything was lost. Losing 2 teammates to assist him, he was no longer qualified to compete for the first throne. Not only the first throne, but not even a chance at the top 3 spots. Can someone tell me what's happening? In less than 10 short seconds, the battlefield had turned upside down. The vast majority of the audience is still unsure of what's going on. How did Lin Feng suddenly blockade and appear in front of Yang Rui out of nowhere? All the shock and skepticism didn't sink in until the light screen slow-mo replay made it clear to all that it wasn't cheating. And so the crowd once again erupted into screams that made everyone shudder. Lin Feng slowly raises his right hand, relishing the cheers from the crowd. In this moment, he acted with some reckless bravado. At this moment, he proved to everyone with facts that even without refining the demon spirit, he was still the number 1 among the freshmen. 11. Lin Feng slowly raised his right hand, index finger upwards, and set out a 1. At this moment, Lin Feng, whose clothes were scorched and torn, and whose brow had been slashed open with a bloody scar, looking a bit wretched, was acting a bit wildly, as if he was proclaiming to everyone that he was the number 1 of the newborns, as well as the person to whom the number 1 throne belonged. Lin Feng's action instantly ignited the audience that had originally fallen into a frenzy, and the screams that were already frenzied were suddenly like a volcano erupting, instantly igniting Red Cloud University. Lin Feng, I love you, Wind God, Wind God. Over 100,000 people shouted in unison at this moment, and the clamor shook the heavens and the earth. What the fuck? Some of the older students who hadn't been there to watch were slightly stunned, and even looked up in the direction of the martial arts arena, a trace of shock and bewilderment flashing in their eyes. Not knowing what was happening at all, freshmen enrolled in school, and according to the usual practice, they naturally knew about the annual throne challenge. They just didn't really care about it. For sophomores and juniors, time is precious but not so precious that they don't even have entertainment in addition to their daily practice. But for seniors whose graduation is imminent, entertainment is indeed a luxury and every day is crucial. It's easier and cheaper for them to access resources in college than out in society. The same year group, more than 10,000 people, Each student can, according to their own merits and occupation, fight the demonic spirit's natural skills match, find suitable classmates to form a team and enter the otherworldly adventure. Not only is the team combat power stronger, as a classmate, also do not have to worry about being blackmailed. Safety is more secure, and more harvest. Some of those with excellent grades were even rewarded with resources from the school to aid in their cultivation. The best of the best in the senior class even have a chance to get the attention of the club to make a signing to join one of the teams and get better. Therefore, the 4 years of college were crucial and would directly affect their lifelong path of martial arts. Even on the day of the Throne Challenge, the vast majority of the older students were either cultivating in secret chambers, going out to do quests, or entering other worlds to hunt demonic beasts, and simply wouldn't pay any special attention to a freshman's challenge that didn't have anything to do with them. Freshmen are not so talented that it affects their resources and status, and there are replays of the Throne Challenge, so if you're really interested, just watch the highlights then and save yourself the trouble. Going to see? Of course I'm going. I'd like to see who's so arrogant to use such a title. A number of young men and women, chatting with each other and showing interest. Although the previous Throne Challenges had a fiery atmosphere, it wasn't to this extent. It's just the Throne Challenge. It's not the Battle of Glory. King K? Wind God? 2 weak-kneed freshmen dared to use such a name and asked them, the seniors, for their opinion? You kid, wait for me. Cripes, bully me for refining not a flying demonic spirit. It's a brother taking me flying. You're too heavy to carry. Damn. You're carrying 2 girls. That's heavier than me. A flying silhouette towards the martial arts field running. Some are even more demonic spirit possessed, stirring the wings to fly quickly. One of the handsome young man on the back of the wings, dark feathers unfolded to 3 meters. He stirred the wings at the same time. His hands are also holding his sister, leaving a piece of petite laughter, and quickly disappeared in the sky. In the center area of Red Cloud University, outside the door of the otherworldly space called Chi Foam, people came and went. Red Cloud University has 2 space gates named Red Refinement and Chi Foam. Red Refinement was located in the northwestern part of the campus, and this space door was named by Red Cloud. And as the name suggests, it was the place where the freshmen of Red Cloud University tried out. Most of its contents were 1st and 2nd grade demonic beasts, and 3rd grade were rare, mainly for freshmen and sophomores to venture and try out. Red Refinement was ranked 3rd out of 113 space gates in Guanglin, and was considered one of the safest space gates. At that time, Red Cloud University chose its location mainly because of these 2 space gates, while the odd peaks were sorted 32nd, which were filled with demonic beasts of grade 3 or above. Generally speaking, only juniors and seniors dared to enter, and in the core area, demonic beasts of grade 5 and 6 were not uncommon, and some students had even encountered a high-grade demonic beast of grade 7. And since the space gate between Oddfellows and Sort 49th place is connected to the Blue Earth, there are many instructors going in and out of this space gate as well. At this time, a group of 5 people walked out from the other world, each with more or less injuries on their bodies, but their packages were full, and their expressions were relaxed, obviously full of life. At this moment, they also all paid attention to that crazy cheering and were also slightly staggered. Wind God? Is that the high school student Lin Feng? An upper middle-aged looking young girl asked suspiciously. Although they hadn't gone to watch the Throne Challenge, they weren't strangers to Lin Feng, top scorer in the university entrance exam, Taiwan, known nationwide as the strongest high school student, with endorsement commercials regularly appearing on TV. It's hard not to know. What's more, Lin Feng, Yun Kai, and Dong Yunan were known as the top configuration of the Glory Battle Team. $100 million a year in scholarships is an all-time record for the University of Red Cloud. Many of the seniors were somewhat disgruntled in addition to being curious. Schools aren't that generous with them. What an arrogant nickname. But look at the popularity of the people. It's unbelievable. A young man with a giant battle axe on his back looked on inside. Yeah, more popular than the old cunt. Someone nodded in agreement. What's all this nonsense? In Red Cloud, who can be as popular as me? At that moment a disgruntled voice rang out. And you sable hair, don't call me an old cunt. It's disrespectful to my profession. The one who spoke was a youth holding a BS. The youth was of medium stature, with an ordinary appearance, and looked unimpressive, but it was obvious that he had a high popularity, and quite a few of the people who walked out from the space door cast their eyes on him from time to time. There was just something strange about those stares. Some of the young girls saw him, and from time to time, a burst of delicate laughter came from them, while some of them changed their faces slightly and quickly left, their footsteps so fast that they were close to running, as if they had seen some kind of pervert. No, look at their nickname. Wind God. What's yours? A young man with his left hand hanging, his chest torn by 3 sharp claws, looking bloodied and a little pale smiled and teased. Now in Red Cloud University, only just on the third year of college. The old cunt Yu Qiao has broken through the fourth grade martial artist. As Red Cloud University, one of the 5 main forces of the Glory Team, Yu Qiao popularity is indeed very high, higher visibility. There's hardly anyone who doesn't recognize him. As an assassin profession, Yu Qiao's fighting style was versatile, or extremely lewd, and loves to attack the most sensitive and vulnerable parts of another person's body, hence the playful name of Old Cunt. Everyone was so used to calling him that they even forgot his original name. Just you love to blindly compare. I've seen that you're not happy. Yesterday's dinner even snatched my big pork leg. Don't you know that I love to eat pork leg the most? You wait for me. One day I'll let you understand why chrysanthemums are red. Yu Qiao took out his dark BS, and while muttering in a low voice, he gently stroked the BS with extremely gentle movements. The atmosphere was slightly frozen. Everyone was a little speechless. Only the youth who had just opened his mouth to tease. His originally pale face gradually turned green. I was joking. He does joke. But he knew that the old cunt was definitely not joking. It's a horrible thing to do and he's absolutely happy to do it. In addition to being an old cunt, Yu Qiao is also nicknamed the Chrysanthemum Monster. There have been a number of victims over the years. Initial estimates suggest that 10 people have been victimized. But of course the number is definitely more than that. There are still some people who have trouble speaking out because of their grief and anger. And the most unbelievable thing is that there is also a sister among these 10 victims. And this girl is pretty. I heard that because of this matter, the girl and her boyfriend quarreled every day, and finally could not stand only tearful breakup. These 10 poor victims heard that because they were in the same boat, they formed a daisy alliance and vowed to make the old cunt pay in blood. But unfortunately, although the old cunt had a somewhat bad reputation, his strength was indeed very strong. Having just entered his third year of college, he was already a fourth grade martial artist, stronger than many seniors who were about to graduate from their fourth year of college. Plus, the one that was refined was a ninth grade demon spirit ghostly snake, and the talent skill match was perfect. In Red Cloud University, he was the only one who shaded people, and no one had really succeeded in shadowing him. Even those whose strength was stronger than his would have a hard time catching him. And this old cunt's heart is very much more than a sesame seed, yet many people don't even know when they've offended him before he explodes. Yeah, a joke? The old cunt was a bit skeptical, but finally waved his hand in a seemingly generous manner. Alright, I didn't eat well in the other world these few days, so I'll give you a chance to perform at night. See you at the Dragon Court. Dragon Court? Are you kidding me? Some exasperated screams rang out. Dragon Court is a 5-star hotel. At most, only go once on his birthday, where a consumption of at least a few $100,000 at a time. With their appetite, accidentally millions of dollars to go. Really go. The equivalent of his half-month-long mission, this time in vain. Aha. Yu Qiao looked puzzled. You know, I'm the most serious person, the least joking. The rest of them were speechless. However, he did not dare to say more, deeply afraid that he would be missed by this old cunt. Don't be afraid of thieves stealing, but be afraid of thieves thinking about it. When the old Goods and the others rushed to the martial arts arena with doubts, they instantly froze on the spot, and at this time they finally understood why the audience had fallen into such a state of madness. At this time the light screen was looping back the images of Lin Feng's PNs. My day. Yu Qiao was silent for a moment before directly exploding out. In slow motion, in the sky of fire, Lin Feng stood still, 3 fire tornadoes twisting and crushing. The camera caught a slight tremor in Lin Feng's footsteps. A purple arc of electricity appeared under his feet, and then disappeared as if it was an instantaneous transfer. After sealing the opponent's throat with a sword, Yi Xiangyang, who was like a hedgehog, performed an attack as dense as rain. Can any of you tell me why a freshman would be able to perform a third-grade thunderstep and a third-grade thunderstorm strike? The youth carrying a huge axe looked at his companion beside him and asked with a slightly open mouth and a confused expression. It's only been 13 days since I entered the other world. How come it feels like this world has become so strange? Are all the freshmen so strong now? How do I know? His companion also looked puzzled, and even began to doubt himself. Was his talent too poor to keep up with the new students? But when they turned around and saw the old cunt, they were relieved. The old cunt was the chief assassin of the Red Cloud Warriors, one of the Academy's most popular figures. He took pleasure in sneaking up on shady people. Not only his classmates, but even his mentor dared to sneak up on him. Extremely arrogant. I don't know how many people I've offended in Red Cloud. By the most conservative estimates, there were at least hundreds of people in the school alone who wanted to beat him to death. But no matter how arrogant he was, the old cunty bastard still lived a good life with his speed and stance. This was his greatest advantage. Paired with the 9th grade ghostly snake, even those stronger than him would have a hard time catching him. And even he was dumbfounded. Not to mention them. Well, not only them, but looking around the scene, including the audience of 100,000. the old students and new students, and even the mentors on the podium did the same. As for the vice principal Bu Zhang, who had been able to keep a calm face even in the face of Yun Kai's two rare and powerful talent skills up to this point, he also fiercely stood up at this moment. How is that possible? Bu Zhang frowned slightly, very puzzled. As the vice principal of the Red Cloud 3 universities and the dean of the Martial Arts Academy, although Bu Zhang didn't teach, what kind of geniuses hadn't seen? The Transcendent Clan. Martial geniuses who inherited the talent of their bloodline and also possessed the inherited secret techniques. Martial genius, refining the earth-list demon spirit, soul and martial arts cultivation of a supreme genius. But in his eyes, a genius was merely a genius, just with some extra abilities or a faster than normal cultivation speed. Many geniuses, who fell early, or died out. Such examples abounded. But today, he realized he was wrong. Perhaps, not wrong, because he met a demon. Aside from being a demon, he couldn't figure out how a 16-year-old first-grade martial artist could execute two third-grade martial techniques. Since the emergence of the other world, spiritual power has been revived and the martial arts have reappeared, carrying out the derivation of a great variety of feats and martial arts techniques. There were 9 grades of martial arts, and the corresponding feats and martial arts techniques were also divided into 9 grades. The first grade is the lowest and the 9th grade is the highest. A good gongfu was crucial for martial artists, and in addition to talent, it indirectly determined the cultivator's future cultivation speed and achievements. Different feats, different levels, would derive different spiritual power attributes. The same cultivation of fire attribute gongfu, cultivation of the first grade gongfu people. In the late stage, the spiritual power attached to the body condition. There will be a red flame. The temperature is generally between 2000-3500. As for those who cultivate the 9th grade technique, the strongest they can derive is a blue flame with a temperature of 25,000 or more, a tenfold difference in power. And that's just one aspect. The higher the level of the gongfu, the faster the cultivation speed would be, the stronger the increase in spiritual power, the easier it would be to cultivate martial arts, and the faster the recovery speed would be. Thus its importance to martial artists was self-evident. The same is true for demonic spiritists, a powerful technique that strengthens the attributes and strength of a demon spirit and increases the success rate when refining soul skills. For people of the same level of strength, those who cultivated strong martial arts naturally had more of an advantage. Martial arts are divided into 9 grades. The 1st to 3rd grades were lower grade martial arts, the 4th to 6th grades were middle grade martial arts, and the 7th to 9th grades were upper grade martial arts. As for martial arts above the 9th grade, then even Bu Zhang, whose strength had reached the 9th grade of martial artist, was not qualified to cultivate them. Lin Feng had just executed the 3rd grade Thundersteps and the 3rd grade Thunderstorm Strike. Although Thundersteps was a 3rd grade martial skill, because of its speed and near instantaneous movement, it had a great reputation among the students, and many people who cultivated thunder attribute techniques had tried to cultivate it, but there were very few who succeeded because it was extremely difficult to cultivate it. And the difficulty of it was even higher than that of some 4th grade or even 5th grade stance martial skills. Even many of the seniors were helpless against this martial art, and yet Lin Feng had learned it and was still able to easily perform it in battle. As for Thunderstorm Strike, the difficulty of cultivating it was okay, not as exaggerated as Thunder Step. When did Lin Feng break through as a martial artist? Bu Zhang suddenly asked. I don't know the distance from which day. 3 months of summer vacation. The most he can break through is more than 4 months, said a tutor who hastily went on to check the information. To learn 2 3rd-grade martial arts in such a short period of time, even I as a mentor can't do that. Find out who taught him. Bu Zhang continued to ask. There were thousands of techniques, and at the initial stage there wasn't much difference. Therefore, Bu Zhang couldn't tell what kind of lightning attribute gong methods Lin Feng had, but he didn't care. Feats, as long as they weren't graded too high, would only take a normal student 2 or 3 months at most. But martial arts were different. In 4 months, one had to successfully cultivate the thunder attribute technique, and at the same time, learn 2 3rd-grade martial arts. Even the knowledgeable Bu Zhang had never heard of bizarre things. 4 months? Even for a year he didn't believe it. In Bu Zhang's opinion, even a martial arts genius would need 2 years. No, there are no records on it or in the education bureau. The tutor who had just inquired shook his head and said, but Lin Feng was able to complete the 21st of the 36 styles of body refinement before the college entrance exam, quenching the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. This is something that only many 4th-grade martial artists can do, the mentor cautioned. Bu Zhang nodded. He knew this as well, and it was reported on the news at the time, causing a big uproar. The media speculates that it is the superb control of the body that makes Lin Feng's 36 styles of body refining far superior to his peers, full of qi and blood, and naturally fast in cultivation. as well as possessing an extraordinary talent for fighting. This kid is simply a demon, a tutor lamented. Even if he hadn't refined the demonic spirit yet, with these two third-grade martial arts, Lin Feng was already no weaker than anyone else. Demon spirit masters were above martial artists precisely because after refining a demon spirit, the demon spirit's natural skills would be deeply imprinted in the refiner's body and soul, becoming an instinct that could be easily performed without learning. Whereas if a martial artist were to learn martial arts, he could only spend a lot of time and resources to learn them, as little as 1 year or as much as several decades. And this was where the difference and gap between the two lay. At Red Cloud University, the students of the Martial Arts Academy focused on martial arts, so practical combat and martial arts skills were mandatory, and students would usually possess 3 to 4 martial arts skills before they graduated. The Demon Spirit Academy, on the other hand, was mainly focused on cultivating demon spirits, and although martial arts cultivation was also available, because it took a lot of time, students would almost only learn one type of martial arts. For those who are slow, practice stance. For those with weak attacks, practice battle techniques. Even if one was a son of a large family with outstanding talent and a large amount of resources to assist them, they would at most learn 2 types, a body technique and a battle technique. With Lin Feng's demonic martial arts talent, he learned martial arts several times or even 10 times faster than normal people. It was still freshman year. A first-grade martial artist, Lin Feng knew 2 martial arts. When he graduated from college, how many martial arts would he master? 10? Or a dozen? For demon spirit masters, although mastering a natural skill was an instinct that did not need to be learned, a demon spirit with a high rank, even if it was an earth-ranked demon spirit, only had one natural ability. To have a second natural skill, one must when the demon spirit grows and advances and refines the rest of the demon spirits to have the second skill, and the success rate is not certain. A martial art is equivalent to a natural skill of a demon spirit. Compared to the demon spirit talent skills, martial arts might be weaker in terms of power, and there weren't as many different functions, but quality made up for quantity. If Lin Feng really learned a dozen or so martial arts and was able to use them proficiently, he wouldn't be inferior to anyone, even if he didn't refine the demon spirit. If when he refined the demon spirit, more than a dozen martial arts skills paired with the demon spirit's natural skill, even Yun Kai would not be able to match it. Now, there shouldn't be anyone who doubts my martial arts talent. Lin Feng looked around and said in his heart. At this moment, he took control of the stage and became the focus of the entire audience's attention. The feeling was indeed overwhelming, but Lin Feng was sober. As for the 2 third-grade martial arts, they were nothing to Lin Feng, who had been a character martial artist in his previous life, and if he didn't have limited spiritual energy, he could have performed higher martial arts. Demon! In mid-air, Yun never flapped his feathers from time to time and looked at the curtain of light for a long time in silence. At this moment, he seemed to understand why, with Yun Kai's talent of returning to demonization, why he would willingly stand behind Lin Feng. A few minutes ago, he had planned to go and talk to Lin Feng, and with the Transcendent Clan's heritage, he would make Lin Feng understand the gap between him and Yun Kai, so that he would know what to do. But now that thought had long since disappeared without a trace, and within the audience, Elder Zhang, do you still question Lin Feng's talent and strength? Zhang Jun was trembling a little with excitement. As for Elder Zhang, who originally didn't think highly of Lin Feng, his expression could hardly hide his surprise at this time. Okay, I agree. Elder Zhang made up his mind. Even if Lin Feng hadn't refined the demonic spirit yet, he was willing to give a contract with a sky-high price. All-stars. It really is time for Plucked Wind to have its own all-star player. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Feng slowly walked towards the first throne. Deng Cheng was indifferent to this. Yi Ning's feet shifted slightly. His expression was somewhat abnormal. Although he was shocked by Lin Feng's talent, he was not willing to give up. After executing the Thunder Steps and Thunderstorm Strike, his spiritual energy is definitely on the verge of being overdrawn. Having just broken through to martial artist, his spiritual power was limited, and without the aid of martial arts, Lin Feng would not be a match for the 3 of them even if his physical skills were strong. Just when Yi Ning wanted to make a move, he steeply realized that the 2 team members beside him, one of them directly shook his head, and the other one did not show any indication, but his expression was clearly fearful. Seeing this, Yi Ning hesitated for a moment, sighed, and finally could only give up helplessly. Lin Feng is too strong and too ruthless. Deng Cheng's squad, one was sealed by a sword, one was stabbed through the left chest. Originally both of these 2 had the strength to sit on the seat, hard to be eliminated directly by him out of the game. At this time, there was also Bai Ji gawking at the side. It really wasn't an opportunity to make a move. Aha! Just as Lin Feng was 2 meters away from the first throne, he stopped abruptly. Purple arcs of electricity weaved and flickered across his body surface. A small sesame-sized insect that was not even visible to the naked eye fell to the ground. Lin Feng turned around, his eyes looking in one direction. Oh, just kidding. Baiji waved his hand and opened his mouth to laugh, looking a little nervous. Lin Feng didn't show it, but his heart was a little cold. If it wasn't for the fact that his mental power far exceeded that of his peers and his perceptions were sharp, that little bug might have flown inside his ears. When a poisonous insect controlled by a poisonous beast master entered his body, the end could be imagined. This Baiji had just said that he wanted to join forces with him, but when he actually made a move, he was standing by and watching coldly, looking for the right opportunity to sneak attack. That's a score he's keeping. Wind God. First, in the midst of a storm of cheers, Lin Feng slowly sat on the first throne, announcing to everyone in advance that he was the king of this throne. Challenge. Point 1.